Hello everyone. Welcome back to my channel. In the first part of our last talk about Apocalypse Descends, I gained the red alert system and can summon unlimited biosoldiers. The plot had already become intriguing. In order to upgrade his lottery privileges to the platinum version, Chen had to consume a lot of energy, about 1.35 million energy points. Despite the lack of energy, he gritted his teeth and completed the upgrade. Chen participated in the platinum version lottery and won the Centurion Siege Machine for the first time. This is a heavily armored siege unit with extremely strong defense and firepower, but lacks mobility. In addition, this type of mecha requires super soldiers from the relevant forces to upgrade. Chen tried to control and understand the performance of the mecha and found that it was suitable for experiments in siege or fighting against powerful enemies. However, due to the current lack of suitable opponents, he could only let engineers study related technologies for the time being. He also confirmed the research progress of the Tengu mecha and learned that significant breakthroughs have been made, and it is expected to be mass-produced in the future. In the second draw, Chen drew the Airborne Hound Squadron. He felt speechless and disappointed about this and thought he was unlucky. In the third draw, he drew the Phantom Tank, but found that its functions were not much different from the existing Mirage Tank, except that it had an additional function of disguising itself as any object, which made him even more dissatisfied. After experiencing all the twists and turns in the lottery, Chen lamented his bad luck and felt helpless and even angry about the system's arrangement. In the end, he helplessly accepted the result, added the drawn unit to his existing team, and continued to look forward to the next draw. Next, let's move on to Part 2 of Apocalypse Descends. I gained the red alert system and can summon unlimited biosoldiers. I will tell you the story starting from Chapter 201 of the novel. Chapter 201. Men and women work together. Work is not tiring. Chen lived a carefree life, but the world as a whole was not so peaceful. Since the last brutal battle on the Eastern Front, humans have discovered that the mutant beast's offensive has become increasingly frenzied. The elite troops have suffered heavy losses, and the situation is precarious. The four major defense lines had to start shrinking and switch to active defense. At the border between the Four-Armed Emperor's territory and the Wolf Emperor's territory, the battle situation became even more complicated. Spy number 1 is still committed to resisting the attack of the Wolf King. He knows very well that if the Wolf King is allowed to break through the mutant territory, human territory will be difficult to escape. That day, a familiar voice sounded in Spy number 1's mind. Four-Armed Emperor, I have something to discuss with you. An 8th rank Wolf King. Spy number 1's heart was slightly moved, but he remained calm on the surface. He responded with a powerful momentum. What's the matter? We are ready to take action against humans. If you are willing to cooperate, all mutant beasts in human territory will obey your orders. As a sign of sincerity, we will also pay a deposit. There was a hint of flattery in the Wolf King's tone. Spy number 1 looked normal, but he was thinking about the Wolf King's intentions. These mutant beasts not only learned human strategies, but also used the word deposit fluently. After a moment's hesitation, he said, Okay, I've been annoyed with humans for a long time. It would be best if I could destroy them. Haha, good. Then we will have a happy cooperation. The Wolf King tried to show his friendliness. I hope you and I can make peace. After all, we are too close to each other, and conflict will not benefit us. Not for now. Spy number 1 refused coldly. We mutants value democracy. If I ask them to retreat hastily, how can I convince them? The Wolf King cursed inwardly, but he had to suppress his anger and continued to persuade. The mission has been made clear. The deposit will be delivered to you in 3 days. This operation was ordered by Lord Fengchao himself, so you'd better not play tricks. It's a deal. After Spy number 1 hung up the phone, he immediately reported the situation to Chen. The mutants want your help? Chen frowned slightly. What do they want to do? The Wolf King wants me to gather the mutant beasts in the human territory and concentrate our forces to attack Bayun City. Spy number 1 explained. Chen looked down at the map. Bayun City, as a newly promoted first-level base city, was controlled by Huang. The White Emperor is low-key and introverted, not as eye-catching as the Golden Emperor and the Feather Emperor, and even ranks at the bottom in the popularity ranking. These mutant beasts are really targeting the weak. Chen sneered. Through the description of Spy number 1, Chen learned about the mutant beasts plan. First, use the 8th level mutant beasts to attack the 4 major defense lines with all their strength, forcing humans to be busy coping, and then take the opportunity to capture Bayun City, create panic, and undermine human confidence. Chen pondered for a moment and suddenly heard Spy number 1 say, Commander, this may not be a bad thing. As long as the strategy is right, we can clear out the mutant beasts in human territory in one fell swoop. Why? Spy number 1 explained. When mutant beasts gather, they definitely won't get too close to the base city. Once they gather in one place, you can wipe them out completely with just one big killer weapon. Su Chen's eyes lit up, and he thought of a nuclear bomb. However, the spy seemed to see through his thoughts and shook his head. Commander, I'm not talking about a nuclear bomb, but a genetic mutant. Gene mutator? Su Chen was puzzled. It can cause the genes of organisms within a certain range to mutate and transform into wild beast men, completely obeying your command. This will not only clean up the mutant beasts, but also add a large number of subordinates for you, which is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Su Chen patted the spy's shoulder and said with a smile, "Not bad, another good idea of yours. Tell me, what reward do you want this time?" "It is my honor to serve the commander." "I need no reward," the spy replied expressionlessly. Su Chen sighed helplessly. The loyalty of these soldiers was worrying. They were unwilling to even accept rewards. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind, and he asked the system, "Next time when I build a spy, can I choose a female?" "Yes." The system responded coldly. Su Chen nodded with satisfaction, his lips slightly raised. "Don't worry, spy number 1. In order to make you 2 work together more tacitly, I will build a female spy for you." As the saying goes, men and women work together, and work is not tiring. This is the commander's deep concern for his subordinates. Chapter 202, The Conspiracy of the Mutant Beast. Time flies, and a week goes by quickly. During this period, Su Chen drew 7 prizes. Although his luck was sometimes good and sometimes bad, he also drew good prizes twice. One of them is the Skyfire tank, whose powerful air defense capability coupled with its flexible mobility makes it a more practical air defense weapon than the fixed Patriot missile. The second reward is the Harrier, a lightweight fighter designed for ground targets that features self-repair and immunity to mind control. Most notably, its bombs can reduce the enemy's defenses by nearly half upon hitting, making it a powerful weapon in battle. However, these equipment can only be obtained through lottery and cannot be produced by oneself for the time being. To this end, Su Chen decided to hand them over to a team of engineers for research, hoping that one day they would be able to fully master the technology and produce them independently. At the same time, Spy number 1 kept a close eye on the movements of the mutant beasts. Under his control, a large number of mutant beasts were divided into small groups and began to gather quietly 200 kilometers away from Bayun City. It is winter now, and the thick snow has reduced the warning range around Bayun City to less than 50 miles. Under such circumstances, no one can notice the unusual movements 200 kilometers away. Humanity's few old satellites can only monitor the movements of 8th-level mutant beasts, and they don't take those mutant beasts whose strength is below 7th level seriously at all. After all, a 7th-order mutant beast can only threaten a 3rd-level base city at most, but it is almost impossible to break through a 2nd-level or even a 1st-level base city. However, on this day, the mutant beasts suddenly launched a full-scale attack. The 4 major defense lines were in danger in an instant, and the battle was extremely brutal. The Octopus King, who was originally guarding the Eastern Front, has not yet recovered from his injuries, so he is temporarily replaced by another mid-level 8th-level Killer Whale King. Have these mutant beasts gone crazy? They are so reckless. The human commanders were shocked. News came one after another. The 4 major defense lines are under attack. Even the emperors have been dispatched. It seems that the emperors inside have to join the battle. Damn it, these mutant beasts deserve to die. The sound of fighting on the battlefield was deafening. Humans were doing their best to resist the crazy offensive of the mutant beasts, and emperors joined the battle one after another. The southern front is particularly difficult. Several mutant beast kings joined forces to fight against the powerful southern king, and the battle continues to escalate. Just when everyone thought this was an all-out decisive battle, millions of mutant beasts quietly gathered around Bayun City. The strength of these mutant beasts was at least level 3, posing an unprecedented threat. Inside the mutant beasts, dozens of 7th-level mutant beasts gathered together uneasily. These days, the 4-armed emperor ordered us to bring our men here, saying that there would be a major operation. But what exactly does he want to do? Yes, with so many mutant beasts gathered together, internal strife will break out if we are not careful. We can't hold on any longer. These 7th-order mutant beasts were extremely anxious, but they did not dare to disobey orders and could only wait for instructions. At this time, the 4-armed emperor was also waiting for the final contact from the 8th-order mutant beast. The Wolf King's voice finally rang out, "4-armed king, you can act now. This time you must do it yourself. After completing the task, you will get an early 8th-level energy bead. Hearing this tempting reward, spy number 1 agreed without hesitation. Don't worry. As long as you can contain the Emperor of Mankind, Bayun City will be destroyed today. At 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, the 4-armed Emperor's order was conveyed to the 7th-level mutant beasts. Lead all the mutant beasts to attack Bayun City. I will lead the charge. The 7th-order mutant beasts were suddenly excited, as if they saw the glory of breaking through the human base city. Little did they know that they had been completely betrayed by spy number 1. At this time, Chen received the latest intelligence from spy number 1. Commander, all mutant beasts have gathered and can use the gene mutator at any time. Chen looked at the densely packed mutant beasts on the map and sighed in his heart. Luckily you met me, otherwise humans would be in real danger. He lightly tapped the map, and the next moment, a ray of light enveloped the gathering place of the mutant beasts. Before they could react, a sharp, sizzling sound was heard in the air. The mutant beasts' forms changed rapidly. They stood up on all fours, their bodies covered with thick hair, and they instantly turned into wild orcs. Roar, roar, roar. The deafening roar spread throughout Bayun City, making the people in the city terrified and wondering what was happening outside. Chen just raised his lips and revealed a confident smile. This time, not only is humanity not in danger, but there will be an extra army of wild orcs. Chapter 203, Lease of Wild Orcs. The residents of Bayun City were unaware that Chen had resolved the crisis of city destruction, while Chen was happy about the sudden increase of millions of orcs under his command. After all, the number of these new forces far exceeds the total of his existing troops. However, problems also arose. Chen soon realized that it was a huge waste to keep so many wild orcs in the base, and the base's food reserves could not sustain their needs. Just as he was thinking about countermeasures, spy number 1 made a suggestion. Commander, I think we can ask all humans to help feed these wild orcs. What do you mean? Chen raised his eyebrows. It's very simple. We can set up a security company and rent wild beast men as bodyguards or mercenaries. Whether it's protecting or cleaning up mutant beasts, as long as the client pays enough food and energy crystals, it will be fine. After Chen heard this, he immediately thought this was a good idea. After millions of wild orcs were dispersed to 99 base cities, each base city would only have tens of thousands of people, which would not cause much commotion at all. Just do as you wish. But who should handle this matter? Chen thought for a moment, and suddenly received a message from the system. Zhu Ling broke through the 8th level and is returning to the main base. Zhu Ling. Chen's eyes lit up. As his think tank, Zhu Ling was responsible for handling many important matters before the number 1 spy appeared, and his ability was beyond doubt. Soon, Zhu Ling returned to the main base and reported to Chen, Commander, Zhu Ling has fulfilled his mission. Chen nodded with satisfaction. He checked Zhu Ling's information and found that her intelligence had improved again and her abilities had increased significantly. Not only did this make her combat calculations more precise, but even her weapon, the Soul Destroyer, had evolved, doubling its power to become a rapid-fire sniper rifle. Zhu Ling, I'm going to let you be in charge of the affairs of these wild orcs. Chen told Zhu Ling the plan in detail. After thinking for a moment, Zhu Ling said confidently, Please rest assured, Commander, Zhu Ling will complete the mission. Very good, the authority has been given to you, and the rest is up to you. Chen waved his hand and asked her to carry out the mission, while he himself fell into thought. I wonder what expressions those mutant beasts will have when they learn about the situation here. At the same time, the mutant beasts on the front line were still unaware of the situation. The Wolf King confidently taunted the Sky King, Sky King, instead of getting entangled here, why don't you go back and see if something has happened to you humans? The Sky Emperor looked calm and unmoved, but he still contacted people in his base city to confirm. Soon, the news came back. Everything was fine inside the human race. Wolf King, is your brain broken? We humans are at peace, so you can brag as much as you want. Sky King sneered. The Wolf King was somewhat puzzled. He had clearly noticed that the Sky King's expression did not seem fake. Was there really nothing wrong? Suspicious, he contacted the 4-armed king directly. 4-armed king, why haven't you taken action yet? Unexpectedly, the 4-armed king responded with a roar of anger. Get lost. Wolf King, are you trying to kill me? Do you know what those mutant beasts look like now? The Wolf King was confused. What else can it become? Aren't mutant beasts just mutant beasts? The 4-armed emperor had no choice but to expend his energy to transmit the picture. In the picture, the mutant beasts turned into wild beast men with thick hair all over their bodies and standing on 2 legs. They were extremely fierce but no longer obeyed the mutant beast camp. I tried to contact them, but they simply ignored my orders. I'm not going to do this anymore. Go and have fun on your own. The four-armed emperor hung up the communication directly. The Wolf King was stunned and couldn't figure out what was going on. This conspiracy was originally intended to destroy Bayun City in one fell swoop and undermine human confidence, but now it has ended in complete failure. He had no choice but to order a withdrawal, and humanity thus escaped disaster. A few days later, huge orcs began to appear in major base cities. They were wearing uniforms and caused quite a stir. The Red Alert Group's security branch has officially moved into the human base city. With just a small amount of food and energy crystals, you can rent a bodyguard with at least level 3 strength to escort you. The security company's slogan resounded throughout the major base cities, and people were skeptical at first. These security guards don't look like humans? Someone questioned. The staff member explained, yes, they are the research products of our company and they are completely under your command. Whether it is daily protection or expedition employment, they can do the job perfectly. Of course, we will not participate in any illegal activities. The powerful strength of the wild orcs quickly conquered people's doubts. As the number of orders surged, Chen accumulated more and more energy crystals. He looked at all this with satisfaction and secretly sighed in his heart. This is the right way to survive in the end times. Chapter 204, Bases Everywhere. The appearance of the wild orcs has aroused great curiosity among humans. Many people who hire orcs for security are surprised to find that these big guys are not only powerful, but also fully obedient to commands, although complex commands are still a little difficult for them. Some people tried to take the wild orcs out to hunt mutant beasts, but found that those weak mutant beasts were no match at all. This further enhances humanity's sense of security in the end times. The high-end combat power of the mutant beasts has almost all turned into wild orcs, and the remaining low-level mutant beasts are unlikely to pose a threat to humans unless they deliberately seek death. Of course, the gathering places of mutants are still dangerous and need to be handled with caution. This action is tantamount to a catastrophe for the mutant beasts. Millions of mutant beasts in human territory were transformed into wild orcs, and the 8th-level mutant beasts that attacked the 4 major defense lines also suffered heavy losses. Inside the mutant beast, the 8th-level strongmen started a fierce quarrel. Wolf King, you were responsible for contacting the 4-armed king on this mission. Why did it turn out like this? How should I know? The Wolf King defended helplessly. The 4-armed king said he didn't know either. He only knew that all the mutant beasts instantly turned into wild beastmen and seemed to be controlled by humans. We have never heard of this kind of weapon. The mutant beast leaders fell into chaos. Some demanded that the Wolf King take responsibility, while others proposed to hold the 4-armed king accountable for his faults. Finally, Feng Chao's Majesty interrupted the quarrel. Enough! The failure of this operation is indeed regrettable, but it reveals a problem. The weapons hidden by mankind are far more terrifying than we imagined. If it weren't for this operation, we might never know. Feng Chao's words stopped the other mutant beasts from arguing, but they all realized the seriousness of the problem. If this weapon is also effective against 8th-level mutant beasts, the consequences will be disastrous. Feng Chao finally gave the order. Don't take any action against humans for the time being. Wait until that master comes out of confinement. On the human side, morale was high. After they learned that these powerful wild beasts were originally mutant beasts preparing to attack Bayun City, their gratitude and respect for the Red Alert Base doubled. What is the origin of the Red Alert Base? Not only does it have a weapons factory and a security company, it also provides snacks. It's simply omnipotent. Who cares? As long as the Red Alert Base continues to help us humans, won't we benefit? That's true, but why don't they share their technology to benefit all mankind? Share it. Have you contributed all your wealth? The debate about the Red Alert Base was once fierce on the forum, until Emperor Ming spoke out personally. The contribution made by the Red Alert Base to mankind is unquestionable. Without them, we would still be isolated and helpless, and it would even be impossible to maintain contact with other base cities. Emperor Ming also revealed that the mid-level 8th Order Jin Pong was killed by the Red Alert Base. As soon as this was said, all the doubting voices disappeared instantly. As public opinion changed, Su Chen's Red Alert Base became famous. Not only that, branch bases of the Red Alert Base also began to be established near each base city to provide weapons and security for humans. The weapons of the Red Battle Flag quickly became bestsellers due to their powerful force and reasonable price. Other weapons dealers were completely unable to compete and could only grit their teeth and endure. Within a month, Su Chen's bases had spread to every corner of human territory, and there were branch bases of the Red Alert Base around almost every base city. This not only solved the problem of weapons supply, but also further consolidated the status of the Red Alert base among humans. The base has expanded to its limit. Now it's time to counterattack. Chen stood in front of the map, looking deeply at the edge of the map. Yunru, how is the latest mecha research going? Chen asked. You just know how to push me. If you have the ability, come and study it yourself. If you push me again, I will go on strike. Do you think I will? A resentful complaint was heard, and Chen couldn't help laughing out loud. Okay, I won't rush you. We can talk about the counterattack after the mecha research is completed. As the human race gradually stabilized, Chen's attention turned to the bigger stage outside. He knew that this war had just begun. Chapter 205 Super Soldier Yunru. She has pink hair, a white coat draped over her petite body, and a face so childish that she seems to be under 17 years old. This is Yunru, the super soldier that Chen obtained from the Platinum version lottery. Yunru's appearance made Chen very excited. This was the first time that he had drawn a civilian version of a super soldier through the good fortune of the European Emperor. However, Yunru's first words stunned Chen. Scientist Yunru, I have been summoned. Are you my master? Chen fell silent for a moment. Did I open it the wrong way? Do I need to start over? Seeing Chen's expression, Yunru chuckled, which made Chen realize that he was being teased. Compared to the official version of the super soldier who is full of awe towards him, the civilian version of Yunru is obviously more casual, but the loyalty value is still full. Through the conversation, Chen learned that Yunru was not a combat-type soldier, but specialized in scientific research. This is exactly what Chen needs. He has a lot of technology to study, and Yunru's arrival is undoubtedly a great helper. Chen immediately appointed Yunru as the head of the research department, leading all engineering teams. Within a few days, she led the team to master the technology of the Tengu Mecha. The Centurion Siege Machine was designed and developed by her herself, so there was no need for any research at all. For a month, Yunru has been focusing on the research and development of a new mecha. Her goal is to combine the flight and transformation capabilities of the Tengu Mecha with the firepower and defense of the Centurion Siege Mecha. If successful, this mecha will not only be able to fight against fifth-order mutant beasts, but can also be controlled by second-order extraordinary people, greatly enhancing the combat effectiveness of humans. Chen was so looking forward to this project that he asked about the research progress every day. At first, Yunru patiently explained, but after so many times, she finally couldn't help but retort. Do you believe I will go on strike if you keep pushing me? Despite this, Chen still didn't care. This innovative mecha would subvert the human war pattern. How could he not care? At the same time, Chen's power was also expanding rapidly. The 8th level combat power in his hands had reached double digits, and his energy reserves exceeded tens of millions. However, his system permissions remained at level 7, and he was unable to trigger level 8 permissions, which made him quite depressed. We have enough energy, strong combat capability, and we control 38 base cities. Is this not enough? Chen murmured in confusion. The task requirement given by the system is to control 50 base cities, and Chen is lucky that the number of base cities previously controlled is also included in the total, reducing the task volume by a dozen. He was planning to further expand his influence, but he received a visit from the human emperor Zhu Hui. Brother, what exactly do you plan to do by controlling so many base cities? Zhu Hui went straight to the point. Chen smiled calmly. I just want to integrate resources to better deal with mutant beasts and mutant humans. Zhu Hui pondered for a moment and said seriously, if you can really kill all the mutant beasts and mutants, what if I let you control all the base cities? Do you have the confidence to do so? Chen raised his eyebrows and asked back, Brother Hui has seen the power of my weapon. Do you think I can't do it? Zhu Hui fell silent as he recalled the mind-blowing weather control demonstration. He knew that the Southern Emperor would not be able to hold out for long. Once the Southern Emperor fell, humans would have almost no chance of winning, and Chen might be the only hope. Okay. Zhu Hui finally made up his mind. I will convince the other emperors to provide all the conveniences. If necessary, we old guys can also follow your command. Zhu Hui's attitude did not come out of thin air. He had already noticed through satellites that Chen's bases were springing up all over the map. In a short period of time, Chen's branch bases have reached hundreds, covering almost the entire human territory. In addition, humanity's existing defense weapons and many innovative technologies all come from the Red Alert base. All this made Zhu Hui deeply aware of Chen's potential. Chen smiled slightly. Brother Hui, perhaps you should consider whether it is time for humans to fight back. Zhu Hui was shocked. He thought that humans could only passively defend themselves, but he heard a hint of confidence in counterattack from Su Chen's words. You mean, we should take the initiative? Zhu Hui asked in a low voice. That's right. Su Chen's eyes were sharp. Mutated beasts and mutant humans, it's time for this world to let them know that humans are the masters. Chapter 206, Extraordinary Potion. Counterattack? Zhu Hui was stunned when he heard Su Chen's words. Ever since humans were forced to build the base city, their strategy has always been defense, and they have never considered counterattack. In his opinion, with the current strength of mankind, it is difficult to even defend, let alone fight back. Su Chen, the gap between human strength and mutant beasts is too big. If the counterattack fails, the situation will only get worse. Zhu Hui said in a serious tone, obviously not blinded by optimism. Su Chen smiled calmly. What if the strength of human beings can be improved rapidly, and everyone can become a transcendent? Everyone is a transcendent? Zhu Hui's eyes widened in shock. Is this possible? Su Chen had already prepared for this. He revealed a shocking result to Zhu Hui. A superhuman potion developed by Yunru that could stimulate the potential of ordinary people through energy crystallization, allowing them to directly become first-level superhumans without any side effects. Zhu Hui breathed rapidly and asked in disbelief, is this true? This medicine really works? Brother Hui, do you think I have any need to lie to you? Su Chen responded calmly. The research of the medicine did not even take Yunru a day. This achievement was a miracle to Su Chen, but it was just a simple thing to Yunru. At that time, she even teased Su Chen. As long as there is energy crystal, even a fool can research it. Don't bother me, I still have to research mechas. Nevertheless, Su Chen soon realized that this invention could completely change the destiny of mankind. He did not sell it directly to the public, but chose to discuss with Zhu Hui, hoping to promote the medicine through appropriate means. After Zhu Hui confirmed the effect of the potion again and again, he said excitedly, Su Chen, no matter what the price is, please provide me with the potion. Su Chen shook his head. Brother Hui, I won't charge you a penny for this medicine, but there is one condition. You say. Zhu Hui agreed without hesitation. The next day, Red Alert Group launched a new product, the Transcendent Potion. This potion has only one function, to turn ordinary people into extraordinary people. Once the news was released, it immediately caused a sensation among all mankind. The extraordinary power that countless people dreamed of was actually right before their eyes. Many people are worried that the price of the drug is too high for ordinary people to afford. However, the content of the Red Alert Group's contract stunned everyone. After using the drug, they will become non-staff members of the Red Alert Group, that is, temporary workers. You are not allowed to use force against humans, except for self-defense. You must obey the orders of the Red Alert Group and must not resist orders. For those who aspire to become extraordinary, these conditions are insignificant. Moreover, joining the Red Alert Group has become an honor, and countless people are scrambling to sign contracts. When the first ordinary person signed the contract and took the potion, he successfully advanced to a superhuman on the spot. He knelt on the ground and cried excitedly, I became a superhuman. Oh my God, this is real. Seeing is believing. This scene made the onlookers excited, and countless people rushed in to sign the contract. Within a few days, the effectiveness of the extraordinary potion spread to various base cities and gathering places, and the number of extraordinary people in the world increased rapidly. The human emperor was also shocked by this change. Old Zhu, you have done a great job this time. With the extraordinary potion, our strength has increased greatly, and a counterattack is really possible, said the Sky Emperor with emotion. Zhu Hui waved his hand. This is not my credit. It was Su Chen who took the initiative to bring it up. He has been helping us all the time. It can be said that without him, mankind would not be in the current situation. But have you ever thought about where Su Chen's base and soldiers came from? Asked the Western Emperor in confusion. No one could answer this question. Su Chen's troops seemed to appear out of nowhere, which had long attracted their attention, but they still had no answer. Zhu Hui quickly interrupted the discussion. Everyone has secrets. What we should do is to thank Su Chen for his contribution instead of digging into his secrets. These words made the other emperors nod their heads. After all, the most important thing at the moment was how to deal with future counterattacks. At the same time, Su Chen's plan was still moving forward. He used potions to greatly improve the basic combat power of humans, while continuing to expand his base. Today, the number of soldiers under his command has exceeded 5 million, and the branch bases cover all human gathering places. The influence of the Red Alert Group has reached an unprecedented height. However, When the emperors were imagining the future, Dong Huang raised a key question. Our basic combat power is improving, but the gap in top power still exists. The number of mutant beast emperors is far greater than ours. What should we do? Yu Huang's voice was low. What's more, the teacher may not last more than half a year. For a moment, everyone was silent. The teacher, the Southern Emperor, was the true pillar of humanity. His 8th Order peak strength has helped to resolve countless crises. But now, the Southern Emperor is old and his strength is gradually declining. Once the Southern Emperor falls, humanity will lose its most important barrier. Su Chun, facing all this, had a determined look in his eyes. He knew that the prelude to this counterattack had just begun. Chapter 207. Peace at home before fighting foreign aggression. Ahem, my body can still hold on. As long as you can become stronger, humanity must not perish in our hands. The Southern Emperor's voice was firm and powerful, breaking the silence of the meeting room. The 8th level mutant beast is not a problem, Zhu Hui said, breaking the atmosphere. You also know that Su Chun has a weapon in his hand. Jin Peng died from this weapon. The fall of Jin Peng still shocked the emperors. The weapon that could kill the 8th stage mutant beast, especially the Jin Peng, which was known for its speed, naturally aroused their strong interest. Old Zhu, what kind of weapon is that? Why have we never heard of it? Zhu Hui recalled, it was a weapon that could control the weather. At that time, the sky was covered with dark clouds, thunder and lightning accurately hit Jin Peng, but completely avoided me. It was definitely a mature weapon. The emperors were silent. Even the power of nature could be controlled? This was beyond their understanding. The specific situation will become clear when you see it. Zhu Hui waved his hand and ended the topic. What we need to discuss now is what to do next. The next step, naturally, is to eliminate the problems within humanity, beast slaves and mutants. Zhu Hui said in a firm tone. Beast slaves are the cancer of humanity since the end of the world. In order to survive, these people rely on mutant beasts and sell out human intelligence, causing countless heavy losses. In the past, humans were unable to completely eliminate beast slaves because they needed to make the mutated beasts mistakenly believe that they were in control of humanity's inner affairs. However, now that the counterattack is about to begin, the beast slaves are no longer necessary. Zhang Qing is a 5th-level transcendent in Longxin City. He looks ordinary, but secretly he is a lackey of the mutant beast. He became a beast slave early on, passing on information about Longxin City to the mutant beasts, and even caused losses to humans at critical moments many times. Zhang Qing felt no guilt about this and even longed for the mutant beasts to capture Longxin City so that he could completely embrace them. On this day, when Zhang Qing was patrolling as usual, a 4th Order extraordinary person came forward and said respectfully, Captain Zhang, I am from the Special Investigation Team. We need your assistance. Please follow me. Although Zhang Qing was a little confused, he agreed after looking at the other party's ID. However, when he was led into the hidden room, a 6th-level extraordinary suddenly appeared and said in a cold tone, Zhang Qing, as a human being, you are willing to be a beast slave. It is a shame for mankind. Zhang Qing was shocked and was about to explain, but he was suppressed by the other party's powerful aura and could not move. How did you know? It's impossible for anyone to know my identity. Zhang Qing's face was full of horror. Our intelligence network is beyond your imagination? Take him away. Zhang Qing was arrested directly, and similar operations were carried out simultaneously in major base cities. Almost all the hidden beast slaves were pulled out. Those that could not be cleared out in time were either hidden very deeply or were no longer important. After solving the beast slave problem, the emperors turned their attention to the mutants. The mutants call themselves new humans, but they are actually a combination of humans and mutant beasts, which poses a great threat. According to intelligence, there are more than millions of mutants gathered in various places, and most of them obey the 4-armed emperor. Just as the emperors were discussing countermeasures, Su Chen called, Are you ready to take action against the mutants? Zhu Hui chuckled and said, As expected of you, nothing can be hidden from you. I have no objection, but the 4-armed emperor cannot die. He is mine. When the time comes, you just need to cooperate and put on a show. What? Zhu Hui and the others were stunned. The 4-armed emperor was Su Chen's man? This news was beyond their expectation. Don't ask so many questions. You will understand when the time comes. Su Chen kept the question in suspense and hung up the phone. Although full of doubts, the emperors decided to act according to the plan. Soon, all major base cities received orders. Destroy all mutant gathering points in the surrounding area, leaving no one alive. As the news spread, Many people were eager to try it out. People's enthusiasm was completely ignited, and all this was just the beginning of Su Chen's plan. Chapter 208 Mutants versus Humans. As all the beast slaves were cleared out, the mutant beasts were the first to notice the abnormality. All my beast slaves are gone. What about you? An 8th-level mutant beast roared angrily. Mine were all killed too. How could humans know the existence of all the beast slaves? It's impossible. My beast slaves are just a few useless ones, and I can't get any useful information from them. Losing their beast slaves made these 8th-level mutant beasts feel as if one of their eyes had been gouged out. Beast slaves have always been the key to their acquisition of human intelligence. Now that they have all been eradicated, their control over human actions has been directly weakened. Something big must have happened. Immediately mobilize all means to get information from humans. Soon, the mutants tried to raise new slaves. Most of these new slaves were ordinary people or low-level extraordinary people. Although they could not compare with the previous ones, they still brought back an important piece of information for them. Humans were completely eradicating mutants. The mutants are going to be in trouble. Let's just watch the fun. Let them fight. Both sides are our enemies anyway. The mutant beast chose to stay put and wait and see what would happen. Armed teams formed in various base cities began to comprehensively eliminate the mutant gathering points in the surrounding areas. Civilian groups were full of hatred for mutants, and the elimination operation was carried out quickly and fiercely. In Wangchang City, the armed forces drove war vehicles and tanks to the mutant gathering point, only to find that the place had already been cleared out, without even a single mutant left. What happened? Who took the first action? The team members looked at each other, at a loss. What they didn't know was that this area had already been swept clean by Su Chen's super troops and soldiers. The area around Wangchang City has become the safest place for humans, with no mutant beasts or mutant humans. On the forum, residents of Wangchang City complained about not having a chance to join the war, but were retorted by people from other base cities. You don't know how lucky you are. Try going to another place and see if there are so many mutants around that you can't sleep. You're still complaining about the fact that there are no mutants? When you're unlucky, you can lose your life in a second. Come on, give me a home without mutants. I'm willing to pay a high price. In comparison, the situation faced by humans in other regions is even more severe. The mutants hid in the ruins, making them extremely difficult to eliminate. The first day of fighting resulted in the sacrifice of many members of the elimination team. The clearing operation completely angered the Mutant King. In front of the 4 major defense lines, the Mutant King roared and threatened humans. Humans, retreat immediately, otherwise you will pay a heavy price. In recent times, 3 8th-level mid-stage emperors have been added to the mutants, greatly increasing their overall strength. Facing their shouting, the human emperor responded with only one word: get lost. The Mutant King was furious and immediately led millions of mutants to launch a full-scale attack on the 4 major defense lines. This was the first time that mutants took the initiative to attack the human defense line, and the battle was extremely fierce. The defenders on the defense line were exhausted. There were so many mutants that their bodies piled up like a mountain, but they continued to advance fearlessly. Lung Yue from the Eastern Front stood in the center of the battlefield, breathing heavily. Her team had just fought a bloody battle with mutants, killing more than 1,000 enemies. Although her strength has reached the peak of the 6th level and she has been trained by her superiors, she still feels tremendous pressure in this large-scale battle. Beside her, Era, an 8th-level mutant dog with hidden strength, silently guarded her. Although it never used its full strength, it was always Lung Yue's last guarantee. On the city wall, Dong Huang watched the battle below with cold eyes. His opponent, a mutant emperor, was also suspended in the air, sneering and saying, "The era of humans should have ended long ago. The future belongs to us new humans. In any era, humans are the final winners." Dong Huang said in a cold tone, his eyes revealing determination. "You are just mutants who have been eliminated." As the battle intensified, humanity's 4 major defense lines gradually showed signs of fatigue. Resources were consumed at a huge rate, and the morale of the defenders gradually declined. At this moment, a message came. Red Alert Base will send reinforcements to support the defense line. The news of reinforcements from the Red Alert Base instantly ignited the hope of the human defenders. The strength of the Red Alert Base has long been proven. They have weapons that can kill 8th-order mid-stage mutant beasts, which makes countless people full of confidence. Reinforcements from the Red Alert Base are here. We will win this time. With the arrival of reinforcements, humanity's counterattack gradually began. Chapter 209 Mecha. The battle lasted for a day and a night. The human defenders were seriously exhausted, and the situation became increasingly unfavorable. In contrast, the mutants showed no sense of fatigue. They continued to attack recklessly, putting enormous pressure on the human defense line. Are these mutants crazy? They want to wear us out with their numbers, a soldier roared, gritting his teeth. It does seem so. Another man looked into the distance with a heavy face. Compared to the total number of mutants we killed, it's just a drop in the bucket. In the mutant army, the ground forces are endless, and the flying forces make humans miserable. Even if humans deploy a large number of air defense weapons, it is still difficult to completely control the air. If we lose air superiority, these flying mutants will directly fly over the city wall, and we will be finished. At this time, dense black spots appeared in the distant sky. The defenders were alert and raised their binoculars to take a closer look. What is that, a plane? When these black spots got closer, they could see clearly that they were actually jet planes. However, the appearance of these planes was obviously old-fashioned design, which was incompatible with modern aircraft. Reinforcements from the Red Alert base? Someone speculated, but was questioned, are you kidding? What can this antique do? The defenders were talking among themselves, but the jets did not stop because of their suspicion. They flew at an extremely high speed and rushed directly into the air above the battlefield. The flying forces have always been the weak link of mankind. Those flying mutants are agile and ferocious, and it often takes several fighters to kill one, and human pilots suffer heavy casualties. A pilot was fighting with a flying mutant, but the opponent's agility made all his attacks miss, and he was even in danger of being counterattacked. Oh no, it's behind me. The pilot broke out in a cold sweat as he watched the mutant approaching with a grin. He was ready to die together, but suddenly he saw a dazzling beam of light across the sky. The beam hit the flying mutant's head accurately, killing him instantly. The pilot was stunned, and then he saw a scene that stunned him. A tall mecha flew through the air, carrying dazzling beam weapons, and continued to join the battle. Is that a mecha? The pilot muttered in disbelief. These mechas have extremely strong flexibility and flying capabilities, and are as agile as hawks in the air. The most shocking thing is that their weapons are actually lasers, which are so precise and powerful that the flying mutants are completely unable to resist. Huang stood on a high place, witnessing the powerful performance of the mecha, and couldn't help but reveal a rare smile. Zhu Hui is right. Chen may really be the hope of our human race. At first, Zhu Hui had tried his best to persuade the emperors to support Chen, and even promised to follow his command. Although Huang had reservations, it now seemed that Zhu Hui's judgment was correct. This mecha technology is definitely beyond our current technological level. If Chen can share this technology, humans will have the capital to truly fight back. The soldiers on the battlefield were also extremely shocked. They cheered excitedly when they saw the mechas clearing the flying mutants in the sky with overwhelming force. Fuck, that's really a mecha. Am I seeing things? Yes, it's a mecha. Oh my god, this thing is awesome. Ha ha ha, the Red Alert base is awesome. They even have mechas. The powerful performance of the mechas completely reversed the situation in the air war, and the reinforcements from the Red Alert base boosted the morale of the defenders. Chen sat in the command room, watching the battlefield on the screen with a smug smile on his face. Luckily I got Yunru, otherwise this brand new mecha would never have been able to come out. These mechas have completely surpassed the original Tengu mechas. The Tengu mechas can only fly a few meters at most, while these mechas can easily fly hundreds of meters high and perform complex combat maneuvers in the air. Yunru perfectly combined the defensive power of the Centurion Siege Mecha with the flight and transformation capabilities of the Tengu Mecha to create this new combat mecha. They can transform into jet planes or instantly morph into powerful humanoid mechas. The most important thing is that they are equipped with new laser weapons with great power, enough to deal with threats below level 8. Yunru, your performance is really great. Chen sincerely praised the girl next to him. Yunru glanced at him unhappily and said, "You've urged me for so many days, I almost went insane. Can you give me more time next time?" "You have plenty of time. Next you can study more interesting things, such as spaceships," Chen said with a smile. Yunru smiled coldly. "Commander, I have a request." "Go ahead." Yunru smiled and said, "Can I smash your dog head?" Smiling face. Chapter 210 Weapon Upgrade Opportunity. The four major defense lines gradually stabilized due to the support of the Tianren Mecha. The powerful air superiority and precise ground strikes caused heavy losses to the mutant army. Although the mutant emperors tried to intervene in the battle, they were stopped by the human emperor and failed. The real-time footage of the battle was spread through the internet in various places, sparking a heated discussion about mechas among humans. The Red Alert base is simply amazing. Has the mecha technology matured to this level? According to previous predictions, it will take at least 50 years for actual combat mechas to be available. How did the Red Alert base do it? We strongly request that the Red Alert base disclose its mecha technology. This will benefit all of humanity. What's wrong with the brain of the person above? Who said that technology must be shared? Why don't you contribute your stuff first? Despite the heated debate, no one denies the importance of the celestial being Mecha on the battlefield. Chen ignored these discussions. He knew that even if the mecha technology was made public, it would take decades for current human scientists to master it, and he simply couldn't give the mutant beasts so much time. In the command room, Yunru suggested to Chen to name the new mecha. How about calling it Heavenly Mecha? Chen suggested. Yunru nodded. Not bad, simple and direct. The Tianren mecha, Chen's first completely self-created mecha, was successfully included in the Red Alert system, which means that he can directly mass-produce it through the tank factory. However, the construction of each mecha requires a lot of energy, which makes Chen realize that the value of self-created weapons technology is extraordinary. Just after Chen named the Tianren mecha, the system suddenly prompted, "Congratulations to the master for researching the first self-created mecha, Tianren mecha, and reward 1 million energy and 3 weapon upgrade opportunities." The 1 million energy points made Chen feel a little relieved, but the 3 opportunities to upgrade weapons left him dumbfounded. System, what does weapon upgrade opportunity mean? The system explained. The master can select a weapon and upgrade it. After the upgrade, the performance and technical form of the weapon will undergo a qualitative leap. For example, an ordinary sentry gun can evolve into a light energy particle gun after 3 upgrades, and its power will be increased hundreds of times. After hearing the explanation, Chen stood up in amazement. This function is too powerful. Can it directly turn ordinary weapons into advanced ones? Yes, master. How do you get these 3 chances? You need to unlock them by yourself through specific tasks or explorations. Chen nodded. He realized that these upgrade opportunities were extremely valuable and must be used with caution. Chen fell into deep thought. He knew that if he randomly upgraded a few weapons, they would at most be ahead by a few decades. But if he concentrated on upgrading one weapon 3 times, the result might surpass the current era by hundreds of years. System, can this upgrade be used on super weapons? Yes, but it will consume 2 weapon upgrade opportunities. Chen breathed a sigh of relief. This meant that the super weapon upgrade was feasible, and although it was more expensive, its potential was clearly worth looking forward to. To this end, Chen summoned his super soldiers and spies to discuss how to use these 3 opportunities. Commander, I suggest upgrading the base vehicle. Zhu Ling spoke first. The upgraded base vehicle may have more functions and can greatly improve the construction speed and initial level of the subbase. Guang Tuchong expressed a different opinion. I think it's better to upgrade the tanks. Tanks are the main force on the battlefield, and upgraded tanks will definitely provide overwhelming combat power. Other arms also put forward ideas. Some prefer to upgrade defensive weapons, such as sentry guns and Patriot missiles. Others suggest concentrating resources on upgrading flying units, such as mechas or fighter jets. After listening to everyone's opinions, Chen fell into deep thought. He understood that these 3 opportunities must be used in the most important areas in the future to maximize their value. It seems that we need to integrate all the suggestions and set a priority. Chen murmured. Yunru, you will continue to be responsible for researching new weapons and mechas. Our future will not be limited to this. The universe is our stage. Chen looked at Yunru, his eyes full of determination and expectation. Chapter 211 Decision. Several people expressed their opinions. They were all very familiar with the weapons in the Red Alert base, so they naturally expressed their opinions in a targeted manner. Listening to their words, Chen closed his eyes and thought. This opportunity was very rare. He didn't know when he would get the chance to upgrade his weapon next time. If used wrongly, it will be bad. The sentry cannon mentioned by the system, if all 3 chances are used on it, what you will eventually get is a light energy particle cannon. According to it, this thing can easily kill an 8th level existence with 1 shot. Even a 9th level creature will be injured. It is an absolute killer. This is the only upgraded weapon form that Chen knows. As for what other weapons look like after upgrading, the system does not say a word. Each weapon has its own unique features, but what we need most are high-end weapons. The aircraft carrier mentioned by spy number 1 can be considered, but unfortunately it takes 1.5 chances to upgrade an aircraft carrier each time, which means that the one I have can only upgrade it twice. According to Su Chen's understanding of the system, upgrading the aircraft carrier for the first time will at most make it more powerful, and it will not transcend the scope of an aircraft carrier. However, if it is upgraded for the second time, it is possible that the aircraft carrier will really become an aircraft carrier flying in the air. This is a very good choice for Su Chen. Aircraft carriers are very expensive. Upgrading to the third level requires a total of 800,000 energy. Even if he uses up all his energy, he can only build about 10 aircraft carriers. Compared with an aircraft carrier that has been upgraded twice and an 8th level mutant beast, it is likely that his aircraft carrier is stronger. But apart from the aircraft carrier, he has no other weapons that can deal with the 8th level mutant beast, and he does not yet truly possess a super weapon. In terms of sea, land and air, aircraft carriers are not the best choice. Su Chen set his sights on dolphins and giant squids. He believed that if they could be upgraded, their strength would be even stronger. In Red Alert, dolphins and giant squids are both modified species and can be considered as a type of weapon, so there is no problem in upgrading them. However, they can dominate the ocean, but probably not on land. Su Chen suddenly had a headache. Which weapon should he use with the 3 chances to upgrade? At this moment, Yuri suddenly spoke up. Commander, can the psychic technology be upgraded? Su Chen was stunned. Psychic technology is not a weapon, but just a technology. However, it is precisely because of psychic technology that the Yuri camp exists. So the question is psychic technology considered a weapon? Soon he got the system's answer. Okay. Today's mental technology seems powerful, but it still has many limitations, the biggest of which is quantity and scope. Even Yuri couldn't control a person from a long distance. You have to know that his strength has reached the 8th level. It would be even more impossible for others. If the psychic technology is upgraded, the units in Yuri's camp will be stronger. You must know that the foundation of this camp lies in psychic technology. System, upgrade your mind technology once. Upgrade successful, currently at version 2.0 of mind technology. Su Chen's mouth twitched. Version 2.0, you are awesome. Will the next upgrade be version 3.0? Su Chen did not continue to upgrade, but borrowed Yuri's ability and felt it. He immediately noticed the difference from his previous mind technology. The range of mind detection was wider and the controllability was stronger. The number had doubled. Most importantly, he seemed to be able to hear other people's thoughts faintly. As his subordinates, the soldiers did not have any psychological activities, but there were 2 people in the base, Luo Hang and Zhang Tao. The inner activities of the 2 of them were very rich, and Su Chen could vaguely feel some of them here. This experience was very wonderful. Su Chen could see it, and naturally Yuri could feel it too. The improvement of mental technology brought about significant changes to Yuri's camp. This technology can be applied not only in Yuri's camp, but also in many other places. After all, it is a technology, not a superpower. That's right. Use the remaining 2 chances to upgrade your psychic skills. Upgraded successfully, currently at version 4.0 of the mind technology. Su Chen had a blank expression on his face. He had long seen through the nature of the system and estimated that there would always be various versions when upgrading to the future. He immediately tried the new mental technique, and at that moment, he felt as if the whole world had changed. What appeared around were no longer hot 3-dimensional images, but things that looked like energy balls, some big and some small, emitting different fluctuations. The one closest to Su Chen was his personal guard at the door, a magnetic infantryman and a radiation engineer. He could feel that the 2 of them were filled with powerful energy, one carrying magnetic energy and the other carrying radiation. This feeling is very novel, just like looking at a person from another dimension, seeing not the person's original appearance, but his essence. If Su Chen could not feel his own body, he would really doubt whether his soul had left his body. This is the effect of Mind Technology 4.0. I didn't expect it to be so different from before. It feels like I jumped from the 2-dimensional world to the 3-dimensional world all of a sudden. Su Chen shook his head and returned to his original appearance. It was just a short test, but he felt that mental technology was very magical. If it could really be applied to various weapons, then the combat effectiveness of his subordinates would be improved dramatically. He did not make the wrong choice. Psychic technology is definitely a technology that is ahead of its time. Yuri also experienced the power of the latest mental technology with a hint of surprise on his face. You know, there are not many things that can surprise him. The others didn't know what the improvement in psychic technology meant, and they didn't feel anything. Then they heard Yuri's voice. Commander, Psychic Technology 4.0 will definitely increase the strength of the Red Alert base by more than 30%. Hearing Yuri's affirmative words, others couldn't believe it. The strength of the Red Alert base is now quite powerful. What does it mean to increase it by more than 30%? Commander, please give me the new psychic technology as soon as possible. I have decided that the next research topic will be psychic technology. Yunru, a research fanatic, could not resist seeing that there was such a strange technology in the world. Even if Yunru didn't say it, Chen would give this technology to her. He also hoped that Yunru would study this technology thoroughly and add it to other weapons. Just imagine what a terrifying scene it would be if every weapon was equipped with mental technology. Since mental technology has become the most powerful weapon under Chen is also considering whether to build more units in Yuri's camp. Chapter 2:12 Movie King. The crisis on the 4 major defense lines has been resolved, but the internal battle with mutants is still going on. With the weapons from the Red Alert base, it became easier for humans to deal with mutants. A large number of mutants were killed, and the energy crystals in their bodies were taken out and became their trophies. Afterwards, they used these energy crystals to purchase more powerful Red Alert weapons, which became a virtuous circle. This battle against mutants was voluntary, not forced. They were dealing with gathering points with smaller numbers, while those gathering points with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people were left to the base city troops to resolve. There is only one mutant emperor left among the mutants, and that is the 4-armed emperor. Jiangguan City received an order to deal with the mutant gathering point where the 4-armed emperor was located. The Golden Emperor was the only emperor who had fought with the 4-armed emperor, so he had the greatest chance of taking action. Now, all human emperors know that the 4-armed emperor is a human in disguise and a subordinate of Chen, but they don't know that even the Golden Emperor is disguised by Chen's subordinates. A different sky. This is the sky above the mutant gathering point. The 4-armed emperor and the Golden Emperor are confronting each other. Golden Emperor, you humans really like to make trouble. Take your people back, and I will forgive you for what happened. The 4-armed emperor looked arrogant, just like before. 4-armed emperor, this is my human territory. All mutants should die. Your existence is just a waste of land. The Golden Emperor was not willing to be outdone. If someone who didn't know the situation, they would definitely think that they had a deep hatred for each other. But only Chen knew that the 2 spies had started to show off their acting skills again. Are all spies graduates from acting departments? Why are they so showy? With such acting skills, it shouldn't be a problem for them to win an Oscar. Laughed as he watched his 2 spies competing with each other in acting. Both spies now have reached the 8th level of strength, otherwise they would not be able to fly in the air. The 2 spies first exchanged words for a while, then started fighting, and the ground troops also joined the battle. Boom, boom, boom. A round of artillery fire caused the mutants to lose some manpower, most of whom were in basic tanks such as grizzly tanks and rhino tanks. There was no other way. These tanks were the cheapest. The next to take action were the prism tanks, but the beams of light emitted by 20 prism tanks converged together in midair, forming a larger dispersion, and killed on the spot mutants whose number far exceeded the number of tanks. The prism tank is definitely a powerful weapon for group battles, but its only weakness is that it is very dangerous if attacked at close range. The other tanks were not willing to be outdone, and launched their most powerful attacks one after another. For a moment, the mutants' offensive was suppressed, and the human army rushed forward. Kill these mutants, they're just a bunch of bugs, the human roared. Most humans have no good feelings towards mutants, and the few humans who think that mutants should not be treated in this way remain silent at this time. The current trend is to kill all mutants. If they oppose it, they will be considered traitors to humanity. The battle lasted for several days. There were too many mutants, and of course there were also many humans. After other mutant gathering points were destroyed, reinforcements from various base cities rushed in to help Jiangguan City fight the mutants. Were fighting fiercely in the sky, and it looked like they were fighting to the death. Unfortunately, no one knew that they were only fighting brilliantly on the surface and actually had no intention of killing each other. If someone heard their conversation, they would probably be shocked. Boss, how are the mutants doing over there? I heard that some of the mutant girls are very beautiful. These are the words of spy number 2. Do you think humans would be with animals? No matter how beautiful they are still mutants, not humans. Our mission is to execute the commander's orders. Nothing else matters. Spy number 1 was very steady. Really? I really want to try switching roles with Big Brother, but unfortunately it's not possible now. Big Brother will have to move to another place soon. The 4-armed emperor must die this time. Always disguising an identity is not what we spies pursue. As a spy, you can be anyone and cannot be confined to one identity. When you no longer need the identity of the Golden Emperor, you can also change your identity. Of course, as long as the commander needs it. After a fierce fight, The Golden Emperor punched the four-armed Emperor away, and the two disappeared in front of everyone. Not long after, the Golden Emperor appeared in the sky alone, and his voice spread throughout the battlefield. The four-armed Emperor is dead, and the mutants must be destroyed. Oh, humans cheered. Without the biggest threat, the four-armed Emperor, human morale was high, and they suppressed the mutants fiercely into the ruins of the city. Without the support of the four-armed Emperor, the mutants were all thinking about how to escape. But now they have nowhere to escape, as this place is surrounded by humans. Everyone, retreat. There is no need for street fighting. Send the bombers out. Target all the ruins. Leave no one behind. Humans began carpet bombing, trying to ensure that every mutant died under the bombs. Humans' hatred for mutants has never diminished. There was no need for that before, but now mutants pose a threat to humans, so humans must eliminate all mutants. After a week of bombing, almost all the mutants were dead. Human technology could not detect the mutants hiding underground. Only Su Chen's spy satellite could detect their existence. Let the transdimensional commando take action and kill the remaining mutants. Su Chen waved his hand. Following Su Chen's order, a troop that had never appeared on the battlefield appeared. Instantly destroy all buildings in the game, and it is just as effective here. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Strange sounds appeared one after another, and these time and space commandos instantly disappeared from the base and appeared in a corner of the ruins of the bombed city. The chronospace commandos can teleport to anywhere on Earth, but after teleporting, they will be unable to move for a period of time depending on the distance. This is the price of teleporting. The remaining mutants here have hidden underground. There are no mutants on the surface, so there is no need to worry about their safety. After some time had passed, the chrono commandos began to sneak underground to deal with the hiding little mice. With the strength of the transdimensional commando, it shouldn't take long to get rid of those mutants. In this way, the threat within humanity will no longer exist, and all that remains is to expand outward. Su Chen took a look at the number of base cities he controlled. There were still 10 to complete the third ring of the mission. Chapter 213. It's time to start the 3G era. Now that humans are no longer threatened by internal mutants and mutant beasts, the happiest people are not the people in the base city, but those living in the gathering places. They are the group that bears the threat of mutants and mutant beasts every day, and now they have a minimum sense of security. All the mutants were killed, and the remaining first and second-order mutant beasts could not even attack the gathering place, let alone the base city. They have become prey to humans. Some people are even considering whether to artificially raise some first and second-level mutant beasts to provide meat. This idea was quickly approved, and each base city captured mutant beasts and began breeding experiments. 8th-level mutant beasts who got the news furious. Since the end of the world, when have mutant beasts been raised like poultry? This is something that would only happen before the end of the world. It is a shame for the mutant beasts. Humans, you are provoking us. If you don't want a big war, let go of those mutant beasts. Otherwise, even if it means death, we will fight you to the death. The 8th-level mutant beast roared. The 8th-level mutant beast spread throughout the human territory. Some timid people were frightened by the sound of the mutant beast and felt that it was better not to do such a thing. In the past, humans could only hunt and kill the mutant beasts outside. Wouldn't they have been able to overcome this problem? Once it becomes a livestock, its nature changes. What a bunch of cowards. When have we humans ever given in to mutant beasts? They are just farmed animals. The meat we ate 30 years ago was all farmed. Don't think you are awesome just because you are a mutant beast. They are still our food. I still have some pictures of farming before the end of the world. I'll send them to you. 1%, 2%, damn 2G network. I'm going crazy. Please stop posting pictures. You are still posting pictures in the 2G network era. Are you still asleep? Do you think this is the 4G era before the end of the world? I remember the last person who posted a picture spent half an hour on just one picture. I really admire that person's patience. As they chatted, the topic of these people deviated from raising mutant beasts to a complaining conference about the 2G network era. There is no way. Some people have experienced the 4G era before the end of the world and now have returned to the 2G era. That feeling is too awkward. At this time, Su Chen murmured, "The time is about right. It's time to start the 3G era." At this time, everyone in the base city received a message that the Red Alert Group was preparing to upgrade the network from 2G to 3G. When this news came out, everyone went crazy. They were just discussing this matter, and suddenly we have arrived at the 3G era. It has only been a short time. In the 3G era, at least it doesn't take that long to send pictures. Of course, if you want face-to-face video, It's impossible without 4G. After this period of development, many apps have appeared on mobile phones. Of course, these are all developed by the Red Alert Group. Regarding this aspect, Chen did not give others the opportunity to intervene, and the human emperors all maintained a tacit attitude towards this. They all knew that the future of mankind lay in Chen's hands. Not to mention anything else, the mecha technology alone was enough to make countless people envious. Chen had already told Zhu Hui about the difficulties of mecha technology. Zhu Hui felt helpless after learning about it. After all, he also knew that if you didn't fully understand a complete technology, you would be a waste. However, this made Zhu Hui even more curious about Chen's scientific research team. What kind of talented scientist could develop such powerful mecha technology? If they knew that the person who developed mecha technology was a girl who was always 17 years old, they would probably be shocked. Commander, there is a situation to report. Chen, who was reading various spam posts on the forum, suddenly got in touch with Yunru. What's going on? Is there a breakthrough in research? Chen asked excitedly. I haven't even started researching yet, so how can there be a breakthrough? Yunru said unhappily, that's not what I'm talking about. It's the mecha technical data you gave me before, and the half-finished mecha. I just remembered that this technology doesn't seem to be something that this planet should have. Chen raised his eyebrows. To be honest, he also found it strange. There had never been mechas in this world. So where did the mecha technology come from? According to the people at that base, these mecha technologies seem to have been excavated from a certain site, which means that this kind of mecha technology has existed for a long time. He thought of the ancient monuments that Zhu Hui mentioned, which made him wonder if there might be some unknown secrets on the earth. He knew the location of the ancient ruins, but he couldn't enter there before he had the 8th level strength. Then his target became the ruins where the mecha technology was leaked. At that time, he brought some people out of that base, and they should know where the ruins are. Take me there. Under the guidance of the Red Alert soldiers, Chen came to a wooden cell. Unlike the others, these people could not easily interact with others, so they were kept alone in a cell and did not become minors. Open. The Red Alert soldier opened the wooden house and Chen walked straight in. There were 3 people inside, 2 men and 1 woman, wearing white coats, but they looked a little dirty. Let us out. You have no right to imprison us. What you are doing is illegal. After seeing Chen, a researcher who looked no more than 30 years old shouted at Chen. At this time, the Red Alert soldier walked up and knocked the man unconscious with the butt of his rifle. Immediately, the surroundings became quiet. What do you want to do? You've kept us locked up for more than a month. Another older man asked, pretending to be calm. Nothing. I just want to know about the ruins. Chen said with a smile. We don't know what the ruins are. We are just ordinary researchers, said the only woman who looked to be in her 30s. It looks like you guys are not going to cooperate. What a shame. Chen snapped his fingers, and soon their expressions became dull, like a fool. Chen didn't like torture, and mind control was very useful at this time. He simply controlled 2 people and got the information he wanted directly from their mouths. After asking, Chen found out that this older man was actually one of the archaeologists who had visited the site. Of course, at that time, he was just an insignificant little character, but he could never forget the scene. The ruins, which some people call the remains of a prehistoric civilization, were discovered by accident. When they wanted to enter for the second time, they were surprised to find that the place had disappeared. Chapter 2:14 Ruins. Before the end of the world, humans mobilized a great force to search for this site, but found nothing. Only the first group of people who went in at that time obtained some technologies from inside. The synthetic monster technology and mecha technology were all obtained from inside. According to those who went in at that time, there are still very large areas inside, but those places are very dangerous. What's inside? Chen looked coldly. The older man said woodenly, it's a very strange building inside. It's estimated to be hundreds of square kilometers in size. There are traps in some places. At the end of the road, there are laboratories with various technologies, and even a video that seems to be left by a prehistoric civilization. Chen's expression changed. A video left by prehistoric civilization? What's in the video? I don't know. I was just an insignificant little character at the time. Only a few people knew what was in the video. And the video was sent out immediately, and its whereabouts are unknown. Chen sighed slightly. It would be great if he could know the content of this video. It seems that someone knew about the existence of prehistoric civilization before the end of the world, but he has not heard of any related news until now. It seems that this matter is a secret. From this person, Chen learned the location of the ruins. It was in a deep mountain forest. It was said that it was a popular scenic spot before the end of the world. But at this time, humans have no intention of traveling. Chen released the mind control, and the man and woman woke up immediately. They looked at Chen with horror. When Chen was exercising mind control just now, he did not block their consciousness, which means that they knew very clearly what had just happened. You? Who are you, and why are you so good at hypnosis? The older man looked at Chen in disbelief. They have been living in an underground base, isolated from the world, completely unaware of what is happening outside, and they are unaware of the existence of supernatural beings. This is not hypnosis. It seems I need to teach you some basic knowledge. Chen simply poured some common sense about the end of the world directly into their brains, which made them scream. This was common sense to Chen. It was also the first time he used mental technology to directly copy and paste this kind of knowledge in his mind to other people. It seemed that other people would experience severe pain. This had to be remembered. After a while, the two men stood up sweating profusely, and they looked at Chen with shock in their eyes, because they found that there were suddenly some extra things in their minds. After seeing them, they realized that the world had changed and was no longer the world they knew. The end of the world has arrived, and mutant beasts are rampant. I didn't expect that even modern weapons can't deal with these mutant beasts. Now humans can only barely hold on. The older man murmured. He really couldn't imagine that originally humans were the masters of this earth, but after 30 years, humans could only barely survive. The contrast was too great. Although the young woman was shocked, compared to the older man, she was not as shocked. You have to know that she was born in the base. All she knew from the beginning was the base, and she knew about the outside world from information. But what she never expected was that after she came out, even the world she knew had changed, becoming a world controlled by mutant beasts. You are my people now. I asked you to stay here before. You should know what I mean. Don't talk nonsense. You can start your career as a miner soon. Chen had no intention of recruiting these three people. He had plenty of engineers, not to mention Yunru, a super scientist. Would Chen accept three people who had spent decades and still couldn't master the technology of Mecha? Without giving the three people a chance to speak, Chen left directly. What awaited them next was the days of becoming miners. Chen returned to the command room, opened the satellite map, and found the location of the ruins. Well, the ruins are closest to the 47th branch base. Let's teleport there first. In just a blink of an eye, Chen appeared at the 47th branch base. This place is in the west of humans, surrounded by many mountains and rivers. There were originally a large number of mutant beasts, but now the mutant beasts here are not only fewer in number, but also their strength is at the weak level. On the human side, because of Chen's extraordinary potion, not everyone has become an extraordinary person, but at least about 80% of people have become extraordinary people. Even though they are first-level transcendents, with the weapons sold by Chen, they are not afraid of second-level mutant beasts. The red flag has a rule that if anyone uses the weapons they sell against humans, they will be blacklisted forever, and the red alert base will personally send someone to deal with it. This kind of thing has never happened before, but just when Chen arrived at the 47th branch base, a voice sounded, "Commander, there has been a murder case in Bayun City. The murderer used the weapons sold by our red battle flag. The other party is currently on the run. Please give instructions, Commander." Chen touched his chin and said, "If this happens for the first time, there will be a second time. First, catch that person. No matter what the other party's situation is, put his name on the blacklist and deal with it according to human laws." Yes. The red alert base closest to Bayun City dispatched the Navy SEALs, who boarded an armed helicopter and followed the guidance of the mine detector to capture the man. Huang of Bayun City learned about this matter, which involved the red alert base. He did not dare to neglect it and immediately sent people to deal with it. I knew this day would come. I wonder how Chen will deal with it. Huang thought. When there are too many weapons, accidents are more likely to happen. In the past, humans were under the threat of mutant beasts, and a large number of people still died at the hands of their own people every day. This was unavoidable. Once there were more people, there would always be various ideas. This is human nature. The various weapons sold by Red Battle Flag are more powerful. If someone relies on these weapons to bully others, it is easy to get into trouble. If the first incident is not handled well, there will be more such incidents in the future. Huang was most curious about was how Chen captured the person who escaped. You know, although this person's strength is only at the 3rd level, he is proficient in survival in the wild. He once stayed outside alone for 7 days. It would be interesting if he couldn't catch anyone. If Huang knew that Chen was sending out a powerful Navy SEAL team, he probably wouldn't have such unnecessary worries. Chapter 2:15 Public Execution. Su Chen was not in a hurry to go to the site of the ruins. It might be a bit similar to an ancient monument, and not someone who could just enter casually. He needed people to go and explore it. Yunru, Juling, and Yuri are more outstanding in terms of intelligence. Of course, the focus of the three is different. Yunru is currently researching version 4.0 of psychic technology, and Yuri is cooperating with her research. The only one who can come here at the moment is Juling. Su Chen had an idea to ask Juling to come over first, but she was not in the base and it would take some time for her to come back. Su Chen, who had nothing to do, simply watched the actions of the Navy SEALs. He wanted to know how brave that person was to dare to do this. Su Zhenlin was very frightened. He killed someone, and it was his own companion. "You forced me to do this. You forced me to do this." Su Zhenlin gritted his teeth and ran outside without saying a word. He knew that with his current situation, he would be caught soon. After all, there is snow everywhere now, and his footprints are very obvious. As long as a helicopter is sent, he can be tracked based on his footprints, and even tracking experts are not needed. Su Zhenlin was not planning to kill anyone, but any man would not be able to help himself if faced with such a thing. As the saying goes, if you want to live a good life, you have to have something green on your head. Fortunately, Su Zhenlin was the man with the cheating on him, and the person who cheated on him was his best friend Zhang Chao. He had never thought that his best friend would do such a thing. He was so angry that he shot Zhang Chao directly with the AK-47 in his hand. After killing him, he knew that he was in trouble. You should know that everyone who buys weapons from the Red Battle Flag has been informed of the relevant matters. Once they use the weapons here against their own people, they will be blacklisted and punished. Su Zhenlin didn't want to die, so he ran away subconsciously. He felt that with his abilities, he should be able to live in the wild without any problems. He had no children, and his only wife cheated on him, so he was alone now. But in less than half an hour, Su Zhenlin no longer had this idea. He noticed a helicopter appearing in the sky, an expensive armed helicopter from the Red Flag. He was done for. Su Zhenlin effortlessly. Faced with so many weapons, he simply raised his hands in surrender. Su Zhenlin was arrested and taken to Baiyun City for public trial. This is a square. A group of people are looking at Su Zhenlin, who is standing in the middle of the field with his hands tied. They are all very curious. What happened to this man? After asking each other, the onlookers realized that a man had killed a man with a red battle flag weapon and was caught when he tried to escape. Who presided over this trial was a 6th-level peak transcendent from Baiyun City. This kind of thing did not require the use of a controller above the 7th level. Su Zhenlin, an hour ago, you used the level 3 AK-47 sold by Red Battle Flag to kill your companion Zhang Chao. Am I right? The 6th-level peak transcendent said lightly. 3. Level AK-47. Which means that this weapon can kill 3rd-level mutant beasts or mutant humans. With the financial resources of a 3rd-level extraordinary person like him, it would cost a lot to buy one. Yes, but... Just when Su Zhenlin was about to explain, he was interrupted by a 6th-order extraordinary person. No need to say more. Killing a companion is a capital crime, and using a red battle flag weapon to kill a companion is an aggravated crime. Now I sentence you to death? Su Zhenlin was about to shout when another voice appeared. Please wait a moment. I, the Red Alert Base, have something to say about this. A member of the Navy SEALs came up, and the 6th-level extraordinary person recognized this man. He remembered that he was a person sent by the Red Alert Base to capture criminals. He was very strong, not weaker than him. Su Zhenlin cheated on him because of Zhang Chao, and Zhang Chao had framed Su Zhenlin before. After research by our Red Alert Base, we believe that he should not be sentenced to death, but should be allowed to serve his crime and go to the front line to kill the enemy. Of course, he will also be added to the blacklist of our Red Battle Flag, and will never be able to purchase any weapons sold by Red Battle Flag. The 6th Order Transcendent frowned. This decision was completely different from what he was about to say. In his opinion, no matter what the reason was, Su Zhenlin's attack on his own people was a capital crime. But the Red Alert Base was at its peak, and he didn't dare to offend it. Just when he was a little hesitant, he seemed to have received some instructions and nodded, "Okay, just do as you said." He can live, but he must make up for his crime and go to the front line to kill the enemy. Su Zhenlin didn't say anything. He bowed deeply to the members of the Navy SEALs. He knew that he was able to survive because of the Red Alert Base. This public execution made people realize the power of the Red Alert Base. No matter where they are, the Red Alert Base can find and catch them. The most important point is that the punishment imposed by the Red Alert Base was moderate, and Su Zhenlin was not sentenced to death without any general decision. This was just an accident. If someone really planned to murder someone and still wanted to live, Su Chen would tell him what delusion is. This kind of thing will definitely not happen only once, and Su Chen does not need to pay attention to the rest. Human beings already have a complete set of laws. After things over there were settled, Zhu Ling just happened to come to this branch base. Commander, what do you want me to do? Zhu Ling was heroic, carrying a long sniper rifle on her back, and looked like a female war god. We came here to look for a ruin, but it seems to be hidden. Is there any way to find the entrance to the ruins? Su Chen simply told Zhu Ling about the ruins. Zhu Ling began to think. After a while, Zhu Ling said, according to the commander's information, the entrance may be blocked by some special instrument. In this case, we can try to use energy burst to make the entrance appear automatically. Energy explosion? Su Chen asked puzzledly. Commonly known as bombing. Boom, boom, boom. On this day, a forest that had been very peaceful was bombed. Su Chen directly mobilized 5 Kirov airships and began large-scale bombing. After all, the location Su Chen knew was only an approximate place and there might be errors, so he expanded the bombing area a little. For Su Chen, ammunition and the like are just some energy and are not a problem. If he can find the entrance to the ruins, he will be looking forward to seeing how much advanced technology there will be inside. After a day and a night of bombing, a bright light finally appeared somewhere in the night. Su Chen saw that a strange entrance appeared on the cliff of a mountain, and inside was a completely different place. Chapter 2:16 Earthquake? Su Chen was stunned. It was the first time he saw such an unscientific scene in this world since he had the system. A passage appeared on a wall. Can you believe it? What is this, the warp? Zhu Ling immediately dispatched a team of soldiers to enter that strange space. About half an hour later, these people came out and underwent various inspections. It was finally determined that there was oxygen inside and no viruses or the like. Commander, the situation inside is unclear. I suggest you send some soldiers in to explore. Once you are sure it is 100% safe, you can go in. Su Chen thought so too. What are subordinates for? Of course, to give orders. As Su Chen gave the order, about 500 soldiers entered. This time the team was quite mixed. There were not only red alert soldiers, but also other types of soldiers. The most peculiar thing was that Su Chen asked 10 engineers to follow in this time. From the researchers, Su Chen knew that there was a certain degree of danger in there. No one could guarantee that it was safe. Engineers might have a special role to play. A group of people walked in, and Su Chen directly changed the soldiers' perspective. He saw that there seemed to be a corridor inside. The walls of the corridor were all silver-white metal. The strangest thing was that this metal did not seem to be a known metal on Earth. 500 meters ahead, no danger found. Use remote-controlled tanks to conduct a full-scale search. Soon, some small remote-controlled tanks appeared and headed towards the depths of the corridor. Each remote-controlled tank had a terrorist robot on board. In this situation where he knew there was danger, how could Su Chen be willing to let his soldiers risk their lives to explore? Wouldn't it be better to use technology at this time? Remote-controlled tanks are everywhere in this strange place, but nothing has been discovered so far. Just like that person said, this place is too big. We have made a discovery. The number 3 remote-control tank has found a room. The things inside seem to have been emptied, leaving only some instruments whose functions are unknown. Zhu Ling reported to Su Chen. Take over the picture. Soon, a picture appeared in front of Su Chen's eyes. It was a picture of a remote-controlled tank. In the picture, there was a room as big as a football field, filled with all kinds of strange instruments, but they were all broken. Everything else was gone, and it seemed that they had been taken away. This reminded Su Chen of what that person said, that they had entered here before and obtained some technology. It seemed that this was the room they found at the beginning. Keep looking. Several more rooms were discovered later, but the difference was that there was some soil and plants in those rooms, which looked like a small ecosystem. Outside these rooms, there are some traps. Several remote-controlled tanks were destroyed. The terror robots relied on their unparalleled flexibility to avoid those attacks. These images were sent back by the terror robots. Let's go in and see what's inside. There are 3 ecosystems. Could there be prehistoric humans in there? Su Chen was very curious. After the terror robot went in and took a look around, it did not find any humans or any living creatures. It seemed that there was everything here except living creatures. Now Su Chen was a little confused. What the hell was this place? As time went by, the gate seemed to be gradually closing. Zhu Ling had someone fire a cannon directly at the gate, and the gate recovered again. It took them nearly a week to complete the exploration of this place. Commander, after our exploration, we found that this is indeed the place left by prehistoric civilization. However, the humans living in it seem to be dead. The cause of death is unknown and no bodies have been found. Zhu Ling said. We found some specimens of prehistoric civilization inside, and a lot of information about prehistoric civilization. We are currently analyzing it. It seems that only those technologies of prehistoric civilization have been passed down. Simply put, this excavation of the site did not yield any technological advances, only an empty site was obtained. The information doesn't mention that space? I don't know. Wait until the data is analyzed, then tell me. Are you sure there is no danger in it? Chen should be cautious about this. It's 100% confirmed that there is no danger inside. Soldiers have walked every inch of the land to ensure that there will be no accidents. The commander has to prepare to go in. How can Zhu Ling be careless? After a while, Chen appeared in an ecosystem here. He looked around. If it weren't for the silver metal walls on the edges, he might have thought he was standing in a primeval forest on Earth. It all seemed too real. Looking up, I could see the blue sky and white clouds, which was simply unbelievable. Are the blue sky and white clouds real? Chen asked Zhu Ling beside him. Your subordinates don't know. I sent a rocket soldier into the air, but he flew for a long time and couldn't reach the top. But when he came down, it didn't take much time. Chen narrowed his eyes. He knew that there were still many technologies that could be explored here, but unfortunately he didn't know where to start. Even if he asked Yunru to come and study it, there would be no way to do it without knowing the principles. It really deserves to be the site of a prehistoric civilization. It actually has such advanced technology. I'm very curious. How did the prehistoric civilization perish when it had such powerful technology? Chen murmured. Chen continued to move forward. According to the soldiers' reconnaissance, the scope of this ecosystem was about the size of 10 football fields. There were many plants living in it, none of which they were familiar with. They might all be prehistoric plants. Chen saw that there were at least 10 different kinds of fruits growing on one tree. If it were outside, people would probably think it was a hybrid product. It's such a waste to just leave these plants here. Can we identify the uses of these plants and plant them on a large scale outside? Chen asked. I will have someone conduct research. Commander, please wait and see. Zhu Ling is very smart. These plants that could be placed here by prehistoric civilization must have something unusual. If they were planted outside, they might be able to change humans' current living habits. Of protein food made from insects, only a small number of extraordinary people can afford to eat the meat of mutant beasts, but ordinary people cannot. However, now that there are no threats in human territory, humans can move out of the base city and reclaim the land outside. The planting industry may gradually recover, and these prehistoric plants may play a big role. The two were walking in the forest when suddenly there was a violent earthquake. Earthquake? Chen was shocked. Chapter 217: The Trial of Prehistoric Civilization. The shaking of the earthquake affected the entire ecosystem. Zhu Ling immediately took out his weapon and aimed it at the surroundings. If it was a natural phenomenon, it would be fine. But if it was man-made, Zhu Ling would never let that person go. The shaking of the earthquake came and went quickly, and Zhu Ling did not notice anything around him. Commander, everything is safe. Zhu Ling turned around and was shocked to find that the commander was gone. Alert! Alert! Highest level, red alert. The commander is missing. The news instantly reached the ears of all red alert units. No matter what they were doing at that moment, they immediately returned to the base. The fastest ones were a few super soldiers, who arrived here quickly. Zhu Ling, what happened? Wasn't the commander with you? Why did he suddenly disappear? The first person to ask the question was Bald Chong. The other super soldiers didn't say anything, and there was worry on their faces. The commander's life should not be in danger for the time being, otherwise we would not be here. But the commander disappeared in this place, and it must be related to this site. Zhu Ling was very calm, but at this moment, her whole body exuded a cold aura. She felt very guilty. As a super soldier, her first mission was to protect the commander's safety, but she failed in her duty. The commander disappeared beside her, and she was responsible. As super soldiers, they all knew that now was not the time to blame Zhu Ling. They had to find the commander and ensure his safety. Yunru, can you find the control center of this place and completely control this site? Zhu Ling asked. Yunru pondered for a moment, and soon she had an answer. I need some time. Give me the map of the ruins and all the information about this place. The commander disappeared, causing all actions to stop. The most important thing now is to find the commander. Even spies number 1 and 2 returned to help track down the commander. Just as they were looking for Chen was surprised to find that he appeared in a strange place, which looked like a church. There were densely packed people kneeling below, but they were all dummies. In the front, where there was a bright spot, there was a figure with his back to him. Trial taker, welcome to the trial space. Trial taker? Trial space? Are you from a prehistoric civilization? Chen was not frightened by the other party's mysterious behavior, but he suddenly found that he seemed unable to contact Juling and others. In your opinion, it is true, but in my eyes, you are just here before my demise. The other person slowly turned around, and Chen finally saw his appearance clearly. This was an old man with loose skin on his face, nearly half of his teeth missing, and an extremely thin body, as if he could be blown down by a gust of wind. What does this mean? Chen raised his eyebrows. Some things are not very convenient to describe with words, so I will let you directly feel what happened. After saying that, Chen suddenly felt a strange energy rushing directly into his brain. A sharp pain came, causing Chen to scream. Is this mental technology? Chen managed to stay awake for a while, as if there was a mysterious power helping him. It was this moment of clarity that reminded Chen of what he had done to that person before, which was so similar. This person, who was suspected to be from a prehistoric civilization, also possessed psychic technology that seemed even more powerful than what he controlled. The mental technology he has reached version 4.0. Is the opponent's mental technology even stronger? I don't know how long it took, but Chen was finally freed from the severe pain. He was sweating profusely. The feeling just now was really painful, but he also found that there was a large amount of memory in his brain that did not belong to him. After some time passed, Chen finished reading these memories, and a hint of shock appeared in his eyes. You actually betrayed humanity. Why? Chen was very puzzled. Chen learned something from the history of the prehistoric civilization, which they called the Chilua civilization. The Chilua civilization was once very powerful. It originated on Earth and later went beyond the Earth, becoming a very powerful civilization in the universe. But no one knows what happened in between. The Chilua civilization betrayed humans, was surrounded and suppressed by humans, and was almost extinct. Only by raising the power of all civilization to build such a shelter was it possible to preserve some of the spark of Chilua civilization. The original shelter was very powerful, and the door could not be blown open by one or two shells. Even if the area was destroyed, the door would not open. But nothing can compare to the power of time. After who knows how much time, this shelter finally couldn't hold on any longer. The ecosystem was missing a link, and a loophole appeared. The humans inside were unable to fill it, which eventually led to the death of the people inside one by one, and the living things also died one by one. In the end, only one person was left alive, and that was the old man standing in front of Chen. I don't know the specific reason. I was just a child when I was sent to the shelter, but I know one thing. The old man's eyes flashed with brilliance. It's not us who are wrong, it's those so-called humans. Chen almost thought that the old man would say that famous saying, "It's not me who is wrong, it's the world." However, his words still surprised Chen. Is humanity wrong? Although Chen has never come into contact with humans outside the Earth, he feels that since humans can fight against the Zerg, they should not be a race of mud. But this old man says that humans are wrong? There is no evidence at all, just your one-sided statement. I find it hard to believe. Chen said in a deep voice. Of course I know this, otherwise there wouldn't be a trial taker like you. Back then, a great man in our civilization considered this issue. The secret can only be known by a few people, so he set up a trial. Only humans who were born on Earth and are not from the Chilua civilization can trigger this trial. You are the first trial taker in countless years. Chen suddenly remembered that his men were not humans from this planet, so it was not surprising that they did not trigger the trial after entering. But you have to know that there was a group of people who entered here at the beginning. So why didn't they trigger the trial? When Chen asked his question, the old man said calmly, "To trigger it, you need a certain amount of strength. They are too weak." Chen understood that the other party not only looked at the person, but also the strength. Those who entered here at the beginning were a group of weaklings, so naturally they would not be favored. Tell me, what is the trial? Chapter 218. A dog at the beginning. I don't know either. The old man shook his head simply. Chen almost couldn't help but give him a middle finger. You didn't know you pulled me here? Don't you know I can make hundreds of thousands of dollars in a minute? Then how do I start the trial? Chen was very concerned about the secrets of the Chilua civilization that the old man had mentioned. After all, that secret might contain the real reason why the Chilua civilization betrayed humans. Of course, the most important thing is that the old man said that only by passing the trial can he leave here, otherwise he will stay in this place forever. Come here, any posture is fine. I will help you start the trial. The old man pointed to himself. Su Chen strode over to the only place with light in this space. He saw the dummies below and asked curiously, "What's the situation with those dummies?" "Oh, they were all people who once lived in this shelter. At the last moment of their lives, they chose to pray. As you can see, they all died in the end. There was no so-called God to respond to their prayers." The old man said these words in a calm voice. Su Chen shrugged. He was an atheist and never believed in such things. "Let's start." Su Chen sat cross-legged on the ground. He felt that this was very cool. Su Chen only saw the old man stretch out a finger and touch his forehead, and he lost consciousness the next second. In a daze, Su Chen opened his eyes and found himself lying next to a big tree. What surprised him most was that there was a dog next to him. The appearance of this dog was exactly the same as the hound built by Su Chen, and he almost thought it was Daha. "What is this place? How did I end up here? Wasn't I in that trial space just now?" Su Chen was very surprised. He clenched his fists and felt that this was his own body, not a fake one. The big trees around him look very realistic, as does the fur on the hound. Woof! Seeing Su Chen wake up, the hound seemed very happy. It wagged its tail and circled around Su Chen. "Stop turning around. Do you know what's special about this place?" Su Chen felt that there must be some purpose behind giving him a dog at the beginning. Sure enough, the hound walked in one direction and Su Chen followed. On the way, Su Chen noticed that he was dressed exactly like a Red Alert soldier. He was wearing a military uniform, holding an AK-47 in his hand, and had a dagger tied to his body. He looked like a real soldier. "Why do I look like a Red Alert soldier and the dog looks like a hound? Does this have anything to do with Red Alert?" Su Chen couldn't help but wonder. After walking for a distance, Su Chen left the forest where he had just woken up and appeared in a Gobi desert. It would have been fine if it was just an ordinary Gobi desert, but he was blinded by a golden object in front of him. Fuck, these are all gold mines, and they are open-pit gold mines? Su Chen was completely stunned. He couldn't imagine where there would be such a large open-air gold mine. If it were discovered, it would definitely be dug up immediately. He walked over, picked up a piece of gold, and looked at it carefully. It was of very high purity. It was definitely a rich mine. Su Chen was very puzzled. It seemed unscientific that there was no one around such a large and rich open-pit gold mine. Thinking about the unscientific nature of it, he suddenly realized that he didn't know how he ended up here, so it was not surprising that there was such a large open-air gold mine. But he was sure of one thing: this was definitely not on Earth. How could there be such a rich open-pit gold mine on Earth that had not yet been mined? When Su Chen put a piece of gold ore into his pocket, he seemed to see the words "gold coins plus 10" appear in front of him. Su Chen was confused. He thought he was dazzled. He took out the gold mine and threw it away. Then he saw the words "gold coins minus 10." Now he was finally sure that he was not blind. What exactly is this place? Why do my gold coins increase when I pick up the gold mine? Su Chen couldn't figure it out. Just then, he heard some noises and hurriedly hid with his hound. Then he saw a transdimensional mining vehicle coming here and starting to absorb the gold mines. At this moment, a strange thought popped up in Su Chen's mind. Could it be that he had come to the world of Red Alert? Even things like time travel have happened, so there's nothing wrong with traveling back to the world of Red Alert. But he thought of one thing. This should be the trial that the old man mentioned. If that was the case, then all this might not be true. Whether it's true or not, I have to pass the trial. It will be troublesome if I can't go back. Su Chen did not act rashly. A transdimensional mining cart was not a problem. This guy did not pose any threat at all. Even with an AK-47, Su Chen can blow it up. The problem is that Su Chen doesn't know what kind of base is behind this transdimensional mining car. If the opponent is strong, he will probably be finished soon with his small body. At this time, you must be Voldemort. Su Chen slowly moved along the edge of the forest, asking the hound for directions every once in a while and looking for the place the hound told him. Finally, after getting away from the open-pit gold mine, the surroundings became empty again. Su Chen took the opportunity to run out with the hound and ran towards the place where the hound led him. Su Chen had no other choice but to trust the hound. This is really the Gobi Desert. It's really hot, but I don't feel thirsty. What the hell is this? After running for such a long time, Su Chen discovered that he still had all kinds of senses, but he did not feel hungry or thirsty, as if he had become a robot. Su Chen didn't know how long he had been running, but he didn't feel tired at all. At this time, the hunting dog stopped and barked towards the front. Su Chen climbed up a small hill in front and saw something that shocked him greatly. A base vehicle. Fuck, are you really letting me play Red Alert? But why don't you let me just use the mouse to click? Instead of letting me come in and play directly, I don't like this kind of game that requires me to experience it in person, Chen complained, but unfortunately no one paid attention to him. Chen stood in front of the base vehicle. Although it was not the first time he saw a base vehicle, the feeling of seeing it here was completely different. Base vehicle deploy. Chen shouted loudly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds passed and nothing happened. Chen kept his hands open. There was silence all around, and an awkward atmosphere filled the air. Ahem, this thing needs to recognize its master? Chen coughed lightly, ignoring the embarrassment just now. The moment his hand touched the base vehicle unfolded. Chapter 219. All gold coins depend on stealing. The construction plant after the base vehicle was unfolded was exactly the same as what Chen saw, which did not surprise him. But when he was about to build the next construction unit, he was stunned to find that he did not have enough gold coins. Shit, isn't this the mode where you're given 10,000 gold coins at the beginning? Start with a dog and have to steal all the gold coins? Chen really wanted to curse someone, but who could he curse? The only way to get gold coins now is from gold mines and gem mines. Based on my previous experience, it seems that as long as I put gold ore into my pocket, the gold coins will increase. However, there is a limit to the amount of gold ore I can carry. What should I do if it is full? Chen thought of something. Mining trucks have to be filled with ore and then unloaded to get gold coins. Does he need to do the same? Find a gold mine. Think of yourself as a miner, transport the gold, and finally get gold coins. Only in this way can you continue to build new building units. He must hold on until the barracks are built. He won't feel safe without soldiers. However, the only gold mine Chen knew was the one that had been occupied by the transdimensional mining cart. With Chen's current strength, he would be doomed if he was discovered there. There was no choice but to look for new gold mines. Fortunately, here Chen doesn't need to eat, drink, or sleep, and he has enough time to find new gold mines. Chen thought of a better way. He wanted to directly restore the construction plant to a base vehicle, drive the base vehicle to look for gold mines, and deploy the base vehicle directly next to the gold mine. This would increase the amount of gold coins as quickly as possible. A huge base vehicle was driving on the desolate Gobi Desert. Chen's eyes were constantly searching for gold mines, and finally he found the second open-pit gold mine. This is truly the red alert world, with all the gold mines on the ground. It would be even better if we could find gem mines. Chen thought. Gem mines is much higher than that of gold mines. Unfortunately, even on the game map, gem mines are relatively rare. After stopping the base vehicle, Chen began his career as a miner. Of course, he did not let go of his only hunting dog, which became the second miner. Chen discovered that as long as he transported the gold ore into the base vehicle, the gold ore would automatically disappear, and at the same time he would be able to see his gold coins increasing. With each transport, he would gain about 100 gold coins, and the hounds would gain 50 gold coins, so he would get 150 gold coins for a trip. It costs 600 gold coins to build a power plant, and he needs to make 4 trips to do it. Finally, after 4 trips, he can build the first building unit, the power plant. Seeing the appearance of his power plant, Chen raised his eyebrows. It seemed that his camp should be Yuri's camp. Could it be that his enemies were the Allies and the Soviet army? I don't want to be in a 1-on-2 situation. I hope they are not extremely cruel enemies, otherwise it will be troublesome. Chen frowned. When playing the Red Alert game, Chen was badly beaten by the computer's highest level and extremely ruthless enemies. I played more than 10 rounds, but I never won. It was not until later that he received guidance from the Great God that he was able to barely deal with one extremely cruel enemy, but dealing with 2 was a bit difficult. Red Alert 2. Chen can tell that he belongs to Yuri's camp through the base vehicle and power plant. There is no need to say more about the other 2 camps. The biggest feature of Yuri's camp is psychic technology. Unfortunately, the psychic technology version 4.0 that he just upgraded seems to be of no use here. In this case, does he need to rely on his own abilities to defeat the enemy in order to pass this trial? Oh, I can obviously make a living with my looks, but I am forced to display my talents. I feel helpless. Chen sighed. Without knowing the enemy's situation, Chen was very cautious. He transported gold ore all day long and quickly built various units behind it. There are barracks, tank factories, and mine detectors. Chen could see that a small map appeared in his field of vision. The bright areas on it were where the mine detector could see, and the farther away it was dark. Let Yuri, the new recruit, go out and explore the way first. If we encounter the enemy, retreat first to preserve our strength. At the very least, we must not be exposed. Chen was ready to hide for a while. Currently, He had less than 20 Yuri recruits under his command, so it was enough to send 10 of them to explore the map at one time. He looked at the hound beside him. It was his only hound. After all, Yuri's camp could not build hounds. With the construction of the slave mine, he finally didn't need to be a miner himself. Those slaves were more efficient and faster, and the gold coins increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. About half an hour later, Chen took a look at the map. The scope of the map had expanded a lot, but it was still far from the dark zone. At the same time, Yuri's new recruits made a discovery. A hound appeared in front of one of Yuri's new recruits. The hound seemed to be resting, lying on the ground without any movement. These soldiers have no intelligence. They act according to Chen's instructions. They will do whatever Chen tells them to do, just like playing a game. Chen did not let Yuri's new recruits attack the enemy, but changed direction and continued to explore the map. In less than 2 hours, Chen knew the general appearance of the map. The map seems to be a pattern of desert and forest, half desert and half forest. There are a large number of open-pit gold mines on the ground, but gem mines have not been discovered yet. The place occupied by Chen was just a corner, and through Yuri the new recruit, he discovered the boundary of the map. Is it just like the game? I can't go any further once I reach the border. Chen was not surprised at all. Knowing his purpose, Chen naturally would not be so casual. This was a big matter that determined whether he could get out. The first and most important thing is to protect your own construction plant. It's okay if other buildings are destroyed, you can continue to build, but if the construction plant is destroyed, you can say GG in advance. Without a construction plant, other buildings cannot be built, and as time goes by, he will definitely be the one to fail in the end. So Chen built a large number of biochemical reactors, which were the power plants of Yuri's camp. He protected the construction plants and surrounded them with walls and gap machine guns to provide adequate protection. Yuri's recruits patrolled around the base to ensure that no enemy could enter the base. Just as he was building the base, an alarm sounded. There was an intruder. He looked at the map and saw a group of soldiers and 3 grizzly tanks rushing towards here. This is really a textbook attack mode. Yuri, new recruits, and wild orcs, take action. With Chen's order, the first battle is about to begin. Chapter 220. Feint to the east and attack in the west. Chen only has 15 new Yuri recruits and only 5 berserkers. Fighting against the enemy with these forces, even if he wins, it will probably be a miserable victory. Faced with this situation, the best way is to achieve the greatest results with the least sacrifice. The berserker is the only unit that can fight against tanks, but unfortunately he has a big disadvantage, which is that he must fight in close combat. The situation is the opposite for Yuri's recruits. They must be at a certain distance before they can attack. If the distance is too close, they will probably be shot by the enemy's soldiers. Chen frowned and looked at the situation on the map. Suddenly, he found that there was a very small canyon at the place where the enemy arrived. It was an exaggeration to call it a canyon. The drop in height was only a few meters, but it was enough. The opponent's movement routes were all discovered by the mine detector, which depicted the opponent's movement routes. They happened to pass under this canyon, which gave Chen an opportunity, an ambush opportunity. With the attacking ability of Yuri's recruits, they are fully capable of standing above the canyon and attacking below. Their psychic power, amplified by the psychic helmets, can do more damage than other soldiers. As long as the orcs can suppress the opponent's tanks, the rest will not be a problem. Finally, the enemy came to the canyon. The orcs fell from the sky and landed directly on the 3 grizzly tanks. No matter how the tanks fired, they could not hit them. The other side was in chaos and the soldiers opened fire on the orcs. At this time, Yuri's new recruits were dispatched. The defenseless mental attack directly caused flames to appear on their bodies. The damage caused by fire was very high, and within a few seconds, a soldier was burned to death. The battle lasted less than a minute. All the enemy soldiers were wiped out, and the remaining 3 tanks were also on the verge of collapse under the attack of the orcs. After Yuri's new recruits joined the battle, they were soon destroyed. Through this battle, Chen discovered one thing. That is, the red alert here is no longer the 2D picture in the game. It is a whole new world. At least in the game, Chen couldn't make the orc jump on top of the tank, but he could do it here. In this battle, Chen lost a berserk and the remaining 2 were seriously injured. However, in this place, a character only needs to stay where he is to slowly recover his health, so Chen was not worried about anything. As the saying goes, it is impolite not to reciprocate. So Chen prepared to give his enemies a big gift. Soon, Chen established an outpost in this small canyon and deployed 10 Yuri recruits, 5 orcs, a virus sniper, and a Yuri clone. Next, Su Chen put all his efforts into producing various units. He had to enrich his own strength and then destroy an enemy force first. At the same time, Su Chen noticed that the gold mine next to the base was gone. If it were the other two bases, they might have to worry about this and look for new gold mines, but for Yuri's camp, the slave mines themselves have the ability to move and can find new gold mines on their own. Su Chen only needs to send some troops to protect the safety of the slave mines. What he didn't expect was that a gem mine was found in the slave mine. Seeing the gems all over the ground, Su Chen laughed. Now he had more funds. Within just a few hours, the enemy relentlessly sent out various teams to harass Su Chen's development. Su Chen was no pushover either. He ruthlessly killed all the invaders and occasionally sent some soldiers to deal with the enemy's mining vehicles. Once there is no mining vehicle to provide funds, the development of the base will stagnate, which is the biggest trouble for a base. The other side seemed to know this as well, and they had deployed some troops around each gold mine, but unfortunately the enemy in front of them was Yuri. Yuri's clone took action and directly controlled a soldier remotely, then used this soldier to attack other soldiers, and successfully killed a soldier before being killed. Not knowing if the other party was a fool, Yuri's clone used the same method to kill all the other soldiers protecting the mining vehicle. Only 3 tanks were left, and it was the turn of the orcs to appear. Under Su Chen's remote control, these wild orcs did not rush forward foolishly, but swayed left and right, drew an S-shaped curve in the field, approached the tank, and then blew up the tank. Seeing that its own troops were gone, the armed mining vehicle decisively tried to escape, but it was unfortunately attacked by Yuri's new recruits who were ambushing on the other side and blew up on the spot. Su Chen knew that he had to escape after winning a battle, otherwise the enemy's large force would come and his troops would be doomed. Sure enough, not long after his soldiers left, the enemy team came over. Wow, there were more than a dozen tanks, even prism tanks. They were really rich. As time passes, Su Chen is now concentrating on building units of various types, while attacking the opponent's mining vehicles to ensure that the opponent's economy lags behind. I don't know if it's because Su Chen's harassment was too frequent, but the other party actually sent a large number of troops to protect the gold mine. At this time, Su Chen knew that the opportunity had come. Unlike in the game, the map here is very large, and it may take half an hour to reach a gold mine from the base. If so many troops are used to protect the gold mine, the defensive strength inside the base will be reduced. This time, Su Chen sent out more than half of his troops, ready to wipe out the Soviet camp with all his strength. The movements of large forces can easily be discovered, and Su Chen had already considered this. He specially sent out some small troops to harass the mining vehicles at the gold mine. In this way, the other party would most likely think that he was still the same as before, and they would fall into his trap. This time, Su Chen planned to destroy a hostile force before the superweapon appeared. Otherwise, when the superweapon appears, he will have even less time, and it will be difficult to destroy the two forces before the superweapon is launched. As Su Chen expected, the other side never thought that Su Chen would attack at this time. It was not until Su Chen's large force approached the enemy camp that the Soviet army discovered it. A war is inevitable, just like the battles in the game. When a large force pushes forward, even various defensive weapons will be of little use, and the only way they can do is rely on their own troops to resist tenaciously. Unfortunately, the Soviet army was far inferior to Su Chen's side in terms of manpower because the armored mining vehicles took too long to transport and their economy was backward. In addition, Su Chen's Yuri clones, mind control vehicles, and the only super soldier Yuri X allowed the enemy's soldiers to counterattack and directly break down the enemy's defense line. The battle was over in less than 10 minutes. All Soviet buildings were destroyed, and the various Soviet units outside stopped instantly and lost all power. Chapter 221 Let's Fight Hard. Who's afraid of who? The Soviet forces were destroyed, and Su Chen only had one enemy left, and that was the Allied forces. At this point, Su Chen could not continue the attack as he had suffered heavy casualties. It was of course impossible for the opposing Allied forces to suffer no losses at all. Su Chen gathered his troops and continued to develop. Then, super weapons began to appear. Su Chen noticed a countdown in the lower right corner of his vision. This was the countdown for the launch of the super weapon. The super weapon could not be used as soon as it appeared. It required some cooling time. Of course, this countdown is for Su Chen, and the next one is for the Allies. The super weapon possessed by the Allies is Su Chen's favorite weather controller. If this thing was his, Su Chen would definitely like it very much. But now that it has become the enemy's, Su Chen wants to curse. However, the two super weapons possessed by Yuri's camp are not exaggerated. The gene mutator and the mind controller are also extremely powerful super weapons. Chen looked at the time and found that the cooling time of his mind controller was earlier than that of the opponent's weather controller, which meant that he could give it a try. In the remaining time, he would not have enough time to transfer troops to deal with the Allied forces, and the cooling time of the super weapon might expire before he was halfway through the journey. He is fighting for this time difference. Come on, fight me. Who's afraid of who? Time passed by minute, and Chen was a little nervous. If he failed, this trial might be over, which meant that he would not be able to leave here. Now Chen has opened up his vision to all other places on the entire map, except for the base of the Allied forces, which is pitch black. There is an Allied crack generator there, blocking Chen's sight. However, he had already sent the fastest tornado tank to use a suicide attack to find the location of the opponent's weather controller. As long as he placed the shock wave released by the mind controller at that location, he could destroy the weather controller and even control all units within the range. Finally, the cooling time of the mind controller ended, and Chen immediately released a mind shock wave at the weather controller. After being released, Chen had a brief vision and could see the opponent's base clearly, but at this moment, his eyes widened. The place where the weather controller was supposed to be is gone. In an instant, Chen realized that the other party might know his thoughts, sell the weather controller, and then build a new weather controller. But why did the cooling time not change? The moment the mental shock wave appeared, all the buildings within the range were destroyed. At the same time, some soldiers and tanks were also controlled by Chen. This time Chen's attack failed. No, there is still a chance. Chen's eyes lit up. Through the little vision he had just had, he finally saw the location of the weather controller, which was not far from here. He hurriedly gave an order to the soldiers and tanks that controlled it to attack the weather controller with all their strength. When the vision of the Allied forces on the map turned dark again, he could only wait for the results. A few minutes later, when Chen saw the cooling time of the weather controller disappear, he knew he had won the bet. Those soldiers and tanks finally took out the weather controller. Without this huge killing weapon, Chen was not afraid of the Allied forces at all. Begin the counterattack. Chen ordered the main force to set off, but still retained some troops to guard the base. He did not forget that although the weather controller was gone, the Allies still had the super weapon, the space-time teleportation device. After Chen's main force had left for some distance, he discovered that 4 prism tanks had appeared around his base, and they began to destroy everything as soon as they appeared. The orcs who had been lying in ambush rushed over from all directions and surrounded the prism tanks. At the same time, the Gat machine gun was also outputting at full power, and the 4 prism tanks were destroyed in a short time. In Chen's opinion, this was just the other party's struggle before death. Under the attack of Chen's large force, the Allied forces were defeated in one blow, and eventually all the units in the base were wiped out. Chen was waiting for his own return, but after waiting for a long time, he did not notice any changes around him, which made him very puzzled. Didn't you win? Why didn't you go back? After thinking for a while, Chen thought of a possibility. He was so upset that he asked the soldiers and tanks to find the soldiers and tanks of the enemy forces scattered in various places and kill them. Then he heard a voice. Congratulations to the trial taker for completing the trial and returning to the trial space. In the blink of an eye, Chen found himself back in that strange place. The old man standing next to him looked at him and said, "Thank you very much, trialist. You helped me complete my mission." Chen frowned. "What do you mean I helped you complete the mission?" Without waiting for Chen to speak, the old man waved his hand, and the trial space suddenly changed. Light appeared around, and the dummies below disappeared. Only Chen and the old man were left here. No, he no longer looks like an old man. Instead, he looks very young, almost as young as Chen. "You are not from the Chilua civilization. Who are you?" No matter how stupid Chen was, he knew that he had been fooled. What the other party said about the Chilua civilization was indeed true, but he beautified his own identity. He was not the last person of the Chilua civilization at all. "That's right. I'm not from the Chilua civilization. According to the language of your generation of humans, you can call me Lance, from the Atlantis civilization," Lance said with a smile. Even Chen had heard of Atlantis. It was said that this was the civilization of the previous generation of mankind. They once owned a continent, but for some unknown reason, the continent sank into the ocean and the entire civilization disappeared. As if he felt he had a sure win, Lance took the initiative to explain to Chen. The Atlantis civilization is not a native civilization of the Earth, but comes from other planets. They were looking for the remains of the Chilua civilization and discovered the existence of the Earth. They occupied the Earth and excavated the remains of the Chilua civilization everywhere. Unfortunately, no one knows what happened later. The Atlantis civilization disappeared, and a new human civilization was born. How did the Atlantis civilization fall, and what happened to the Chilua civilization? Chen asked. This has nothing to do with you. You have passed the trial of Chilua civilization and are qualified to obtain the greatest secret of Chilua civilization. Unfortunately, this qualification is now mine. Lance stretched out a hand towards Chen, and an invisible force wrapped around Chen's whole body, suffocating him. Chapter 222, 9th Level Life. You know, the strongest among Chen's subordinates is at the early 8th level now, which means that the strength he bursts out is also at the early 8th level, but it is of no use to Lance. The second permission is to borrow an ability from any unit under his command. Chen thought hard. Which ability can help him in this situation? The teleportation ability of the Chrono Commando? No, even if he escapes from here, Lance's ability will soon find him, and then he will cause destruction on Earth, which will be even more troublesome. The erasure ability of the Chrono Legion? No, seriously speaking, this ability is not inherent in the soldier, but is released through the weapon in his hand. He doesn't have this weapon. Chen thought of many abilities, but none of them worked against Lance in front of him. Chen had no choice but to use his teleportation ability to escape first. In the blink of an eye, Chen disappeared from Lance's sight, which surprised Lance a little. Teleport? A person who is not even at the 9th level of the planet can actually teleport. Even Lance couldn't do this. He was stronger than Chen, but he couldn't teleport. That was something only people at the 9th level of a small galaxy could do. As far as Lance knows, human strength increases from the most basic planetary level, to the small galaxy level, then to the large galaxy level, and then to the constellation level. He doesn't know what comes after that. In Atlantis at that time was only at the level of a small galaxy, otherwise they would not have abandoned their hometown and followed the footsteps of Chilua civilization to find the Earth. In the past, the strongest member of the Chilua civilization reached the constellation level, which was a strength that allowed them to roam freely in the universe. If the Atlantean civilization had such powerful people, how could they have needed to leave their homeland? Lance chuckled. As long as people are on this planet, they can't escape from his control. Chen appeared in the command room of the main base. Teleportation was a magical thing. As long as he imagined the destination in his mind, he could teleport there. Of course, the sequelae of teleportation also appeared, and he could not move. After Chen appeared, all the soldiers found that their connection with the commander had been restored, so Chen suffered a brain bombardment. Wait, stop and let Zhu Ling speak. Chen really stopped their messy conversation. Commander, you have disappeared for 5 days. Currently, there are no problems on the human side, and all bases are operating normally. However, all the super soldiers are looking for the commander. Where have you been? There was undisguised worry in Zhu Ling's voice. In the main base now. Come here, everyone. I have something very important to tell you. Chen knew that if Lance came out of that place, the first person he would find would be him. This was a big crisis. If he couldn't deal with Lance, he could say GG in advance. After hearing the commander's order, all the super soldiers and the 2 spies teleported back to the main base as quickly as possible and entered the command room. They saw the commander standing with his back to them, looking very imposing. If they knew that Chen was unable to move due to the aftereffects of teleportation, I wonder if they would still think it was cool. I just entered the trial space of Chilua civilization. Chen told them what had just happened in the shortest possible words, especially focusing on Lance. It shouldn't be long before he finds this place. Then we'll have to fight him to the death. If we win, everything will be the same. If we lose, we'll probably all be finished. Chen did not have high expectations for this battle. The feeling Lance gave him just now was that of a crushing defeat. He felt that kind of strength was far beyond the 8th level. Could it be that Lance was actually a 9th level being? Chen really wanted to curse. He had a group of 8th level super soldiers, and they had to deal with a 9th level alien. How the hell was they going to fight? Even if all the human kings were added together, they probably wouldn't be able to deal with Lance. At this time, the system's voice sounded, trigger the side quest. Kill Lance of the Atlantis civilization. There is no time limit. If you complete the quest, you will receive 10 million energy and a weapon upgrade opportunity. There is no penalty for failure. Chen was stunned. There was no punishment for mission failure. Was the system being merciful? But then he thought again, if the mission failed, he would probably have been killed by Lance long ago. So there would be no need for punishment. No, we must kill Lance. From now on, enter the highest alert. All bases must transfer their maximum forces to the main base and deal with Lance with all our strength. At this moment, Chen's expression was serious. A satellite interface appeared in front of him, showing the gate of the ruins. There was a man standing there, and it was Lance. Lance looked up and seemed to see something. They actually mastered satellite technology. It seems that the technological level of human beings in this era is about to go beyond the planet. I am really surprised. As soon as he finished speaking, the picture in front of Su Chen disappeared. At the same time, he also found that he could not control the spy satellite because it was gone. Oh shit. Su Chen cursed out loud. He couldn't believe that Lance had crushed the spy satellite in space with his bare hands from such a long distance. How could he be so awesome? Su Chen felt that if Lance really appeared here, his men would not be able to resist his invasion at all. System boss, if you have anything cool, bring it out and use it to help. People are dying. That's right. Su Chen followed the fine tradition passed down from his ancestors and asked for help if he couldn't win. Red alerts are all generated by the system, so there is nothing wrong with asking the system for help. The system was very cold and ignored Su Chen. No matter what Su Chen said, it didn't say a word. The opponent is a 9th order giant. Even super weapons can't deal with it. How can we fight him? You might as well let me travel back in time. Seeing that the system ignored him, Su Chen began his own performance. In the end, the system was exhausted by Su Chen's torture and only said one sentence. The people of Atlantis civilization have a weakness. Their mental defense is very weak. At this moment, Su Chen wanted to kiss the system. This weakness was extremely useful to him. The weak mental defense was simply too good for him, because he had just upgraded his mental technology, and now among all his attacks, mental attack was the strongest. Just as Su Chen was communicating with the system, Lance appeared not far outside the main base. The moment he appeared, he was greeted by an overwhelming attack. Even an 8th level strongman would not dare to underestimate such a huge attack. After seeing it, Lance just waved his hand, and those attacks were blocked by some invisible barrier and could not get close to his body at all. Chapter 223 I Can Fight Back. Hiss. Su Chen took a deep breath. What kind of ability did Lance have? Why did he feel like he was immune to anything? Was he so awesome? No matter what kind of attack it was, the tank shells, the light prism towers, and the magnetic storm coil attacks, all of them had no effect. It was as if all the attacks were blocked the moment they approached him. This ability surprised Su Chen. What kind of ability is this? Su Chen asked everyone. Commander, this ability is a bit like the ability used by a superhuman I have seen before. His ability is to control the air. Tanya said. Control the air? Su Chen couldn't imagine that even if the air was compressed, could it block the attacks from so many weapons? But apart from this possibility, he really couldn't think of any other abilities. For the time being, let's assume that Lance's ability is to control the air. No matter what ability it is, there will always be a limit. What Su Chen needs to do is to push the opponent to his limit, so that he will have a chance to kill Lance. One of the 3 major illusions in life. I can fight back. Su Chen didn't think he was having an illusion. Lance was not a god. As long as he was still a human being, he would die. Under Su Chen's command, the entire base was mobilized for the first time. Countless soldiers appeared from all directions, surrounded Lance, and the AK-47s in their hands were spitting out flames. Various armored vehicles and tanks, under the control of the soldiers, burst out with all their strength. The sounds of bombing continued to appear. The area around Reims had been covered by various artillery fires, and no one could be seen at all. The moment Yuri's clone attacked, his entire body turned into a pool of green water, and they were backfired by the power of the mind. This situation will only occur when the strength of the two sides is too different. These Yuri clones were upgraded to the early 7th level by Su Chen, but they were destroyed in an instant. Su Chen suspected that even if Yuri himself took action, he might not be able to control Lance. The system said that this guy's weakness is his poor mental defense, but now it seems that the 7th level mental power is completely useless to him. Su Chen did not notice that Lance's expression showed a hint of surprise. Psychic power? This person actually mastered psychic technology. What a pity. If his psychic technology was stronger, there would be some hope. Discovering that Su Chen possessed psychic technology was definitely an unexpected surprise. He now felt more and more that this human being was very special. He believed that if he could obtain these technologies from this human being's brain, recreating the Atlantis civilization would not be a dream. Lance continued to walk towards the base step by step, and no weapon could stop him. Su Chen's face was cold. He had used all the weapons under his command, even the huge cannon and Kirov airship, but all attacks were ineffective. He did not let his super soldiers go into battle directly. Unless it came to the very last moment, he would not easily let his super soldiers take action. Let the Chrono Air Force soldiers take action. Following Su Chen's order, 10 figures suddenly appeared in front of Lance. They raised their weapons and aimed at Lance. This is Su Chen's trump card. At least for now, Su Chen has not found any object that the time-space soldiers cannot eliminate. However, when the weapon beams of 10 transdimensional soldiers hit Lance, Lance's movements did not change at all, as if Lance was truly invincible. There was shock in Lance's eyes, because just now he almost felt that he was finished. Most of the power of the weapon that emitted the light beam was absorbed by a piece of clothing on his body, and the remaining power had little effect on him, which was why it seemed ineffective against him. In fact, without this piece of clothing, he would definitely die. This piece of clothing is a treasure of their Atlantis civilization. It originally belonged to a 9th-level strongman in the small galaxy, and finally became his. The attack just now made him break out in a cold sweat. He knew that he could no longer pretend to be cool. The other party actually had a weapon that threatened him. Who knew what other tricks he had? He had to end the battle quickly. Lance just waved his hand, and the bodies of the 10 time-space soldiers suddenly disintegrated, and everything disappeared. Su Chen knew that his 10 transdimensional soldiers were dead. Even the weapons of the transdimensional soldiers are ineffective against him. Who the hell is this guy? Yunru saw what happened just now through the satellite interface and frowned. By the way, this is a new spy satellite that has just been built. I haven't studied the weapon of the transdimensional soldier thoroughly yet. This should be a space weapon that can banish the opponent into a space crack. The power of this weapon is second only to the super weapon. How can it be useless? Yunru couldn't figure it out, and she couldn't understand Lance's abilities either. She didn't think it was the ability to control the air that Tanya mentioned, but she didn't know what Lance's ability was. It was simply a bug. Commander, should we try using super weapons? Zhu Ling suggested. The only most powerful weapon they have now is the super weapon, and Su Chen still has one chance to use the super weapon. There are 3 types of super weapons that have very strong attack power: weather controller, nuclear missile silo, and mind controller. The weather controller is the first thing to be ruled out. Its attacks are easily dispersed, and it is not suitable for dealing with Lance. The nuclear bomb is a good idea. Even if the instantaneous explosive force cannot kill him, the high temperature and radiation that follows will still have a certain effect on Lance. The final mind controller can create a mind shock wave. Su Chen believes that this is the weapon most likely to cause harm to Lance. After all, even the system says that Lance's weakness is mental. No, this is the main base. If we lose it, the loss will be too great. Su Chen rejected Zhu Ling's suggestion. Theoretically, as long as he has a base, he can build unlimitedly, but without knowing what will happen, Su Chen is not prepared to take the risk. He was ready to give it a try, and if that didn't work, he would have to consider using super weapons. Suddenly, all weapons stopped attacking. Lance stood in front of the base wall, looking at Su Chen above. "Are you ready to surrender?" Lance smiled. Even now, there was no sign that he was going to kill Su Chen. Surrender is impossible. I just want to struggle one last time. Su Chen smiled. In an instant, several figures appeared around Lance. They were all the soldiers under Su Chen whose strength had reached the 8th level. Su Yi to Su Jio, 2 spies, and several super soldiers. As for the giant squid, it was in the deep ocean and could not come back in time, so Su Chen did not summon it. More than a dozen 8th-level powerhouses, this is Su Chen's confidence. More than a dozen level 8 warriors under his command. Even mutant beasts would probably not dare to deal with humans at will. Chapter 224: The Only Way. Even when facing more than a dozen level 8 warriors, Lance's eyes did not change at all. He looked around with a faint smile on his face. Is this your last trump card? If this is true, I am very disappointed. Anyone who disrespects the commander will be killed. Bald Chong roared and rushed up first. Among all the people, only Bald Chong is stubborn. Seriously speaking, his loyalty to the commander is definitely higher than that of others. Seeing Lance speaking to the commander like that, Bald Chong was the first one who couldn't help himself and punched him. Bald Chong is a strong close combat expert, so it is not surprising that he was the first to attack, but the second person to attack was shocking. It's Yunru. I don't know when a huge drill appeared in Yunru's hand, the Earth Splitter. A girl who looks very fragile is actually holding such a large weapon, which is simply subversive to one's 3 views. It was the first time that Su Chen saw Yunru fighting. He used to think of Yunru as just a scientist, but now it seems that Yunru's strength should not be underestimated. Tanya, Sui and others followed closely behind. The only real long-range output were Zhu Ling and Yuri. Zhu Ling's sniper rifle kept harassing Lance, while Yuri secretly gathered his mental strength, preparing to break through the opponent's defense line in one fell swoop. At this moment, everyone brought out their strongest strength. Facing the incredibly powerful Lance, they did not dare to take any chances. As soon as Su came up, he added a dominance buff to everyone. This buff was very practical and could ensure that they would not be defeated by Lance in one blow. Not all soldiers have an evolutionary template like Su-E. In fact, among the 9 soldiers, only Su-E has an evolutionary template. However, spies and various super soldiers have their own evolutionary templates, and the various abilities they use are all related to their own evolutionary templates. Burst out 100% of the power. Bald Chong shouted loudly, and his strength, which had already entered combat mode, increased exponentially. His real strength had surpassed the middle 8th level and was infinitely close to the late 8th level. Yunru was not as thick-skinned as Guangtuqiang, so she didn't shout out such shame. She just silently said, "Double the strength." Suddenly, a large drill was in her hand, lifting it with ease, like a toy. With every strike, ripples could be seen in the air. Tanya did not use her own abilities. Her abilities were mainly to improve speed and agility, which had no effect on Lance. However, she still used her double guns to teach him a lesson. The 2 Boris took out their big guns and kept firing at Lance. At the same time, they used all their strength to summon the more powerful version of the MiG fighters, and the bombing began. Most of Boris's abilities were improved on the MiG fighters. It can be said that the power of the current MiG fighters is comparable to that of the Kirov airships. Spies don't have any special means of attack. Like soldiers, they pick up daggers and start close combat. Spy number 1 does have some psychic abilities, but unfortunately, even Yuri can't do it. So the psychic ability given to him by Su Chan is even more useless. The soul-destroying blade in Zhu Ling's hand was charging. She knew that an ordinary shot would be useless against Lance. She had to gather the greatest amount of energy and fire a bullet. Only then would she have a chance. All of Zhu Ling's abilities are in this gun. She can fire bullets far beyond her own strength. She has done this before. Yuri didn't seem to be making any moves, but Su Chen knew that Yuri was also preparing for his strongest attack. Not only that, Su Chen also used his level 7 authority to increase the combat effectiveness of all units by 100%. Facing the luxurious lineup of Su Chen's men, Lance just chuckled. All the attacks fell 1 meter in front of him, and no attack could get close to his body. Level 8, too weak. Boom. Except for Yuri and Zhu Ling, everyone else flew backwards, spitting blood, and almost the entire army was wiped out. Su Chen's face changed. Lance's strength was even more amazing than he had imagined. Should he really be called a 9th-level powerhouse? At this moment, Su Chen suddenly discovered that Zhu Ling's body moved. Bump. With a crisp gunshot, a bullet with huge energy flew towards Lance at a speed invisible to the naked eye and appeared in front of Lance in the blink of an eye. Sizzle. There was a huge friction between the bullet and the invisible barrier in front of Lance. Sparks appeared, and the bullet moved forward with difficulty, which gave Su Chen hope. As long as Zhu Ling's bullet can hit Lance, there is hope of winning. The bullet and the barrier rubbed against each other for a long time, becoming smaller and smaller until it disappeared. Zhu Ling's attack failed. Seeing that her only attack failed, Zhu Ling couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. She had just desperately fired bullets that exceeded her body's endurance limit, but such bullets were still ineffective against Lance. The only 2 people standing in the field, besides Lance, were Yuri. Yuri still didn't move, just stood there and looked at Lance. But this time, Lance did not rush forward. Instead, a hint of caution appeared in his eyes. Yuri's own strength is at the early 8th level. If he bursts out with all his strength, he can reach the middle 8th level. With the blessing of Su Chen's commander field, his strength can even reach the late 8th level. This level already poses a slight threat to Lance. You have to know that the Atlantis civilization did not do any research on psychic technology. They had only heard of this magical technology. Even the clothes worn by the strongest were obtained from other places and were not made by their civilization themselves. This resulted in the Atlanteans having almost no defense against psychic power, and if it weren't for this suit, Lance would have been controlled before. So Lance prepared to take the initiative. Lance stretched out a hand and grabbed in the air. Yuri felt as if something grabbed his neck and lifted it up. Die! Lance was very cruel and wanted to break Yuri's neck directly. At this moment, Yuri's eyes suddenly widened and released his most powerful force, the mental shock. Boom! Lance suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, as if countless shells exploded in his brain, and his consciousness became a little fuzzy. Yuri's body fell to the ground. His neck was sprained, but he didn't care. Commander, his mental defense is very weak. If my strength can reach the peak of the 8th level, I can definitely kill him. Yuri's words made Su Chen's eyes light up. He thought of a way, the only way to kill Lance. Chapter 225. brand new super weapon. Lance finally managed to survive Yuri's attack, but there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The mental shock caused him considerable injuries. What a powerful mental power. No wonder someone said that we must find a way to obtain mental technology. Only a civilization with mental technology can go higher and further. Lance wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the smile disappeared from his face. Yuri's strength was still a little lacking. His full-strength attack did not kill Lance, but only injured him. According to the extent Lance could endure, even if Chen used a super weapon, he might not be able to kill Lance. The clothes he was wearing were too strong a barrier to the power of the mind. Yuri lost all his strength and lay on the ground, but his eyes were full of coldness. Because of their weakness, the commander was about to face the threat from Lance. It was their dereliction of duty. It's not just Yuri, all the Red Alert units think so. Everything they have is given by their commander, but they are unable to protect their commander. A strong sense of shame and indignation arises in their hearts. Lance walked towards Chen step by step. Chen looked at him indifferently without taking a step back. You are very good. You can perform so well in front of me, Lance. If it weren't for knowing the biggest secret of Chilua civilization, I wouldn't want to kill you like this. Lance had a regretful expression. Chen raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Lance, is this your last words? Lance's heart skipped a beat. Yuri's attack just now made him feel that his life was threatened, and Chen's words made him even more alert. He knew that he couldn't give Chen time, and he had to kill him. So Lance took decisive action, but it was too late. Mind Controller version 4.0 activated. Time goes back to 1 minute ago. Chen learned from Yuri's words that Lance's defense against mental power was the weakest, and this was also the only power that could kill Lance. But even Yuri can't do it. Even if he has power that is no less than Yuri's, he can only make Lance vomit blood at most, but cannot kill him. So what should he do? At that moment, an idea came to Chen's mind. You know, the Mind Controller is the super weapon of the Yuri camp, and the mind technology he had improved before is the most core technology of the Yuri camp. Almost all units in Yuri's camp are related to mental technology, which gave Chen an idea. Chen directly asked the system what changes the improved mental technology would bring to the Mind Controller. The system told him that with the help of Psychic Technology 4.0, all units in Yuri's camp related to psychic technology had been improved in various aspects, naturally including the super weapon Psychic Controller. Without his upgraded psychic technology, it would be nearly impossible for Yuri to hurt Lance. The power of the original Mind Controller was enough to kill almost all the 8th level strongmen, but it was still a little lacking to deal with the 9th level Lance. However, after being upgraded with new mental technology, the current Mind Controller is no longer comparable to the original one. Based on the naming of the system, Chen simply called it the Mind Controller version of 4.0. The most important thing is that this new Mind Controller can compress the power into one point and release it all. The previous Mind Controller was a super weapon for group attacks, but now the upgraded version not only has the original functions, but can also target individuals and unleash its full power. Just think about it. It's a terrible thing for a person to bear the full power of a super weapon. Lance is now under pressure that he shouldn't have to bear at his age. Lance just groaned at first, and then let out a scream. There was no change in his body, but if someone could see into his heart, they would find that his heart was disappearing. The Mind Controller created a powerful mental shockwave, which was much more powerful than the one created by Yuri. It directly caused Lance's mind to collapse and turned him into a vegetable. Lance stood there, motionless, and the system's voice suddenly appeared. Congratulations to the master for completing the task. The reward has been issued. When Chen saw that his energy suddenly increased by 10 million, a smile appeared on his face. This crisis is definitely the biggest, but correspondingly, the gains are also huge. Not only did he get news about the Chilua civilization, he also learned about the Atlantis civilization. Most importantly, he killed Lance and received a reward of 10 million energy points and a chance to upgrade his weapon. Chen realized that the opportunity to upgrade weapons might not be so easy to get, and he must use this opportunity with caution. Although Lance died, his body remained. Chen planned to let Yunru conduct research on him, especially the clothes on his body, which were protective gear that could resist psychic power. If they could be mass-produced, he would have the ability to resist if he met someone who could also use psychic technology in the future. My mental technology has been upgraded to 4.0, so there is no need to upgrade it for the time being. Now I must upgrade a weapon that can be used directly. Chen thought. He had observed the 3 major camps in Red Alert. No, it should be 4 major camps, one of which appeared in Red Alert 3. Among these 4 camps, the Yuri camp is the most special. Their mental technology makes them relatively inferior in general weapons, but they are absolutely strong in mind control. Since this upgrade opportunity can only be used on weapons, it is useless for military units. The Navy is the first to be ruled out. Currently, the Navy is not needed to deal with mutant beasts on land. As for the Air Force, the most representative weapon is naturally the Kirov airship. The bombing capability of this big guy is absolutely second to none. However, the Kirov airship was too slow and easily became a target. It was only because it was protected by a large number of flying soldiers that it was not shot down. He felt that even after one upgrade, the Kirov airship would not be able to be faster than a fighter jet, unless it was upgraded 3 times like before. In this way, the cost-effectiveness is lost. The Kirov airship is not good, the fighter jets are mediocre, and Chen is considering whether to upgrade the armed helicopters. Helicopters are the most numerous air units he owns. They are very practical in combat transportation, and I believe they will become even stronger after upgrading. Just as Chen was about to choose an armed helicopter, his eyes accidentally caught a glimpse of a pattern. This pattern suddenly made him stunned. It was a very unfamiliar pattern. There is such a good weapon. How come I just discovered it? Chapter 226 The Secret of Chilua Civilization. What Chen saw was not any other weapon, but the Tianren mecha that had just been developed. What kind of weapons today can adapt to the increasingly complex situation on Earth? Of course, it is a multifunctional type, and the Tianren mecha is just right for the current situation. The Tianren mecha has 2 modes. One is the jet mode, which is inherited from the Tengu mecha. Even Yunru cannot change it, unless the designs of the 2 mechas are completely broken up and a completely new mecha is designed. The second is the humanoid combat state. In this mode, the combat effectiveness of the Tianren mecha soars. It is not only fierce in air combat, but also remains the overlord on the ground. It can be said that among the single weapons under Chen's command, the Tianren mecha is definitely among the best. Due to the current lack of mecha technology, Yunru is unable to research a stronger mecha. Chen simply uses this opportunity to upgrade the weapon directly on the Tianren mecha. After the upgrade, there was no change on the surface of the Tianren mecha, but the overall shape looked more elegant, like a gentleman, but a gentleman who brought death. Upgraded Tianren mecha was, so he built a brand new Tianren mecha and tried it himself. After trying it, his eyes were full of excitement. According to data monitoring, this new Tianren mecha is much faster than the old model, almost twice the speed of sound. If it is in jet mode, it can easily reach 3 times the speed of sound. In terms of firepower, the various weapons carried have been upgraded, and their power has increased by more than 1 level. It can be said that 1 Tianren mecha now can deal with 2 Tianren mechas in the past. Of course, this also raises the requirements for drivers a lot. Original Tianren mecha only required a 3rd level extraordinary person to drive, but the current Tianren mecha requires at least a 4th level extraordinary person. If you want to unleash its full strength, it is best to have a 5th level extraordinary person. This kind of thing was too easy for Chen. He had so many red alert soldiers under his command, and the weakest of them were at the peak of level 4, which fully met the requirements of the Tianren mecha. Build 1,000 Tianren mechas and familiarize them with them as quickly as possible. Chen gave the order. You know, one of today's Tianren mechas requires 10,000 points of energy, which means that the 10 million energies Chen just got were gone before they could even warm up. For Chen now, this amount of energy is nothing. His daily income from various minerals alone has reached several million. In addition, from the absorption of energy crystals and killing of various mutant beasts and mutants, it is possible to earn 7 or 8 million energy a day. At the same time, his energy consumption is also huge. The ammunition consumption of various arms, the shell consumption of tanks, etc., all require his energy to pay for. At present, he is barely maintaining a balance between income and expenditure. Chen handed over the affairs of the base to the super soldiers. He and Zhu Ling and Tanya once again came to the shelter of Chilua Civilization. Due to the previous problems, the other super soldiers were very worried about Chen. If Chen had not shown his attitude as a commander, they would probably have followed Chen. In the end, Chen chose Zhu Ling and Tanya because too many people were useless. Lance is dead. He doesn't believe there is another Atlantean here. Lance would never do such a stupid thing. The secret of the Chilua civilization had long been engraved deep in Chen's mind. Following the memory in his mind, he brought the 2 of them to a big tree in an ecosystem. This was the gateway to there. Open the door. Chen was very surprised. When he said the word, open the door just now, he did not use the previous language, but a completely new and unfamiliar language. Yet he said it very naturally. Is this the method of Chilua civilization? The The tree shook slightly, and a light gate appeared on it. Just as Su Chen was about to step in, Zhu Ling blocked his way and said, "Commander, please let me in first. After you make sure it's safe inside, you can go in." Zhu Ling has always been regretful about what happened last time. She will definitely not make the same mistake again this time, and will never let the commander take any danger. Not only Zhu Ling thought so, Tanya also agreed. Su Chen had no choice but to agree. He knew that if he really insisted, the two would definitely not disobey his orders, but there was no need for that. About 5 minutes after Zhu Ling entered, a voice came, "Commander, everything is safe here." Su Chen walked in and found that this was the place where he was almost killed by Lance. This is a large hall, surrounded by golden and magnificent scenery, with many murals on the walls, which seem to be the history of the rise of the Chilua civilization. Su Chen was not interested in this. He directly focused his eyes on the place in the front, where there was a place that looked like an altar. In the center of the altar was placed a golden sphere. The strange thing was that the sphere was tied up with a chain. What did this mean? Su Chen's memory told him that the secrets of Chilua civilization were all in that golden sphere. As long as he put his hand on it, he would know the ultimate secret of Chilua civilization. Standing in front of the golden sphere, Su Chen just put his hand on it when the system's voice suddenly sounded, "Life threat detected for the master. Active defense activated." Before Su Chen knew what was happening, he discovered that the environment around him had changed. He was in a hall before, but he suddenly appeared in a pavilion in the back garden. Zhu Ling and Tanya were gone, and a middle-aged man whom he had never seen before appeared in front of him. "Don't be surprised, latecomer. The person sitting in front of you is not the real me. It is just a trace of my soul left behind. In order to pass on the secret that Chilua civilization paid a huge price to obtain, I have endured endless loneliness here." The middle-aged man had a vicissitude on his face. He looked at Su Chen. "Do you know how long I have been here?" 10,000 years? Su Chen guessed. "If only it were 10,000 years. I have been here for billions of years. Do you know how it feels to be trapped in this garden forever? Nothing here will change. No matter how beautiful the scenery is, you will get tired of it one day. I was so bored that I even counted the number of petals and grains of sand in this garden. But when I finished counting, it was still the same, without any change." The despair revealed in the middle-aged man's words left Su Chen with lingering fears. He couldn't imagine whether he would go crazy if he stayed in such a place. It was unimaginable that the man in front of him could still maintain his sanity after experiencing endless years. Chapter 227. There is a traitor among humans. I don't know if it was because he hadn't talked to anyone for countless years, but the middle-aged man talked incessantly about all kinds of things: his life, his friends, his wife and children, his father and mother. It took at least 5 hours just to talk so much. "Latecomer, thank you very much for listening to me. Now I will tell you anything you want to know." The middle-aged man's expression finally recovered a little. "I want to know, what secret did the Chilua civilization know that caused them to be defined as traitors by humans and eventually go to extinction?" Su Chen was very curious about this mystery. From what he knew, the Chilua civilization was a powerful civilization even among all human civilizations. However, this civilization fell at a rapid speed, seemingly because of this secret. The middle-aged man nodded and said, "This secret is not complicated. It's just that a spy from the Chilua civilization found out a secret of the human leaders. There is a traitor among humans." Su Chen was stunned. Is this the so-called secret? The Chilua civilization discovered a traitor to humanity, but ended up being defined as a traitor to humanity. What is this? The thief crying, "Stop thief." From the middle-aged man's words, Su Chen knew the general situation of the matter. The original Chilua civilization had already vaguely come into contact with the upper echelons of humanity. I believe that it won't be long before the Chilua civilization will also be among the upper echelons of humanity. But at that time, a spy from Chilua civilization discovered a shocking secret. A non-human race had appeared among the upper echelons of humanity. This matter is too serious. The top human beings are the foundation of humanity. The appearance of non-humans among them means that the top human beings have been infiltrated, and humanity may not be far from extinction. After the spy discovered this, he immediately reported it back to the Chilua civilization. However, the spy overestimated the technology of the Chilua civilization. The news was discovered by the non-human high-level official, who then used all his connections and means to slander the Chilua civilization. The Chilua civilization had no say among the human elite and was directly labeled a traitor. Needless to say, the Chilua civilization eventually perished. The Earth used to be a very prosperous planet. Unfortunately, After the destruction of the Chilua civilization, people from various civilizations searched the Earth for things related to the Chilua civilization. It can be said that they searched the Earth upside down before leaving. After countless years, new life was born on Earth, which is today's human beings. However, the existence of the Earth has long been forgotten by human beings. After knowing this secret, Su Chen's first reaction was confusion. If, as the middle-aged man said, there were traitors among the human upper echelons, or even they were replaced by non-humans, then after countless years, humans should have been destroyed long ago. How could humans still exist? The original cause of the Earth's mutation might have been the work of some alien human. If it was really done by the Zerg or some other race, there would be no need for this at all. The Zerg hive also hopes to obtain something that will allow it to completely transform into a human being and blend in with humans. If the news about Chilua civilization is correct, this technology seems to have appeared very early. What's going on? Su Chen asked his doubts, and the middle-aged man's expression showed a hint of surprise. Have you ever seen other humans besides this planet? No. Su Chen shook his head. Wait until you meet the first alien human, then I can answer you according to the situation. If you never meet any alien human, maybe human beings have already become extinct. The middle-aged man made a terrible guess. Humanity is extinct? How is this possible? Su Chen frowned, and he thought of something. Before the end of the world, humans had been looking for traces of aliens, but they had never found anything, as if the humans on Earth were the only ones in the entire universe. Could it be that humans in the universe really perished, and after the destruction of the Chilua civilization, humans were killed by that traitor? This possibility is not impossible. After all, Su Chen has never seen any alien humans. Lung Yue is only a suspected alien. The system has not told him Lung Yue's true identity. Perhaps to you, the biggest secret of Chilua civilization is no longer a secret. I have a gift for you. The middle-aged man stretched out his hand, and there was a shell in his hand. His face was very serious. This contains all the information of the Chilua civilization. As long as you can fully understand the technology inside, you will be able to reach the same level as the Chilua civilization sooner or later. Regardless of whether humans still exist or not, Su Chen needs these technologies. With these technologies, when Yunru has mastered them all, he can produce them unlimitedly. With the red alert system, he will only be stronger than the Chilua civilization. Su Chen didn't act pretentiously and accepted it directly. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man showed his first smile on his face. This way my mission is completed, and I can finally be free. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man's figure disappeared in front of Su Chen. Su Chen sighed that the Chilua civilization came to an end. But after a few seconds, Su Chen thought of a very important question. How could he get out? Fuck, brother. You brought me in. Can you at least get me out? Su Chen shouted. But it was very quiet around, without any sound. Su Chen tried to walk out of the garden, but at the edge of the garden, there was an invisible barrier blocking his body, preventing him from taking a step out of the garden. In the distance, all the scenery seems to be illusion and does not exist. Su Chen began to have a headache. Was he going to replace the middle-aged man and stay here forever? Su Chen didn't know that just when his consciousness entered here, an extremely powerful aura burst out from the golden sphere, instantly suppressing Zhu Ling and Tanya not far away and invading Su Chen's body. Ha ha ha, I finally got out, I finally got out. An ecstatic laugh resounded throughout the hall. If Su Chen were here, he would definitely be shocked. This voice turned out to be the voice of the middle-aged man who had just spoken to him. A thing that looked like a dark cloud appeared from the golden sphere. The sound just now came from this thing. It seemed to be observing the surrounding situation and then drilled into Su Chen's body. This body is mine. From now on, I will be called Su Chen. I will be the successor of Chilua civilization, and I will be crowned emperor. The dark cloud was very proud, and it was invading Su Chen's brain. However, before it could feel proud for long, it screamed, "No! Impossible! Who are you and why are you here? How could there be a being with a consciousness stronger than mine? This is impossible, ah?" Chapter 228 The Golden Age. After the screams stopped, Zhu Ling and Tanya found that they could move again, and they hurried to Su Chen's side. At this time, Su Chen seemed to have just woken up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he found two beauties staring at him, which scared him. "What's wrong with you?" Su Chen was very surprised. "Commander, are you okay?" Zhu Ling's words were not spoken out loud, but were directly communicated through his mind. "Do you think there's something wrong with me?" Su Chen replied in his mind with a frown on his face. Seeing the commander's answer, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief and immediately told Su Chen what had happened. Su Chen was not stupid. He quickly realized that he might have been cheated. The middle-aged man is not as kind as he appears to be. This is normal. If a normal person is trapped in one place for countless years, he will become a madman. He deliberately talked to himself and showed that attitude in order to lower his vigilance so that he could leave that place. If it weren't for his powerful system, he might have been possessed by someone else. This kind of thing did not shock Su Chen too much. If mental technology developed to a certain level, humans could break free from the constraints of the body and survive solely by consciousness. However, Su Chen felt that if humans all turned into a mass of consciousness, would they still be humans? System, check what's inside the shell. Master, this shell is just an ordinary shell. There is nothing on it. Su Chen's face turned dark. As expected, the other party had deceived him. Now that everyone had been killed by the system, where could he find the technology of Chilua civilization? At this moment, the system said, Master, I found the place where all the technologies of Chilua civilization are hidden in the memory of the consciousness just now. Su Chen was shocked and followed the instructions of the system. Finally, he found the real technology of Chilua civilization. Now he finally got the most important thing in the shelter. Su Chen directly sent soldiers to occupy this place. After all, it was the last refuge of the Chilua civilization. There might be some good things in it. He gave all the technologies to Yunru and asked her to continue researching. There are too many technologies nowadays, and Yunru alone is not enough. Su Chen is considering whether to let Yuri enter the combat laboratory for research. After all, Yuri is also a research master. This idea disappeared when Su Chen summoned a new super soldier. Under the influence of the European emperor, Su Chen participated in the platinum version of the lottery and directly drew a super soldier belonging to Yuri's camp, Libra. Libra, whose real name is Libra, is the apple of Yuri's eye. When it comes to controlling mental power, she is not inferior to Yuri himself. Libra is a girl who looks even smaller than Yunru, with gray hair, cold eyes, and dressed in black. What makes Su Chen most curious is the huge black machine behind her. What is that? Libra meets the commander. Libra's meeting was much more formal than Yunru's, which made Su Chen feel relieved. Just as Su Chen was about to speak, Libra suddenly let out a strange laugh. Commander, are there any enemies? Can I kill them, please? Su Chen instantly felt that this girl, who originally looked cold and heartless, had turned into a crazy lunatic. Fortunately, he knew that his soldiers would never hurt him under any circumstances and their loyalty to him was full. Otherwise, Su Chen would really have the urge to run away. Libra's expression was really too funny. Su Chen took a quick look at Libra's information and knew that this was a strong man who controlled the power of the mind. He was also a scientific research fanatic and the apple of Yuri's eye. He simply let Yuri take care of Libra and sent her to the combat laboratory to study new mental technology. Since Libra is already very knowledgeable about psychic technology, she can be asked to research new psychic technology, while Yunru will be responsible for mastering the technology of Chilua civilization. Fortunately, these soldiers built or summoned by Su Chen have no memory of the original background of the game. Otherwise, the conflicts between the various forces alone would be enough to give Su Chen a headache. They do know their identities, but they are not aware of the conflicts between their identities and other arms. These are all the power of the system. There is no problem with research, but relying solely on engineers is not enough. What he needs is scientists. I don't know if the system has become more generous recently. When Su Chen was browsing his various units, he found a novel pattern at the place where the troops were built. The name displayed on it was Scientist. Fuck, someone is being too nice to you for no reason. He is either a traitor or a thief. System, just tell me, what do you want to do? Su Chen asked the system vigilantly. System, I rarely show mercy and give you a benefit, and this is how you look at me. The next second, the scientist's pattern disappeared. Su Chen suddenly felt regretful and said a lot of nice things. Only then did he get the scientist back. He said that he would never say such words again. With scientists, the speed of technological research has accelerated. You must know that the combat laboratory was of almost no use before, but when researching technology, it will provide a lot of bonuses, which is very important to Su Chen. Not only Su Chen, but mankind has entered a golden age of rapid development. Nowadays, most of the human beings have become extraordinary people. Extraordinary people are no longer a special group. The gathering places outside are very safe now, and no gathering places have been destroyed. Not only has the overall strength of humanity improved, but some technologies have also been improved. Su Chen traded some technologies with the Human King, mainly the technologies of ordinary weapons such as AK-47 and Grizzly Tank. These technologies were only a few years ahead of this era. As long as humans were given time, they would invent them sooner or later. Chen just made them move forward a little faster, and naturally he also got a lot of energy crystals. Energy crystals are still necessary for Chen, whether it is to be converted into energy or to be absorbed by his subordinates. Now, because Chen's authority has not reached level 8, those subordinates who are already level 8 cannot rely on his energy to directly improve their strength. They can only improve their strength on their own, and the consumption of energy crystals is accelerated. As for Leng Yue, Chen ensured to continue providing her with energy. Now her strength has reached the 7th level, and she has become a new controller. Unfortunately, among the current base cities, the early 7th level is the weakest controller and is not qualified to control a base city. At most, he is a deputy controller. Captain Long, Lord Donghuang is looking for you. Chapter 229, Donghuang's Helplessness. Leng Yue was very puzzled. She had no connection with Donghuang, so why did he send someone to find her? As the highest person in charge of the Eastern Front, she could not disobey the orders of the Emperor Dong and had to go. Lord Donghuang, what do you want me to do? Leng Yue looked at Donghuang above. Among the several great emperors of mankind, Donghuang was the most serious one. He had a poker face all day long, which made people afraid. Donghuang seemed to be looking at some documents. After hearing the voice, he put down the documents and looked at Leng Yue. Captain Long, your recent performance is very good. In the last battle, you killed more than tens of thousands of mutant beasts by yourself? Listening to Donghuang talking about his contributions, Leng Yue had a strange expression on her face. Isn't it said that the emperor is very busy with all kinds of affairs? Why is he talking about these things with her here? Donghuang spent some time just talking about Leng Yue's contribution on the Eastern Front. After he finished, he suddenly said, "Do you find it strange that I asked you to come here just to talk about these things?" "Yes, Lord Donghuang." Leng Yue nodded. "The extraordinary ability you possess is illusion, right?" Although it was a question, Donghuang's expression was very certain. Leng Yue knew that in the entire Eastern Front, there were definitely no more than 5 people who knew her information, and Donghuang was one of them. It was not surprising that he knew this. Captain Long, I'm going to give you a mission. This mission will not be announced to the public. It's a private mission of mine." Donghuang hesitated for a moment, but in the blink of an eye, his expression became calm again. "The mission is very simple. I want you to use your ability to kill a person and make him die without feeling any pain." Leng Yue's face changed. Donghuang asked her to kill someone. Who? The fact that Donghuang gave such special instructions shows that this person is definitely not a simple person. What if the other party is another emperor? Will humanity be divided from now on? At this moment, all kinds of thoughts popped up in Leng Yue's mind. Donghuang's behavior was really too strange. Who? Dwayne. Leng Yue thought about it. She had never heard of this name and thought that he was not a famous person. As for why Lord Donghuang asked her to take action, she did not ask any more questions. She knew that sometimes the more you knew, the less safe you felt. Where is he? Leng Yue did not hesitate. Donghuang said all these words. If she refused again, she was worried that Donghuang would do something bad to her. At this moment, Leng Yue did not realize that Chen was standing behind her. Only the human emperor knows how powerful Chen is now. This time Donghuang had no choice but to find Leng Yue, because Leng Yue was the only one who possessed the extraordinary ability of illusion. He is right here. Donghuang threw an unconscious man over from a corner. The man looked to be only in his 20s, handsome and tall. He was also a 6th-level transcendent. He could be said to be absolutely tall, rich and handsome. Leng Yue really couldn't understand. With Donghuang's strength, he could do it himself. So why did he choose her to do it? Why? The most important point is that Leng Yue noticed that this man looked 60% similar to Donghuang. If Donghuang was 20 years younger, he might be similar to this man. At this time, no matter how stupid Leng Yue was, she realized that this unconscious man was related to Donghuang. Lord Donghuang, can I know what your relationship with him is? Leng Yue couldn't help but ask. If it was a completely unrelated person, she would have just killed him, but the man happened to look similar to Donghuang. If she killed him casually, she wondered if she would be made a scapegoat. People living in the end times are very cautious, and it is because of this caution that Leng Yue has been able to live to this age. Donghuang didn't say anything. He turned his back to Leng Yue. After a few minutes, he said, "He is my son." Leng Yue almost burst out swearing. She was stunned. The person who had fainted on the ground was actually Donghuang's son? This kind of people have a name in this era, that is, princes and princesses. The emperor is high above everyone else, and some people may never come into contact with him in their entire lives, but it is easier for their children to see him. There were originally only 5 emperors, and the number of princes and princesses together was no more than 10. Many people knew them, but unfortunately Leng Yue came from the gathering place and didn't know any of these princes and princesses. Otherwise, she should have known at first sight that Du In was the son of Dong Huang. What is this? Dong Huang called me over, just to let his son have a euthanasia? She killed Dong Huang's son. Would Dong Huang slap her to death in the blink of an eye? Cold sweat broke out on Leng Yue's forehead. This mission was too dangerous. If she wasn't careful, she might die here. She was even considering whether to call Era over. After all, Era was at the early 8th level and should be able to hold off Dong Huang for some time. Dong Huang had no idea that Leng Yue was already thinking about how to escape. Fortunately, Dong Huang spoke at this time. Do you know why I asked you to kill my son? The first reason is that I can't do it. If someone else does it, he will feel pain, but your illusion will not cause any pain. The second reason is, he betrayed humanity. When Dong Huang said the last sentence, his tone was very heavy, and Leng Yue heard a hint of heartache in it. She suddenly understood why Dong Huang asked her to come, and why Dong Huang's son was going to die. All of this is because Dun betrayed humanity, and the situation seems to be very serious, even more serious than when the controller of the base city used the city wall technology. She couldn't understand. Du In was a prince and everyone, even the controllers, had to give him face. Why would such a person betray humanity? In other words, what good would it bring him to betray humanity? If humanity is doomed, the first person to suffer the most will definitely be his father Dong Huang. Now that the emperor is dead, who can protect humanity? If humanity is doomed, won't he be doomed as well? Why would he betray humanity? You are the executioner and have the right to know this. Dong Huang pondered for a moment and said, Du In sent all my injuries and the distribution map of the Eastern Front to the mutant beast. What? Leng Yue was shocked. The 5 veteran human kings have all experienced countless battles, and they have countless injuries on their bodies. These injuries may seem insignificant at ordinary times, but once they break out, the king's combat effectiveness will plummet. At that time, they may not even be able to defeat an early 8th order mutant beast. If there are hidden injuries on Dong Huang's body, he will be in danger once he is hit. Chapter 230 The Death of the Prince. Damn Dune. Leng Yue couldn't help but secretly curse this bastard. What good would it do for him to tell the mutant beast about her father's injuries and all the distribution maps of the Eastern Front? The Eastern Front is one of the 4 major fronts of mankind. Once it is destroyed, the interior of humanity will be almost exposed to the iron hoofs of mutant beasts. By then, the people in the base city will be fine, but those people in the gathering places will surely die. As someone who walked out of the gathering place, she naturally cared about those living there. Although a large number of first-level extraordinary people appeared in the gathering place because of Su Chun, these forces were still unable to stop the mutant beasts, and humans needed time to develop. Having lost the Eastern Front and Dong Huang, how can humans resist the next horde of mutant beasts? It has to be said that Du In's behavior was indeed a betrayal of humanity, and even more so a betrayal of his father Dong Huang. Leng Yue finally understood Dong Huang's inner struggle. No matter what, Du In was his son. Most fathers would not be able to kill their own son with their own hands, so he could only try another method and let someone else do it. Dong Huang also considered Du In, and in order to prevent him from dying in pain, he asked Leng Yue to take action. As for why they looked for Leng Yue, it was because Leng Yue's illusion was the most convenient and practical, and it could have an effect on Du In, a 6th-level transcendent. Other means were ineffective against Du In. After knowing the situation, Leng Yue finally made up her mind to take action. You can do other things, but betraying humanity is absolutely not allowed. It is precisely because of the strong cohesion that human beings have been able to survive in this apocalyptic era. No one is willing to give up the hope of living, but Dun's behavior is tantamount to forcing human beings to die. Lord Dong Huang. When did the news about him spread? Leng Yue thought of this question. About an hour ago, if I'm not mistaken. It won't be long before the mutant beasts attack again. This time they will definitely increase their forces and break through the Eastern Front, and I may very well be their target. Leng Yue saw the look in Dong Huang's eyes. He was determined to defend the Eastern Front with his death. Even if people knew about his injuries, Dong Huang was not prepared to wait for death. At this moment, Leng Yue suddenly realized that her vision was still too narrow. Just when Leng Yue was about to kill Du In, he woke up. Hey, why am I here? Dad? After waking up, Du In found that the person in front of him was actually his father Dong Huang. He felt very guilty for having just done something bad, but when he saw Leng Yue beside him, he inexplicably felt relieved. He didn't think his father would allow other people to be present after his affair was discovered. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Lord Donghuang, shall we continue? Donghuang didn't say anything and nodded. At this moment, Duan's face looked grim. He realized that his secret had been exposed. Wu Cheng, I am your son. How can you let an outsider kill your own son? Are you worthy of your mother? Duan roared. It was the first time that Leng Yue knew that Donghuang's name was Wu Cheng. Wait, why was Donghuang's surname Wu and his son's surname Du? Did he follow his mother's surname? After you did that, you are no longer my son, Captain Long, do it. Donghuang did not look back. Do you know why I did that? A weird smile suddenly appeared on Dun's face. Leng Yue was not in a hurry to take action. It was easy to kill Duan, but she wanted to know why Duan did this. After all, there was really no need for Duan to do such a thing. It was very unreasonable. You don't know, right? I'm telling you, because I want you to die. Why didn't you die instead of me? Why didn't you die earlier? As your son, do you think I'm proud? I'm disgusting. You want me to be called Wuin, but I have the same last name as my mother, Duan. I know you are the emperor of mankind, and even mutant beasts can't kill you easily, but I know you have a weakness. The Eastern Front is your weakness. You will never abandon the Eastern Front and escape alone. As long as I tell the mutant beasts about your injuries and all the distribution maps of the Eastern Front, they will never let go of this opportunity. You will die, and you will die miserably. Ha ha ha. Duan laughed crazily. Fortunately, Donghuang had already driven away the people around him. Otherwise, there would definitely be a big trouble. Leng Yue really couldn't imagine that a person could hate his father to this extent. In order to kill Donghuang, he was willing to become a traitor to humanity. Donghuang did not move, and no one saw that a trace of regret appeared in his eyes. Duan, your mother is not dead. Donghuang's words made Duan stunned, with the crazy smile still on his face. Impossible. Mom is dead. She died a long time ago. You are lying to me. You are lying to me. Duan didn't believe it. This is your mother's information. She is not dead, but has become a vegetable. Current medical technology cannot revive her, but I believe that one day in the future, she will wake up. Donghuang felt very uncomfortable. He didn't expect that the news he deliberately concealed would cause his son to have so many thoughts. Now his son even wants to use mutant beasts to kill him, which makes him very uncomfortable. Who says the emperor is ruthless? As long as one is a human being, he or she has feelings, but most emperors suppress their emotions. They care about the major issues of humanity. Dun picked up the information and examined it carefully. As a 6th-level transcendent, he certainly knew that some things could not be faked. After checking, he found that the information was all true. Wu Cheng, you liar. Why didn't you tell me that she was still alive? Duan broke down and cried. Because she is carrying a super virus, which is likely the source of this apocalypse. Donghuang's words not only stunned Duan, but also shocked Leng Yue. She couldn't imagine that a virus carried by a person could actually cause the current doomsday. How could this be possible? Donghuang didn't seem to want to continue. He looked at Leng Yue and said, Captain Long, do it. Wait a moment. Unfortunately, Duan's strength was far inferior to Leng Yue's, and he fell directly into her illusion. He then closed his eyes and fell to the ground. If he hadn't stopped breathing, some people might have thought he was just sleeping. Lord Donghuang, the mission is accomplished. I will take my leave first. Leng Yue left. Donghuang shed a tear with his back to his son's body. No matter what the reason, his son has always betrayed humanity, and the only path he has left is death. Chapter 231. Why is it here again? No one else knew about Duan's death except Leng Yue. After all, it was Donghuang who captured Duan personally. 7th-level mutant beast while on a secret mission, and that he and the mutant beast had an irreconcilable hatred. Donghuang finally retained a bit of face for his son. If people knew that Duan betrayed humanity, even Donghuang would probably be affected. Such a big thing was known to the other emperors, and they did not reject Donghuang's request. It could be said that this was the first request made by Donghuang since he became an emperor. Although the death of a prince surprised some people, in this era, people died every day. I believe that within a few days, no one would pay attention to this news. After Leng Yue left, she knew that the biggest crisis on the Eastern Front was about to come. The mutant beasts knew about Donghuang's injuries, which meant they knew Donghuang's weaknesses. Once besieged by 2 middle-level 8th-order mutant beasts, Donghuang would most likely die. What's more, Dun also handed over all the deployment maps of the Eastern Front. This deployment map cannot be changed casually. It is the best deployment formed over decades. It is almost impossible to change it for the better in a short period of time. In other words, Once the mutant beasts launch a large-scale attack, the Eastern Front will be really dangerous. After fighting on the Eastern Front for so many days, Leng Yue has developed a certain affection for this place. After getting Su Qin's consent, she even asked Luo Hang and Zhang Tao to come over. The three of them formed a team, fought on the battlefield, and became a legendary team on the Eastern Front. To the 7th level on the battlefield and is revered by many people. Luo Hang became more and more proficient in the use of mind control. Basically, any mutant beast weaker than him would be controlled by him, and he would then attack other mutant beasts. Zhang Tao now possesses all the qualities of an elite sniper. In terms of strength, he may be only slightly inferior to the sniper under Su Qian. After all, he has experienced a lot of battles, so he does have this ability. Big sister, what did Lord Donghuang ask you to do? If you can't tell me, then don't tell me. Luo Hang was very smart and knew some confidential matters that could not be spoken casually. Leng Yue shook her head. This matter was of great importance, and she couldn't possibly tell Luo Hang. But at this moment a figure suddenly popped up in her mind. If that person asked her, would she tell him? Zhang Tao was better at observing people's expressions than Luo Hang. He nudged Luo Hang with his elbow, signaling him not to ask more questions. Luo Hang reacted immediately and talked about other things. It was on the Eastern Front that they realized that the relatively stable life among humans was achieved at the cost of the lives of these soldiers. Over the past few decades, millions, if not tens of millions, of people have died here. They have fought one after another to protect the human line of defense. Without them, all human settlements would not exist, and even the base cities might be destroyed. Never underestimate the power of mutant beasts. In the battle between humans and mutant beasts, humans have always been at a disadvantage. If the mutant beasts had not been worried about suffering too great a loss, they would have swarmed over and wiped out humans long ago. Leng Yue and the other two came to the city wall. There was no fighting outside for the time being, but an atmosphere of a battlefield was blowing in their faces. The ground was almost stained red with blood, and occasionally some body parts could be seen. After all, the battlefield would not be so clean every time. The storm is coming, Leng Yue whispered. Just after Leng Yue said this, less than an hour later, the mutant beast attacked again. Did these mutant beasts take medicine? Why are they here again? Didn't they feel pain from the last beating? Someone cursed. Why are they animals and we are human? What's the point of talking to animals? In one word, fight. There are so many mutant beasts. I wonder if I will be able to see humans defeat the mutant beasts in my lifetime. Haha, there will definitely be one. Humanity will never be defeated. Faced with the attack of mutant beasts, the human warriors did not show any sign of giving up. They rushed out of the city wall and fought with the mutant beasts. Leng Yue and her men were the first to bear the brunt. Era is like a loyal knight, protecting Leng Yue and not letting her get into any danger. This is the result of Era hiding his strength. If he unleashes his full strength, it will definitely shock everyone. Donghuang, your old friend is here. Why don't you come out to meet him? A voice sounded, and a person appeared in the air. No, it's not a human. It's an 8th level mutant beast transformed into a human form. Donghuang's figure instantly appeared in front of that person, and he frowned slightly. Octopus King, you are not dead yet? That's right. The one who appeared in front of him was the Octopus King, the Crocodile King by Su Qin's super space teleporter, where he had a fierce battle with the Crocodile King. In the end, the Octopus King was seriously injured and hid away, while the Crocodile King was eaten by Daha and became food. Donghuang thought that the Octopus King would need a long time to recover, but he didn't expect that its injuries had healed in such a short time. Yes, I am lucky, but your luck is not so good. A sinister smile appeared on the face of the Octopus King. Suddenly, a figure appeared next to the Octopus King. Donghuang's face changed. He recognized that this figure was actually another mid-8th level mutant beast, the Sea King. There are a huge number of marine mutant beasts, more than those on land, but for some unknown reason, the number of 8th level mutant beasts is relatively small. 8th level mutant beasts in the ocean, and only 2 in the middle 8th stage. One is the Octopus King and the other is the Sea King. The most important thing is that Aquaman's strength is very close to the late 8th level, and its strength is stronger than that of the Octopus King. 2 8th stage mutant beasts besieged Donghuang, and the situation was not good. It will take at least an hour to dispatch a new emperor from within the human race. It is unknown whether Donghuang can hold on until that time. Seeing the scene in the sky, Leng Yue's face changed. Once Donghuang died, the Eastern Front would definitely not be able to withstand the attack of the mutant beasts. She knew that she couldn't continue watching, and she could only think of one solution. Contact Su Chen. Nowadays, some of Su Chen's battle achievements have already spread to all parts of the human world. Even on the Eastern Front, Leng Yue knows how powerful Su Chen's power is. It can be said that if we ignore the strength of the Emperor and only count the strength of his subordinates, there may be no base that can compare to Su Chen's Red Alert base. Not to mention anything else, the mecha that made its last appearance alone has already blinded countless people's eyes. Chapter 232 Seeking Help. Leng Yue should leave the battlefield first and report to the battlefield commander as soon as possible. If she does not report and returns to the city wall directly, she will be regarded as retreating and will be killed on the spot. There is no empty talk on the battlefield. It's all real fighting. It's useless to ask for mercy if you say you will kill anyone. After getting permission, Leng Yue came to the commander on the city wall. You said you wanted to ask for help from Su Chen, the one from the Red Alert base? The commander looked at Leng Yue in surprise. He knew some information about Leng Yue, but there was one thing he didn't know. It was Su Chen's idea for Leng Yue to come here. Only a few human emperors knew about this, and he was not qualified. Su Chen, this name is not well known among ordinary people, but among the upper echelons of humanity, everyone knows who Su Chen is, the owner of the Red Alert base, who is able to fight against the power of a first-level base city. Of course, the commander knows this kind of boss. Yes, I am his. When saying this, Leng Yue's face was calm, as if it was a matter of course. 2 months ago, Leng Yue was so ashamed and angry when she said this. The commander didn't think Leng Yue would lie. The situation on the Eastern Front was very bad now. If there was really help from that person, maybe the Eastern Front could escape from the danger again. After all, it was that person who saved them last time. Okay, contact him immediately. As long as he can come to the rescue, he can agree to any request. Leng Yue immediately took out her cell phone and contacted Su Chen. What's the matter? Su Chen's indifferent voice reached Leng Yue's ears. The Eastern Front is very dangerous. I would like to ask you for help. Leng Yue said directly. Aren't they just 2 8th-order mid-stage mutant beasts? If Dong Huang can't hold on, other emperors will definitely take action. It's not dangerous. Su Chen has been paying attention to the situation on the Eastern Front. After all, he doesn't want Leng Yue to die in an accident there. If Leng Yue dies, the entire Earth will be doomed. He naturally saw the situation over there. Dong Huang was confronting 2 mid-level 8th-order mutant beasts. He believed that it should not be a problem to hold on until the next emperor arrived. Leng Yue gritted her teeth. This was true under normal circumstances, but a traitor had appeared among humans. The other party knew Dong Huang's weaknesses and the layout of the Eastern Front. They would definitely not be able to hold on this time. Duan, the son of Dong Huang, betrayed humans. He told the mutant beasts all about Dong Huang's injuries and the distribution map of the Eastern Front. This is the most dangerous time for the Eastern Front, Leng Yue said without hesitation. Fortunately, there was no one else around her. If this news got out, it would be a big blow to humanity. Previously, Dong Huang had said that Duan was killed while performing a mission, which was at least a sacrifice for humanity. But if he was killed for betraying humanity, and it had not been announced yet, then the trust of the soldiers on the Eastern Front in Dong Huang would drop to freezing point. Even if the Eastern Front can hold out, will they still believe in Dong Huang? If humans do not trust the emperor, various conflicts will easily arise, which is not good news for humans. After hearing the news, Su Chen was also stunned. What kind of operation was this? He is the prince, but he is so suicidal and betrays humanity. I really don't know what is going on in his mind. The mutant beasts knew Dong Huang's weaknesses, and with the layout targeting the eastern defense line, this time it was really dangerous. I can help, but this time is different from last time. It's the Eastern Front that's actively asking for help, and the necessary resources must be there. Su Chen said. The commander said that he can agree to any conditions. Leng Yue directly sold out the commander's bottom line, and she sold it very clearly. No matter what, she is Su Chen's person, so how could she go against Su Chen? Smart man, let's do this. I only want 30% of all the spoils of this battle, Su Chen said with a smile. Leng Yue conveyed Su Chen's intention to the commander, and the commander agreed on the spot. To be honest, 30% of all the spoils are already a lot. Most of the spoils from each battle are distributed as rewards to the soldiers, and only less than 20% of the spoils enter the inventory of the Eastern Front. However, in comparison, exchanging 30% of the spoils for Su Chen's reinforcements is definitely a good deal. After all, the Red Alert base belongs to Su Chen's private army. It is impossible for him to ask them to take action without giving anything in return. Even a shameless commander can do it. If he really uses the justice of humanity to force Su Chen to take action, he thinks the first person to kill him will be the human emperor. Those who can become commanders are not fools. He directly told Leng Yue his bottom line, which was actually an act of goodwill, which is why Su Chen said that he was a smart man. After the call ended, Leng Yue continued to enter the battlefield. She was a major fighting force on the Eastern Front. The 8th level battlefield was not something she could interfere with, but in the 7th level battlefield, she was definitely a strong one with her illusion ability. In a fight between strong men, the difference is often just a hair's breadth. Her illusion can affect the opponent, which is equivalent to a powerful weapon. In just half an hour, she killed a mid-stage, 7th-order mutant beast with her own hands, shocking everyone around her. They all knew that this beautiful-looking woman was extremely ruthless towards mutant beasts, and her strength had reached the level of a controller. But even if it were other controllers, it would be impossible to kill a 7th-level mutant beast in such a short time. Leng Yue did not waste any time and directly threw the corpse of the 7th-level mutant beast to Luohang and continued to look for the next 7th-level mutant beast. Of course, if she encountered a 6th-level mutant beast, she would not show mercy. At the same time, the battle in the sky became increasingly intense. The Octopus King and the Sea King besieged Dong Huang alone. Dong Huang could only barely resist and did not even have the opportunity to attack. Originally, the strength of the Octopus King was not weaker than his, and with the addition of a stronger Aquaman, it was already very good that he could withstand it. At this moment, Dong Huang suddenly felt extreme danger. He subconsciously turned his body, and one of Neptune's claws directly scratched his left waist, leaving a long cut and blood dripping. TSK, you are worthy of being the East Emperor. You can defend yourself perfectly against the two of us. But we already know that your left waist was seriously injured. It hasn't healed yet, right? A hint of teasing appeared on the face of the Sea King. East Emperor, my claws are poisonous. Dong Huang looked down and saw that the blood flowing out of him was no longer red, but had turned into a strange green. However, as an 8th-level strongman, it would be a joke if Dong Huang was killed by poison. He used his own power to suppress these poisons, but this also caused his strength to drop by at least 20%. Originally, Dong Huang was unable to use his full strength due to his injuries, and on top of that he had to suppress the poison, which made the situation even worse. Chapter 233, Celestial Mecha vs. Octopus King. This is bad. Will the Eastern Front become history? Dong Huang felt uncomfortable. Since his title was Eastern Queen, the Eastern Front became almost his home. He seldom went to his own base and spent most of his time here, guarding the defense line. It can be said that he devoted his entire life to the Eastern Front. It didn't matter if he died. As long as the Eastern Front was there, humanity still had hope. But he also knew that if he died, the Eastern Front would definitely not be able to withstand the attack of two 8th-stage mid-stage mutant beasts. When he was injured, he contacted Ming Huang immediately and prepared to have Ming Huang teleport here. He believed that when the other party saw two human emperors here, he would not take action for the time being and just give him a chance to buffer. But after contacting Emperor Ming, Dong Huang's face darkened. Emperor Ming has actually gone to support Emperor Shi. The situation over there is even more dangerous. With one mid-level 8th-stage mutant beast and two early-level 8th-stage mutant beasts, Emperor Shi has been seriously injured. The Eastern Emperor was helpless. If the Ming Emperor didn't go, the Western Emperor would be in danger. The same went for the Western Front. However, the situation on his side was equally dangerous. Without the help of the most mobile Ming Emperor, he could not hold on. Puff. After fighting for a while, the Octopus King punched Dong Huang in the back, causing Dong Huang to spit out a large mouthful of blood on the spot. The Sea King followed closely and kicked Dong Huang's body directly onto the city wall. Lord Dong Huang, the human warrior exclaimed. Dong Huang is at a disadvantage. Once something happens to Dong Huang, the destruction of the Eastern Front will be imminent. Cough, cough. Dong Huang looked very embarrassed. This was the most difficult battle in his life, even more difficult than the previous one. Dong Huang knew that he had to make a choice now, either to be slowly worn out by the opponent, or to fight with all his strength and die together with the opponent. Dong Huang raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Is there any need to say this? When has the human emperor ever surrendered? The Northern Emperor, when he knew he couldn't hold on any longer, took away a mid-level 8th-order mutant beast before he died. There was no way he could be weaker than that guy. Just when Dong Huang was preparing to fight with all his might, a sonic boom was heard in the distance. This was a loud noise caused by the speed being too high, but what could be so fast? Soon, Dong Huang saw that the mechas that appeared in the last battle appeared again. There were a total of 1,000 mechas, covering the entire sky. It's a mecha. The mecha from the Red Alert base. I didn't expect to see a mecha again so soon. I really want to get on and drive it once. Who said it wasn't? But right now only the Red Alert base has mechas, so we probably don't stand a chance. Seeing the appearance of these mechas, humans were excited. These are not ordinary weapons. They are mechas. Before this thing appeared, it had always been a product of their imagination. They didn't expect that it would actually appear now, and its power is even stronger than they imagined. As soon as the mecha appeared, it began to clear the flying mutant beasts in the sky. These flying mutant beasts posed the greatest threat. Without them, human fighter jets, bombers, etc. could completely seize air supremacy and then shift their firepower to the mutant beasts on the ground. It would be too cool. Who was fighting with Dong Huang frowned. It was these mechas that disrupted his last plan. This time, he would not let these mechas go. Sea King, I'm going to take out those mechas, and you deal with Dong Huang. A big threat now. Even if Dong Huang fought to the death, he would not drag it down with him. This was the confidence of a strong man. Seeing Aquaman nod, King Octopus rushed into the mecha. Smash this garbage made by humans. The Octopus King laughed and slapped a mecha directly, knocking it flying away immediately. But what shocked it was that the surface armor of this mecha was only partially damaged, and there was basically no problem as a whole, and it could still fight. You know, it didn't use its full strength in that slap, but absolutely no one among the 7th level beings could withstand it. How could a mecha do that? If the Octopus King knew that the Celestial Mecha had integrated the defensive armor of the Centurion Siege Mecha, he would not be so shocked. This thing has high health and defense, and is not as fragile as it looks. The Tianra Mecha after Chen upgraded it once, and its power is 10 times stronger than the old version. Seeing this scene, the surrounding 500 mechas continued to chase the flying mutant beasts, and the remaining 500 mechas surrounded the Octopus King. You're so brave. Do you think I'm a pushover? The Octopus King sneered. As a mutant beast that often comes into contact with humans, it knows human language like the back of its hand. In an instant, the Octopus King returned to his original form, and the huge octopus floated in the air, like an aerial fortress. In order to kill the mechas in a short time, the Octopus King expended huge amounts of energy, allowing his body to fly in the air, with countless tentacles attacking the mechas. He wanted to kill the mechas in one move. Unfortunately, the Octopus King knew too little about the Tianran Mecha. The Tianran Mecha combined the strengths of 2 mechas. It had 3 cockpits and could carry 3 types of troops. Depending on the different types of troops, different effects can be given to the Tianran Mecha. The largest number of people under Su Chen's command is soldiers. Each Tianran Mecha has a Red Alert soldier, who can ensure the stability of the mecha in all aspects. After all, the soldier itself is a balanced type of soldier. For the other 2, Su Chen has many combinations, such as magnetic infantry and radiation engineers or snipers and anti-aircraft infantry, etc. These celestial mechas look the same on the outside, but they can display different combat effects depending on the different types of troops they are paired with. One part of the Tianran mechas pulled out a big sword from their backs and rushed forward ready for close combat, while the other part took out a huge sniper rifle and started long-range sniping. There were also some celestial mechas that stood in the air, and invisible mental power spread out, forming a layer of protective shield on the surface of all the mechas. This is the latest research result, which was developed from mental technology. Su Chen doesn't know the principle, but he knows one thing. With this shield, the Tianran Mecha is more powerful. Seeing that these weaklings dared to compete with him, the Octopus King became angry. His tentacles quickly wrapped around them, ready to kill the front mecha with one blow. But what it never expected was that the mecha was so fast that it actually dodged it and hit it in the process. This broke its defense, and the Octopus King was furious. How could it suffer at the hands of some weaklings? The Octopus King's body swelled up, and the water force field wrapped around 500 mechas, and then it vomited. Chapter 234, do you think you are the only one who can grow bigger? Don't forget, no matter how powerful the King Octopus is, it is still an octopus. Since it is an octopus, it cannot forget its signature skill, spitting black ink from its mouth. In an instant, the water stand was covered with thick black ink. Outsiders could not see what was going on inside the water stand at all. The entire water stand turned black. Losing vision has no effect on the Octopus King, because the Octopus King does not need vision in the first place. One of its tentacles approached one of the mechas, and it was determined to tear the mecha that hurt its body into pieces. The Octopus King didn't know that all its actions were seen by Su Chen. Do you think you are the only one who can grow bigger? Now you can start. Chen said lightly. The next second, 500 Tianren mechas gathered together, making the Octopus King's attack fail. Just when it was a little surprised, it felt that something seemed to have happened to the mecha not far away. The Octopus King doesn't care about all this. It is determined to tear these mechas to pieces. Suddenly, the Octopus King felt a flash of light before his eyes, and a sharp pain came, and half of its tentacles were broken. Not only its tentacles, but also its water stance was cut in half. The water standpoint was broken, allowing the people outside to see clearly what was happening inside. Just this one glance made them all stunned. A huge mecha, 100 meters tall, was suspended in the air. It looked exactly like the Tianren mecha. It could be said to be an enlarged version of the Tianren mecha. The sword in its hand was at least hundreds of meters long and emitted a cold light. What's going on? Where did such a huge mecha come from? Some sharp-eyed people noticed that the previous 500 Tianren mechas had disappeared, and an idea came to their minds. Could it be that this huge Tianren mecha is the combination of those 500 Tianren mechas? Holy shit, it's awesome. At this moment, everyone was shouting 666 in their hearts. Apart from this, they really didn't know what to say. Not only is the mecha so awesome, it can also be combined together, and its strength is actually able to fight against a mid-8th order mutant beast. Could your family build such a powerful machine? To be honest, Chen himself did not expect that the upgraded Tianren mecha would have such a function. The combined strength of 500 Tianren mechas is no less than that of a mid-level 8th order mecha. The Tianren mechas suddenly became the strongest unit under Chen. The Octopus King is in a bad situation. The weak mecha in its eyes has now become a huge monster that threatens it. Sea King, save me. The Octopus King immediately asked Sea King for help. He was already injured and was no match for the giant celestial mecha. Aquaman really wanted to curse the Octopus King to death. You are a strong man in the middle stage of the 8th level, but you were turned into this state by a machine of humans. It's really shameful. However, it was also shocked in its heart about the strength of humans. A combination of only 500 mechas could threaten a mid-level 8th order mutant beast. What if 1,000 of them were combined together? Aquaman didn't know that 500 was already the limit, and a combination of 1,000 Tianren mechas would not appear for the time being. Level 8 mutant beasts in the ocean, and he couldn't let the Octopus King die here. Don't even think about going over there. Dong Huang's voice rang out, and then Neptune's face changed and he dodged Dong Huang's attack. It seemed to have forgotten that even though Dong Huang was injured, he was still the human emperor, a mid-8th level strongman, and he could not be easily dealt with. Octopus King, hold on. I'll kill Dong Huang first. After saying that, Neptune started fighting with Dong Huang. The Octopus King really wanted to say MMP, but unfortunately he didn't dare. Aquaman was his only hope. If he really cursed him, he would be in trouble. The huge Tianren mecha did not give the Octopus King time to think. It swung its sword and started attacking the Octopus King. With every strike of the sword, the Octopus King's tentacles would become much smaller. These tentacles would seem huge to ordinary people. The shortest tentacle is a dozen meters long, and the longest can be nearly 100 meters. At the same time, some Tianren mechas were recovering the fallen tentacles. They had received Su Chen's order that the Octopus King must not be let go, and all the tentacles must be taken back, as they were the best barbecue ingredients. Some of the soldiers had eaten grilled octopus before, and the taste was unforgettable, so they recovered the food even faster. This scene made the soldiers look at each other in confusion. What the hell was this? In the past, whenever the Octopus King appeared, there would be heavy casualties on the Eastern Front. So when did someone actually set their sights on the Octopus King's body? You are just coveting other people's bodies. You are despicable. For some reason, this sentence popped up in someone's mind, and he couldn't help but shudder. This is really greedy. So greedy that he wants to eat you. As time went by, the Octopus King was really about to cry. Almost all of its tentacles were cut off, leaving only a bare body. An octopus without tentacles is like a tiger with its teeth pulled out. It no longer poses any threat. The water stand had no effect on the celestial being Mecha, and the Octopus King lost all resistance. However, the battle between Dong Huang and Neptune was not going well. Dong Huang was injured on top of his injuries, and with the severity of the battle, he could no longer suppress the poison in his body, which caused his face to turn green. Dong Huang, go to hell. Neptune saw an opportunity and suddenly attacked Dong Huang's neck with his claws. Dong Huang's injuries suddenly relapsed, and there was a moment of pause. It was this moment of opportunity that Neptune seized. Dong Huang was very unwilling. He couldn't die like this. Even if he died, he wanted to die with Neptune. Dong Huang gritted his teeth and prepared to self-destruct. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him and grabbed the claws of Aquaman. Who are you? There is no king like you among humans. Aquaman's face changed. A bald man appeared in front of him and blocked his claws, which made Aquaman feel something was wrong. I'm not an emperor, just a warrior who does it out of interest. The bald man exerted force and actually broke the Aquaman's claws. Aquaman retreated rapidly, squinting his eyes and looking at the bald man. On the surface, this bald man only looked like he was in the early 8th stage, but he was able to fight against him, so he definitely had the strength of a mid-8th stage. It suddenly realized that it knew too little about humans. Are humans really only those few emperors on the surface? If Dong Huang was not about to die this time, humans probably would not have exposed this emperor. Aquaman didn't know that Bald Chong was not the emperor of mankind. He was just a super soldier under Su Chun. Su Chun had many such super soldiers. Su Chun knew that relying solely on the Tianren Mecha would not be enough to change the situation over there, and he had to dispatch a super soldier. It just so happened that Bald Chong was bored recently, so he asked Bald Chong to make a trip. Chapter 235, The Tragic Octopus King. Bald Chong took over Dong Huang's position and fought with Aquaman. It was the first time that Dong Huang saw the warriors under Su Chun. He didn't expect that he was an emperor. He was very shocked in his heart. Who on earth was Su Chun? Even the emperor was willing to be his subordinate. It was unbelievable. There are currently only 8 emperors in the human race, and each of them is a pillar of humanity. However, to Su Chun, he is just a subordinate and has no reputation. If one hadn't appeared this time, he wouldn't have known that Su Chun actually had an emperor-level strongman under his command. Aquaman became more and more frightened as the fight went on. His claws were completely useless against Baldy Wong. This human's body seemed to be made of steel. When his claws grabbed him, sparks actually flew. Who the hell is this non-human? Even among mutant beasts, there are only a few that possess such amazing defense, and Aquaman is definitely not one of them. Aquaman could see that the situation was not good. The Octopus King was probably doomed, and he couldn't stay here. So Aquaman decisively restored his original form, which turned out to be a flying fish. This marine creature has the ability to fly, especially after reaching level 8. It only needs very little energy to fly. It didn't even look at the Octopus King and slipped away. The Octopus King was furious. Aquaman really gave up on him. He was one of the only 2 kings in the ocean. Sea King, how dare you? Come back and save me. The Octopus King roared. Octopus King, you're on your own. Aquaman left after saying this and ran away. Bald Chong didn't catch up with him, mainly because Aquaman was too fast and he couldn't catch up. The Octopus King was originally at a disadvantage, and now with the addition of Bald Chong and Dong Huang, he was killed on the spot soon. A mid-level 8th stage mutant beast died in front of humans, which greatly boosted the morale of the humans, and they pushed the mutant beasts back several hundred meters. When the mutant beasts saw that one of their 2 8th-level mutant beasts died and the other escaped, they immediately lost the will to fight and were defeated. Another victory on the Eastern Front. After the battle, the commander kept his promise and took out 30% of the spoils of the battle and gave them to Bald Chong. As for the Octopus King, the commander didn't have the face to say that this was his trophy. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Octopus King was killed thanks to those Tianren mechas. Give some of the King Octopus meat to the soldiers on the Eastern Front. These were the words Su Chun conveyed to Bald Chong. Octopus is a gigantic monster that is over 100 meters tall. Even a portion of its meat can be eaten by all the soldiers on the Eastern Front. This is the meat of an 8th-level mutant beast, a good thing that not many people can eat. Even a small piece will be of great benefit to these warriors. When Bald Chong conveyed Su Chen's words, these soldiers cheered and rejoiced. Being able to eat the meat of an 8th-level mutant beast was something they could brag about for a year. Now that communication is convenient, some people quickly spread the news here to the forum. Of course, some confidential matters will not be uploaded. Look at this big guy behind me. Does anyone recognize him? If not, I can tell you that this big guy is the Octopus King. Yes, it's the 8th stage Octopus King that has been keeping an eye on the Eastern Front. Fuck, Lord Dong Huang is so awesome that he even killed the Octopus King. Unbelievable. The above person is wrong. It was not Lord Dong Huang who killed the Octopus King, but the 500 mechas from the Red Alert base. You didn't see the scene. The 500 mechas combined together to form a huge mecha. With a few swipes of the sword, the tentacles of the Octopus King were cut off, leaving only a bald head. It was really funny. The Red Alert base is so powerful that even the mid-level 8th Order Octopus King is no match for it. Why doesn't the Red Alert base build its own base? If so, I'll be the first to join. Add me in. Countless people feel depressed. The Red Alert base is so powerful, but they don't build a base city and have been using the war base model. Don't they need manpower? Of course, they don't know that Su Chen will never be short of manpower, and that his men are highly loyal. The death of the Octopus King this time made humans once again realize the power of the Red Alert base. It turns out that when technology develops to a certain level, even the 8th level is not a problem. Su Chen didn't care what others thought. He couldn't wait to eat the meat of the Octopus King. Of course, he has a better idea, which is to use cloning technology to create a brand new Octopus King, but of course one without any strength. He just wants to eat meat. This way he can have an endless supply of King Octopus meat. Cloning technology exists in this world, let alone Red Alert, but it is not perfect. In Red Alert, cloning technology is quite well developed. Otherwise, how could there be a building called the Cloning Center and Yuri's clones, which are treated as a separate type of soldier? The Octopus King was transported back by 1,000 mechas, and Su Chen convened a barbecue party. Only some super soldiers and soldiers from the main base participated in the party. The soldiers from other branch bases did not have this chance to enjoy the feast. Sure enough, the meat of the Octopus King is much more delicious than the parasite. Yunru, remember to put the cloning of the Octopus King first, Su Chen said to Yunru while eating. Yunru's mouth was full of condiments. When she heard Su Chen's voice, she rolled her eyes at him and said, I still have a lot of technology to research. I don't have time to clone you. I'll give you 5 skewers of grilled octopus tentacles for every meal from now on, Su Chen said lightly. No, at least 10 skewers. Can. A deal just happened in such an open and above-board manner. At this moment, a voice that made one's scalp tingle appeared. Commander, can I have some grilled octopus tentacles as well? Libra suddenly appeared in front of Su Chen, looking at him with a pair of slightly crazy eyes. Same as Yunru, 10 skewers per meal. If there are research results, you can have more meals. Su Chen had calmed down a long time ago. Libra would appear crazy from time to time, but she had never hurt her own people. Her madness was only directed at her enemies. Commander is so nice. When will you let Libra go out to kill the enemy? Libra can't wait to see the enemy covered in blood. Don't worry, there will be a chance. The next second, Libra's expression became very calm. Too calm. Thank you, Commander. Libra will not let you down. Libra returned to its original appearance again, and the surrounding soldiers turned a blind eye to it, as if they did not see what Libra looked like just now. Su Chen had noticed a long time ago that even the soldiers who were loyal to themselves had their own joys and sorrows, and they also had their own close relationships. Only Libra had always been alone. Chapter 236 CP is like this. Su Chen still thought of himself as a boss who cared a lot about his subordinates. Since he noticed Libra's problem, how could he turn a blind eye to it? Even for spy number 1, Su Chen was prepared to wait until the 3rd spy vacancy became available and then create a female spy to act with him. They say love grows over time. He doesn't believe that spy number 1 and the future spy number 3 won't develop feelings for each other over time. He was very curious. If a pair of his subordinates really appeared, would the children they gave birth to still be his subordinates? Su Chen came to Yunru's side. This girl was eating grilled octopus crazily. Even the big men around her were more enthusiastic than her. Did she like grilled octopus so much? Commander, what's the matter? Yunru looked at Su Chen strangely. In the entire base, you are the only one who is about the same age as Libra. From now on, you will be the one taking care of her. This is the commander's order. Su Chen said. What? You want me to take care of that guy who's crazy and autistic? I'm just a child. Yunru was so shocked that she didn't even notice that the grilled octopus in her mouth fell to the ground. Su Chen's mouth twitched. What the hell, kid? Which kid has your IQ and EQ? I have already issued the task. The rest is up to you. Su Chen said and slipped away. Yunru was very depressed. She had an extra task that she couldn't refuse. What should she do? She came to Libra helplessly. Since Libra appeared, Yunru and Libra had almost no communication. One of them was studying the technology of Chilua civilization, and the other was studying the 4.0 version of mental technology. The two sides had no communication at all. Seriously speaking, this might be the first communication between the two. Yunru. Yunru stretched out her hand. Libra. Libra nodded slightly and also extended his hand. Yunru suddenly discovered that this Libra was not as difficult to communicate with as he seemed. Seeing the two of them start to communicate, a trace of relief appeared on Su Chen's face. He didn't know why, but he wanted the two of them to communicate together. Could it be that he wanted to see a scene of lilies blooming? As soon as Su Chen returned to his command room, he received a call from Zhu Hui. Brother, there is something that is hard for me to say, but as the Emperor of Mankind, I have to speak up. Zhu Hui's voice was very conflicted. Brother Hui probably wants to talk about mechas. Su Chen pointed out directly. Brother, you are really smart. I know your mecha technology is definitely not that easy to come by. I will not ask the exchange to have mecha technology. I just hope to trade some of the technology, such as the propulsion system, armor system, etc. Zhu Hui knew very well that even if Su Chen gave them all the mecha technology, they would not be able to master it in a short period of time. However, when it came to only a part of the technology, he still believed in his scientists. Su Chen was a little surprised. He forgot that mecha technology is not a single technology, but includes multiple technologies. If it were just some single technologies that human scientists could fully understand, perhaps it would really be able to enhance the overall combat effectiveness of mankind. Okay, but Brother Hui, I don't lack energy crystals right now. Is there anything else I can trade? Recently, Su Chen has a lot of energy and even more energy crystals. After all, he has monopolized global communications, and the energy crystals he obtains every day are a huge fortune. Zhu Hui suddenly remembered this matter. He had forgotten that Su Chen was the only giant in communications. Zhu Hui was a little upset. He knew that if he couldn't offer a reasonable price, Su Chen probably wouldn't trade these technologies. After thinking for a while, he came up with something. If I use something I took out from the ancient ruins to exchange these technologies with you, is that okay? Su Chen's eyes lit up slightly. What's inside the ancient ruins? To be honest, he was very curious about the ancient ruins. There were many technologies in a shelter left behind by the Chilua civilization. So what would be in the ancient ruins that could only be entered by at least an 8th level strongman? About 10 hours later, Su Chen received something sent by Zhu Hui. Looking at the power bank in his hand, Su Chen was speechless. He really didn't expect that the thing inside the ancient monument that Zhu Hui mentioned turned out to be a power bank. Of course he knew that this thing only looked like a power bank, but in essence it should be something else. Zhu Hui probably didn't even know what this thing was used for. Su Chen examined it for a while and couldn't see any use for it, so he called Yunru and Tianliang over. But when he saw Yunru and Tianling walking towards them hand in hand, the corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch. When did Yunru and Libra become so close? How long has it been? Commander, what's the matter? Yunru asked casually. Among so many super soldiers, only Yunru looks like this. This is something we got from the ancient ruins. Take a look at what this thing is. Su Chen handed over the power bank. Yunru was obsessed with research. Her eyes were fixed on the power bank, and for a moment she even forgot about the scales next to her. After a while, Libra suddenly said, "This is an energy conversion device." Yunru suddenly looked up, stouching. "You were actually 2 seconds faster than me. Humph, I lose this time. Give me half of your grilled octopus for dinner." Libra raised the corners of his mouth slightly, seeming a little happy. "What are you doing?" Su Chen was stunned. "Nothing. Xiaoqing and I like to use grilled octopus as a bet. For example, if there is a new technology or a new object, we will compete to see who can research or recognize it first. The winner can get half of the loser's food." Yunru pouted, as if she was angry for being 2 seconds slow. "Okay, let's not talk about that. You said this is an energy conversion device? How does it convert?" "It's hard to explain it verbally, mainly because I'm worried that you, Commander, wouldn't understand." Su Chen's mouth twitched. He knew that the other party's words were not intentional, but sometimes, unintentional words can be more hurtful. To put it simply, this device can transform some chaotic and disordered energy into gentle and stable energy. These energies can be used directly, so it is a very practical thing. Yunru explained. Can they understand this thing thoroughly? This is what Su Chen cares about most. If they can understand it thoroughly, Su Chen can directly use energy to create it. The principle is not very complicated. It's mainly the internal structure that takes some time. But don't worry, Commander. With Xiaoqing and I here, we guarantee that everything will be done in less than 3 days. Yunru was still very confident about this. Just as Yunru said, on the second night, Su Chen discovered that he could make this energy conversion device. Chapter 237 Energy Conversion Device. Looking at the brand new power bank in his hand, there were actually some patterns on it. He took a closer look and found that the pattern was actually a Q version of Yunru and Libra. Su Chen was full of questions. What did Yunru want to do? Was she going to release her own peripheral products in the future? Forget it, these can be ignored, as long as it works. The energy conversion device is very simple to use. Turn on the switch on it, and one end will automatically absorb the surrounding chaotic energy and then convert it into the most gentle energy. These energies can be directly absorbed to enhance one's own strength. Chen tried it and felt it was very good, but unfortunately his strength did not improve because his strength was based on the first authority. The highest strength of his subordinates was his strength, and he himself could not improve his strength. He called over a newly constructed soldier whose strength was at the peak of the first level and asked him to use the energy conversion device here to see what effect it had. The result was beyond his expectations. In less than 2 hours, the soldier was promoted to the early stage of the second level. Chen instantly realized the powerful effect of this thing. Why are humans no match for mutant beasts now? Isn't it because most humans are too weak? If the overall strength of humanity reaches at least level 3, then the day when humans counterattack mutant beasts will not be far away. So Chen directly produced a large amount of such things, transported them to various base cities, and sold them in the red battle flag stores. Wang Ping is a first-level extraordinary person in Wangchang City. He became an extraordinary person after drinking the extraordinary person potion. In the past, with his identity, he would have been able to become a member of the city defense army. Unfortunately, first-level extraordinary people are worthless now. The city defense army is a first-level transcendent, and the competition is too fierce. He came to the red battle flag store for nothing. This is now the most popular place in Wangchang City. People come here every day to buy various weapons, mostly AK-47 grenades and the like. There are relatively few people who buy large weapons. This is his habit. Even if he can't afford it, he will still come and have a look. Hey, what is this, a power bank? Wang Ping saw a very novel thing on a shelf. Power banks still exist in this era. After all, many people often spend time outdoors, and power banks have many uses. Today's power banks are different from those before the end of the world. After several generations of updates, they have become portable energy storage devices that can provide a lot of energy, especially electricity. He didn't believe that Red Flag would sell an ordinary power bank, so he took the thing and walked to the counter to ask, "What is this thing called and what effect does it have?" "Sir, this is an energy conversion device. It can absorb the disordered energy in the surrounding area and provide mild energy. It can be used in various power facilities or for one's own practice," the clerk explained. Wang Ping's eyes lit up. The first one didn't have much effect, but the second one was amazing. The training of a transcendent, apart from fighting, is to absorb energy crystals. Unfortunately, the number of mutant beasts around him has decreased, causing the price of energy crystals to rise, and he simply cannot afford them. How much? A 5th-level energy crystal or a hope coin of corresponding price. Seriously speaking, the price of this thing is really not expensive. After all, it can be used for a long time, and a 5th-level energy crystal will gradually become smaller as the absorption time goes by. If possible, Wang Ping really wanted to buy this thing, but unfortunately he had no money. If you don't have enough funds, you can rent it. Our Red Flag can provide a guarantee, so you can enjoy the effect of the product at the lowest price. Wang Ping was overjoyed. After asking about the price, he found that he could afford it, so he decisively rented it for a day to try out the effect first. Soon, word of the energy conversion device's effectiveness spread, and a group of people flocked to rent it. This situation is not only happening in Wangchang City, but also in other base cities. After using it for a day, some people were surprised to find that the effect of the device was very powerful, even stronger than absorbing energy crystals. In just one day, those first-level transcendents who used the device improved their strength to a small level, making this device instantly popular. It feels like flying. After using the energy conversion device, I realized that my previous training speed was just like that of a turtle. On the top floor, I really feel like I was living on the body of a dog. It's no good. I love cultivation. Cultivation makes me happy. I heard that this thing was developed by the Red Alert base. I really don't know who the owner of the Red Alert base is. He is so awesome that he can even develop such a good thing and sell it at such a cheap price. He is simply the savior of mankind. Haha, savior? If he is the savior, why doesn't he provide it to everyone for free? Why doesn't he make the Mecha technology public? Is this the so-called savior? There are always some people who say this kind of things on the forum. They may think that nothing will happen if they say anything on the internet. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Chen knew everything about them. Zhuling, I'll give you the power to control all communications. Go and block all the accounts of those people who are talking nonsense online. Before long, those people who were bragging found that they could no longer speak on the forum. Their account was blocked for 3 months. It has only been over a month since communications were restored. If they were unable to speak for 3 months, they would go crazy. These people had no way of protesting on the internet, so they actually found the person in charge of their base city and lodged their protest. What they never expected was that when they told their intention, they were actually arrested. Talk nonsense online? Chen doesn't care about these things. His eyes are on the whole world. At this moment, Chen heard the voice of the system. Congratulations to the master for controlling 50 base cities, completing the 3rd ring mission, and obtaining all rewards. The 4th ring mission is now open. Within half a year, control 100 base cities of mankind. Successfully reward 50 million energy and open the construction of Red Alert 3 units. If the mission fails, the command authority will be reduced to 1 level. The 4th ring mission did not surprise Chen. He knew that the purpose of the system was to let him control the Earth. However, he thought of a problem. There were only 99 base cities left for humans, and one was destroyed by a mutant beast. Did the system mean to let him seize that base city again? Forget it. We have to kill the mutant beast sooner or later anyway. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Chen shrugged. Chapter 238 Disaster. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Due to the drop in temperature in winter, the surrounding area was covered with snow, and the blizzard lasted for no less than half a month. In such severe weather, even the mutant beasts could not attack the 4 major fronts. For a time, humans and mutant beasts entered a brief peace. What's for lunch today? Is there any meat? TSK, there was a piece of meat yesterday, but there is none today? In the cafeteria on the eastern front, there are many soldiers queuing up to receive food. The food here is distributed equally, and only those at the level of general and above may get a slightly better meal. A soldier looked at the little bit of oil foam floating on his bowl and sighed helplessly. This damn weather makes us have no meat to eat. The soldier cursed in a low voice. A soldier nearby heard this and said, "We are doing pretty well here. You don't know that many base cities have no meat now. They are all eating insect cakes. You should know what insect cakes taste like." When the soldier mentioned insect biscuits, a trace of disgust appeared on his face. There's no way around it. The taste of cakes made purely from insects is really bad. No matter how disgusting it is, bug cakes are the best food for humans to survive difficult times. Without this stuff, many people would have died at that time. To this day, insect cakes remain humanity's last line of food defense. Even though this is the front line, humans often fight mutant beasts and seem to have obtained a lot of mutant beast meat. Unfortunately, the storage capacity here is not that large, and the soldiers consume too much food, resulting in almost all the meat being eaten up. If the blizzard doesn't end next, they will have to eat bug cakes. Lung Yue was eating her food leisurely. Luo Heng came up quietly and took out something. "Big sister, this is the dried meat I hid with great difficulty. Have some." "You eat, this food is enough." Lung Yue looked calm. "Give me some." Zhang Tao was not polite. He took out a piece of dried meat and started eating it bit by bit. In the current situation, the price of dried meat has increased dozens of times, and it is really in short supply. In this kind of weather, going out to hunt mutant beasts will more likely result in death outside. After all, the temperature outside dropped to nearly minus 100 degrees Celsius. If they were not all extraordinary people, they would really be frozen to death. I remember that this kind of weather only lasted for a few days last year. How come it doesn't look like it's over after half a month? Zhang Tao looked outside the cafeteria. The wind and snow were howling, which was really scary. Yeah, the weather this year is really weird. If it continues like this, what will we do if we have no meat to eat? I'm a man who can't live without meat. Luo Heng said depressedly. When the mutant beasts came, they hated them. Now that the mutant beasts are gone, they start to crave their meat. Look, someone on the forum said that some people wanted to eat meat, so they went out to hunt mutant beasts, but they didn't come back for several days. It looks like it's all over. Someone suddenly shouted. Luo Heng immediately took out his mobile phone and opened the forum, and sure enough, a post on it talked about this matter. It is normal to want to eat meat. However, meat is hardly sold in any base cities now. Even if it is available, the price is quite high and most people really cannot afford it. In today's base city, the trend of showing off wealth has changed. Only those who can afford to eat meat are considered rich. Even if the two parties are going on a blind date, and the man has a large amount of mutant animal meat hanging in his house, needless to say, the chances of success are as high as 80%. This situation was indeed beyond the expectations of many people, as it had never happened before. Chen stood outside, feeling the blizzard outside. This blizzard had no effect on him with the 8th level strength, but it was not effective for the extraordinary people below the 3rd level. He knew that the snowstorm had brought a great disaster to mankind. If it continued, humans would be short of food in less than a month. The most common food for humans is insect cakes, but farmed insects also need food. How can they be raised without food? This forms a vicious cycle, which will eventually lead to all kinds of things happening. Of course, for Su Chen, food is the least scarce thing. Each of his bases is filled with various foods. In addition, with the implementation of cloning technology, he does not have to worry about food. While everyone else was happy to have a sip of meat soup, Su Chen had big fish and meat every day. As a result, Red Alert Snacks was not affected at all and was able to open for business as usual. If you ask where the most popular place is among humans, some people will definitely say it is Red Alert Snacks. This is the only place where you can eat meat at a reasonable price. This alone is enough to attract people from all the base cities to flock here. Check for me. Where do the ingredients for Red Alert Snacks come from? Many big guys secretly issued orders that they would take action against Red Alert Snacks. Red Alert Snacks is the only store that has no official statement from the Red Alert base. Many people suspect that Red Alert Snacks has nothing to do with the Red Alert base and that someone is just trying to spread rumors. They were prepared to test the waters, and once they found out that the two parties had no relationship, they would definitely take ruthless action. But those people didn't know that all their actions were seen by Su Chen. It really is the end of the world. You actually want to take advantage of my Red Alert Snacks? Su Chen sneered. Red Alert Snacks brought a considerable amount of energy crystals to the base, so Su Chen certainly would not watch anything go wrong with Red Alert Snacks. Tanya, I leave this matter to you. Yes, Commander. About an hour later, a piece of news broke out on the forum that a big boss in a second-level base city sent people to attack Red Alert Snacks, but the people he sent were all knocked to the ground by a mysterious beauty. Then the beautiful woman rushed directly to the big boss's house, beat him up in front of everyone, and disappeared. Everyone who heard the news was stunned. You know, the big guy was a powerful figure in the second-level base city, and he was beaten like this, and he couldn't even fight back? I am sure that the beauty is definitely at the controller level. Why have I never seen this beauty before? Have you seen all the controllers? No, stop talking nonsense. The beauty is the controller. What about you? My friend, it doesn't hurt the heart. Anyway, the controller of our base city is not this beauty. Same here. After statistics by some attentive people, they found something strange. In the remaining 99 base cities of mankind, there was not a single controller like the mysterious beauty. Where did this mysterious beauty come from? Is she a new controller? Red Alert Snacks was shrouded in mystery, and business became even more prosperous, which even Su Chen did not expect. Chapter 239, Level 8 Authority Mission. Su Chen discovered that sometimes you can't get what you want, but when you forget about it, it just pops up. The mission of Level 8 Authority has been triggered. Considering the Master's current strength, the difficulty of the mission has been increased. The Master needs to kill a late-level 8th Order human or mutant beast. If the mission is successful, the authority will be increased to Level 8. If the mission fails, there will be no penalty. Su Chen did not discuss with the system this time. He knew that the system would definitely pretend to be deaf and dumb. He only needed to think about how to kill an 8th stage late mutant beast. There is no late 8th level being on the human side, but he knows that there is a late 8th level being on the mutant beast side, but he doesn't know where. This made Su Chen very curious. You know, his map showed the locations of all mutant beasts, including all 8th level mutant beasts, but there were no late 8th level mutant beasts. If he knew the opponent's position, he could just send a super weapon there, and everything would be fine. Wait, it seems that I have lost the chance to use my super weapon? Su Chen's face became serious as he thought of this crucial issue. The last time he dealt with Lance, he had used up his last chance to use the super weapon, which means that he no longer has any chance to use the super weapon. Without a super weapon, Su Chen always felt that he lacked confidence. System, let's make a deal. How about I use 10 million energies to buy a chance to use a super weapon? The system was very cold and ignored Su Chen completely. Su Chen persisted and kept repeating for an hour. Finally, the system couldn't help but said, the opportunity to use super weapons cannot be purchased, but there is a certain probability of getting it in the platinum version lottery. I like the system like this. Su Chen was very satisfied. He just received 5 platinum version lottery rewards, plus he hasn't drawn a lottery today. That means he has 6 chances to draw a lottery. According to the system, the probability of winning good things in the lottery obtained as a task reward is higher than that in the lottery with his own authority. It seems that all the opportunities he had accumulated to be possessed by the Emperor of Luck finally came in handy. After using it so many times, Su Chen discovered some tricks to use the European Emperor's possession. For example, If used during the day, the effect is better than at night. Having something of blessing on the side is better than having nothing at all. At this moment, Su Chen was standing in the command room, surrounded by all kinds of strange things, such as four-leaf clovers, white feathers, etc. Su Chen in the middle looked very pious. Then he suddenly opened his eyes and yelled, "Possessed by the Emperor of Europe." In an instant, Su Chen's whole body was shining brightly, blinding everyone else's eyes. While he was in good health, he decisively started to draw the lottery. The European Emperor has 3 seconds of possession, and he is prepared to extract twice in 1 second. The lottery starts in the first second. Congratulations to the master for winning the Warbear and the Cryocopter. Warbear, a soldier similar to Hound, the reward is very ordinary, but the Cryocopter is different. This thing can shoot freezing beams and shrinking beams. The former can freeze everything, and the latter can shrink any armored unit, so they are very practical. The draw is in the second. Congratulations, master, for drawing the Archer Girl and the Ghost King Mecha. Su Chen's mouth twitched. These 2 rewards were too useless. The Archer Girl was just an ordinary soldier, not much different from the soldiers he had. There was no need for him now. No need to talk about the Ghost King Mecha. He already has an upgraded version of the Tianren Mecha. How can the Ghost King Mecha, which can't even fly, be called a mecha? Su Chen knew that the last second was his only chance. The third second draw. Congratulations to the owner for winning a chance to use Red Alert 3's super weapon, the Super Fortress. Oh shit. Su Chen couldn't help but scream. He really didn't expect that a surprise would appear at the end. Red Alert 3 is even stronger than that in Red Alert 2. It is possible to kill a 9th level strongman with 1 shot. If he had had this opportunity before, why would he have worried? Not to mention the second one, the Super Fortress, an extra-large building capable of traveling on the sea and in the sky. With this thing, he can completely deal with the mutant beasts in the sea. Su Chen didn't expect that his luck this time would be so effective. It turned out that his preparations were not in vain. Finally, I've escaped from Africa and entered Europe. I didn't expect that being a seal would feel so good. It's a pity that I can't show it off to others. Su Chen felt a little regretful. Su Chen released the war bear first. It was a huge white bear with a face full of flesh. It looked like a unit that often fought. Roar. The war bear roared, and one of its paws saluted in the human way. Well, go find Sanha. It will be in charge of you from now on. Su Chen ordered. Since Su Chen's own authority is only level 7, the units obtained through lottery have the highest strength of only level 7 peak. The Archer Girl was a little different from what Su Chen thought. She was covered in muscles and carried a huge bow and arrow on her back, which made her look extraordinary. The Ghost King Mecha looks good, and it can be considered to be integrated into the Tianren Mecha. However, the inability to fly is a huge disadvantage, so Su Chen directly gave the Ghost King Mecha to Yunru for research. The freezing helicopter is a good thing. We must master the technology so that we can build it directly in the future. Naturally, it will be handed over to Yunru. Yunru was very dissatisfied. Commander, I have too much research to do here. I really can't handle it. It's okay, you can find Libra. His research has basically been completed recently, and he can help you. Su Chen used his magic weapon against Yunru. Sure enough, Yunru went to find Tianliang happily without saying a word. As for the super fortress, it is too big, and the command room definitely cannot accommodate it. Go out and take a look. Su Chen came outside and released the super fortress, and suddenly he found that it was dark. No, it's not that it's dark. A huge building appears above the base. This building is so huge that even his main base is barely comparable to its size. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. This is simply black technology. It is incredible that such a large building can fly in the air. Hey, I remember that the super fortress in the game didn't seem to be this big. At most, it should be about the same size as an aircraft carrier. Su Chen found something wrong. Master, I'm really tired of saying this. Games are different from reality. The system's helpless voice sounded. Su Chen's mouth twitched as he reluctantly accepted this explanation. However, the size of the super fortress was good for him, as he could carry more troops and weapons aboard to deter mutant beasts in various places. Chapter 240. Do you want to eat meat? As the days passed, the snowstorm not only showed no signs of decreasing, but instead grew larger. Another half-month passed, and all the meat in the 5 Bay cities was sold out. Even in the homes of the rich, there was no more meat to be found. This resulted in the line for Red Alert snacks stretching from the front to 10 blocks back. Now their daily routine is to go out to queue up, eat meat, and go home to sleep. No matter how long the line is, there are people willing to wait. But one day, Red Alert snacks suddenly announced that they had run out of meat. causing an uproar. They were counting on being able to eat meat here, but now even the red alert snacks have no meat. Where can they get the meat? A post titled, "My meat, where are you?" on the forum blew up the entire forum. People's desire for meat is quite terrifying. In the days when there is no meat, they can only vent their desire on the internet, and in real life they still need to eat insect cakes to fill their stomachs. Of course, it was Chen's idea to close the red alert snack shop, because he found that the meat storage in his base was not enough. If he continued to supply it to various base cities, his men would be starving within a month. For the first time, Chen discovered that the disappearance of the mutant beasts was not a good thing. What should he do without meat? Even cloning technology requires some nutrition, otherwise it will consume its own energy points, which have to be used in critical areas. How can it be used in cloning technology? So Chen decided to go find mutant beasts and get meat to eat. Chen opened the map and found that the entire map was covered with snow. Almost all places on Earth were in the coldest period. For example, in the polar regions, there were basically no living creatures. The temperature there reached -200 degrees. He looked at the map carefully, mainly at places where mutant beasts were concentrated. He prepared to go out hunting to replenish his inventory. As for the humans, he thought of a solution. Want to eat meat? Want to eat meat every day? What are you waiting for? The wild beast men under the Red Alert Group security company can fully meet your needs. With only a few energy crystals, you can have a powerful thug who will go out and hunt mutant beasts for you. How far can meat be? Chen did not forget that he still had millions of wild orcs under his command. These wild orcs were not afraid of the cold, let alone death. Moreover, the most powerful mutant beasts outside were only at level 3 or 4 at most, and posed no threat to the wild orcs. The appearance of this advertisement immediately caught the attention of many people. All of a sudden, the doors of the security company's branches were crowded with people. Everyone was scrambling to hire these wild orcs. After all, there were only a few million wild orcs, and if they were distributed among all the base cities, there would be only tens of thousands of them in a base city. There were too many people and too little porridge. The wild orcs were robbed, and they were ordered to go out and hunt mutant beasts. They could return if they succeeded. The first returning orc took just over an hour to hunt down a mutant beast that was half his size, which shocked everyone. Haha, I have meat to eat. A man jumped up excitedly. This wild orc was the one he hired. If the orcs can do it, then those powerful extraordinary beings can naturally do it as well, as they have a strong resistance to the cold. As a result, a large number of extraordinary people set out from various base cities to hunt mutant beasts, and finally the amount of meat in the base cities gradually increased. After more than a month of development, those first and second level mutant beasts have reproduced a lot and their numbers have increased a lot, but their strength is still weak. After this period of time, the overall strength of mankind has improved a lot. The number of first-level extraordinary people is very small, and second and third-level extraordinary people are the mainstream. All of this is thanks to Chen's energy conversion device. With this thing, the extraordinary people's strength can be improved much faster. Even an emperor and more than a dozen controllers. Humankind has entered an era of rapid development. Humankind is united and full of energy. The only ones who are suffering are the soldiers on the 4 major lines of defense. They cannot leave the front line easily, as mutant beasts might attack them. Unable to leave, they cannot hunt mutant beasts, which means they have no meat to eat. They spend the whole day looking at pictures of others eating meat on the forum, and they are so envious. A few days later, a piece of news reached the 4 major defense lines. Tonight, the Red Alert base will provide a batch of meat to the soldiers on the 4 major defense lines. After this news came out, the soldiers on the 4 major defense lines were extremely excited. They had not eaten meat for many days, and their daily food was insect cakes, which really made them vomit. Kirov airship was not involved in the transportation this time because its speed was too slow. The transport was carried out by a transport plane. This was won by Chen in a lottery. Later, Yunru mastered the technology and was able to build it directly. For this transportation, Chen directly built 400 transport planes, 100 for each defense line. When the soldiers saw the transport plane full of meat, they almost cried. Life without meat was really hard. They didn't know that the meat was freshly cooked. Chen led a large army and directly attacked a group of mutant beasts, obtaining a large amount of meat. Not only on land, but also in the ocean, he dispatched his warships and teams of dolphins and giant squids to fish indiscriminately in the ocean, and obtained more mutant beast meat than on land. After all, mutant beasts on land often fight with humans, causing heavy losses, but mutant beasts in the ocean reproduce in large numbers without human intervention. It can be said that if you just go into the water and fish, you can catch a lot of small marine mutant beasts. This is the situation in the ocean. The ocean is really a huge treasure. If humans can control the ocean, will they still be afraid of having no food? Chen thought. Unfortunately, humans haven't even conquered the land, let alone the ocean. This meat is not free. Chen traded some information from Zhu Hui. That's right, it's information. These information are all confidential information before the end of the world. Even now, they are still confidential, and only the Emperor is qualified to know them. Zhu Hui no longer had anything to trade, so Chen made this request. It's just some meat. Chen certainly doesn't mind as long as he can exchange it for these information. After getting the information, Chen read it immediately. He was very curious about what these confidential information before the end of the world contained. After watching for a while, his expression became serious, because he found that the end of the world this time was not very sudden, and there seemed to be some signs. According to the records, 1 month before the end of the world, many mutated animals were found in some places on the Earth, but they initially thought it was a natural phenomenon and did not think much about it. Chapter 241, A Blue Meteor. On the day of the end of the world, many people saw a blue meteor streak across the sky, and this incident even made the headlines at the time. Many people thought it was an auspicious sign and closed their eyes to make wishes. They did not know that the appearance of this blue meteor marked the beginning of the end of mankind. No one knew what the blue meteor was. At that time, a satellite tracked the destination of the blue meteor and found that the blue meteor landed in a desert. At that time, many countries sent people there, wanting to know what this blue meteor was. Unfortunately, before they could take any action, the end of the world arrived. According to the information above, the strength of various mutant beasts was not very strong at the beginning, and humans were still able to deal with them by relying on weapons such as guns. Unfortunately, the mutant beasts improved too quickly in the early stages. In less than a month, third, and even fourth-level mutant beasts appeared. Mutated beasts of this level can no longer be killed by ordinary weapons, and at this time, only a few first-level transcendents have appeared in the human race. Later, the mutant beasts gradually became stronger and destroyed many human cities. Humans were threatened not only by mutant beasts, but also by mutants. On the day of the end of the world, many humans suddenly turned into mutants and attacked the humans around them. Humans were forced to leave the cities and survive with difficulty. This situation continued until 10 years later, when humans had built several base cities and had several emperors. At that time, the mutant beasts launched a war, preparing to destroy all humans in one fell swoop. Humans did not give up. Under the leadership of the Southern Emperor, they fought an unprecedented battle with the mutant beasts. The scene at that time was very crazy. Countless mutant beasts attacked the only few base cities of humans, and the Emperor was facing mutant beasts that were twice as many as theirs. If it weren't for the Southern Emperor who single-handedly resisted several mutant beasts, humans might really not have been able to hold on. In the end, humans paid the price of one Northern Emperor and killed at least 5 8th-level mutant beasts. The mutant beasts were afraid of the madness of the human Emperor, and the war ended. After reading the information, Chen discovered something. It actually recorded the location where the blue meteor fell. Brother Hui, I have something to ask you. Chen contacted Zhu Hui directly. Are you talking about the blue meteor? Zhu Hui seemed to have expected this. Has Brother Hui ever gone to look for the blue meteor? Of course we have looked for it. Not only us humans, but also the mutants have looked for it after they found out about it. But there is no blue meteor there. Chen raised his eyebrows. No blue meteor? He opened the map and found the location of the blue meteor. It was a desert before the end of the world, but now it has become a primeval forest. After 30 years, it is very difficult to find a blue meteor here. Trigger the side quest, search for the blue meteor, no time limit, complete the quest, and you will be rewarded with 10 million energy, a weapon upgrade opportunity, and a troop evolution opportunity. If you fail the quest, your level 1 commander authority will be reduced. Chen was surprised that the reward for finding a blue meteor was so generous. System, the opportunity for troop evolution. Is it possible to allow a troop to evolve once? Is it related to the evolution template? Chen asked. Master, you finally got it. That's right, Master. You should remember that each type of soldier's evolution template has an evolution number. They are just templates that have evolved once. If they evolve a second time, they will be even stronger and have some special abilities. Chen thought about it and realized that it was true. Now, there were quite a few evolution templates among his subordinates, but there were no repeated evolution templates yet. He didn't know if there would be any in the future. Among them, the first evolutionary template to appear is the giant squid. This guy is a magic pattern type, and as time goes by, he may have the ability to control water and fire. Today, the giant squid has successfully mastered the 3 attributes of water, ice, and wind, and recently it seems to be about to master the fire attribute. Suyi's commander type is getting stronger and stronger. It is easy for him to add various buffs to other people. The bonus he gives to his own troops is no worse than that of a super troop. It can be said that Su-Yi is now equivalent to a super troop. Not to mention Daha's devouring type. The last time he looked at Da's recent situation, he saw a pig. That's right, Daha is not only bald, but also fat. However, on the other hand, Daha's strength is also steadily improving, and he is not far from the middle stage of the 8th level. Other super soldiers all have their own evolution templates. Su Chen just took a look and no longer paid attention to them. But if they have a second chance to evolve, their strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. He has decided to do this task. Not to mention the opportunity for military evolution, just talking about the opportunity for weapon upgrades, he can upgrade the Tianren Mecha again. At that time, the Tianren Mecha will be able to fly above the atmosphere without any problems. There has been nothing happening on the human side recently, so Su Chen prepared to go look for the blue meteor. After all, this is something that even the system has issued a task for. This time he didn't plan to take a helicopter or something, as these things were too dangerous in the blizzard. He might as well just take a super fortress and push forward all the way. Soon, Su Chen stood in the command room on top of the super fortress. The space here was very large and everywhere around could be monitored. It was similar to the command room at the base. This time, Su Chen brought 4 super soldiers, Zhu Ling, Tanya, Yunru, and Tian Libra, while the others had other tasks. As for why we only bring female super soldiers, isn't it just pleasing to the eyes? After all the preparations were completed, Su Chen waved his hand and said, "Let's go." The landing site of the blue meteor is thousands of kilometers away from Su Chen's nearest base. Originally, this distance is not very far, but now it is a blizzard and no air unit can fly. Except for the super fortress. In front of this thing, any blizzard is nothing. It cannot affect the speed of the super fortress at all, even if the speed of the super fortress is not very fast. Commander, the blue meteor has not been discovered for so many years. I suspect it may be similar to the situation in the shelter of Chilua civilization. Zhu Ling expressed his guess. This possibility is not impossible. If it were really that simple, it would have been discovered by humans and mutant beasts long ago. How about trying the same method we used last time to open the shelter? Tanya suggested. You can try it. Maybe you can blow up a second shelter. Su Chen said with a smile. Unfortunately, Su Chen guessed wrong this time. When the super fortress arrived at the location of the blue meteor, he ordered the super fortress to launch the strongest attack. After the breath of God, a huge hole appeared on the ground, and no gate was seen. Chapter 242 Second Evolution. Afterwards, Su Chen tried many methods and dug the land in this area almost 3 feet deep, but he still couldn't find any gate, so naturally there was no blue meteor. The location is correct. Why can't I find it? Su Chen was very puzzled. He finally understood why no one had found the blue meteor in all these years. There was really nothing here. Su Chen had already sent his men to the ground to investigate to see if they could find any clues. After all, this might be something that could change the world, and it shouldn't be that ordinary. Commander, we have discovered something. This was Yunru's voice. Su Chen perked up. What discovery? According to my tests, I found that the land in this area contains a very rich substance that I have never seen before. It can cause changes in everything from various organisms to some microorganisms. I suspect that it is the spread of this substance that will cause changes on the Earth. Yunru said. Are you sure? Commander, I am the great scientist Yunru. Mistakes will never happen to me. Yunru was very confident. Of course, in order to verify her guess, Yunru went to a place 100 kilometers away and tested it again. In the end, she found that the substance in the land outside was almost non-existent. If it were anyone else, they would definitely not be able to detect it. In that case, the land in this area is indeed different. Is this caused by the blue meteor? Su Chen touched his chin. He came to the ground and saw Yunru's test results. The substance had a blue appearance and looked like 5-pointed stars. In front of Su Chen, Yunru directly injected a syringe of blue liquid into a big tree. In a very short period of time, the tree grew wildly, and the momentum was simply terrifying. At the same time, Su Chen noticed one thing. The various flowers, plants, and trees in this area seemed to be much larger than those in other places. He didn't pay attention to it at first, but now it seems that this is the effect of this blue substance. Based on the current intelligence, We have come to a conclusion that the blue meteor that fell was directly shattered and integrated into the land in this area. At the same time, the blue substance on the blue meteor spread out and caused changes on the Earth. This is Zhu Ling's voice. Su Chen's expression was wrong. If the blue meteor shattered, where would he find a blue meteor? Are we just going to give up on the system's mission? Su Chen never thought that his enemy would become the Earth. The blue meteor was eaten by the Earth. Could it be that the Earth would spit it out? Just as Su Chen was thinking about the mission, Libra suddenly spoke up. Commander needs a blue meteor. We can make another one. Make one? How to do it? Su Chen looked at Libra. It's very simple. We just need to extract the blue substance from the soil and make it into a blue meteor again. Yunru said. Su Chen was stunned. Is there such a thing? Speaking of such a blue meteor, will the system recognize it? Su Chen didn't know, but this was indeed a method that could be tried, at least until the results came out. During this period, Su Chen stayed in the super fortress, and others helped Yunru Tianli to extract the blue substance from the soil. With various helps, the land in this area was turned over several times to ensure that most of the blue substance was extracted. A week later, it was finally over. Su Chen looked at the blue meteor in front of him, which was only the size of a fist and emitting a faint blue light, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Because the moment this thing was made, the strength of several super soldiers around him was greatly improved. Zhu Ling and Tanya were promoted to the middle 8th level, while Yunru and Tianping became the 8th level, activating the evolution template. Even when Su Chen saw this thing, he seemed to feel some changes taking place in his body. System, does this thing count as completing my mission? Su Chen asked directly without waiting. The system seemed to be struggling, and after a while a voice was heard. Congratulations to the master for completing the task. The reward has been issued. Seeing that his energy points increased by 10 million, Su Chen raised his mouth, thinking that he had not wasted a week. When it came to weapon upgrade opportunities, he threw them on the Tianren Mecha without hesitation. Now the Tianren Mecha had been upgraded twice, and its power was astonishing. As for the opportunity for the soldier's evolution, he had not yet decided who to give it to, so he kept it for the time being. Yunru, what can this thing do? Su Chen said, pointing at the blue meteor. You can tell at first glance that this thing is very special. Su Chen thinks it would be a waste if it were just used as a decoration. Yunru tilted her head and said, this thing is very likely the culprit for the current situation on Earth, but it is itself a substance, a radioactive source. Long-term contact with blue meteors should stimulate changes in the body. As for whether it is good or bad, I don't know. The changes cannot be controlled? Su Chen frowned. If the changes cannot be in a good direction, this thing will be useless. It should be possible, but it will take some time. I really want to divide myself into several parts so that I don't have to be so tired. Yunru couldn't help but sigh. Even though she was a research fanatic, she felt that there were too many things going on recently. Libra is best at research on mental techniques, and all other aspects are left to Yunru. Libra can only help. In short, most of the things are on Yunru's shoulders. Yunru, do you want to try the feeling of secondary evolution? Su Chen said. He planned to give the opportunity to evolve his troops to Yunru. Currently, his subordinates were strong enough, but they were still far behind in scientific research. When Yunru evolved for the second time, perhaps the research time could be shortened a lot. Yes, Commander, do you want to give me a second evolution? Yunru was overjoyed. As soon as Su Chen waved his hand, Yunru felt some changes in her body. Her thinking became clearer, and her view of the things around her also changed. This feeling was very wonderful. Su Chen noticed that the number of evolutions on Yunru's evolution template had become 2. Yunru, what do you think? Very good. I feel that my research speed is at least twice as fast, and there is also this. Yunru stretched out her hand, and a huge drill appeared in her hand, which was her weapon, the Earth Cracker. Compared with the past, the power of the Earth Rifter has been greatly enhanced. With this drill, it is estimated that a big hole will be drilled in the super fortress. The blue meteor is left to you. When this snowstorm is over, it will be time for us to counterattack. Su Chen's eyes flashed. Chapter 243, Spy Number 3. In fact, the emergence of a blizzard is not only a disaster for humans, but also a disaster for mutant beasts. Most mutant beasts either look for caves or burrows in the ground to prepare to survive this severe weather. Mutant beasts are different from humans. They like to store some food during the winter, but they miscalculated the time this time and ended up running out of food. You know, many mutant beasts are of relatively large sizes, and their daily food intake is a huge number. After persisting for so many days, they finally couldn't hold on anymore. Emperor, if this continues, we won't even have grass to eat. A wolf is reporting to the Wolf King. The Wolf King had long ago transformed into a human, so at least this way he wouldn't take up any space. The Wolf King's face was gloomy. If there hadn't been such a severe snowstorm, they could still go out and hunt other mutant beasts and barely survive. This was also a means of survival for the mutant beasts. In this situation, the 8th level mutant beast will not care. However, the appearance of the blizzard prevented the low-level mutant beasts from coming out, and the high-level mutant beasts could not find food to eat if they went out, so they would not go out. The wolf tribe could no longer hold on. Leave the best offspring behind, and use the rest as reserve food to sustain for a while. The Wolf King ordered. This situation occurs in many mutant beast groups. If they cannot eat all the low-level mutant beasts, they will not have the next generation. Mutant beasts also know that it is a terrible thing for a group to be without successors. But the Wolf King did not expect that his subordinates would come again in just a few days. Emperor, all the low-level wolves have been eaten. If they continue to eat, the elite wolves will be eaten. As for old wolves, they don't exist at all. Among the wolves, once the age exceeds a limit, you either die alone or become food of the wolf clan. There is no third option. Unless this old wolf is very powerful and has reached level 5 or above. The Wolf King knew that if even the elites of the wolf tribe were eaten, the backbone of the wolf tribe would be gone. Gather your men, let's go hunting. The Wolf King couldn't help it. He decided to hunt while his men still had strength. Maybe he could get some rewards. If they lost all their strength, they would just become prey. The Wolf King and a group of his men were walking in the blizzard. Soon, their bodies were covered with a thick layer of white snow, which served as a natural camouflage. Their target is another group of mutant beasts. The battle lasted a short time. The Wolf King took action personally, and no mutant beast could stop him. The smell of blood drifted away and was blown away by the blizzard again. The same thing happened in various places, and some mutant beasts even set their sights on mutant humans. Eating humans can fill their stomachs, and the same goes for eating mutants. Mutated animals have always been open to both meat and vegetables. At this time, somewhere in the mutant gathering point, a tall mutant was sitting on a chair, and in front of him knelt a group of mutants of different appearances. Emperor, humans fear the power of nature and have all retreated to the base city. With the blizzards for so many days, I believe their food consumption has been huge. But we knew humans don't need food, and the blizzards are useless to us. I think this is our chance. A mutant who looked almost like an ordinary human shouted with great emotion. Oh! The mutant king looked at him. The mutant's face flushed with excitement, and he said excitedly, in this kind of weather, human helicopters and other aircraft weapons cannot be used, and the accuracy of various artillery shells and bullets has also dropped significantly. Even the actions of human soldiers will be affected by the low temperature, and the overall combat effectiveness will drop by at least 30%. We are not affected at all. I believe that this attack will definitely be able to capture a line of defense of humans. As long as humans lack a line of defense, not only us new humans, but also mutant beasts will not let go of such a good opportunity. Of course, we can join forces with mutant beasts. As long as we can kill the great enemy of humans, mutant beasts are nothing. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Your Majesty, I will definitely live up to your expectations. At this moment, a voice came from outside. Emperor, the mutant beasts are attacking a gathering point in our area. Please give the order. Hearing this, the originally listless emperor suddenly stood up, and a powerful aura burst out throughout the venue, causing all the mutants to bow their heads. The mutant beasts dare to invade my territory. Send someone over to kill them.
Yes.
The messenger went away. The emperor looked at the man who had just spoken out the plan and said in a low voice, there is no need to cooperate with the mutant beasts. We knew humans are enough. I will follow the emperor's orders. There were some conflicts between mutant beasts and mutant humans. Humans were of course unaware of these things. After all, their broken satellites could not penetrate the snowstorm and see the scenes clearly, otherwise they would definitely not hesitate to intervene. If mutant beasts and mutant humans were to fight each other, this would be what humans most want to see. But there was one person who saw it, and that was Chen. His spy satellite cannot be blocked by a blizzard. He sees clearly what happens to the mutant beasts and mutants. Spy number 1, Chen shouted. Not long after, spy number 1 appeared in front of him. Ever since the death of the four-armed emperor, spy number 1 has had no mission for the time being and has been staying in the base. This time Chen called him. Naturally, there was a new task. Commander, what do you want? This time I'm sending you to a place outside of human territory, mutants and mutant beasts. You can choose for yourself. Mutant. Spy number 1 did not hesitate. After all, he had been pretending to be a mutant for a long time and was used to it. Okay, there is no assigned mission this time. You can do whatever you want. Even if you want to kill a mutant king or replace him, it won't be a problem. Chen trusts spy number 1 very much. After all, spy number 1 has done a lot of weird things. If spy number 2 had not wanted to pretend to be the Golden Emperor, he would have definitely sent spy number 2 over as well. Just imagine what magical performance would occur if the two spies joined forces. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. The conditions are met. Master has unlocked the third spy position. Do you need to build it? Chen was overjoyed. It was like someone was giving him a pillow just when he was sleepy. Wouldn't it be great if he could wait for spy number 3 to come out and then go and carry out the mission with spy number 1? Chen did not let spy number 1 leave for the time being, but instead built spy number 3. Spy number 3 meets the commander. A woman who looked quite heroic stood in front of Chen. She was the spy number 3 that Chen had prepared for spy number 1. Well, from now on you will follow spy number 1 and carry out missions together. Chen noticed that there was a trace of surprise on the face of spy number 1. He probably didn't expect that the spies actually acted together in pairs. Chapter 244, are you bored? The humans never expected that the mutants would attack their front lines. On this day, the 4 major fronts of humanity sounded the alarm simultaneously, and mutants were attacking. This surprised humans very much. What appeared this time were not mutant beasts, but mutant humans. Are they bored? In this case, what is the benefit of attacking the battle line? After the human staff discussed it carefully, they actually found some disadvantages. The mutants must have taken advantage of the blizzard. Our flying equipment cannot be used. Even if we send out helicopter fighters, it is easy for accidents to happen in this weather. We are no match for the flying mutants. In addition, the cold weather outside and the strong blizzard mean that we can only defend with all our strength in this battle. This conclusion made humans feel very frustrated. During the previous battle, there was not even a single snowflake in this area, as they were all evaporated by the heat generated by the battle. But now, the snow outside the city wall is 2 meters thick, enough to cover a person's body. Going out to fight at this time is definitely courting death. Crunch! Countless mutants came from afar and pushed away all the snow in front of them. Some huge mutants even ate the snow in front of them. Mutants have always eaten everything, regardless of meat or vegetables. Hey, why is it at this time? A soldier wearing thick clothes, standing on the city wall watching this scene, couldn't help but sigh. It's already been said above, the mutants calculated that our air force could not be deployed, so they chose to come here at this time. It's really a good calculation. Why do mutants have intelligence? They seem to be much smarter than mutant beasts. At least mutant beasts haven't thought of this method. In the past, mutant beasts never attacked the front line during blizzards. It was not because the mutant beasts did not want to do so, but because the blizzards had the same effect on the mutant beasts. Only mutants are not affected by the blizzard. When the battle started, the mutants attacked very quickly, while the humans fired continuously, trying not to let the mutants get close to the city walls. These city walls have been reinforced, and with the influence of the city wall technology provided by Chen, the defense has been further improved. These rubbish mutants have no chance of breaking through the city walls. Their only chance is to climb the city wall. Lung Yue is best at close combat, but unfortunately in this situation, close combat would be courting death, so she could only shoot at the bottom with a gun like other soldiers. Unfortunately, due to the snowstorm, their shooting accuracy dropped significantly, even their artillery fire was the same. The worst thing is that the flying mutants are coming towards them. All anti-aircraft guns were firing, but in this weather, the hit rate was reduced to the lowest. Only one shell accidentally hit a flying mutant, and the rest were all wasted. In desperation, the commander could only assign a small number of people to keep a special eye on these flying mutants. Although their number was small, the threat they posed to humans was not small. No one noticed that 2 seemingly ordinary men and women were observing the mutants below on the city wall. Number 3. These mutants without intelligence are like the pigs and sheep raised by humans before the end of the world, as cannon fodder and food reserves. Those mutants with intelligence are generally no different from humans, except for their appearance, spy number 1 whispered. This time, Chen's order was to let the 2 of them infiltrate the mutants and let them do whatever they wanted. At that time, spy number 1 formulated a huge plan. The ultimate goal of the plan was to control all the mutants. Spy number 1 knew that simply killing the mutants was the most despicable method. Not only would it waste manpower and resources, it might also allow the mutant beasts to take advantage of them. However, if the mutants were controlled and made to obey the commander's orders, that would be a different story. Chen didn't expect that spy number 1 would have such an idea. He thought at most that the spy would just go there to cause some trouble. Since this is the first mission for spy number 3, spy number 1 will naturally tell her everything he knows. As they are also working for the commander, they will definitely not have any selfish thoughts. Spy number 3 observed very carefully. After all, this was the first mission given to her by the commander, and she had spy number 1, her senior, to lead her. If she failed, she would not be able to forgive herself. Number 1. There should be a human female specially sent by the commander inside this defense line, right? Yes, what's wrong? Since the commander asked her to improve her strength here, would the commander be happy if we help her? Spy number 1 had never thought about this problem. He felt that as long as he completed the mission, it would be the best reward for the commander. However, spy number 3's words made him realize that if he could help the commander with other things, the commander might reward them. The commander's commendation is the greatest affirmation for them. She can only rely on herself to improve her strength. How can we help her? Spy number 1 frowned. Now is the best opportunity. If she can defeat the mutants in such bad weather, her strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. But before that, she needs to contact Era. Lung Yue had no idea that she was about to be tricked by Su Chen's men. To be honest, Lung Yue felt that her strength had been improving a little slowly recently. Su Chen had told her that she had to improve her strength to the 8th level before absorbing the 8th level energy crystal. But now she needs to absorb 7th level energy crystals, and her strength is only at the early 7th level. If she accidentally needs to absorb 8th level energy crystals, she will disappoint Su Chen's expectations. Just as she was thinking this, she suddenly felt someone pushing her from behind, and she fell directly off the city wall. Captain Long. Several people nearby were shocked. They thought Lung Yue fell down accidentally and never imagined that she was pushed down by someone. With the strength of spy number 1, it is too easy to avoid being discovered. His disguise is not limited to turning into a human. He can disguise himself to be the same as the surrounding environment. This ability is only available to him after he reaches the 8th level. Lung Yue's face was cold in midair. Even if she fell down, she would not die. It was just that the endless mutants below were a big trouble. Get lost. Seeing the mutants below stretching out their disgusting hands, Lung Yue shouted angrily and activated her illusion ability, causing these mutants to treat their companions around them as enemies, leaving Lung Yue with an open space. Seeing this, spy number 3 smiled and said, "In this case, we should be able to unleash her potential, unless she really can't hold on any longer. Then we can let Era take action. When the mutants retreat, we can leave." Chapter 245, Temporary Mission. The matter of spy number 3 naturally had to be approved by Su Chen. After all, this was someone the commander took special care of, and they didn't have the courage to do anything on their own. Su Chen felt that Lung Yue's recent strength was still a little lacking. If she wanted to quickly reach the 8th level, she had to use some special means. But he didn't expect that spy number 1 was so shameless that he directly pushed Lung Yue down. If this happened before the end of the world, it would be a definite murder. In this battle, Su Chen will not intervene unless the situation is really desperate. If the people on the front line develop this habit, it will be bad since there is the red alert base behind them. Su Chen is not a nanny who will come to the rescue every time. All the previous ones were just transactions. Su Chen is not a good guy. However, humans are not weak, especially with the help of energy conversion devices. The strength of many warriors has been greatly improved. In addition, the threat from within humanity has decreased. Now, except for the 7th level extraordinary people who are necessary for a base city, most of the others have been sent to the 4 major defense lines around it. It can be said that the current frontline combat effectiveness is stronger than before. I don't know if they were infected by Lung Yue's actions, but some 7th level extraordinary people jumped off the city wall and started fighting with a large number of mutants. A 6th level extraordinary person would not dare to do this, as people might die if they are not careful. A 7th level extraordinary person can at least have the ability to protect himself. A few hours passed and the humans had already rotated several times, but there was still no end in sight for the mutants, which put a lot of pressure on the human soldiers. There were so many people before the apocalypse. I must have killed at least a few hundred of them. A soldier was so tired that he was about to vomit blood. A few hundred are nothing. Did you see that guy? He killed at least 2,000. Isn't he so tired that his hands are cramping? I really don't know where so many people came from before the end of the world. I heard that the total number of humans before the end of the world seemed to have reached 10 billion. Such a huge number is simply unimaginable to them. A first-level base city has a population of at most 10 million. and a third-level base city may only have a few 100,000. The total number of human beings may not exceed 200 million. So what is the concept of 10 billion? The other 7th-level transcendents had already returned to the city wall to rest. Only one person had been fighting and had never returned. This person was naturally Long Yue. She seemed to be in a strange state, and the mutants who died around her could almost pile up into a small mountain. It seems that the top mutants have also noticed Long Yue, causing the mutants around her to become increasingly powerful, and a 5th-level mutant has already appeared. "Let Captain Long come up quickly. The mutants are targeting her," someone shouted. "I've called out to you a long time ago, but Captain Long doesn't seem to hear me. I'll go." At this time, a voice sounded. It was from a very young 7th-level transcendent. He had just recently broken through to the 7th level. The most important point was that he was also Long Yue's pursuer. The man jumped down and came to a place not far from Long Yue. "Captain Long, you don't have much energy left. You should go up and take a rest." Long Yue turned a deaf ear to him. As the man walked over, he saw a flash of cold light. He felt the hairs on his body stand up and he dodged subconsciously. The cold light hit a mutant behind him. This mutant seemed to be proficient in assassination. It quietly approached the man from behind and wanted to kill him, but was saved by Long Yue. The man breathed a sigh of relief. He almost thought that Long Yue had attacked him. Then he looked at Long Yue's right hand curiously and saw that it was full of coldness. Was this Long Yue's extraordinary ability? Since Long Yue's extraordinary abilities were too hidden, other people didn't know that she already had extraordinary abilities, so the man's misunderstanding was not surprising. In fact, Long Yue herself was also very surprised. She clearly already had extraordinary abilities, so how could she have another one? Long Yue felt a pain in her head just now, and she felt some changes in her body. Saving the man just now was just an unintentional act. To be honest, she didn't like seeing this man and it annoyed her. "I want to continue killing the enemy. You go back?" Long Yue said coldly and continued to fight with the mutants. Seeing Long Yue's appearance, a hint of viciousness flashed in the man's eyes. When he gets this woman, he will never let her go. The man didn't expect that all his actions were seen by Su Chen. Su Chen didn't have any special thoughts about Long Yue. He just regarded Long Yue as a subordinate and a mission target, but he would never allow someone who came out of nowhere to take advantage of Long Yue. "Spy number 1. Commander, what do you want?" "I'm giving you a temporary mission. Make this man's arm disappear as a warning."
Yes.
Spy number 1 stood on the city wall and noticed the man standing not far from Long Yue. This man actually asked the commander to issue a special order. He really didn't know how to live or die. If it weren't for the commander's special instructions, he would definitely kill the man. Now he can only take away an arm, which is really a bargain for him. This kind of thing might be troublesome for other people to do, but for spy number 1, it's a piece of cake. He first disguised himself as the same color as the city wall, went straight down, and then disguised himself as an ordinary mutant again, quietly approaching the man. The next moment, his figure flashed, and the man felt a sharp pain, and his arm was gone.
Ah!
The man screamed, which immediately attracted Long Yue's attention. She was a little shocked. The man was quite strong, but he suddenly lost an arm. There must be a very powerful mutant here.
Walk.
Long Yue directly picked up the man and brought him to the city wall. Then she changed her location and went down to fight again. She felt that her strength was on the verge of a breakthrough. A hint of coldness flashed in spy number 1's eyes, and he threw the bloody arm away, causing a scramble among many mutants. "Commander, mission accomplished." Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. Apart from the super soldiers, the only people under his command who could satisfy him were the spies and Su Yi. The man had no idea that he had lost his arm just by looking at someone without doing anything. If he knew the truth, he would probably shed tears. The people on the city wall didn't know the truth. They just thought that the man was lucky to survive. The battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. At the end, humans had to send soldiers to rush out of the city gate and fight with the mutants to reduce the pressure on the city walls. The soldiers on the 4 major defense lines were exhausted, so the mutants retreated. For some reason, no mutant king appeared in this battle, nor did a human king appear. Chapter 246 Beauty is only worthy of the strong. Humans don't know what this mutant attack means. Is it just a simple test? Not likely. You have to know that in this battle, the mutants suffered at least 100,000 losses, and the human side also suffered thousands of losses. These were all human elites. Whatever the reason, humanity's frontline defense has been strengthened once again, and mutants must not be allowed to invade human territory. Spy number 1 and spy number 3 successfully followed the large group of mutants and arrived at the mutant gathering point. This was a first-tier city before the end of the world, and one can vaguely see its former prosperity from some of the tall abandoned buildings around it. Unfortunately, after 30 years, the buildings here have been covered by various green plants and no longer look like a modern city. The two spies knew their disguised identities. They were disguised as mutant cannon fodder, the kind without intelligence. The intelligent mutants were all staying together, so it was difficult for them to take action for the time being. Back here, all the cannon fodder mutants are wandering the streets again. They are the city's defense line, preventing humans from sneaking in here. Since the emergence of intelligent mutants, they have also understood these things. It didn't take long for spy number 1 to find a target. No, it should be a pair of targets. Any intelligent creature will look for a beautiful member of the opposite sex. This is their nature. In front of spy number 1, there was a pair of mutant lovers. The female mutant looked almost the same as a human, except that her skin looked a little dull. As for the male mutant, spy number 1 preferred to call him Toilet Man, because this mutant looks like a toilet and does not resemble a human being at all. Needless to say, the mutation is distorted. Spy number 1 gave spy number 3 a look, and the two of them pretended to be idiots and walked over slowly. Spy number 1 is not going to kill them directly, but to listen to some information first. Of course, mind control is also quietly influencing them, making them tell all their information. When the time is right, spy number 1 goes up and punches them twice, killing them instantly. Okay, now you know the information, let's disguise ourselves as them and avoid any accidents. Spy number 1 said expressionlessly. Even though he knew he would have to disguise himself as a toilet man, he still did this. This is the professional ethics of being a spy. Spy number 3 certainly had no objection, and soon the two of them successfully disguised themselves and walked out. According to the intelligence they received, this couple seemed to be preparing to do something inappropriate for children. Of course, if it were spy number 1, he would definitely focus on gathering intelligence, but he would still have to pretend to do it. Spy number 3 held the hand of spy number 1, looking very cute, while spy number 1, disguised as a toilet man, walked towards the street with a proud look on his face. They came to a bar, which was one of the few places still open in the ruined city. Of course, all the people inside were intelligent mutants. With intelligence, they will certainly imitate human habits. Hey, isn't this Ma Tong? You actually brought Huang with you. It's so rare. A mutant who looked like a pin holder came over and shouted enthusiastically. Through the information obtained, spy number 1 easily identified that this mutant was Toilet Man's friend, a playboy. What? You can come, but I can't? Spy number 1 had a face full of arrogance. The only thing missing was a big cigar. You have such a bad temper. Come, let me introduce you to some friends. The pin holder didn't mind at all and took the two of them to a private room. There were 3 mutants sitting in the box, each with their own unique characteristics. Friends, let me introduce you. This is Ma Tong. He won the favor of our most beautiful flower girl last month. So many people are envious of him. The pin holder's words were a little sour. Since some new intelligent mutants appear every day, the intelligent beauty mutant of the previous month will not be the most beautiful in the next month, so the most beautiful female mutant will be selected again every month. Spy number 3 is disguised as Flower Girl, the most beautiful female mutant last month. Are you Ma Tong, the lucky guy who got the beauty? Let me tell you, beauty is only worthy of the strong. Do you have the guts to fight with me? If I win, the beauty stays. If I lose, I give you this bar. A mutant with an extremely cool look stood up. There was an azure dragon on his left and a white tiger on his right. He looked like a gangster. Spy number 1 really wanted to laugh out loud 3 times. He was still thinking about how to infiltrate the mutants to gather information, and this mutant gave him an opportunity. A bar is the best place to get information. If he owns a bar, wouldn't he have a lack of information? However, according to Ma Tong's personality, he would never agree directly. Instead, he would express his anger and only agree after being provoked. Spy number 1 had already understood Ma Tong's character thoroughly, and no one could tell that he was a fake. Needless to say, spy number 1 got the bar. Among the mutants, the words of the strong are the law. No one thinks that spy number 1 is wrong, but rather takes it for granted. Even Chen couldn't have imagined that spy number 1 could infiltrate the mutants so easily. It has to be said that the profession of spy really has innate advantages. However, Chen had no time to pay attention to the spy's operations at this time. His eyes had already been focused on one thing, that is, the blue meteor. Ever since Chen got this thing, Yunru took it away to study it. Today, Yunru found Chen. Commander, based on my research, I found that this thing is indeed the culprit that caused the changes on the Earth, but Yunru's face looked a little strange. But what? But in addition to this thing, there should be another thing. The two sides have some kind of reaction together, which will cause changes on a planet. The commander should have seen the last test. Where the blue meteor fell, the blue substance content is very high, but 100 kilometers away, the blue substance content is almost very low. This shows that the blue substance cannot spread to the world on its own. Did you find anything else? Not yet. I have no idea what the other thing is or where it is. If I find it, I will be sure that the direction of the blue meteor's impact will be a good one. Chen looked at the blue meteor. He didn't expect that this thing was temporarily useless. What a pity. Chen closed his eyes. Since the blue meteor could be recorded, then the other thing should also be recorded. It seems like it's time to go back and review. Chapter 247, Madame Dong Huang. Chen carefully looked through the information Zhu Hui gave him and finally discovered something in an inconspicuous place. This matter concerns Dong Huang, one of the human emperors. Madame Dong Huang was once on the verge of death due to some strange physical mutation. As a result, a red crystal placed on Dong Huang at the time merged into her body, and the mutation stopped. However, she became a vegetable and has never woken up. Chen noticed the red crystals in it. Could this be the thing that Yunru mentioned that corresponded to the blue meteor? How could such a coincidence happen? He knew that since the matter was related to Madame Dong Huang, he must find Dong Huang. If he went there for no reason, he might anger Dong Huang, and internal strife would not be a good thing. Chen prepared to meet Dong Huang in person. He had never met other emperors before, and this was an opportunity. Chen took his two subordinates, Yunru and Tianling, and teleported to a sub-base closest to the Eastern Front. After that, all the sub-bases were mobilized to open up a road directly to the Eastern Front in the ice and snow. In this kind of weather, it is impossible to take a helicopter. It is too dangerous, so the best way is to start from the ground. However, the snow along the way was very troublesome. Chen was a person who was afraid of trouble, so he simply used his men to clear the snow. Chen's order made his men run themselves ragged. No one could have imagined that someone would actually open up a road leading to the Eastern Front in such weather. You have to know that this place is at least 200 kilometers away from the Eastern Front. On the Eastern Front, there are not only people stationed in front of the front line, but also in the back to prevent sporadic mutant beasts from attacking the Eastern Front from behind. There is a small wooden house here, which is the station for a 5-person patrol team. Every once in a while, they report the situation here to the higher-ups. Of course, they always say the same thing. Everything is normal at patrol point number 6. But at this moment, the 5 soldiers suddenly heard a roar coming from a distance. It was the sound of the engine. No, why would a car come here at this time? We haven't received any news of support from other base cities. One person frowned. The other 4 people suddenly took out their guns. Since they were not their own people, they might be enemies. The person who can drive a car may not be one of us. He may be a beast slave. The 5 men were very aware of the situation. They turned off the lights, rushed out one by one, and hid behind the trees, ready to meet the arrival of the enemy. Finally, a huge black shadow rushed out of the forest. Due to the influence of the blizzard, they couldn't see clearly what the black shadow was, a tank or an armored vehicle. The team leader made a gesture and waited until the enemy got closer before shooting. They waited slowly, and finally they saw the true face of the other party's shadow. They were completely stunned. What was this? What appeared in front of them was a giant robot holding a huge shovel in both hands. With each shovel, a large piece of snow flew out, and a road was created. Wait, why does that robot look so much like a assembled mecha? Someone suddenly whispered. This person had participated in the last battle and was fortunate enough to see the scene where 500 mechas combined into one huge mecha and killed the Octopus King with one sword. The mecha in front of him was only 10 meters at most and couldn't be compared with the behemoth back then, but it was definitely that mecha. They all know that there is only one place that has mechas, and that is the Red Alert base. So, these people who suddenly appeared are all from the Red Alert base? The misunderstanding was soon resolved. When the 5 soldiers learned that the other party was actually the most mysterious commander of the Red Alert base and wanted to meet Dong Huang, they immediately reported the situation here. This was no longer something they could handle. Of the Red Alert base wants to meet Lord Dong Huang? This news quickly spread throughout the entire Eastern Front. To be honest, everyone was very curious about the mysterious commander. They couldn't imagine who could control such a powerful force and possess such advanced weapons as mechas. Lung Yue was stunned when she heard the news. She didn't know how Chen came here. Not only that, the news that Su Chen ordered people to open a road directly from the ground spread. Everyone was shocked by Su Chen's generosity. How much manpower and resources would be wasted just to open up a road? When they found out that Su Chen was actually using the Tianren Mecha to clear the way, they were speechless. Be rich and be willful. At this time, there were only two people in Dong Huang's exclusive office, Dong Huang and Su Chen. This was the first time Dong Huang met Su Chen. He had heard many things about Su Chen before. He knew that Su Chen was very young, but he was quite surprised that he was so young. Commander Su Chen, I wonder what brings you here this time? Dong Huang had a blank expression on his face, but his tone was very polite. If it were someone else, Dong Huang wouldn't be so easy to talk to. I came here for only one thing. I heard that your lady had an accident and is now in a vegetative state. My Red Alert base has medical technology that is beyond this era. Maybe I can help. Su Chen did not beat around the bush. Dong Huang's brows twitched slightly. He did not find it strange. Su Chen must have known about this from the information given to him by Ming Huang. What he was puzzled about was why Su Chen cared about this matter. The matter of his wife has always been a shadow in his heart. He feels very sorry for his wife for not saving her. Now even his son has died for betraying humanity. He knew that it was almost impossible to wake his wife up with the current human technology. Su Chen's words immediately ignited the fire of hope in Dong Huang's heart. How confident are you? Dong Huang was moved. Only when I see your lady in person can I know how confident I am. It would be a lie to tell you a probability before seeing the person, Su Chen said calmly. A bitter smile appeared on Dong Huang's lips. He actually forgot even this most basic thing. He was really too concerned about his wife just now. Okay, I'll take you there. Su Chen raised the corner of his mouth. As long as he could get close to Madame Dong Huang, he would have a chance to get the red crystal. At that time, under the influence of the blue meteor, he might be able to greatly improve the strength of his subordinates and get one step closer to his goal of controlling the world. What surprised Su Chen was that Madame Dong Huang was not in the first-level base city owned by Dong Huang, but was actually here on the Eastern Front. Chapter 248 Space Technology. Su Chen brought Yunru and the other two, following Dong Huang, to a very secluded place. This was the Scientific Research Department of the Eastern Front, and only a few people were qualified to enter here. They passed through more than a dozen checkpoints before they were able to enter. This place is more than 100 meters underground. Here, Su Chen saw many people running back and forth. They only had eyes for the things at hand and knew nothing about other things. Even when Dong Huang came, they didn't even look up. Lord Dong Huang, are you here to see your wife? A middle-aged man walked over and said in a low voice. Well, lead the way. Dong Huang responded. The middle-aged man did not find it strange. It seemed that this was not the first time that Lord Dong Huang came to visit. He was just a little curious. This was the first time that Lord Dong Huang brought outsiders here. Who were these three people? Dong Huang had no intention of explaining, so the middle-aged man naturally didn't dare to ask more questions and took them to a room separated by special glass. The furnishings in the room were simple, with only a hospital bed on which lay a thin woman. She was Dong Huang's wife. Dong Huang stood outside, looking at the woman with his eyes fluctuating greatly. Every time she came over, he felt like his heart was being cut by a knife, but he had no choice. Open the room, Dong Huang ordered. Lord Dong Huang, Madame's condition has finally stabilized. Opening the room at this time might make Madame's condition worse. The middle-aged man's face changed. Open. Dong Huang's order was unquestionable. The middle-aged man had no choice but to order someone to open the room. Then Dong Huang looked at Su Chen and said, I'll leave it to you next. Don't worry, I wouldn't come here if I wasn't sure. Su Chen looked very relaxed. He let Yunru and Tianling in together. Although they were not medical talents, as scientific research talents, they often saw more. After all, Madame Dong Huang was not ill. The room was closed again, except there were two more girls inside. The middle-aged man didn't care, and the two girls wanted to solve Madame Dong Huang's problem. Where could they put their face? But he didn't dare to disobey Dong Huang's order. That would be seeking death. Yunru and Tianling were carefully checking Madame Dong Huang's condition. They kept making some strange movements with their hands, and a large number of tools appeared around them. This made the middle-aged man's eyes widen. He had no idea where these things came from. Here we have to mention the space technology of the Chilua civilization. The Chilua civilization was able to build a stable shelter, which shows that their technology in this area is quite mature. Yunru has not yet completely cracked the space technology, but it is no problem for her to be able to carry some things with her. Libra is naturally the first beneficiary. The two used these instruments to give Madame Dong Huang a full body check. Soon Yunru contacted Su Chan in her mind. Commander, this person's body is very strange. Her body is still functioning normally, but her consciousness seems to be lost. Lost consciousness? Su Chan was stunned. What does this mean? Ever since upgrading his mental technology, Su Chan knew that many things in the world are not what we see with our naked eyes. Sometimes what we see with our consciousness is more real. Su Chan had experienced this feeling once before. Where did she lose her consciousness? This will take some time to find. I am currently checking her body for anything related to the red crystal. Please wait a moment. About an hour passed and Dong Huang didn't move. He was very patient, otherwise he wouldn't have waited for so many years. Commander, we have discovered that there is no blood in this woman's body. The blood in her body is a substance similar to blood. According to Mai and Xiao Cheng's guess, this should be the state after the red crystal entered her body. Su Chen's heart sank. The red crystals had turned into Madame Donghuang's blood. If he took out the red crystals, wouldn't Madame Donghuang be dead? He came here just to get something, not to kill anyone. It would not be a good idea to fall out with Donghuang over this matter. Is there any way to take out the red crystal without endangering her life? Su Chen asked. Let me think about it. Yunru and Tianling were both a little conflicted. This matter was quite troublesome. Even if they directly performed a blood transfusion, they had to at least find a blood volume that could satisfy the woman's entire body. Moreover, a whole body blood transfusion could be fatal if not done properly. Commander, I have come up with a good idea. I just checked it more carefully and found that it was not the blood that was replaced, but there were some extra things in the blood. These things should be the components of the red crystals. As long as we can separate the two and refine them again, we can get the red crystals, Yunru said. Since there is a way, let's think about how to find Madame Donghuang's consciousness. Su Chen knew that if he just took away the red crystal, Donghuang would definitely not agree. After all, it was this thing that saved Mrs. Donghuang's life. Is there anything abnormal in Madame Donghuang's body? Nothing. Hey, wait, Yunru exclaimed. After a while, she said, Commander, I found that there is something wrong with this woman's genes. Her genes are constantly being destroyed and reorganized. The number of destruction and recombination per second reaches hundreds of millions. Genetic problem? Su Chen thought of what was said in the information, that when Madame Donghuang's body mutated, it was the red crystals that stabilized her condition. In this case, the mutation caused her genes to be constantly damaged, and the red crystals caused her genes to constantly recombine, which led to this situation. In this way, once the red crystal is taken out, Madame Donghuang might turn into a mutant on the spot, which would completely offend Donghuang. After all, there has never been an example of a mutant being able to turn back into a human. Even if a mutant has intelligence, he is still another individual and not the same person as before. After Yunru and Tianliang came out, Su Chen said, Donghuang, I have roughly understood your lady's condition. Now there is a way to wake her up. What, are you telling the truth? Donghuang shouted in shock. How is this possible? How could a vegetative person? The middle-aged man was about to refute, then he realized that that was Madame Donghuang. And he actually spoke like that. Wasn't he courting death? Fortunately, Donghuang was so excited that he didn't hear his voice. The only thing in his mind was Su Chen's words. What method? Donghuang calmed his mind. Find your lady's consciousness. Chapter 249 Psychic Technology 4.0. No one knew that Donghuang would quietly leave the Eastern Front. Considering his wife's situation, he really couldn't wait any longer. Of course, Donghuang had no intention of giving up the Eastern Front. He knew that Su Chen had an 8th-level emperor under his command, so he asked Su Chen to send an 8th-level emperor to temporarily help him guard the Eastern Front. However, Donghuang could never have imagined that Su Chen called a dog and told him that the dog could guard the Eastern Front. Donghuang was stunned. He remembered that this was the dog beside Lung Yue. It turned out to be an 8th-level mutant beast. But having an early 8th-level dog was not safe enough, so Su Chen thought about it and called another one over. After about half an hour, it finally arrived. Lizard Dragon. See the commander. That's right, the newcomer is the Lizard Dragon, an 8th-level mutant beast that was almost forgotten by Su Chen. Now the strength of the Lizard Dragon has improved a lot. Although it has not yet reached the middle stage of the 8th level, it is already very close to it and is only a little bit away from a breakthrough. Donghuang looked at the Lizard Dragon with a look of disbelief. He had always thought that the Lizard Dragon was dead, but he didn't expect that the Lizard Dragon was not only not dead, but also became Su Chen's subordinate. He really couldn't believe that Su Chen had such powerful means that he could even control an 8th-level mutant beast. With 2 8th-level guards, Donghuang finally felt relieved. This way, even if the enemy attacked again, the Eastern Front would not be defeated all at once. Afterwards, Huang got on Su Chen's car and prepared to go to a ruined city to find the consciousness of Mrs. Huang. This time it was still the Tianren mecha that led the way. Huang looked at it with envy, but he also knew that mecha technology was not something that modern humans could fully master. Just some of the technologies that Huang and Su Chen traded had taken a large number of scientists to study for some time. According to Yunru and Tianling's analysis, Madame Huang's consciousness should remain at the place where the mutation occurred. In the process of a human becoming a mutant, the consciousness will leave the body and eventually become a mutant without intelligence. The consciousness of an ordinary person cannot last for too long after leaving the body, unless it is a strong person like Yuri Libra who controls the power of the mind. Even if only the consciousness exists, it can survive for a long time. Yunru believed that Madame Huang's consciousness still existed was because of the effect of the red crystal. This thing could not only protect Madame Huang's body, but also her consciousness. If nothing unexpected happens, her consciousness should be in the city where she mutated. After a while, they finally came to an abandoned city covered with snow. This was where Madame Huang had mutated. At that time, Huang was not yet Huang, but just an ordinary transcendent who came here with his wife to carry out a mission. But he didn't expect that it was here that his wife was injured by mutants and her body mutated. If it weren't for the red crystal he accidentally discovered that saved his wife, he would really have collapsed. Since then, Huang has not come to this place. Looking at this familiar yet unfamiliar city, Huang felt deeply moved. Su Chen didn't care about Huang's thoughts. He came here just to find Mrs. Huang's consciousness so as to get the red crystal. Libra, let's start. Su Chen ordered. Libra closed her eyes, and invisible spiritual power spread out in all directions. Huang felt something sweeping across his body, and he subconsciously looked at Libra. Was it the ability of this little girl? Not long after, Libra opened his eyes. Commander, the blizzard has a significant impact on mental power. I didn't find any consciousness within my detection range. Su Chen did not find it strange. No matter how strong the mind power was, it could not compare to the power of nature. Unless Libra's strength reached the 9th level, he would probably be able to ignore the blizzard. Su Chen closed his eyes. He also wanted to try it. After borrowing Yuri's power, he once again entered that other state. There is no one around, no building either. This is a sensory world where the strength of your consciousness determines your size. He could see that the Libra beside him was a huge ball of light, and Huang's ball of light was not small either. After all, he was an emperor. Yunru's ball of light was a little smaller. After all, she had no spiritual power. Su Chen looked into the distance and found that he could only see a small area, while everything farther away was pitch black. In his field of vision, very small balls of consciousness light were floating around. These balls of consciousness light transmitted countless pieces of information, causing Su Chen to feel severe pain in his head. Mind Technology 4.0 is indeed powerful, but without a strong mind, it is easy for things to go wrong. Fortunately, these consciousnesses were just some scattered balls of light, and they were not far from dissipating, so Su Chen was able to hold on. He could feel that these light balls of consciousness were all human. They were all once humans, but after becoming mutants, their consciousness left their bodies and floated unconsciously in the city. Among so many consciousnesses, Su Chen did not find Madame Huang's consciousness. It seemed that she was not here. Let's go in and look for it. There is no mutant left in the ruined city. The previous operation has killed all the mutants in the human territory, leaving not a single one. However, even without mutants, there are still mutant beasts. In order to avoid the winter blizzards, many mutant beasts simply hide in houses built by humans, where they can survive. Boom. A shell roared out and blew a mutant beast in front into pieces. There are actually quite a few mutant beasts here. We have a solution for tonight's dinner. Su Chen smiled. Su Chen didn't need to do anything for such a small matter. His men could deal with these mutant beasts. In order to prevent any accidents, Su Chen directly ordered the soldiers to clear out all the mutant beasts in the ruined city to facilitate their search for Madame Huang's consciousness. Huang was helpless. He could not help with the search for consciousness. After all, he had no spiritual power. Only Su Chen and Libra have this power, and this is also a good opportunity for them to become familiar with Mind Technology 4.0. A day later, Su Chen searched almost the entire ruined city, but still could not find Madame Huang's consciousness. What was going on? Could it be that Yunru's guess was wrong, and Madame Huang's consciousness was not here? Or could it be that Madame Huang's consciousness had dissipated? This is not good news. If he fails to wake up Madame Dong Huang will not give him the red crystal. Just when Su Chan was having a headache, Libra suddenly exclaimed, "Commander, I found a strange place." Chapter 250, Spiritual Space. Su Chen's expression was a little strange. He didn't expect that Libra would find such a strange place. This place seems like another world, and it is the world before the end of the world. Su Chan was standing on the street, surrounded by pedestrians. Libra was standing next to him. People around him looked at the two of them with strange eyes from time to time. Not long ago, Libra told Su Chan that she found a strange place. Why is this place strange? The reason is that this place can only be discovered by spiritual power. Others cannot find it even if they break up this space. Su Chan followed Libra and used his mental power to enter this strange place, which Su Chan named the spiritual space. As soon as he entered here, Su Chan was a little confused. What was going on? Here, Su Chan felt that everything around him was real. If he could not still feel his own body, he would have thought that this was the real world. Libra, what did you find? Su Chan looked at Libra. At this moment, he suddenly realized why people around them were looking at them from time to time. It was all because their clothes were too strange. There is no need to say much about Libra. Su Chen's outfit was just like a commander-in-chief, so high-end that other people probably thought they were cosplaying. Su Chen knew that the best way to avoid being noticed was to change his clothes. This is not the real world. The power of the mind can affect everything. The two came to an empty alley and used the power of the mind to change their clothes. If nothing unexpected happens, there should be some secrets here. Let's search first and see what we find. Su Chen knew that such a place definitely did not appear for no reason. There must be a source. He couldn't help but start to wonder if this had anything to do with Madame Dongwang. Walking on the street, Su Chen sighed a little. He didn't expect that he could see such a lively scene. You know, he has never seen such a scene since he came to this world. Even in the base city, such a scene would not be possible. Humans all know that they still have enemies such as mutant beasts and mutant humans. Most people are trying to improve their strength, and only a few people can truly enjoy it. After walking for a while, Libra suddenly said, "Commander, this should be the city before it was destroyed." Su Chen looked around and found that it was indeed very similar to the information he knew, especially the most famous tower, which was one of the representative buildings of this city. Su Chen thought of something and asked about the time. It turned out that the time here was more than 30 years ago, that is, before the end of the world. This is interesting. In a spiritual space, there is actually a pre-apocalyptic city, even though he knows that this is fake. It seems that we have to take the initiative to find someone this time. Madame Dongwang should be here. Find her. Su Chen directly used his mental power, and suddenly, he felt something was wrong. The people around him looked at him strangely. "Commander, there is danger." Libra waved his hand and set up a barrier around the two of them. The next second, countless people pounced on them. Their posture was even more like that of mad dogs. They were no longer human. Su Chen was a little confused. What was going on with these people? Could it be that once one exposed one's spiritual power here, this kind of thing would happen? This situation didn't happen because they didn't use their psychic powers in front of others before. There were densely packed figures lying on the barrier created by Libra, which looked very scary. "Get out." Libra frowned, and the barrier shook suddenly, sending everyone flying. It must be said that Libra's mental strength had risen to a higher level. These people were flung away, and their bodies disappeared instantly, as if they had never existed in the first place. At this moment, Su Chen felt a hint of instability in this space. The corners of his mouth curled up, as if he had realized something. "Libra, go ahead and destroy it. This is the commander's order." "Really? Commander, can I destroy it?" Libra's expression changed, and another personality of Libra appeared. Without waiting for Su Chen to speak, Libra laughed wildly, and his huge mental power gradually covered the entire city. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of sounds seemed to be knocking on the heart, and the whole city was shaking. With every vibration, this spiritual space became a little unstable. At the same time, the city is beginning to be destroyed from the edge. Yuri's psychic power tends to be control-oriented, while Libra's psychic power tends to be destructive. For Libra, destruction is a pleasure. Not long after, the entire city disappeared, and Su Chen and Libra stood in a dark space with nothing around them. "Madame Dongwang, why don't you come out and see me?" Su Chen shouted. The next second, a figure appeared in front of Su Chen. It was a woman who looked very intellectual and beautiful. She was Madame Dongwang Du Jing. "I'm not Madame Dongwang. You've got the wrong person." Du Jing's face was calm. That was before you fell into a coma. After you fell into a coma, your husband became the human Dong Huang, so you are naturally the wife of Dong Huang. Do you know my husband? Du Jing was a little excited. Of course, I was entrusted by your husband this time to take you back and wake you up. I believe you are aware of your current situation. Su Chen didn't think so. Madame Dong Huang was a rookie. It was impossible for a rookie to live to this day, and her consciousness had not dissipated. Du Jing was excited for a while, then a sad face appeared. It's useless. I can't leave this place. Although this place protects my consciousness, it also traps me. I have tried countless ways in the past few decades, but all failed. Madam, your failure does not mean that I will fail. Do you think you can stop me with just a spiritual space? Su Chen's words were full of domineering. This was the first time Du Jing met Su Chen, but Su Chen's performance just now gave her a glimmer of hope. This is a spiritual space with spiritual power everywhere. The way to get out is very simple. As long as you can use more powerful spiritual power, this place will disappear. This time Su Chen did not take any action and handed it directly to Libra. Libra's hair floated up, and an invisible force covered her whole body. She let out a low shout, and the space around her shattered into pieces. With a crash, their consciousness returned to the real world. Ah! Du Jing let out a scream. She was able to survive purely because of the special nature of her spiritual space. In the outside world, her consciousness would not have lasted long. Libra waved his hand, and a protective film enveloped Du Jing's consciousness, saving her from pain. Chapter 251 Surprise. Su Chen opened his eyes and looked at Dong Huang. Madame's consciousness has been found. Where? Dong Huang was overjoyed, but his eyes could not see Du Jing's consciousness at all, and he had no mental power. It's right in front of you, but Madame's consciousness is very weak, and she needs to be sent back to her body as soon as possible. Dong Huang's face became serious. Since it concerned his wife's safety, he was of course cautious. Just as they were about to go back, Yunru suddenly contacted Su Chen. Commander, there seems to be another place here, which may be related to the spiritual space. Su Chen's expression remained unchanged. Of course, good things should be kept to himself. Sharing them with others was impossible. With Dong Huang nearby, they could not start digging for the moment. They could only wait and see. The group returned to the Eastern Front at a faster speed. It was still the same room, with Du Jing's body lying inside. Go. Su Chen looked at Yunru and the others. Dong Huang's eyes were full of hope. This might be the first time he felt that his wife could wake up. If even Su Chen couldn't do it, no one else in the world could. Libra controlled Du Jing's consciousness and slowly sent it into her body. As soon as it touched her body, her consciousness merged into it. Du Jing's body let out a soft cry. After hearing the sound, Dong Huang almost cried out. Su Chen put his hand on Dong Huang's shoulder. Don't worry, my men will not let you down. Dong Huang nodded seriously, his eyes never leaving Du Jing. As time passed, Du Jing's indicators began to return to normal, and her consciousness began to control her body. Of course, Yunru did not forget the red crystals that the commander needed. A technology that needs to be mentioned here is the separation technology of Chilua civilization. As long as this technology is used, the blood and red crystal components can be separated without harming Du Jing's body. It can be said to be an advanced technology of Chilua civilization. This technology is widely used. Its greatest use is to directly separate raw ore into various pure ores, which is many times more efficient. When Du Jing woke up, Dong Huang couldn't hold back any longer and hugged his wife directly. Yunru took a fist-sized red crystal and handed it to Su Chen. This thing is quite magical. It can suppress human mutations. Su Chen had already known from Yunru that the mutations in Du Jing's body had been almost cleared up by the red crystals, so there was no problem even if this was not needed. Du Jing is a lucky person. Not everyone will encounter this red crystal when they mutate. Dong Huang knew that Su Chen's purpose was this thing, but he didn't care. Su Chen could wake up his wife. It was just a piece of stone. Su Chen, thank you. Dong Huang was very grateful. We each take what we need. You give me things, and I save people. Su Chen did not take credit for it. To be honest, if it weren't for finding this red crystal, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to do this. After getting the things, Su Chen did not stay here and left with his people. On the way, Su Chen said to Yunru and the others, take some people to the city and see if there is anything there. Su Chen did not forget what Yunru had said before. Yunru said with a smile, I knew that the commander would not let go of that place with his ruthless personality. Don't worry, I have already marked it. Su Chen rolled his eyes and said, what does it mean to pluck feathers from a passing goose? If I were not so stingy as this commander, No, if I were to save money, would you be able to live such a carefree life now? When Su Chen returned to the main base, he saw Yunru and the others had reached that place. After a burst of bombardment, they opened the gate to the second space. After a search, Yunru found a lot of things, but unfortunately there was no living person inside. This is also a place where a civilization left behind, a civilization that specialized in studying mind technology. The final result of this civilization was Mind Technology version 4.0. Later, it encountered a natural disaster and created this small space in an attempt to preserve the fire, but unfortunately failed. Compared with the Chilua civilization, this civilization is too weak and cannot even leave the planet. Because of abnormal development and all efforts put into developing psychic technology, other technologies have become quite backward. Everything depends entirely on manpower, and when faced with natural disasters, they can only wait for death. However, the extremely detailed psychic techniques in this book surprised Libra, which was of great help to her research on psychic techniques. It can be said that when Libra finishes these studies, Su Chen's unit that relies on mental technology will have a qualitative leap. This was an unexpected surprise. Su Chen felt that there were still many mysteries on the Earth. Not only did the Zerg mother nest appear, but there was also a Chilua civilization. The most crucial thing was, did the blue meteors and red crystals that caused the Earth to mutate accidentally fall to the Earth, or were they controlled by someone behind the scenes? Su Chen didn't know all this. All he could do was to improve his strength as much as possible so that when he really encountered danger, he would be able to protect himself. The blue meteor and the red crystal were given to Yunru for research, while Libra continued to study psychic technology. Su Chen found that he had nothing to do and could only watch the progress of his control over the base city. Well, we have controlled 61 base cities. The speed is pretty good. Once we control all the base cities, we should have the power to deal with the late 8th Order mutant beasts. Su Chen did not forget his level 8 authority mission. Once he had level 8 authority, the strength of his subordinates could be increased to the peak of level 8. This is a strength that only the Southern Emperor has. At that time, dominating the Earth was nothing. The universe was his stage. These few days, Su Chen suddenly discovered that the speed at which his energy increased had slowed down. After looking carefully, he found that his mining cart had actually drained out a lot of mineral deposits in the past few months. This is a very serious problem. Without the income from the mines, his energy is not enough to cover his expenses. Now Su Chen has too many bases under his command, and the energy consumed every day is not a small number. Once the energy source is missing, his energy will eventually be consumed. No, we need to find a completely new deposit. Let me take a look. Su Chen searched for a long time and finally chose an oil field. This was a world-class oil field before the end of the world. Unfortunately, it is not within the human territory now. If he goes out, he will suffer the wrath of the mutant beasts. This oil field must have a daily output that is enough to make up for the consumed mineral reserves. Su Chen immediately informed his subordinates of his decision. This time, the battle outside would require at least one super soldier to guard the area. After thinking about it, he finally decided to hand it over to Boris. He and his clone were very powerful and could definitely protect the large oil field. By the way, they could also build a branch base there to facilitate teleportation. Chapter 252 Green Light. The desire to occupy the oil fields was a major operation, and it was the first time that humans had fought beyond their territory. Su Chen directly built a base vehicle at the branch base closest to the oil field, and then dispatched a large number of tanks and planes, and quickly formed a large force. Boris, this mission is up to you. Don't let me down. Su Chen looked at the two big men in front of him. Commander, Boris will definitely seize the oil field and will not let you down. The two Boris saluted. As a Russian, Boris's favorite thing is strong liquor. Unfortunately, in this world, strong liquor is almost extinct. Humans don't have much grain to make wine, but human wisdom is infinite. They have found some substitutes, but the taste is much worse. I saw him holding a big gun in one hand and a bottle of white wine in the other, drinking it gulp by gulp. This is the first major mission the commander has given him, and he cannot let the commander down. This time, Su Chen gave Boris a team of 50,000 people, including tanks and planes. The strength is very powerful, and it is more than enough to attack a third-level base city. Boris is the most special super soldier under Su Chen. He is the only one who has a clone. With the combined strength of the two, their combat effectiveness ranks among the best among all super soldiers. Humanity's four major defense lines are relatively far away, and some places with weaker defenses generally rely on a secondary base city to assist in defense. Huang City is such a place. Unfortunately, it was conquered by mutant beasts. The place where Su Chan went this time was a place with weak defense. He walked directly through the 4 major defense lines. Wasn't that obviously telling the mutant beasts what he was going to do? Su Chen's goal is not only to occupy the oil field, but also to develop it into a base. This will be the first nail in the mutant beast forces. The movement of tens of thousands of troops could easily be discovered by humans, but Su Chan directly asked Boris to carry a pseudocrack generator to cut off any satellite surveillance. Coupled with the blizzard weather, they were not discovered until they reached the vicinity of the base city. Unfortunately, if you want to leave the human territory, you must pass through a second-level base city, Huang City. As a base city that often deals with mutant beasts, the people here are tough and even ordinary people dare to fight mutant beasts with guns. This base city is also the best place for the surrounding gathering places. They provide firepower to the gathering places from time to time to encourage these people to go out and fight. Due to the influence of the blizzard, Huang City has not gone out to fight mutant beasts for a long time. Mutant beasts generally attack the 4 major defense lines, and there is no need to attack places defended by base cities. Didn't you see that even Huang City was destroyed, but humans are still doing fine? On this day, a huge alarm suddenly sounded in Huang City, which startled everyone in the base city. Why was there an alarm? Are mutant beasts attacking? Huang City were not afraid. They took out their weapons one by one and prepared to welcome the arrival of the mutant beasts. However, when they arrived at the city wall, what they saw were not mutant beasts, but human mechanized troops. Why are there so many troops at this time? Which base city sent them? The controller of Huang City frowned. In this kind of weather, the best thing to do is to reduce going out as much as possible. Such a large-scale operation. Is it because there is not enough food in the base city? He couldn't imagine that this was purely a vanguard force. If Su Chun put all his strength into it, he would definitely scare them. Master Controller, we tried to contact the other party, but he refused to talk to us. The subordinate reported. If they don't dare to contact us, then they are not sent by other base cities. They might be human traitors. Fire a warning shot, said the controller. Soon, a cannon sounded in front of the team. Unfortunately, the troops did not slow down at all and continued to move forward. The controller looked a little unhappy. He was so disrespectful and even ignored the warning. It seemed that there would be a battle next. Just as he was about to order his men to open fire, his cell phone rang. You know, as the controller of the base city, his mobile phone is special, that is, the kind that allows free calls, and those who can know his number are at least extraordinary people of level 7 or above. He took it out and saw that it was a very familiar number, Ming Huang. Your Majesty, do you have any instructions? The controller said hurriedly. A troop of tens of thousands of people outside your base city, right? Yes, I have warned them just now, but they ignored me. Next, I will use heavy firepower. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Emperor Ming. Let them pass, control your men, and don't get into any fight with the other side. The controller was stunned. Lord Ming Huang actually asked him to give them the green light. What was going on? You know, this is the edge of human territory, and beyond that is the territory of mutant beasts. What are they going to do there? Why? The controller couldn't help but ask. They are from the Red Alert base. This sentence made the controller speechless. Nowadays, everyone among the human leaders knows the existence of the Red Alert base, which is a major force among humans. If the Red Alert base had not taken action, the 4 major defense lines of mankind would have been in danger. The controller knows such a simple truth. The actions of the Red Alert base cannot possibly harm humanity, otherwise the first one to oppose it would be the human emperor, and it would not be his turn to say anything. I understand. The controller had the alarm sounded and issued an order that no one was allowed to attack and was allowed to pass. Anyone who dared to attack would be treated as a traitor to humanity. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone put down their weapons. They looked at the troops in the distance curiously, wondering what the situation was with them. However, the controller forgot one thing. This is the 3G network era, and surfing the internet is something that everyone does. Without his explicit prohibition, many people uploaded the situation here to the internet. Now, all mankind knows that a troop of tens of thousands of people left Huang City for no apparent purpose. When the controller found out, he almost vomited blood. Lord Ming Huang called him specially, probably to ask him not to spread the matter. As a result, he forgot that things are different now than before and the internet is very convenient. So many of his subordinates actually spread the matter. He didn't know that Su Chen didn't care whether other people knew about this. If any mutant beasts came, he would kill them all. Chapter 253 Incredible. Huang City unimpeded, and those standing on the city wall witnessed the equipment of the Red Alert base with their own eyes. Tanks of different shapes and strong soldiers, Just one look at them, and you can tell that these are elite teams. What shocked them the most was that there were flying troops and helicopter fighters in the sky. It's a blizzard now, and they still dare to let the plane appear? Aren't they seeking death? Of course, they didn't know that with the research results of Yunru and others, the blizzard currently had little impact on Chen's planes. There is a barrier on the surface of each helicopter fighter. This barrier is made using Mine Technology 4.0. It can form a barrier outside the aircraft, preventing the blizzard from affecting the operation of the aircraft. It can be called a magical weapon. It sounds awesome, but it actually has some limitations. First of all, the defense of this thing is not very strong, and it will be broken when encountering an attack above level 6. The second is that after the barrier of this thing is broken, it takes some time to recover. This time, Chen sped up the production of these things and gave them to Boris's team for use. After all, it was the first time that the Red Alert base went out to fight, and they couldn't afford to lose face. Boris knew his mission and moved faster along the way to capture the oil fields. When the team was just a few dozen kilometers away from human territory, they were discovered by a group of mutant beasts. Human breath? Suddenly, these mutant beasts became excited. They had not eaten humans for a long time, and it was rare for them to smell the human scent, so they rushed over directly. When they saw the situation clearly, the mutant beasts were confused. Sorry, we went to the wrong set. The Red Alert soldiers didn't give them a chance to choose and killed them all. Da-da-da. The sound of AK-47 is quite pleasant in this scene. At least that's what Boris thinks. Soon, these mutant beasts died and became the reserve food for the Red Alert soldiers. Although they brought a lot of dry food this time, frugality is a traditional virtue of the Red Alert base. In this way, Boris's team killed their way towards the oil field. Such a big noise let the surrounding mutant beasts know that a group of humans had entered their territory. This news shocked the mutant beasts. Since humans and mutant beasts have been fighting each other, no one has ever dared to step out of their territory. This is a provocation to the mutant beasts. Not only mutant beasts, but on the way to the oil field, they also passed by some mutant gathering points. Boris had only one order: crush them all. Both the mutants and mutant beasts were angry. Under the leadership of 2 early 8th level emperors, they gathered in large numbers and prepared to keep all these humans here. Humans were not qualified to enter their territory. They didn't know that Chen gave Boris a pseudo-mine detector. The effect was a little worse than the original one, but it was still quite good, and most importantly, it was easy to carry. After those mutant beasts and mutant humans made their plan, Boris knew their purpose and route. What he had to do next was to let these damn mutant humans and mutant beasts know that the Red Alert base was inviolable. Commander, I have an idea. At this time, Zhu Ling's voice appeared in Chen's mind. Oh, tell me about it. Chen was interested. We can start a live broadcast across the entire network to let people know how powerful our Red Alert base is, increase the cohesion of humanity, and deter those with bad intentions. Chen pondered. In fact, he had learned from some reports from his subordinates in recent times that some people actually wanted to steal the technology of the Red Alert base, but none of them succeeded. The defense of the Red Alert base was very strict, which was beyond their imagination. Too many lice are annoying. So Chen decided to take advantage of this opportunity to let those people see with their own eyes the power of the Red Alert base. If you want to watch live broadcasts, 3G network is not enough and you must upgrade to 4G. Soon, people who owned mobile phones discovered that their 3G network had turned into a 4G network. This was the level of network available to humans before the end of the world. As for the legendary 5G, they had not seen it. From here, Chen discovered the difference. In his world, 5G technology has already appeared, although it has not yet been popularized. With 4G network, you can already watch videos, and live streaming is not a problem. After quickly upgrading to 4G, they suddenly found that their mobile phones were forced to download an app called Red Alert Live. After opening it, there was only one live broadcast room, and the picture in it was exactly Boris's team. Am I seeing things? This is actually a live broadcast, and it seems to be a live broadcast from the Red Alert base. Someone commented, "Awesome. Isn't this the team that passed by our Hangzhou city a few hours ago? Are we going to broadcast live to them this time? Unbelievable. How dare they leave human territory and go to such a dangerous place? Why?" Many people raised questions in the comments. They didn't know what the Red Alert was doing in the mutant beast territory. There was no human being outside, so even if there was treasure, they couldn't get it back. Just then, someone noticed the name of the live broadcast room. Take back your oil fields and clean up some garbage. The purpose is so obvious that even a fool can understand it. The destination of this Red Alert force is actually the large oil field in the north. Anyone who went to school before the end of the world knows that there is a world-class oil field in the north of this place, which accounts for a large part of the crude oil supply. Unfortunately, after the end of the world, it was abandoned. There was no way out. Humans did not have the strength to expand their territory to that place, and crude oil was not of much use to human beings' current technology, so it was just abandoned. In the live broadcast, people saw a well-equipped, iron-blooded warrior who had experienced the battlefield. Those weapons shocked many people because they found that many of them were not sold by the Red Battle Flag. I knew that the Red Alert base must have better weapons, otherwise why would they sell those weapons? They have such good weapons, but they don't sell them. The Red Alert base is overextended. You are so arrogant. Who said that new weapons must be released? Why don't you ask the human leaders to release the weapons they have researched? It's already great that the Red Alert base can sell them. Have the human leaders ever used them? Started to curse each other in the live broadcast room, and soon they were banned, and the room became quiet instantly. At this time, the number of people in the live broadcast room reached 100 million. It can be said that nearly half of the human race is paying attention to this live broadcast room. Chapter 254. Let's start the game. In a ruined city, countless mutants and beasts hid, ready to wait for human troops. For this reason, a mutant emperor and an 8th level mutant beast joined forces, which is a very rare situation. Phosphorus Emperor, they should be here soon, right? Don't worry, Canine King. They are not far away. A mutant with white skin and a large dog are together. They are the masterminds behind the attack. Of Dog King sound familiar to you? Yes, he is the hunting dog Daha under Chen. Ever since Daha became the queen of dogs, she has been eating and sleeping. Having awakened the devouring evolution template, she can become stronger as long as she eats. Now she is not far from the middle stage of the 8th level. This time, it was Phosphorus Emperor who took the initiative to attack Daha. Originally, Daha was too lazy to move, but when it knew that Phosphorus Emperor was going to deal with one of its own, it suddenly came to its senses and asked to join. The Phosphorus Emperor never thought that Daha was actually a dog from the Red Alert base. He also thought that since he had 2 level 8 warriors on his side, he was in a safe situation. To be honest, Chen didn't expect that this time it would be Daha who attacked Boris. Doesn't this give him unlimited room for maneuver? At this moment, Chen suddenly missed the spy. If the spy was here, with his acting skills as an actor, he would definitely be able to make humans fully feel the power of the Red Alert base. I just don't know if Boris and Daha can act well. Daha and Boris have already talked on the phone. This time the mission is to demonstrate the strength of the Red Alert base. In other words, it doesn't matter even if all of Daha's men die. Anyway, there are so many mutant beasts, and it can continue to collect other mutant beasts. This is not a problem. This time it did not bring its own hunting dogs, and let them all stay in the nest, which is prone to accidental injuries in such situations. The troops were getting closer and closer to the ruined city. It was getting dark, and the Red Alert soldiers also needed to rest. This place was different from the game. Set up camp here and set off tomorrow. Boris gave the order a few kilometers away from the ruined city. But his behavior made Phosphorus Emperor anxious. He finally waited for the human troops to arrive, but they actually stopped. How could this be possible? It's okay for the mutants under his command. They can endure it for a whole night, but the mutant beasts don't have such good patience. If they were not afraid of the majesty of the Dog King, they would have rushed over long ago. Sure enough, as time went by, the mutant beast's patience became less and less, and even Daha pretended to be impatient. It must be said that Daha is also a great actor. Phosphorus Emperor, my men don't have time to wait here. Either rush over and kill the humans, or I leave now. Daha bared his fangs. The Phosphorus Emperor had no choice. It was a bit difficult for him to deal with the human army with only his men, but it would be different if the Dog Emperor's men were added. Okay, let's go now. A large number of mutants and mutant beasts walked out of the ruined city and gradually approached the Red Alert forces under the cover of night. They thought their actions were covert and not discovered, but they didn't know their movements were clearly broadcasted in the live broadcast room. Ha ha ha, I've never seen such funny mutants and beasts. Do they think they haven't been discovered? Don't laugh upstairs. We are professionally trained and generally don't laugh unless we can't help it. Ha ha ha. How can you be like this? Do you think mutants and animals have any dignity? Mutants, mutants, mutants? Everyone in the live broadcast room was laughing like crazy. They all saw them through the live broadcast, and they actually thought they had not been discovered. How ridiculous was that? Boris sat on top of a tank, looking at the dark shadow in the distance, and waved his hand. Let's start the game. Boom. Artillery fire erupted, firing the first shots of the battle. Standing in the front is naturally the Wild Orc, and behind him is a row of deployed heavily armored soldiers. This type of soldier usually has average combat effectiveness, even inferior to the Red Alert soldiers, but once deployed, the weapons they take out can blow up tanks. In terms of military types, Red Alert has never lost. Even the Phosphorus Emperor was confused. Why was the sneak attack plan discovered? Forced attack. Phosphorus Emperor immediately changed his strategy and ordered all mutants to rush forward, and the same went for the mutant beasts. The battle begins. Among the mutants and mutant beasts, there are some species with very strong defense. They rush to the front and withstand the damage from various artillery fire. Unfortunately, they knew nothing about Red Alert's weapons and thought they would be safe as long as they could withstand the weakest artillery fire. Chen told them what being too naive meant. Mirage tank, Prism tank, Apocalypse tank, all opened fire. In an instant, it was as if thousands of flowers were blooming and flowers of death blossomed on the enemy's bodies. These are the most powerful tanks under Chen's command. Their power is recognized by Chen. Once they open fire at full strength, the scene is simply unimaginable. They are absolutely powerful weapons for group killing. This scene was transmitted to everyone through the live broadcast room. They widened their eyes. Is this really a tank? In their impression, tanks are the kind that fire artillery shells, but they have never heard of this kind of tank. Not only tanks, but also some units that are smaller in number but no less powerful. For example, the laser UFO is a weapon belonging to Yuri's camp. It looks like an alien spaceship, flying in the air, and the light it emits can turn them into charcoal in an instant. The most eye-catching are the two types of soldiers in the sky, namely rocket pilots and moon landing rocket soldiers. They flew in the air, took out their weapons and swept downwards, feeling very relaxed and comfortable. The blizzard had no effect on them at all. Seeing his men being killed so easily, the Phosphorus Emperor became angry. Dog Emperor, let's take action. The Phosphorus Emperor couldn't wait any longer. If this continued, all of his men would be killed. The Dog King nodded. If he didn't take action, how could he kill the Phosphorus King? The Phosphorus Emperor could never have imagined that there was an old bastard beside him who was always thinking about how to kill him. The appearance of the two emperors instantly caught Boris's attention, and the screen in the live broadcast room also focused on these two emperors. Oh no, that's the Phosphorus Emperor among the mutants, and the Dog Emperor among the mutant beasts. How can there be two emperors? Someone was shocked. This is a force that has left human territory. How could they allow us to act? I didn't expect that two emperors would appear. They are in danger. I don't think the Red Alert base would be that stupid. Maybe they have some killer tricks up their sleeve. In fact, they no longer had any hope. Facing two 8th rank emperors, how could they win? Chapter 255, Dog Emperor. You plotted against me. Humans, you entered our territory and deserve the death penalty. The voice of the Phosphorus Emperor caused the surrounding blizzard to pause for a moment. Boris and his replica stood in the air, facing the two emperors, with a big bearded face, very calmly. This is our human territory. It was just taken away by you. The moment they saw Boris, everyone thought they were a pair of real brothers. No one imagined that one of them was a clone. Hearing his words, humans couldn't help but clench their fists. That's right, the Earth was once the home of humans. It was not until the end of the world that humans became what they are now. Haha, if I say this is not the place, then it is not. I'll give you a chance to think about it. You'd better think it over carefully. The Phosphorus Emperor was so awesome. But secretly, the Phosphorus Emperor really wanted to run away. He didn't expect that there would be two human emperors here. How was this possible? He knew the human emperor knew that these two people were strangers. If there was only one human emperor, relying on his and the Dog Emperor's strength, there would still be hope of defeating the opponent. But there turned out to be two opponents, evenly matched in strength. How could they win? Go home quickly and find more emperors. Humans actually sent out an emperor. There must be some important mission. We must not let them succeed. My answer is... Before Boris could finish his words, the assault rifle in his hand opened fire, giving the other party no chance to react. Boris fired at the Canine King. His accuracy was excellent. When the clone fired at the Canine King, his accuracy was completely off. The Phosphorus Emperor didn't know that he found this human to be so shameless that he opened fire before the negotiations were over. It was so unprincipled. Puff. With a slight sound, a large amount of white powder appeared in front of the Phosphorus Emperor, and his body disappeared. Run away? Boris was a little surprised. Just as Boris was about to say something, he seemed to hear a sound, and the assault rifle was fired suddenly at a place behind him. As a clone, He also fired a shot. This is Boris's own gun. Although its power is not as strong as Zhu Ling's, it is much stronger than most weapons. After 2 shots, a figure appeared from the air. It was the Phosphorus Emperor. There were 2 bloody holes on his body, which were all caused by Boris. Impossible. How did you find me? Phosphorus Emperor couldn't believe it. As the Mutant King, his best skill is his invisibility ability. It can be said that as long as he uses his ability, even other kings cannot find him. He didn't know that his invisibility had a flaw, which was that his own smell could not be eliminated. But the Dog King, that is Daha, could smell it with his nose. Daha was on Boris's side, and he directly told the location of the Phosphorus King. Poor Phosphorus Emperor couldn't understand why he was hit. Tun 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 burp, do you find you weird? Believe it or not, I can hit you wherever you go. Boris took a big sip of wine, burped, and looked at the Phosphorus Emperor with disdain. The Phosphorus Emperor's face turned red. He felt insulted. He was the Emperor, the realm of the sky. The Phosphorus Emperor was furious and used his own domain. Just like humans, mutants also possess domains after becoming emperors. The realm of space, after being covered by the realm, everything here becomes empty. No one can find him. No one can hurt him. Here he is like an invincible cheat, absolutely invincible. Boris tried it and shot at the field, but there was no reaction at all. The field was quite solid. Daha did not make a phone call this time. It knew that even if it told Boris the location of the Phosphorus Emperor, it would not be able to break through the defense. This field was quite shameless. Of course, any field has its limit. Even the defensive force field of the lizard dragon can be broken. Can the defense of a mere field of space exceed it? The 2 Boris raised their right hands and shouted, "Summon the MiG fighters." That's right. Boris, a super soldier, finally showed off his unique skills and summoned MiG fighters. Today's MiG fighters are quite powerful. In terms of combat effectiveness, they may be stronger than the current Tianren Mecha. After all, this is Boris's inherent ability. MiG fighters are on the way. Air strikes are approaching. Boris said his classic lines. Soon, dozens of MiG fighters appeared and poured all their firepower on the sky domain. The sky domain was shaking, and then it shattered. Puff. The Phosphorus Emperor vomited blood and fell to the ground. His sky realm was shattered, causing great damage to him. Each realm is connected to itself. Impossible. How could my sky domain be broken? The Phosphorus Emperor was stunned. What's a mere domain? It looks like it's time to tell you what a man's domain is. The 2 Boris suddenly tore off their shirts, revealing their hairy upper bodies. Then, 2 areas appeared, covering the surroundings. This was Boris's area. When your strength reaches level 8, you will have your own territory. However, Boris has never had the chance to use it, so this opportunity is rare. Phosphorus Emperor was shocked and shouted at the Dog Emperor, "Dog Emperor, come and help me. How long do you want to see?" The Dog King shook his head helplessly, looking at a fool. He came to Boris's side, but Boris did not move. At this time, no matter how stupid the Phosphorus Emperor was, he knew that the Dog Emperor and this human were in cahoots. "Dog King, you are plotting against me." The Phosphorus King screamed miserably. He really couldn't believe that the mutant beasts would actually join forces with humans. Could it be that humans want to fight with the mutant beasts and be the first to eliminate the new humans? Fortunately, there is no way to broadcast live in this area. Otherwise, if humans saw this scene, they would probably be shocked. Daha said he didn't want to talk to the idiot, so he just lay on the ground, waiting for Boris's performance. When Boris used his domain, the Phosphorus Emperor was doomed to lose. Boris's territory is very direct and domineering. People here can only use physical strength, and the enemies will always be suppressed. The Phosphorus Emperor had just suffered serious injuries, and his chances of winning in a hand-to-hand fight with Boris were almost zero. The Phosphorus Emperor felt that he could not use any of his other powers, only pure physical strength. He immediately realized that something was wrong. He shouted to Boris, "Human, I don't know how much the Dog Emperor paid you. No matter what the price is, I can pay you 10 times. Of course, having said that, once Boris lets him go, he will definitely not give him a penny, and will only try his best to kill this human who has brought shame to him." Walked towards the Phosphorus Emperor with a grim smile on his face. Chapter 256, A Big Victory. The Phosphorus Emperor was trembling. In this strange realm, his strength was only 1/10 of what it was. If he really fought with the other party, the result would be terrible. "Wait, let's talk it over nicely. We can negotiate." Phosphorus Emperor stopped Boris from approaching. Unfortunately, for Boris, whose brains are all muscles, The so-called negotiation is a complete waste of breath. What he likes most is to teach people a lesson with his fists. Bump. Boris punched the Phosphorus Emperor and almost flattened his head. The clone followed closely and kicked the Phosphorus Emperor away. The two of them put on a reality show here, which was so tragic that even Daha couldn't bear to watch it. I have to say that as an 8th rank Emperor, the Phosphorus Emperor is in pretty good health. After being beaten by Boris and his clone for such a long time, he still has a breath left. Let the Phosphorus Emperor die now. We still need to make the final ending. Boris withdrew his territory, and Daha flew up from the ground instantly, fleeing in panic, pretending to be beaten away by Boris. On Boris's side, he grabbed the neck of Phosphorus Emperor with one hand and faced a camera. This is what happens when you attack humans. Just as he finished speaking, the head of the Phosphorus Emperor fell off. An 8th level mutant human emperor died in front of the eyes of all mankind. If this happened before the end of the world, even if it wasn't censored, the live broadcast room would probably be blocked directly. But here, there is only one live broadcast room, and it is controlled by Chen. Who can block it? As soon as the Phosphorus Emperor died, there was a blank period of several seconds in the live broadcast room. The next second, countless 660 SIXS appeared, and everyone went crazy. This is a mutant emperor. How could he die so easily? If a human emperor dies, it would probably be an earth-shattering event. If a mutant emperor dies, it is also a big event for the mutant. The Phosphorus Emperor died. The live broadcast ended. Many people were still not satisfied, but they all knew that with the Phosphorus Emperor dead, the remaining mutants would no longer be his match. What they are more curious about is, who is this bearded man who killed the Phosphorus Emperor? The Emperor among humans definitely does not have such a big beard. Could he be a newly promoted Emperor? They noticed that this was someone from the Red Alert base. There was already an Emperor there? Emperor, these two words represent the supreme status in the minds of human beings, and are also the pillar of mankind. If there were no support from the Emperor, mankind would have been destroyed long ago, and the current situation would not be possible. This time, Su Chen's specially prepared performance has unprecedentedly enhanced the cohesion of mankind. This is a great victory. The Red Alert base suffered only minimal damage and killed a mutant king and a large number of mutants and beasts. The Dog King was injured and escaped, proving the strength of the Red Alert base. After clearing the battlefield, Boris led his troops forward again, but they had not yet reached their destination. It was already the next day when the mutant king learned the news. Damn humans, not only did they invade our territory, but they also killed the Phosphorus Emperor. Damn them. The roar of the mutant emperor seemed to spread throughout the world. They had no idea what was going on. The Phosphorus Emperor acted on his own initiative and only contacted the Dog Emperor. These mutant human emperors were kept in the dark. Those 8th level mutant beasts asked the Dog King what had happened. Of course, Daha exaggerated the story and told a different version. After all, no one could have imagined that Daha was actually Su Chen's dog. The 8th level mutant beasts found out. They roared one after another, demanding that humans pay the price. Unfortunately, they were quite far away from here, and by the time they arrived, the opportunity was already cold. In the end, it was the wind that stabilized them. As long as they waited for that adult to come out, humans would surely die. Before that, they could appropriately admit defeat. But of course, necessary harassment was indispensable. On the 5th day, Boris finally arrived at the oil field, which was occupied by some mutant beasts and used as a place to spend the winter. They didn't expect to be greeted by bullets and artillery fire. If the base vehicle wasn't so slow, they could have gone even faster. Here, there are still many kinds of equipment left by humans before the end of the world. Boris asked engineers to check it out. Unfortunately, most of the equipment here cannot be used because they have not been repaired and maintained for decades. Only a few can still be used. Of course, these are not a problem for engineers. You have to know that the engineers in the game are bug-level beings who can instantly repair a blown-up bridge. Under the protection of the soldiers, the engineers began full-scale operations to repair the equipment here as quickly as possible and wait for oil production. The base vehicle was deployed and various construction units began to be built. Su Chen came here directly by teleportation. "Greetings, Commander." The two Boris shouted respectfully. "You did a good job this time. Clean up the surrounding area and make sure there are no mutants or beasts around." "Yes." Su Chen stood on the top of a hill and looked into the distance. That was where the oil field was located. When the oil field was mined normally, he would have a large number of energy points. Just then, he noticed that the blizzard was gradually weakening and finally disappearing. The snowstorm that had been raging for more than half a month was finally over. This also means that the collision between humans and mutant beasts is about to happen. After all, in this blizzard, a lot of human food has been consumed, and the mutant beast's food has also run out. Both sides will try to find ways to get new food, and the enemy is the best choice. Many people know what the disappearance of the blizzard means, but they are not afraid. Humans today are different from before. Nowadays, extraordinary people are everywhere among humans. In a small gathering place, you can find thousands of extraordinary people, and they are all at the second or third level or above. There are almost no first-level transcendents nowadays. If people know that you are a first-level transcendent, you will be despised. Everyone knows that during that period of time, as long as a person is willing to work hard, it is not difficult to advance from level 1 to level 2. Now, even the various base cities are encouraging humans to improve their strength, and there are also various rewards. This situation has not occurred for a long time. It seems that all mankind is going all out to prepare for the next battle. As soon as the sky brightened the next day, countless humans rushed out of the base city, looking for the mutant beasts that were hiding for the winter, and killed them all. They were like hungry wolves descending the mountain, and those terrifying mutant beasts seemed to have turned into harmless lambs. The situation suddenly reversed. Haha, this mutant beast is mine. No one can take it away from me. Get lost, you're mine. You two idiots, if you have time to talk nonsense here, you might as well kill a few more mutant beasts. In a few days, the mutant beasts can only survive by relying on artificial breeding. Do you believe it? Chapter 257 Shame Among Mutant Beasts. For humans, eating is the top priority. To this end, humans can eat a species that is one of the most numerous in the world to the point of extinction, where it can only barely survive through artificial breeding. The current situation is very similar to the original one. In order to be able to eat the mutant beast's meat first, they rushed out excitedly and looked for mutant beasts everywhere. Things are different now. In the past, humans were cautious and afraid of encountering mutant beasts. Now, mutant beasts are the first to run away when they see humans. If they are slower, they will become humans' food. This scene made all human beings realize that times have changed. You didn't see it. We went out to hunt mutants today, but they ran away when they saw us. This is the first time I've encountered such a thing since I was born. Don't say it. I was left behind by the team and was the only one left outside. I encountered a group of more than a dozen mutant beasts. Do you know what happened? When the mutant beasts saw me, they ran away. I was stunned. What you did is nothing. I have a buddy with a loud voice. He yelled at a mutant beast to stop right there. The mutant beast was frightened and passed out. It was really pitiful. You know how to sit back and wait? I was peeing next to a tree, and a mutant ran into the tree next to me and knocked me unconscious. Can you believe it? I won't say more. I'm going to go and see if there's another mutant that's this stupid. Everyone on the forum was so happy that they went crazy. When had they ever encountered such a situation? Mutated beasts were afraid of humans. Aren't you still asleep? But today, all of these have become a reality, and the territorial scope of human beings has truly become a place controlled by humans. In order to prevent all mutant beasts from being killed, some base cities purchased large quantities of various mutant beasts and began artificial breeding. When the mutant beasts knew about this, they were naturally threatened. But this time the humans ignored them and continued to do as they pleased. Artificial breeding is imperative. Otherwise, when all the mutant beasts in the human territory die, what meat will humans eat? Chen couldn't help them with the breeding techniques, so they had to figure it out on their own. For Chen, there is no shortage of mutant beast meat. There are inexhaustible mutant beasts in the ocean, and there are almost countless mutant beasts outside human territory. No meat to eat. Are you kidding? Nowadays, the mutant beasts outside human territory do not recognize these mutant beasts as mutant beasts. They all think that these mutant beasts are a shame among mutant beasts. Being scared away, scared unconscious, or even scared to death by humans. Are you kidding me? Without the threat of mutant beasts, the Emperor of Mankind is already considering whether to reconnect human base cities with each other. And the most important thing is to build roads. If you want to get rich, build roads first. This is the most well-known saying among mankind before the end of the world. Building roads nowadays is not for getting rich, but for facilitating communication between various base cities. After all, relying solely on phone calls and video calls is not as good as meeting in person. This is a huge project, but for modern humans, it is no problem. Human beings have a strong sense of cohesion, and working can also give some idle people something to do, killing two birds with one stone. Human technology is much stronger now than before the apocalypse, and the speed of road construction has increased by at least 10 times. In just a few days, Each base city has built some roads leading to the surrounding gathering places, and at the same time lifted the restriction that no one else is allowed to enter the base city. The accumulated snow is collected. It is the best fresh water resource and should not be wasted. Chen also intervened and provided some wild orcs for hire. They were extremely strong and were most suitable for use as a demolition team. If there are ruined cities blocking the road, demolish them all. If there is a forest blocking the road, tear it down. There's a young lady blocking the way, remove her. This one can't be removed. Sprint 100 meters and take her away. Although winter is not over yet, it cannot stop human enthusiasm. Once humans work together to do something, their efficiency is terrifying. While humans were busy, Chen found Emperor Zhu Hui. He didn't call him, but came directly to Longshin City. Brother, why did you come here suddenly? Zhu Hui looked at Chen strangely. Not long ago, the adjutant told him that Chen was coming, and he was completely confused. I just want to discuss something with Brother Hui. Chen smiled and sat in front of Zhu Hui. Zhu Hui knew that Chen must have something important to tell him, so he asked his adjutant to go down, leaving only him and Chen here. Brother, just tell me what's on your mind. I can handle it. Zhu Hui had a serious expression on his face. Chen's eye twitched. He was acquainted with all the emperors of mankind, but only Zhu Hui gave him the feeling of being the funniest. That's right, Zhu Hui has a funny personality. Sometimes even Chen is speechless. How did this guy become the emperor? Winter is over, and humans are counterattacking. Chen said with the same seriousness. Zhu Hui was shocked. This was no joke. Once humans really counterattacked, it could be said that they had broken the agreement with the mutant beasts. In the future, humans and the mutant beasts would fight to the death. Of course, the situation is still a life-and-death struggle, but it is relatively stable. Once the counterattack really begins, no human base city will be able to maintain peace like it does now. At that time, either the mutant beasts will die or the humans will perish. Humanity's current strength is still too weak, Zhu Hui said in a deep voice. This is the truth. Whether in terms of quantity or quality, humans are at a disadvantage. If there were no discord among the mutant beasts, humans would not have survived to this day. Of course, the deterrent power of the Southern Emperor is partly responsible. If you want to become stronger, it's very simple. Let all the extraordinary people who have reached the 3rd level in the base city enter the 4 major battle lines, and let them improve their strength under the threat of death. When Chen said this, a murderous aura rushed towards him. As a commander, Chen is no longer the same person he was at the beginning, and indecision is not his character. Only when faced with a life-and-death crisis can humans unleash their potential and rapidly improve their strength. It is impossible to defeat the mutant beasts peacefully. Zhu Hui was silent. This matter was of such great importance that he couldn't make the decision alone, so he contacted other emperors directly and prepared to hold an emperor meeting. Soon, a picture appeared on the wall, showing all the emperors of mankind. Emperor Ming, what's the matter with starting the emperor's meeting? Emperor Kong spoke first. However, all the emperor's eyes were on Chen. They already knew what Chen looked like, but they did not expect that Chen would also attend the meeting this time. Chen has an 8th-level emperor under his command, so it's nothing for him to attend this kind of meeting. They didn't know that the Golden Emperor was actually Chen's men in disguise. Chapter 258 Royal Meeting. Zhu Hui didn't say anything polite and said directly, "This time we are opening the Emperor's meeting mainly to discuss one thing." His gaze was very deep, giving the other emperors a strange feeling, as if this matter concerned the future of mankind, and it was actually true. It's about humans counterattacking mutant beasts. The other emperors were a little shocked. Human counterattack? With the current strength of human beings, they are still far from being able to counterattack the mutant beasts. At least they have to wait until human beings become stronger. The Western Emperor was the first to object. Huang, this matter is not a joke. We cannot gamble all of humanity. Huang had the same opinion. No. All the emperors expressed their opposition. The opposition by the number 2 spy disguised as the Emperor gene was naturally Chen's intention. If the number 2 spy agreed here, how would the subsequent drama proceed? Zhu Hui was not surprised. He also opposed it when he heard Chen's words for the first time, but he felt that Chen was right and that humans needed to fight back. If you are not strong enough, then go to the front line to fight and exchange your life for strength. You can't always let the frontline fighters pay, while the people behind only know how to enjoy. Recently, Zhu Hui has also noticed that due to the lack of threats, many people in the base cities have begun to choose to enjoy themselves and waste resources. Although we have found some information, it is not enough. Humanity needs a major blood transfusion. At the very least, the top human leaders need to maintain their previous state and cannot slack off in the slightest. Humanity cannot afford to lose. According to Zhu Hui's observation, several people who were recently promoted to emperors have performed well in all aspects. This is natural. They were all the controllers of the second-level base cities. It would be impossible to achieve that level without certain abilities. It's time for humanity to change. Didn't you say that humanity is not strong enough? Then let them all go to the front lines. After a few battles, they will become strong. Zhu Hui's face was calm. Seeing Zhu Hui's expression, they realized something. Is this Su Chen's proposal? A strange voice sounded. This was a newly promoted emperor of mankind, whose title was Emperor Gu. His expression was somewhat cold, and the look he gave Su Chen was not friendly. He was the only emperor who had no interaction with Su Chen. That's right. Zhu Hui nodded. How ridiculous. When did the Emperor's Conference allow an outsider to participate? Emperor Gu did not give Su Chen any face and spoke in a scolding tone. Zhu Hui frowned. Su Chen was with him, but Emperor Gu dared to speak like that. It seemed that the new emperor was a little inflated recently. It wasn't just him. All the other emperors disliked Emperor Ji's tone. The 5 veteran emperors all know how much Su Chen has contributed to mankind. Among the 3 new emperors, the Golden Emperor is Su Chen's man. The White Emperor's Bayun city was once saved by Su Chen, and the Yu Emperor was also favored by Su Chen on the battlefield. It can be said that except for the Gu Emperor, all other emperors are related to Su Chen. It is true that a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. After becoming the emperor, Emperor Ji's mentality seems to have changed. This is normal. In the past, there were only 5 emperors in the human race, and everything was decided by these 5 people. Now that he has finally reached the highest level of humanity, it is normal for his mentality to change a little. In his opinion, people like Su Chen were not qualified to participate in the Imperial Conference, let alone put forward opinions. Su Chen had a blank expression on his face. Jin Huang's eyes flashed with a fierce look. He dared to speak rudely to the commander. Damn it. Emperor Go, Su Chen was invited by me to participate in this emperor's meeting. Do you think I am not qualified? Zhu Hui displayed his majesty as a veteran emperor. Your majesty, you are too polite. I didn't mean that. Emperor Gu said lightly, but his expression clearly told others that this was what he meant. If Emperor Gu was right in front of him, Zhu Hui really wanted to beat him up. Hee hee. Su Chen suddenly chuckled, attracting everyone's attention. Emperor Gu, it seems that you have a lot of opinions about me. Then I want to know, how can I be qualified to participate in the Emperor's Conference? Su Chen asked. Emperor Gu raised his head slightly, with a hint of arrogance in his expression. Only emperors are qualified to participate in the Emperor's meeting. Are you an emperor? No one thought that Su Chen would be the emperor. In their opinion, Su Chen's strength was only around level 6 at most. This was what Zhu Hui told them. I'm not an emperor. Su Chen paused. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. But I have emperors under my command. Emperor Ji's face froze. He remembered the scene in the live broadcast room before. The big man was definitely an 8th rank emperor. As for the big man's brother, others only thought he was a controller-level strongman. Is a person who has the emperor's subordinates qualified to participate in the emperor's meeting? No one could answer this question. After all, as an emperor, how could he be willing to be someone else's subordinate? This was definitely the first time. Emperor Ji's expression looked a little ugly. His strength was about the same as that of the big man, which meant that he was at most at the same level as Su Chen's men. How could he not be angry? Emperor Gu stopped talking, but would Su Chen let him go so easily? At this moment, Emperor Gu heard the news from his men that a fighter jet had broken into the airspace of the base city and its identity was unknown. Shoot him down directly. The irritated Emperor Gu gave the order directly. He didn't care who the other party was. If anyone dared to make him unhappy, he must die. Soon, he received news again that the fighter jets were not destroyed and were still flying arrogantly in the sky, ignoring the base city's air defense system. Emperor Gu was furious. Su Chen had just embarrassed him, and now another fighter plane appeared. This was an embarrassment to him. At this moment, Emperor Gu suddenly felt something was wrong. There was an extra person in his room. Who are you? How did you get in? Emperor Gu shouted. On Emperor Ji's side was not turned off, and all the emperors discovered that there was a problem on Emperor Ji's side. But Emperor Gu was a human emperor, so how could anyone get close to him? Soon, they discovered through Gu Huang's camera that a bald man appeared not far from Gu Huang. What the hell was this? Only Zhu Hui looked confused. He knew this bald man. Wasn't this Su Chen's subordinate? Sure enough, Chen said directly, "Don't panic, everyone. This is one of my men. I feel a little uncomfortable with Emperor Ge's attitude just now. After thinking about it, I think beating him up will make me feel better." Several emperors were immediately shocked. What kind of grudge or hatred was there that required a fight? What shocked them the most was that Chen had already exposed one of the emperor's subordinates before, and now another one appeared. Did he have two emperor's subordinates? Huang and Huang were even more shocked. They remembered that the emperor who took action on the Eastern Front was not this bald man. So, by this calculation, the number of emperors under Chen's command reached an astonishing 3. Chapter 259, Just a Beat. If they knew that Chen had more than 3 level 8 warriors under his command, they would probably be speechless. Bald Chang's melee ability is second to none among Chen's subordinates. The most invincible thing is his body. He is simply an indestructible cockroach. The human emperor was honored to witness the strength of Bald Chang. With one punch, Emperor Gu couldn't block it at all. Boom. With a loud bang, people nearby discovered that Emperor Ge's hall had exploded. You have the guts to show off, but how can you be so weak? A rubbish emperor dares to question the commander, who gave you the courage. A majestic voice was heard from a long distance, and they noticed the word emperor in the voice. Could it be that someone dared to attack Lord Emperor Gu? Emperor Gu looked very embarrassed. His hands were shaking slightly, and the punch from Bald Chang just now almost made him vomit blood. Are you Chen's subordinate? As an emperor, why are you willing to be inferior to others? Emperor Gu didn't understand. He didn't know how many people wanted to become emperors and become the highest level of human beings. But now there are emperors willing to be subordinates of others. What kind of hobby is this? Emperor Gu couldn't understand it, and not only Emperor Gu, but other emperors also thought so. Bald Chang stood in front of Emperor Gu with a mocking look on his face. Without the commander, there would be no me. Serving the commander is my life's mission. Do you think you can compare with the commander? Emperor Gu was furious. Bald Chang was too disrespectful to him. After all, he was also the emperor of mankind. Bald Chang came over, not to waste time talking to Emperor Gu. Before he could open his mouth, Bald Chang threw another punch at him. Such a big commotion quickly attracted the attention of the base city, but they received orders that no one could approach the hall. Emperor Gu doesn't want to lose face in front of his subordinates. Doesn't he, as an emperor, have any dignity? 10 minutes later, Emperor Gu returned to his original seat, but his face was as swollen as a pig's head and he looked nothing like before. Several emperors gasped. After being beaten like this, they won't be able to see anyone for several days at least, right? All the emperors did not mention what happened just now, as if nothing had happened. It was Emperor Gu who was purely looking for trouble, thinking that Chen was easy to bully. In the end, he was taught a lesson by Chen's subordinates. This is not the way to seek death. Emperor Gu thought that someone would speak for him, but unfortunately he was a newly promoted emperor and had no connections. Why would other emperors speak for him? Chen didn't give him any face, pointed at Huang and said, "Some people always talk nonsense during meetings and destroy unity. What should we do? Just beat them up?" "Ahem, brother, let's continue discussing what happened before," Zhu Hui said with a light cough. Emperor Gu had already been beaten up, and he was worried that if he continued, Emperor Gu would run away in shame. If Emperor Gu knew what Zhu Hui was thinking, he would definitely cry bitterly. Who dares to run away? Didn't you see that Bald Chang hasn't left outside the camera? If Huang dares to run away, Guangtu Chang will use his fists to make him come back and sit down. The topic of the meeting returned to discussing humanity's counterattack. It is feasible to send all the extraordinary people above level 3 in the base cities to the 4 major battlefronts in batches, but not everyone will agree with this plan. Emperor Kong expressed his concerns. Think about it. Asking those families to give up their power and go to the 4 major fronts is almost impossible. You have to know that behind these emperors, there are respective families. If they decide on this matter, it would be equivalent to breaking with the families behind them. If things go wrong, humanity will be divided. The other emperors did not speak. They looked at Chen, wanting to see what suggestions Chen had. Kill. Chen uttered a word that startled the emperor. If this really happened, it would not be a trivial matter. Do you think that humans still have time and can continue to wait? Chen raised the corner of his mouth and a hint of sarcasm appeared on his face. You should know that the reason why humans can have the peace and stability they have now is mainly because they are afraid of the Southern Emperor. But given the Southern Emperor's age, how long can he protect humans? If I'm not mistaken, the Southern Emperor won't be able to hold on for much longer. Su Chen's voice was very certain. This news was not discovered by anyone else, but by Su Chen himself. His map can show the strength of all units, but he also discovered a hidden attribute, which is that he can roughly know the lifespan of this unit. If a unit is at its peak, the light spot is very bright. If the unit is in a state of weakness, the light spot will appear dim. Is the case with the Southern Emperor, so Su Chen is sure of this matter. Only the other 4 veteran emperors knew about this, while the remaining new emperors did not know about it. Su Chen's words made all the emperors look at the Southern Emperor. The Southern Emperor's face was very old, but it was always covered by his powerful strength. They forgot that no matter how powerful the emperor was, he could not increase his own lifespan. The Southern Emperor was too old. What young friend Su Chen said is right. Everyone here is the elite of our human race. My body really can't last long. At most, only half a year. I should die due to my lifespan. When the Southern Emperor said this, he was very calm. This alone made Su Chen admire him. At least he couldn't be so calm in the face of death. The words of the Southern Emperor confirmed that Su Chen was right. The other emperors showed worries. The existence of the Southern Emperor was the fundamental reason why humans could survive until now. If he died, how could humans resist the mutant beasts? It's time for humanity to fight back. If anyone dares to stop us during this period, they will all be treated as traitors to humanity. When the Southern Emperor said this, there was murderous intent in his voice. At this critical moment, if human beings do not squeeze out their potential, there will be no hope. Then let's start voting. Those who agree with Su Chen's proposal, raise your hands. Zhu Hui, who said this, was the first to raise his hand. Soon, the other emperors raised their hands one by one and passed it unanimously. Okay, now that I've made the decision, I'll make the emperor's declaration now. This isn't just a matter for us, it's a matter for all of humanity. Anyone who stands in my way will be killed. After a while, a royal proclamation spread to all parts of humanity. The content of the declaration is very simple. All human beings who have reached the strength of a third-order transcendent or above must go to the 4 major fronts to experience battle. No one is exempted. Anyone who violates the order will be killed without mercy. Humanity is in uproar. This kind of announcement has never appeared before. It suddenly appeared today, shocking many people. Many people even thought they were seeing things. Chapter 260 Kill Without Mercy. Did you see the Emperor's announcement? Oh my god. Luckily I'm only a 2nd level transcendent. Otherwise, I would have to go to the front line. I just reached the 3rd level of transcendence. I'm so depressed. Why is this happening? You know nothing. Could the Emperor's announcement be so simple? You don't understand the Emperor's intention. This is a military training, a national military training. I believe the war with mutant beasts is not far away. Some smart people saw something from the clues and made preparations, but there were still people who thought that the announcement was too frivolous and asked the Emperor to retract it. Phew. In the 1st level base city of Longxin, the city defense army directly killed a person who spread the rumor that the Emperor was going to kill humans. The city defense army shouted, "This person spread rumors and slandered the Emperor. He should be treated as a traitor to the human race and killed without mercy." Everyone around was stunned. This situation not only occurred here, but also in all 99 existing human base cities. Anyone who dared to spread rumors and oppose the Emperor's declaration was killed on the spot. This action was launched jointly by human emperors. Anyone who opposes it is seeking death. It doesn't matter to ordinary people. After all, most of them are not up to level 3 in strength, but the people in the family are scared. You know, everyone in each family is relatively strong, and most people have met the standards. There are even some families where everyone has met the standards. If they agree with this declaration, everyone in their family will have to go to the front line, and those who don't go will only die. Some people, with ulterior motives, deliberately let people cause trouble outside, mainly to test the Emperor's bottom line. As a result, when they tried to find out, all those people were dead. Now they knew that there was no way to resolve the matter peacefully. No, we absolutely cannot agree to this. What if all our family members go and die on the front line? Shouted a family leader. Do you have a solution? That's the Emperor, or all the emperors working together. We naturally can't deal with the Emperor, but some people, no, those who are not human, can. You mean? That's right. Don't forget that humans also have 2 enemies, mutant beasts and mutant humans. If we tell them about the Emperor, do you think they will find a way to kill those emperors? In this situation, some people are actually considering letting the Emperor die. It has to be said that in such situations, humans always come up with all kinds of weird ideas, which is both the advantage and disadvantage of humans. But they didn't know that all their actions were being monitored, and heard by the emperors. How many families in the base city agree? Zhu Hui asked the adjutant beside him. Your Majesty, all the families have agreed on the surface, said the adjutant, using the word on the surface very cleverly. Those who are secretly opposed? Zhu Hui asked with interest. A total of 21 families are secretly acting, and they don't know that all their actions are under our surveillance. There are a total of 152 families in Longxin City, and 21 of them are against it. It seems that after so many years, they think that I, the Emperor Ming, am easy to talk to? Zhu Hui sneered. What about the Zhu family? The Zhu family is one of those 21 families. When saying this, the adjutant's face was calm, even though he knew that the Zhu family was the family of Lord Ming Huang. It seems that the Zhu family thought that I became arrogant after becoming the Ming Emperor. Everything went according to the predetermined plan. The masterminds were all beheaded and displayed to the public. The others were all taken as criminals and taken to the battlefront. It just so happened that they were short of people. Even when facing people from his own family, Zhu Hui showed no mercy. If they really could become an emperor just by relying on their strength, then they would be underestimating them. Everyone who can become an emperor is extraordinary. They were once the controllers of the base city, the people who were in charge of a base city. Other emperors have encountered this situation. The families behind them opposed this declaration and even sent people to find them and ask them to withdraw the declaration. This time, all the emperors stood on a united front and firmly opposed it, except for one person. A bunch of stupid emperors actually agreed to that man and went against all mankind. You are no longer qualified to be the emperor of mankind. Only I am qualified. Emperor Gu laughed wildly, but he had a pig head, which was very incongruous. At the emperor's conference, Emperor Gu was beaten up by Su Chen's men, which made him resentful. He opposed this proposal from the bottom of his heart, but his opposition alone was useless, so he simply pretended to agree and then made trouble. He heard that other emperors had fallen out with the families behind them, but he was the only one who didn't. Of course, he would not openly ask all the families in his base city to go there. They would come in batches anyway, so he could just do it secretly. This was not the first time he had done such a thing. It was with this sentence that he convinced all the opposing families. As for those families that agreed, they had nothing to do with him. Emperor Gu would never have imagined that there was someone watching his every move in the dark and reporting it all to Su Chen. I knew it. How could he directly agree to my proposal after I embarrassed him so much in the meeting? Turns out there is a follow-up. Su Chen chuckled. After all, he is a man who has read countless novels and watched countless movies. He knows some of the villain's tactics. Someone who directly confronts him in a meeting must have something wrong with him. The result proved that Su Chen's idea was correct, and it was worth it for him to send Zhu Ling to keep an eye on it. Zhu Ling's talent for long-range attacks gave her a very strong vision, allowing her to tell what Emperor Gu was doing from a distance. In order to prevent being noticed by Emperor Gu, Su Chen did not even use the spy satellite, which could sense something even an 8th-level strong man. Su Chen did not tell other emperors about Emperor Gu for the time being. No trouble could be allowed at this critical moment. Emperor Gu could be dealt with at any time later. After 2 days of reorganization, the first group of people have headed to the 4 major fronts, naturally traveling by land. Since the snowstorm has stopped, even though it is winter now, it does not have much impact on these people. After all, they are all extraordinary people above level 3. In order to prevent accidents, each base city has a level 7 extraordinary person left behind, and other level 7 extraordinary people serve as team leaders to protect the safety of these people on the road. The first batch of people, each base city sent out a team of 10,000 people and distributed them to the 4 major fronts. It can be said that one front can get 250,000 extraordinary warriors above the 3rd level, which was unimaginable before. Of Nanhuang on the Nanhuang front, reduced the share of Huang City, leaving only 240,000 soldiers. Even this was enough. The strength of the human front had been unprecedentedly improved. Those heading to the front set out on the road with a hint of trepidation. They don't know whether honor or death will await them on the battlefront. Chapter 261. A lizard in everyone's hand. Su Chen had no time to observe other things now. His eyes were fixed on a small thing in front of him. This thing looks like a lizard, but it is a lizard standing on its hind legs. When standing up, it is no shorter than an average adult man. Chun-Yi, how did you hatch it? Su Chen's mouth twitched. That's right, this thing is a Lizardosaurus. To be more precise, it is a Lizardosaurus that is many times smaller. It was hatched from a Lizardosaurus egg. Su Chen had forgotten about this egg for such a long time, but unexpectedly it was hatched by his engineer Chen Yi. Commander, I originally wanted to cook and eat this egg, but then I forgot about it. At that time, the embryo inside had already taken shape, so I thought it would be better to hatch it. Maybe it would be of some use. Chunyi looked a little embarrassed. Chen didn't care about this. It was just a small lizard dragon. What was that? What he cared about was what the appearance of the small lizard dragon could bring him. Suddenly Chen thought of a very crucial question. The lizard dragon is a male, so how does he lay eggs? Not long after, the lizard dragon turned into a human form and came here. When the lizard dragon saw the small lizard dragon for the first time, he knew that it was his child. However, in front of the commander, the lizard dragon saluted formally and shouted, "Lizard dragon greets the commander. Well, this is your son. I want to ask you something." "Excuse me, commander. Aren't you a male? How can you lay eggs?" "Seriously speaking, I am the only lizard dragon in the world. I am a species, and lizard dragons are hermaphrodites and can reproduce independently." The lizard dragon answered seriously. Chen was finally enlightened. The human form of the lizard dragon looked like a man no matter how you looked at it. Forget it, it wasn't important. The important thing is, what to do with this little lizard. "Commander, I think that since he is my child, he is naturally your warrior. Please let my child become the same as me," the lizard dragon said respectfully. Chen understood what lizard dragon meant and asked little lizard dragon to become his subordinate, which meant that little lizard dragon had to take out the energy bead. The little lizard dragon spit out the energy bead and placed it in Chen's hand. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. "Congratulations to the master for successfully absorbing a new race as his subordinate for the first time. The reward is that the lizard dragon will become one of the Red Alert troops, and there will be a weapon upgrade opportunity and a troop evolution opportunity." Chen was stunned for a moment and then overjoyed. This was truly an unexpected surprise. He didn't expect that just taming the little lizard dragon would bring such great benefits. If he had known, he would have tamed the little lizard dragon long ago. System, didn't I tame the lizard dragon a long time ago? Why didn't I get any reward? Chen was puzzled. You can only tame a complete race, and it has to be the first time. The master forgot to tame the little lizard dragon before, so no one can be left behind. Chen finally understood that there are so many things to say. He already knew the next two rewards, so there was no surprise there. The biggest surprise was that the lizard dragon had become one of the Red Alert troops, which was simply unbelievable. He opened the interface and saw that there was indeed an additional pattern in the military type, which showed a lizard dragon. In other words, from now on, the lizard dragon will become a standard unit of Red Alert, just like the Hound. Chen has always wanted to equip his army with a mobile unit, but unfortunately he lacked a large mount. The appearance of the lizard dragon made up for this regret of Chen. In some special places, tanks and vehicles are very inconvenient, but for lizards, anywhere is as good as flat ground. Chen directly asked the system to build some lizard dragons, and soon the lizard dragons came out. This made the big lizard dragon confused. What was going on? Why were there suddenly so many of its own kind? It clearly hasn't found any of its own kind, so how come so many of them suddenly appear here? Chen observed and found that these constructed lizard dragons seemed to be much inferior to the big lizard dragons in terms of innate qualities, but overall they were still pretty good, with moderate size, and were very suitable as mounts for the mobile team. Now, Red Alert soldiers have the largest number in the team, and they also have a restriction. They must complete promotion tasks to continue to improve their strength. Those who fail will always remain at the peak of the 4th level. As time went by, the strength of these people could no longer keep up with the main force, and they were all used by Chen as logistical support. If they have the assistance of the lizard dragon, becoming a powerful warrior is not a dream. When Chen thought about everyone having a lizard in their hands, he couldn't help laughing out loud. Chen began to build a large number of lizards, preparing to create some mobile troops, which would definitely be useful sometimes. The lizard dragon brought Chen a big surprise, an opportunity to upgrade weapons. This time he didn't plan to use it on the Tianren Mecha. The current Tianren Mecha was already very powerful. Even if he continued to upgrade it, the cost of construction would be very high, and it was unnecessary. Which weapon needs to be upgraded next? The Tianren Mecha is very powerful both in the sky and on the ground, but unfortunately its combat effectiveness is much worse in the sea. He feels that he now needs to upgrade his weapons in the sea. In Red Alert, there are not many weapons in the sea. Apart from the 2 modified species, dolphins and giant squids, there are only submarines. Chen's first choice was the Thunder class attack submarine of Yuri's camp, also known as the Thunder submarine. This thing is a killer weapon second only to super weapons. It is very powerful and is the best weapon to ambush people in the game. The power of the weapon is also very strong. Chen believed that the upgraded Thunder submarine would never let him down. Chen currently owns 5 shipyards, one of which is built around Haichen City. If Chen had not forbade anyone to approach here, the people of Haichen City would have rushed over long ago. After all, the situation around the shipyard is so spectacular. An aircraft carrier plus various destroyers and cruisers make people feel safe. Although humans have lost the ocean over the years and all their warships have become scrap metal, humans have never forgotten the idea of conquering the ocean. Of course, it is just an idea. When they saw the appearance of so many warships, they became ambitious again and believed that the time had come for mankind to conquer the sea. Chen appeared around the shipyard, and a Thunder submarine surfaced silently. No, to be precise, this was an upgraded Thunder submarine. It looks a lot more handsome, not as round as before, but a little pointy. The power of its weapons will only get stronger. I believe that if the Thunder submarine is used, there will be hope even against an early 8th level Emperor. Correspondingly, the cost of the Thunder submarine is not low, which makes Chen feel a little painful. If it weren't for the considerable energy provided by the oil field, he would really become a pauper. Who will use this opportunity to evolve the troops? Chapter 262, New Soldiers. Chen gave the last opportunity to Yunru, so this time, he needs to choose the candidate carefully. His level 8 authority mission requires killing a powerful late 8th order beast. The only late 8th order beast among the mutant beasts has been targeted by Chen. As long as it appears, Chen will kill it as soon as possible. As long as he can complete the level 8 authority tasks, he can reach level 8 commander authority and can build 6 super weapons. As long as we have super weapons, it is only a matter of time before we dominate the world. In this case, he needs a type of soldier with strong output. The first person he thought of was Ling. As the only super soldier under his command with long-range attacks, her output was terrifying, but her shortcomings were obvious. She would be in danger once she was approached. Ling, come here. Greetings, Commander. What can I do for you? Ling saluted. I just got a chance to evolve a second time, so I decided to give it to you. Ling was overjoyed. Thank you for your trust, Commander. Ling will offer all her loyalty and expand the territory for you, Commander. At this moment, the system reminded Chen that Ling's loyalty exceeded the upper limit and she could be given an ability, just like the situation of Spy Number 1. So far, this is the second type of soldiers whose loyalty exceeds the upper limit. Chen has tested it before. It is not possible to break the upper limit of the loyalty value by simply giving some benefits. It depends on luck. Once the loyalty value exceeds the upper limit, you will gain an additional ability, which is a huge win. Ability he would be best to give Ling. If Ling was given a melee ability, it would waste her talent for long-range attacks. In other words, she needed an ability that could highlight her output more. After thinking for a while, he made a decision. Give Ling the mental shock ability in mental technology, which means that Ling's attacks in the future will be mental attacks. Ling's attack no longer just causes physical damage, it also causes spiritual destruction, which no one would have thought of. Ling's body trembled slightly, and she looked at the commander in surprise. She felt that she had an extra ability, which could only be done by the commander. Ling, find someone to test the effect of your new ability later. Since it was a test, ordinary candidates would definitely not be suitable, and Chong was honored to be selected. As a meat shield, Chong's defense is among the best among the super soldiers, so it is best for him to be the target. Chong was standing 100 meters away. Ling took out a sniper rifle and fired a shot without even aiming. The bullet disappeared in a flash, and Chong's body made a muffled sound. At the same time, his face changed and he took a step back. It's simply unbelievable. You have to know that this is Chong. Ling can make him take a step back with just one shot. This was impossible before. Second evolution, try again. Chen waved his hand and gave Ling the opportunity to evolve the army. In an instant, some strange changes occurred in Ling's aura. This change was very strange. At first glance, there was nothing wrong, but when you looked carefully, hey, where's the person? That's right, Ling disappeared in front of Chen and Chong. But Chen could feel that Ling was standing in front of him, but he couldn't see her. What was going on? It was Ling who took the initiative to explain that this was a new ability she had just gained from her second evolution, the disappearance of her sense of existence. In other words, once she uses her ability, no one will see her even if they are standing in front of her. This is much more awesome than being invisible. This ability is tailor-made for Ling, so she doesn't have to worry about being approached by others. Of course, it also has its disadvantages. Once attacked, this state will be lifted. This time, Zhu Ling fired randomly again, and this time, Bald Chong took 3 steps back. The first step was because the bullet was too powerful, which made him retreat. The next 2 steps were because of the mental shock they contained, which made Baldy unable to resist. Bald Chong has very high physical defense, but his mental defense is much worse. After the second evolution, Zhu Ling stood out from all the super soldiers and became the most powerful super soldier. Su Chun was very satisfied with the result. At the same time, on the 4 major fronts of mankind, those who first arrived here experienced their first battle. These new recruits, who had never experienced a major war, were stunned by the cruelty of the battlefield when they first went on the battlefield. The soldiers around them kept dying, their blood dyed the ground red, and even some broken pieces of mutant beasts splashed on them, leaving them confused. Is this the battlefield? Do the frontline soldiers have to go through this kind of scene every day? Managed to survive all these years, and some of them vomited on the spot. Due to having too many people, the 4 major fronts sent half of the soldiers back to their original base cities to let them enjoy a rare leisure time on each front, and the rest were new recruits. Without the support of the veterans, these new recruits would suffer heavy casualties in their first battle. They are indeed a bunch of new recruits. They are so scared by such a small scene. If they were to see the big scene before, they would probably pee their pants in fear. Haha. An old soldier laughed loudly. They have always been dissatisfied with these extraordinary people living in the base city. They are obviously powerful, but they have been hiding in the rear of the base city and have never fought on the front line, wasting human resources. They look down on such people the most. The fighters on the front line are made up of 3 parts: criminals, those who were chosen forcibly, and those who came here on their own initiative. Generally speaking, those who dare to say this are the soldiers who voluntarily asked to come to the front line. They are the real elites of mankind. Not only are they powerful and experienced, they can also kill as many enemies as possible while protecting themselves even in a chaotic battlefield. The new recruits around them blushed when they heard the veterans' voices. They had no way of explaining themselves. Compared with them, the veterans are simply gods of war, especially the woman standing in the front, starting the unparalleled mowing mode, which is amazing. This person is naturally Lung Yue. Lung Yue's strength has now reached the 7th level. She is a well-known figure on the Eastern Front and is known as the Red Rose. The blizzard had just disappeared, and the mutant beasts were preparing to use the battle to get some food. It was obvious that not only humans, but even the corpses of mutant beasts were their food sources. The battle this time was different from usual ones. Every time a mutant beast was killed, a human soldier would send the mutant beast's body back to the rear. If a comrade died, the comrade's body must also be protected and sent back. Both humans and mutant beasts are fighting for it. Chapter 263 I Am the Commander. The initial performance of the new recruits made the human emperor look unpleasant. Without the protection of the veterans, the losses of these new recruits in the first battle would be at least 30%, or even 40% or 50%. Even with the protection, the loss rate has reached more than 10%, which is simply shameful. You know, they were all at least 3rd-level transcendents, but their performance on the battlefield was just like that of ordinary people. They died at the hands of mutant beasts without even having time to react. Their strength is quite good among humans, but here they are not even as good as a blade of grass. After the first day of fighting, the human emperor scolded these people and was very dissatisfied. When the boss gets angry, the people below naturally look unhappy. As the news is passed down layer by layer, everyone knows that this time the emperor is serious. If the performance is not good this time, everyone will be in trouble. On the second day of the battle, the new recruits were finally not frightened by the cruelty of the battlefield and began to fight back. When they discovered that these mutant beasts were not very powerful, their confidence returned. To be honest, they just hadn't experienced such a big scene and were shocked. As long as they get used to it, anyone can become a veteran. As the number of battles increased, the strength of these people steadily improved. Just like what Su Chan said, only by going through brutal battles can one's strength be improved fastest, and this is the case with Lung Yue. As a price, the first group of people suffered nearly 100,000 casualties. Such heavy casualties scared the next group of people. They were extremely terrified, and some families even destroyed everything in the base city in an attempt to escape. These families all met with miserable end. Humanity is now under the control of the emperor. What does their little bit of strength mean? The turmoil soon ended, and humans once again witnessed the emperor's persistence in this plan. But some people just like to play the devil's advocate. One person shouted on the forum, "If all the extraordinary people above level 3 are forced to go to the front line to fight, why don't the people in the Red Alert base have it?" This post received the approval of many people who were simply feeling unbalanced. However, under the manipulation of some people with ulterior motives, this post suddenly became the most popular post and received a lot of attention. Yes, isn't the Red Alert base also a human force? Why haven't we seen anyone from the Red Alert base? Su Chen raised the corner of his mouth. He had guessed long ago that someone would bring up this matter. He told the other emperors to leave it to him. Bang! Su Chen snapped his fingers, and suddenly everyone who had a mobile phone found that the mandatory downloaded app Red Alert Live on their phones suddenly opened and a live broadcast room appeared. The picture above the live broadcast room shows Su Chen sitting on a chair. This is Su Chen's first live broadcast to the whole human race. Who is this person? Why is he so cool and broadcasting live by himself? So young. It's a pity I don't know him. This is Red Alert Live. This person must be related to the Red Alert base. He might even be a high-ranking official. Everyone was guessing Su Chen's identity. Since Su Chen had never revealed his identity to the public, other people didn't know who Su Chen was. Ordinary people don't know, but the Emperor of Mankind knows. When Zhu Hui found out that Su Chen was doing a live broadcast, he spat out a mouthful of water. Fuck, what are you doing, brother? He took out his mobile phone and watched Su Chen's live broadcast. He was not the only one doing the same thing. Other emperors turned on the live broadcast, wanting to see what Su Chen was going to do. Su Chen had a smile on his lips, his chin supported by his right hand, his body slightly tilted, and he looked lazy. But in the eyes of others, this posture seemed so pretentious. I believe many people are curious about who I am, right? Su Chen said, I won't keep you in suspense. I can tell you that I am the commander of the Red Alert base. One word caused 1,000 waves, and everyone was stunned by Su Chen's words. Is this young man the mysterious commander? The Red Alert base is obvious to all. Many people speculate that the mysterious commander must be an old man who has experienced many hardships. However, the reality is very disappointing. The commander is so young. This time, I came forward mainly to explain why the Red Alert base did not send anyone to the front line. It seems that many people are dissatisfied with this. Su Chen waved his left hand lightly, and an interface appeared above the live broadcast room. Everyone saw the full picture of a Red Alert base. This was the first time that humans saw the Red Alert base, and they were immediately shocked. Those huge and strange buildings were mysterious and tall, with towering towers with flashes of fire on them from time to time. There were chariots and tanks patrolling around, and a huge cannon standing on the city wall, which was shocking. Now each Red Alert base has developed different models according to the local terrain. Those near rivers are mainly shipyards, and those near mines are mainly or refineries. Only Su Chen's main base is comprehensively developed without any shortcomings. The power of a main base is comparable to the combined combat effectiveness of 3 branch bases. This is not enough. Su Chen's goal is to build the main base into a place where he can defeat 100 enemies alone. With the super fortress, the main base is now much more powerful. Coupled with the various Chilua civilization technologies that Yunru continued to research, Su Chen now had no idea how terrifying his base was when it went all out. This is just the strength of one of my bases, and there are many such bases. I have one more thing to say here. The weakest of my subordinates are all 4th-level extraordinary people. Su Chen's words shocked all of humanity. If these words were true, the power Su Chen possessed would be too terrifying. The weakest ones are all 4th-order transcendents. What does this mean? Even the 4 major battlefronts of mankind today cannot have such a configuration. Among them, there are quite a few 3rd-order extraordinary people, and there are even some special positions that do not even have 3rd-order extraordinary people. I just talked about the power I possess. Now let me talk about the contribution that my Red Alert base has made to mankind. As Su Chen cited examples one after another, no one raised any more questions. They were not that shameless. They finally realized how much favor they owed to the Red Alert base. Without the Red Alert base, humanity would not be in its current situation. As a result, not only do they use the things from the Red Alert base, but they also think that the Red Alert base is not good enough. Why is that? This is like a multimillionaire who gives 1 million to a poor person. However, the poor person thinks that the amount given by the multimillionaire is too little, and he should give at least half of it. He even wants the millionaire to give all the money. Look, is this something a human being can do? Before Su Chen brought up these things, they thought it was natural and stood on the moral high ground, thinking that Su Chen was wrong. However, when Su Chen broke the window, they all shrank back and dared not speak. Chapter 264 points. The purpose of Su Chen starting the live broadcast this time is to demonstrate the strength and contribution of the Red Alert base, and to pave the way for what is to come. He knew that it would be difficult for him to fight against the mutant beast by himself. Not to mention other things, the number of his men was too small. Even if he used all his energy to build red alert soldiers, the number would still be far less than that of the mutant beasts. The human population is less than 200 million, but what about the number of mutant beasts? Preliminary estimates put it at over 5 billion. Add to that the billions of mutants, that is to say, humans have to rely on such a small number to face nearly 10 billion enemies. This is a desperate number. Fortunately, after the mutant beasts and mutant humans gained intelligence, they all knew how to protect their reputation. No one was willing to waste their own strength and let others take advantage of them. This allowed humans to survive. But this situation cannot last long. Not to mention that the Southern Emperor is about to die. If the late 8th Order mutant beast appears, it will definitely unify the mutant beasts and gather all its strength to attack humans. At that time, it will be a matter of life and death for mankind. Chen not only needs to improve his own strength, but also the strength of all mankind. This time, it is a good opportunity. Human beings will go to the 4 major fronts in batches to improve their strength. I believe that after a period of time, the overall strength of mankind will be able to increase by at least 30%. But this is not enough. There are still more than 3 months until the end of winter. Before that, Chen needs human strength to increase exponentially. The best way to stimulate a person's potential is to reward him. If there is a reward that no one can refuse, I believe everyone will be motivated. Chen announced in the live broadcast room that the person with the most kill points in each battle will be able to choose between the Tengu Mecha, Ghost King Mecha, and Centurion Siege Mecha. Before the end of each month, the person with the most kill points will get the Tianren Mecha. The points for killing enemies are different according to the strength level of each mutant beast and mutant. Everything will be monitored by satellite, and there will be no mistakes. Points cannot be traded, and you cannot earn points for others. Once discovered, your points qualification will be revoked. Points can not only be used to get mecha rewards, but as long as you have enough points, you can go to the red battle flag to exchange for any weapon. This announcement shocked countless people. They didn't expect that killing the enemy could have so many benefits. That was the mecha that countless people dreamed of. It was the first time for almost everyone to know that the handsome mecha flying in the sky and hiding in the ground on the front line was called the Tianren Mecha. In comparison, the other 3 mechas were far inferior, but they were still mechas after all. Fearless in every battle, just to kill more enemies and get points to exchange for mechas. Some powerful, extraordinary people all want to become the most handsome guy on the battlefield. After all, the person with the most points in each battle can choose one from 3 ordinary mechas. Chen announced the general information of the 3 types of mechas and allowed them to choose. It seems that Chen has lost money, but would a profiteer like Chen do business at a loss? It seems that mechas, weapons, etc. are the big items, and it seems like a loss if you directly redeem them for free with points. Don't forget that mechas also need energy. What should we do if we want to charge them? Don't we still have to find the red alert base? How much does it cost to charge once? We'll talk about this later. Besides, mechas can also be damaged. How to calculate the repair costs? Is this even necessary to explain? The same goes for weapons. These weapons are specially made by Red Alert. Ammunition replenishment needs to be purchased from Red Battle Flag. They cannot be purchased anywhere else. If they want to continue using it, they still have to buy it from Chen. In a word, Chen is not losing out. On the Eastern Front, Lung Yue and the other 2 watched Chen's live broadcast and were stunned by his magnanimity. Of course they know those mechas. Who doesn't want to have a mecha of their own? Brother Chen is really generous. He sends mechas as soon as he says so. We have a battle almost every day here. Including the 4 major battle fronts, there are 4 in total. That means Brother Chen has to send out 4 ordinary mechas every day, which means 120 mechas a month. Wow. Huang was amazed. These ordinary mechas are just okay. The key point is the Tianren mecha. If 500 of them work together, they are a terrifying weapon that can kill the 8th stage mid-stage Octopus King. Sending out 4 of them in one day is really unimaginable. Zhang Tao had the same expression. For him, he can gain the love of many people with just some mechas. This deal is a profit. Lung Yue seemed to have guessed Chen's thoughts. The 2 thought about it and realized that this was indeed the case. They were just some mechas. What were they to Chen? Although Brother Chen has provided us with a lot of conveniences, I'm not bold enough to ask Brother Chen directly for things. So how about we use our own abilities to kill enemies and get points, and then exchange them for things in the end? Huang suggested. Lung Yue also thought the same. Chen had provided her with too many things, and she was embarrassed to ask Chen for more. That was not her style. Lung Yue would get what she needed with her own hands. In recent times, she has gradually been using the energy crystals from the mutant beasts she hunted, instead of using those given to her by Su Chen. Su Chen didn't care about this. His only goal was to prevent Lung Yue from dying. He didn't care about other things. The point issue inspired humans to rise up and fight bravely. On the first day alone, they actually beat back the mutant beasts. In this kind of battle, there will generally not be strong warriors above level 8. Humans need to train their soldiers, and the same goes for the mutant beasts. On the first day, the 4 people with the highest points went to the branches established by the red battle flag on the 4 major fronts and received their own mechas, making everyone envious. The 4 people chose 3 different mechas, among which the Tengu mecha can be transformed into a jet form and a mecha form, becoming one of the most popular mechas. The Centurion Siege Machine can accommodate 3 people, which means that one machine can make 3 people happy, which is 3 times the happiness. The final Ghost King mecha has such a cool shape that many people are envious of it, especially its pair of eyes, which can really kill people with just the look in its eyes. The next day, 3 types of mechas appeared on the battlefield, attracting countless eyeballs. Here, they are the coolest guys in the village. Of the 3 mechas showed others that even if they were not as powerful as the Tianren mechas, they were equally powerful. They rampaged among the mutant beasts and were more arrogant than crabs. Forget about the Tengu mecha, its armor isn't very strong. The Centurion Siege mecha and the Ghost King mecha both have very thick armor, which makes the mutant beasts experience the feeling of being unable to break through the defense. Chapter 265. Pretending to be as powerful as the wind. Humans were shocked by the power of the mecha. Before, they could only watch from a distance, but now it is different. Some of them have become mecha pilots and experienced it firsthand. Under their control, the power unleashed by these mechas can reach the level of their controllers. The huge Centurion stood on the battlefield, looking down on all directions. Today's Centurion is the latest generation. With the help of Yunru, the appearance of the Centurion has changed a lot. His body has turned red, and 2 thick mechanical legs support the huge mecha body with many gun muzzles on it, which can blast the enemy in front of him into pieces. The most special thing is that there are 3 cockpits on it, which can accommodate 3 people, and only one of them needs to operate it, while the remaining 2 can launch an attack at any time. In fact, this is not the limit of the Centurion. According to Yunru, if Su Chen can build the super weapon Iron Curtain device, then she can transform the Centurion and turn it into a Black Centurion, which is more than twice as powerful. The Ghost King mecha is huge in size, and its eyes can emit blazing rays that burn all enemies to death. Each of its punches can crush a 5th-level mutant beast. The Tengu mecha can fly at low altitude and fire various weapons downwards, which gives it an innate advantage. There were only 3 mechas, but their performance on the battlefield made countless people envious. They all dreamed of being the one who got the most points in a battle. Fortunately, people who own mechas no longer have this opportunity, otherwise other people would not be able to compare with mechas. Mechas on the battlefield are points hunters. In addition to the rewards for the mecha, someone used the points obtained from killing mutant beasts to exchange for a prism tank from the red battle flag. This was the first prism tank that someone had exchanged for. Its performance on the battlefield is equally surprising. The light beam fired from the tank, after hitting a mutant beast, will form a scattered beam, harming some nearby mutant beasts. Each attack is a group attack, which is eye-catching. The most important thing is that it is very powerful and can cause damage to 6th-order mutant beasts. The disadvantage is that it consumes a lot of energy. This thing needs an energy block made of energy crystals to provide energy. After it is consumed, you must go to the red battle flag to buy more. But compared to showing off, what are some energy blocks? As time goes by, more and more soldiers possess red alert weapons, and they almost dominate the entire battlefield. However, relatively speaking, mechas are still the most conspicuous. Today is the last day to announce who will win the Tianren mecha. According to what Su Chen said at the time, the person with the highest points each month can get a Tianren mecha. This is the mecha that countless people dream of. It can fly into the air and operate on the ground. Its only drawback is that it is too restricted in water. Others didn't know, but Su Chen certainly knew which 4 people owned the Tianren mecha. What he didn't expect was that the owner of the Tianren mecha on the Eastern Front was actually Lung Yue. Don't you want to take it directly from me? Su Chen smiled and began to announce the final points. When they saw the names of those 4 people, many of them sighed. They had no hope. On the Eastern Front, Lung Yue, a mid-level 7th-level warrior, obtained the Tianren mecha, which was what everyone expected. The Tianren mecha, directly controlled by Su Chen without anyone, flew in front of the 4 people, fully demonstrating what it means to show off. With other mechas, The Tianren mecha is a real mecha. Needless to say, its handsome appearance and its power alone is enough to make people jealous. Lung Yue boarded the Tianren mecha and began killing on the Eastern Front. Ever since Su Chen revealed his identity as commander, he has been noticed by the mutant beasts. But the mutant beasts had no way to deal with Su Chen. He always stayed in the main base and seldom went out. Even if he went out, who could hurt him except an 8th-level mutant beast? The mutant beasts tried many ways, but unfortunately they all failed to achieve any results. They also exposed many of the newest beast slaves, reducing the mutant beast spies. However, Su Chen did not expect that someone would want to come and interview him. What the hell is this? Su Chen didn't know that his popularity was still high. Such a young man actually possessed such a huge influence in the Red Alert base. Many people wanted to know some inside stories, so naturally, the gossip about Su Chen spread everywhere. This interview was initiated by an official news broadcast by Humanity. Since Su Chen revealed his identity last time, the Red Alert live broadcast can finally be used by ordinary people. Zhu Hui realized the huge role it plays and went directly to Su Chen, asking Su Chen to open a special live broadcast room for him. This live broadcast room is directly managed by their emperor and broadcasts some timely news about humans every day. I heard that the response was very good. Unlike before the apocalypse, the live news broadcast here generally look for various big and small events, with major events being the focus and minor events being broadcast as regular programs. It is currently the most popular live broadcast room. This live broadcast room has interviewed many people, including the controllers of various base cities, and even the Emperor Ming was interviewed, so its credibility is very high. This interview with Su Chen was also conducted through Zhu Hui, and no one else could contact Su Chen. Su Chen thought about it and did not refuse. This was also an opportunity to show off in front of the whole world. How could he let it go? Su Chen was not planning to accept the interview in the main base. Since it was a formal interview, he simply chose Longxin City, which was also considered to give face to Zhu Hui. In the human territory, and roads are being built rapidly. Currently, the roads leading to the surrounding gathering places have been completed, and the construction of roads between the various base cities is ready to begin. Not only that, even civil aircraft are being prepared and the airport is still under construction. In the future, humans will be able to use airplanes to quickly reach various base cities, which will be many times more convenient than before. People in the gathering place can enter the base city at any time. Of course, they only have temporary residency rights at present. If they want to live there permanently, it depends on future development. People in the gathering place feel that this day will not be far away. This time, Su Chen came to Longxin City as the commander of the Red Alert base. Zhu Hui led many people to stand in front of the city gate, waiting to welcome him. This was the highest level of treatment. Usually only emperors would receive this treatment. We will see Commander Su Chen soon. I can't believe he chose our Longxin City. Your information is too outdated. Let me tell you, that's because our Lord Huang has a good relationship with Commander Su Chen. Otherwise, why didn't he choose other first-level base cities? Look, what is that? As the sound was heard, the group looked into the distance and suddenly gasped. Chapter 266, Always by My Side. Dense black spots appeared in their field of vision, and they subconsciously thought they were flying mutant beasts. But then they thought, the mutant beasts in human territory are now to the point where they can only be maintained by artificial breeding. So how could there still be wild flying mutant beasts? If those jealous people see this, they will take out their anti-aircraft guns and rush over. These are all meat. When these black spots gradually approached, they finally saw the true appearance of the black spots. They were actually flying units. At the front, there are 100 Tianren mechas leading the way, followed closely by Black Hawk fighters and Invader fighters, and behind them are a group of armed helicopters and Nighthawk helicopters. Among these helicopters, there is one that looks very special. Its appearance is different from the others, and it is very conspicuous. This brand new helicopter is the frozen helicopter that Su Chen won in the lottery. This is its first appearance. The main reason is that Yunru has mastered the technology of this helicopter, so Su Chen can build it himself. Su Chen came to Longxin City in a very high-profile manner with a flying squadron. Seeing the shocked expressions of the people below, he sneered and said, "Wait until the super fortress appears, then you will know what the overlord of the sky is." Some polite exchanges, Su Chen, under the guidance of Zhu Hui, came to the main hall. This seemed to be present in every base city. The difference was that the main hall here seemed more solemn and dignified. This was the face of the emperor, so naturally one could not be so casual. "Brother, this interview wasn't your idea, was it?" There were only 2 of them in the hall, and Su Chen was very casual. "You guessed it all. You really are my brother." After you interviewed me last time, I thought of you. Look how good I am to you. Zhu Hui said with a wink. Su Chen smiled. The more he interacted with Zhu Hui, the more he realized that Zhu Hui was like a big child, not at all as serious as he appeared. Zhu Hui is relatively young. He is less than 40 years old and very talented. Occasionally I heard from other emperors that it seemed that the Southern Emperor had the highest expectations for Zhu Hui. If Zhu Hui could break through to the late 8th level before the Southern Emperor died of old age, then there would still be hope for mankind. After chatting for a while, Su Chan began the formal interview. The place for the interview was of course not here, but a very high-end restaurant. The reporter doing the interview was a beautiful woman, and the photographers were standing around ready. What kind of person this young commander, whose power covers all of human territory, is? If you want to know, let's witness it with our own eyes. Su Chan greeted the camera. This kind of thing was no pressure for him. After some routine inquiries at the beginning, the beautiful reporter suddenly said, "There have been some comments online recently saying that Commander Su Chen's Red Alert base covers too wide a range and has always existed in the form of a base. So have you considered building some new base cities with the base as the center?" This question is very sharp. If Su Chen agrees, then his Red Alert base will be bound by the base city and he will not be free and will become the free bodyguard of the base city. If he refused, he would be offending many people. After all, he had so many bases, but he was unwilling to build even a base city. This was very strange. Su Chen glanced at the woman indifferently. This was not what he said just now. There was no such question in the planned conversation. In other words, she did it on purpose. Zhu Hui, who was watching the live broadcast, frowned. He knew all the questions, but this one was not among them. This woman had crossed the line. Check all the information about this woman, as quickly as possible. Yes, Your Majesty. The adjutant went down. The adjutant was looking up the information of the beautiful reporter, but Su Chan had to answer questions. Is it inconvenient to answer? If not, let's move on to the next question and answer. The beautiful reporter retreated to advance, but this approach made others feel that there was something wrong with Su Chen's refusal to answer. Sure enough, a lot of questions arose in the live broadcast room. They all hoped that Su Chen could answer this question. After all, this question was related to themselves. Time passed by minute, Su Chen did not say a word, but just looked at her with a faint look. The look was very calm, so calm that it made the beautiful reporter a little flustered. At this time, the adjutant brought all the information of the beautiful reporter. Zhu Hui opened it and saw that it recorded everything about the beautiful reporter. He looked at her and didn't find any problems. She hadn't had any contact with anyone special. Could it be that she wanted to ask this herself and wasn't instructed by someone else? It was just a hint of intuition that made Zhu Hui feel that things would not be that simple. Su Chen took a sip of water and finally spoke. But when he said this, everyone felt confused. How long do you want to pretend? This sentence was said to the beautiful reporter, but it is very confusing. The beautiful reporter was very surprised. Commander Su Chen, what do you mean? Su Chen didn't give her a chance to continue speaking. He just reached out and grabbed her neck and pulled her in front of the camera. The photographer was stunned and almost dropped the camera. At this time, a Red Alert soldier came over, drove away the photographer, and carried the camera himself. Commander Su Chen, what do you want to do? I tell you, this is a violation of human laws and will be sanctioned. The beautiful reporter seemed frightened by Su Chen's actions. The live broadcast room was in an uproar, and everyone was condemning Su Chen, thinking that he was not worthy of being a human being for treating a beautiful reporter in this way. Some radical people even contacted the Longxin City Defense Force to arrest Su Chen. Su Chen's actions caused an uproar. They couldn't believe that Su Chen would be such a person. He was ready to use violence at the slightest disagreement, which destroyed the mysterious image of the commander in their minds. Su Chen raised the corner of his mouth. You are very tight-lipped. I can't help but wonder if you were an agent when you were still a human, Miss Mutant. One word can cause 1,000 waves. What did Su Chen just say, Miss Mutant? How is it possible? How can such a beautiful woman be a mutant? This is impossible. The humans were in an uproar. They didn't expect Su Chen to say such a thing. It was like throwing a bomb into the pond, blowing it upside down. Zhu Hui's eyes widened. That reporter was actually a mutant? If someone else said this, Zhu Hui would never believe it. But when it came from Su Chen's mouth, he believed it. Chapter 267 Mutant Spy. 5 minutes ago, Su Chen received a call from spy number 1, who told him something very important. The thing is, the mutants have planted spies among humans. This doesn't sound strange. If mutant beasts can have slaves among humans, then it is normal for mutants to plant spies among humans. The only thing that surprised Su Chen was that these spies were not humans, but mutants. How is this possible? Su Chen's thoughts were the same as those people. The mutants all had strange appearances. If they were outside, they would definitely be regarded as monsters. Could they be spies? But spy number 1 told Su Chen that among the mutants, there are a few who look exactly like humans, and they are the best candidates for spies. It just so happened that spy number 1 was now doing very well among the mutants and had heard a lot of news, including the exact identities of those mutants, including this beautiful reporter. Su Chen was stunned just now. He was just contacting spy number 1. He didn't expect there would be such a coincidence in the world. This beautiful reporter happened to be right in front of him. Is this considered a door-to-door delivery? However, Su Chen also had a question. Even if the mutants look the same as humans, what about the information in all aspects? Here we mention the abilities of these mutants. They actually have the ability to camouflage. Yes, the camouflage ability of spies. The only difference from spies is that their abilities are one-time. Once they transform into someone, they can never change back, and no one can tell. Su Chen certainly knew how big of an impact his behavior had caused. He smiled at the camera and said, "I know that many people now think that I am cruel and do not believe that such a beautiful woman is a mutant. Now I will show you." As he said that, Su Chen grabbed the beautiful reporter's left arm and pulled it. Swish! The arm was broken at the shoulder, but the red blood they imagined did not appear. Instead, there was only blood and muscle of a strange color. Humans definitely do not look like this. At this point, everyone was speechless. Even a fool knew that the beautiful reporter couldn't be a human. How could human blood be black? Humanity was once again in uproar. The mutants could actually walk in human society just like humans. The horror this brought was unimaginable. After all, no one knows whether the person next to you is a mutant. It's okay for ordinary relationships, but if you are a couple, the thought of sleeping in the same bed with a mutant is unbearable. Su Chen's purpose was not to cause panic. He simply slapped the beautiful reporter unconscious and said to everyone, "Since I can discover her identity, other mutants can't hide either. Within one day, there will be no more mutants among humans." Suddenly, the tone of the live broadcast room changed. Everyone who had been cursing Su Chen now treated him as a savior and kept saying flattering words to him. Some women were even shouting that they wanted to give birth to babies for Su Chen. It can be said that Su Chen's actions once again attracted many fans to him, and they immediately forgot the questions that the beautiful reporter asked Su Chen. Mutant spies appeared among humans. This was a very serious matter, so Zhu Hui went straight to Su Chen. "Brother, can you really find the mutants hiding among humans?" Zhu Hui looked at Su Chen with a serious expression. This matter was no joke. If things went wrong, it might cause a crisis of trust among humans. One day later, please wait and see. On this day, humans spent their days in fear. They didn't dare to trust the people around them. No one knew if the people around them were mutants in disguise. The emperor also issued an order that everyone in the city must undergo testing, and those who do not get tested will be treated as mutant spies. No one dared to refuse the emperor's order. This applied not only to the base city, but also the gathering place. If there was anyone outside, Su Chen would send a helicopter to bring them back. If anyone doesn't go, they will all be arrested. In this operation, the most unlucky people were not the mutant spies, but some wanted criminals. Don't forget that there are all kinds of people among humans, so there are naturally some bad people. These people are put on the wanted list and become the ones that everyone wants to kill. In the past, they could hide in various places, such as civilian areas or gathering places in the base city. But this time, none of them could escape the test. Every now and then, a wanted criminal is caught, and it's truly an act that deserves applause. It seems that everyone is walking through an instrument, but no one would have thought that the instruments that play the role of detection are actually hunting dogs. The hound has the ability to see through disguise. The mutant's disguise is so powerful that even the emperor is helpless, but in the eyes of the hound, it is no problem. Whenever a mutant spy walks by, the hound will bark, and then someone will go up and capture the mutant spy. Since they are spies, they certainly cannot be too strong, as this would easily attract attention. The strongest one was only level 7, and was suppressed by the controller present. In just one day, all the mutant spies and a large number of wanted criminals were captured. Countless people were cheering. They no longer had to worry about having mutants around them. Zhu Hui couldn't believe that just some mutant dogs could actually detect those mutant spies. What was the dog's nose made of? Even he couldn't tell the difference between a mutant spy and an ordinary person. If mutants weren't different from humans inside, there would be no way to tell them apart. All the mutant spies were caught, and even the mutant king knew about this big thing. Impossible, How could humans find our spies? A mutant emperor couldn't believe it. You know, the identities of these mutants are very hidden, and not many people know about them. After they are sent to the human side and use their camouflage abilities to change, no one will notice them. They still expect these spies to be able to play a role, but they were discovered so quickly and were slapped in the face on the spot. They felt that it was the beautiful reporter who was asking for trouble by provoking Chen, which resulted in the mutant spy being exposed. Otherwise, nothing would have happened. In fact, they were overthinking it. These mutant kings could never have imagined that not only did they send out spies, but Chen also sent out spies. It now seems that Chen's spy skills are superior. Humans did not kill these mutant spies directly, but captured them for research. They were all mutants anyway, so there was no need to feel sad if they died. They were all living research materials. They are very curious about the mutants' ability to camouflage. If humans also have this ability, can't they also go and spy on the mutants? Chapter 268 Successfully Ascended. The matter of mutant spies is not a big deal to Chen. Now all the bases under his command are building a large number of various arms and weapons in preparation for the human counterattack. He didn't think that the mutant beasts were fools. They would definitely notice such a large action taken by humans, and they would also know that humans would have a large action after the end of winter. Originally, the mutants wanted to use spies to spy on some human secrets, but the spies were caught not long after they went out, and the mutant kings were almost angry to death. At this time, spy number 1 met a mutant emperor, the Mirror Emperor. There were originally 8 emperors of mutants. After the death of the 4-armed emperor, there were still 7. During this period, a new emperor appeared, and the number returned to 8. Among them, Mirror Emperor's strength is considered to be above average among all the emperors, and he is the target of spy number 1. Spy number 1 initially used the bar as his base, constantly collecting various intelligence on mutants. When he felt that the intelligence had been collected almost enough, he set his sights on the mutant king, with the nearby Mirror King being the first to be targeted. "Greetings, Lord Mirror Emperor," spy number 1 shouted respectfully. The Mirror Emperor is a mutant who looks very ordinary. His skin is grayish-white, and he has a mirror-like decoration between his eyebrows, which is very strange. "Matong, I heard recently that you opened bars in many places and made a lot of money?" Mirror Emperor asked calmly. Mutants, like humans, use energy crystals as currency. Of course, they do not issue things like hope coins. After all, the mutant king is not as single-minded as the human king. Spy number 1 opened many branches and earned a lot of energy crystals, which made many mutants jealous. They wanted to swallow up spy number 1's bar, but they were taught a lesson by him in the end. Spy number 1 was very smart. He did not expose his strength at the beginning, but gradually improved it, making people think that he improved his strength by relying on the large amount of energy crystals he earned in the bar. Now, spy number 1 has demonstrated the strength of the peak 7th level, which is rare among mutants. As long as they take one step forward, they will become emperors. Therefore, mutants of this level are called quasi-emperors. The Mirror Emperor took a fancy to the strength and brains of spy number 1. It would be a pity if such a person did not become his subordinate. If spy number 1 could become the emperor, then he would be the first emperor among the mutants to have emperor subordinates. Emperor Jing was confident that with his mid-8th level strength, he could suppress a new emperor who had just become an emperor. It's all thanks to Lord Mirror Emperor. As a spy, he speaks differently to different people. "Well, from now on you just follow me and help me with things," Mirror Emperor said in an unquestionable tone. He did not even consider the possibility that spy number 1 would refuse. Spy number 1 originally wanted to get close to the Mirror Emperor, but he didn't expect the Mirror Emperor to come to him on his own initiative. This way, his identity would never be exposed. This was good news. "Thank you, Lord Jing Huang. I will definitely serve you wholeheartedly. People with good brains are different. I just happen to have something to entrust to you. Humans have discovered the spies I sent out. There must be something wrong. I need you to find the reason, no matter what." Mirror Emperor was very angry when he said this. He had never thought that humans could discover his spies, but after such a short period of time, all the spies were killed. He was so angry that he was going crazy. Spy number 1 suddenly thought of what the commander had told him before. It seemed that this was done by the commander. "No need to look for him. My commander declares that he takes responsibility for this matter." Of course, spy number 1 would not be so foolish as to say this, so he agreed. Anyway, Mirror Emperor was already on his death list, so what he had to consider now was how to kill Mirror Emperor. In a head-on battle, he could at best tie with Mirror Emperor, or even be defeated. As a spy, charging head-on does not suit his style, and he needs some tricks. Spy number 1 returned to his residence, and spy number 3 happened to be there. So the two of them had a discussion. Mirror Emperor is very powerful. If we want to replace his identity and control the mutants in this area, we must do one thing. Kill him without letting others know about the situation. Spy number 3 said, I've thought of many ways, including poisoning, but the 8th level Emperor is too resistant to poison. Ordinary poisons won't work. This kind of poison doesn't exist yet. Even if we burst out with all our strength for a sneak attack, we may not be able to kill him with one blow. The spy was a little helpless. His strength has not yet reached the middle stage of the 8th level, otherwise he would have the confidence. What spy number 1 didn't expect was that the opportunity would soon arise. Another mutant emperor was dissatisfied with the Mirror Emperor's tyranny, and the two had a PK in one place. Both sides were seriously injured. Not many people knew about this news, and one of them was the Mirror Emperor's confidant. This person happened to have a good relationship with spy number 1 and often went to bars. He told this story after getting drunk one time. Spy number 1 was overjoyed. This was a great opportunity. This time, spy number 1 is going to take action with spy number 3. They have a secret weapon on them, a modified weapon of a time-space soldier. The original version could only be used by the transdimensional soldiers. Even Yunru was unable to analyze the technology and could only make a fake product. This fake product cannot erase everything. It can only put the opponent into a state of being unable to move. Once the user moves, the effect of the confinement will disappear. The only powerful thing is that this thing ignores levels. Even spy number 3, who is at the peak of level 7, can make Mirror King, who is at the mid-level 8, unable to move. An hour later, without anyone knowing, the Mirror King was replaced. Spy number 1 successfully took over. But here, he needs to pretend to be two identities. One is the bar owner Matong, and the other is Mirror Emperor. Commander, Mirror King is dead. My next step is to follow the example of Four-Armed King and attack the mutant beasts around. I will also harass other mutants occasionally. Spy number 1 reported. Chen didn't expect that spy number 1 would act so quickly. It hasn't been long since he replaced the Mirror Emperor. Is the Mutant Emperor so weak? It's not that the Mutant King is too weak, but that they have blind spots in their thinking. After all, who would have thought that a mutant near them would actually be a spy? Chen was very confident that spy number 1 was doing his job, but at this moment, something happened. The monuments have changed. This news was told to him by Zhu Hui. There are only 5 veteran emperors who know the location of the ancient ruins. They have been keeping an eye on the ancient ruins. Just last night, the ancient ruins actually appeared. Chapter 269, Changes in Ancient Monuments. How could the ancient ruins appear? Isn't it said that only strong people above level 8 can enter? Chen was very puzzled. Zhu Hui's voice sounded very confused. It should be like this, right? We have done experiments before, and people below level 8 can't see that place at all, let alone go in. I suspect that something has changed inside the ancient ruins, which caused the ruins to appear. Now even people below level 8 can see it. Chen frowned slightly. Once this matter got out, it would not be good news for human beings. If the mutant beasts knew that humans have such a good place, they would definitely try their best to get in. Maybe there would be something good inside that would allow them to break through? This possibility is not impossible. Chen knows one piece of news. The reason why Southern Emperor can surpass other emperors so much is because he once entered a strange place and got some opportunities there. This is how he quickly reached the peak of the 8th level and protected mankind. Ancient monuments are opportunities for mankind. If we can obtain what is inside, mankind may really be able to become the masters of the earth again. What's the situation there now? Chen opened the map and selected the place where the ancient ruins were while speaking. When he looked at the map before, there was nothing there and it was very clear, but the ancient monument had changed and now all he saw was black. It wasn't just a black spot, but complete darkness. This was the first time. In the past, even if an unobservable target appeared, it would only be the size of a black dot. However, in the area of the ancient ruins, within a radius of 100 kilometers, Chen's spy satellite was ineffective. Chen couldn't help but wonder if there was some advanced technology in the ancient ruins that made spy satellites ineffective. Zhu Hui's voice was filled with a hint of helplessness. It has become a restricted area. No one can get close. I'm the closest. I want to check it out before, but even I couldn't get in. Chen was a little surprised. Before, the ancient ruins allowed beings above level 8 to enter, but now even level 8 can't enter. What's going on? What about below level 8? That's not possible either. I'll tell you when I get there. The matter of the ancient ruins is of great importance. So Su Chen plans to go there in person, and of course he must bring guards with him. This time, Su Chen chose Balchong and Su Yi as bodyguards. Balchong is a melee fighter, while Su Yi is capable of both melee and ranged combat and has certain auxiliary abilities, making him a perfect match for Balchong. The main reason is that Su Chen didn't want to expose more of his subordinates. Now he has 3 people with exposed 8th level strength, Balchong, Boris, and Su Yi, and the others are temporarily hiding their identities. The area around the ancient monument, with a radius of 200 kilometers, has been designated as a restricted area, and it is announced to the outside world as a testing base for new types of weapons for mankind. Su Chen arrived at a temporary command center without any obstruction. There are very few people among the human race who don't know Su Chen, unless they are those who don't have mobile phones. Brother, you are finally here. The other emperors are still on the way. Now only the East Emperor and the West Emperor have arrived. Zhu Hui is no longer afraid of sudden attacks by mutant beasts. With the help of Su Chen, his Longxin city has improved its teleportation device. Now his teleportation device can use energy crystals as energy and can be used continuously. Unlike before, a single use would cause a total power outage in Longxin city. Compared with Su Chen's supertime and space teleporter, Zhu Hui's teleportation device is still too low-end. As for the East Emperor, Su Chen had seen him a long time ago. He also got the red crystal from his wife. As for the West Emperor, this was the second time they met. The last time was at the Emperor's meeting. However, his presence was not strong, so Su Chen could not even remember what he looked like. Unlike the Emperor in Su Chen's impression, the Western Emperor looked very funny. He was a little fat, and his eyes narrowed into slits when he smiled. You must be the brother Su Chen that old Zhu mentioned. You're really amazing. Old Zhu has shown off the things he got from you in front of me countless times. I almost had a fight with him. Huang laughed. From this, we can see that the relationship between human emperors is still very good. Next time there's a chance, I'll give Lord Huang some special gadgets. How about that? Huang was an experienced man, and he knew at once that the gadget Su Chen mentioned was definitely not simple, so he said with a smile, "It's too strange to call you Lord Huang. Why don't you just call me brotherly?" Since other emperors had not arrived, they did not talk about the ancient monuments, but instead talked about the last emperor meeting. In the past month, we have mobilized personnel to the front line every week, with an average of 1 battle every day. Their strength has greatly improved, which will be very helpful for future plans. Zhu Hui was the first to speak. To be honest, I didn't expect that we would have a decisive battle with the mutant beasts so soon. If the teacher's health was still okay with more time, our chances of winning would be higher. Huang felt a little regretful. That's not the case. The existence of the teacher certainly allows us humans to not worry about extinction, but relying on the teacher all the time is not a solution. We need to become stronger. If there is a second peak 8th level person among us humans, even if it is the late 8th level, wouldn't it be easier to deal with mutant beasts? Zhu Hui shook his head. Dong Huang said in a low voice, "It's time for humans and mutants to make a decision. None of the 3 emperors is afraid of trouble. It is because of their existence that mankind can have the current situation. If human emperors were all selfish people, then humanity would have been doomed long ago." Gradually, other emperors arrived one by one, and finally all the emperors gathered together. Emperor Gu had a very grim look on his face. He saw Su Chen here. Emperor Gu had never expected that there were secrets that he himself didn't know about. It turned out that there were so many benefits to becoming an emperor. "What are ancient relics?" he asked directly as soon as he came up. Not only him, the other 3 new emperors were equally curious. As a representative, Zhu Hui briefly explained the ancient ruins. At the end, he said, "This is the situation. The ancient ruins have undergone inexplicable changes and cannot be entered. My suggestion is to concentrate the power of all emperors to see if we can force our way in." Zhu Hui's suggestion was very direct. Use powerful force to break in. If even they can't get in, then they can leave with peace of mind. If they can get in, maybe they can discover something. Your Majesty, isn't this too reckless? We don't know what's inside the ancient monument. Even you don't know much about it. What if we trigger some mechanism inside? Huang thought it would be better to take a long-term view. Just as they were discussing, an invisible energy wave came rapidly from a distance. Chapter 270 I'm Not the Emperor? Bump. Energy wave touched the surrounding tents and blew them all away. Even some weaker transcendents were knocked away by this energy wave, and suddenly this temporary command center was in great chaos. Zhu Hui's face darkened. He waved his hand and the majestic power of the emperor surged out, blocking all the energy waves outside. Only then did the others stand firm. This energy wave seems to be just the aftermath of the escape. The aftermath alone has reached the level of a fifth-order transcendent. The center area is at least an eighth-order fluctuation, Dong Huang said. As a veteran emperor, his guesses were basically correct, and the other emperors nodded in agreement. Looking at this direction, it should be the ancient ruins. Could it be that there have been some changes over there? Emperor, she touched his mustache with a strange expression. They had just been discussing the ancient monuments, and then this change occurred to them. No one knew whether this change was good or bad, and what impact it would have on humanity. But no matter what, they have to go and check it out in person. They already know that all the technology inside the ancient ruins is ineffective. In order to prevent all of us from being trapped inside, we must leave behind a few emperors just in case. No one would ignore the Southern Emperor's advice. They have 9 emperors here, excluding Su Chun, so 4 emperors must be left behind. In this way, even if the other emperors are trapped, the 4 emperors can still guard the 4 major fronts. The 4 emperors cannot all be veteran emperors, nor can they all be new emperors. After all, they all know one thing. The Southern Emperor must stay. His existence is the guarantee of human survival. The second emperor is Emperor Ming. He is the only emperor who can break through to the late 8th level in a short period of time. The next 2 candidates were Emperor Gu and Emperor Bai. Emperor Bai seemed a little regretful, but Emperor Gu was very glad that he was kept. He didn't want to take risks in such a weird place. Su Chun did not go with them. As a commander, what he should do was to stay back and take charge, instead of actively seeking death. He did not go, but he sent his subordinate Su Yi. Dong Huang and Yu Huang had both witnessed Su Yi's strength and nodded to him in a friendly manner. The other emperors were a little puzzled. Who was this person? After Dong Huang explained Su Yi's strength, the other emperors were shocked. Is this Su Chen's third emperor subordinate? They discovered that Su Chen's identity was becoming more and more mysterious. He had 3 emperors as his subordinates, and he also had red alert bases spread all over the place. Was he still a human being? In this way, they now have 6 emperors. Zhu Hui feels that they will definitely be able to uncover the secrets of the ancient ruins this time. They sat in the command center, waiting for news from the 6 emperors. The waiting time was very boring. Emperor Ji's face was cold. If it weren't for Bald Chong behind Su Chun, he would definitely teach him a lesson. By Bald Chong, he knew that his strength could not be compared with Bald Chong's. Otherwise, with his rebellious character, he would definitely not sit so quietly. But this does not mean that Emperor Gu will stop. Recently, my base city is planning to build a road, but a base that appeared out of nowhere seems to block the road I want to build. I really don't know who is so lacking in public morality. Emperor Ji's words seemed unintentional, but everyone could hear that it was directed at Su Chun. Only Su Chen's base is located around each base city. All the emperors know this, but they pretend not to know. What the new emperor didn't know was that the 5 veteran emperors had sold them out long ago. If Su Chen showed his power to help humans defeat the mutant beasts, they would allow Su Chun to control all the base cities. Unfortunately, no one responded and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Emperor Gu suddenly remembered something. During the previous emperor meeting, it seemed that no one spoke for him. A bad idea popped up in his mind. Could it be that Su Chun had already colluded with other emperors? Su Chen glanced at Emperor Gu. If he didn't want Emperor Gu to lure out some restless elements, he would have killed Emperor Gu long ago. Emperor Gu didn't know that he was almost finished. But Emperor Gu did not give up. He was very unhappy with Su Chun now. By the way, Commander Su Chun, there is something I am curious about. I wonder if you can answer me? Emperor Gu asked with pretended curiosity. In his opinion, as the emperor, Su Chun must answer his questions, but he forgot that Su Chun is not an ordinary person. Cannot. These 2 simple words froze Emperor Gu's expression. He felt a shame he had never felt before. Bai Huang almost laughed out loud. He really wanted to say, they have 3 emperor subordinates whose strength is almost as strong as yours, or even stronger than yours. So who are you? The Southern Emperor drank his tea leisurely, looking like he was enjoying family time, and did not participate in their conversation at all. Emperor Gu's teeth were chattering with anger, but Bald Chong's eyes were fixed on him, preventing him from venting his anger. You seem to have not answered the question about that reporter in the interview some time ago. This is what I wanted to ask. I wonder if Commander Su Chun could let us all listen? Emperor Gu was very smart. He knew that he could not do it alone, so he pulled Emperor Bai and Emperor Nan along. Bai Huang frowned, somewhat dissatisfied, and said, "Ask on your own and don't involve me." Nan Huang did not respond at all. To be honest, Bai Huang really wanted to know how Su Chen would answer, but he would not force Su Chun to answer in this way. Su Chun did not say anything and ignored Emperor Gu. At this moment, Emperor Ming came back from outside and saw that the atmosphere inside was a bit strange. What's wrong? Lord Minghuang, Su Chen is going too far. I just wanted to ask a question, but he ignored me twice. He is not looking down on me, but looking down on the human emperor. Emperor Gu shouted to Ming Huang with a look of grievance. The Emperor Ming was confused. What was going on? Bai Huang hurriedly sent a message to Ming Huang. After Ming Huang heard it, he slapped the table, pointed at Gu Huang and shouted, Gu Huang, I'm going to say this for the last time. If I know that you used these dirty tricks on me, don't blame me for not giving you face. Emperor Gu. At this moment, Emperor Gu felt that he was not the human emperor, but Su Chen was. Why are these emperors helping Su Chen? Am I not an emperor? How could Emperor Gu know the relationship between Su Chen and Zhu Hui and the importance of Su Chen to mankind? Emperor Ming felt that the beating that Bald Chong gave Emperor Gu was too light last time. If it were him, he would definitely beat Emperor Gu so hard that he would not be able to get out of bed for several days. Su Chen looked calm and composed, as if what had just happened had nothing to do with him. No one knew that he was in contact with Su Yi. Commander, there's a situation. Chapter 271A Door. Su Yi and the other 5 emperors flew all the way to the location of the ancient ruins. Dong Huang led the way, and no one spoke. After reaching a distance of 100 kilometers, Dong Huang stopped and pointed to a red pole below and said, right here. Ming Huang was stopped. It was obvious that Dong Huang was talking about what happened before. They landed, stood beside the red pole, and looked forward. No matter how they looked, they couldn't see anything in front of them. Yu Huang stood up and threw a punch forward. The force of the punch directly created a huge fist mark on the ground in the distance. Yu Huang looked at Dong Huang strangely. There was clearly nothing in front of him. Dong Huang thought for a while and said, the situation here is different from what Ming Huang said. It seems that the energy aftermath just now may have escaped from inside. Something must have changed here. If you go in next, you may encounter danger at any time. Everyone, be careful. After saying that, Dong Huang was the first to step in. As expected, there was no obstruction. They simply flew into the air and headed directly to the location of the ancient ruins, which was still a long way away. But when they were about to fly into the air, everyone's face changed. They couldn't fly. There's no flying ban here? The Western Emperor couldn't believe it. As far as they knew, there were only a few places in the world where there were no-fly zones. Even as emperors, they knew all about them, but there had never been any no-fly zones around any ancient monuments. Of other no-fly zones is not large, but this place is hundreds of kilometers away from the ancient ruins. In other words, it is hard to believe that such a large area is no-fly zone. The no-fly zone has both advantages and disadvantages for the emperors, but generally speaking, it has no effect on their combat power. At most, they can no longer fly. Humans are not a flying race. Only the 8th level emperors can fly. Keep moving forward. There must be a problem ahead. Dong Huang's face was serious. If he didn't know there was a problem now, he would be a fool. Everyone was running quickly, and even on the ground, their speed was not slow at all. The distance of 100 kilometers did not take much time for them. When they arrived at the location of the ancient ruins in their memory, they stopped and everyone looked a little strange. Because they saw a door. That's right, there was a door standing alone in front of him. Dong Huang looked around and found nothing behind the door. Su Yi immediately reported the situation here to Su Chen. Su Chen was also speechless. How could a door appear in the ancient ruins? Could it be that this door leads inside the ancient ruins? Thinking of this, Su Chen asked Emperor Ming, brother, when you entered the ancient ruins, what did the gate of the ancient ruins look like? Zhu Hui recalled and said, I remember that there didn't seem to be a big door there. It was just that the Emperor's ability allowed us to sense something unusual there. When we got close to it, a choice came to our mind, to go in or not. We had just become emperors at that time, and we were so proud and arrogant that we didn't dare to go in. You know what happened afterwards. Su Chen nodded. He knew that after Zhu Hui and others went in, the scenes they encountered were different, as if there were many places inside. There was no gate before, but now there is a door. What does this mean? On Su Yi's side, Dong Huang finally decided to go and try it himself to see what the hell was going on with this door. He came to the door alone, grabbed the door handle, turned it gently, and the door opened. None of the imagined scenes appeared. Everything was normal. Dong Huang did not disappear or anything. Dong Huang was well prepared and pushed the door open directly. As a result, when they passed through the door, they saw the scene behind, a scene that they couldn't believe. Behind the door, another Dong Huang appeared, but this Dong Huang seemed unable to see the situation on their side. He stood in the air with a cold and ruthless look in his eyes, which was completely different from Dong Huang's expressionless face. The Dong Huang inside the door looked like a robot, without any feelings towards anything and extremely cold. Not only that, in front of Dong Huang was the Eastern Front that everyone was familiar with. What shocked them the most was that Dong Huang was actually facing the Eastern Front, and under Dong Huang were mutants. What is going on? Dong Huang has become an accomplice of mutants and wants to fight against humans? The other emperors were shocked. They didn't know what was behind this door. Could it be that this was a door to predict the future? Kong Huang shouted, "Don't guess randomly. Maybe this door will make us suspicious." Dong Huang has been a human all his life and will never betray humans. The other emperors suddenly reacted. Yes, no one knew what this door was like. How could they simply assume that Dong Huang would betray humanity based on some images? This was not a wise choice. Dong Huang did not continue watching the following scenes. He closed the door and walked aside without saying anything. Kong Huang knew that Dong Huang might be thinking about something, so he stood up and said, "Let me try this time. I want to see if this door can turn me into that person as well." Kong Huang walked over with a sneer and opened the door without hesitation. This time they found that the scene behind the door had changed and turned into another place. This is a very ordinary village. Others don't know where this place is, but Kong Huang knows that this is the village where he used to live. Before becoming a superhuman, he was just an ordinary person, a country boy who didn't know many things. But that day, the end of the world came and everything changed. He witnessed his relatives and friends turning into mutants, and his parents died at the hands of mutants in order to protect him. It was also at that time that he was stimulated to become a superhuman. Everyone saw a teenager with fierce eyes holding a kitchen knife and cutting off the neck of a mutant. Kong Huang's eyes changed. The mutant who was killed looked exactly like his father, but he didn't do that at the beginning. Bang! Kong Huang slammed the door shut and gasped heavily. The scene made him feel very uncomfortable. After that, the other emperors were tested, and finally only Jin Huang and Sui were left. Jin Huang opened the door. The other emperors were very surprised. The scene that appeared behind the door was actually a base. An ordinary-looking boy, dressed in black, was walking among the crowd. There was nothing special about him. Only Jin Huang, the second spy, knew that this was exactly the scene of his previous sneak into Jingguan City. He didn't expect that this door would even show this. The only thing to be thankful for is that no one thought that this Golden Emperor was no longer the same Golden Emperor as before. After just a glance, Jin Huang closed the door with a calm expression. The last one is Sui. Chapter 272, Fake Commander. Sui walked straight over and opened the door. Suddenly, everyone saw a familiar figure. Wasn't this Su Chen? That's right, Su Chen appeared behind the door, but this Su Chen was different from what they remembered. He looked a little eerie, with cold eyes, and his whole body exuded an aura that said, "Keep away from strangers." There were many soldiers kneeling in front of Su Chen. Sui could tell at a glance that he was among the first row. The last mission failed. "Tell me, how should I punish you?" Su Chen said lightly. No one answered. Su Chen was very angry and pointed at a soldier. "Sui, the mission is yours, so as the price of mission failure, you will die." The other emperors were shocked. Is Su Chen such a person? He would kill his men over a disagreement. He is an emperor. But they soon realized that the situation behind this door seemed to be distorted, so it was not surprising that Su Chen was like this. Sui knelt on the ground with his head down, saying nothing. His behavior seemed to have angered Su Chen, who roared, "Someone, kill him!" The surrounding soldiers came over, pointed their weapons at Sui, and were ready to shoot at any time. At this moment, no one else could have imagined that the real Sui made a move that none of them expected. With these words, Sui walked straight into the gate. "You are not the commander." Kong Huang was shocked. "Oh no, pull him out." But when they rushed over, Sui's figure had disappeared in the gate. But the scene behind the door did not disappear. They saw that Sui, who was originally kneeling on the ground, stood up and looked at Su Chen with anger in his eyes. "Sui, what did you say?" Su Chen was enraged by Sui's words and gave an order directly, "Kill him." Da da da. The surrounding soldiers opened fire, and countless bullets hit Sui. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been shot into a sieve long ago. But this Sui was no longer the fake Sui in the picture. All bullets are ineffective against Sui. Seeing this scene, Su Chen seemed to be frightened. "Impossible. You don't have any protective gear on you. How can you block the bullet?" Sui shook his head. A real commander would never make a fuss over a small matter. The most important point is that the commander would never treat his subordinates like this. "You are a fake." "I am a fake?" "Sui, you are so brave. Have you forgotten how you came here?" Su Chen's expression was distorted. Sui certainly knew how he came here. He was built, but so what? From the moment he was born, Sui has been the commander's soldier and has fought for the commander's glory all his life. Now a fake commander appears before him, tarnishing the commander's existence. In Sui's view, this is an unforgivable capital crime. Sui picked up the AK-47 on his body and shot at the fake commander in front of him. After the fake commander died, Sui felt a flash before his eyes and appeared in a white hall. At the same time, a voice sounded, "Passed the first level of the test, with an overall score of 88 points. Very good, Challenger." Who is it? Sui felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. Don't panic, Challenger. I am the artificial intelligence here. What you just experienced was an illusion. If you break in, you will come here. If you fail, you will return to where you were before. Sui appeared calm and continued to ask, "Where is this place?" "This is my master's research room. You seem to call this a historic site?" While Sui was asking for various information, he was secretly contacting Su Chen. Fortunately, the system's contact was not blocked, so Sui told Su Chen all the information. Su Chen was very surprised. He did not expect that the so-called ancient relic was actually a person's laboratory. What kind of person was this person? He could make a laboratory so grand and impressive, even more impressive than the refuge of the Chilua civilization. Since the laboratory has no name, artificial intelligence simply uses the ancient monument named by humans as the name of this place. According to the information Sui got from the artificial intelligence, the laboratory was in a semi-open state before. At that time, only those with strength reaching the 8th level of the planet were qualified to enter, and that was only the lowest qualification. Through some experiments in the laboratory, they were able to gain some benefits. Unbeknownst to the human emperor, they had been treated as guinea pigs. What was being tested at that time was the illusion, and now the laboratory is truly open. It is said that this is the time set by its owner, and it will automatically open at this time. The artificial intelligence does not know the identity of its owner, nor does it know where its owner is. In any case, the laboratory has been empty a long time ago. According to the information left by its owner, it needed to find a new owner, so it appeared in front of everyone. The gate is just the first test. If you can't even pass this entry test, you are not qualified to become its owner. At the gate, they found that Sui disappeared. After the gate closed automatically, they realized something. Sui might have entered the ancient ruins. Could it be that the scene just now was a trial, and only after passing it can we enter the ancient ruins? Dong Huang guessed. They had experienced that kind of scene before, so it was not surprising to guess so. That must be the case, but this kind of test is not something that ordinary people can pass. Western Emperor sighed. They all noticed that the scene of each person's birth seemed to be the one they least wanted to touch or see. That is, this was their weak spot. They guessed the truth of the matter and did not rush in. Instead, they went back and told the people behind them about it and discussed what to do. If they go in and cannot come out in a short time, once the mutant beasts attack in large numbers, humanity will be finished. After a while, they talked about it, and everyone was thinking about it. Let's vote to decide whether to go in or not. Zhu Hui had no way to decide this matter and could only decide through voting. As a result, most emperors chose to go in. As emperors, there were not many places that could make them feel dangerous. Ancient ruins were one of them, which meant that there were things inside that could improve their strength. Which emperor doesn't want to become stronger? If humans could be as powerful as the Southern Emperor, they would have destroyed the mutant beasts long ago. Now that we have made the decision, let's set off. However, we still need to leave 4 emperors behind. Who wants to stay? Zhu Hui looked at the others. No one answered. This was a rare opportunity and no one wanted to miss it. Okay, then we draw lots? The first person eliminated in the draw was Nan Huang, who absolutely could not go in. The second was Su Chen. In the eyes of others, he was not yet an emperor, and going in would be courting death. So there were only 8 people left. Chapter 273. You dare to kill me? Wait, it seems like you forgot someone? Su Chen pointed at Bald Chong behind him. The others immediately reacted. Yes, Su Chen also had an emperor subordinate. Zhu Hui was about to say something. He was interrupted by Emperor Gu. That's great. This is an emperor's fighting power. We can't miss it. Emperor Ge's idea was very simple. If Su Chen's men went in and died there, he would definitely be heartbroken. In fact, Emperor Gu didn't want to go in, but if he quit at this time, he would definitely be looked down upon. As an emperor, he still had to save his face. Drawing lots was simple. In front of so many emperors, no one dared to cheat and the drawing ended quickly. In the end, the ones who stayed behind were Kong Huang, Jin Huang, Gu Huang, plus Nin Huang and Su Chun, and the remaining team was decided. Emperor Ji's face was calm, but he was overjoyed in his heart. Finally, he didn't have to go and die. The most important thing was that now that Su Chin's guards were gone, no one could stop him anymore. He had always remembered the hatred for the bald man who raped and beat him up before. As long as he was given a chance, he would definitely not let Su Chin go. Now was the best time. The only thing he was worried about was the obstruction from other emperors, which he had already thought about. After those emperors left, Emperor Gu said, "Commander Su Chun, I want to talk to you about something private that concerns your base." After saying that, he didn't give Su Chun a chance to refute and just walked out. Su Chun raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Emperor Ji's patience was too short. Seeing that there was no one around him, he thought he could deal with him. Emperor Nan did not say anything, but just glanced at Su Chun. His meaning was very clear. "Do you want help?" Kong Huang didn't have so many tricks and said directly, "Su Chun, don't worry. No one dares to bully you when I'm here. I'll go talk to him." Jin Huang didn't need to say anything, because he was Su Chin's subordinate. "Brother Huang, there's no need to be like this. Since Emperor Gu wants to see me about something, I'll go over and take a look." Su Chun stopped Emperor Kong and walked out. Emperor Gu stood in the distance, apparently not wanting anyone to hear his voice. You know, the Emperor's ears are very sensitive, and all the sounds around cannot escape their ears. I wonder what Lord Gu wants to talk to me about. It seems that everything is fine at my base. Su Chen stood in front of Lord Gu with a smile. Emperor Gu took a deep breath, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. "Su Chun, I really admire you. You knew you would be tortured, but you still had the courage to come here. Do you think I will forget the grudge from last time so quickly?" Su Chun seemed very surprised. "Last time? Oh, you mean the time when my subordinates almost beat you to death? Oh, that's too bad. He's not here. What should I do?" Su Chen's performance was so exaggerated that Emperor Gu did not enjoy his fear and panic at all. It seemed like he was mocking him. "I want to see if you will still smile like this when I beat the shit out of you. Don't underestimate the Emperor. The surroundings are covered by my domain. Even if I kill you here, they won't find out." Emperor Gu was very happy. "You dare to kill me?" Su Chen looked at him with interest. Emperor Gu snorted coldly. Of course he didn't dare to kill Su Chen. Those emperors were nearby. If he killed Su Chen like this, he would definitely be in trouble. Killing is not an option, but beating him up is certainly not a problem. He doesn't think those emperors will turn against him just because he taught Su Chen a lesson. But there was one person that made him a little worried, and that was Emperor Ming. He was the only emperor who openly protected Su Chen. He was not yet Emperor Ming's opponent, so he needed to keep a low profile. "I dare not kill you, but it's easy to beat you like a dog." After saying this, Emperor Gu slapped Su Chen in the face. He thought that Su Chen would definitely be knocked away by this slap, and then it would be his turn to stand in front of Su Chen and mock him wantonly. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. A figure appeared in front of him and blocked the slap. Emperor Gu was shocked. After seeing who was coming, his face darkened. "Emperor Jin, what are you doing?" At that moment just now, the Golden Emperor directly broke through his domain and stood in front of Su Chen. His speed was too fast. He couldn't understand why Jin Huang would help Su Chen when there seemed to be no communication between Jin Huang and Su Chen. "Emperor Gu, you have gone too far," Emperor Jin said with a cold expression. He couldn't reveal his relationship with the commander at this time, so he could only say this. "Did I go too far? Why didn't I see you talking when he had someone beat me up?" Emperor Gu was furious, his spit flying several meters away. "That's your own fault. Who made you provoke others first? What's there to say if you are not as skilled as others?" Jin Huang frowned. Emperor Gu gritted his teeth in anger. He had waited so long for this opportunity, but Su Chen's men had all left, and there were even other people trying to stop him. Is it so difficult for him to beat Su Chen up? If Emperor Gu knew that his strength was nothing in Su Chen's eyes, I wonder if he would be furious. Emperor Gu thought that this Golden Emperor was also a new emperor, and the gap in strength between him and himself was not too big. If he went all out, he should be able to hit Su Chen. But just as he was about to take action, a voice came, "It's over now. Come back when you're done." Emperor Gu immediately went back obediently. He recognized that the voice just now was that of Emperor Nan. As the strongest person in the human race and even on the earth, no one dared to object to Emperor Nan's words. When Emperor Kong saw Emperor Gu, a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. It was really unfair for God to let such a person become the emperor. They are the kind of people who would give everything for humanity and would never take the initiative to create internal strife. When they suddenly saw someone like Emperor Gu, It was already very good that they did not suppress him. But Emperor Gu was ignorant and wanted to take action against Su Chen. Doesn't he know his own weight? The Golden Emperor's departure was somewhat beyond the expectations of the Kong Emperor and the Nan Emperor, but they did not stop him. It was better to let the Gu Emperor suffer a defeat than for Su Chen's men to come back and beat the Gu Emperor again, so that he could not take care of himself. Su Chen has 3 emperors under his command. It's 3 against 1, so it's no surprise that Emperor Gu died. Emperor Gu sat in his seat, very angry. His heart was roaring. Don't blame me if you treat me like this. A day passed quickly, and none of the emperors who went to the ancient ruins came back. It seemed that they all successfully entered inside, but at this moment, bad news came. The marine mutant beasts are moving. You know, it has always been the mutant beasts on land that have been attacking the 4 fronts, and marine mutant beasts rarely participate in this matter. But this time, the marine mutant beasts have taken action, and what worries them most is that they are taking the water route. They plan to cross the river and directly enter the heart of human territory. Chapter 274. What is the crime for betraying humanity? The mouth of a big river, where the river meets the ocean, is the territory that humans and mutant beasts have been fighting over. Haichen City is nearby. The large number of marine mutant beasts that usually harass here has already made Haichen City very difficult. The large number of marine mutant beasts that appeared this time made them exhausted to cope with them. My Lord Controller, countless marine mutant beasts are preparing to pass through the estuary and enter the river. Our weapons can no longer stop them. The adjutant reported. The controller of Haichen City looked worried. This time the action was huge, even more terrifying than the previous S-level scale. Fortunately, these marine mutant beasts did not attack Haichen City, otherwise Haichen City would be doomed. He could only ask his men to stop it as much as possible while informing the Emperor. Only the Emperor could take action in this matter, as he, as the controller, could do nothing else. Emperor Kong received the news. His face suddenly became very ugly. The actions of these emperors could be said to be very secretive, and only a few people knew about it. I originally thought that even if the mutant beast got the news, it would take some time, but I didn't expect that they would know it in such a short time. If someone said that such a big action was decided suddenly, Kong Huang would never believe it. Someone must have leaked the information. But all the beast slaves and mutant spies have been cleared out. Even if there are new beast slaves and spies, their status should not be very high. How could the news spread so quickly? Excluding all the impossible speculations, there was only one speculation that Emperor Kong could not dare to imagine. That is, there was a traitor among the emperors. This possibility made Emperor Kong look gloomy. If a traitor appeared among the emperors, it would be a huge blow to humanity. The mutant marine beasts have broken through the river's defense line and are heading inland. Now let's discuss how to deal with them, said Kong Huang. What else is there to say? Just beat them back. Emperor Gu was the first to speak. But we only have 4 emperors here. If we go there, and the other 8th level mutant beasts attack the 4 major defense lines, what should we do then? The Golden Emperor raised an objection. Then what do you say we should do? Just watch and do nothing. Emperor Gu stared. He was already very unhappy that Emperor Jin had tried to block him just now. Emperor Kong waved his hand to stop the quarrel between the two. His expression was very serious. This matter is very serious. This can be said to be an action of mutant beasts, or a test. They must have received some information and are testing whether our emperor can spare a few people. If my guess is correct, if we have an emperor appearing in day, mutant beast emperors will definitely appear on the forefronts. As the emperor of mankind, he still knew this simple strategy. What should we do? We only have 4 emperors here. If one is separated, there will only be 3 left, which is not enough to protect the 4 major fronts. The Golden Emperor frowned. Since the emperor cannot move, we can only rely on the nearby base cities. By the way, I remember that there are bases of Commander Su Chen near those base cities. At this critical juncture, I believe that Commander Su Chen will not sit idly by and watch. Emperor Gu hinted. Kong Huang had no choice. Nan Huang was the strongest man in charge of mankind. Besides, he had a short lifespan and could not be easily used. Therefore, on the southern front, as long as Nan Huang showed up, no one dared to cause trouble for him. But the same cannot be said for the other 3 fronts. They must step in and even fight a fierce battle, otherwise the 8th level mutant beasts will not retreat so easily. I will take action, but before that, I want to say one thing. Su Chen looked around, pointed at Emperor Gu, and said something that made everyone pale. Emperor Gu leaked secrets, contacted the 8th level mutant beast Feng Chao, and let the marine mutant beast take the opportunity to take action. He betrayed humans. What crime should he be punished for? Oh, by the way, there is one more thing. Previously, all the extraordinary people above level 3 were asked to go to the front line for training. Only some people from the Huang family did not go to the base city. I will not go into details about the process. Emperor Kong suppressed his anger and stared at Emperor Gu. Is what Su Chan said true? Emperor Gu stood there in a daze, cold sweat breaking out on his back. Why did Su Chen know so much about him? Some of these things were only known to him. Emperor Kong, just because he has no evidence, you suspect me? I, Emperor Gu, am not a human emperor, so I don't have any face? If things are not made clear today, I won't fucking care about anything. Emperor Gu is desperate. The other 3 emperors were present, and no matter how angry Emperor Gu was, he dared not say words of betrayal to humanity, as that would be courting death. Emperor Kong hesitated for a moment. He found that he was indeed somewhat biased towards Su Chen, which was a bit unfair to Emperor Gu. Su Chen, can you produce evidence? Asked Kong Huang. As a result, Su Chen smiled brightly. I have no evidence. Emperor Gu was overjoyed. He knew that Su Chen had no evidence. He was very careful in contacting Feng Chao. How could he be discovered? I knew you were framing me, Su Chen. Do you know what kind of crime it is to frame a human emperor? Emperor Gu laughed. Emperor Kong suddenly felt that things were a little tricky. Su Chen was indeed wrong just now. Unreasonably suspecting an emperor was a crime second only to betrayal of humanity in human law. But he knew what Su Chen meant to mankind. That was the hope of defeating the mutant beasts. Emperor Gu, Su Chen's words just now were unintentional. Let's just forget about it. Emperor Kong was ready to smooth things over. Emperor Gu couldn't take it anymore and yelled, I was beaten up by his men before. Did you guys just let it go? Now he's framing me, and you're just going to let it go? Are you worthy of being the emperor of mankind? Huh. Emperor Kong felt a little embarrassed, mainly because Emperor Gu did a very good job on the surface and no one knew what he did in secret. Jin Huang stared at Gu Huang closely, and as long as the commander gave the order, he would be the first to rush forward. At this moment, the Southern Emperor, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. Young friend Su Chen, can you spare his life for my sake and let him spend the rest of his time guarding the front line and dealing with mutant beasts for the rest of his life? Emperor Kong's expression changed slightly. He realized that Emperor Nan actually believed Su Chen's words completely and asked Su Chen to spare Emperor Ji's life. Su Chen doesn't have any guards around him now. Why does Emperor Nan think that Su Chen can deal with Emperor Gu? Su Chen looked at Nan Huang. This old man was very unusual. Su Chen felt this way since the first time he met him. The reason is very simple. The Golden Emperor is the number 2 spy in disguise. When facing someone who is stronger than the number 2 spy, his disguise can be easily seen through. In other words, the Southern Emperor had already seen that the Golden Emperor was not the original Golden Emperor. In this situation, the Southern Emperor did not point out the identity of the number 2 spy. This was a gesture of goodwill to Su Chen. Perhaps when the Golden Emperor rescued him, the Southern Emperor would know who the Golden Emperor belonged to. Chapter 275, The Highest Honor of Mankind. Emperor Gu naturally understood the meaning of Emperor Nan's words. He laughed angrily and pointed at Su Chen and shouted, Emperor Nan, he is the only one who wants to spare my life? How can a person who is not even an emperor say this? If it weren't for Emperor Jin helping you just now, do you think you can still sit here? Emperor Kong didn't know that Emperor Jin was Su Chen's man. He subconsciously stood beside Su Chen to prevent Emperor Gu from suddenly attacking and hurting Su Chen. If Su Chen got hurt here, he really didn't know how to explain to Zhu Hui. After all, before Zhu Hui left, he told him to protect Su Chen well. Su Chen asked his 2 emperor subordinates to go with them to the ancient ruins at the risk of their lives. If Su Chen was injured here, things would be bad when the 2 emperor subordinates came back. At that time, there might even be the first internal strife among human emperors since the end of the world. Emperor Nan glanced at Emperor Gu with his slightly cloudy eyes. Just one glance and Emperor Gu was frightened. This was not the look of an old man at all. This was the look of a god of war. Emperor Gu seemed to see endless murderous intent, as if he was a bug and Emperor Nan was a tall giant. Huff, huff. Emperor Gu sat down on the chair, not daring to move. Just a look from Emperor Nan made him lose his will to fight. Emperor Gu finally understood what the so-called strongest human being meant. He suspected that if Emperor Nan really wanted to kill him, it might not take more than a few moves. The Southern Emperor looked at Su Chen again and said sincerely, Emperor Gu will pay the price for his actions, but humans still need his fighting power now. Su Chen knew what Emperor Nan meant. If Emperor Gu did not have the strength of an emperor, he would be dead. However, The combat power of an emperor was very important to human beings, especially in the current situation. The Southern Emperor was not asking for the Emperor Ji's life, but for his combat power. These are two different things. However, Su Chen refused. Lord Nan Huang, in terms of age, you are my elder. When an elder speaks, a younger person should agree, but he can't. Su Chen shook his head. You need the combat power of an 8th level emperor, so I will give you an 8th level emperor. How about that? You still have the emperor's subordinates? Even the indifferent southern emperor became a little uneasy. Before, there were already 3 people under Su Chen who revealed their emperor strength. He also knew that Jin Huang was also Su Chen's subordinate, which meant 4 people. If one more appeared, then there would be 5 people. This is simply terrifying. Su Chen alone has 5 emperors under him. In this case, Su Chen is the number 1 force in the human race. Kong Huang understood what he meant. He was in disbelief. Su Chen actually had emperors under him. Could it be that the emperors under Su Chen were like cabbages that could grow out of nowhere? Emperor Go laughed loudly. Su Chen, your joke is so funny. You have emperor subordinates? Do you think you can have an emperor just by wanting him? As Emperor Gu finished speaking, he stretched out a hand towards Su Chen. His speed was so fast, and his attack was so sudden that Emperor Kong had no time to stop him. Be careful. Emperor Kong gritted his teeth. If Emperor Gu dared to attack at this time, he would not let Emperor Gu have an easy time. However, before Kong Huang could make a move, he felt a highly penetrating bullet that flew past him in the blink of an eye at a speed that was too fast for their eyes to see. Bump. The bullet passed through Gu Huang's hand, and his hand exploded. Who is it? Emperor Gu screamed. He was the emperor, and the body of an emperor could not be hurt by ordinary bullets. What kind of bullet was this that could actually blow up his hand? Not only Emperor Gu couldn't believe it, Emperor Kong was also shocked. At this moment, a woman appeared behind Su Chen, holding a sniper rifle in her hand and with a cold expression. Commander, the super soldier Zhu Ling? Zhu Ling's appearance shocked everyone. Kong Huang had no idea how Zhu Ling appeared, as if she had been there from the beginning. The Southern Emperor only had a vague feeling. After all, he was an 8th level peak warrior. It was incredible that even he could not accurately discover Zhu Ling's existence. I have to say that Zhu Ling's ability is so buggy that it makes her presence disappear, and you can't even see her in front of you. It can be said that Zhu Ling's appearance shocked everyone. This time, Su Chen brought not just 2 people, but 3. From the very beginning, Zhu Ling eliminated his presence and followed behind him all the time, never leaving. Even when Emperor Gu called Su Chen out, Zhu Ling was behind him, holding a sniper rifle to kill Ling. If the number 2 spy had not taken action, Emperor Gu would have died at that time. Attacking the commander is an unforgivable crime. It was Su Chen who just said that Zhu Ling should not be allowed to kill Emperor Gu directly. Otherwise, it would not just be Emperor Ji's hand that would explode. Super soldiers. Could it be that those guys are also super soldiers? How many super soldiers do you have under your command? Kong Huang was very curious. Every super soldier possesses the strength of an emperor. In that case, does that mean Su Chen has more than just these few emperors under his command? Su Chen has mastered the means that can allow people to quickly become emperors? When he thought of this situation, Kong Huang couldn't remain calm. Su Chen glanced at him and guessed what he was thinking at once. He said, "Don't think too much. It's not that easy to become an emperor. Even here, there are not many emperors." Emperor Kong curled his lips, but he didn't say anything here. The most important thing now was to solve the problem of Emperor Gu. Emperor Gu had lost one hand and was like a frightened bird. There was a hint of fear in his eyes when he looked at Su Chen. "Su Chen, you can't kill me. I am the emperor of mankind. I have made many contributions to mankind. Without waiting for him to finish, Su Chen slapped Emperor Gu in the air and sent him flying. "Now that you know you are the emperor of mankind, why didn't you think of it when you contacted the mutant beasts?" Su Chen's eyes were cold. This kind of person can abandon everything for his own selfishness. He is not worthy of being the emperor at all. When they saw Su Chen taking action, the eyes of Nan Huang and Kong Huang changed. This kind of method is not something that a 6th level transcendent can do. It must be at least an 8th level. They discovered a shocking fact, that Su Chen himself was actually an emperor, but why couldn't his strength be seen? You gave those family members backdoors. Why didn't you realize that you are the emperor of mankind? Another slap came down. When you attacked me, why didn't you think of yourself as the human king? The slaps continued, and in a short while, Emperor Ji's face was swollen and he was dizzy. Lord Nan Huang, Zhu Ling is fully qualified to replace Emperor Gu. I have a suggestion here. If new 8th level extraordinary people appear in the future, I suggest that they should be screened before deciding whether to let them become human emperors. The emperor is the highest honor of mankind and cannot be tarnished. Chapter 276. If the emperor breaks the law, he will be punished just like the common people. Emperor Gu was knocked unconscious by Su Chun and then tied up by Emperor Kong. The ropes were specially made, and combined with Emperor Kong's methods, it was impossible for Emperor Gu to break free even if he woke up. Of Emperor Gu was decided, but Su Chun did not kill Emperor Gu personally, but chose another way. Let him be executed in front of countless human witnesses. This is the greatest shame for an emperor. No emperor has ever encountered such a situation. Emperor Kong was originally somewhat opposed to it, but was convinced by Su Chen's words. Has there ever been a human emperor who colluded with mutant beasts? No. Emperor Gu is the first one. The reputation of the human emperor was ruined by him alone. They could certainly resolve it privately, but this matter concerns not only them, the emperors, but the fate of all mankind. The mutant beasts from the ocean are attacking fiercely, and there may be mutant beasts from the land outside the 4 major battle lines, lurking covetously. In this situation, Emperor Gu must not be let off easily. I will issue an imperial proclamation shortly, revealing all of Emperor Ji's crimes. I want everyone to know that if an emperor breaks the law, he is guilty of the same crime as the common people. Emperor Kong's voice was loud and clear. He was not joking, but serious. Emperor Nan considered Su Chen's words and felt that it was necessary. As time went on, there would be more and more 8th level transcendents among humans. If all 8th level transcendents became emperors, then the reputation of the emperor would sooner or later be ruined. It seems that it is time to set a standard for the emperor. Let's use Emperor Ji's blood as a witness, said the Southern Emperor. Of Emperor Gu has been determined, but the issue of the marine mutant beasts still needs to be resolved. People who enter the ancient ruins may not be able to come out in a short time. Let's find a way to deal with the mutant marine beasts, Huang said. What he didn't know was that Su Chun could contact his 2 subordinates in the ancient ruins at any time. We 3 emperors, plus the super soldier Zhu Ling under Commander Su Chun, 4 emperor-level combat forces can defend the 4 major fronts. As for the remaining marine mutant beasts, we can only rely on Commander Su Chun. Spy number 2 spoke. Even if he didn't say it, this matter can only rely on Su Chun, and the 4 major fronts cannot be lost. Su Chun, I will let several base cities around the river help you in all aspects and obey your orders. I'm leaving this matter to you, Huang said with a serious face. Su Chun nodded indifferently on the surface, but no one knew that in his heart he really wanted to shout, "Fuck you." Just now, the system's voice appeared. Trigger the side quest, stop the marine mutant beasts, and don't let them successfully enter the human hinterland and attack humans. Defeat the marine mutant beasts without using super weapons and super soldiers, and rewards will be given according to the results of the battle. Without using super weapons and super soldiers, is he going to just rush forward with his soldiers? The system's tasks gave him a bit of a headache. The super weapon was fine, but he only had one chance to use a super weapon from Red Alert 3, and this thing couldn't be used casually. However, since the super soldiers cannot be used, he can only rely on other soldiers and weapons to deal with so many marine mutant beasts. This is a big challenge for him. In the end, they acted separately, and Su Chun went to a base at the front of the river, where there was a shipyard, surrounded by warships, submarines, etc., numbering about 1,000. Such a large number was enough to trigger a war before the end of the world. Zhu Ling went to the eastern front to replace Dong Huang, while Jin Huang went to the western front. For a long time, the most intense fighting fronts have been the eastern and northern fronts, while the western and southern fronts have been less so. When he was heading to the base, he saw the Emperor's proclamation from Emperor Kong, explaining the matter of Emperor Gu. This time, mankind was in an uproar. The Emperor betrayed humanity? This is too serious. Everyone has thought that someone will betray, but no one has ever thought that it would be the Emperor. The Emperor is the highest level of mankind. Once they betray humanity, what future does humanity have? Emperor Kong also said that Emperor Gu was deprived of the title of Emperor, and that future 8th level transcendents can have the title of Emperor only after being screened. Otherwise, they will always be 8th level transcendents. It's like now that the number of 7th level extraordinary people has increased, only the 7th level extraordinary people who control a base city can be called controllers, and others are only 7th level extraordinary people or deputy controllers. But some people's faces turned ugly. They were some peak level 7 transcendents. If the incident with Emperor Gu had not happened, They could have directly become emperors when they became level 8 transcendents. Even if they break through now, they cannot become emperors directly, but need to go through screening. This shows one thing, that it will not be so easy to become an emperor in the future, and the value of the emperor will become higher and higher. Of course, the premise of all this is that mankind can survive until that day. I never thought that an emperor would betray humanity and do so many bad things. If the other emperors hadn't found out, wouldn't we be doomed? That's a great point. If the emperor breaks the law, he will be punished just like the common people. That's how it should be. Are emperors not human beings? They break the law and will be punished just like us. I really don't know what Emperor Gu is thinking. Why would an emperor get involved with mutant beasts? Is his brain full of shit? People took to the forum to vent their anger, and for a while all kinds of news about Emperor Gu flooded the forum. Involving Emperor Gu made many people feel upset, but they were shocked by the last words, which was that Emperor Gu would be executed in public. This news shocked all of humanity. An emperor being executed had never happened before. Not only the emperor, but even the controller has never experienced such a thing. The greatest punishment is to be sent to the front line to fight until death. The last controller who betrayed humanity is still fighting on the front lines without any reputation. Of Emperor Gu will take place in 1 hour and will be broadcast live on the entire network. Not to mention humans, even mutant beasts would not have thought that humans would have the courage to directly kill an emperor. Even mutant beasts could not do such a thing. After hearing the news, Feng Chao blinked his huge eyes. Emperor Gu is going to be executed? It's only been a short time, and he was discovered so soon? What a waste. A sneer appeared in Feng Chao's eyes. This was the first time that the human emperor wanted to join forces with their mutant beasts. Unexpectedly, the time of the cooperation was too short. However, this had no effect on it. Emperor Gu has already told it that more than half of the human emperors are trapped in one place. They only need to launch an attack now, and humans will not be able to resist. The end of mankind is today. Chapter 277 Vanguard. A large number of mutant marine beasts are swimming upstream along the river. The two base cities closest to them are a second-level base city, Wanshui City, and a third-level base city, Lianzhou City. The controllers of the two base cities have received orders from the emperor, and now they have to obey all orders from Su Chen, the commander of the Red Alert base. The controllers of the two base cities were a little confused. Why didn't the emperor himself show up, but instead asked the commander of a base to come? They had heard about the power of the Red Alert base. Even in their own base, many people were using red flag weapons. They believed this, but they did not trust Su Chen himself very much. No one knows whether this man named Su Chen is a good commander. If he gives wrong commands, it may kill people. The two controllers contacted each other secretly. If they found that the commander was not in command, they would not let their men die even if it meant disobeying orders. After selecting the troops, the people from the two base cities set out directly to the designated location to intercept the marine mutant beasts. They themselves did not have much confidence. After all, a rough estimate showed that there were millions of marine mutant beasts involved in this operation, and more were coming in an endless stream. How could they fight them? Su Chen arrived at this branch base one step ahead. The shipyard was surrounded by various warships. At first glance, it looked like a steel torrent blocking a river. This time it's an underwater battle, mainly involving dolphins and giant squids. Submarines and warships will conduct range attacks, and the Kirov airship must also be on standby at all times. Su Chen was thinking about what weapons he had that could deal with the mutant marine beasts. Dolphins and giant squids are mainly responsible for protecting the surroundings of warships and submarines to prevent marine mutant beasts from drilling through the bottom of the ship, which would otherwise destroy a warship. A shipyard certainly has the function of repairing ships, but if a ship sinks completely underwater, no matter how powerful the shipyard is, it cannot repair the sunken ship. Su Chen looked towards a certain place in the water, where there was an upgraded Thunder submarine, which was also the main force in this battle. He wanted to see how powerful the upgraded Thunder submarine was. In addition to the Thunder submarine, there is also the Tornado-class attack submarine, which are the only two submarines in Red Alert 2. Only after Su Chen's upgrade, the Thunder submarine is much more powerful than the Typhoon submarine. Submarines are expensive to build, and upgrading them is even more expensive, so Su Chen can only build one for each. However, he believed that the two submarines upgraded to level 3 would bring him surprises. Commander, the Kirov airship and the Flying Brigade are ready. Please give the orders. A soldier's voice appeared in Su Chen's mind. With the teleportation capability, these soldiers and weapons can be teleported here at any time through other bases, saving a lot of time on the road. With the Kirov airship as the main force, The flying brigade will head to the location of the marine mutant beasts and carry out bombing and indiscriminate attacks. Flying arms and helicopter units, pay attention to protecting the safety of the Kirov airship. Su Chen gave the order. Receive. Afterwards, 10 Kirov airships took off from the branch base, with a large number of flying troops protecting them around them. The vanguard was a fighter unit led by Black Hawk fighters and invader fighters, which headed to the location of the mutant beasts at the fastest speed. Su Chen's trump card, the Tianren Mecha, stays here to protect Su Chen's warships. These warships were built by him at a cost of a lot of energy. If they were lost here, he would be heartbroken. At this time, a large number of weapons were set up on both sides of the river, and shells were fired at the river at random. Given the current situation of the river, there was no need to aim at all, as it was full of marine mutant beasts, a black mass. The extraordinary people in the two base cities had never seen so many marine mutant beasts. It looked too scary. It seemed that their attack attracted the attention of the marine mutant beasts. Some of them came ashore and fought with them, while the majority of the remaining marine mutant beasts continued to rush upstream. "Protect the cannon and never let the marine mutant beasts destroy it," shouted a transcendent. Due to lack of time, they could only carry some artillery. The tank troops were still behind and had not arrived. There were some helicopters, but they were too few in number. After dozens of helicopters launched the above missiles, they could only use machine guns to fire. However, in the river, the power of the machine guns was greatly weakened by the water and did not have much impact on the marine mutant beasts. They are not as convenient as Su Chen, who can directly use energy exchange and have inexhaustible ammunition. The attack by the marine mutant beasts was so sudden that they didn't even have logistical supplies. Once all their ammunition was used up, they could only retreat temporarily. This battle was quite severe. Both controllers took action. 2 level 7 mutant beasts appeared opposite them, and they had no time to help others. Didn't they say Su Chen would be in charge? Where is he? A controller punched the 7th level mutant beast. The slippery feeling made him feel sick. I didn't see a single soldier from the Red Alert base. He must have deserted the battlefield. It turns out that no one in the base can be trusted, another controller shouted. He was not paying attention and was scratched on the arm by the opponent's teeth. The situation was not good. Just when the two controllers were thinking about whether to retreat, they suddenly discovered many black spots appearing in the distance. It's the fighter jets from the Red Alert base. They're coming. The Black Hawk fighter jets were flying in the air like an eagle soaring in the sky. They wreaked havoc around, bringing only death to the marine mutant beasts. Just one dive bombing caused a large amount of blood to appear on the surface of the river. The invader fighter was a little weaker, but as an aircraft from the Red Alert base, it was just as powerful and killed countless marine mutant beasts. The appearance of the fighter jets reduced some of the pressure, which made the two controllers feel a little relieved. However, the death of a large number of marine mutant beasts made the two 7th level mutant beasts somewhat unhappy, and they actually prepared to destroy the plane in the sky. "How can I let you succeed?" The controller laughed and rushed forward, restraining the two 7th level mutant beasts. Now the situation was reversed. The two 7th level mutant beasts are stronger than the two of them. Fortunately, on the shore, the combat effectiveness of the marine mutant beasts has decreased. Otherwise, they really can't hold on. They were a little embarrassed. They were just saying that Su Chen had run away, but his fighter jets came. The vanguard was so powerful, what would happen to the army behind? Soon, they saw more black spots coming from afar. The huge body of the Kirov airship made them all excited. Chapter 278, The Death of Emperor Gu. "Commander, air superiority has been achieved." When Su Chen heard the voice, a smile appeared on his lips. At this time, he was standing on the deck of the aircraft carrier, leading a large force forward. Su Chen did not forget that his level 7 authority could increase the combat effectiveness of all Red Alert units within a radius of 10 kilometers by 100%. This is not a joke. Since super soldiers and super weapons cannot be used, Su Chen can only take part in the battle himself. Of course, Su Chen took his own safety into consideration. The aircraft carrier is located at the end of the warship, and the aircraft carrier itself does not need close combat, so it is still quite safe here. Almost. The Kirov airship will be here soon. After Yunru's transformation, the power of the latest Kirov airship has not changed much, but its power has been greatly enhanced. Now the speed of the Kirov airship has increased by at least 10 times compared to before. It is no longer as snail-like as before, which makes Su Chen feel annoyed. The Kirov airship appeared on the scene and started fighting without saying a word, dropping a large number of bombs. For a moment, the river was boiling. Roar. Seeing the terrifying power of the Kirov airship's bomb, a 7th-level peak mutant beast that had been hiding in the water became angry. It rushed out of the water and directly crashed into a Kirov airship. This is a giant whale. Despite its huge body, it can fly to a height of several hundred meters, which is amazing. Seeing this, the helicopters and pilots immediately pointed all their weapons at the giant whale and fired at full speed. Countless bullets and lasers shot at the giant whale's entire body. In just 1 second, its body was covered with charred skin and bloody holes. It looked quite miserable, but its momentum of rushing towards the Kirov airship did not change at all. Seeing that the expensive Kirov airship was about to be destroyed, at this moment, some helicopters that had never launched an attack suddenly emitted beams of light and hit the giant whale. Click, click. The light beam hit the giant whale, and then everyone saw that a large amount of frost appeared on the surface of the giant whale. In less than 3 seconds, its entire body was frozen. The speed is too fast. Even with the most advanced freezing technology, it is impossible to freeze such a large object in such a short time. Not to mention that this is a 7th-level peak mutant beast. The controllers of the 2 base cities were stunned. They realized that they knew too little about the Red Alert base. What kind of weapon was this? Wasn't it too perverted? The cryocopter looks very powerful, but in fact it is just an auxiliary and cannot kill people. The giant whale was not dead, it was just frozen. To kill it, other weapons were still needed. The frozen giant whale fell from the sky and hit the water directly, causing a large splash. Without the threat, the Kirov airship continued its bombing. As long as there was energy, the bombing would not stop. However, Chen could only keep smiling as he watched his energy rapidly decreasing. If killing mutant beasts could not replenish some energy, he would not dare to waste it like this. Of flying into the sky to deal with the Kirov airship, but the marine mutant beasts did not give up. They selected some mutant beasts that could attack from a distance and prepared to shoot down the Kirov airship. Whoosh! High-pressure water arrows spurted out from the mouths of these mutant beasts and shot straight towards the Kirov airships in the air. Bump, bump, bump. These high-pressure water arrows hit the mental shield surrounding the Kirov airship and were blocked. The mental technology once again came into play. Faced with the resistance of the marine mutant beasts, all the Red Alert soldiers can do is to increase the intensity of the bombing. The other 7th-level mutant beasts felt that the momentum was not right and stopped fighting here. Their goal was the human hinterland, not to waste time here. So they gave orders to let the marine mutant beasts continue to advance. However, the Kirov airship did not follow, but continued to bomb on the spot, as if it was addicted to bombing. Occasionally, some flying soldiers would go over to kill some mutant beasts for fun, or rescue some human soldiers who were besieged by mutant beasts. Those soldiers had never seen such high-tech equipment before. Humans could actually rely on the equipment to fly in the air and have such great destructive power. This was a huge stimulation for them. Fuck, I really want a set of equipment like theirs. Is the Red Alert base still hiring? Don't dream. There are too many people who want to enter the Red Alert base. You are not the only one. But have you ever seen the Red Alert base recruiting people? It's not just the soldiers who can fly, but also the airship in the sky that keeps bombing. Are these weapons really developed by the Red Alert base? I can't imagine. The soldiers from the 2 base cities were shocked by the luxurious equipment of the Red Alert base. They all dreamed of joining the Red Alert base. If they had such good equipment, what would they be afraid of the mutant beasts? A large number of marine mutant beasts left this section of the battlefield and moved forward. The battle is about to last an hour, which means that Emperor Ge's public execution is about to begin. Chen opened the live broadcast room immediately to watch this scene. At the same time, many people took out their mobile phones and prepared to watch this scene that is rarely seen in 1,000 years. Emperor Gu kneeling on a high platform like an ordinary person. There was no arrogance of an emperor on his face anymore, only fear. Emperor Gu seemed to want to say something, but his mouth was blocked by a piece of cloth and he couldn't say anything. A man stood in front of Emperor Gu, holding a piece of paper and reading about his various crimes. After a series of investigations, it turned out that Emperor Gu had done more bad things, and many of his past crimes were dug up. It can be said that even if nothing happened later, Emperor Gu would have to serve at least 20 years of forced labor. The so-called labor reform here means going to the front line to fight. After reading about Emperor Ge's crimes, the live broadcast room was filled with curses. They had never imagined that an emperor could be so despicable. The time has come. Kill. As a majestic voice sounded, the picture in the live broadcast room switched to a face. It was Huang. No matter what, Emperor Gu is an emperor. Although all his powers have been restrained, His physique is still there. It is impossible to kill him with an ordinary knife. But what if Emperor Kong does it himself? Not everyone dares to kill the Emperor, but as an Emperor, there is no problem for Huang to do this. Emperor Kong stood in front of Emperor Gu, his eyes cold. Emperor Gu, this is the last time you will be called an Emperor. From now on, there will be no more Emperor Gu in the world. There will only be the human traitor, Zhang Jun. Phew. With a casual stroke of his hand, Emperor Huang's head flew into the air, and scarlet blood spurted out. This scene was seen by everyone. With the death of Emperor Gu, we commemorate the warriors who fought for humanity. Humanity will win. Chapter 279 Battle of the Great River of Emperor Gu was inevitable for Su Chen. After watching the execution of Emperor Gu, Su Chen felt very calm and even wanted to eat a piece of barbecue. Commander, a large number of marine mutant beasts are approaching the fleet. Please give instructions. A soldier reported. Well, let's send 2 submarines to launch an opening torpedo attack first. Su Chen said. After receiving the order, the Thunder submarine and the Typhoon submarine launched their own torpedoes. These were specially made torpedoes, and their power was more than 10 times stronger than that of a cannon. The 2 torpedoes rushed all the way, passing through the defense lines of their own dolphins and giant squids, and headed straight for the marine mutant beasts. At this time, the marine mutant beast was still 50 kilometers away from them. The marine mutant beasts had no idea that they were being targeted from such a distance. Su Chen sat in the chair very calmly, enjoying Tanya's attentive service. This mission said that super soldiers were not allowed to participate in the battle, but it did not say that they were not allowed to appear. As long as the super soldiers do not take action, it will not be considered a violation of the mission conditions. This is something Su Chen has known for a long time. Commander, the number of marine mutant beasts is too large. Relying on these warships, I'm afraid. Tanya was a little worried. She was not afraid of failure, but she was worried that the commander would be injured in the battle. As a super soldier, she really could not accept the commander being injured around her. Su Chen waved his hand. Tanya, you know there is an old saying in my place, to catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. The same is true for the marine mutant beasts. Once the 7th level mutant beasts among them are dead, without a backbone, the rest will be a pile of scattered sand. Tanya nodded thoughtfully. Commander, do you want to get rid of the 7th level mutant beast first? But how do we find the 7th level mutant beast hidden inside? Tanya has seen the satellite map, and the light spots displayed on it are so dense that it is impossible to tell which one is the 7th level mutant beast. This method doesn't work. We don't know, but there is a way to find out easily. Su Chen said this, leaving the question in suspense. Tanya was tactful enough not to ask any more questions, but instead added some water to Su Chen's glass. Su Chen took a sip of tea, glanced at Tanya, and seemed to remember something. Tanya, can our base make clothes? As long as the commander needs it, I can ask the engineer to make it. What kind of clothes does the commander need? Maid outfit. Tanya's mouth twitched slightly, thinking she had heard it wrongly. Commander, can you say it again? Tanya, look, it feels weird for you to help me pour water while wearing such formal clothes. This is what a maid does. When the maid outfit is made, you can be my personal maid. Tanya lowered her head and felt her face turning a little red. As a super soldier, her loyalty to Su Chen is undoubtedly maximum. Even if Su Chen asks her to do anything, she will not refuse. But she has never worn a maid outfit. Yes, Commander. Tanya's voice was so low that Su Chen almost couldn't hear it. Just as Su Chen and Tanya were chatting, the submarine's 2 torpedoes had already approached the vanguard of the marine mutant beasts. Boom. There were 2 loud bangs, and the river seemed to shake, with the splashes of water reaching a height of 100 meters. In an instant, at least tens of thousands of marine mutant beasts died. This is the power of the submarine. Of course, the most important thing is that the Thunder submarine becomes more powerful after the upgrade. Otherwise, it can only kill a few thousand mutant beasts at most. Su Chen saw at a glance that his energy had increased a lot, which meant that he had killed a lot of mutant beasts just now. Then he waved his hand, and the Wasp fighter on the aircraft carrier flew up from his side. The first wave of opening lightning strikes is over, and now it's the turn of the aircraft carrier's bombing. In Red Alert, there are 2 very special fighter planes. One is the MiG fighter plane, which can only be summoned by Boris and cannot be built. Of course, Su Chen can also build a fighter plane with the same name, but it does not have the power of the one summoned by Boris. The second one is the Wasp fighter, which also cannot be built and can only be included when an aircraft carrier is built. In terms of power, the Hornet fighter is no worse than the MiG fighter. Moreover, as long as the aircraft carrier is there, Even if the Hornet fighter crashes, it can be quickly regenerated on the aircraft carrier. This is the real cheat. The Wasp fighter flew towards the direction of the marine mutant beast, and after reaching the location, it began bombing. Boom, boom, boom. Endless explosions occurred again in the river, and the marine mutant beasts were stunned. They were bombed all the way here. Are humans so terrible? Damn it, who said that human navy is weak? How can this be called weak? A 7th level mutant beast was accidentally hit by the explosion, and a huge wound appeared on its body, causing it to scream in pain. They are all marine mutant beasts and are helpless against attacks from the sky. If they were replaced by flying mutant beasts, they would not have to worry about this problem. 7th level mutant beasts could only order their subordinates to speed up and keep moving forward. This mission was ordered by the Emperor, so they dared not resist. Any mutant beasts that resisted were eaten. As long as they break into the human heartland, everything will be fine. It knew that the mutant beast king would attack humanity's 4 major lines of defense at the same time. Sure enough, at this moment, Chen received news that mutant beasts began to attack the 4 major defense lines of mankind. The north and the south would be fine, but when 2 veteran emperors appeared, no other emperor dared to take action. But on the eastern and western fronts, the mutant beasts discovered that these were actually 2 unfamiliar human kings. They were shocked and prepared to test them. The Golden Emperor was the 2nd spy in disguise, and his strength was only at the early 8th level. Fortunately, the opponent was also an early 8th level mutant beast, and the 2 sides fought vigorously. In the middle stage of level 8 came out. When it saw that this was a human woman, a trace of contempt appeared in its heart. In its opinion, how powerful can a female emperor be? You know, whether among humans or mutant beasts, there are far fewer women and females than men and males. As a result, it suffered losses. The one guarding here is Zhu Ling, the strongest super soldier under Su. After being evolved twice by Chen, Zhu Ling is now so powerful that it is simply terrifying. Zhu Ling stood in the air, took out the soul-destroying sniper, aimed at the 8th level mutant beast, and fired. Bye. A bullet, invisible and traceless, hit the 8th level mutant beast, leaving it no chance to dodge. Even one bullet. Before the 8th level mutant beast finished its thought, it felt a sharp pain in its chest. Its body was pierced. Not only that, he also felt a pain in his head, as if someone had hit it hard on the head with a hammer. Zhu Ling's mental shock appeared at this moment. Chapter 280. It's time. The other 8th level mutant beasts discovered at the first time that the people who appeared on the 2 human fronts were not the human emperors they knew, but 2 unfamiliar human emperors. When did humans have 2 new emperors? Why has there never been any news? The 8th level mutant beast couldn't believe it. They know humans quite well. If 2 new emperors really appear, they will surely be eager to inform the whole human race. How could they hide it? This is unscientific. Feng Chao was the most puzzled. When Emperor Ge contacted it, he only told it that half of the human emperors were trapped. However, it did not expect that 2 more human emperors would emerge. If it were not for this test, they really would not know about this. Feng Chao's heart moved, and he suddenly felt that this was a rare opportunity. Maybe they could take advantage of this opportunity to break through the 4 major fronts of mankind in one fell swoop. But as soon as it thought of the existence of the Southern Emperor, its inner thoughts were extinguished. Of Huang is the stabilizer of mankind. As long as he is alive, Feng Chao will not dare to launch an all-out war. After all, Huang alone can take the lives of several 8th level mutant beasts. Who would be willing to die if they can become an 8th level mutant beast? Forget it. Let's wait until the Master's retreat is over before we talk about it. Feng Chao shook his head. Humans didn't know that the day of the war was delayed because of a single thought from a mid-level 8th order mutant beast. There was no problem with the 4 major battle fronts, but on the river, a very brutal battle had already begun. The lower reaches of the river were stained everywhere with red blood, most of which belonged to marine mutant beasts, and some of them belonged to humans. Even with the help of Su Chen's men, the soldiers in the 2 base cities still suffered many casualties. After all, the red alert weapons were not invincible. They could only increase their output. Panwei is a team leader in Lianzhou City. His strength is in the middle stage of the 4th rank, which is quite good. He couldn't afford expensive weapons and could only buy some weapons that were easy to carry, such as AK-47. Generally, when fighting mutant beasts, close combat will only be used when there is no other choice, and firearms are usually used for long-range attacks. Click, click, click. Panwei, who was shooting with a gun, suddenly changed his expression. He had run out of bullets. Not only the bullets, but all the grenades he had were used up. Now he only had the ability of a superhuman left. All around, the soldiers were surrounded by mutant marine beasts. They ran out of ammunition and food and died miserably. He became the last man in the team. Ah! Pan Wei roared angrily, took out the dagger from his body, and rushed towards the octopus in front of him. With a flash of cold light, all the tentacles of the octopus were cut off in an instant, and with the last knife, he cut off the body. At this moment, a high-pressure water arrow hit his chest, but he was too late to dodge. Pan Wei closed his eyes, ready to die, but the pain he imagined did not appear. A teasing voice sounded, "Brother, you are not dead yet." Pan Wei opened his eyes and saw a giant hand. This was not a human hand, but the hand of a mecha, Ghost King Mecha. Pan Wei recognized the name of this mecha at a glance. Nowadays, there are almost no people who don't know about mechas. Who doesn't want to own a mecha? Who doesn't want to be the center of attention? However, the conditions for obtaining the Ghost King mecha were too harsh, and it was almost impossible for ordinary soldiers like them to get it. However, he had heard that someone in his base city used a large amount of points to directly exchange for a Ghost King mecha and became an idol of many people in the base city. However, he did not expect that the Ghost King mecha would come so soon. The battle was so intense that Pan Wei had forgotten that several hours had passed since the battle began. This time was enough for the Ghost King mecha to rush over from the base city, and not only the Ghost King mecha, but also the tank troops. Pan Wei saw that a large number of tanks were advancing slowly from behind, and countless artillery shells were flying from afar and falling into the marine mutant beasts, blasting out large holes and killing countless marine mutant beasts. The Black Lion tank is still the largest in number, followed by the Grizzly tanks, Rhino tanks, and Tornado tanks purchased from the Red Flag. These three tanks are now very famous, and many people can name them. Pan Wei was overjoyed. The main force of the base city had finally arrived. The Ghost King mecha was leading the charge. At a glance, it fired lasers, and the marine mutant beasts were burned to charcoal on the spot. The power was incredible. A gigantic marine mutant beast rushed up, seemingly wanting to kill the Ghost King mecha. However, the Ghost King mecha stretched out its huge hands, grabbed the marine mutant beast, lifted it up and tore it apart. Its body was bathed in blood and minced meat. At this moment, the Ghost King mecha brought endless shock to mankind. In addition to the Ghost King mecha, there is also a mecha in another base city, that is the Centurion mecha. It doesn't look as good as the Ghost King mecha, but the power of the Centurion mecha is not weaker at all. Boom, boom, boom. The Centurion mecha fired its gun, and the sound was deafening. No one dared to stand there. The sound was enough to burst a person's eardrums. The shell fell into the marine mutant beast, and after a loud bang, nothing was left, and the mutant beast's body was blown into pieces. The arrival of reinforcements from the two base cities finally curbed the offensive of these marine mutant beasts, but the number of marine mutant beasts remained high. At the same time, on Su Chen's warship side, the destroyers and cruisers all took action. Under the protection of dolphins and giant squids, the number of marine mutant beasts they killed was unimaginable. It can be said that relying on so many warships alone, at least hundreds of thousands of marine mutant beasts were destroyed. Among them, the lethality of the two submarines is still terrifying. The only pity is that they cannot attack continuously and require some reloading time. The 7th level mutant beasts knew that these warships posed too great a threat. They launched many attacks, but were all blocked. What made them most angry was that they were all marine mutant beasts. So why would these two mutant beasts help humans? For this reason, the 7th level mutant beast appeared in person and found a 7th level giant squid, asking it to turn from evil to good. However, what greeted it was a mouthful of thick phlegm from the giant squid. The black ink directly wrapped around the 7th level mutant beast, almost choking it to death. Kill these traitors. The 7th level mutant beast was furious. In its eyes, dolphins and giant squids are traitors who betrayed them, and the mutant beast will never show mercy to traitors. Commander, the losses of battleships have reached 20%, and the losses of dolphins and giant squids have exceeded 30%. Tanya reported. Well, it's time for it to show up. Chapter 281. They are all movie emperors. Just when all the mutant beasts were preparing to clear out the dolphins and giant squids in the river, a huge wave suddenly appeared, followed by an incomparable huge figure, which was 100 meters tall and blocked out the sky and the sun. Many marine mutant beasts looked over, and their faces changed drastically. With this height and this aura, this is the king of the ocean. Greetings, your majesty. All the mutant marine beasts did not dare to move and shouted respectfully to the tall figure. Even the marine mutant beasts that were fighting with humans stopped fighting no matter what the situation was. This was a sign of respect for the king. Phew. A red alert soldier just happened to shoot through the body of a mutant beast. The marine mutant beast fell off the side of the battleship. Its eyes stared at the soldier, as if questioning him why he wanted to kill it at this time. The red alert soldier remained expressionless as he continued to shoot at the mutant beasts below. The 7th level mutant beasts were very anxious and did not dare to move, but humans would not do that. If this continued, more of them would die. It looked up and felt a little surprised because it had never seen this king before. But then it thought, the ocean is so big, it is not surprising that a newly born king would not be known. My lord king, humans are attacking our compatriots. Should we teach them a lesson? The 7th level mutant beast stepped forward and asked. Don't worry, everyone stay where you are. A loud voice sounded, and the marine mutant beasts were even more afraid to move. Being beaten to death by humans is fine, but disobeying the king's orders will result in a fate worse than death. When this figure appeared, Chen's mouth twitched, because he really didn't expect that the giant squid would become like this. The giant squids of the past were no different from squids, except for their larger size. However, the giant squids of today, apart from still having the appearance of a squid, do not look like a squid at all. Have you ever seen a giant black squid? It is precisely because of this that the marine mutants did not associate this great king with the traitorous giant squid. Humans, stop the attack, otherwise these warships will become scrap metal at the bottom of the river. The giant squid shouted in the direction of the warships. This shout made the marine mutant beasts very excited. With the presence of the king, their actions this time were stable. They never thought about where this great king came from. Chen himself did not expect the giant squid to become like this. He just let the giant squid come here quietly. After reaching the 8th level, the giant squid seemed to have mastered the ability to grow bigger or smaller, and quickly rushed here. The giant squid has become like this. Is it related to the evolution template? Chen asked the system. The giant squid's evolutionary template is the magic pattern type. It can change its properties according to the type of magic pattern it uses. The black one represents the dark attribute. The system explained. Dark attribute? Sounds awesome. Since the giant squid has spoken, Chen, as the commander, naturally has to cooperate. How can he let those mutant beasts die obediently without acting? This time, Chen prepared a script for the marine mutant beast. All units, cease attacking. Following Chen's order, all red alert units stopped attacking. As for some soldiers who rushed over from the base city, after hearing this voice, they were stunned for a moment and continued to do their own thing. This is a good opportunity to gain points. A bunch of motionless mutant beasts are like targets. What they didn't expect was that the Tianren mechas patrolling in the sky suddenly appeared in front of these people and knocked them all away one by one. Hey, what are you doing? We are in the same group, someone shouted angrily. The commander has ordered everyone to stop attacking. Didn't you hear it? A faint voice came from the mecha. Hey, this is the first time I've heard of this kind of order. If we don't take the opportunity to kill more mutant beasts, will their numbers increase? The man was very unconvinced. There was no answer this time. Only a huge sword placed in front of the man, just barely missing his neck. Drops of cold sweat broke out on this man's forehead. He didn't expect that just a question would bring him so close to death. It was so damn exciting. Under human law, what is the crime for disobeying a commander's orders during war? This person finally remembered that the commander-in-chief this time was not their controller, but Commander Chen. The main fighting force here was also that subordinate. They were just taking advantage of the situation here. If you don't obey the commander's orders, you will be beaten half to death at best, and shot on the spot at worst. No one dares to object. Human laws are harsh during wars, but it is precisely because of such harsh laws that humans have been able to survive until now. I was wrong. The man admitted his mistake. The Tianren mecha retracted the giant sword and flew into the sky. The man sat down on the ground with fear on his face. Chen didn't care about these little things at all. He sat on the chair, but his voice spread to the surrounding area. Ocean King, do you have anything to say? Human, you are the commander this time. Let these warships get out of the way, otherwise? As he said that, the giant squid stretched out a huge tentacle and hit the shore directly. Suddenly, a crack of several tens of meters appeared on the shore, and the river water poured into it, forming a small river. Oh, are you going to use force? Don't think that I will be afraid of you just because I don't have an emperor on my side. Chen roared in pretended anger. You are so stubborn. The giant squid sneered. and then it shouted to the marine mutants behind it. All mutants above level 7, come here. When the king speaks, who dares not obey? Even though a king had warned them not to reveal everything before they came in, the person in front of them was a genuine king, so who would dare to talk nonsense? Soon, at least 27th level mutant beasts emerged one by one from behind. The 7th level mutant beasts that are the vanguard of the marine mutant beasts. They are hiding among the marine mutant beasts and cannot be found at all. No one knew that a strange smile appeared at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. My lord king, should we break through the human defense line directly? A 7th level mutant beast was very excited. This was the first time it had such close contact with the king. This was very lucky for it. No need. No longer needed? Why? All the 7th level mutant beasts were stunned. The next second, they knew that countless shells fell from the sky, including 2 huge torpedoes. Chapter 282, Vulnerable. The 7th level mutant beasts died. They could never have imagined that the king in their eyes was just a subordinate of Su Chen. From the beginning to the end, this was just a play, and they were all extras. When the play was over, the extras left the stage. But the exit here means death. All the 7th level mutant beasts caused great chaos to other marine mutant beasts. They were originally subordinates of these 7th level mutant beasts, and they became panicked when their boss died. After the explosion, even the king in front of them disappeared. Could it be that the king was also killed in the explosion? Fortunately, the system did not restrict Su Chen from using power above level 8. Otherwise, the giant squid would not be able to appear. Without the help of the giant squid, Su Chen would not be able to find the level 7 mutant beast among them. Then he could only use a stupid method to kill all the marine mutant beasts. Being organized and being unorganized are two different things. If Su Chen and the marine mutant beasts were to fight head-on under the control of the 7th level mutant beasts, then until all the warships were lost, it might not be possible to kill all the mutant beasts. Lack of 7th level mutant beasts. Vulnerable. Originally, the marine mutant beasts had intelligence and would have all kinds of ideas. Before, they did not dare to make any moves under the suppression of the 7th level mutant beasts. Now all the 7th level mutant beasts are dead, and the king is also missing. Some wanted to escape back, some wanted to rush forward. These chaotic mutant beasts directly blocked this area and made it impossible to move. Suddenly, they became the best targets. Su Chen was very satisfied. So many mutant beasts brought a lot of energy, at least tens of millions, which replenished his reduced energy in an instant. The most important point is that the death of so many mutant beasts has severely warned the marine mutant beasts that they should not dare to cause trouble to humans in the short term. The scene here was directly transmitted to the main force fighting in the front through video. When they learned that Su Chen had stopped millions of mutant beasts with just one fleet and was even going to destroy the mutant beasts, they were all stunned. I must be blind. How is this possible? Even here, we dispatched most of the combat forces of the 2 base cities and could only barely hold back these mutant beasts, but they were actually stopped there? No wonder the Emperor let that person be the commander this time. He does have the ability. We are too arrogant. People in the 2 base cities were stunned by the scenes in the video. Compared to them, the situation there was so easy. Of course, they all learned from the soldiers over there that the situation was not that simple. The battle was very fierce, and Su Chen's warships suffered a lot of losses. In the end, Su Chen killed a king and a large number of 7th level mutant beasts in one fell swoop, which led to this situation. This shows one thing. Su Chen has a weapon in his hand that can kill an 8th level early mutant beast. If they knew that the so-called killed 8th level mutant beast was just acting out a show with Su Chen, I wonder if they would collapse. What Su Chen wants is not just a victory. What he wants is all the mutant beasts. Therefore, the controllers of the 2 base cities, plus the controller of Haichen City, all received an order to attack with all their forces and cut off all the marine mutant beasts from the river mouth. He wanted to make dumplings. The 3 controllers were stunned by Su Chen's idea. There were nearly tens of millions of mutant beasts, and they were just being made into dumplings? Not only did they fail to make the dumplings, but they also lost themselves. Su Chen just said one sentence, and they had no way to object. I'll send the lizard dragon over to help you. Knows that the lizard dragon was originally a new 8th level mutant beast in the human territory, but it suddenly disappeared some time ago. Unexpectedly, it became Su Chen's subordinate. Think about it, with an 8th level mutant beast guarding the river mouth, which blind mutant beast would dare to go there? Thinking of this, the controllers of the 3 base cities immediately issued orders to head to the river mouth and kill some mutant beasts along the way. Feng Chao is very confident about this plan. Even if he cannot destroy humanity, he will at least cause serious damage to humanity. However, it could never have imagined that within less than half a day, news came that the plan had failed. Impossible. How could my plan fail? Feng Chao was unwilling to believe it. An 8th-level mutant beast told Feng Chao that its beast slave among humans told it that the ocean mutant beasts were stopped before they entered the middle of the river, and all the 7th-level mutant beasts were killed in the battle. The remaining ones were garbage mutant beasts that had no strength at all, they just had more numbers. Feng Chao bit the huge bone in his mouth to pieces, and a ball of fire appeared in his eyes, burning violently. Human. This opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. One emperor has passed on the message, and the other emperors are trapped. Now is definitely the time when humans are most vulnerable to defense. If a war is launched at this time, then, thinking of this, Feng Chao's previous thoughts appeared again. However, not long after, the 8th-level mutant beast told Feng Chao again that the lizard dragon appeared. How dare that bastard lizard dragon show up? Feng Chao was furious. The lizard dragon appeared at the river mouth and sat there. Now no marine mutant beast dares to enter the river. It seems that humans want to eat all the marine mutant beasts in the river. Feng Chao was shocked. Human beings' strength has reached this level. Does that mean that humans have used up most of their strength? But the reality was very embarrassing. The 8th-level mutant beast told it that humans only use the power of 2 or 3 base cities to stop those mutant beasts. Of course, the main force was still the Red Alert base. The Red Alert base is well known among mutant beasts. Which advanced mutant beast doesn't know the existence of the Red Alert base now? This is definitely a major force of mankind, and its strength is incredibly powerful. It seems that it suddenly appeared and has never been heard of in the past few decades. A Red Alert base destroyed its plan, and Feng Chao was almost driven crazy. No, you must stay calm and be graceful. When the adults come out, the human will surely die. At this time, at the mouth of the river, the lizard dragon transformed into its original form and stood on the shore. It did not like water, and if it were not for the commander's order, it would not even be willing to approach the river. To the lizard dragon, there is a much smaller lizard dragon. This is its child, which has been following behind the lizard dragon. The soldiers who rushed to the base city were so frightened when they saw such a huge mutant beast that they almost opened fire. Fortunately, they were stopped by the controller. But they knew that the lizard dragon in front of them was no longer the 8th-level mutant beast it used to be. It was now just a pet of Su Chan. Chapter 283, A Feast. This is a big deal. Humans actually turned the tables and surrounded a large number of marine mutant beasts, preparing to slowly strangle them. This kind of thing has never happened since the end of the world. The people in the 3 base cities are more excited than anyone else. They can get a lot of points for killing mutant beasts now, and they can get a lot of rewards after the battle. Where can they find such a good thing? People are discussing this battle everywhere on the internet now. Everyone says that it is because of Commander Su Chen's good command that the current result was achieved. If someone else were to come, they would probably die miserably. Some people in the base cities that are a little further away were tempted. Some people planned to rent a helicopter collectively and head to the river to get some bargains. As a result, when they set out, they found that there were many people who had the same idea. Some people who could not rent a helicopter drove directly to the river. Everyone was ready to enjoy this feast. This kind of behavior, of course, disgusted the people in the 3 base cities. We fought so hard and were finally ready to get some benefits, and now you guys come here to pick the peaches? The controllers of the 3 base cities declared on the forum that they could not guarantee what would happen if people who were not from the 3 base cities or nearby gathering places came here. People all have a mentality that the law cannot hold everyone responsible. If one person does this, they might be a little scared, but when so many people do the same thing, they don't believe that the controllers of the 3 base cities dare to take action against them. There are too many mutant marine beasts. Even for the soldiers from the 3 base cities, it would be impossible to eliminate them in a short period of time. In addition to the depth of the river, some mutant beasts hid underneath, which reduced the efficiency of killing them, and eventually they had to wait until people from other base cities arrived. Rushed over from the distant base city at the fastest speed. When they arrived here and found that the river was full of mutant beasts, their eyes turned red. Just by shooting randomly, you can kill a lot of mutant beasts, and those are all points. Brothers, it's time for a feast. The people on the helicopter began to attack frantically. The appearance of one helicopter did not attract much attention, but the appearance of a large number of helicopters finally made the people in the 3 base cities feel that something was wrong. Those helicopters don't seem to be from our 3 base cities. A man said to the people around him. Could it be that people from other base cities are coming? How shameless. We were the ones who defeated these mutant beasts. If they want to take advantage of us, they should ask us first. This person obviously has a bad temper. The matter was quickly reported to the controllers, and their faces immediately looked a little ugly. Let them go back quickly. The controller of Chen City contacted the controller of one of the base cities and shouted in a low voice. This is their personal action. I have no right to interfere. The voice of the controller sounded helpless. In fact, the controller of Chen City had already discovered that some of the helicopters belonged to the official ones, that is, the subordinates of the person on the other end of the phone. You are so cruel. The controller of Chen City hung up the phone angrily. In this situation, he did not dare to order his men to stop those people. After all, once they attack their compatriots, it could be regarded as an act of betrayal to humanity. Their behavior is shameful, but in the face of huge interests, what does a little face mean? Gradually, more and more people from other cities other than the 3 base cities appeared here, and their numbers were no less than those from the 3 base cities. Later on, they even wanted to drive away the people from the 3 base cities and divide up the marine mutant beasts in the river. Without the 7th level mutant beasts in charge, the strength of the marine mutant beasts was reduced to 1/10 of what it was. They became lambs to be slaughtered. These people had never encountered such weak mutant beasts before, and the look in their eyes was as if they had seen a group of beautiful women. Just when these people were having fun killing, suddenly they found that the sky had turned dark. I saw a large number of Tianren mechas appear in the air, blocking the sunlight. Those people just took a look and continued to kill the mutant beasts. Snap. Bang. Suddenly someone discovered that a celestial mecha suddenly appeared on the top of a helicopter, reached out and grabbed the propeller of the helicopter, and stopped the propeller abruptly, causing an explosion on the top of the helicopter, which immediately attracted the attention of countless people. The people on the helicopter were almost scared to death. If it weren't for the Tianren mecha holding the helicopter, they would have sunk into the river by now. In addition to being scared, the people on the helicopter were very angry and shouted at the Tianren mecha, "Damn it, you don't have any eyes, do you? Do you know how much my helicopter cost?" This person seemed to think that the Tianren mecha would not harm him. After all, human law stipulates that civil war is not allowed among humans. What a pity he is so naive. Without the commander's order, all soldiers who are not from the 3 major base cities will be expelled. If there is resistance. Having said that, the Tianren mecha suddenly let go of its hand, and the helicopter fell straight down. There was still an expression of disbelief on the man's face. He couldn't believe that he was really thrown down. This is a height of several hundred meters. They are not extraordinary people above level 6, and they will be in great danger of death if they fall. Ah! Screams came from inside, and the sound stopped abruptly until it fell into the river. The surroundings suddenly became very quiet. They were stunned. No one thought that the Tianren mecha would actually kill someone and kill people in front of so many people. Is Su Chen crazy? Su Chen was certainly not crazy. He had already decided on these spoils. At most, he would give some to the 3 base cities. As for the people in other base cities, did they expect to get something for nothing without making any contribution? You're dreaming. This is just a warning. If anyone dares to take action again, the Tianren mecha will tell them what the consequences will be if they try to take advantage of others. From the beginning to the end, Su Chen just wanted to rely on the power of human beings. But this does not mean that he will tolerate all human behaviors. These are 2 different things. The system's mission clearly told him that he would control all human base cities in the future, and those who disobeyed would be dead. Su Chen drank a sip of tea happily and asked casually, "Tanya, what's the situation over there now?" "Commander, the people over there have been shocked, but I guess they will report this matter to the controller of the base city, or even the emperor. Let them talk. If the emperor can't even see through this, they are not worthy of being the emperor." Su Chen didn't care. At the same time, a post appeared on the forum asking, "Is the commander of the Red Alert Base a human traitor?" Chapter 284 Traitor of the Red Alert Base is now a household name. Anyone who doesn't know who Su Chen is will definitely be despised. After all, their daily lives are now inseparable from the things in the Red Alert Base. Not to mention anything else, the first communication was made possible because of the satellite of the Red Alert Base. Without the Red Alert Base, they would still be living in the era where communication was not possible. There are also various weapons, all of which come from the Red Alert Base. It can be said that without the Red Alert Base, they would not have such a good life now. From these aspects, if Su Chen, the commander of the Red Alert Base, is a human traitor, what are the others? Are they not even traitors as they are inferior to others in every aspect? Trash? But if we say that Su Chen is not a traitor to humanity, The fact that he ordered his men to kill people on the river is undoubtedly a betrayal of humanity. Human law stipulates that civil war is not allowed among humans, and the initiator will be treated as a traitor to humanity. It would have been fine if he had done so many things in secret without being discovered, but the behavior happened in public, and countless pairs of eyes saw it clearly. Su Chen's Tianren Mecha killed someone, and the driver of the Tianren Mecha said that this was the commander's order. In this case, it is equivalent to Su Chen killing someone, so Su Chen is a traitor to humanity. For a time, there was endless debate on the internet about this matter. Some people think that Su Chen is innocent, and that the people in the base cities have gone too far. It is obvious that these victories were achieved by the Red Alert base and the 3 base cities, with the Red Alert base occupying a major position, while the people in the other base cities played less than 10% of the role. In this situation, people from other base cities actually want to go over and pick peaches. Is this behavior worthy of forgiveness? Another group of people firmly believe that Su Chen is a traitor to humanity. Those people could have been warned, but Su Chen did not give them a chance and killed them on the spot. Is this behavior worthy of forgiveness? About half an hour later, Huang stood up and told all mankind that those people brought this upon themselves and that Su Chen had done nothing wrong. Humanity is in uproar. Even the emperor is speaking up for Su Chen. When did Su Chen's connections become so broad? Most people believe what the emperor says. After all, the emperor's majesty is still there. However, there are still some people who are secretly making trouble and constantly discrediting Su Chen. As for discrediting the emperor, they don't have the courage to do so. After all, Su Chen is not an emperor, so he is not afraid no matter what they say. City soldiers who came to share a piece of the pie, Su Chen was a devil, but to the 3 base cities participating in the Battle of the Great River, Su Chen was simply their patron saint. Without the interference from other base cities, they spent several days but finally managed to clear the marine mutant beasts from the river. They all knew that it was impossible to kill all the mutant marine animals in the river, so some seeds had to be left behind so that aquatic products would not be cut off. If those marine mutant beasts that had managed to escape knew that humans were only using them to enrich human aquatic products, they would probably cry. Su Chen left the aftermath to his subordinates. As a commander, he certainly didn't need to do such things himself. Go check which base cities are here to pick up bargains this time. Su Chen ordered Tanya. He now felt that it was really good to have someone by his side who was on call at any time. In the past, he had a shortage of super soldiers, and everyone had things they needed to do. So how could he do something so extravagant? Now that there are quite a few super soldiers, Su Chen can finally do what he wants. Soon, Tanya got the news. Commander, there are 5 base cities participating in this event, 2 of which are controlled by the commander. Some of my base cities are actually involved. They are really brave. Block all communication signals of these 5 base cities and withdraw all bases of the Red Alert Group, Red Battle Flag, and Red Alert Snacks. Su Chen gave the order. Tanya nodded and immediately gave the order. Since Libra has mastered most of the mental technology, the communication between the various arms no longer requires face-to-face communication. They can just communicate through the mind, which is very convenient. Of course, the most convenient thing is the conversation between Su Chen and other soldiers, which cannot be deciphered, while mental conversations may be leaked, provided that the other party is a strong person who is proficient in mental abilities. Following Tanya's order, all Red Alert soldiers in the 5 base cities were evacuated. Their action was so sudden that no one expected them to leave without a warning. Some people who were about to buy something in the store were simply kicked out. Such a big thing naturally reached the ears of those who controlled the base cities. They couldn't believe that the Red Alert base dared to do such a thing. When they wanted to use their cell phones, they were shocked to find that the signal was gone. It wasn't just them. People in the 5 base cities found that their cell phones had no signal. Now the 5 base cities have returned to their former glory. If a person is used to a convenient life and asked to suddenly go back to the days without mobile phones, how could they get used to it? Suddenly, countless people spoke up, asking the controller to apologize to the commander of the Red Alert base, restore communications, and let the Red Alert group come back. The 3 base cities that were not controlled by Su Chen were fine, but the controllers of the 2 base cities that were controlled by Su Chen suddenly thought of something. In fact, when the 2 base cities were controlled, the super soldiers under Su Chen encountered the previous controller. The current controller is a newcomer. They just knew some information, otherwise they would not have done these stupid things. The 2 controllers were a little scared, but it was too late. Tanya, we don't have enough control over our base cities. Send out some level 7 soldiers to keep an eye on those controllers, and don't let them do such stupid things again. Yes, Commander. Tanya felt ashamed because the base city where the accident happened was the one she had dealt with before. At this time, Huang called. Chen, I will handle this matter. I hope you can show mercy. Huang said seriously. But he knew Chen's strength. A person who had several emperors under his command was no ordinary person. If Chen was forced to betray humanity, it would be a loss for humanity. If it weren't for his status, Emperor Kong really wanted to yell at those idiots, "Screw your betrayal." If Chen really betrayed humanity, humanity would have been doomed long ago. Not to mention the red alert base under Chen. Just the few emperor subordinates he has are enough to give humans a hard time. A bunch of idiots. Huang cursed inwardly. Chapter 285, The Eternal Theme, Evolution. Commander, I just passed the second level of the test. Suddenly, a voice appeared in Chen's mind. It was Su Yi's voice. Chen was a little surprised. Several days had passed outside before Su Yi finally passed the second level of the test. Was the second level of the test so difficult? I know the test for the first level, but what is the second level? Chen was a little curious. After the first level of the test, Su Yi told him that he didn't expect that there was a fake version of himself inside, and he even had to kill his own men, which really made him laugh out loud. As his own soldier, there is no possibility of betrayal. How could he kill such a loyal soldier? He must be crazy. From this we can see that the illusion has no idea of its own situation and is purely fabricated. As for the second level, it is much more difficult than the first level. It is a rather difficult process. This level relies on one's own strength. Su Yi must deal with 10 enemies along the way. The strength of these 10 enemies will remain at a certain level. The first enemy's strength is equal to Su Yi's. The second one's strength is 10% higher, and so on and so forth, and his strength goes on until the 10th enemy, whose strength is twice that of Su Yi. Under such circumstances, Su Yi has to defeat all enemies along the way before he can pass the second level. These enemies are not real enemies. According to the artificial intelligence inside, these are bodies made using biotechnology, which are directly endowed with corresponding strengths and can be considered disposable products. Chen had never thought that 8th level strongmen could be mass-produced. If he got this technology, it would be too easy to kill the mutant beasts. He thought of the synthetic monster technology he had obtained before. It seemed that this technology was passed down from the ancient ruins. No wonder the human emperor wanted to enter the ancient ruins so much. There were so many good things inside. As long as humans get a part of it, they will be able to kill the mutant beasts and become the masters of the earth again. Fortunately, every time Su Yi killed an enemy, he had a lot of rest time, and he would not continue to the next battle until he was fully recovered. As for why it took so much time, it was because Su Yi was seriously injured when dealing with the 9th enemy and wasted a lot of time recovering. Even now, Su Yi's body was in tatters, and he was lying in a nutrient chamber filled with green liquid, recovering. The strength of the last enemy was too strong. At the last critical moment, Su Yi stimulated his second evolution and killed the opponent. Chen opened Su Yi's evolution template and took a look. Sure enough, his number of evolutions increased from 1 to 2, and his potential and evolutionary direction did not change much. After the second evolution, Su Yi's strength has been significantly enhanced. In terms of strength, he should be second only to Zhu Ling. Just as he was thinking this, Guang Tuchang's voice also appeared. Commander, I passed the second level test. Chong is different from Su Yi. He really relied on his own body to pass the second level test. The enemy was strong, but not strong enough to blow up his body. Chong did not trigger the second evolution, which was a pity. As for the emperors who entered, neither of them knew the situation. It seemed that each of them was separated and had not seen anyone else since they came in. What's the next level? It seems to be a question and answer? Su Yi said uncertainly. Chen was stunned. What the hell is this question? Out of curiosity, he directly borrowed Su Yi's eyes and looked at the scene in front of him. This is a place that looks like a classroom. Only Su Yi is sitting here. Suddenly, words appear on the blackboard in front of him. The evolution of species. Then a mechanical synthesized voice appeared. Challenger, you have completed the second evolution. In terms of the degree of evolution, you have completed the most times among this batch of challengers. I would like to hear your understanding of evolution. Su Yi had a blank expression on his face. He didn't expect that he would actually have to answer a question. Is this the third level? Chen was speechless when he saw the question through Su Yi's eyes. An artificial intelligence actually asked such a profound question. What is the purpose of this? Could it be that the master it chooses must not only be someone with good eyesight and strength, but also someone with brain power? Su Yi didn't think about it and answered directly. Evolution means the growth of strength. Su Yi has a deep understanding of this point. It was thanks to the second evolution that he was able to survive the last enemy, Otherwise, he would be dead now. Well, it's simple and clear. You're right. No matter what species it is, the first and most obvious increase after evolution is strength. If the strength does not increase, even if it is evolution, it is a failure.
But
Su Chen knew that the sex scene was coming, and whenever the word "but" appeared, there would definitely be a major turning point. There are also evolutions that occur for the sake of survival. At this time, the increase in strength is of no help to evolution. In this case, does the challenger still believe that evolution is just the increase in strength? Su Yimian remained calm. I will only answer once. You are a very unique challenger. Sometimes you have some extreme ideas, which is good. The third level is over. Now you can wait for the other challengers to finish the test. Finally, one of you will be selected to become the new owner of this place. Sui suddenly spoke up. Why decide on the new owner so quickly? Wouldn't it be better to let more challengers come in for testing? This is Su Chen's doubt. He feels that this artificial intelligence is a bit too hasty. Theoretically, it should allow a large number of people to enter here and finally select the best master from them. This seems a bit casual. This is the order of the old master. I can't change it. The artificial intelligence said lightly. This was a good reason and Su Chen could not refute it, but he vaguely felt that this ancient monument seemed a little strange. Bal Chang's answer was similar to Su Yi's. After all, they were all Su Chen's subordinates. However, no one knew what the situation was with the other emperors. The attack of the marine mutant beasts failed, but instead provided humans with a large amount of meat and energy crystals. This made Fengchao furious, and he directly blew up several hills. The other 8th-level mutant beasts received the news and evacuated the 4 major fronts. Humans did not chase them because now was not the time for a big war. In this battle, humans learned that they actually had a new emperor, a female emperor, which was the first time. Ling Huang, this is what people call Zhu Ling. Zhu Ling was dismissive of this. She didn't care about the title of emperor. She would rather stand by the commander's side and do her job well. After returning to the base, Zhu Ling's first thing was to find Tanya. I heard that the commander wants you to be his personal maid? Chapter 286 Battle for the Maid. Tanya was counting the food storage at the base. When she heard Zhu Ling's voice, she just glanced at Zhu Ling and said, during the Battle of the Great River, the commander asked me to serve as a maid. What's wrong? For Tanya, being a maid is not a shameful thing. It must be said that being able to stay by the commander's side all day is a good thing that not everyone can encounter. Tanya is not the only one who has this idea. What every super soldier wants to do most is to stand by the commander and protect him all the time. The last time Zhu Ling made Su Chen disappear in front of her, Zhu Ling has always been ashamed of this incident, which is why she longs for powerful strength. If Su Chen hadn't ordered Zhu Ling to guard the eastern front, she would not have bothered to go there. It would have been better for her to stay by the commander's side. What she never expected was that due to a mistake, the commander actually let Tanya be his personal maid. How could Zhu Ling tolerate this? Currently, there are only a few female super soldiers. Yunru and Tianling are both little girls, and they are definitely not capable of taking care of others. The remaining adult women are only Tanya and Zhu Ling. In other words, only the 2 of them are suitable for the position of maid. Zhu Ling could not interfere with the commander's orders, but she could still achieve her goal by making Tanya give up. From this, we can see that the Red Alert units are not without personal emotions. They just dedicate everything they have to their commanders. Once it comes to the commander's issues, their IQ skyrocketed. I am the first super soldier under the commander. In terms of seniority, I am your predecessor. In terms of time, I have followed the commander for the longest time. I know everything about the commander very well. Only I am qualified to be the commander's maid. Zhu Ling raised her head slightly, her eyes sharp as she pierced Tanya straight away. Tanya chuckled, her blonde hair sparkling in the sun. Zhu Ling, becoming the commander's maid is not about seniority and time. The most important thing is to serve the commander. Do you know how to do this? Zhu Ling's expression changed slightly. She really didn't know these things. Tanya's existence can still be found in Red Alert, but even Su Chen has not found any information about Zhu Ling, as if Zhu Ling was a person who appeared out of thin air. The system's explanation for this is that Zhu Ling belongs to a certain original folk version of a super soldier. This folk version may even be just an incomplete document that has not yet been released, which is why this situation occurs. Correspondingly, the same goes for Bal Chang. Both of them are very special super soldiers. Zhu Ling had no past. All she had in her mind were things about snipers and some common sense. She had never served others before. I can learn. The commander doesn't have time to wait for you to learn how to be a maid. You should go out and fight on the battlefield. I am enough for the position of maid. Tanya smiled slightly and left Zhu Ling's side. Zhu Ling looked a little dazed and didn't even notice that Tanya had left. Su Chen didn't know that two of his super soldiers were fighting for the position of a maid. If he knew, he would definitely think, one is not enough, so give me another one. Su Chen sat in the command room, tapping the armrest gently with one hand, making a tapping sound. He was not bored, but waiting for the result from the ancient ruins. At present, Su Yi and Guang Tuqiang have been waiting for 2 hours, but there is still no result. There are quite a few human emperors entering this time. If something happens to them inside, it will be terrible. At this moment, Su Chen received news from Kong Huang that Bai Huang, Yu Huang, Dong Huang, and Shi Huang had all come out. They had suffered some injuries, but nothing serious. So, my brother is the only one left in there? Su Chen was a little surprised. His brother was indeed the human emperor second, only to the southern emperor. He could actually hold on until now. It seemed that he had a chance to break through the second level. Not long after, Su Yi told Su Chen that everyone had passed the second level and reached the third level. After waiting for a while, Su Yi said, "Commander, the AI asked the rest of us to enter an instrument to test our physical fitness." At this moment, the system's voice suddenly appeared, "Alarm, alarm. An unknown entity has invaded the consciousness of Super Soldier Balchong and Red Alert Soldier Su Yi. The system needs to activate the soldier protection mode, which will consume 5 million energy. Master, are you willing to pay?" Su Chen was shocked. As expected, he guessed right. The artificial intelligence in the ancient monument had bad intentions. "Can we counterattack?" Su Chen said in a deep voice. "Counterattack requires twice the energy expenditure. If you agree to pay, give it a good beating." Su Chen waved his right fist. Anyone who dared to attack his people was seeking death. At this moment, a film invisible to the naked eye enveloped Su Yi and Guang Tuqiang, and the consciousness that had originally invaded their bodies let out a shrill scream. Impossible! How can such advanced technology appear on this planet? This is soul technology that surpasses mind technology. No. The sound stopped abruptly, and the two people suddenly jumped out of the instrument. A trace of fear appeared on their faces. If the commander had not taken action just now, they would have been occupied by a strange consciousness. In front of that consciousness, the two of them were like a grain of sand under the feet of a giant. The difference was too great. Suddenly, Su Chen thought of something, and his eyes widened. "Oh no, my brother is still in there. System, can you protect Zhu Hui?" "Master, Su Yi and Guang Tuqiang are your subordinates. They are connected to the system, so I can protect them remotely. Zhu Hui has nothing to do with me, so this system can't do anything." Su Chen sighed. He knew that he was daydreaming. Even his two subordinates could not stop the invasion of that consciousness, so how could Zhu Hui possibly stop it? At this moment, somewhere in the ancient ruins, the figure of Emperor Ming Huang walked out of the instrument, but the expression on his face was completely different from before. Emperor Ming was a man who appeared somewhat cold in front of outsiders, but in front of people he was familiar with, he was a funny guy. But now Emperor Ming had a more ferocious expression on his face than ever before. He looked at his hands and laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha, I finally have a human body. Triple X, wait for me, I will definitely kill you." After laughing, Emperor Ming seemed to have noticed something. He frowned and said, "What's going on? Why can't I sense the other two consciousnesses? Did the occupation fail? How is this possible? Is there anyone on this planet who can destroy my consciousness?" Emperor Ming was very unhappy. He waved his hand subconsciously, but after a while, there was no response. He suddenly realized that his current body had not been verified, and he was not yet the owner of the ancient monument. "Little Green, come out." Chapter 287. Is he a pervert? "Master, what do you want me to do?" The voice of artificial intelligence appeared. "Bind this body and reset the master's identity." "Master, this method cannot be used in the program you set. Master can follow the program, complete all the tests step by step, and eventually become the new master." A trace of anger appeared on the face of Emperor Ming. "Idiot, hurry up and rebind it for me. Believe it or not, I will destroy your broken program." "Master, it's useless to threaten Xiaolu. These procedures were formulated by the master at that time. You should know it best. Xiaolu's behavior is all carried out according to the master's original settings." Xiaolu's voice was calm. Of course, Emperor Ming knew this. After all, what he needed was not a program with self-awareness, but a very rigid and obedient program. "Luckily, I kept some tricks up my sleeve." Ming Huang chuckled. He had considered whether there would be any accidents in the process, such as the artificial intelligence being disobedient or something. He secretly left a back door. As long as he went through the back door, he could directly bypass Xiaolu and become the owner of the ancient monument. Just as he was about to use the back door, his expression froze and he thought of something. What left the back door was his complete consciousness, but just now his consciousness was divided into 3 and entered 3 bodies respectively, but 2 of the consciousnesses had disappeared. With the remaining 1/3 of his consciousness, he was completely unable to open the back door. This was bad. Snap. Huang was so angry that he smashed the instrument next to him with one punch. His expression was very gloomy, and he felt very unhappy. What's the next test? The next test is also the final test. There can only be one master here. The 3 challengers need to fight each other to determine the final winner. Only the sole winner can become the new master. Huang grinned. Fighting? This was his favorite. Challenger number 3, do you agree to enter the final test? Agree. The next second, the figure of Emperor Ming disappeared here. Then, 3 figures appeared in an empty space, which looked like a coliseum. The surrounding walls were filled with various cheering people, who looked like real people. Sui and Guang Tuchang both appeared here. They received news from the commander and knew that the Ming Emperor in front of them was no longer the Ming Emperor before, but the Ming Emperor whose body was occupied. It was you who wanted to occupy my body just now? Balchang pointed at Huang and shouted. Emperor Ming looked at Balchang with cold eyes and commented on him. Well, his body strength is very high. It's an excellent body. No wonder Xiaolu chose him as one of my carriers. The other one is not bad either. Hey, it's a second evolved body? It seemed that he was more interested in Sui. After all, being able to complete the second evolution at the 8th level was rare even outside. The Ming Emperor looked at Suyi's body with a very hungry look. That expression shocked Suchun. This guy who occupies my body, couldn't he be a pervert? He can drool just by staring at a man's body? Suchun was speechless. Zhu Hui's condition doesn't look good. His body is completely controlled by someone. I hope he's okay. System, is there any way to drive the consciousness out of my body? It would be best if we can destroy it. The other party is using more powerful technology to directly send the consciousness of others into other people's bodies. Of course, the premise of this method is that the consciousness being sent is strong enough. Zhu Hui cannot drive away that consciousness relying on his own strength, so there is only one way: mental technology. Su Chen's eyes lit up. He remembered that he had brought back Madame Donghuang's consciousness from a special spiritual space some time ago. So if we use the same mental power, can we drive out the consciousness in the brother's body? But before that, he needs to catch the imposter without destroying his brother's body, which seems to be a difficult task. Su Yi, Guangtu Chong, no matter what method you use, you must capture Emperor Ming alive. Yes, Commander. The 2 received the order. This was the commander's order. Even if they were torn to pieces, they would complete the mission. The rules of this test are that there are no rules. No matter what method is used, as long as you can defeat the other 2 challengers, you win. The only person left is the owner of this ancient monument. At this moment, Su Yi and Guang Tuqiang moved. Su Yi directly added a domineering buff to Balchang's body. Balchang's body turned slightly red, and a layer of red film appeared on the surface. He punched at the Ming Huang. Snort. In response, the Ming Huang sneered and subconsciously stretched out a finger, wanting to crush Balchang. But he forgot one thing. His current body was not his original body. Bump. Balchang punched him directly in the face, and the body of Emperor Ming flew out. This is not over yet. Su Yi took out his own dagger and appeared behind the Ming Huang like a shadow and slashed with it. Phew. There was a cut on the neck of the Emperor Ming, and a large amount of blood spurted out. The scene was very spectacular. Su Chun felt the first-person perspective through the eyes of the 2 people, and that feeling was very refreshing. If Emperor Ming was an ordinary person, he would really worry that Sui would kill him directly with this blow. However, for an 8th-level emperor, this injury was not fatal. Even without a heart, the emperor can survive for a short time by relying on his body, unless the emperor's basic tissues are destroyed in one blow. We should never be careless towards our enemies. Even though Sui cut the carotid artery of Ming Huang, he did not have the slightest bit of complacency on his face, but continued to attack. As long as Ming Huang was not dead, it would be fine. Bang! Sui's face changed drastically. He didn't know when the Ming Huang's hand grabbed his wrist. The powerful force made it impossible for him to break free. Sui encountered a crisis. Without a word of communication, Balchang discovered Sui's situation, burst out with all his strength, and his speed exceeded the speed of sound. I saw an unparalleled layer of energy appearing on the surface of Balchong's right fist. This is a unique ability of Balchong. He has come a long way in the direction of force. Get down! Balchong roared in a low voice and punched the Ming Huang's body. Boom! The ground shook violently, and Guang Tuchong's face changed drastically as well. His fist was blocked by his other hand. Haha, it was really dangerous. I am very satisfied with your strength. If it weren't for the fact that I wanted to become the master of this place again, I really wouldn't be willing to kill you. Chapter 288, Su Yi's new ability. Ming Huang stood up and grabbed Su Yi and Balchong's hands with his two hands respectively, preventing them from using any strength. What the hell is this? The two men couldn't understand how Ming Huang had managed to make two of them, 8th rank powerhouses, unable to even use their own strength. It seems that you don't understand? I just happen to have some time now, so I'll chat with you. You should know that the human body is controlled by the soul, right? Well, you don't know? Your technical level is still too low to observe the existence of the soul, but you should know about consciousness, right? Seeing the two nod, he continued with satisfaction. The soul is the emperor, and the consciousness is the minister. Under normal circumstances, the emperor will not actively control the existence of the body. In most cases, the body is controlled by the consciousness, but it needs to report to the soul. Just now, I only cut off part of your consciousness, causing your soul to have a misunderstanding that the body is still under the control of the consciousness, but in fact, your body can no longer be controlled by the consciousness. It's that simple. It was the first time that Su Qian heard this statement, the difference between soul and consciousness. System, what he said seems to make sense. So, will the future development direction of mental technology be soul technology? Su Qian asked. That's true in theory, but many things are not unique. Psychic technology also has other development directions. The soul technology he mentioned is just one of them. Su Qian understood. This was like evolution. Before evolution, no one knew what a species would evolve into, and the future was uncertain. It sounds grand and noble, but in fact, Ming Huang used his powerful soul power to forcibly cut off part of the consciousness of the two people, causing their souls to have an illusion. In terms of true strength, Ming Huang is not much higher than the other two, but in terms of soul power, they cannot compare with Ming Huang. If Ming Huang's soul power had not been divided into 3 consciousnesses, 2 of which were killed by the system, he could now easily kill the 2, instead of just cutting off part of their consciousness. Okay, enough of the small talk, you can go to hell now. Ming Huang was very relaxed. He didn't think these 2 people could deal with his soul power. This was the only bit of soul power he had left, and he used it here. The 2 men were able to kill his 2 consciousnesses before, so he thought that they must have some special treasures on them. He looked at their bodies carefully but didn't find anything special, which made him a little strange. Is this an accident? He couldn't help but wonder. Whether it was an accident or not, they must die. A sinister smile appeared on the corner of Ming Huang's mouth. He loosened one hand, grabbed Su Yi's neck, and prepared to strangle him to death. Suddenly, a trace of panic appeared on the face of Emperor Ming. What's going on? Why can't I move my body? Ming Huang clearly felt that his whole body was unable to move. This feeling was like his consciousness was cut off. Su Yi pried open the hand of Ming Huang with a smile on his face. Thank you for your explanation just now. Otherwise, I really didn't know that soul power can be used in this way. Impossible. How can you use soul power? There are only a few people who can use soul power among billions. Thanks to your performance just now, the commander is right. The villain dies because of talking too much. You are a typical example. Su Yi didn't waste any words. He just waved his hand and Emperor Ming fainted. Since Su Yi's second evolution, he has gained a new ability, which he has never used. It's not that he doesn't want to use it, but this ability is actually a passive ability. The effect is to copy the opponent's ability. There is no time limit, and the strength is exactly the same as the current Ming Huang. Ming Huang used soul power on Su Yi, and Su Yi naturally got the opportunity to use soul power. He first resolved his own predicament, and then used the same method to directly make Ming Huang lose control of himself. I would also like to thank Ming Huang for his explanation. Otherwise, even if Su Yi had soul power, he would not know what to do. Ming Huang explained the process clearly and pointed out a clear way for Su Yi. If he knew that his nonsense had led to his current situation, he would probably be furious. Su Chen watched the whole story from beginning to end, and he really felt that Su Yi was very lucky. If Su Yi didn't have this new ability and had other abilities, the two of them would probably be doomed this time. Now that the Ming Emperor has been captured, as long as Sui becomes the owner of the ancient ruins, all the technologies inside the ruins will be available to him. Artificial intelligence, I am the final winner. Now I am the new master here, right? Sui shouted to the sky. That's right. You are Xiaolu's future master. Please start identity verification. Xiaolu's voice sounded. If I give you an order now, will you accept it? There was silence in the air for a while, as if the other party was calculating. After a while, a voice appeared. According to the procedure, you are now the master, and you only need the last step of certification. Xiaolu will obey your words. Very good, then I will give you my first order now. From now on, your master will be my commander, and you are not allowed to disobey orders. When saying this, Sui naturally had an extraordinary aura. After all, he was a commander-type soldier, and his ruling power was extraordinary. If Sui was not Su Chen's subordinate, he would definitely be able to become a commander. Little Green was stuck. It couldn't believe that the new owner had not even taken office yet, but he had already given the position of owner to someone else. Was this even possible? If it had its own consciousness, it would probably think Sui was stupid. Unfortunately, it was just a program without emotions. After analyzing it, it decided to obey Suyi's orders. Please ask the new owner to come here. I need to conduct identity verification, Xiaolu said. Very good, now get us out. A ray of light flashed, and 3 figures appeared in front of the gate of the ancient monument. This trip to the ancient ruins was very successful. Not only did he obtain a seemingly very powerful ancient relic, he also captured an antique who had lived for an unknown period of time. Not to mention other things, just some of the things he knew might play a big role. After a while, the two of them brought the unconscious Ming Huang back to the base and stood in front of Su Chen. Commander, I have accomplished my mission. You did a great job and didn't embarrass me. Su Chen praised the two of them. They were very happy to hear Su Chen's praise. The commander's appreciation is the greatest reward for them. So, you who don't know your name, are you still going to continue pretending to be dead? Chapter 289 Death God Rice. The Ming Emperor, lying on the ground, was motionless and seemed to be still in a coma. You have achieved your goal, but why don't you get ready? Otherwise, you won't be able to continue this play. There was a hint of sarcasm in Su Chen's words. At this moment, Emperor Ming knew that Su Chen had indeed seen through him. He stood up without a trace of embarrassment on his face. For someone who had lived for an unknown amount of time, what was the point of blushing? How do you know I'm awake? He was very puzzled. After all, after waking up, the first thing he did was pretend to be unconscious. He was very confident that he had not revealed any flaws, but Su Chen unexpectedly exposed them. The reason why he pretended to be unconscious was that he wanted to know who was behind these two people. Su Chen smiled mysteriously without explaining. This was not his discovery, but a warning from the system. As long as any hostile unit enters the vicinity of the base, the system will sound an alarm. It would be fine if the person was unconscious, but the Ming Emperor happened to be awake. So Su Chen immediately saw through his pretend coma. As soon as Ming Huang stood up, he found that his body could not move. It was still that familiar smell, and part of his consciousness was cut off. He can actually use my abilities? Emperor Ming was very surprised. He thought that Sui could only use it a few times at most, or that there was a time limit. Now it seems that he guessed wrong. It is hard to imagine that such an ability could appear in a second-evolved human being. Why don't you introduce yourself? Su Chen observed the stranger Zhu Hui in front of him. There was no other wound on his neck except some dried blood. In just a short period of time, his wounds healed. This recovery ability seemed a little exaggerated. Human, I am very interested in you. Let your men let me go and submit to me. I can make you the strongest among humans. The Ming Huang, in turn, tried to persuade Su Chen patiently, but he seemed to have forgotten that he was now the fish and others were the butchers. Su Chen didn't say anything, just a look, and Bald Chung punched Emperor Ming in the stomach. This punch was merciless, and he almost cried out in pain. Since he controlled the body of Emperor Ming Huang, naturally he had to endure the pain brought by this body. This feeling was not pleasant. Su Chen sat on the chair and looked down at him slightly. You have to understand that you are my prisoner. You only need to answer my questions. Haha, very domineering, quite interesting. Ming Huang looked at Su Chen with sinister eyes. If his body had not been unable to move, he would have rushed up to kill Su Chen. In his eyes, Su Chen was just an ordinary person who would die with the slightest touch. Anyway, you also have subordinates who can control soul power. I don't pose any threat to you. So why don't we just have a casual chat? But the smile on his face didn't last for a second before his stomach was hit hard again. Don't make me repeat the same thing. I speak and you answer. The Ming Emperor gritted his teeth in anger. When had he ever been treated like this? My real name is very long. It can take a long time to say it in your human language, but among humans, I am called Death Godless. A wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Death Rice. This name made people think of many things, but Su Chun was not scared and let Guang Tuqiang punch him again. Ming Huang, no, it should be Rice who was about to cry. I told me the truth, and you still hit me? I've heard of many names of the god of death, but never of Rice. Do you think I was brought up to be scared? Su Chen glared at him, as if he intended to let Sui join in the beating. Rice panicked. I really didn't lie, but that was the human starfield in the past. After so many years, no one should know of my existence. From Les, Su Chen learned a lot about humans. In this universe, there is not only one race, such as the Zerg that Su Chen encountered before, and there is also a race called the Protoss. It sounds awesome, but in fact, this race just has individuals with a higher level of evolution and stronger individual strength. Of gods is small, and each of them gives himself a title of god. For example, Les calls himself the god of death. Even among the gods, Les was a loner. He liked to wander aimlessly in the universe. As a result, he accidentally passed through a wormhole and came to the heart of the human starfield, starting his suicidal career. Why do you say it's courting death? When Su Chen learned that every time Rice killed someone, he would leave a special mark of his own there, and that this mark could be used to find his location, he was speechless. If you don't seek death, you won't die. Does he think that all humans are pushovers? As expected, after Rice had been committing suicide for a while, a powerful human found him and started with a sneak attack, which seriously injured Rice. In the end, Rice was killed by the human strongman, and a trace of his soul escaped and came to Earth. At that time, the Earth was just an ordinary planet and humans had not yet appeared. A trace of Les' soul fell into a deep sleep in the ancient ruins, waiting to wake up, but what he didn't expect was that after he woke up, he was actually caught, which was a disgrace to the gods. Su Chen didn't know which parts of Rice's words were true and which were false, but overall, the credibility should be quite high. After all, no one knows how many years have passed since these things happened, so it doesn't matter even if we tell them out. As for the current situation in the human starfield, not to mention Les, even Su Chen doesn't know what the situation is, as he has not yet left the Earth. You are this planet, I think it's called Earth. Are you the owner of this planet? Les asked. In his opinion, it would be unreasonable for him to be anything other than the owner of the planet if he possessed such powerful subordinates and technology. As a result, he saw Su Chen shaking his head. I am just the commander of a force on this planet, not the owner. How is it possible? You are so powerful, but you haven't unified the world yet. Are there many people like you on this planet? Les couldn't believe it. Come to think of it, you don't seem to know the changes that have taken place on this planet. Su Chen briefly talked about some things on Earth. The most important thing was that he wanted to see if Les knew anything. The blue meteor and the red crystal. These two things are suspected to have brought changes to the Earth. Unfortunately, Yunru and Tianping have not figured out what these two things are until now. They only know that the blue meteor can promote the evolution of surrounding organisms, and the direction of evolution cannot be controlled. The red crystals can stabilize the direction of evolution, but their usage is unknown. Chapter 290. What kind of trash are you? After listening to Su Chen's words, Rice frowned. The changes that occurred at the same time around the world are definitely not natural. Someone must have done something to this planet. Les was so sure, as if what he said was right and could not be questioned. Su Chen also thought it was man-made at first, but when he saw the blue meteors and red crystals, he became suspicious. Was this an accident? Thinking of this, he directly asked Tanya, who was outside, to bring over a small portion of red and blue. Tanya was very fast, but when she came in, Su Chen was stunned. In the past, Tanya always wore very capable clothes, which were generally combat uniforms, but this time, Tanya was wearing a formal maid outfit. At this moment, the originally heroic super soldier instantly turned into a cute and lovely maid. Maid costume, so scary. Commander, this is what you want. Tanya smiled and handed 2 small bottles to Su Chen. The 2 small bottles contained 2 substances respectively. Su Chen took his eyes away from Tanya with difficulty, held up the 2 bottles, and asked Les, have you seen these 2 things? Rice looked over carefully, his face puzzled. Strange, I have seen millions, if not tens of millions of matter, but I have never seen anything like this. What is this? Su Chen's eyes never moved away. When Rice spoke, it seemed that he did not lie, but he was not careless. Who knows if this old monster has the ability to suppress his emotions? Even though Rice seemed to be easily irritated just now, Chen didn't believe at all that a wandering master drifting in the interstellar space could be seen through so easily. Treat others as fools, but don't realize that you are the fool. Suddenly, Chen used his mental power with maximum efficiency and directly broke into less consciousness. Bump. Chen suddenly felt a pain in his head, as if he had hit a bronze bell. He felt dizzy and his body fell to the side. Commander, are you okay? Tanya hurriedly leaned Chen's head against her body and asked anxiously. Jasmine's scent. This was Chen's first feeling. He found himself falling on Tanya. He sat down without changing his expression and waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. However, he was thinking about something in his heart. Tanya didn't seem to have this kind of fragrance on her body before. Could it be that she just used it? Chen looked at Rice again. Rice looked at Chen with a hint of solemnity. He had miscalculated. Les didn't expect that Chen was actually a strong man who was proficient in mental power. He just thought that Chen was an ordinary person. This guy is too pretentious. After the collision just now, Chen finally realized something. Les lied. This is your last chance. Tell me the information about these two substances, or your last consciousness will not even exist. Chen's cold eyes told Rice that he was not lying. If Les doesn't say anything or continues to lie, Chen will never keep him. Okay, I admit that I lied. These two substances are very strange and also very rare. I didn't expect you to have them in your hands. Les sighed. If it weren't for this damn mental power, how could he have been discovered lying? The blue one is called Longley, and the red one is called Hong Saki. These two substances usually appear at the same time. They are rarely separated. Once separated, accidents are likely to happen. Rice said in a deep tone. After a while, Chen asked, and then? Nothing happened. I only know this much. After all, I have never seen these two substances in all these years. If you hadn't shown them to me, I really wouldn't have remembered them. You're halfway through your sentence, and you've stopped talking. Are you a fucking eunuch? Chen cursed. Of course, Rice didn't know what a eunuch was, and he was not from Earth, but he could feel that this was not a good word. I've only heard of the existence of these two substances. It is said that as long as you have these two substances, you can quickly improve your own evolutionary level. This is the best material for countless races, especially the Protoss. The Protoss is strong not because of technology, but because of themselves. With these two substances, it is not a problem to become the king of the Protoss. At this point, Les' eyes were burning, and he turned to persuade. Why don't you give me both of these substances, and when I become the king of the gods, I will let you be the deputy king of the gods? To Rice's words, which was to serve with his fists. This time it was double the joy. Do you know how to use them? Hey, I haven't even seen it. How do I know how to use it? Unless you give me the two substances, maybe I can figure it out. At this point, he was still coming up with various ideas. So, you are useless? In our human society, useless things were called garbage, and different kinds of garbage were classified into different categories. So tell me, what kind of garbage are you? Chen looked unfriendly. Rice took one look and was startled. Oh no, this is the rhythm of being abandoned. He must find a way to survive. I'm not trash. I have many uses. I know a lot about Protoss technology, and I know a lot about the universe. In order to save his life, Rice said a lot of his uses, and he wished he could take out his heart. Chen ignored Rice's shouting. He secretly asked the system if he could take Rice's consciousness out of Zhu Hui's body. He couldn't let Rice control Zhu Hui's body all the time. It's very simple. As long as the master unlocks the 9th level authority, he can use the power of the mind to do this. Chen rolled his eyes. He hasn't even unlocked the 8th level permissions yet, and now you tell me that I need the 9th level permissions. Black question mark face. Since the system mentioned psychic power, it seems that psychic power is the only option to deal with Les. Currently, he has 2 super soldiers with psychic power, Yuri and Libra, plus Chen himself, which makes 3 people who can use psychic power. After the 9th level authority was unlocked, 3 9th level peak warriors had to use their mental power together to bring out Rice's consciousness. This was only 1/3 of Rice's soul. This showed how terrifying Rice was in his heyday. Who can restrain Rice temporarily is Sui. So Chen asks Sui to watch Rice 24 hours a day and not let Rice out of his sight. Fuck, is it really that serious? Rice was shocked and shouted subconsciously. Chen's eyes changed. What the hell? This is definitely not something Rice knew. There is a problem. I don't like a harmful trash who lies all day long. Just kill him. Su Chen gave the order coldly. Chapter 291 Intelligent Life. Su Yi and Guang Tuqiang did not hesitate and killed him directly. At this moment, Rice was very panicked. No matter how powerful his consciousness was, it still relied on his body. Without his body, his consciousness would not last long. Stop. I'll tell you everything. Rice was sweating profusely. Su Yi's dagger and Bald Chang's fist were less than 5 centimeters away from his heart, and the other one was even on the top of his head. If he had been a little slower, his head would have been gone. These two people were really planning to kill him. You really don't care about the owner of this body? Les couldn't believe it. After occupying Zhu Hui's body, he naturally knew Zhu Hui's memories. In this human's memory, Su Chen and he had a very good relationship. He also learned about the fuck he just said from Zhu Hui's memory. He didn't expect that he almost died because of these two words. Su Chen's face was calm, as if he was not the one who gave the order just now. In fact, he was also taking a gamble, betting that Les would not dare to fight to the death. As an old monster who has survived for so long, there is absolutely no way he would be willing to die here. Even ants try to survive, let alone a god? If he knew that he could die with a god who threatens the entire earth, he would definitely agree with my approach. Su Chen said. Les's face looked a little ugly. From the memories he observed, he found that Su Chen was really not wrong. Zhu Hui is such a person. Rice's existence is obviously a threat to the creatures on Earth, especially humans. If Zhu Hui knew that he could save everyone by sacrificing only himself, he would definitely be willing to die. These are the emperors of mankind. They are the ones who carry the heavy burden for humanity in secret. It can be said that without the human emperor, there would be no human beings today. I really don't understand you humans. Sometimes you are more afraid of death than anyone else, but sometimes you are not afraid of death at all. What race are you? Les said angrily. Su Chen raised the corner of his mouth and said, not to mention you. Even humans themselves have never figured out what's going on with them. Well, I did learn a lot from this human named Zhu Hui. I kept it a secret from you. It seems that your psychic skills have not yet reached a higher level. Su Chen raised his eyebrows. In that case, the mental technology possessed by the gods surpassed his current version 4.0? System, can you tell which version of the psychic technology the Protoss possess? According to calculations, it should be version 9.0. There are 5 versions missing. No wonder Su Chen is unable to know all the memories of others directly through his mental power, unless the other person says it himself. It seems like the version is too low. Take out all the information you know about psychic technology. Les was very well behaved this time. He did not continue to provoke Su Chen. The scene of how he almost died was still in his mind. If he really died like this, he would be very frustrated. Of the Protoss actually died on such a remote planet. If his former tribesmen knew this, they would definitely laugh at him. Tanya brought over a chip. This storage chip was specially made at the base and could hold a large amount of data. However, Rice took it and looked at it with some disdain. It's only this small. How can it hold so much information about psychic technology? It should be at least 1,000 times larger. The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched. It's 1,000 times bigger. Do you think this is a balloon that can expand whenever you want? Put some first, separate them. Rice had no choice but to start the hard days of burning the psychic technology data. Su Chen asked Su Yi to take him to a special room where there were only Su Yi and Rice, and Su Yi would keep an eye on him. The appearance of Les made Su Chen realize that the universe is not as peaceful as it seems on the surface. Wherever there are people, there are conflicts, not to mention that it is a universe with countless races. By the way, we also have to take over some ancient relics. I wonder what's inside. Thinking of this, Su Chen was a little excited. This ancient relic helped Les escape from a powerful human who could have killed him. It is definitely extraordinary. If this thing is a battle fortress, perhaps even his super fortress cannot compare to it. Thinking of this, Su Chen took Tanya and Zhu Ling to the ancient ruins. Originally, he was only planning to take Tanya with him. After all, Tanya was already his personal maid. However, he did not expect to meet Zhu Ling on the way. Zhu Ling, who was wearing a maid outfit, immediately stunned Su Chen. Commander, Maid Zhu Ling reports to you. Zhu Ling saluted. Su Chen was speechless. Zhu Ling had taken the initiative to be his maid. Was he going to push Zhu Ling away? As a man, how could he refuse? So there was one more person on this trip. Ever since Su Yi completed all the tests and transferred the position of master to Su Chen, the gate there has disappeared, and the special changes in that area have also disappeared. The returning emperor has already ordered the lifting of the blockade in that area, but only left some basic personnel to patrol from time to time. This was not a problem for Su Chen. The three of them quickly arrived at the place where the gate appeared. Before Su Chen could speak, a familiar door appeared. The door opened automatically, and there was no strange scene behind it, only a room that looked very sci-fi. Master, Xiaolu has been waiting for a long time. The voice of artificial intelligence came out. Su Chen strode in, followed closely by Tanya and Zhu Ling. Just by walking through a door, Su Chen felt like he had traveled through a world. Suddenly a platform rose from the ground and appeared in front of Su Chen. There was a blue ball on the platform. Master, please put your hand on it to start identity authentication. The voice of artificial intelligence sounded. Su Chen glanced around and said casually, "Are there any traps?" "Master, please authenticate your identity." The artificial intelligence did not answer and continued to repeat its previous words. Su Chen just said it casually. He didn't think that Rice would set any trap here. Otherwise, when he occupied Zhu Hui's body, he could directly become the owner of the ancient ruins without going through the procedures. The moment Su Chen placed his hand on the blue sphere, the light became brighter, and the dazzling light made the three people unable to open their eyes. Suddenly, a familiar alarm sounded in Su Chen's mind, but this time, the content surprised Su Chen. Alarm, alarm. An invading intelligent life has been detected. Master, would you like to spend 10 million energy to destroy it, or spend 20 million energy to capture it? Intelligent life? The artificial intelligence of this ancient monument is actually more than just a program? This fact surprised Su Chen a little. He didn't expect that Rice would be tricked by a program he created. Chapter 292, Cosmic Races. Su Chen did not hesitate and directly paid 20 million energies to allow the system to capture this intelligent life. Think about it. When Rice's consciousness invaded Su Yi and Bal Chong, it only required 10 million energies. However, capturing an intelligent life actually consumes 20 million energies. This shows how special intelligent life is. I guess Rice would never have imagined that after such a long time, a program he created would actually become an intelligent life. Capture successful. Please receive it, Master. The next second, Xiaolu's voice appeared in Su Chen's mind. Intelligent life Xiaolu. Meet the Master. When did you become an intelligent life? Su Chen asked. When the monument is officially opened. Su Chen thought, isn't this today? I didn't expect that this intelligent life was born not long ago. No wonder Rice didn't discover it. Rice originally set up layers of obstacles in order to prevent the artificial intelligence Little Green from becoming an intelligent life, but he did not expect that he would fail in the end. Do you still want to continue recognizing the Master? Su Chen looked at the blue ball in front of him. Master, this blue sphere was designed for me to occupy your body. I have already recognized you as my master, so there is no need to continue to recognize you as my master. Tell me about this ancient monument. Su Chen was very curious about this thing. The ancient monument was originally a spaceship, which brought a trace of Rice's soul to the Earth. However, when traveling through the stars, it encountered some cosmic disasters and was damaged in many places, so it could only stay on the Earth. So far, only 32% of the ancient monument is still usable, and the area where the Protoss technology is preserved has been severely damaged. Tell me, how much Protoss technology is left? 20%. Su Chen curled his lips. He only had 20% of his skills left, but it was better than nothing. Besides, Rice, a pure God clan member, was still in his hands. As long as he unlocked the level 9 authority, he could truly control Rice. Su Chen came to the command room of the ancient ruins, while Tanya and Zhu Ling went to check various places of the ancient ruins. I have to say that as a spacecraft, the command room of the monument is much more majestic than that of its base. It is like a scene in a movie, with a tall seat in the middle, which is the seat for the owner of the spacecraft. Suddenly, Su Chen thought of a crucial question. Is the spacecraft's power system still usable? The damage to the power system is not serious and can ensure flight below the speed of light. Su Chen was shocked. Even the fastest unit he had could not reach the speed of light. How could the Protoss technology reach this level? In general, this spaceship is the kind that can fly but cannot fight. Commander, we've counted what's inside the spacecraft, and it looks like some of the instruments can be used for research in the combat laboratory. Tanya was the first to come back and report. Not long after, Zhu Ling also came back. Commander, I found a place that preserves some specimens of alien creatures. When Su Chen heard this, he immediately became interested. Specimens of alien creatures? Take me to see it. In a medium-sized laboratory, Su Chen saw specimens of alien creatures. They were pretty much as he had imagined, all strange-looking species that he couldn't tell what they looked like. Inside, he only recognized Zerg specimens and even a human specimen. This was a man who looked quite young, but unfortunately he was dead. His entire body was made into a specimen and looked exactly like them. Little Green, is there any information about races in the spacecraft? Master, this spaceship doesn't have much information. I will pass it on to you now. Pass it to me? Just when Su Chen was confused, a piece of information suddenly entered his mind. It felt like someone was stuffing something into his head, and he screamed out in pain. It took a while for that feeling to disappear. At the same time, Su Chen also learned about humans. In the universe, humans are a race that is neither big nor small, and they occupy a large star region. Above the planets are galaxies, above the galaxies are constellations, and above the constellations are star fields. A star field can be called a star field only if it has at least 10 constellations. Humans are able to own several star fields, and in terms of strength, they are no weaker than other races. There are many cosmic races around the human star region, and the Zerg is one of them, and they are also the mortal enemy of humans. There is not much hatred between the gods and humans. Les is an exception. He was killed by a human strongman purely because he enjoyed the thrill of killing. After getting the information, Su Chen looked at the specimens again and finally recognized some races. There is a race that looks like big trees, called the wards. This race all have the form of plants, but they themselves are not plants. It is very strange. This race likes to use some of the juice from their own leaves and other things to exchange for the supplies they need from other races. In fact, their bodies are more valuable, so they are targeted by many races and are forced to accept protection from humans. Among Rice's specimens there is a ward tribe, which is very rare. Su Chen gained new insights. It was the first time he knew that there were so many differences among the races in the universe. But after searching around, he did not find any specimens of mutant beasts. Those specimens that looked like animals were actually other species and had nothing to do with wild beasts. The information Xiaolu gave him showed that it was almost impossible for the beasts on each planet to develop full intelligence. Once full intelligence appeared, it would be a disaster. Because in the universe, there is only one kind of animal creature that possesses complete intelligence, and that is the star beast. Complete wisdom refers to a level of wisdom that is no less than that of a human adult. Lower-level wisdom does not count. If an animal develops complete intelligence, then there is a very high possibility that it will become a giant beast in the starry sky. A giant beast in the starry sky is enough to make a large race like humans fearful. This result stunned Su Chen. According to this theory, would all the mutant beasts on Earth become giant beasts in the sky? When Su Chen thought about countless star beasts walking out of the Earth in the future, he felt a little cold. Su Chen thought of the two substances, Lanli and Hongsaki, again. It was very abnormal that they could enable the creatures on Earth to have the possibility of becoming giant beasts in the starry sky. How far is this place from the human star region? The data is lost, but based on the analysis of the few remaining data I have, the distance is at least 10 light years. It takes only a dozen light years to reach the center of the human star field? Su Chen was a little surprised. No, the edge of the edge. Su Chen's eyes twitched. Why didn't you say it was in the ravine? Chapter 293, Taking Control of Longxin City. The affairs of the human star domain are too far away, so Su Chen does not consider them. What he has to do now is to clean up the mutant beasts on the Earth. The spaceship still stays here, and no one can find it as long as Xiaolu is willing. Just when he had just returned to the main base, he received a call from Sky Emperor. Su Chen, there is something I want to tell you. There was something wrong with Kong Huang's tone. What's wrong? Su Chen's face became serious. He thought something big had happened. Old Zhu didn't come out. The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched. He thought that Kong Huang was talking about something else, but it turned out to be this. Zhu Hui's body was taken over by a god. He was no longer himself. No one would believe this if Su Chen told anyone about it, so he did not tell anyone. Unexpectedly, he was misunderstood by other emperors. What's going on? Su Chen suddenly became like an actor and asked in a pretending anxious tone. I don't know the specific situation, but everyone else has come out, but old Zhu hasn't. I'm going to finish the things on hand, so I'll go over and take a look. If old Zhu comes out, that's good. If not. At this point, Kong Huang was silent for a moment and continued, I hope you will take over Longxin City. Every human emperor owns a first-level base city, among which Longxin City belongs to Emperor Zhu Hui. If Emperor Ming really cannot come back, someone must replace him. Other emperors all have their own base cities, and Su Chen is an exception. Emperor Kong chose Su Chen not only because Su Chen and Zhu Hui had the best relationship, but also because he was attracted by the emperor's soldiers under Su Chen. These emperors will become a great fighting force for mankind. Su Chen thought about it and decided that taking over Longxin City was not a problem. His original plan was to take over the first-level base city in the end, but he didn't expect that he could take it over in advance. He looked at the progress of his mission. Currently, the number of base cities under his control has reached 72. Basically, only the first-level base cities and some second-level base cities are not under his control. This time, Su Chen learned from the last lesson and placed a combat force capable of suppressing the controller in each base city, thus avoiding the situation of the last battle in the river. What he needs is a completely obedient base city, not a base city that acts on its own. Okay, I believe he will be fine, brother, Su Chen said. Kong Huang chatted casually with Su Chen for a while and ended the call. Kong Huang and Su Chen set a time limit of 3 days. If Zhu Hui did not show up after 3 days, Su Chen would go directly to Longxin City to take over. At that time, he would notify the adjutant of Longxin City to help Su Chen resolve some opposition voices. When a person who is not an emperor takes over a first-level base city, there will definitely be considerable resistance. The biggest resistance will come from the various families in Longxin City, and the biggest one should be the Zhu family, the family that Zhu Hui belongs to. Su Chen had heard that Zhu Hui and the Zhu family did not have a very good relationship, and that Zhu Hui could not stand some of the Zhu family's behaviors. I don't know who will jump out. I'm really looking forward to it. Su Chen smiled. 3 days passed quickly. Kong Huang ran several times, but could not find Ming Huang. He could not even find the gate. In the past, relying on his 8th-level strength, he could enter the ancient ruins, but now the ruins are closed and he can't go in. Su Chen, Longxin City is handed over to you. On this day, Su Chen stood in front of the gate of Longxin City. Compared with a few months ago, the flow of people here was much larger. A wide road has been built on the ground that can accommodate more than a dozen vehicles driving side by side. These roads currently only lead to surrounding gathering places. It will take some time to connect to other base cities. The airport is under construction. Now that humans are no longer threatened by flying mutant beasts, it is only a matter of time before air routes are restored. As for railways, this is not being considered for the time being. Su Chen stood here, followed by 2 maids. When people came and went, they would look at them curiously. In order to avoid being recognized, Su Chen put on sunglasses and a hat. No one could recognize him unless they were very familiar with him. After Su Chen's experience in the last live broadcast room incident, almost everyone knows what he looks like. If he came directly, he would probably be surrounded at the gate. Tanya has hardly ever shown up, and almost no one knows her. As for Zhu Ling, because of her last battle with the Emperor on the Eastern Front, she became famous and was even called the Spirit Emperor. Fortunately, almost no one knew what she looked like. Otherwise, Su Chen would probably have let Zhu Ling sneak in. When entering the city, you need to go through a simple check, especially a blood test, to prevent mutant spies from sneaking in. No matter how much the mutant's appearance changes, their inner selves are still different from humans, especially their blood. Just 1 drop of blood will tell you whether you are human or mutant. Okay, you've passed the inspection. Here are your temporary passes. With this, you can stay in Longxin City for up to 7 days. If you want to live here permanently, you must apply first and pass a series of tests before you can become a citizen of Longxin City. A soldier said to the 3 people. When speaking, the soldier had a strange expression on his face. It was the first time I saw a configuration of a man with 2 maids. Aren't these 2 beauties cold and made costumes? For them who are at level 8, this temperature is no different from usual. This is my first time in Longxin City. I wonder what's the difference between here and other base cities. Su Chen asked. You must have come from a nearby gathering place. If you want to know about the situation in Longxin City, you can find those tour guides. They are absolutely professional. The soldier pointed to a place not far away, where many people were standing in a row. There was a small badge on their chest with the word tour guide written on it. There are still tour guides now? Su Chen was a little surprised. It has not happened for at least several decades. It is because too many people came to Longxin City and they did not know much about Longxin City, so the profession of tour guide emerged. Su Chen found it interesting. Instead of going directly to Longxin City's adjutant, he came to the tour guide. When the tour guide saw Su Chen, who was obviously an extraordinary person, coming over, they all raised their heads and chests, as if they wanted to show their best side. Su Chen nodded secretly. These tour guides did not come over directly, which showed that the management of Longxin City was very good. Otherwise, this place would have become a vegetable market. Su Chen randomly selected a boy who looked to be no more than a teenager. The boy was very happy to see that he was chosen. Sir, I'm tour guide number 342. You can just call me Xiao Ming. The boy was a little shy. If there is any interesting place in Longxin City, Take me to see it. Money is not a problem. Su Chen took out a piece of energy crystal casually. Chapter 294 Red Alert Shopping Center. Xiao Ming saw that Su Chen's attack was a piece of energy crystal. He immediately covered his chest. Oops, this is the feeling of a heart. A myocardial infarction. Sir, the energy crystal is too valuable and I can't make the change. Just give me hope coins. My service fee is 100 hope coins per hour. Xiao Ming secretly looked at Su Chen's expression while speaking. To be honest, this price is not cheap. 100 hope coins are enough for one person's food for 3 days. It's okay. I don't have much else. This is all I have. Su Chen threw the energy crystal to Xiao Ming and said lightly. One first-level energy crystal can be exchanged for at least 1,000 hope coins, which is 10 hours' salary for Xiao Ming. Don't worry, sir. I will make sure you are satisfied with this trip, Xiao Ming said firmly. The other tour guides all saw Su Chen's generosity, but there was nothing they could do. Longxin City regulations did not allow vicious competition among tour guides. As long as the customers took the initiative to choose the tour guide, they could not do anything else. If you violate the regulations of Longxin City, you can forget about being a tour guide. Nowadays, tour guide is definitely a popular profession in Longxin City, and you need a qualification to become a tour guide. First of all, you need to have a good understanding of various places in Longxin City. Secondly, you need to be able to chat. If a tour guide can't even speak, he is not a qualified tour guide. Xiao Ming brought the three of them to another place not far away, where various cars were parked, almost all of which were luxury cars from before the end of the world. Unfortunately, in this era, luxury cars are not valuable, at least not as valuable as they were before the end of the world. People today cannot understand why people before the end of the world would spend so much money to buy a car that was just a means of transportation. Sir, what kind of car would you like to take? Su Chen pointed at a car at random. He had some impression of this car. It seemed to be some kind of stretched Lincoln, which was not something that ordinary people could ride in the past. Xiao Ming went over to negotiate the price, and the four of them got into the car directly. Well, it feels pretty good. We can consider producing some similar cars in the future. Su Chen said this to the two girls. Tanya and Zhu Ling nodded. As long as it was Su Chen's order, they would follow it. Sir, the place I'm going to take you this time is beyond your imagination. Please let me keep it a secret. Xiao Ming actually played a riddle. Su Chen became interested. There was actually such a place in Longxin City. How come he didn't know about it? Longxin City is very large, much larger than other Bay cities. The car drove for about half an hour before it stopped. Sir, this is our destination, Red Alert Shopping Center, Xiao Ming said proudly. Su Chen opened his mouth wide. What appeared in front of him was not something else, but the most familiar thing he was. The Tianren Mecha. Of course, it was not a real Tianren Mecha, but just a one-to-one model. Next to the model, there stood a huge stone with the words, Red Alert Shopping Center, written on it. It was pure gold, blinding Su Chen's eyes. Wait, what's going on? When did I build a shopping mall? Su Chen asked the two girls in his mind. He had no recollection of this matter at all. Su Chen never thought that his Red Alert would actually have a shopping mall. The change of style was a bit too fast. Commander, didn't you say at the beginning that unless there were some major matters that needed to be reported, other minor matters could be left to them to handle themselves? Zhu Ling was a little surprised. I can testify to this matter. The commander did say so. This kind of thing is just a small matter. We don't think it needs to be reported to the commander. Tanya continued. The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched. This matter was indeed a trivial matter, but it just surprised him a little. What's interesting here? Su Chen asked Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming puffed out his chest and said proudly, this place was built by the Red Alert Group, which is under the command of the commander of the Red Alert Base, the first power in the human race. There are three most famous places here. The first is the Red Alert mobile phone store, the second is the Red Battle Flag, and the third is the Red Alert Snacks. These three places are packed with people every day and are very lively. Su Chen blinked. He knew the last two, but what the hell was the mobile phone store? He looked at Zhu Ling and Tanya, and sure enough, it was something they had not reported. Next time, you can give a brief report on these matters. Yes, Commander. Su Chen followed Xiao Ming and walked around the Red Alert shopping center. It was a little different from the one before the apocalypse. The things sold here were mostly divided into two types, food and weapons. That's right, many stores openly sell weapons, but everyone knows that the weapons of Red Flag are the best, but correspondingly, the prices are not very cheap. The cheapest weapons are still those of other brands. In terms of food, Red Alert Snacks is far superior to other stores. Only those who are too lazy to queue up will go there to eat. After all, seafood is only available at Red Alert Snacks. Finally, there are some other stores, but relatively fewer. The entire shopping center was crowded with people. It could be said to be one of the most lively places in Longxin City. Before this, there was only one place that was so lively, and that was Longxin Street. Bang! Just then, a loud noise came from outside. Su Chen went out and took a look. His face darkened. Tianren Mecha model that was more than 10 meters high being pushed down by someone, and various parts were scattered on the ground. It looked like it had crashed. The group that pushed the model down was a group that didn't look like good people, but upon closer inspection, they were all extraordinary people. The weakest is at level 1, and the strongest is actually a level 6 transcendent. Even now, 6th order transcendents are still relatively powerful beings. As long as they show their identities, no one dares to go against them. Who is the person in charge here? The 6th level transcendent shouted nonchalantly. A few minutes later, a man walked over. There was no expression on his face. However, when he saw the broken Tianren Mecha model on the ground, a hint of anger appeared in his eyes. Su Chen felt that the person in charge was actually an anti-aircraft infantryman, but his appearance made Su Chen feel a little uncomfortable. Where's your fucking Italian cannon? Su Chen's memory was holding a large cannon barrel, ready to shoot down planes at any time. The appearance in front of him almost made Su Chen fail to recognize him. I'm the person in charge here. The anti-aircraft infantryman was very confident. He stood in front of the man and looked down at him. TSK, you are so brave that you actually dare to protect mutant spies. As a human being, you are absolutely not allowed to go along with mutants. Red Alert Group, you are getting too arrogant. This person's voice was very loud and could be heard from far away. When those people heard that the Red Alert Group was actually sheltering mutant spies, they couldn't believe it. But this man's determination made them a little shaken. Chapter 295 Conspiracy. What's going on? Would the Red Alert Group be harboring mutant spies? Didn't the commander of the Red Alert base personally find out the mutant spies hiding among us last time? I believe other people can hide, but it's impossible for the Red Alert Group. If there was no evidence, how could that person come to my door so confidently? I know him. He is a captain in our Longxin city, a 6th stage transcendent. His position is not low. Who knows what the real situation is? We just need to be spectators. A group of people gathered around, waiting to see the show. This is the first time that someone has taken direct action against the Red Alert Group. Before, it was done half-heartedly, but now it is done openly. The anti-aircraft infantryman did not show any panic on his face. He said in a steady voice, Red Alert Group has no connection with mutants. Countless people can prove this. What evidence do you have that Red Alert Group is harboring mutant spies? These days, evidence is important. Without evidence, words alone mean nothing. Since I'm here, of course I found evidence. The 6th level transcendent took out a small glass bottle from his body, which contained a gray liquid. This blood was collected from a person in your Red Alert shopping center. The evidence caused an uproar. The Red Alert Group really shelter mutant spies? Was the previous operation just a false alarm, making people think that all the mutant spies were gone? Su Chen, who was standing nearby, frowned. It was obvious that the bottle contained mutant blood, which was not difficult to obtain. Why was the other party so sure that there would be mutant spies in the shopping mall? A bad idea appeared in Su Chen's mind. This must be a conspiracy. If a mutant is really found in the shopping mall, the Red Alert Group will have a hard time defending itself. This is a very low-level means of framing others, but it is quite effective. There was a moment of awkwardness on the anti-aircraft infantryman's face, and it seemed that he had thought of this as well. Under the current circumstances, it is obviously impossible to check the personnel. If this is really done, it will only make people think that the Red Alert Group is guilty. But that is for other people. For Su Chen, he doesn't need to search one by one. System, open the map. A map that only Su Chen could see appeared before his eyes. On the map, a red light spot representing the enemy appeared, right inside the Red Alert shopping center. Su Chen directly enlarged the red light spot and saw the mutant's appearance clearly. Well, it was a female. From the appearance, she didn't look like a mutant at all. Wait, how did she pass the inspection at the door? Su Chen thought of a key question. If he didn't come in through the test, then it means one thing. A traitor has appeared in Longxin City. Someone helped this mutant come in, just to frame the Red Alert Group. No, it should be to frame him. Zhu Ling, go deal with this mutant. Don't get discovered. Zhu Ling nodded, and the next second, without anyone noticing, Zhu Ling seemed to disappear. She didn't disappear. She just used her ability to make her presence disappear without people finding it strange. Su Chen was glad that he brought Zhu Ling with him, Otherwise, anyone's actions would be discovered, and the Red Alert group would have no way to defend themselves. Most people don't believe what they say, they only believe what they see with their own eyes. If Chen was not here, they would see that these people rushed in and captured a mutant spy in the Red Alert shopping center. The key is that this mutant spy is an employee of the Red Alert shopping center. Tell me, who was the one who asked you for the employee quota? Chen's voice appeared in the anti-aircraft infantry's mind. The anti-aircraft infantryman's expression did not change at all. He was just surprised why the commander was here. Commander, there are several families that want a spot for me. The Zhu family, the Xiang family, the Chen family, and the Lu family. Which family is suspicious? Zhu family. The anti-aircraft infantry said without hesitation. Chen believed in the judgment of his subordinates. If he said that there was something wrong with the Zhu family, then it must be the Zhu family. Just as the anti-aircraft infantry was stalling for time with the enemy, Zhu Ling's voice rang out, "Commander, it's done. How did you deal with it?" Chen was a little curious. In this situation, it is definitely very difficult to take someone away. This person pretended to be a salesperson. I took all her merchandise and asked her to go with me to the warehouse to get the goods. I knocked her out and took her away in a deserted place. I am now in the red flag office. Chen secretly gave Zhu Ling a thumbs up, saying that she was worthy of being his maid and had considered every aspect. No matter how arrogant the other party is, they dare not break into the Red Battle Flag's office to search. That would be a slap in the face of the Red Alert base. Everyone knows that the Red Alert base is the largest force in human history, and Commander Chen has become an idol of countless people. If someone were to break in casually, it might cause a conflict between Longxin City and the Red Alert base. A 6th-level transcendent cannot bear such a heavy responsibility. Here, the 6th-order extraordinary person found that he couldn't win the argument, so he could only shout, "I have a search warrant here. You'd better get out of my way. Otherwise, I will accuse you of betraying humanity, and you won't be able to stop me." The anti-aircraft infantry received the commander's notice and knew that everything was settled. He smiled and made way. "You can check other places, but you have no right to enter the 3 places belonging to my Red Alert base." The 6th-level extraordinary person had long known that the mutant spy was inside the shopping mall, not in those 3 places, and he was very confident. But after he and his men searched the shopping mall several times, he was confused. Where was the person? Did the mutant spy run away? Does the head of the family know about this? The 6th-level extraordinary person had never thought that the mutant spy would be captured quietly. The anti-aircraft infantry had been following this man. When he saw him stop, he seemed to say with good intentions, "Didn't you find the person? Do you want me to send someone to help you look for him?" To the 6th-order transcendent, this was a mockery. He snorted coldly and looked at the anti-aircraft infantry with unfriendly eyes. "Did you hide the person? Just because you can't find anyone, you start throwing mud?" The anti-aircraft infantry sneered. The training during this period has made him no longer an ordinary soldier. Anxious 6th-level, Transcendent suddenly remembered that there were still 3 places he had not checked. "The mutant spy must have been hidden by you. Go and search him." The 6th-level extraordinary man waved his hand, and the anti-aircraft infantry stopped them. Chapter 296, It must be the Zhu family. "Stop!" The anti-aircraft infantry yelled. "This is the Red Alert group, which is affiliated with the Red Alert base. Unless you get permission from the commander, no one has the right to enter the Red Alert group to search." The appearance of the word commander suddenly silenced the surroundings. Everyone knew who the commander he was talking about was. It was Chen. 6th-level Transcendent didn't care. He knew that Chen was very powerful, but could he be compared with the Zhu family? The Zhu family is the family of Emperor Huang. There are only a few imperial families, and the Zhu family is definitely one of the more powerful ones. Anyone who can compete with the Zhu family is definitely not a commander. This is Longxin City, not the Red Alert group. The Zhu family has the final say here. The 6th-level Transcendent became angry. He punched the anti-aircraft infantry, and the anti-aircraft infantry reacted, but his strength was far inferior to that of the opponent, and he could not dodge at all. Seeing that the anti-aircraft infantry was about to be bullied, Chen became angry. The commander's rage is not something a mere 6th-level Transcendent can bear. Bump. The 6th-level Transcendent suddenly disappeared, and his fist did not hit the opponent, but was caught by someone who suddenly appeared. This is a 6th-level Transcendent, but a very unfamiliar 6th-level Transcendent. Of course he didn't recognize him. He was a Red Alert soldier. After noticing what was happening here, he came over and stopped the scene in time. Red Alert soldiers cannot be insulted. The Red Alert soldier punched the opponent cleanly, and he bent over in pain. You dare to hit me?" I'm from the Zhu family. Before he could finish, the red alert soldier punched him again and knocked him down. In general, this sixth-order transcendent was very weak. So weak that Su Chun couldn't even imagine it. He should not have been to the front line, right? Su Chun asked the anti-aircraft infantry. He was one of the last people to go to the front line, and he has not gone there yet. Su Chun suddenly realized that if it was someone who had been to the front line, he would never be defeated so easily. When the group of younger brothers at the back saw their boss being knocked down, they all knelt down instantly. This was a 6th-level boss who was even stronger than their boss. They couldn't afford to offend him. Sure enough, long-term comfort has already corroded their hearts. If they were soldiers on the front line, they would rather die than kneel down. Go back and tell the people behind you not to use these despicable means to provoke the Red Alert group. Go away. A group of people hurriedly carried their boss and walked away dejectedly, leaving the onlookers satisfied. It is obvious that these people are just making a mystery this time, saying that the Red Alert group is sheltering mutant spies. How is that possible? After a while, in the Red Battle Flag's office, there were not many people standing here, including the head of the anti-aircraft infantry. See you, Commander. Well, someone is behind this incident. How is the intelligence system in Longxin City going? Su Chun was sitting on a chair. The two women, one serving him tea and the other massaging his shoulders, acted like masters. Commander, our intelligence system has just been established, and we don't know much about the news of some families. But this time, it must have been done by the Zhu family. The anti-aircraft infantry said affirmatively. Why are you so sure? Su Chun was a little surprised. This news has been circulating in Longxin City for a long time. It is said that before Emperor Ming became the emperor, he was maliciously suppressed by the Zhu family. In the end, Emperor Ming became the emperor and did not take action against the Zhu family due to personal feelings. But the relationship with the Zhu family has always been bad. The Zhu family's biggest reliance is Longxin Street, which used to be the most prosperous place in Longxin City, but now it has been taken away by our Red Alert shopping center. At this point, the anti-aircraft infantryman was somewhat proud. After all, he had put in a lot of effort to develop the Red Alert shopping center to its current level. Su Chen understood that it was all about interests. For the sake of profit, the Zhu family is willing to cooperate even with mutants. This is really crazy. If Zhu Hui were here, the Zhu family might have been more restrained. But Zhu Hui hadn't been home for several days, and the Zhu family became restless. As long as the article about mutant spies is done well, the reputation of the Red Alert group will be ruined, and people will return to the embrace of Longxin Street. In this way, the Zhu family will still be the big family that is not short of money. I know what happened. Wake her up first. Su Chen pointed at the unconscious mutant in the corner. Zhu Ling went up and slapped the mutant, and the mutant woke up slowly. When she saw the current situation, she knew she was exposed. Looking at Su Chen and others with a confused look. Who are you and why are you arresting me? I don't have any money. Well, the acting is a bit exaggerated and not very realistic. It needs a few more years of practice. Su Chen commented. The female mutant's expression froze. She saw Su Chen's face. This face was too familiar. Almost every intelligent mutant had seen this photo. This was the mutant's archenemy, the commander of the human Red Alert base, Su Chen. I was captured by the enemy's big boss, and now he seems to want to do something to me. What should I do? Waiting online. Urgent. Are you not going to say anything, Miss Mutant? Su Chen smiled, but to the female mutants, his smile was comparable to the smile of a devil. I don't know anything, just kill me. The mutant admitted defeat and closed his eyes with an expression as if he was willing to die. Zhu Ling and Tanya stared at the mutants closely. As long as Su Chen gave the order, they would kill the mutants in an instant. I'm a little curious about you intelligent mutants. Since you have your own intelligence, you should know who you are. Su Chen said lightly. The female mutant opened her eyes and looked at Su Chen cautiously. She hesitated for a moment and said, I know that we are actually the product of failed human evolution. We have not had any intelligence for decades. It was only recently that we suddenly developed intelligence. No one knows why. You don't know, but I know. Su Chen resisted the urge to say this. The blood wisdom bead was still in his base. Unfortunately, this thing was a disposable item. Only the first creature to come into contact with it would have its racial intelligence stimulated. That was how intelligent mutants appeared. In that case, what do you think of your life? The female mutant was somewhat dissatisfied with the word living before, but facing Su Chen, she didn't dare to say anything. Indeed, in the eyes of humans, mutants are all dead people, which means they were fine when they were alive. I can indeed see some images, but they mean nothing to me. The Emperor said that we are who we are, and we, the new humans, are the most suitable race for this planet. The new humans will surely replace the old humans and become the masters of the earth. The female mutant looked a little fanatical. Just the next second, Tanya calmed her down. Well, physically calmed her down. Chapter 297, Abandoned. The female mutant opened her mouth wide with a dazed expression. Just now, a bullet shot by Tanya passed through her ear and hit the wall behind her. Just a hair's breadth away and her head would have been gone. The calm approach worked well. Tanya retracted the gun and continued to stand behind Su Chen, being her perfect maid. Do you believe the Emperor's words so much? Su Chen asked. Certainly. So do you know what the Emperor wants you to do in here? The female mutant didn't want to answer at first, but she didn't know what she was thinking about, so she actually spoke. Of course, it is to spy on more human intelligence and pass this information back to the Emperor. This is my mission. It was a very versatile answer, and it was also not unexpected for Su Chen. So, have you ever had any contact with human forces? No. Bump. This time the bullet hit her left arm, and she screamed in pain. Gray blood flowed out, emitting a strange smell. Ordinary mutants have no sense of pain, but after becoming intelligent mutants, they have the sense of pain like humans. This is a common problem among intelligent creatures. I said, it will be best for you if you cooperate. If you don't cooperate... Su Chen glanced at the gun in Tanya's hand. The female mutant gritted her teeth and said, yes, I was able to come in because of the Zhu family here. They helped me come in. They have cooperation with the Emperor. Very good. Then do you know that you have been sold out by your Emperor? A strange smile appeared on Su Chen's face. The female mutant sneered, impossible. The Emperor would not do this. Don't try to fool me. Really? Do you know why I found you? Su Chen's words made the female mutant's face change. She just couldn't understand this. The only people who knew her identity were people from the Zhu family. It shouldn't be possible for others to find her, but she was discovered. You are connected to the Zhu family. The female mutant could only think so. As a result, he saw Su Chen shook his head and said, I have nothing to do with the Zhu family, but it is indeed the Zhu family's credit that we were able to find you this time. You probably don't know that the Zhu family sent people to arrest you because I protected you. Impossible. Don't think these words can shake me. Don't underestimate the new human spies. The female mutant felt that her IQ was insulted. Su Chen smiled and snapped his fingers. Suddenly, a translucent interface appeared in the air. Su Chen pointed at the person in the front and said, you should know this person. When the female mutant saw this, her expression changed slightly. Of course she knew this person. He was the one who brought her into Longshin City and was also from the Zhu family. So what? He is now bringing people to look for you everywhere, trying to frame me for your existence. Looking at you, you seem to be completely unaware of it. Tell me, if your Emperor hadn't abandoned you, why would he let the Zhu family do this? Su Chen's words were like the devil's whispers, causing the female mutant's expression to change constantly. She always believed that she came here with a great mission, but the strange thing was that after she entered Longshin City, she had been doing the work of a small employee, and the Emperor did not give any instructions, as if he had forgotten about her. Looking at the shaken expression of this female mutant, Su Chen was very satisfied with his talk. When Su Chen realized that the female mutant was being treated as an abandoned child, an idea popped into his mind. To turn this female mutant against the will of heaven. His spies number 1 and number 3 must replace the Mutant King, but a one-man show is never easy, so Su Chen arranged some actors for them, and this female mutant was chosen by Su Chen. Think about it, if even intelligent mutants betrayed the Mutant King, then when humans rise, mutants will really be nothing to worry about. There are a large number of mutants, most of whom are ordinary mutants who are not afraid of death. Once the mutants really start a war with humans, humans may not be able to withstand the mutants' human wave tactics. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Su Chen believed that this female mutant was definitely not the only one. As long as she could cause some trouble among the mutants, Su Chen's efforts would not be wasted. I won't believe it unless I see it with my own eyes. The female mutant gritted her teeth. It's very simple. Su Chen pointed outside the door, and an early 7th level transcendent appeared outside the office door. All the red alert soldiers blocked the door and prevented him from entering. This matter is of great importance. I hope you can open your office and let me take a look. The 7th level extraordinary people did not rely on their strength to barge in. All the 7th level extraordinary people in Longshin City knew that their own Lord Huang had a very special relationship with the commander of the red alert base. If they cause trouble here, he will definitely be punished when the Emperor Ming returns. I've told you, there are no mutant spies here. Please go back. The anti-aircraft infantry said calmly. We have received a report from the Zhu family saying that you are harboring mutant spies. They have evidence in their hands. If you don't get out of the way, don't blame me. The 7th level Transcendent's expression condensed, and he was ready to break in by force. This matter involves mutant spies and is no small matter. He would rather be scolded by Lord Huang than have any problems occur in Longxin City. From this, it can be seen that this extraordinary person is not from the Zhu family. The sound was so loud that it could be heard inside the office. The female mutant finally believed that she had been deceived. Su Chen raised the corner of his mouth. His goal was achieved. Next, it was his turn to take the stage. Just when the 7th level Transcendent was about to take action, the door of the office suddenly opened. Who's making noise outside? Su Chen strode out of the office, and all the red alert soldiers stood on both sides and saluted collectively. See you, Commander. The sound was deafening and the momentum went straight to the sky. The 7th level extraordinary person shuddered. He could not have imagined that the commander of the red alert base would be here. No wonder these people were determined not to let him in. Fortunately, he did not break in. Otherwise, he would anger this big guy, and even Lord Huang might not be able to save him. At his level, he didn't know that Su Chen had an emperor under his command, but he knew that Su Chen must have a 7th level Transcendent under his command. I didn't expect it to be Commander Su Chen. Why didn't you inform us when you came? We will send someone to greet you immediately. All the 7th level Transcendents had to bow when facing Su Chen. Originally, I just came here to see the developments here, but I didn't expect to hear someone say that I'm sheltering mutant spies here. Is that true? Su Chen looked at him expressionlessly. 7th level Transcendent smiled bitterly in his heart. He wished he could kill the person who sent him the message. Su Chen's personal appearance here meant that the news was false. You kidding me that he would harbor mutant spies? Chapter 298. Come and slap in the face. Everyone knows that it was Su Chen who exposed the existence of mutant spies. Otherwise, humans would not know about mutant spies at all. As for the claim that Su Chen colluded with the mutants and did it on purpose, no one believed it. Su Chen is the commander of the Red Alert Base, the most powerful force in human history. If he betrays humanity, will the human emperor still trust him so much? These things flashed through the mind of the 7th level extraordinary man, and then he smiled and said, Sir Su, someone did report this to me, and I came here to verify it. But now it seems that this is a pure false accusation. Please rest assured, Sir Su, I will handle this matter impartially. Su Chen took a look at this extraordinary person. He spoke very well, and it was obvious at first glance that he was a person who cared about appearances. Who told you that? 7th level extraordinary person did not hesitate at all. Zhu family. He is a 7th level transcendent being and is not afraid of the Zhu family at all. He is not afraid of the Zhu family's revenge even if he speaks out. He knows that Lord Huang does not have a good relationship with the Zhu family. The Zhu family can exist because of the kindness of Emperor Ming. How are the results of the examination here? There is no problem. This is all false news. I will announce it immediately. The 7th level transcendent was startled and understood the meaning of Su Chen's words. An event that could have potentially detonated the relationship between the Red Alert Base and humans just disappeared into thin air. People outside have been waiting for the results of the investigation. Finally, a 7th level extraordinary person announced that the Red Alert Group's harboring of mutant spies was completely false. Now people were finally relieved, and the Red Alert shopping center became even more popular because of this incident. Of course, these are all things that happened later. After this incident happened, Su Chen took some people to a place where the Zhu family lived. The Zhu family is the largest family in Longxin City and has the support of Emperor Ming. Who dares to go against the Zhu family? It is true that the Ming Emperor and the Zhu family were not on good terms, but no matter what, the Ming Emperor had the surname Zhu and the blood relationship could not be escaped. Others were wary of this and would give in to the Zhu family in many places. This leads to the Zhu family all being arrogant, as they are the biggest in Longxin City. Zhu Xiao, the eldest of the younger generation of the Zhu family, is a playboy. His favorite thing to do every day is to drive the most high-end luxury car and go out to look for beautiful women. Just then, he discovered two beauties, and the key point is that both of them were wearing maid outfits. Hee, the black-haired beauty is pretty good, cool enough. I like it. Damn, there are foreign beauties. These days foreign beauties are fewer than giant pandas. Zhu Xiao's eyes almost popped out, with an obscene smile on his face. Su Chen had discovered this a long time ago. In this world, most of the surviving humans are yellow-skinned people with black hair and black eyes. Only a very small number are blonde, white, and black people. No matter where these people are, They will enjoy the treatment of giant pandas, which means being watched. There are few white people and even fewer beauties. This is the first time in many years that Zhu Xiao has seen such a beautiful blonde. How could he let her go? Hi, two beauties. Nice to meet you. I'm Zhu Xiao, the eldest son of the Zhu family. Are you interested in having dinner with me? Zhu Xiao parked the car right next to them and showed what he considered to be his most charming smile. Zhu Xiao only had eyes for two beauties, and the man in front of the beauties was automatically ignored by him. Chen found it a little funny. He used to think that this kind of plot only appeared in TV dramas, but he didn't expect to encounter it in real life. Zhu Xiao, this should be a member of the Zhu family. There's really no need to look for them. Tanya and Zhu Ling didn't even look at Zhu Xiao and continued to follow Su Chen. When Zhu Xiao saw it, he immediately became interested. It would be too boring if the other party was easily controlled by him. Beauty, where are you going? Zhu Xiao persisted. Zhu family. This sentence was said by Su Chen. Zhu Xiao looked at Su Chen with dissatisfaction. I'm talking to a beautiful woman. Why are you butting in? Snap. In an instant, Zhu Xiao found that 3 guns were pointed at his head, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. These 3 guns naturally belong to Tanya and Zhu Ling. They carry their weapons with them and naturally use space technology. Wait, we can talk it over. Zhu Xiao gave in. Tell me, who does Zhang belong to? Zhang is the name of the 6th level transcendent. You know Zhang? Zhu Xiao was surprised. When he saw Su Chen's unfriendly look, he suddenly realized his current situation. He immediately said, Zhang is my second uncle's man and has been working for him. Very good. Take us to find your second uncle. Su Chen said, and got into the car directly. Under the pressure of guns, Zhu Xiao had no choice but to agree. Although he was a transcendent, he was only a 3rd-level transcendent and had no ability to resist guns. Soon, the car arrived at the gate of the Zhu family. It was a mansion occupying a large area and had a private courtyard. Young master. The 2 people guarding the door were actually 4th-order transcendents. After seeing Zhu Xiao's car, they called out respectfully and opened the door directly. They never thought that someone would kidnap their eldest master. Zhu Xiao smiled bitterly in his heart and drove the car in. When they got to the front of the villa, a butler came to open the door. The moment he saw the butler, Zhu Xiao shouted, Butler, save me. The butler's eyes changed, and he instantly transformed from an ordinary old man into a powerful supernatural being. He pulled Zhu Xiao behind him and looked at Su Chen and others with a wary look. At the same time, many extraordinary people appeared from various places. They were all bodyguards hidden in the Zhu family. Master, what's going on? Asked the butler. I don't know either. They kidnapped me on the way and said they were coming to look for my second uncle. The second son of the Zhu family, Zhu Weizhong, also known as Master Zhu Heir, is the second most important person in the Zhu family. What do you want to do? The butler asked in a deep voice. Su Chen looked around, calm and composed, as if the people around him were just a crowd of onlookers. You don't know me? The butler's heart moved. What the other party said, could it be that he is some big shot? The butler took a closer look and found that the other person was very young, with an aura of a superior, a feeling he had only seen in his master. Suddenly, the butler thought of someone. You are Su Chen, the commander of the Red Alert base? The butler exclaimed. When the people around heard this, they all cried out in shock. Commander Su Chen, now known as the Emperor of Humanity, is the commander of the Red Alert base, humanity's largest force. To say much about the influence, the key is the strength of the Red Alert base. There are rumors that there is a Red Alert base around each base city. The key is that the Red Alert base has not refuted the rumor, which is scary. Chapter 299, Are You the Emperor? It seems that I am also a celebrity. Su Chen smiled. The housekeeper thought of something. Su Chen came to the door. Could it be that the Zhu family had offended him? The butler had no idea what happened today. As a butler, he didn't have time to surf the internet all day. Call out his second uncle. Su Chen pointed at Zhu Xiao and said. The butler had a bad feeling in his heart, so he could only calm Su Chen down and report the matter. Please wait in the hall, Lord Su. I will go and report. Su Chen nodded slightly and strode towards the hall, as if he treated this place as his own home. Not long after, a middle-aged man who looked like a ruthless person walked in from outside. He was Zhu Weizhong. Haha, I just heard from the butler that Commander Su Chen came to my Zhu family. I couldn't believe it. I didn't expect it to be true. Nice to meet you. Master Zhu laughed heartily and extended his hand more than 10 meters away. But Su Chen just drank his tea calmly and had no intention of shaking hands with him. Master Zhu's eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness. He put down his hands, as if nothing had happened just now. He sat down naturally and asked, I wonder what brings Master Su to my Zhu family? Su Chen was too lazy to waste time with this kind of person, so he said directly, Zhang Gao is back. Master Zhu kept his expression unchanged and continued to listen to Su Chen. Su Chen knew that the other party was ready so quickly because he must have known what was happening over there. You framed my red alert base. Do you know what the consequences will be? Su Chen's voice was indifferent, but his words stunned the housekeeper and Zhu Xiao beside him. Mr. Zhu falsely accused the red alert base. What is going on? The smile on Master Zhu's face disappeared, revealing his most common cold expression. This was done by my men privately. I have punished him. For what he did, I can only say sorry. It was all a misunderstanding. Su Chen chuckled. He wanted to explain everything with just one word, misunderstanding. Did he think that no one in the Zhu family would dare to touch him? If Zhu Hui were here, Su Chen might give him some face. But now Zhu Hui's body is occupied by rice and he cannot recover in a short time. So now here, Su Chen has the final say. The most important point is that with the approval of other emperors, Su Chen will control Longxin City. This has not been announced yet, and only the adjutant knows about it in the entire Longxin City. Su Chen didn't say anything, he just waved his hand, and in an instant, Zhu Ling's figure moved. Mr. Zhu had a very ugly expression on his face. A sniper rifle was pointed at his forehead, making him dare not move. Su Chen, this is the Zhu family of Emperor Ming, how dare you? Master Zhu shouted in a fierce manner. He knew that his identity could not intimidate Su Chen, so he could only use Zhu Hui's identity. Whenever he did this in the past, the other party would be afraid of Emperor Ming and restrain themselves, but he miscalculated this time. Su Chen had no intention of asking Zhu Ling to put down the gun, so Master Zhu gave in. Master Su, I can hand Zhang Gao over to you. Please ask your maid to put the gun away. Zhu Ling put the gun away. Master Zhu breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time he could not help being shocked. Where did this maid hide the gun? It's unscientific to just take such a big sniper rifle. You seem to have misunderstood what I meant. My target is not Zhang Gao, but you. Su Chen's words made Zhu Yiri look very ugly. He had already admitted defeat, but Su Chen still seemed unyielding, which made Zhu Yiri, who had always been in an advantageous position, very angry. At this moment, Master Zhu's expression changed. If he had been more restrained before, now he immediately returned to his true nature. Su Chen, don't think you can be arrogant just because you are the commander of the Red Alert base. This is the Zhu family, my territory. Master Zhu shouted loudly. Oh, and then what? Su Chen glanced at him casually, and this glance made Master Zhu completely lose his mind. Get started. Along with Master Zhu's roar, two figures appeared on the scene in an instant and attacked Su Chen. The energy fluctuations emanating from the two of them were actually from two 7th-level transcendents. As expected of the Zhu family, they not only have an 8th-level emperor like Huang, but also two 7th-level transcendents. This kind of foundation is not possessed by other families. For an ordinary family, having one 7th-order transcendental being is already a blessing. But now the Zhu family actually has two 7th-order transcendental beings. The appearance of two 7th-level transcendents gave Zhu Yiri full confidence. He wanted to capture Su Chen and then take over his Red Alert base. He hadn't had this idea originally, but just now, his ambition suddenly popped up, which even he found incredible. Su Chen, it's such a waste to give you the Red Alert base. Only I am qualified to control such a huge force. After I control the Red Alert base, brother, it's time for you to change your position. Master Zhu's mind was full of fantasies about the future. Of course, fantasy is just fantasy, and Zhu Yiri's expression changed the next second. The moment they saw the other two people starting to attack, Tanya and Zhu Ling were ready to take action, but were stopped by Su Chen. Because Su Chen is ready to do it himself. Just two 7th-level transcendents. For Su Chen, whose strength has reached the 8th level, it is too easy to deal with them. The two women do not think they are a threat. But in the eyes of the two 7th-level transcendents, the three people in front of them seemed to be frightened and did not move. Suddenly, they felt a flash of silver light, followed by a feeling of pain and numbness throughout their bodies. They fell directly to the ground without even a scream. Su Chen's hand, and he looked at Master Zhu with a smile on his lips. But this smile scared him so much that he almost peed himself to death. These are two 7th-order transcendents. If the Emperor doesn't come out, they will be the strongest. However, two people who were capable enough to be the controllers of the base city in the past were defeated in just one move and lay on the ground like two dead dogs. You are the Emperor? Master Zhu said this guess with trembling hands. He could only think of the Emperor as the one who could kill two 7th-level transcendents in seconds. After all, even if he is at the peak of level 7, it would not be so easy to defeat two level 7 transcendents. It seems that your eyes are not blind. Do you think that the relationship between me and Brother Zhu is really achieved only by relying on the Red Alert base? Su Chen asked back. In fact, it is true. Until now, Zhu Hui still doesn't know Su Chen's strength, but Zhu Yiri doesn't know. He suddenly reacted. Yes, Su Chen was not an emperor. How could he be on the same level as Zhu Hui? This was a treatment only available to emperors. So it was obvious that Su Chen was also an emperor. Master Zhu felt that his life was becoming gloomy. He actually had to deal with an emperor. Wasn't this courting death? Chapter 300. Master Zhu, die. Joining forces with mutants is an unforgivable crime. Just for this reason, even if Zhu Yiri didn't die, he would have to stay on the front line for the rest of his life, doing the most dangerous things until he died. This kind of life is not what he wants. Plop. Master Zhu suddenly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Su Chen. Master Su, please forgive me. I was just momentarily possessed by the devil. I really don't want to do this. Su Chen was too lazy to talk to this person. He waved his hand, and Tanya took out a pistol from her body and shot Zhu Yiri in the head. The second master of the Zhu family died in his own mansion. As soon as the gunshot was heard, all the Zhu family members around heard it and ran over, wanting to know who dared to shoot at the Zhu family. When they broke into the mansion, they were shocked to find Mr. Zhu's body lying on the ground. Not far away, Zhu Xiao and the housekeeper were hugging each other in fear. Killing Mr. Zhu in the Zhu family mansion is simply shocking. Young Master Butler, what happened here? A member of the Zhu family ran over and asked. Nothing happened. Everyone get out? The butler seemed to have thought of something and shouted at these people. Those who were here just now heard clearly that Su Chen had already become the emperor. An emperor appeared here and killed Master Zhu. Once this matter gets out, it might cause a big chaos. The housekeeper must suppress the news. A level 6 transcendent who was protecting the Zhu family mansion. Upon hearing the butler's voice, he hesitated and looked over there quietly. Then he saw someone he was very familiar with. Of the Red Alert base, Su Chen. Could it be that Su Chen killed Master Zhu? Is he going to have a falling out with Emperor Huang? The thought that a human emperor and the largest human force would fall out over this matter. Everyone get out. Don't tell anyone what happened here. Otherwise you will know the Zhu family's rules. The 6th level transcendent shouted and drove away his men. Then he came in front of Su Chen, and only then he discovered that there were two people lying on the ground. His heart trembled, and he recognized the identities of these two people. They were two 7th level transcendents from the Zhu family with extraordinary status. Even two 7th level transcendents were defeated, so he didn't dare to have any thoughts in his mind. Sir Su, I have already reported this matter to the Patriarch. The Patriarch will be here soon. I hope Sir Su can wait for a while. The 6th level transcendent said this. He was very panicked. He was worried that Su Chen would kill him if he was unhappy. Well, this matter should indeed be told to the head of the Zhu family. I'll wait here for a while. Su Chen pointed to the ground and said, by the way, clean this place up. It's an eyesore. The 6th level extraordinary person quietly wiped his cold sweat and hurriedly ordered people to do things. The following matters were not something he could handle. Zhu Xiao and the butler did not move. They dared not go out without Su Chen's order. After all, they were the only ones who knew that Su Chen was the emperor, and they were worried that Su Chen would kill them to keep the secret. In this feeling of living day by day like a year, they finally waited for the arrival of the head of the Zhu family. The head of the Zhu family was an old man who looked quite kind. He was wearing a black coat and walked up to Su Chen alone. Commander Su Chen, this should be the first time we meet. I didn't expect that our first meeting would be in this kind of occasion. The head of the Zhu family said with a smile. You should know the whole process of the incident, so I won't say more. Cooperating with mutants is something that humans cannot tolerate. He just happened to run into my gun. Do you have any objection to killing him? The head of the Zhu family was very silent. No matter what, Zhu Weizhong was his younger brother. His brother was killed by the person in front of him, but he should thank the other party. Otherwise, once this matter gets out, the entire Zhu family will be affected. I have no objection. Haha, you're quite patient. It's said that a 1,000-year-old turtle lives 10,000 years longer. Your endurance is much higher than I thought. I killed him, and you didn't even fart? Su Chen said sarcastically. The head of the Zhu family did not speak, but the butler beside him could not help but said, Master Su, even if you are the commander of the Red Alert base, you cannot treat my master like this. The Master was on the front line against the mutant beasts. If the Master had not had any problems with his body, the Emperor would have long been. Alu, don't say anything more. The head of the Zhu family shouted in a low voice, and the housekeeper stopped. Chen showed an interesting look on his face. It's not easy to sing a solo crosstalk. So now you want to sing a duet? I won't talk about other things. I'll just say one thing. As the head of a family, would you not know what Zhu Weizhong did? Even if you don't know about this, he specially asked someone to pick up an outsider and come to Longxin City and also arrange things. You must know these things, right? If it weren't for Su Chen's spiritual power that could vaguely sense other people's inner thoughts, he would have been deceived by the Zhu family's superficial appearance. This old guy is very dark inside. Zhu Weizhong is far worse than him. It can be said that all of Zhu Weizhong's actions were seen by him, but he did not stop them. Instead, he let them develop. In other words, he also hoped that Zhu Weizhong's actions could have an impact on the Red Alert base. Even more seriously, if this situation occurs in Longxin City, the Ming Emperor will definitely take action, and a conflict will arise between the Ming Emperor and the Red Alert base. This is a great thing for the Zhu family. I'm really curious, what did you do to Brother Zhu in the first place that you would rather he die in battle than cooperate with the mutants? The reason why Su Chen let the head of the Zhu family live until now was because he wanted to know this matter. After all, not many people know about that incident. Even ants try to survive, let alone the head of a big family, the master of the Zhu family, who was very experienced and could see at a glance that Su Chen had murderous intentions towards him. Zhu Weizhong is dead, so one more doesn't make a difference. 7th level Transcendence still lying on the ground fully demonstrated the strength of Su Chen's side. He didn't dare to come up with some crooked ideas, so now there was only one way for him to choose, and that was to listen to Su Chen. From the mouth of the head of the Zhu family, Su Chen finally knew what had happened to Zhu Hui. Zhu Hui is a member of the Zhu family, but he is an illegitimate child. Zhu Hui's father is the youngest son of the head of the Zhu family, which means that Zhu Hui is the old man's grandson. But the old man never treated Zhu Hui as his own grandson. After Zhu Hui's identity was exposed, Zhu Hui's miserable days began. There is no need to explain the details, as they are basically shown in the TV series. Zhu Hui is also full of resentment towards the Zhu family. But that day changed Zhu Hui. Chapter 301 Zhu Hui's Past. On the day of the end of the world, Zhu Hui discovered that his body had changed. In the past, he was skinny and weak, and his peers could easily bully him. But after he noticed the changes in his body, he knew that he was different. Zhu Hui became a transcendent, and he became a first-level peak transcendent all at once. One step ahead, all steps ahead. Zhu Hui relied on his own huge advantages to rise rapidly and become the emperor. For a period of time, he seemed to have forgotten the existence of the Zhu family. However, the head of the Zhu family, this old man, took the initiative to find Zhu Hui and said that he wanted Zhu Hui to return to his ancestral home. At that time, Zhu Hui was not yet an emperor, but only a 6th-order transcendent. The Zhu family also had a 6th-order transcendent, which gave the old man the confidence. Zhu Hui was naturally unwilling, so the old man took out his trump card, a woman Zhu Hui liked, to threaten Zhu Hui. That woman was just an ordinary person and had no power to resist the Zhu family. Zhu Hui had no choice but to agree to become a member of the Zhu family. But Zhu Hui never considered himself a member of the Zhu family from the beginning to the end, and the head of the Zhu family didn't care. What he cared about was Zhu Hui's future. Sure enough, Zhu Hui did not disappoint him and became the emperor, and the Zhu family became the largest family in Longxin City. However, because of the matter with that woman, the relationship between the Zhu family and Zhu Hui has always been bad. In the middle, the woman got a strange disease that could not be cured with current technology. Eventually, the woman died of the disease, and Zhu Hui never remarried since then. Old man, you are so shameless that you threaten him with a woman that someone else likes. I didn't kill you later because of our blood relationship, but Su Chen's eyes turned cold. I have nothing to do with the Zhu family. I will do what you can't do. The head of the Zhu family trembled, and his voice was trembling. Su, Lord Su, I didn't do this myself. It was Wei Zhong who did it. It has nothing to do with me. The same thing happened back then. He did it too. Seeing that Su Chen's expression did not change, the head of the Zhu family seemed to understand something. His expression changed and became hysterical and crazy. Su Chen, don't think that I will be afraid of you just because you are the commander of the Red Alert base. This is Longxin City, the territory of my Zhu family. Without the order of the emperor, if you kill a family head for no reason, you will be hated by all mankind. You're going to resort to force if soft tactics don't work? In order to let you die peacefully, I'm going to tell you one thing. From today on, Longxin City will be under my control. Su Chen's words were like a thunderbolt, striking the Zhu family. Longxin City is handed over to Su Chen? What about Emperor Ming? Impossible. The Emperor Ming is still alive. How could he hand over Longxin City to you? Unless the head of the Zhu family thought of a possibility. There is only one situation where a first-level base city will be controlled by others, and that is when the Emperor falls. But they saw the Emperor Ming a few days ago, so it is impossible that something happened in the past few days, especially since there is no news yet. Brother Zhu, go and do something very important. For a period of time, Longxin City will be in charge of me. As the supreme controller of Longxin City, it should be okay to punish a disobedient family in the jurisdiction, right? Su Chen said with a smile. The head of the Zhu family stopped talking. It was not just okay, it was what he should do. Regardless of whether they are the emperor or the controller, their words are supreme for their own base city. No one else will intervene unless something big has been done that infuriates God and the people. A bitter smile appeared on the face of the head of the Zhu family. Ever since the Zhu family gained the corresponding status with the help of Zhu Hui's strength, he has never had a bitter smile on his face. He sighed and looked at Su Chen. Lord Su, this matter has nothing to do with other people. I hope Lord Su will allow the Zhu family to continue to exist for the sake of Emperor Ming. Okay, I'm not someone who likes to kill innocent people. Before he finished speaking, the head of the Zhu family suddenly rushed towards Su Chen. His face was fierce, and there was no sign of remorse on his face. Su Chen, go to hell. The head of the Zhu family knew that Su Chen would not let him go, so this was his last chance. He must catch Su Chen and get the Red Alert base from Su Chen. He believed that if he could obtain the Red Alert base, with the help of the base's power, becoming an 8th-rank emperor would not be a problem. From the head of the Zhu family actually reached the 7th level. Su Chen found it a little funny. What gave them the courage to think that he was a soft persimmon? Bump. Su Chen placed a finger on the brow of the Zhu family head. The Zhu family head's eyes were full of astonishment and confusion. He couldn't believe that he had given it his all, but failed to even touch Su Chen's clothes. Patriarch Zhu could feel that the vitality in his body was disappearing rapidly. He looked at Su Chen with sudden enlightenment. So, you are the emperor. With a thud, the body of the head of the Zhu family fell to the ground. When he was dying, he finally realized that Su Chen was an emperor. It was ridiculous that he actually launched a sneak attack on the emperor. He was really courting death. Dad. Zhu Shao burst into tears. The reason why he could live so happily and carefree was none other than the head of the Zhu family. Now that the head of the Zhu family is dead, and even the second master is dead, he feels that the bridge of the Zhu family is collapsing. Su Chen heard the word dad. He almost spit out his mouth. Before, he had not realized that Zhu Shao was actually the old man's eldest son. In other words, he was actually Zhu Hui's uncle? Damn, this guy must have had plastic surgery. This face doesn't look like someone in his 40s or 50s. I really don't know how many good things of the Zhu family Zhu Shao has wasted to have such a youthful appearance. I have to say, it is not a lie that spending money can make you stronger. After a while, a piece of news spread throughout Longxin City. The head of the Zhu family and his younger brother, Master Zhu, are both dead. These two were both well-known figures in Longxin City. When something happened to them, Longxin City was in turmoil. Su Chen had no idea how shocking what he had done was. At this time, he came to a place where the adjutant lived. Su, sir, you are finally here. Seeing Su Chen appear, the adjutant was very confused about how to address him. Theoretically, the other party is his superior, so he should call him, Your Majesty the Emperor, but Su Chen is not the emperor. The other emperors should have told you what happened. I just came here to go through the formalities. Su Chen said casually. The adjutant was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Taking over Longxin City was no small matter, and this person actually said that it was just a formality. If you can get a first-level base city just by going through the formalities, I guess everyone would be willing to do it. I will issue a global announcement shortly, announcing that Lord Su will become the new supreme ruler of Dragonheart City, and it will be witnessed by all human emperors. Chapter 302 Emperor Su. Before the cause of death of the head of the Zhu family was investigated, the people of Longxin City discovered that there was another big news in their base city. Su Chen will take over Longxin City and become the supreme controller of Longxin City. What the hell? Commander is stunned. From now on, I am a Red Alert member. Don't say the fuck upstairs. The fuck is outdated. Now you should shout. Daddy, please give me your thigh. Dad is nothing if you dare. Shout with me. Grandpa, your grandson is here. Great-great-great-grandpa, your great-great-great-grandson is here. I don't want his thighs or calves. I just want 998. Take your grandson home. All of a sudden, Su Chen had countless grandchildren on the internet. This incident is so shocking. How come the person in charge of Longxin City has changed? Where is Emperor Ming? In response to this, the adjutant of Longxin City explained that Lord Ming Huang had gone to do something very important and would not be able to manage Longxin City in a short period of time. Therefore, Longxin City would be managed by Lord Ming Huang's most trusted brother Su Chen. This matter was confirmed by other human emperors. Not only Longxin City, but also other base cities where emperors are located have issued statements supporting Su Chen's takeover of Longxin City. For a time, people were in favor of it. The only thing that people criticize is that Su Chen himself is not an emperor. How can a person who is not an emperor be qualified to manage a first-level base city? This point was difficult for some people to accept, and the families in Longxin City were the most upset. When Emperor Ming was still alive, they lived a relatively comfortable life. Now that a new boss has come, who knows what will become of them in the future? They would rather keep things the same as before than have a new boss emerge and break their rules. In the main hall of Longxin City, the previous adjutant is still the adjutant. He thought that Su Chen would replace his position after taking office. Tanya and Zhu Ling are just maids and will not do the work of adjutants. Su Chen will not stay in Longxin City forever. This will still be Zhu Hui's place in the future. The succession ceremony was a bit complicated. Su Chen was a person who didn't like complexity, so he simply simplified the process to the simplest level. It took less than half an hour to complete the whole process. In this way, Su Chen officially took charge of Longxin City. Sir, the results of Longxin City's support rate and statistical distribution are out, but the adjutant was a little afraid to speak. Is it because my support rate is very low, and most people don't think highly of me? Su Chen guessed what he meant. The adjutant could only nod. No matter how powerful Su Chen's original identity as a commander was, as long as he was not an emperor, he would never be able to match the emperor. Su Chen became the supreme controller of Longxin City, which was opposed by most people in Longxin City. Of course, it was not ruled out that some of them were secretly obstructing him. Do you know how to deal with this matter as quickly as possible? The adjutant was stunned and shook his head. I don't know. That is to wait until they jump out themselves, and then catch them all in one fell swoop. Su Chen's eyes seemed to penetrate the hall. The adjutant's heart trembled. He knew that the new supreme controller must be angry. It is said that a new official will make 3 big moves upon taking office, but up to now, no one has seen Su Chen take any action. This makes those people complacent and think that Su Chen is nothing special. When people are proud, they will leave a tail. At first they only said this in secret, but later they actually started talking about Su Chen openly. Of course, they were all negative news, describing Su Chen as an ominous person who would lead Longxin City to destruction. Su Chen couldn't help but admire their imagination. Why don't you write novels? The base city is in need of talents like you. Su Chen was silent for 2 days, and they became arrogant for 2 days. Until the 3rd day, when they were still showing off everywhere, a piece of news spread throughout Longxin City. The person who killed the head of the Zhu family and the second master Zhu was Su Chen. Not only that, not long ago, Su Chen went alone to a family second only to the Zhu family and killed all the extraordinary people in this family. Only ordinary people and the elderly, the weak, women and children were left, shocking the whole city. Some people think that Su Chen is a tyrant, while the adjutant gave a series of evidence to prove how many bad things this family had done. These things were enough to make everyone in their family die. These are secondary. The most important thing is that they noticed a problem. That is, this family actually has a 7th level peak transcendent, and Su Chen crushed the opponent in a head-on battle. Everyone was silent. Apart from the emperor, was there anyone else who could easily deal with a 7th order peak transcendent? This time, Longxin City was in an uproar. Lord Su is actually the emperor? Isn't this a lie? Unbelievable, too unbelievable. I didn't expect that Lord Su would become the emperor. I know, Lord Su must have deliberately concealed his strength, preparing to reveal his strength when dealing with mutant beasts, but he didn't expect to be forced to reveal it by the Zhu family. The Zhu family is the center of all mankind. It's really not worth it for Lord Su. He became the emperor but didn't tell anyone because he was thinking about humanity. But some people actually let Lord Su's efforts go to waste for their own selfish interests. From now on, I will bite anyone with the surname Huang to death when I see him. Don't get excited upstairs. My last name is Huang too, but I'm not from the Zhu family in Longxin City. I also despise that kind of people. They don't deserve sympathy. At the beginning, some people complained that Su Chen was too extreme and even wiped out the Huang family. But not long after, the public opinion on the internet changed. A group of people apologized for Su Chen and denounced the Huang family. They all felt it was a pity. If Su Chen's strength could have been hidden forever, he would have definitely caught the mutant beast off guard. They realized it later. How could the other emperors let someone who was not an emperor control a first-level base city? It must be that those emperors knew Lord Su's strength, so they made such a choice. Confused when they heard the news. Su Chen is the emperor? How is this possible? It's not enough that your subordinates are so awesome. He himself is so awesome. Can't you give them a chance to survive? To be honest, Su Chen himself didn't expect that his display of emperor strength would cause so many troubles. He just liked to use facts to slap people in the face and really didn't think too much about it. Since Su Chen is the emperor, he should have a title of emperor, which every emperor has. Some emperors are self-proclaimed. Some are given the title by the people, and Su Chen's title is the second one. Emperor Su. Su Chen is definitely the first person to use his surname as the title of emperor. Suddenly, the title of Emperor Su became the most popular word on the internet. Even the soldiers on the 4 major fronts knew about Emperor Su. Chapter 303, Let's Make a Deal. Left Longxin City quietly, leaving all matters to his adjutant, unless he encountered something he could not handle. After returning to the main base, Su Chen went straight to a special room. Why special? This room is made of a special alloy that can defend against the attacks of 7th-level strongmen, and even Su Chen doesn't have many of them here. There are all kinds of things inside. There are only 2 people living here, one is Su Yi, and the other is naturally less. In the past few days, under Su Yi's supervision, Rice did not stop at all and kept recording the spiritual technology of the gods. Oh, are you busy? Su Chen joked. Rice glanced at Su Chen and continued working, looking like he didn't want to pay any attention to Su Chen. Su Chen felt amused that he actually still had a temper. If it weren't for Brother Zhu, Su Chen would have killed this guy long ago. As a member of the God Clan, who knows what means he would use? Su Chen has never let go of his surveillance on him. Do you want to go out and breathe some fresh air? Su Chen said casually while sitting in a chair. Les's expression changed, and he finally spoke. Will you let me out? Rice knew that he was now a prisoner, so he did not make any requests. He knew very well that Su Chen would never agree to him. Didn't expect Su Chen to take the initiative to bring it up. He felt that the opportunity had come. Why not? Just going out for a walk? It's nothing, unless you don't want to go out. Rice couldn't wait to interrupt Su Chen and said, I've wanted to get out for a long time. I've been sleeping in the spaceship for countless years. I finally woke up, but ended up staying here for several days. I'm going crazy. Let's make a deal. As long as you do your best to bring out the Protoss technology, I can appropriately meet some of your small requests. Of course, it's best if there are no traps in these technologies. If I find out that you are playing tricks with the technology, then I'm sorry, you will stay here for the rest of your life. Su Chen knew that blindly exploiting was not a solution. Sooner or later, Rice would become resentful. For example, if he arbitrarily changed the parameters of a certain technology, the things he produced might harm his own people. But if he is given a little sweetness, he will not have the idea of destroying both himself and the enemy, which is the idea that best suits Su Chen's mind. No problem. Rice answered readily. He pointed at the chip in his hand and said, almost half of the Protoss's mental technology has been burned. It will be done in a few days. You must let me go out for some fresh air by then. Okay, but my people will always follow you, and you can't touch anything when you're outside. Rice was helpless. Su Chen really would not give him any chance. How could Su Chen let go of such a huge treasure? This is the only alien he knows, and it is a non-human race. Of course, Su Chen has to dig out everything on the other side and then kill it. From the very beginning, Su Chen never thought of letting Rice leave alive. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Not only are there various problems among humans, but even more so among the conflicts between different races. Once you are too soft-hearted, the outcome will be disastrous. Countless historical facts tell Su Chen that being lenient towards the enemy will never end well. How is the recent development of each base? Su Chen returned to his command room, leaned back in his special chair, and asked leisurely. Zhu Ling said, at present, all bases are developing smoothly according to the rules and regulations formulated by the commander. The combat effectiveness of the weakest base is comparable to that of ordinary third-level base cities. The strongest is the main base. Except for superweapons, all other weapons and arms are available. Not only that, there are also some special units researched by Yunru Tian Libra. These units cannot be built without the commander's order. Su Chen was stunned. What new thing had Yunru come up with? He opened the interface and found some new things. EMP mines, atomic cores, and a large number of other things are all Yunru's research results. Not only that, there are also units such as mind research components and mind control towers, which seem to be researched by Libra. It's only been a short time. How come there are so many new units all of a sudden? Su Chen was overjoyed. These units seemed to be knowledge that the two of them already possessed, but they just took some time to get them out again, said Tanya. Su Chen thought about it. Yunru and Tianping both came from the folk version, and it was the same folk version. They were able to use their original techniques, so why couldn't Yuri and the others? Is this the difference between the official version and the folk version? System, I don't want any official version. I want the folk version. Master, the system suggests that you take a good sleep. You can have anything in your dreams. Su Chen ignored the system's words and carefully studied the various units the two had taken out. Among them, Yunru was mainly researching nuclear weapons and electromagnetic technology, while Libra was still researching mental technology, but the focus was different from Yuri's. Both of these units can supplement Su Chen's existing combat power, which makes Su Chen more and more looking forward to the appearance of super soldiers in the future. Speaking of super soldiers, he found that there seemed to be no new super soldiers in recent times, so he was ready to try one. Only this time, he used a different method, using the construction of soldiers to create a probability for the emergence of super soldiers. The super soldiers built in this way are likely to become unknown civilian versions of the super soldiers. Zhu Ling and Bald Chong came into being in this way. First shot, build 500 soldiers. Energy was used directly to erase the construction time. 500 soldiers appeared quickly, but there was no prompt from the system, indicating that the construction had failed. Su Chen was very calm. As an African, sneaking into Europe was a joke. What he needed at this moment was possessed by the European emperor. Instantly, Su Chen fired 3 shots in a row, and the system's voice sounded, "Congratulations to the master for building a super soldier. The master can go directly to the barracks." Without waiting for the system to finish speaking, Su Chen came to the front of the barracks. Having seen his own statue so many times, Su Chen no longer blushed. This time, his eyes were not looking at his own statue, but at the gate of the barracks. A young man wearing a military uniform that Su Chen was very familiar with walked up to Su Chen in a marching step. His movements were very formal and standard. Li Xiaolong meets the commander. Sure enough, it was another new civilian version of a super soldier. Su Chen also knew that this super soldier must be related to a country in his previous world. After all, don't be too familiar with this uniform. Well, tell me, do you still have the technology of your camp in your mind? Su Chen asked impatiently. To reply to the commander, all technologies are available. Chapter 304, Take Back Huang City. Li Xiaolong's appearance brought Su Chen a big surprise. Su Chen hurriedly called Yunru and Tianliang over, pointed at Li Xiaolong and said, "Your team will need one more person in the future." "Hey, Commander, you can actually summon a scientific research-based super soldier. Is the sun rising from the west?" Yunru said in surprise. The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched. Among all the super soldiers, only Yunru liked to make fun of him, while others treated him with respect. It's not summoning, it's building. To be honest, he is not a scientific research super soldier, but he has all the unit technologies of his camp in his brain. Yunru suddenly realized that if that was the case, then this newcomer was in the same situation as them. She knew that there were not many super soldiers built by the commander, and there were only 3 including this one. Of course, the construction mentioned here is the kind that only occurs with extremely high luck, as is the case with Zhu Ling and Guang Tuchong. "I'm Yunru, and she's Libra. What's your name?" Yunru asked in a very familiar manner. "Li Xiaolong." The voice was sonorous and powerful. "What weapons information do you have in your mind?" Yunru was very curious. She had just taken out all the technology she knew, and now there was a new technology. She was very happy. The technology of Chilua civilization is too advanced. She spent a lot of time to understand a little bit, but Li Xiaolong's technology should not be as exaggerated as that of Chilua civilization, so he should be able to study it quickly. Li Xiaolong thought for a moment and casually mentioned a few names: Gunsel Destroyer, Apache Helicopter, Nuclear Submarine, and... Listening to what Li Xiaolong said, Su Chen had an expression of as expected. He had heard these names many times before, but of course he had only heard of them and had never seen them. He did not expect that this time he would be able to summon the super soldiers of the ZG camp. This was really an unexpected surprise. Of Red Alert, there is no ZG camp, but in some folk versions, ZG is a very powerful camp. Su Chen even learned from the system that Yunru seemed to be a super soldier in the ZG camp, but Yunru's background was a bit complicated. Li Xiaolong and Yunru are from two civilian versions of the ZG camp's super soldiers, and their technological development is also completely different. Su Chen was familiar with the technology of Li Xiaolong's camp, but Yunru's technology, especially the mecha technology, was simply unscientific. He had only seen it in novels before. Both sides have their own strengths, and now that they have become his subordinates, their skills complement each other. The powerful one will be his base. However, Su Chen did not notice that the weapon Li Xiaolong mentioned at the beginning was one he knew. But when he mentioned the weapons later, even Yunru's eyes lit up. Seeing Yunru and Li Xiaolong chatting enthusiastically, Su Chen waved his hand and said, "You guys deal with the technical issues yourselves? I just want to see the results." "Yes, Commander." All base cities are currently in a good state of development. The one that Su Chen cares most about is the base city of the oil field. "Boris, what's the situation at the base over there?" "Ah, it's the Commander," I burp. "Well, everything is normal at the base." Boris's voice sounded a little panicked, and he burped. Su Chen was stunned. This was a direct call with the Commander. How could he hiccup? "No, that's not the point. The point is, you still drinking. Boris, starting from today, you are not allowed to drink for a week." Su Chen said harshly. "No, Commander, I rarely drink now. I will die if I don't drink for a week." Boris cried out loudly. Just imagine, a big man who looks like a gorilla, speaking in this tone. Su Chen almost vomited. "Shut up. 3 days. Talk to you in 3 days." "Yes, Commander," Boris said in a tone of despair. For Boris the Russian, not drinking for a day is like killing him. "There are no mutant beasts attacking the base?" Su Chen was a little suspicious. "No mutant beasts have come here in the past few days," said Boris. Su Chen frowned. There was no way the mutant beasts would let his base stay there safely, and they didn't even show any sign of resistance. It seems that the mutant beast is preparing for a big move. Continue to exploit the oil fields, and send some teams to investigate the surrounding situation to make sure nothing goes wrong. Su Chen is not worried about other places, but he is still concerned about the only base outside the human territory, otherwise he would not send a super soldier to guard it. Su Chen spent some time to learn about the situation of each base, so he looked at Juling. "What is the current situation of the base city under our control?" "Commander, after what happened last time, I have sent some 7th level soldiers to serve as adjutants to various base cities. Their main task is to monitor the controllers of the base cities. If the commander needs it, we can replace them in an instant. Replacing the position means having their own people become the controllers, but even a fool would know that there is something wrong with these base cities. Although all human emperors support him, there is no need for such blatant behavior. Then there is one place left, Huang City." Su Chen did not forget that the purpose of the system was to allow him to control all human base cities, but currently there are only 99 base cities left. Huang City was destroyed and is still in the hands of mutant beasts. In this case, if Su Chen wants to complete the system's task, he must retake Huang City and rebuild it. Only in this way can it be considered a base city controlled by Su Chen. There's still some time before the end of winter, so let's have an appetizer first. Without anyone knowing, a large number of soldiers and weapons appeared in a branch base in Su Chen's hands that was closest to Huang City. They would retake Huang City under Su Chen's command. The one leading the team this time is Yuri. During this period, Yuri seemed tired of controlling Wangchang City and took the initiative to propose to return to the base for scientific research. However, as a war commander, it was a bit of a waste for him to be treated as a scientific research talent. So the task fell on Yuri. In order to enable Yuri to exert his maximum combat power, the troops and weapons sent out this time all belonged to Yuri's camp. Yuri stood expressionlessly in front of a row of Yuri clones. If it weren't for the dull looks in the eyes of those Yuri clones, one really couldn't tell where Yuri the real person was. There are not only Yuri clones, but also Berserk Orcs in close combat, Psychic Commandos in the middle, and Yuri recruits and Virus Snipers in long-range combat. It can be said that the Yuri camp is fearless. Chapter 305 The Suicidal Anchor. The Red Alert base are very covert, but people nowadays are too idle. Ever since Su Chen's live broadcast app appeared, some people have had the idea of becoming a host. Some everyday things obviously cannot meet people's current needs, so some people set their sights on the outside. Even the cold winter cannot stop some people from seeking death. Wang Zhao is such a person. After becoming a host, the first thing he thought of was to go outside to broadcast live. Some ordinary live broadcasts could not attract popularity, so he came up with an idea. That is to go to Huang City for live broadcast. Huang City that was attacked by mutant beasts. In order to get there smoothly, he set out a week in advance. Needless to say, the process was difficult. He finally arrived at a place 10 kilometers away from Huang City. He knew that if he went further, he might encounter mutant beasts, which would be dangerous. In this place, he could barely see some shadows of Huang City. He decisively opened the live broadcast app and started the live broadcast directly. "Hello, my friends. I think no one can guess where I am now." A smile appeared on Wang Zhao's face. Unfortunately, as soon as he finished speaking, only a few scattered comments appeared, pitifully few. There's no way. As a new anchor, he has too few fans, only about 100 in total. Most of them are watching other people's live broadcasts. There are only 5 people who are truly his diehard fans. Well, 3 of them were his family members. "Isn't this Brother Zhaozi? Why did you go out into the wild? It's cold outside. Wear more clothes." Such thoughtful words must have been said by his little cousin. "Hey, that's not right. Why does the base city behind you look familiar to me?" This is his only die-hard fan, named Right Hand's Love. "I have always wanted to make him complain about this ID. Is it not possible to use the left hand? Why must he use the right hand? As expected of you, you are the right hand brother. You have a very good eye. You all know that I am in Lumu City, but look at the base city behind me. Is it Lumu City?" Wang Zhao's face was full of pride. Lumu City is the 3rd-level base city closest to Huang City. Those who escaped from Huang City have entered this base city. Among them, Love on Yoshio was the one who escaped from Huang City, which was why he was very familiar with that base city. "Did you go to Huang City?" Love on the right hand was shocked. Traveling from one base city to another, the shortest distance is several hundred kilometers. At the current speed, it would take a week at the earliest. He didn't expect that Wang Zhao actually went to Huang City. "Isn't this courting death?" A hint of pride appeared on Wang Zhao's face. "You guessed it right, but it's a pity there is no prize." Gradually, more and more people entered his live broadcast room. When they learned that the anchor had actually gone to Huang City, they were all stunned and gave a lot of tips. After all, it's rare to see such an idiot anchor, so watch him and cherish him. Wang Zhao found that his popularity was rising rapidly, and his mouth was crooked with smile. The live broadcast nowadays is completely different from before. Everyone is real, and there is not a single fake account. That is to say, there are at least 10,000 people watching his live broadcast in his room right now. This is his peak. "Anchor, the distance is too far. Hurry up and get closer. We want to see what Huang City looks like now." Someone instigated that if it was just a sentence, Wang Zhao would definitely not bother to pay attention, but the other party was a rich man and offered a reward of 1,000 hope coins right away, which was not a small amount. According to the profit sharing between them and the platform, he can get half, which is 500 hope coins, which is not a small amount. For these hope coins, Wang Zhao is ready to take risks. "After all, I am a 2nd-level transcendent, and I have some weapons purchased from the Red Battle Flag. I should be able to deal with ordinary 3rd-level mutant beasts. I will definitely not be so unlucky." After comforting himself, Wang Zhao took his mobile phone and started heading towards Huang City. Huang City. It is said that this situation occurred because of the large-scale felling of trees, which led to serious soil erosion in this area. Even if mutations occur all over the world, this place will be half dead, and at most some low plants will grow on the ground. Huang City at a normal speed, chatting with the people in the live broadcast room as he walked. At this moment, he noticed a black shadow coming towards him with his sharp eyes. It was a mutant beast. Wang Zhao was shocked. He didn't expect to encounter a mutant beast so soon. He was originally just an ordinary person, and he became a superhuman after drinking the superhuman potion provided by the Red Alert Group. He did not have any combat experience. Wang Zhao frantically took out a gun from his pocket, but he couldn't aim accurately. The audience in the live broadcast room could see that the screen was shaking violently and the host's breathing was heavy. They could even hear the host's heartbeat. "Oh no, the host can't be a new soldier. Can he never fight in a battle? I bet 50 cents that the anchor is dead. That mutant beast is at least a 2nd-level mutant beast. Considering the anchor's strength as a 2nd-level extraordinary person, and he is still a rookie, there is absolutely no hope. The anchor is in danger. Call the police immediately. Put down your phone. The anchor is dead. This is the edge of Huang City. There is no one around. Who can save him?" Just when everyone, including Wang Zhao, thought they were doomed, suddenly, a gunshot rang out. The mutant beast that almost pounced on Wang Zhao's face just lay straight down and stopped at Wang Zhao's feet. Wang Zhao clearly saw a bloody hole on the mutant beast's head. It was the bullet from the sniper rifle. "Captain, there is a person here." Then, Wang Zhao heard a voice. He turned around and saw some people in combat uniforms staring at him. "Kick these irrelevant people out immediately." The man called Captain frowned. Soon, two people came out and stood in front of Wang Zhao. Their meaning was obvious. Leave here. Wait, who are you and why are you here? Wang Zhao asked in surprise. This question is not only what Wang Zhao wants to know, but also what the people in the live broadcast room want to know. No one would come here, so how come a team of soldiers who look well-equipped appeared around Huang City? Snap. Two guns were pointed directly at Wang Zhao's head. Wang Zhao stopped talking immediately. He could see that these people would really shoot, and he didn't want to die at such a young age. Wang Zhao was held at gunpoint by two guns and walked for a long distance before the two men left, leaving him a few words. If you want to live, get out of here. Chapter 306. Fear of being dominated by Yuri. As a man, what is your first reaction when you encounter such an exciting thing? Wang Zhao didn't know about the others, but his first reaction was, run away quickly. But it's such an interesting thing, the audience wants to watch it. Suddenly Wang Zhao discovered that a group of local tycoons appeared and a large number of rewards of 1,000 hope coins appeared. In a short while, his rewards reached tens of thousands of hope coins, which was money he could not earn in 10 years. These local tyrants had only one request, which was to go over and secretly see what the soldiers were trying to do. As the saying goes, people die for money and birds die for food. Wang Zhao gritted his teeth and decided to do it. So he ran back secretly and rolled on the ground a few times to make his body color match the surroundings, so that he could not be detected from a distance. But Wang Zhao didn't know that his actions were all seen by someone. Lord Yuri, the second-level extraordinary person who was driven away by the psychic commando, has come back. How should we deal with him? A soldier reported to Yuri. Don't move him, let him watch. The current Yuri is very different from the Yuri in the game. He is the boss in the game, but now he is Su Chen's younger brother, and all his actions will put Su Chen's interests first. According to Yuri's original idea, this kind of person could be killed and that was the end of it, but he thought of one thing. Su Chen had been building up his reputation among humans, so he had to make the commander's behavior known to the world. This attack on Huang City is a good opportunity to let people know the strength of the Red Alert base, and also bring a certain amount of prestige to the commander. Of course, he needed to report this matter to the commander. Since it concerned the commander, he could not act on his own. When Su Chen heard Yuri's voice, he agreed after a little thought. The other party happened to be broadcasting live. This was a free way to gain points for the Red Alert base. How could he object? The most important point is that this was an unexpected personal behavior, not something he took the initiative to propose, so it is more credible. Huang City has always been an eternal pain in the hearts of mankind. No one could imagine that a powerful second-level base city would be breached. Among the millions of people in it, the number of people who survived in the end might be less than 500,000. Among them, there are nearly 200,000 people who live a hard life in Huang City. Every day they are chased by the mutant beasts that were released and become their food. This is what humans cannot accept the most. Wang Zhao climbed over a small hill and saw the human army from afar. Oh shit, those are the orcs I saw in the security company before, and there are so many of them. And those tanks, many of them I haven't seen before, they are definitely new products. And those helicopters and fighter jets, my god. Wang Zhao opened his mouth wide. As a loyal customer of Red Flag, he was very familiar with all the weapons there, even those he could not afford. With just one glance, he could tell that many of the weapons in the large army came from the Red Flag, and many of them he had never seen before. Not only Wang Zhao, the entire live broadcast room exploded. They didn't expect that just by paying attention to the process of a host's suicide, they would see such a shocking thing. It must be the Red Alert base. Apart from the Red Alert base, I really can't think of any other force that would have such a large presence. Why did the Red Alert base send out such a large force? Is it going to be a civil war? No, look, Huang City is ahead. The Red Alert base's large force seems to be heading in that direction. Could it be? People had a guess in their minds that the Red Alert base was going to retake Huang City. Oh shit, it's awesome. This was definitely big news. Countless viewers began to contact people they were familiar with and watch the live broadcast together. Some people didn't believe it at first, but when they saw the pictures in the live broadcast room with their own eyes, they were all shocked. Wang Zhao was the most shocked. He had never thought that there would be so many people in his live broadcast room. In just a few minutes, the number of people in his live broadcast room exceeded 100,000 and was still increasing at a rate of thousands per second. Within half an hour, Wang Zhao's live broadcast room became the most popular live broadcast room of the day, with more than 50 million viewers. This number was second only to Su Chen's last live broadcast. They entered the live broadcast room just to see what the Red Alert base was going to do. The Red Alert base did not disappoint them. The first wave of attack began when it was about 5 kilometers away from Huang City. The howitzer vehicle fired its artillery. This is the weapon with the longest attack range in Yuri's camp. Even at a distance of 5 kilometers, the shells can hit Huang City. Of course, the goal this time is not to destroy the city. There are still survivors inside. The main goal this time is to retake Huang City. Boom, boom, boom. The targeted bombing caused harm to the mutant beasts around Huang City. They did not expect that humans would actually attack here. Did they want to start a war? Unfortunately, the howitzer is relatively weak. It can only be used against low-level mutant beasts. Some powerful mutant beasts completely ignore the firepower of the howitzer. When the mutant beasts discovered the appearance of the enemy, they let out bursts of roars and rushed over from all directions. The battle has officially begun. Wang Zhao's face was filled with excitement. He had not expected that his momentary suicidal behavior would allow him to capture the scene of the Red Alert base retaking Huang City. He could already imagine that he would become famous after this incident. Change the name of his live broadcast room to Red Alert Base Recaptures Huang City. Come and see. This was the second time that the Red Alert base demonstrated their strength in front of everyone. The last time was when Boris went to the oil fields. But the meaning this time is different. Retaking the base city is enough to excite humanity. When the mutant beasts got a little closer, various tanks opened fire, and laser UFOs and a large number of helicopters in the sky also took action. Since Yuri's camp's air force was relatively weak, Chen specially added some. Every time the laser UFO shoots out a beam of light, a mutant beast will be turned into charcoal. It is so powerful that it is worthy of being Yuri's rare air force weapon. It was just the appearance of the laser UFO that made those watching shout, "I saw a UFO." The neural assault vehicle and the wild orcs charged together. The wild orcs stopped the mutant beasts and attacked each other, while the neural assault vehicle began to release neurotoxins to form an interception net. This is very convenient for the soldiers in Yuri's camp. Yuri's recruits choose a good position, and their mental power bursts out. Balls of flames appear on the mutant beasts' bodies. The virus snipers shoot, and every time a mutant beast is killed, green radiation appears around it, making the mutant beasts unable to cope. Of course, the most critical roles are played by the Yuri clones and the mind control vehicles. They are units that can control other people. Many traitors appeared among the mutant beasts, attacking their companions and making them confused. Chapter 307, The Current Situation of Huang City. The mutant beasts in Huang City were stunned by the attack of the Red Alert army. After a while, the 4 7th-level mutant beasts left here finally realized that humans were serious this time. Roar. A 7th-order peak mutant beast roared to the sky. This was the sound of summons. Countless mutant beasts appeared from all directions and gathered here, ready to fight a fierce battle with the Red Alert army. The abnormal behavior of the mutant beasts was discovered by the humans living in Huang City. Suya is a 5th-order transcendent in Huang City. She can be considered an elite of the younger generation in Huang City. When Huang City was attacked last time, she stayed for the sake of her family and has survived until now. Was that the sound of the mutant beast summoning its subordinates just now? It was a 7th-level mutant beast who could threaten it. Suya couldn't figure it out. In Huang City, we fight against various mutant beasts every day. After all, some mutant beasts like to attack from the weak points of human defense. She was quite familiar with the roar of mutant beasts, and this kind of roar rarely appeared. Sister, has something happened to the mutant beast? Can we take this opportunity to go out and find something to eat? A slightly weak voice sounded. Suya looked back and saw a teenage girl who looked obviously malnourished, looking at her longingly. Suya smiled slightly. We don't know what the situation is yet. Don't move. If you don't see the mutant beast after a while, I will go out to investigate. As a 5th-level transcendent, she is the only one who has the strength to go out and come back. If anyone else goes out and is discovered by mutant beasts, there is a high possibility that they will die. The girl remained silent, but her silence did not mean that others would not speak. Sister, there is not much food left. If we don't find new food, many people will starve to death. Yeah, we finally found some food last time, but half of it was taken away by another group of people. Otherwise, we could have held on for a while. If it were you, I would use those useless people as bait to attract the mutant beasts. Then we can kill the mutant beasts and have food to eat. The last sentence seemed to touch Suya's heart, and her face instantly turned cold. Shut up. If anyone dares to talk about this again, don't stay here anymore. No one knew that Suya's husband and children were used as bait and eaten by mutant beasts. Even if she killed the culprit, her family would never come back. But Suya didn't notice that when the person who spoke last lowered his head, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. After about 10 minutes, Suya didn't hear any sound, so she prepared to go to the ground to check the situation. That's right, they all live underground. Nowadays, no one dares to live on the ground unless they are looking for food. Some mutant beasts have a very sensitive sense of smell and are easy to be discovered. Only underground can they block the spread of the smell. Suya quietly came to the ground alone. She was very careful and did not dare to make any noise with every step. She was extremely cautious. The current Huang city is completely different from what it was a few months ago. There are broken buildings everywhere, and the originally smooth road surface has become bumpy. It looks like a city that has been abandoned for decades. Seeing this familiar place become what it is now, even Suya, who had seen it many times, couldn't help but sigh. Who? Suddenly, Suya took out the pistol from her body and pointed it at a certain place. In Huang City, sometimes what is scary is not the mutant beasts, but humans. Some people will do anything to survive, even to the point of being insane. If Suya hadn't been strong enough here, even she might have been ambushed. It's me. A man came out with his hands raised. Suya took a look and found that it was an acquaintance. Xiao Zhao, what are you doing here? I've told you I won't accept his advice. Suya put down the gun, but her face remained cold. Sister Su, brother whose strength is one of the best here. If you and him join forces, we will only live a better life. Why should we go against our good times? Xiao Zhao advised. Suya sneered, good life? Do you think the current life is good? Xiao Zhao didn't say anything. Even a fool would know that their current life was not easy, but under the circumstances, they could only try to have fun amidst the hardship. Their lives are undoubtedly much better than those of most ordinary people. Suya had no intention of continuing to talk to Xiao Zhao. She had to find food quickly while there were no mutant beasts around. Just as she was about to take action, she heard an explosion. Where did the explosion come from? Who has a bomb now? Suya was a little surprised. Whoever has a bomb in his hand now is the boss. In Huang City, where resources are becoming increasingly scarce, let alone bombs, even ordinary bullets are scarce. Without weapons, it's okay for the extraordinary ones. But how can ordinary people deal with mutant beasts? It came from over there, Xiao Zhao said, pointing in a direction. Suya had an impulse. She heard more than one explosion. This was definitely not something that anyone could do. The key was that a bold idea appeared in her mind. Could it be that the Emperor is preparing to retake Huang City? When she thought of this possibility, Suya felt her heart beat faster. Go check it out. This was Suya's inner decision. She ran towards the direction of the explosion at her fastest speed. Xiao Zhao seemed to have thought of something as well and followed Suya closely. Along the way, the two did not find a mutant beast. Finally, they came to the city wall and saw that the originally tall and majestic city wall had broken gaps. These gaps were caused by mutant beasts. There weren't so many gaps at the beginning, and most of them were caused by later mutant beasts who had nothing to do. Looking through the gap, they saw a scene that made them tremble all over. A large army is attacking Huang City. It must be the Emperor. It must be. Xiao Zhao was so excited that he almost cried. Ever since Huang City was captured, they were still waiting for human rescue for a short period of time, but after such a long time, there was no movement. They understood that humans had no intention of rescuing them. Of course, some smart people told them the real reason. The 8th level mutant beast would not allow humans to retake Huang City. Later, this place became a paradise for mutant beasts. They knew the meaning of their existence, which was to allow the mutant beasts that entered here to hunt. Suya's eyesight was much better than Xiao Zhao's, and she could see farther. But when she saw the appearance of those troops, she was stunned. When did humans have such powerful weapons? Chapter 308. This is human territory. Of course, Suya didn't know that humans had undergone great changes. When Huang City was destroyed, Su Chen had not yet made large-scale changes to humans. But after Huang City was destroyed, humans received help from the Red Alert base. Not only did communication become convenient, but they could also buy weapons at the Red Battle Flag, eat Red Alert snacks, and hire the Red Alert security company's wild orcs when they went out. It can be said that things from the Red Alert base are everywhere in human territory. Suya had no idea about all this. Her thoughts were still stuck in the past few months, when communication between various human base cities was very difficult, and it was almost impossible to travel to the surrounding base cities. Even with her strength as a 5th-level transcendent, she wouldn't dare say such words. She saw some giants who looked very strong tearing mutant beasts apart with their bare hands. Their actions were extremely violent and bloody. Some soldiers in combat uniforms held guns and kept firing at the front, forming a dense barrage of bullets to eliminate all the mutant beasts in front of them. Even if some mutant beast could break through this layer, the bullets flying from behind would directly smash the mutant beasts' heads. What surprised Suya was that a green area would appear around those mutant beasts that were shot in the head. Any mutant beast that passed by there would become listless, as if it had been drained dry. There were also balls of flame coming out of the bodies of some mutant beasts. What the hell was this? Anyway, Suya was already stunned, and Xiao Zhao only vaguely saw something of the situation, not as clearly as Suya. Sister Su, what did you see? Xiao Zhao was very curious. In his eyes, Suya was the kind of person who would not change her expression easily. But since the beginning, Suya's expression had changed countless times. Suya shook her head and smiled bitterly. I must have seen it wrong. How could humans have so many powerful, extraordinary people and weapons? Only the elites of dozens of base cities can have such combat power. Suya just discovered that the combat effectiveness of those soldiers, the weakest was at the peak of level 4, and there were quite a few at level 5 and level 6, which was simply terrifying. You know, even in a first-level base city, level 5 is considered middle level. Just as Suya was thinking this, she and Xiao Zhao saw 3 black shadows appear on the scene. These were the 3 7th-level mutant beasts that stayed in Huang City. They were responsible for maintaining order here. At this time, on the other side, Wang Zhao's live broadcast room became popular. They actually saw the Red Alert base recapture Huang City, and now 3 7th-level mutant beasts appeared. Although it cannot be compared with the last time, this time, they did not see the Red Alert base sending out an 8th-level Emperor. In other words, they have to rely on their current combat power to deal with 3 7th-level mutant beasts. Is this possible? They didn't know that Yuri was also an 8th-level warrior, otherwise they would have known that they were worrying in vain. But this time, Yuri was not prepared to take action. 3 mere 7th-level mutant beasts were not worth his effort. At Yuri's command, 3 figures stood in front of the 3 7th-level mutant beasts. The first one was an ordinary Red Alert soldier. The only difference between him and the others was that he always had a faint smile on his face. The second one is a wild orc. The third one is the war bear. All 3 of them have the strength of the peak 7th level, which is just right for dealing with 7th-level mutant beasts. A 7th-level strong man, other people dare not approach casually for fear of accidental injury, but in the eyes of the mutant beasts, this is not a problem. The 3 7th-level mutant beasts moved. They opened their big mouths, showing their fangs, and prepared to enjoy a delicious meal. Unfortunately, they found the wrong person. The Mad Orc was the first to attack. He roared, picked up the opponent's 7th-level mutant beast, and threw it over his shoulder, knocking the mutant beast unconscious on the spot. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The war bear was not willing to be outdone. It let out a loud roar and bit the claw of the 7th-level mutant beast in front of it. With a swish sound, half of the mutant beast's leg was bitten off by the war bear. The last one to take action was the seemingly harmless Red Alert soldier. Facing the opponent's charge, he just dodged lightly, and the dagger in his hand turned into a flower, then maintained the original posture. Behind him, red blood spurted out of the throat of the 7th-level mutant beast. Just one move is enough to show the strength comparison between the two sides, and the Red Alert base is the winner. Awesome. The Red Alert base is fucking awesome. I can tell at a glance that the people upstairs haven't studied hard. Would someone who has studied say that? Surprisingly, sir. I don't know, sir. What words should I use to describe what just happened? Need I say more? Of course I have to say, what the hell? Haha. The live broadcast was so exciting that the humans actually had a day to abuse the mutant beasts. In the past, the mutant beasts always overwhelmed the humans. The remaining 2 7th-level mutant beasts soon died at the hands of the wild orcs and the war bears. Without the 7th-level mutant beasts, it was only a matter of time before the remaining mutant beasts died. Finally, such a big action of mankind was known to the 8th-level mutant beasts, and they became angry. Humans, get out of Huang City. This is our territory. An 8th-level mutant beast approached Huang City and roared from afar. This is human territory. Human territory must not be violated. A louder voice sounded and spread far away. After hearing this voice, many people realized that it was the voice of the Emperor of Sky. But I didn't see Kong Huang's figure, so where did his voice come from? This was, of course, played over a loudspeaker. Yuri's principle is that if he can fight, he will never make any noise. This loudspeaker was also Su Chen's request. Since Emperor Ming is not here, Emperor Kong can be said to have temporarily replaced Emperor Ming. His words can almost represent all human emperors, and his words are more deterrent than Su Chen's. Sure enough, After hearing what Huang said, the 8th level mutant beast stopped. It was worried that this was a trap and wanted to deal with it. After all, it is only in the early 8th stage and cannot be compared with the middle 8th stage Sky Emperor. It would be a waste of life if it were killed by Sky Emperor. Huang, you'd better let your people go back. Otherwise you will anger all of our 8th level mutant beasts. Huang laughed loudly. Haven't I angered you enough? If you have the guts, fight me. If you don't, get out of here. The words of the Emperor of Sky were still so fiery. Everyone knew the Emperor of Sky's temper, so no one was surprised. They just felt the blood in their bodies was boiling. It is precisely because of the leadership of these human kings that humans are generally passionate men. They are never afraid of fighting, they just don't want to die in frustration. The 8th level mutant beast was half dead, but it could only take a look at Huang City from a distance and then ran away. Without the disruption caused by the 8th level mutant beast, it took less than 3 hours to return to Huang City. Chapter 309 returns. Lake City is back. This news reached the ears of every human being in a very short time, and some people excitedly told each other that this was the first time that humans had recaptured a base city occupied by mutant beasts. Many people thought that this kind of thing might take several years to happen, but they didn't expect that Huang City was recovered in such a short time. Such exciting news naturally needs to be promoted vigorously. Needless to say, every base city is repeating the process of recovery 24 hours a day. Among them, the video recording of Wang Zhao's live broadcast room is the most powerful proof. People witnessed the power of the Red Alert base's weapons and the power of the Red Alert base's soldiers. They also discovered that the Red Alert base even had the means to control mutant beasts, which amazed them. As a result, Wang Zhao was rewarded by the ruler of his base city and became an internet celebrity. After retaking Huang City, Yuri specially sent people into Huang City to search for the remaining mutant beasts, and by the way, to let out those humans who were still hiding. Think about it, there are cars rolling around from morning till night broadcasting the news that you are safe. Who wouldn't care? As long as they come out and see that there is no mutant beast outside, they will know that they are really safe. After spending several days, the remaining people in Huang City were finally rescued. The images of these people being rescued were posted online, making everyone else feel very sad. In these people, they seemed to see their former selves. When the end of the world just appeared, they also went through a dark time. At that time, they didn't know whether they could live to see the next day, or where their next meal would come from. They really were counting the days. However, during the rescue process, some things happened, and these things were reported to Chen. Commander, I have something to report to you. This was Yuri's voice. What's up? Yuri briefly talked about this matter, which was probably about human nature. After the destruction of Huang City, the surviving humans there fell into a state similar to the early days of the apocalypse. They felt that humans would not save them, and some of them began to have no bottom line in their attitudes. Using some ordinary people as bait is just a basic operation. The most cruel thing is killing people at will. Chen's face darkened. Find all those who committed the crime. We can use mind control to make them tell the truth. Following Chen's order, Yuri had his men control the 200,000 people. These people were very unhappy at first and arrogantly asked the leader of the army to come out, but they were taught a lesson by the Red Alert soldiers. Then they were told to tell who had done what bad things, and some people got scared. They didn't expect that after leaving Huang City, they would have to bring up old issues. How could this be possible? If we really look into each of these people one by one, at least a small half are doomed, and the remaining majority have done some bad things. The number of people who have actually done nothing may be less than 20,000. At first, some people disagreed and some even wanted to see the Emperor and the Controller, and then, they knew what it meant to win people over with virtue. Suya was in the crowd. When she heard a soldier say this, a strange look flashed in her eyes. She didn't expect that such a thing would happen after she came out. After all, being able to recapture Huang City is a big deal. It is incredible that someone would take advantage of such a small matter. This is a good thing for Suya. If she can get rid of the first person who invented the bait method, she can come forward to testify. When the soldier finished speaking, a group of people started making a big fuss. They all wanted to tell everyone who they knew had done bad things. Their purpose was simple: to protect themselves. After all, no one knows whether other people know when you do something bad. As long as that person dies first, won't you be fine? Unfortunately, they don't know that there is something in the world called mind control. Of course, this is not what we say to the outside world. We just say it is hypnosis. After the first person was hypnotized and revealed some people's identities, panic broke out among the crowd. After being hypnotized, they couldn't lie anymore, and they had no way out. Some people knew that what they had done was absolutely illegal. According to human law, even if they did not die, they would have to enter the 4 major fronts and fight until death. So they started to think of crooked ideas. Don't move, or I'll kill him. A third-level extraordinary being, holding a dagger against the neck of an ordinary person, had a ferocious expression on his face as he stared at the red alert soldiers outside. Faced with this situation, the red alert soldier was very calm and looked over. I advise you to put down the dagger, so that you may be able to choose to go to the 4 major fronts. Otherwise your fate will be only one, death. Ha ha ha, I dare to do this, so why would I be afraid of death? The man sneered. Others would like to complain. If you are not afraid of death, why do you take hostages? This guy is obviously crazy. He has to take a gamble, otherwise he will end up in disaster. Many people looked at the red alert soldiers, ready to see how they would deal with it. If this person could leave alive, he would be their example. Everyone thought that the red alert soldier would give in. He actually said, "If you don't commit suicide, you won't die. Come out now." The crowd's faces were full of question marks, but the next second, they were shocked to see that the extraordinary person who had held the hostages actually came out obediently and released the hostages. Why is my body out of control? What did you do to me? The extraordinary man shouted in panic, but his body still moved forward and came in front of the red alert soldier. This man had no idea that he was facing the famous faction in red alert, Yuri. The Yuri's greatest strength is their psychic technology, among which mind control is their unique skill. The one who took action just now was not Yuri, but Yuri's clone. The red alert soldier didn't even look at him and continued. If anyone behaves similarly, please continue. The crowd was very quiet. The man was controlled silently. Everyone saw it. Who would dare to move? The next step is very simple. When a person is questioned, if any abnormality is found, mind control will be used directly to make them tell the truth. In front of the Yuri clones who control the power of the mind, they will be discovered even if they lie. Until one person came here. This was a woman who looked ordinary. When she was asked if anyone had done something bad, she pointed at someone next to her and shouted, "I want to report Suya. She killed everyone in Huang City." Suya was stunned. She had never imagined that someone around her would frame her. This was unacceptable to her. Chapter 310, Rebuilding the Base City. Suya's name is quite well known among the survivors in Huang City. If it were not too dangerous to go to other places, many people would probably be willing to join Suya's side. They had never heard that Suya had done anything bad to her subordinates, but some people knew that the person who was speaking was Suya's subordinate. What was going on? The red alert soldier looked at the woman who was speaking with a cold gaze and said calmly, "Can you guarantee that what you said is true? If there is even a trace of falsehood, you will bear the corresponding responsibility." In human law, the consequences of framing others are very serious, let alone framing others to kill someone in a base city. Once confirmed, this crime is enough to sentence this woman to death. The woman looked determined. "I can swear." "Well, tell me, is there any evidence to prove that she killed someone in Huang City?" The woman sneered and looked at Suya. "The evidence is on her. Everyone should know the existence of beast slaves. Suya is a beast slave, and a high-level beast slave. Every beast slave has a very special mark on his body. This mark is not visible at ordinary times, and only appears when the temperature is high. I have seen a beast slave mark on her back. Not many people knew about this. After all, the existence of beast slaves was irrelevant to most people. However, some of those who knew about it came out to testify that what this woman said was right. Suya's face changed. The mark on her back was really inexplicable, and she was afraid that no one would believe it if she told others about it. But at this point, she had no choice but to say it. "There is indeed a mark on my back. I was indeed a beast slave in the past, but I did not betray humans. I am an undercover agent," Suya said slowly. She had kept this matter to herself, and even her husband and children didn't know about it. She used to be a member of a special department directly under the controller of Huang City. The job of this department was to infiltrate into the beast slaves, and she was selected to be an undercover agent. Since she became a beast slave, being marked was unavoidable, but she had never done anything to let down humanity. Even on the day when Huang City was attacked, she did not receive any news. Otherwise, she would have passed the news to the Lord Controller as soon as possible. She saw with her own eyes how excited those beast slaves were when they saw the mutant beasts capture Huang City. However, when they encountered the mutant beasts, they were eaten on the spot by those mutant beasts. How ironic. But after she finished speaking, the woman sneered. "Undercover? If you were an undercover, would you open the city gates on that day and let all the mutant beasts in?" The crowd was in an uproar. They only knew that the mutant beasts broke through the city wall and entered Huang City, but it was the first time they learned that the mutant beasts did not come in by breaking through the city wall, but came directly from the city gate. The culprit turned out to be Suya? I didn't open the city gate. Suya retorted. Then do you still remember this? The woman took out something from her body. It was a smartphone. She opened a video, and the content shown in it was the scene of Suya opening the city gate. With both witnesses and evidence in hand, Suya had nothing to say. But in order to verify the authenticity, Yuri clone directly controlled the two and made them tell the truth. It turned out that everything the woman said was true, but Suya also firmly believed that she did not do that, which was strange. Both of them are telling the truth, so what's going on? Yuri did not waste time here. He asked his men to deal with the others first, and then called the two to him. When it comes to psychic power, Yuri himself is much stronger than Yuri's clone. Yuri might be able to dig out things that the clone cannot know. In less than a second, the two were controlled by Yuri. Yuri went deep into their hearts and began to look for responses deep in their hearts. Yuri asked each question again. They would answer based on instinct, and all Yuri had to do was to discern the truth in their hearts. As a result, he found some problems. There was nothing wrong with what this woman named Suya said. She was indeed an undercover agent and had done nothing wrong to humanity. But the other woman named Zhang Yin had a problem with her brain. Of course, this problem refers to the literal meaning. There was something extra in her head, and this thing caught Yuri's attention. Commander, I found a Zerg. Su Chun, who was far away in the main base, was shocked. Zerg? That Zerg hive was destroyed by him. How could there be other Zergs existing? After listening to what Yuri said, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a very small Zerg that existed in the brain of a human woman. This Zerg did not seem to be fully awake. It could only affect some of the woman's behaviors. The most important thing was that the existence of this Zerg was very hidden. If it were not for Yuri, no one else would have been able to discover it. Temporarily control that woman and see if we can get that Zerg out. Yuri temporarily detained the two women on the pretext of investigation. Suya was indeed detained, but Zhang Yin was sent to the main base overnight to undergo various examinations. Su Chun went over to take a look, and sure enough, there was a Zerg the size of a grain of rice in this woman's brain. If this Zerg did not have the strength of the 7th level, he would have really thought that this thing was a parasite. Such a small 7th order Zerg is unbelievable. Since there is one, there may be others. We must not let the Zerg take root on the earth. A cold light flashed in Su Chen's eyes. The current situation on Earth is complicated. Humans, mutants, and mutant beasts are the three major forces. Among them, humans are the weakest. If a Zerg appears, it will be even more troublesome. Su Chan is looking for a way to get rid of the Zerg, and the reconstruction work has already begun in Huang City. Those who originally belonged to Huang City rushed back to their own base cities. The nearby base cities also sent manpower and tools to help with reconstruction. For a time, Huang City became bustling. Those who had committed crimes in Huang City were sentenced one by one. The serious ones were directly sentenced to death or sent to the 4 major fronts, while the lighter ones were imprisoned for 10 to 8 years. Of course, what people mentioned the most was the Red Alert base. Without the Red Alert base, it would be hard to say when Huang City could be recovered. In just 1 month, the city wall of Huang City was rebuilt. The buildings inside that were uninhabitable were demolished and rebuilt, while those that were still habitable were slightly decorated and continued to be inhabited. Chapter 311. Bug Cake. There are less than 2 months left until the end of winter. The frequency of mutant beasts attacking the 4 major fronts has not changed, but the 8th level mutant beasts have never appeared again. 8th level mutant beast appeared on the side of the mutant beasts, and a new emperor also appeared on the side of the mutant humans. Except for Su Chun, no one knew that the new mutant king would actually be his number 3 spy, and the mirror emperor had long been replaced by spy number 1. Although there is no emperor among humans, the number of 7th level extraordinary people has increased by more than 20 compared to last month. The number of extraordinary people below 6th level is also increasing significantly. The strength of humans is gradually increasing. Humans have developed a method to breed mutant beasts. The simplest method is to remove the energy crystals in the body of a new mutant beast after it is born. This will cause the mutant beast to lose its strength and become an ordinary animal. The breeding problem is solved so easily. Someone had proposed this idea before, but at that time, people didn't even dare to go out of the base city, let alone raise mutant beasts. Once the mutant beasts knew about it, they might directly start a war with humans. But today's humans are not afraid of mutant beasts at all, unless the mutant beasts are willing to spend more than half of their strength and fight a decisive battle with humans. It was impossible before, and now with the addition of a mutant, it is even more impossible. Not only that, humans are preparing to reclaim wasteland outside and plant crops again. You know, in this era, vegetables are not affordable for ordinary people. Some vegetables grown in the base city can only be used by extraordinary people with a certain level of strength. If it is really possible to grow crops outside, then everyone will be able to afford vegetables in the future and will no longer need to eat insect cakes. Su Chen's mind moved. Bug biscuits? After knowing that there was an unawakened Zerg in Zhang Yan's brain, he asked Yunru and others to find a way to get rid of this Zerg, while at the same time he asked people to look for the source of the Zerg. However, after a month, no trace of the Zerg was found at all, and it seemed that only this one Zerg existed. Only people with strong mental powers can discover this kind of Zerg. Yuri and Libra were sent out by Su Chen to look for them. They stood in front of the gate of the base city every day and used their mental powers to check the passers-by, but still found nothing. Just when Su Chen wondered if he was worrying too much, he thought of something, which is insect cake, the staple food of humans. When humans were unable to grow their own crops, and even the meat of mutant beasts was hard to come by, it was precisely by relying on insect cakes that humans were able to survive until now. So the question is, where does insect biscuits come from? Bug cake, as the name suggests, is cake made of insects. When various animals around the world mutate, only insects do not change at all, which makes humans overjoyed. You know, insects are rich in nutrients, which are enough to supplement all the substances needed by humans. Therefore, insects are the best food for humans. But eating insects directly is not only dangerous, it is also really hard to swallow. Humans have no choice but to grind the insects into powder, add other things, and make them into insect cakes. Everyone knows the taste of insect cakes, but the fact that they can provide nutrition makes them irresistible. Su Chen thought of something. Since the Zerg appeared on Earth, would the bugs be controlled by the Zerg? There might be some Zerg hiding where the bugs are. Every base city has a place where insects are raised. No one dares to approach that area. After all, there are insects everywhere, and the thought of it is disgusting. Su Chen came directly to Wangchang City. This was the first base city he came into contact with since he came here, and he knew this base city best. Wangchang City is now a red alert soldier. As the base city closest to the main base, it must be completely controlled by Su Chen. Commander, the bug farm is just ahead. The soldiers took Su Chen to a corner of the base city, which looked quite dark and very suitable for the growth of insects. With the controller accompanying us, no one dares to stop us. Su Chen saw that the entire farm was surrounded by layers of densely packed electrified wire mesh. On the one hand, this wire mesh could prevent people from sneaking in, and on the other hand, it could prevent the insects inside from sneaking out. When Su Chen walked into the farm, he found that there were many layers. The top layers were filled with almost non-aggressive and nutritious insects, and the bottom layers were filled with poisonous insects. Even now, poisonous insects are widely used. The venom produced can effectively kill mutant beasts, or they can be used as medicine for treatment. Su Chen glanced at the insects around him, and his mental power covered the entire place. After observing for a while, he did not find a Zerg. The method of finding Zerg is very simple. As long as he finds a powerful Zerg, it must be a Zerg. The bugs on Earth don't have any strength. Next floor. After spinning quite a while, Su Chen suddenly raised the corner of his mouth. He discovered the existence of a Zerg, a scorpion. It seemed that it had not realized that it had been discovered and was still wandering around leisurely. The next moment, Su Chen's mental power exploded and directly controlled the scorpion, and then the scorpion came all the way to Su Chen's feet. How many Zerg do you have left? 100. Su Chen's eyes changed slightly. Exactly 100. What does this mean? What is your purpose? According to the orders of the Mother Nest, we will wait for the critical moment and then release a toxin. This toxin cannot be decomposed. Anyone who eats the body of a bug transformed by the Zerg will carry this toxin. Su Chen was shocked. If that was the case, then anyone who had eaten insect cakes would carry this toxin in their body? Once the Zerg detonate the toxin, more than 99% of humans will be doomed. Su Chen really didn't expect that not only the Zerg mother nest was dead, but it also brought so much trouble to mankind. This kind of thing definitely could not be done in a short time. It must have been premeditated. There are Zerg in the human brain. What would that be like? Su Chen thought of Zhang Yan. That should be something that a certain Zerg did. The eggs it gave birth to entered the human body and hibernated inside. With just one command from that Zerg, the Zerg that hatched from the eggs would instantly control that human. Su Chen suddenly thought of something. Huang City had been destroyed before. So where did the Zerg that stayed in Huang City go? This is a serious problem. Once the Zerg escapes from human territory and enters the place where the mutant beasts are, will a new Zerg force rise? Chapter 312 Negotiation with the Emperor. Chen did not stay here. He brought the Scorpion back to the base, and then notified Yuri and Libra to go to the insect farms in various base cities to look for the Zerg inside. Of course, they were all going to the base cities controlled by Chen. He planned to go to those first-level base cities in person. Needless to say, he entered Longshin City easily and found the Zerg hidden inside. This time he went to the first-level base city of Huang. Brother Su, why are you here? Huang was very surprised when he saw Chen. If his adjutant hadn't told him that Chen had arrived, he really wouldn't have believed it. The boss of the largest human force, Chen, should be very busy. How could he have time to come to him? Ordinary things can be discussed over the phone, but since Chen is here, things must be complicated. Thinking of this, Huang's face became serious. It seems that Brother Wang has guessed it. Yes, he came here for a very serious matter. Chen told Huang about the Zerg, and his expression changed. It seemed that he had also thought about the consequences that the Zerg would bring. If a fourth superpower really appears on Earth, the human situation will become even more dangerous. Let's go there right away. Huang couldn't wait to take Chen to the insect breeding farm, and soon found the Zerg hidden inside. The strength of the Zerg here had actually reached the peak of the 7th level, and was not far from the 8th level. Huang felt a surge of fear. He had never expected that there would be Zerg among the insects raised by humans. If Chen hadn't discovered it, how much would humanity lose if these Zergs suddenly attacked? Chen didn't need to say much. Emperor Kong took the initiative to contact other emperors and asked Chen to go and deal with these Zergs. Among them, Huang tried, but he couldn't find the existence of Zerg among so many insects, so he suggested letting Chen go over. Only Chen's mental power could find the existence of Zerg. It took several days to find all the Zergs except those in Huang City and send them to the main base. These Zerg were controlled individually by Yuri's clones and sent to the scientists in the combat laboratory for research. After all, Yunru was only one person and could not handle everything. Through various studies on the Zerg, they found that the Zerg structure was not simple and they were the most perfect killing machine. Perhaps the only weakness is the mother nest. Once they lose their hive, their combat effectiveness will plummet. The combat effectiveness of these Zerg is even lower than their level. Commander, the Zerg in Zhang Yan's brain have been isolated. What should we do next? Yunru's voice reached Chen's mind. Can we find the Zerg in Huang City through this Zerg? I don't know about this either. I can only give it a try. Unfortunately, Yunru tried many methods, but to no avail. The Zerg in Huang City completely disappeared. Went to the insect farm in Huang City specifically to check, and found that all the insects inside were gone, as if they had been eaten by something. He could tell at a glance that this was definitely not done by mutant beasts. Mutant beasts were not interested in insects, and humans could not take away so many insects. Then there is only one conclusion. The Zerg in Huang City swallowed all the bugs, left one egg, and ran away. As for where it went, Chen didn't know. It's just a Zerg, not a hive. It's no big deal. Chen thought about it, and didn't continue to care about the Zerg. What he is going to do next is much more important than just dealing with a Zerg. Chen's 4th ring mission requires him to control 100 base cities of mankind. Now he controls almost all the base cities, except for the remaining few first-level base cities. There are a total of 9 emperors in human history. Among them, Emperor Gu was killed and his base was easily controlled by Chen. Needless to say, Ming Huang's Longshin City has rightfully become Chen's property. Jin Huang himself is Chen's number 2 spy, so it is naturally also a base city controlled by Chen. After all the counting, there are 6 base cities that have not yet been controlled by Chen. East Emperor, West Emperor, South Emperor, Sky Emperor, Feather Emperor, White Emperor. The first place Chen went to was the Southern Front. He wanted to find the Southern Emperor to discuss the matter of controlling the base city. If the Southern Emperor agrees, then the resistance from other emperors will be much smaller. After all, the Southern Emperor is the highest combat power of mankind, and his actions can almost represent all mankind. Chen appeared on the Southern Front very low-key, and he went straight to the Southern Emperor. Although they had not met many times, Chen could see that Emperor Nan was an old man full of wisdom. My dear Su, we meet again. The Emperor of the South smiled kindly, like the old grandfather next door. Senior Nan Huang, I came here this time because I have something to discuss with you. Oh, I wonder what it is. Can you please hand over your base city to me? The air suddenly became silent, and the Southern Emperor did not speak. Su Chen away immediately and handed the base city over to you. Are you kidding me? But the Southern Emperor did not do so. Instead, he asked, can you tell me the reason? Su Chen was in a dilemma. He couldn't tell anyone about the existence of the system, but he couldn't just find a reason to deceive an old man like this. Everything for humanity. Su Chen could only say this, and what he did was indeed for humanity, which was true. The Southern Emperor looked at Su Chen calmly for a long while, then suddenly laughed. Okay, from now on, the base city under my name is yours. I will have someone issue a notice later. Su Chen was overjoyed. He didn't expect the Southern Emperor to be so reasonable. Of course, he also knew that his own strength accounted for a large proportion. After all, the strength displayed by the Red Alert base now was enough to attract people's attention. Su Chen didn't know that the Southern Emperor had been keeping an eye on him. If the leader of humanity's #1 force was a spy, then humanity would be really finished. However, after a period of observation, especially after meeting Su Chen in person, Huang could be sure that Su Chen would make life better for humans. So what was the point of a base city? Huang fought for humanity all his life, and even when his life was coming to an end, he never thought of giving up. Not long after, the base city of the Southern Emperor issued a notice that from today on, this base city will be under the control of the Su Emperor. The appearance of this announcement shocked all mankind. Emperor Su just took control of a first-level base city, and he took control of another one so quickly. What's the rhythm? Emperor Su want to take control of all human base cities? Those people didn't know that they accidentally guessed the truth. As for the next few emperors, Su Chen didn't need to say much, as Huang could handle it with just one phone call. Then humans discovered that all the base cities where the emperors were located issued the same notice. Chapter 313 New Mission. In just one day, the world of mankind changed. With his unparalleled momentum, Emperor Su became the actual controller of all human base cities. Of course, other people did not know these things. What they knew was that the human emperor had given the highest position to Emperor Su. After the announcement, the system's voice sounded. Congratulations to the master for completing the 4th ring mission. The control of human beings has been completed. The next mission is that the master must destroy a major force on Earth within 3 months. The reward for completing the mission is to increase the commander's authority by 1 level, 10 weapon upgrade opportunities, 10 troop evolution opportunities, and a mysterious grand prize. Su Chen was very calm. After all, he had known for a long time that this mission could be completed, so there was nothing to be excited about. However, after completing the 4th ring of the mission, he obtained 50 million energy points, which replenished his energy a lot at once. That's not all. The second reward is what he needs most, which is the right to build all units in Red Alert 3. There is no doubt that the level of technology in Red Alert 3 is much higher than that in Red Alert 2, which can be seen from the Mecha. Not only mechas, even some arms and weapons with the same name will only be stronger. It's a pity that we still can't build the super weapons in Red Alert 3. Otherwise, if we throw a bunch of super weapons down, all the 8th level mutant beasts will die. However, Su Chen frowned at the new task of the system. To destroy a major force on Earth within 3 months, didn't this mean that he was asked to kill mutants or mutant beasts within 3 months? In terms of time, it is quite tight. After all, these two forces are numerous, and it is not so easy to destroy them. Fortunately, the system said that it was not a requirement to kill all the 2 forces. As long as about 80% of the strength of the 2 major forces was eliminated, the mission could be considered accomplished. Time was running out, and Su Chen did not waste time. He selected some units in Red Alert 3 and built some of them. Soon, the 50 million energy rewards from the mission were gone. Not only the units from Red Alert 3, Su Chen did not forget the new technology brought by Li Xiaolong. Yunru and other scientists are now working overtime to comprehensively study Li Xiaolong's new technology and have achieved some results. For example, the missile destroyer is a powerful weapon at sea. Previous destroyers were equipped with artillery and torpedoes, which were relatively less powerful. However, missile destroyers are different. Once a missile is fired, everything will be reduced to ashes. Not only missile destroyers, but also battleships with powerful firepower, these are the naval units missing in Red Alert. Su Chen now does not miss any opportunity to improve his strength, all for the arrival of that day. During this period, the mutants and mutant beasts were very safe, which made Su Chen a little worried. So he asked about the situation of Daha and Spy #1. Commander, everything is normal here. The 8th level mutant beasts are not in contact with each other. They seem to be waiting for something. This was Daha's answer. It's the same situation here. No mutant king has come to discuss with me. Everything is normal. Spy #1 said. There was no movement from the 2 major forces, which surprised Su Chun a little. Am I overthinking it? Just as Su Chun was thinking this, his cell phone rang. Su Chun, there's trouble? Lung Yue's anxious voice came over. What's wrong? Su Chun was a little surprised. Wasn't Lung Yue performing very well on the Eastern Front? Where did the trouble come from? You told me before that I must not absorb the 8th level energy crystals before I reach the 8th level, but my strength has reached the middle stage of the 7th level, and the energy crystals I absorbed are already the late 7th level energy crystals. Su Chen's face changed. He had never forgotten Long Yue's situation. After all, this was what the system said. Once something happened to Long Yue, the Earth would be doomed. Even if Long Yue is fine, as long as she absorbs the 8th level energy crystal before reaching the 8th level, the result will be the same. He thought Long Yue's recent improvement was very good, but he didn't expect that her absorption speed was even faster. Now in the late 7th stage, and the next one will be the peak 7th stage. When she needs to absorb the 8th stage energy, it will be over. You come back first. Su Chen couldn't let Long Yue stay there any longer. Long Yue did not hesitate and said directly, I will tell Lord Donghuang right away. When Donghuang first heard that Long Yue was going to leave, he naturally did not agree. Long Yue was a powerful force on the Eastern Front. But when Long Yue said that this was Su Chen's request, he didn't say anything and directly agreed to her leaving. A few hours later, Long Yue returned to the main base and found that it had become bigger after just a few months away. When Long Yue appeared in front of Su Chun took a step forward, stood in front of her, and stared at her carefully. At this moment, the straight line distance between the two was no more than 20 centimeters. Long Yue appeared calm on the surface, but she was not so calm inside. She found that the feeling Su Chun gave her was completely different from when they first met. At that time, Su Chun still had a hint of immaturity on his face, but now Su Chun gave her the feeling of a majestic superior. After watching for a while, Su Chun frowned. He had just used his mental power and did not find any problems with Long Yue's body, but she absorbed much more energy than others. What the hell was going on? Yunru, come here. Su Chun shouted directly. Commander, I'm researching a new weapon with Li Xiaolong. Can we do it later? Yunru tried to bargain. No, this is an order. Well, the commander is really ruthless, Leloleli. Not long after, Yunru came here, and Su Chun pointed at Long Yue and said, take her to get checked out to see what the root of her problem is. Is she the one? Yunru's eyes lit up. She was full of curiosity about unknown things. Long Yue followed Yunru away, and Su Chun sat in the command room waiting, drinking tea made by the two maids. After a while, Yunru's results came out. Everything is normal with her body, but her efficiency in absorbing energy is 10 times that of extraordinary people of the same level. The strange thing is that after the energy is absorbed, it seems to disappear. Yunru was also confused. Can't find the source? Not really. With Xiaocheng's help, we finally discovered that most of the energy seemed to have entered her brain. According to Xiaocheng's guess, her soul might have been damaged and needs a lot of energy to repair. Su Chen's eyes changed. Lung Yue's soul was damaged, but from the outside, she didn't seem to have any abnormalities. What was going on? Chapter 314 Don't Kill Me. Regarding soul technology, according to Su Chen's estimation, one must at least improve the mental technology to above 9.0 before one can have access to it. With the current level of mental technology, it is a pipe dream to want to solve Long Yue's soul problems. Besides, Libra was just guessing, and she couldn't be sure that her guess was correct. At this time, Su Chun thought of a person, Les. Why are you here again? Didn't I give you all the mental techniques last time? Les said unhappily when he saw Su Chun appear. Maybe it was during this period that he became familiar with the lifestyle here, and gradually he became more casual. I'm not here to ask you for technology this time. You gods should have done some research on soul power, right? Su Chun asked. I have only studied it a little bit. At least when I left the Protoss, they were still stuck in the field of psychic technology and only had a limited understanding of soul power. Then how do you have soul power? Su Chun didn't believe him. That was because I had an adventure later on. Am I not allowed a member of the God clan to have an adventure? Rice rolled his eyes. Okay, I'll assume that you had an adventure. So if there's a problem with a person's soul, can you solve it? Rice's eyes lit up. It's not common for there to be problems with the soul. Generally speaking, only people who control the power of the soul will suffer such injuries. Ordinary people don't need this at all and will die directly. This was also what Su Chun had thought about. What on earth had Long Yue experienced that she would suffer a soul injury? He once learned from Luo Hang and Zhang Tao that Long Yue was not born in that gathering place, but came there one day. Her beauty brought her a lot of trouble, but they were all scared away by the strength displayed by Leng Yue at that time. The three giants in the gathering place had all set their sights on Leng Yue, but the next day, the three giants never mentioned the matter again, which was very strange. Now that I think about it, this may be related to Leng Yue's situation. Can you solve it? Without waiting for Rice to speak, Su Chen took the initiative to propose a condition. If you can solve the problem, I can't add a TV in your room. Les's expression brightened. This was a huge temptation for him. After all, he knew nothing about the outside world. If he had a TV, he could know some basic information about this planet. Of course, I'm the god of death, Les. A mere soul injury is nothing. Les assured, patting his chest. Afterwards, Su Chen brought Les and Su Yi to the command room. Les knew at a glance that the person Su Chen was talking about must be the woman standing in the middle. It's her, right? I want to see how serious her injuries are. Les walked towards Leng Yue. Just as Rice was about to use his mental power, Su Chen's voice rang out, Les, if you are thinking of taking hostages or using any other means, I will let you know that the death of a Protoss is very simple. Les' body trembled. He heard the threat in Su Chen's words. To be honest, he did have this thought just now. The fact that Su Chen specifically found him to solve the problem showed that this woman was very important to Su Chen. If he took the woman as a hostage, would Su Chen let him leave? But this thought disappeared the moment Su Chen spoke. But he knew that Su Chen was sometimes very cruel, and if he were to get himself killed because of this incident, Rice would regret it to death. Rice obediently stretched out a finger and placed it on Leng Yue's forehead. This is the best way to contact other people's consciousness. Although Rice no longer has soul power, he still has mental power. However, he dare not use it without Su Chen's permission, otherwise Su Chen will suppress him immediately. Mental strength is a level lower than soul strength, so it should be impossible to detect injuries on other people's souls. But Rice originally possessed soul power, he just lost it. He knew more about soul power than anyone else present. But the moment Rice used his mental power to enter Leng Yue's mind, he seemed to see a figure, which was too tall for him. Ah, don't kill me. Suddenly, Les let out a scream, knelt on the ground, holding his head and trembling all over. Su Chen was a little confused. What was Rice doing? Was he playing a trick of inflicting pain on himself? The point is, who the hell are you performing for? Stop acting. What did you find out? Su Chen walked over, kicked Rice and said unhappily. But after being kicked by him, Rice remained like this, and Su Chen felt something was wrong. He walked over to take a closer look and didn't find that Rice was pretending, unless his acting skills had exceeded Su Chen's imagination. Leng Yue stood there with a calm expression. She had no idea what was going on. After a long while, Les finally recovered, but he no longer dared to look at Leng Yue. What did you see? Su Chen asked. I. Rice hesitated and shook his head. I can't say. Clang. A dagger appeared on his neck, and Su Yi took action. Speak. Su Chen looked at him indifferently. Rice's expression was very conflicted, which surprised Su Chen. He knew that Rice was a man who was very afraid of death, but in the face of death, he was still hesitating. Was it better to let him die than to let him speak it out? After hesitating for a while, Rice took a deep breath and said, I can only say that she is a big shot. I have only heard some news about her. I didn't expect that she would be on this planet, and her injuries were so serious. Su Chen was shocked. Even the god of death, Les, was frightened by Leng Yue's identity. Who is she? No wonder the system told him that if something happened to Leng Yue, the Earth would be doomed. This is simply a time bomb. The current situation is extremely critical. Even Leng Yue doesn't know when she will need to absorb the 8th level energy crystals. If she waits until she has not reached the 8th level but wants to absorb the 8th level energy crystals, her body may not be able to bear it, and the final result will be that everyone will be doomed. I've tried it before. If I don't absorb the energy crystals, then I should be able to slow down time, and the time for absorbing the 8th level energy crystals will be postponed. Leng Yue said. It seemed that she should have guessed something. What should I do if I don't absorb the energy crystals? What should I do about the hunger? Su Chen did not forget that Leng Yue had been tortured by hunger before. I can endure it. Wait until you find a way. Leng Yue looked at Su Chen with sparkling eyes. Chapter 3:15 Humanity's Counterattack. Time passed quietly, and a few short months went by quickly. During this period, humans sent all the extraordinary people above level 3 to the 4 major battlefronts in batches to fight and train with mutant beasts. There were many deaths, but at the same time, there were also many strong people among humans. Not to mention others, there are as many as 5 8th level transcendents. However, due to the previous incident with Emperor Gu, These 8th level transcendents do not have the title of emperors, they are just 8th level transcendents. This made the 5 newly promoted 8th level transcendents very depressed, but facing the current veteran emperor, they had no confidence at all. Once a fight broke out, it would not just be them who would be in trouble. Only when you reach a certain level, you will know that the most powerful human being today is not the emperor of a few first-level base cities, but a well-known name, the Red Alert base. 8th level transcendents openly displayed in the Red Alert base alone. Among them, there are several who are in the middle stage of the 8th level. Some people even suspect that there are late stage of the 8th level extraordinary people in the Red Alert base. With the departure of winter, the scorching sun that has not been seen for a long time shines on the earth again. The snow everywhere begins to melt and the earth begins to revive. This is a signal. The human emperor had already discussed with Su Chun that once summer comes, the human counterattack will begin. The time has come when humans have to fight against mutant beasts and humans. The reason is simple. The Southern Emperor can no longer hold on. At the beginning, the Southern Emperor said that he had less than half a year to live. However, only 2 or 3 months had passed, and his body had shown very bad reactions. He might leave at any time. At this time in the Emperor's meeting, Emperor Nan kept coughing. It was obvious from his face that his health was very poor, and he might not even live for a month. "Teacher, are you okay?" Kong Huang looked very worried. Not only Emperor Kong, several other veteran emperors had the same expression. To them, Emperor Nan was not only an emperor, but also their teacher. Among humans, Nan Huang is the first to become an emperor. It is because of Nan Huang that humans have the most basic survival guarantee. At least the 8th level mutant beasts dare not enter human territory at will. Ming Huang, Kong Huang, and others all became emperors later. They all received guidance from Nan Huang, and the title of teacher was not just a joke. Ahem, I'm fine. I can hold on. Ahem, this is the last battle for us humans. If we win, humans will continue to survive on Earth. If we lose, humans will definitely become food for mutant beasts. The Southern Emperor looked at everyone. His cloudy eyes seemed to contain a sharp light. As long as I am here, humans will never fall. Let's get started. It's time for humans to fight back. After the meeting, all human base cities including gathering places were fully mobilized. The first to take action were naturally the 4 major human fronts, as they were closely following the mutant beasts. Everyone, move forward at full speed and kill all the mutant beasts. With a shout, the soldiers on the 4 fronts all rushed out of their defense lines. This was not the first time they had done this, but it was definitely the most exciting one. They all know that this is the final battle for humanity, and they can only win, not lose. Boom, boom, boom. Countless artillery fire fell from the sky, covering the place where the mutant beasts were in a sea of fire. The warriors, like a tide, used their flesh and blood to stop all the mutant beasts rushing towards the defense line. They are fearless and will take the life of a mutant beast with them even if they die. At this moment, all human beings are united. Looking at the battle below, Dong Huang's expression, which had always been cold, was also quite moving. I really hope that this is the last time that humans will risk their lives to fight for a future. Don't worry, this is definitely the last time. A voice appeared beside Dong Huang. It was Yu Huang. Humans have the momentum to fight to the death, so naturally they will not leave the emperor inside. All of them go to the front line and start to spread out. There are at least 2 emperors on each line of defense. As for where the other emperors are, that is a secret. Although Su Chen did not appear on the 4 major fronts, he was able to see from the images taken by spy satellites in the command room that humans really gave their all this time and were determined to succeed or die. Commander, the mutant beasts are moving. A large number of mutant beasts are gathering towards the 4 major battle fronts. In about an hour, that place will become the largest battlefield. Tanya said. Su Chen took a look and saw that the red light spots representing the enemy covered a large area and were moving towards the green light spots, which were also friendly forces. As for why the friendly forces were green light spots, this was purely random. Su Chen was able to discover that the human emperor had naturally also received the news. In the summer, the satellite would not be obstructed in any way, and they directly discovered the movements of the mutant beasts. A large number of mutant beasts are gathering here. Mobilize the Air Force. The Sky Emperor gave the order. Then a large number of fighter jets and helicopters took off from the airport inside the front line and rushed to the rear of the mutant beasts, preparing for an airstrike. However, there were also flying mutants among the mutants, and a fierce battle broke out between the 2 sides. The flying mutant beasts, which had been invincible in the past, encountered trouble this time. They found that the power of these fighter jets and helicopters had been upgraded to a higher level. It took the death of dozens of flying mutant beasts to shoot down a fighter jet or helicopter, which was impossible before. Even among the mutant beasts, the number of flying mutant beasts is very small. If this continues, their flying mutant beasts will be the first to die. Of course, they didn't know that during these few months, some of the techniques Chen taught humans were applied to various weapons. They looked no different from before, but in fact, current weapons were far superior to previous ones. If they were given more time, they could upgrade their current weapons to a higher level and deal with mutant beasts more easily. Unfortunately, time waits for no one. With the current level of human weapons, humans can only barely deal with some weak mutant beasts. Facing the counterattack of humans, the mutant beasts have only one solution: crush them with numbers. Even though they fight with humans every day, the number of mutant beasts has never been that high. There is a huge difference in numbers between the two sides. Bump. Luo shot and killed a 4th-level mutant beast, wiped the blood off his face, looked at the endless mutant beasts in front of him, and spat fiercely. Damn, there are so many mutant beasts. How long will it take to kill them all? Stop talking nonsense. If you have time to talk, you can kill one more person. Don't worry about so much. Killing monsters is the most important thing. Zhang Tao reminded and continued to kill the mutant beasts. The cooperation between the two had long been perfect, and no mutant beast around could get close to them. Chapter 316 Anal Tactics. Every time before Luo fired, he would use his mental power to slightly influence the mutant beast, so that every shot would directly hit the mutant beast's eyes. The bullet would penetrate its head and kill it instantly. After such a long period of fighting, his mental power has been able to be equivalent to that of the more powerful Yuri recruits in the Red Alert base. Of course, he cannot produce the same fire effects as Yuri recruits. After all, everyone uses mental power differently, and the results will also be different. Zhang Tao has been learning from the sniper, and now his sniping level is definitely at the god level among humans. With one shot, no mutant beast can dodge. The two cooperated on the battlefield, killing every mutant beast around them. All along, their limelight had been stolen by Leng Yue. When Leng Yue was not around, the people around them realized how powerful they were. Not only them, many powerful warriors emerged on the battlefield. Some of them relied purely on their own strength, while others used powerful weapons, such as the Prism tanks and Apocalypse tanks from the Red Battle Flag, and of course the coolest ones were the mechas. There are several more types of mechas on the battlefield, such as Sickle Mecha, Harvester Mecha, etc., but the most dazzling one is still the Tianren Mecha. Over the past few months, more than a dozen Tianren mechas have been sent out as rewards, scattered on every battlefield. They are all the most handsome ones. The Ghost King Mecha, Tengu Mecha, etc., their battles are still on the ground, at most a few meters above the ground, but the Celestial Mecha, their battlefield can be on the ground or in the sky, and they are omnipotent. Wherever the Tianren Mecha appears, it will attract a lot of envious eyes. Being able to obtain the Tianren Mecha also means that they are very powerful. The Tianren Mecha will vary depending on the driver. The most powerful driver can use the Tianren Mecha alone to fight against a peak-level 7th-order mutant beast, while a weaker person can probably only deal with an early-level 7th-order mutant beast. This is the difference. The battle has just begun, and all the soldiers who appear are human soldiers. Su Chen's Red Alert troops have not taken action yet. This was not Su Chen's way of conserving his energy, but something he and the human emperor had discussed together. At the beginning of the battle, the Red Alert troops will not take action. After the battle has started for a while, it is time for Su Chen to take action. The attack started from the oil field guarded by Boris and penetrated from the rear of the mutant beast, so this tactic was called the anal attack tactic. To be honest, when Su Chen called the tactics this name, all the emperors present twitched their lips. Why call it this? Why call it something else? But this time Su Chen was the leader of the battle, and they had no choice but to agree to call him by this name. The anal explosion tactic is very simple. Su Chen transferred part of the troops to the oil field base, and then the troops set out from here and headed to the rear of the mutant beasts on the northern front to wipe out all the mutant beasts here. Su Chen also established 3 sub-bases around the 4 major human battlefronts. In other words, the anal explosion tactic can be launched 4 times at a time. This battle is very important. If the Red Alert troops are too weak, they might be suppressed by the mutant beasts, which would not be fun. In order to make this tactic successful, Su Chen directly dispatched 500,000 troops to each branch base. In other words, he dispatched 2 million units for this operation. Su Chen had not had a lot of inventory after such a long period of development. This operation might not have been successful. Before, Su Chen now has new units from Red Alert 3 under his command, as well as new weapons brought by super soldiers such as Li Xiaolong and Yunru. Now everyone under Su Chen's command is an elite and their weapons are even more powerful. This time, each troop was led by a super soldier, Bald Chong, Li Xiaolong, Boris, and Yuri. There were basically no problems with the four of them leading the team. If it was a battle that required brains, Su Chen would definitely not let Bald Chong take the field. This guy has no brain cells at all and can only act recklessly. But this time the battle was purely about who was stronger, and Bald Chong's move was just right. In addition to their own super soldier aura, they can increase the strength of surrounding red alert units by 50%. If the mission fails, they can be retrained. Without the mutant beasts knowing, the four major forces set out from the subbase, made a circle, and came to the back of the mutant beasts, and the anal explosion tactics began. Boom. The first things to take action were artillery shells and missiles. These long-range attack weapons naturally showed their power at this time. The mutant beasts were caught off guard and tens of thousands of them were killed or injured on the spot. Compared with the total number of mutant beasts, this is just a drop in the bucket. Roar. Under the roar of the 7th level mutant beasts, some of the mutant beasts began to turn and rushed towards the Red Alert troops. The Red Alert soldiers looked serious and then continued to fire. Now is not the time for hand-to-hand combat. The best way is to use artillery fire to eliminate some of the mutant beasts first. This is a battlefield, not a game. Their goal is to kill all mutant beasts with the least consumption. Was the first time that Su Chen saw the Red Alert force go all out. The scene was truly spectacular, especially the heavy aerial weapons. When the Kirov airship appeared in the air and kept dropping shells, it was like firecrackers were lit below, with crackling sounds continuing. Current Kirov airship is more powerful than before, because this is the Kirov airship in Red Alert 3, and all aspects have been strengthened. It can be said to be an upgraded version. Some flying mutant beasts wanted to come over and destroy the Kirov airship, but they ignored the surrounding rocket soldiers and moon rocket soldiers, which are the only two flying soldiers in Red Alert. Under their protection, the Kirov airship was unharmed and continued to bomb. After several rounds of attacks, they killed more than half of the charging mutant beasts and finally escaped from the bombing zone. They finally approached the Red Alert force, where they were greeted by a warm hug from the wild orcs and bullets in the hands of various arms. The situation here soon reached the ears of the 8th level mutant beasts, and they were furious. How did so many humans appear in the back? Of course, they don't know that there are bases in the world that have such transmission capabilities. No matter how those humans appear, they must accept this reality and wait until they are attacked from both sides by humans, and then they will be the ones to die. Someone go take action and get rid of those damn humans. Chapter 317 Crunchy, Wolf Meat Flavor. This battle may be the last battle of mankind, so the Emperor decided, after an agreement, to broadcast the entire battle process live. Of course, since the battlefields are in 4 places, there are naturally 4 live broadcasts. Those who live inside can selectively watch these live broadcasts. Each of them was watching these live broadcasts and praying in their hearts that humans could defeat the mutant beasts. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Look, that's the controller of our base city. He is so powerful that he can deal with 2 level 7 mutant beasts alone. Someone from the base city pointed at the screen in the live broadcast room and shouted excitedly to the people around him. I just saw my cousin. He killed a 5th level mutant beast. I want to become as strong as him in the future. This is a young man, his eyes full of longing. Mom, look, that's Dad. He's so awesome. A little girl saw her father's heroic figure on the live broadcast screen. At this moment, the hearts of mankind are united, and they all hope that humanity can win. However, there are scenes of mutant beasts being killed, and naturally there are also scenes of mutant beasts killing humans. Some people saw people they knew die in the mouth of the mutant beast. They roared in grief and anger, their eyes red, hoping that others could kill the mutant beast and avenge their loved ones. The protagonist of this battle is not the Emperor, but the warriors fighting for humanity. There are not many scenes left on the Emperor, but even if it is just a fleeting glimpse, countless people will stare closely. After all, they are all emperors. Someone noticed one thing. There were only 2 emperors on each front. Both of them were a veteran emperor and a new emperor. But in this way, there were only 8 emperors. What about the other emperors? Of course, they didn't know that this was a plan of the human emperor. The 8th level mutant beasts will definitely not let the human emperor go. This is a great opportunity. As long as they want to kill the human emperor, they will not miss this opportunity. Then the remaining emperors will use the teleportation device in Longshin City to suddenly appear, counterattack, and shock the 8th level mutant beasts. You know, the 8th level troops under Su Chen have not been exposed yet, and no one knows where they are. Since all the bases are under Su Chen's control, Su Chun has the greatest say among all the emperors. No one could object to his words. After watching for a while, humans suddenly thought of one thing. Where is Emperor Ming? Among the emperors guarding the four major defense lines of mankind, there is no figure of Ming Huang. An emperor once said that Ming Huang went to carry out a very secret mission, but now is the time of life and death for mankind. Why hasn't Ming Huang appeared yet? No one could answer this news. In the eyes of the emperor, Emperor Ming had died in the ancient ruins, but only Su Chun knew that Emperor Ming was possessed by less, and he had no way to solve this problem at present. People saw in the live broadcast room that the human warriors had suppressed the mutant beasts and forced them to retreat continuously. They were shouting madly, as if they were the ones fighting. There are an endless stream of mutant beasts. On the human side, extraordinary people from various base cities come one after another. As soon as they arrive here, they directly join the battle without a word of nonsense the whole time. Now is the critical moment of the battle. Who dares to waste time at this time? Dong Huang stood in the air and observed that humans had now pushed the battlefield forward by at least 1 kilometer. This would definitely be a great victory in the past, but now, it was just a start. The news has come that the Red Alert base has taken action. The mutant beast's rear has been cut off. We can now take action, Yu Huang said. Okay, the battlefield commander should have received the news. We just need to be on guard against the 8th level mutant beasts. Dong Huang knew that as emperors, they not only had to watch the battlefield, but more importantly, they had to keep an eye on the opponent's 8th level mutant beasts. Once an 8th level mutant beast is allowed to enter the battlefield, things will be troublesome. They didn't know that the 8th level mutant beast had already set off, but it didn't look for them, but went to find the Red Alert force. At this time, behind the northern front, the Red Alert force led by Boris, with an irresistible posture, directly wiped out millions of mutant beasts and continued to advance forward. Compared with the Red Alert force, these mutant beasts were far inferior. This is not a gap in military strength, but a gap in technology. Finally, something decent has arrived. Boris looked up and saw 2 figures appear in the air. They were the human forms of 2 8th level mutant beasts. The 8th level mutant beasts are too huge. Unless they are flying 8th level mutant beasts, they will generally transform into human form to facilitate flying. These 2 8th level mutant beasts, one is the Wolf King and the other is the Dog King. That's right, it's Daha. Boris and Daha in the air exchanged glances, but there was no verbal communication. The Wolf King had no idea that the Dog King beside him was actually a bestiality. When the Wolf King saw the situation below, there was anger in his eyes. These were all mutant beasts under his management. If they all died, he would be left alone. Roar. Seeing the Red Alert troops below, it did not notify the Dog King, but directly transformed back into its original form and suppressed them. It was such a terrifying thing that a giant wolf 100 meters long fell from the sky. However, what the Wolf King did not expect was that a man suddenly flew up from below and punched him in the belly. Ooh! The giant wolf let out a mournful howl. It was injured. The punch made it spit out blood. The Wolf King was greatly surprised. He did not expect this man to be so strong. He could injure him with 1 punch. Even if he was not in the middle 8th level, he was not far from it. Dog King, have you met this human last time? The Wolf King asked the Dog King via voice transmission. It had heard about what happened before, where the Dog King and a Mutant King joined forces to stop the Red Alert base from advancing to the oil field. As a result, the Mutant King died and the Dog King escaped. At that time, it didn't care. It just thought that the Dog King and the Mutant Human King were too weak. Now it seems that it is not them who are weak, but this human is too strong. I have encountered this before. If this human hadn't begged for mercy, I would have eaten him long ago. The Dog King said with disdain. The Wolf King was almost blown away by the Dog King's bragging. He was almost doomed, but he was still pretending to be so arrogant. I am no match for him. Let's unite and eat him together, said the Wolf King. No problem. The Wolf King and the Dog King rushed forward and bit Boris. Boris, who was standing in the open space, had a strange smile on his face. This smile made the Wolf King feel something unusual for a moment, but before he could react, he felt a pain in his head and then lost consciousness. Click, click. Daha kept gnawing on the Wolf King's head. It was crunchy and tasted like wolf meat. What a stupid wolf. If there were more of it, I would have dinner. Chapter 318 Good News. 8th level mutant beast trend has been paying attention to this incident. The adult has not come out yet, and humans have turned around and attacked them. This makes it feel a little uneasy. This large-scale action by humans has put the mutant beasts in a somewhat passive position, but this is nothing to them. Compared with their overall strength, they are not afraid of humans at all. Before, they were just some 8th level mutant beasts who did not want their power to be weakened. Feng Chao, as a mid-level 8th order mutant beast, has no restrictions on some 8th order mutant beasts, otherwise it would have led the mutant beasts to destroy humans long ago. Only that adult can unify the strength of the mutant beasts. Sir, when can you come out? Feng Chao sighed. Suddenly, it heard the voices from other 8th level mutant beasts. With a hint of fear in their voices, Feng Chao, something bad has happened. Humans are too powerful. Not only are we at a disadvantage on the battlefield, but even when other 8th level mutant beasts attacked, 3 of them died.
What?
Feng Chao was shocked. Although the number of 8th level mutant beasts is greater than that of humans, it is not that exaggerated. Now 3 of them have died at once, which is a huge loss. What is going on? It's the Red Alert base. They attacked the rear of our mutant beasts. Those 8th level mutant beasts went to deal with them, but they didn't expect that the 8th level extraordinary people in the Red Alert base were too strong. They were no match at all. In the best case, they suffered serious injuries. The voice of the 8th level mutant beast trembled slightly when he spoke. Feng Chao glared, and the momentum from the 8th level mutant beast burst out, blowing away everything around it. It was angry. Damn humans, damn humans. I knew that we should have gathered all our strength and destroyed humans first, otherwise humans would definitely be a big problem. Feng Chaoqi was shaking all over. It didn't expect that the number of 8th level strongmen in the human race would increase so much. If this continued, the strength of the human emperor would be almost the same as that of the mutant beasts. This is not good news for mutant beasts. You must know that among the same level, humans are stronger than mutant beasts. In the past, mutant beasts could definitely completely wipe out humans by relying on their large numbers, but a considerable number of 8th level mutant beasts were unwilling to do so, and Feng Chao had no choice but to give up. He did not expect that humans would become so powerful now. 3 8th level mutant beasts died. If it knew that the Wolf King was killed by the bestial Dog King among them, it would probably vomit blood. The current situation is very unfavorable for the mutant beasts. Feng Chao is a smart mutant beast. After sensing the strength of the 8th level human, it did not rashly contact other 8th level mutant beasts to take action. Human beings' enemy is not just them. There is another one, that is, the mutants. Feng Chao decisively contacted the Mutant King, told him the pros and cons, and emphasized one thing. Once humans destroyed the mutant beasts, the next would be them, the mutants. At this time, there are more than 10 emperors among the mutants. The most powerful mutant emperor is as powerful as Feng Chao, which makes Feng Chao very envious and jealous. You know, it took it so long to gain its current strength, but what about the mutants? It only took them a few months to gain strength comparable to its own, which made it unable to understand why. If it knew that this was just an accidental collision between two things, I wonder what it would think. In fact, Su Qian did not expect that the mutants, who were originally nothing, could become a major force today. The source of everything is the bloodline wisdom pearl. With it, the mutants gained wisdom, and later it became the backup of the Zerg mother nest, allowing the mutant strength to increase rapidly. Of course, humans also gained some benefits. 2 coincidences created the mutants we have today. Wu Huang, I am Feng Chao. Isn't this Lord Feng Chao, the famous among the mutant beasts? How come he has time to look for me? Wu Huang's voice sounded with a hint of sarcasm. Mutants have a bad relationship with humans, but their relationship with mutant beasts is almost the same. After all, many mutants have been eaten by mutant beasts, and the two sides are big enemies. Feng Chao is naturally aware of this point, but the current situation is not good, so it doesn't care even if it is ridiculed. You should know about the humans' counterattack against my mutant beasts, right? I heard a little bit. It seems that humans have a slight advantage. The mutant beasts are really useless. Wu Huang continued to mock. Feng Chao wanted to eat Wu Huang, but they were far apart. Plus, if they started fighting, it would be a 50-50 fight at best. Feng Chao could only think about it in his mind. It's not just a little advantage, it's a huge advantage. You probably don't know that 3 level 8 mutant beasts have died on my side.
What?
Wu Huang exclaimed. The 8th level mutant beast is definitely an early 8th level mutant beast. Most of the mutant human kings are also in the early 8th level. 3 of them died at once. What does this mean? How many human emperors have died? Wu Huang asked. No one died. Wu Huang's face darkened. He realized what Feng Chao meant. The other party was coming to join them to deal with humans. If humans were still the same as before, Wu Huang would definitely not do this. But now that humans have become the strongest, he must unite with the mutant beasts and cannot let the mutant beasts be killed in one bite by humans. I agree to this. I will contact other emperors later. A smile appeared on Feng Chao's mouth. Just as he had guessed, the mutants would definitely agree. After all, the current situation was not good for them. Not long after, Su Chun, who was far away in the main base, received a message from Spy Number 1. Commander, Wu Huang just contacted me and said that he was going to join forces with the mutant beasts to deal with us. Su Chen's eyes remained unchanged. He had long known that the mutants would never sit idly by and watch the mutant beasts being destroyed by humans. At present, super soldiers have led the Red Alert Force to kill a large number of mutant beasts, even 3 8th level mutant beasts, which has shocked the mutant beast side. At this time, there was a hint of confusion among the mutant beasts. Those 7th level mutant beasts saw with their own eyes the scenes of the 8th level mutant beasts being killed or defeated. Even the 8th level mutant beasts were doomed, and they had no way to deal with them at all. What scared them the most was that the 2 emperors at the human defense line did not take any action from beginning to end. The first day of fighting ended quickly, and humans began to count the results of the first day, and the results were very gratifying. Humans paid the price of the lives of about hundreds of thousands of soldiers and killed more than 10 million mutant beasts, including 97th level mutant beasts and 3 8th level mutant beasts. It was exciting. Chapter 319 Big Fireworks. For humans, fighting at night increases the risk a lot. This battle concerns the future of mankind. They must proceed steadily and not advance rashly at night. On the first day of fighting, humans advanced their territory by 10 kilometers, a major step forward for humans in decades. Before this, they had never traveled such a long distance. At this time, several soldiers who were on guard at the border were chatting excitedly about something. I killed 25 mutant beasts today. I've never felt so good killing before. That's nothing. I killed 43 of them, and the captain killed nearly 100 mutant beasts. Fortunately, we all have red flag weapons. Didn't you see that after a few bullets, the powerful mutant beasts that we didn't dare to deal with before are now no match at all? I heard that the logistics troops were exhausted just cleaning up the battlefield. Haha, this time we killed more than 10 million mutant beasts. All this meat was transported to the base city. I guess the price of meat there will plummet during this period of time. Several people were very leisurely. Even after experiencing the battle during the day, the excitement on their faces did not fade. To be honest, humans suddenly launched a counterattack, which was beyond the expectations of many people. Previously, the human emperor asked all extraordinary people above level 3 to go to the front line for training. They thought it would take some time, but they didn't expect the fighting to start so soon. Human beings are in high spirits now, but they don't know that in other places, the human emperor's face is not very good. We were so well prepared, yet we still lost so many warriors. If the situation continues at this rate, even if all the human warriors are killed, the mutant beasts will not all die. Kong Huang's face looked very ugly. Humanity had the support of many weapons to achieve today's results. Without these weapons, especially the Red Alert weapons, humanity's losses would only be greater. In front of the Emperor of Sky, there were many screens. This was another meeting of emperors. In terms of 8th level warriors, our number is no less than that of mutant beasts. In addition, the Red Alert base killed 3 8th level mutant beasts today, and the number is almost equal. But in terms of the number below the 8th level, we are far behind. Shi Huang sighed. This is the truth. Even an 8th level warrior will have a time when his strength is exhausted. If an 8th level warrior uses all his strength, he can kill hundreds of thousands of mutant beasts. This is already very good. The better ones are only about 1 or 2 million. What after that? Sometimes, when the quantity increases, it really will produce a qualitative change. On the first day of fighting, it seemed that humans had the upper hand, but only the emperors knew that humans were not in a good situation. Emperor Su, what do you think? Dong Huang suddenly asked Su Chun. Today's Su Chun is the legitimate emperor, and the most powerful one among all emperors. Although the southern emperor is the strongest, he doesn't take care of things, and his health is getting worse and worse. He just listened to their discussion without saying anything. Numbers are not a problem. The 8th level mutant beasts and mutant human kings are the key. Once they die, the group will be leaderless and the rest will be easy. Su Chen hit the point. The others' eyes lit up. They were frightened by the huge number of enemies, but they forgot one thing. There was no strongest person, they were just a group of rabble. But what should we do with so many of them? An 8th level mutant beast won't be found that easily. Bai Huang asked. Well, let's put it this way. I'll let you guys watch a big fireworks show later, Su Chen said, and turned off the video directly. The other emperors were all stunned. Big fireworks, what the hell is this? After turning off the video, Chen opened the map, selected a place where the most mutant beasts gathered, and then used an opportunity to use a super weapon. He chose the nuclear missile silo. In the dark night, there were only a few stars, but tonight, some people saw a bright spark across the sky. They were just a little surprised and didn't think much about it. But the human emperors thought of something, and a strange look flashed in their eyes. Is this the big fireworks that Emperor Su mentioned? Could it be that Emperor Su launched a huge missile? Since there are no nuclear weapons in this world, the most powerful weapon they can imagine is the large missile. But it didn't take long for them to realize that they had guessed wrong. Boom! A ray of light came from the horizon, illuminating half the sky, making some people think that the sun had risen at this time. Those who were farther away could only vaguely see a little light, but those who were closer saw a mushroom-shaped black cloud rising slowly, accompanied by a huge bright light, making the night as bright as day. Chen watched the entire scene of the nuclear bomb explosion through the satellite. It was very spectacular. In terms of power, the nuclear bomb and the thundercloud storm were similar, but it seemed that the nuclear bomb was more deterrent. It is indeed a super weapon. Once this mushroom is planted, millions of mutant beasts will be wiped out. There will also be strong radiation in that area. In the future, that area will become a dead zone. As for radiation, with the current technology of the Red Alert base, it can be gradually eliminated. But now we have no time to do these things when dealing with mutant beasts. When the human emperor saw this scene, he was deeply shocked by Chen's methods. They suspected that even if they were hit by this missile, they would probably be doomed. Humans have noticed it, and the mutant beasts have naturally discovered it as well. Anyone with eyes that are not blind can see a mushroom that big. What's going on? How can humans have such powerful weapons? Feng Chao was greatly shocked. He knew that humans had weapons that could deal with 8th-level mutant beasts, but they had been destroyed by them in the last battle. Moreover, that weapon was far inferior to the explosion just now. Lord Feng Chao, the large number of mutant beasts we gathered 300 kilometers away from the Eastern Front have all been killed. A 7th-level mutant beast came to report. Puff. Feng Chao spat out a mouthful of blood. These were all his subordinates. In other words, this time he lost a large part of his power. Humans, my hatred for you is irreconcilable. A shrill voice echoed throughout the area, but unfortunately it was too far away from humans, and no one could hear it. It didn't take long for the human emperor to realize that what Chen had just used was a weapon called a nuclear bomb. The moment this weapon exploded, it could produce extremely high temperatures and powerful radiation. As for what radiation was, Chen also specifically explained it. Emperor Su, are you saying that the radiation will cause certain harm to us emperors, and no one will be able to get close to that area in the future? Emperor Yu was frightened by Chen's words. This weapon is powerful, but the side effects are a bit scary. Chapter 320 War of Attrition. That's basically it. Chen finally finished explaining. The other emperors felt a little regretful, but also a little fortunate that Chen could not produce this kind of weapon for the time being. If this kind of weapon was everywhere, even if they killed the mutant beasts and mutants, the remaining people would not have many places to live. The radiation threat posed by nuclear bombs is too great for ordinary people. I believe that with the threat of Emperor Su's nuclear bomb, the mutant beasts should be scared. We need to take the opportunity to continue advancing tomorrow. The supply lines behind must also be in place without any gaps. Emperor Kong said. Chen's nuclear bomb gave the Emperor a great shock. This is a powerful weapon that can kill millions of mutant beasts at once. It is almost equivalent to the combat results of a human warrior in one day. How terrifying it is. They didn't know that there were several other super weapons with similar power to that of a nuclear bomb, especially since he also had a super weapon from Red Alert 3, which was even more powerful. With the deliberate help of the human emperor, this matter soon reached everyone's ears. All of a sudden, this matter dominated the forum and became the hottest topic. Did you see the bright light last night? What bright light? Your information is out of date. It's clearly a huge mushroom cloud. I've never seen a mushroom cloud that big. It's so scary. Hey, let me tell you a secret. This mushroom cloud is said to be a new weapon of the Red Alert base. It looks just like an ordinary missile. Once it explodes, it can instantly destroy a first-level base city. Fuck, so awesome? The weapons in the Red Alert base are too scary. Luckily, they are all our own people. The mutants should be feeling pretty good now. They guessed correctly. The mutant beasts were now frightened and angry. The shock they received from a nuclear bomb was too great. That area only when the mushroom cloud was almost dissipated. As soon as he approached, he felt a faint, tingling sensation all over his body. This feeling became stronger as he got closer. When we reached the center, The radiation was so intense that it stung our entire body. What kind of weapon is this? Is it the latest secret weapon developed by humans? Feng Chao was very curious. It had many beast slaves among humans, most of whom were scientists, but these people did not send this kind of news back to it. If he had known that humans had such a terrifying weapon, he would never have let his men gather together. Feng Chao, what the hell happened there? A voice reached its ears. It was another 8th stage mid-stage mutant beast. Humans have developed a secret weapon that wiped out millions of mutant beasts under my command. What? How powerful is it? Is it a threat to us? The 8th stage mid-stage mutant beast was shocked. It is very likely that we can be killed, Feng Chao said in a deep voice. This kind of weapon must not appear again. We might as well gather all the 8th level mutant beasts and mutant human kings and rush forward. I don't believe that the human king can stop us. The 8th level mutant beast became furious. Feng Chao was indeed a little tempted, but when he thought of that adult, he held back. No, don't forget. Humans still have the immortal Huang. I suspect the reason why humans fought back so quickly is probably because the immortal Huang's body is no longer able to function and humans' lifespan is too short. Feng Chao's words carried a hint of sarcasm. Even if a strong human reaches the 8th level, his lifespan will not increase. However, it is different for mutant beasts. As 8th level mutant beasts, it is not a problem for them to live for hundreds of years. They can kill all human emperors. Of course, they don't need to kill all human emperors, just kill the Southern Emperor. When the Southern Emperor was mentioned, the 8th level mutant fell silent. Even though he was a mid-level 8th level mutant, he still didn't dare to face the Southern Emperor. That human was too strong. Then wait until the adults come out. We will use ordinary mutant beasts to fight them first. I don't believe that mutant beasts can't defeat humans. Feng Chao thought so too. Even if Su Chen used a nuclear bomb to kill millions of its men, it was not going to do it itself. When it came to numbers, they had never been afraid of anyone. As soon as the sky brightened the next day, the human warriors had already begun to advance into the distance. Their goal today was to push the human territory 100 kilometers away. The road to advancement on other fronts was very difficult, but the soldiers on the Eastern Front found that the number of mutant beasts they encountered along the way was incredibly small. They guessed that it had something to do with the big fireworks last night. The human warriors were advancing, and the mutant beasts were retreating. This whole scene was seen by humans through live broadcast. They all thought that humans could defeat the mutant beasts and return to the days before the apocalypse. They didn't know that the mutant beasts had joined forces with the mutant humans. After advancing for dozens of kilometers, the pressure on humans suddenly increased. They saw a large number of mutants rushing towards them. The human warriors' faces darkened. This situation made them think of a possibility. Mutant beasts and mutant humans unite. At this moment, the pressure on humanity suddenly increased and the situation was very bad. The human emperors soon learned the news and they gritted their teeth. No wonder the mutant beasts are still sending cannon fodder here. It turns out they have teamed up with the mutants. They are deliberately consuming our human combat power. The human emperor naturally thought of this, but they had no way to deal with it. They must maintain their fighting power and wait for the appearance of the 8th level mutant beast or mutant king. Once they expend their energy fighting against ordinary mutant beasts and mutants, they will be in danger. For the first time, humanity's pace has taken a step backward. The number of enemies was too large, and their weapon supplies could not keep up. Some human warriors showed frustrated looks on their faces. They had finally achieved the current situation. Were they going to give it back? At this moment, a series of shocking explosions were heard. They looked up and saw that it was the Air Force from the Red Alert base. Among the Navy, Army, and Air Force, the Air Force is naturally the fastest and most suitable for support. Su Chen must kill the mutant beast, not only for his mission, but also for himself. When the nest is overturned, how can the eggs remain intact? If humanity is destroyed, Su Chen alone will not be able to resist the two major forces of mutant beasts and mutant humans. Su Chen decisively dispatched a large number of fighter helicopters and even Kirov airships, all for the purpose of defeating the mutant beasts. With the help of the Air Force, human troops were finally able to continue advancing. The firepower of the Red Alert's weapons was not exaggerated. The bombs of the Kirov airship alone were enough to give them a hard time. As the war situation here was gradually turning around, a piece of news reached the ears of the human emperor. Marine mutant beasts attack base city. Chapter 321. The Supertime Air Corps appears. All along, human emperors have been focusing on mutant beasts on land, and they have ignored the existence of mutant beasts in the ocean. The marine mutant beasts can go to land, but it will only reduce their combat effectiveness. Coupled with the last blow inflicted on the marine mutant beasts, they subconsciously feel that the marine mutant beasts dare not take action. As a result, they were slapped in the face. The marine mutant beasts took advantage of this opportunity, passed through the bottom of the river, and attacked several base cities near the river. Currently, those base cities are struggling to resist, and the situation is very bad. This time humans are fighting a desperate battle. All the extraordinary people above level 3 are dispatched to the 4 major battle fronts. Those who remain in the base city are extraordinary people below level 3 or simply ordinary people. They had not thought that mutant beasts would attack the base city. If the base cities themselves did not have strong defense capabilities, these base cities would probably be doomed. Even so, the attacked base city is still in danger. Their strength is too weak, and they can only rely on various weapons on the city walls to deal with the marine mutant beasts. Over time, they will not be able to stop them at all. When the mutant marine beasts started to attack, they asked for help from above. The human emperor immediately thought of many ways, but unfortunately none of them could be implemented. The reason is very simple. If they want to transport a large number of soldiers back, not to mention the time spent on the road, by the time they return, the base city is likely to have been breached. But it is obviously not possible to just ignore it. The people living in the base city are the soldiers' families. They are fighting on the front line, and their relatives in the rear are in trouble. How can they face those soldiers? The human emperor had no choice but to find Chen. Leave this matter to me. You tell the people in the base cities not to be surprised by any scene they see later. Chen gave a preventive measure first. The human emperor was a little puzzled. What kind of situation required them to give special instructions? However, they still followed Chen's instructions and gave the orders. Lin Hao is the temporary controller of Wuyu City. When all the extraordinary people go to the front line to fight, someone must be selected as the agent. It is an honor for him to be chosen. He is only a second-level extraordinary person, which is already the boss in the current base city. Just before, when he saw so many marine mutant beasts attacking the base city, he was almost scared to death. There was no way. A few months ago, he was just an ordinary person and had never seen such a scene. He could only follow the usual practice and find the remaining second-level extraordinary people in the base city to prepare to face these marine mutant beasts. However, there were too many marine mutant beasts, and they could not rely on the weapons on the city walls to resist them at all. They were almost broken in by these marine mutant beasts several times. Fortunately, these marine mutant beasts were relatively weak, which gave them some buffer time. When Lin Hao saw so many mutant marine beasts, he reported the matter to his superiors and waited for a reply. Soon, he received a message, "Don't worry, people from the Red Alert base will come to support you." Hearing this, Lin Hao was overjoyed. They were most confident in the strength of the Red Alert base, which was the largest force in the human race. But then the other party added, "By the way, if you see something incomprehensible later, please don't be surprised. This is what the higher-ups told me to tell you." After saying that, the other party hung up. Lin Hao blinked. What did this mean? But soon, he knew why the other party said that. On their city wall, there was a large empty space. There was nothing there 1 second ago, and the next second, thousands of figures appeared. Oh my god, it's a ghost. A second-level transcendent was so scared when he saw this scene that he dropped the gun in his hand and sat down on the ground. This scene was beyond their imagination. 1,000 people suddenly appeared. It was too exciting, especially since these people were all wearing white combat uniforms and holding weapons that didn't look like guns. Those who didn't know would think they were doing some underground work. Lin Hai ran over. He learned what had happened from the people around him. He immediately realized that these people were most likely the reinforcements from the Red Alert base. 1,000 people? Too few. Lin Hao sighed inwardly and walked over. "I am the temporary controller of Wuyu City. Are you the reinforcements from the Red Alert base?" Lin Hao asked. "I am a captain of the Red Alert base's Transtime Regiment. I am here to support Kirasame City under the order of the commander." A Transtime soldier stood up. "The situation is urgent now. Please help us and defend the base city." Lin Hao said, "That's our mission." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hao discovered that 3/4 of the reinforcements in front of him had suddenly disappeared. He was dumbfounded. What was going on? The remaining quarter of the space-time soldiers didn't waste any time and appeared directly in front of the city wall, firing at the bottom. Next, the people in the base city witnessed the horror of the super-time core with their own eyes. Beams of light shot out from the gun-like weapons in their hands and hit the marine mutant beasts below. In less than a second, The marine mutant beasts in their eyes disappeared. That's right, it disappeared. Nothing was left. It was much better than sulfuric acid. They looked at each other in bewilderment. What kind of weapon was this? It was so powerful. When faced with these weak mutant beasts, the transdimensional soldiers can eliminate them directly in less than a second. If the opponent is a mutant beast of level 7 or above, it might take some time. In the eyes of others, these transdimensional soldiers were like erasers in drawing software, erasing one by one and completely erasing all traces of the marine mutant beasts. This battle was purely a performance by the soldiers from other time and space. It took some time, and except for the mutant beast they killed at the beginning, all the other mutant beasts died cleanly without leaving any corpses. Several base cities that were attacked all suffered the same scene. When the news reached the ears of the human emperor, they were all stunned. It's only been a short time, and the crisis in base city has been resolved. Is it necessary to do it so quickly? It has only been an hour or two since they asked Su Chen for help. If they were allowed to come, the soldiers might still be on the way. Judging from the reports from his subordinates, the Supertime Air Force Regiment sent by Su Chen this time is definitely a secret team under Su Chen's hands. This is the first time they have heard of it, especially those weapons that can wipe out everything, which make human emperors very concerned. So Huang found Su Chen. Su Chen knew his intention and said casually, "Weapons and technology can be given to you, but given your current situation, it will take at least dozens or hundreds of years of research to develop them. There is no need for this. Can I buy some finished products?" Huang's old face turned red. Chapter 322. The Southern Emperor's Deadline. It is impossible to sell the finished products. The weapons in the hands of the Chrono Legion soldiers can only be used by them. No one else can. Unless Su Chen can borrow the power of the transdimensional soldiers, he can use this weapon, which has great limitations. Su Chen once asked the system why the weapons of the trans-time soldier could not be used by other people alone, while other Red Alert weapons did not have this restriction. The system's answer was simple. The base had not researched the technology related to the weapons of the space-time soldiers. In other words, it had not fully mastered the technology and could not allow others to use it. It takes some time to master the technology. Huang knew that Su Chen was not a difficult person to talk to. He could even use technology related to mechas. Even if it was a weapon, he would definitely not mind. Since Su Chen said that this finished weapon could not be used by other people, Huang believed it. Marine mutants are a big threat. The number of land mutants is incomparable to that of marine mutants. Fortunately, they have always occupied the ocean. Their strength will be reduced when they are on land. Otherwise, facing more mutants at the same time, humans will not be able to cope. Huang sighed that this incident sounded a huge alarm for them. Even if all their members went out to attack, they could not leave the interior empty. So, with an order from the Emperor of Sky, some extraordinary people went back to retire and guard the various base cities. Of course, they all took turns, and it was impossible for them to stay in the base cities all the time. The tentative schedule is to rotate once a month. The defense of the base city has been resolved, but the battle outside is still going on. The battle became stalemate. It was obviously not easy for humans to advance quickly, and the mutant beasts were also constantly recruiting large numbers of mutant beasts to attack humans. This time, Su Chen did not let the Red Alert base take action. Even the 4 branch bases scattered outside the human territory activated the highest Red Alert. All mutant beasts that came within the range were killed. The battle lasted for 5 days. Both humans and mutant beasts were bloodthirsty. Once they met on the battlefield, it was a life and death battle. During the day, humans are at home, but at night mutant beasts and humans will take the opportunity to attack, causing great pressure on human warriors. After all, humans are not machines. Fighting for 24 hours continuously is a huge burden for them. Even the human king has bloodshot eyes. This is not a solution. We must give the soldiers some time to rest. The current burden is too heavy. Huang, who has always been known for his strictness, couldn't bear it. He had seen with his own eyes that several extraordinary warriors who had great potential died of exhaustion because they got too little rest. After fighting for 5 consecutive days, even the strongest transcendental being couldn't hold on. But now the mutant beasts are deliberately letting their men wear us down. Now neither an 8th level mutant beast nor a mutant king has appeared. The Western Emperor was helpless. The emperors were all defeated by the mutant beasts. They wanted to kill the 8th level mutant beasts, but the mutant beast without command would definitely scatter on their own. But now not a single 8th level mutant beast appeared, and it seemed that they were determined to exhaust humans to death. It would be fine if humans could afford it, but even if all humans were added together, they could not outnumber the mutant beasts and mutant humans. They have at most 200 million, but the other side has billions. How can they play? Thinking of this, Huang's face turned grim. Huang, do you have any nuclear bombs? Keep firing. Speaking of nuclear bombs, everyone else's eyes lit up. Yes, if we have nuclear bombs, maybe we can deter the enemy and give our soldiers some time to rest. Human warriors are never afraid of war, but they must at least have a little rest time. Even if all humans were to work in 3 shifts, some would still not be able to hold on. Soldiers with lower strength could be rotated, but who could replace some of the peak 6th level or even 7th level controllers? If this continues, in less than a month, humanity's 4 major battlefronts may collapse on their own. When it rains, it pours. Sometimes good things never come alone, but bad things come in pairs. Just as they were worried about the human warriors' inability to rest, something happened that shocked all the human emperors. The Southern Emperor is dying. At this time, on the Southern Front, in a room at the back, the Southern Emperor was lying on a bed with several people standing around him, all of them with heavy faces. The Southern Emperor was pale, and his breathing was weak. If his heart had not been still beating, he might have been mistaken for a dead old man. How is Lord Nanhuang's health? Someone asked the doctor. Alas, Lord Nanhuang's body has reached its limit. Now he is relying purely on his own strength to hang on to his last breath. The doctor shook his head. The others looked very unhappy. Lord Southern Emperor was the strongest human being and the guardian of mankind. If it weren't for Lord Southern Emperor who intimidated the mutant beasts, how could humans have developed for 30 years? They would have been conquered by the mutant beasts long ago. However, no matter how powerful a person is, there will come a day when he or she will die. They just didn't expect it to happen so soon. Only the doctors knew that Lord Southern Emperor had fought in many battles over the years and had sustained countless hidden injuries. These injuries had been suppressed before, but as Lord Southern Emperor got older, some of them could no longer be suppressed, causing Lord Southern Emperor's health to deteriorate until now. Lord Southern Emperor, is there anything you want to say? Someone came over and asked in a low voice. The Southern Emperor opened his mouth slightly, and the sound he spoke was as soft as a mosquito. Let the Sioux Emperor come over. This person was a little confused. Why did Lord Southern Emperor ask Emperor Sioux to come over? Did he have something to tell Emperor Sioux? However, he had no right to know what was going on between the emperors, so he immediately contacted the Red Alert base, and the news reached Su Chen's ears. What? Senior Nanhuang's time is up? Su Chen's face changed. About the Southern Emperor was very secretive. Even Su Chen was not aware of it. But he knew that once the Southern Emperor died, mankind would lose a mountain that could resist mutant beasts. When Su Chen found out that the Southern Emperor had specially asked someone to call him over, he was a little surprised. What did the Southern Emperor want to see him about before he died? Su Chen rushed to the Southern Front as quickly as possible and met the Southern Emperor. There were only him and the Southern Emperor here, and no one else had the right to listen in on the conversation between the emperors. Senior Nanhuang, your body? Su Chen is an 8th level strong man, so he can naturally see the condition of Nanhuang's body, which can be said to be very bad. If it weren't for the fact that Emperor Nan was too powerful and was still hanging on for a breath, he would probably have been gone. My health is not good anymore. I called you here this time because I have 2 things to tell you. Nan Huang coughed twice, and his eyes became more and more cloudy. Chapter 323, The Emperor's Obsession. First of all, I once went to a place that allowed me to quickly break through to the 8th level, and even to the peak of the 8th level now. I will only tell you the location. It is at the highest peak in the world. You can find it by taking this thing. Su Chen saw something in Nan Huang's hand. It was a purple crystal. It looked very gorgeous and much more beautiful than any energy crystal. Su Chen could imagine how important this thing was. It was an opportunity that could allow Southern Emperor to advance to the peak of the 8th level, yet he actually gave it to himself. But Su Chen didn't quite understand. Since the Southern Emperor had this opportunity, why didn't he give it to other emperors? If all human emperors were at the peak of level 8, they would have destroyed the mutant beasts long ago. However, Su Chen thought of a problem. From all the aspects he saw, it was shown that the Southern Emperor was not the kind of person who cherished his own things. The fact that he could give him such an opportunity was a good example. He definitely wanted there to be more powerful humans. Then there is only one possibility. This opportunity has some kind of limitation, or this opportunity is very dangerous. It would be fine if there were restrictions, but if it was a very dangerous place, once the Southern Emperor really told the other emperors, and they all went over to try it, if a few of them accidentally died, humanity would probably be finished before it could even survive. The thought flashed through Su Chen's mind, He put away the purple crystal and prepared to listen to the second thing that Emperor Nan said. Second thing, you should know that there is a late 8th order mutant beast on the mutant beast side, right? Seeing Su Chen nod, the Southern Emperor continued, the mutant beast is very powerful. It is only a step away from breaking through to the peak of the 8th level. Even if I want to kill it, it will be very difficult. After I die, no one will be able to suppress it, so I decided to give out my light and heat for the last time before I die. At this point, a faint light seemed to appear on Nan Huang's body, and his body suddenly floated up from the bed and stood in the air. At this moment, the Southern Emperor did not look like an old man who was about to die, but a warrior who was about to go to the battlefield. Senior, what are you doing? Emperor Su was stunned by Emperor Nan's performance. What was going on? How come Emperor Nan was fine all of a sudden? He didn't look like an old man who was about to die. Emperor Su, this is my last bit of strength. This is the last time we meet. Emperor Nan smiled and looked at Su Chen. If I die, no human being will be able to resist a late-stage 8th order mutant beast. I happen to have discovered where it was in seclusion, so I'm going to use this last bit of strength to give it a try. I, Nan Huang Yin, am willing to die for the people. As soon as he finished speaking, the figure of the Southern Emperor disappeared into the house. Su Chen stood there in a daze. He was too shocked by the actions and words of the Southern Emperor. This old man has devoted his entire life to humanity, and even at his deathbed, he is determined to eliminate the greatest threat to humanity. After a while, Su Chen walked out of the house. He looked at the people outside and suddenly felt that the burden on his shoulders was a little heavy. The Southern Emperor is gone. Suddenly, several people below started crying quietly. They thought that the Southern Emperor had passed away. You know, the Southern Emperor was the emperor they respected the most, and everyone had received his favor. Don't cry. Senior Nan Huang fought for humanity, and his final destination is on the battlefield. Su Chen shouted in a low voice, making these people realize something. Yes, Lord Su. After Emperor Su left, they entered the house and were shocked to find that Emperor Nan's body was gone. Only then did they realize that there seemed to be other meanings in Emperor Su's words just now. System, open the map. A translucent interface appeared in front of Su Chen's eyes, showing a large light spot moving in one direction at a very fast speed, comparable to the fastest speed of the ancient monument on the planet. In less than 5 seconds, the light spot representing the Southern Emperor stopped at one place. This is a high mountain with an altitude of at least 5,000 meters. The strange thing is that there is not a single mutant beast in this area. Of the Southern Emperor appeared in the sky and looked down. Hua Yi, come out. Boom. There was a violent explosion in the mountains. An incomparably huge figure rushed out from the mountains, almost covering the entire area. Early 8th stage mutant beast is generally around 100 meters. In the middle stage, it is longer, but not more than 200 meters. The length of the later mutant beast can reach up to 500 meters. How long a peak 8th level mutant beast is, no one knows, because there has never been a peak 8th level mutant beast. Soon, the figure revealed its true appearance, and it turned out to be a giant eagle. Unlike ordinary eagles, this giant eagle has feathers all over its body that are fiery red, like a burning flame, illuminating the sky red. The strongest among the mutant beasts, the 8th order late-stage mutant beast giant eagle Fire City. However, when Nan Huang saw Hua Yi's aura after he appeared, he felt a little unstable. His expression changed slightly. You have already stepped half a foot into the peak of the 8th level? Nan Huang, looking at you, you seem to be ready to risk everything. Ha ha ha, the human lifespan is so short. If you die, humanity will be finished. Hua saw that there was something wrong with Nan Huang's body. This meant that his vitality was quickly fading. Nan Huang's face looked a little ugly. With his strength at the peak of the 8th level, even with his last bit of strength, he could deal with Hua Yi at the late 8th level. But now Hua Yi has actually found a way to break through to the peak of the 8th level, which means that his power may not be enough to kill Hua Yi. If Hua Yi doesn't die, humanity will perish. When Hua Yi reaches the peak of the 8th level, who can resist it? He was restricted by the limitations of his body. Even though he had reached the peak of the 8th level, he did not dare to burst out with his full strength at will. However, Hua Yi was different. The mutant beast's body was much stronger than that of humans. The Southern Emperor did not say anything. He wanted to use all his strength to deal with Hua Yi. Not a single bit could be wasted. Hua Yi, today either you die or I die. Su Chen, who was far away in the base, was watching the last battle of the Southern Emperor. He did not want the Southern Emperor to die silently. At least he wanted to let humans know that there was such an emperor who was thinking about humans even before his death. So when the Southern Emperor arrived there, humans suddenly discovered that there was a new window in the live broadcast room, and the picture on the window was an old man with white hair and a youthful face. It's Lord Southern Emperor. What is Lord Huang doing there? What the hell is that big thing? This size is only possessed by the strongest mutant beasts. It is the 8th stage late stage mutant beast Huai, Chapter 324, Heavy Damage to Huai. Between Nanhuang and Huai immediately attracted the attention of many people. Even other human emperors were shocked by the sudden appearance of the live broadcast room. What was going on? Isn't the teacher guarding the southern front? How come he went there and found Huai? Kong Huang couldn't believe it. The Southern Emperor had health problems. Only Emperor Chen knew about it. I just contacted them. They said that the teacher's body has reached its limit. He even asked Emperor Su to go over there specially. After that, the teacher seemed to have gone to find Huai. Emperor, she said after getting a general understanding of the situation. Damn it. The teacher's body has reached this point, and he still wants to fight once more. We are so useless. Dong Huang had a complicated expression. If they were not too weak, why would the Southern Emperor go to such lengths? He is worried that after he leaves, no one will be able to suppress Huai. If they had at least the strength of the late 8th level, Nan Huang would not have to do this. This would exhaust his last bit of strength. Even if he could kill Huai, there would not be a single trace left on Nan Huang's body. He drained the energy from every cell in his body just for this final battle. The emperors were very distressed, especially when they saw in the live broadcast room that Emperor Nan was using his old body to face Huai. They felt even more aggrieved. With Huai's huge body, Nan Huang is like an ant under human feet, too small. But this seemingly ordinary body possesses a power that even Huai fears. Nan Huang, your life is coming to an end. Why don't you just die and explode all the energy in your body? Do you know the consequences of doing so? Huai was stalling for time. On the one hand, he hoped that the Southern Emperor could reach his limit and die directly. On the other hand, it would take some time for him to break through to the peak of the 8th level. Once it reaches the peak of the 8th level, it will not be afraid even if the Southern Emperor is in perfect condition, let alone the current Southern Emperor who only has his last bit of strength. The Southern Emperor did not take action directly. He only had the strength for one last strike. If he failed to kill Huai, the consequences would be disastrous. He needed an opportunity. Huai, you've been in seclusion for so long. You probably don't know what's going on outside, right? A kind smile appeared on the face of the Southern Emperor, like an old grandfather looking at his grandson. You can ask other 8th level mutant beasts, they will tell you. Huai remained calm, but felt a little puzzled inside. He had been in seclusion for more than 10 years. Could it be that humans now have the strength to fight against mutant beasts? It just happened that it needed to delay time, so it directly contacted its most loyal subordinate Feng Chao. Trend. A faint voice appeared in Feng Chao's mind, startling Feng Chao, who was thinking of how to deal with humans. It soon realized that this voice seemed to be from an adult. Sir, you are out of retreat? Feng Chao's voice was filled with a hint of flattery. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations, sir. You have finally broken through to the peak of the 8th level. From now on, we mutant beasts will be the masters of the earth. Feng Chao was imagining about the future when Huai interrupted him. Feng Chao, tell me about the current situation of humans. Huai, everything about the recent human situation in the simplest way. Huai's face changed when he heard this. In just a few months, the mutant beasts had lost no less than 5 8th level mutant beasts. Among them, there were 2 middle level 8th level mutant beasts, which were the top strength among the mutant beasts. Not only that, humans have greatly increased their strength in the past few months and have even begun to counterattack the mutant beasts. Finally, there are mutants. This existence, which has always been ignored by mutant beasts and humans, has unexpectedly become the 3rd largest force. Just when a hint of shock appeared on Huai's face, the Southern Emperor moved. If you don't move, it's fine. But if you move, it's shocking. This is the Southern Emperor. His body transformed into a long sword and pierced straight into Huai's chest. Thousands of feet of light shot out from the sword, along with Huai's screams, and reached the ears of everyone watching the live broadcast room. They seemed to see an old man waving at them and then disappearing. Boom. Around Huai's body, almost half of it was blown apart, revealing a bloody mess. But Huai is not dead. The Southern Emperor used his last bit of strength to transform it into a long sword. He did not kill Huai, but only severely injured him. This made the faces of those human emperors darken. Oh no, Huai is not dead. Once its body recovers, it may reach a higher level. Then humanity will be finished. Huang's face changed drastically. The current situation is not good. Humans are already at a disadvantage when dealing with mutant beasts. When Fire City recovers, humans will still be suppressed in terms of top combat power. By then, humans will really be finished. But they were powerless. Huai was more than 10,000 miles away from them. Even if they flew a fighter jet, it would take a lot of time to reach such a long distance. By that time, Huai would have already moved to another place to recuperate. Even if they went over, they might not be able to kill the seriously injured Huai. As the strongest mutant beast, its strength was much stronger than theirs. What should I do? There won't be a second chance like this. Are we just going to watch Huai escape? The emperors were unwilling, but they knew that no matter how unwilling they were, they could not do anything to Huai. Oh no, Huai is trying to escape. The emperors observed that Huai seemed to want to leave there, but the serious injuries on its body made it lose the power to fly. It could only land on the ground and prepare to leave. Just when everyone felt sorry for the Southern Emperor, a voice came through the live broadcast room and reached everyone's ears. The Southern Emperor's efforts are not without value. People were shocked. They recognized that the voice was that of Emperor Su. Could it be that Emperor Su had a solution? In fact, Su Chen really had a way, but he had never been able to find the exact location of Huayu. This time, Huang took action and finally let Su Chen know the location of Huayu. System, as long as Huai can be killed, no matter what the method, level 8 authority can be unlocked, right? Su Chen asked. Yes, master. That's good. I'll lock onto Huai and use the Red Alert 3 super weapon I got earlier. Master, which super weapon do you choose? Su Chen had already thought about this. There were many super weapons in Red Alert 3, no less than in Red Alert 2, but there were only a few super weapons for attack. I choose. Chapter 325 Level 8 Authority Unlocked. Su Chen said that in the live broadcast room, the room was still broadcasting live. Everyone who heard it subconsciously had a hint of expectation. They wanted to see if Emperor Su could bring them a miracle. Huang was feeling depressed after seeing his teacher fight desperately but failed to kill Huai. Then he heard Su Chen's words. To be honest, Emperor Kong had an inexplicable trust in Su Chen. After all, Su Chen had brought them too many shocks. It can be said that if it weren't for Su Chen, humanity might not be in such a good situation as it is now. The number of human kings was almost equal to the number of 8th-level mutant beasts, which was simply unbelievable for them. This was completely impossible before. But after Su Chen appeared, everything happened naturally. In addition, since Su Chen had shown them a weapon called a nuclear bomb before, they felt that if they launched another nuclear bomb, they should be able to kill Huai. Suddenly, Huang's eyes were filled with hope. He stared at the live broadcast room, hoping to see the scenes he wanted to see. Huang was not alone. Countless people were using the same action, watching the live broadcast room. They all wanted to see the scene of Huai's death. Lord Southern Emperor's sacrifice cannot be in vain. As everyone expected, Su Chen certainly did not disappoint them. At this moment, the picture in the live broadcast room suddenly changed location, and the picture that appeared was actually the sky. Some sharp-eyed people saw that there seemed to be something flying at high speed in the sky. What is that? It looks like a missile, but missiles are a little difficult to use against 6th-order extraordinary beings. How can they be useful against late-stage 8th-order mutant beasts? Wait, why do I feel that this is not an ordinary missile? The weapon that killed millions of mutant beasts before, I don't know if you have heard of it, it seems to be a missile, a very special missile. What the above person means is that this missile is very powerful. They didn't know that this missile was not just awesome, it was extremely awesome. Even a nuclear bomb cannot compare to this weapon in some ways. Vacuum implosion bomb. This is the super weapon chosen by Su Chen. The effect is very simple and crude, and it is a powerful weapon when used. Of course, unlike a nuclear bomb, this super weapon can create a vortex full of huge attraction in the instant before the explosion. In other words, as long as you are targeted by this weapon, there is basically no way to escape. With a nuclear bomb, there is still a chance of escape. As the camera in the live broadcast room got closer and closer, they finally discovered that this missile was completely different from any they had seen before. At such a close distance, Huai finally noticed something. It looked up and saw a missile launched by humans. Huai sneered. He had seen many human missiles, and they were useless against him. That being said, why did it feel as if a crisis was approaching all over its body? This is the instinct of an 8th-level strong man. Run. Subconsciously, Huai started running. What kind of picture was it to see a giant eagle with a body length of several hundred meters running quickly on its legs? Fortunately, most of the human race saw this scene, which made them laugh so hard that their stomach muscles hurt. They had never seen an 8th-level mutant beast being so scared. In front of humans, 8th-level mutant beasts have always been synonymous with terror. Whenever an 8th-level mutant beast appears, no one can resist it unless the human emperor takes action. Huang cherishes its life very much, and it will never fight head-on as long as there is any threat to its life. The Southern Emperor had not found the place where it was in seclusion this time. It would definitely not come out until it reached the peak of the 8th level. How fast can Huang go if he loses the ability to fly? Call out. The vacuum implosion bomb fell from the sky, streaked across the sky like a falling meteor, and exploded heavily on the ground. Suddenly, it seemed as if time had stopped, and then a huge vortex appeared, sucking everything within a radius of 100 kilometers into the center, and no one could escape. Huang's pair of wings seemed to have turned into claws at this moment and inserted directly into the ground, trying to offset the suction of the vortex, but the next second, its body was involuntarily sucked over, along with a large area of land on the ground. The vortex created by the vacuum implosion bomb is impossible to avoid even for a peak 8th level warrior in good condition. Immediately afterwards, a mushroom cloud, different from the mushroom cloud caused by a nuclear bomb, appeared in everyone's eyes. At the same time, Chen saw the light spot representing Huang on the map disappear. The 8th Order late mutant beast Huang die. Huang is dead, and Huang deserves the main credit. Chen's voice appeared again in the live broadcast room. In fact, Chen was not joking. If it weren't for Huang's desperate attack that seriously injured Huang, the vacuum implosion bomb might not have been able to kill Huang. After all, once Huang realizes something is wrong, it will leave there in an instant and will not be at the center of the explosion. Chen is not sure that he can kill it with one blow. Humans were cheering. The strongest mutant beast was dead, and they felt much less pressure. Without the existence of the Southern Emperor, Huang would be the biggest threat to humanity. Now that this biggest threat has disappeared, they only need to proceed steadily, and there is still hope of victory. Just when Chen killed Huang, the system's voice appeared. Congratulations to the Master for killing the 8th stage late mutant beast. The level 8 authority is unlocked. The Master can build all the super weapons in Red Alert 2. The effect of the level 8 authority is to designate a type of soldier and perform a full-scale evolution on it. When using this ability, 1 gram of blue glass and red sake is consumed. The cooling time is 1 year. Chen was overjoyed. He finally unlocked the level 8 commander authority, which meant that the strength of his subordinates could be raised to the peak of level 8. The energy consumed to upgrade a unit to the peak of the 8th level was no less than 10 million. He calmed down. The base currently possesses more than 150 million energies. Even if all of them were consumed, it could only increase the energy level to less than 10 8th level peaks. Of course, this number is more than enough for mutant beasts. Just think about it, Chen has a group of peak 8th level warriors, so he can simply sweep away the mutant beasts. However, what Chen cared more about was the effect of level 8 authority. He designated a type of soldier to evolve and actually use something in reality. This was the first time. System, why does level 8 authority have this effect? The system can directly complete the evolution of troops without any materials, but in terms of potential and other aspects, it cannot be compared with the evolution of these two materials. The system said honestly. So, you are a catalyst system? System. Chapter 326 I saw a ghost. In order to test the effect of this level 8 authority, Chen specially called back Tanya and Zhu Ling who were busy outside. Commander, what do you want? It has to be said that after this period of training, the two have perfectly integrated the identities of maids into their bodies. Not to mention Tanya, she has not changed much. The one who changed the most was Zhu Ling. When she first started working as a maid, she was not used to it and did things in a very methodical way. Now, she had a faint smile on her face and her movements were gentle and graceful, completely the model of a maid. Chen once considered whether he should let them call him master, but after thinking about it, he gave up. After all, wouldn't it be better to call him commander? Chen raised the corner of his mouth. He had just asked the system. If it was calculated according to the type of troops, then would the super troops be counted as a separate type of troops? The answer given by the system is yes. Needless to say, the first person Chen wanted to promote was naturally his generals and super soldiers. Starting from the first appearance of Zhu Ling, the super soldiers brought great help to Chen. It can be said that if there were no super soldiers, it would be hard to say whether Chen's red alert bases could be spread all over the place so quickly. I'm going to give you an upgrade. Go and experience it for yourself. After saying that, Su Chun used his level 8 authority. Suddenly, Tanya and Zhu Ling felt as if their whole bodies were struck by an electric current, and they felt numb all over. If they were not so strong, they would have found it difficult to even stand still. Both of them are the most elite fighters, and they would not make a sound easily even if they encountered the most painful things. This feeling lasted for a while before the two returned to normal. They suddenly discovered that there seemed to be some changes in their bodies. Commander, my strength seems to have increased at least twice. Zhu Ling's eyes lit up. She stretched out her right hand, and the sniper rifle Mieling appeared in her hand. Unlike before, Mieling's appearance seemed to have changed a lot. Not only Zhu Ling, Tanya also took out her double guns, but her double guns had completely changed, turning into two silver-white pistols, which looked very cool. Su Chen opened the evolution templates of the two and saw that under the number of evolutions in their templates, Zhu Ling had 3 times, while Tanya had 2 times. With the first evolution, the strength of the super soldiers increased by at least 1/3. With the second evolution, it increased by nearly half. With the third evolution, its strength actually doubled. Does it mean that as the number of evolutions increases, the strength will also double? At this moment, other super soldiers sent messages. They were all very confused. How did their strength improve so well? Especially Yunru, as one of the only 2 super soldiers that evolved twice. After evolving again, she became a thrice-evolved person. Not only has her strength been greatly improved, but even her understanding of various technologies seems to have risen to a higher level. Don't worry, your evolution was all done by me. Su Chen's words made them feel relieved. After all, they had some understanding of the commander's methods. It was just an evolution, no big deal. All the super soldiers continued to do their own things, as if nothing had happened. After using the level 8 authority, Su Chen discovered that there was a time behind the authority. This was the cooling off time for the level 8 authority, which was 1 year. Suddenly, Su Chen thought of something and asked Yunru, check to see if the quality of Lanli Hongsaki has decreased. Commander, I'm afraid you haven't woken up yet. I have always kept those 2 substances very well. How is it possible? What? How is it possible? Yunru screamed. Just now, Yunru came to the place where the 2 substances were placed. She saw at a glance that the mass of the substances displayed on them had actually decreased by 1 gram. Commander, what the hell? No one has ever touched Lanli Hongsaki. How could there be 1 gram missing? Yunru couldn't believe it. Su Chun was very calm. This was what the system said, and it was absolutely impossible for it to lie to him. How else do you think I made you evolve? Yunru suddenly realized, Commander, have you found a way to use these 2 substances? Tell me, tell me. Yunru couldn't wait to know the functions and uses of these 2 substances, but unfortunately Su Chun himself didn't know, so how could he tell her? Ahem, the threat from mutant beasts has not been eliminated yet. Let's talk about this later. Su Chen showed his authority as a commander. Yunru curled her lips, okay, but you must tell me next time. Su Chun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and almost lost his dignity as a commander. If Yunru knew that he had no idea how to use those 2 things, she would definitely fly to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun in the future. On the human side, after seeing Huai's death with their own eyes, they all cheered. Huai dies, they no longer need to fear mutant beasts, and humans still have a chance of winning. All humans knew about this, but the mutant beasts and humans were a little slow, and it took them several hours to get the news. The master is dead? Impossible. This is fake. The news is absolutely fake. Feng Chao felt dizzy when he heard the news. That was the most powerful mutant beast in its mind. Even when facing the human Southern Emperor, it had never been seriously injured. But it actually died from a missile. How could it believe it? Feng Chao didn't know that it was not an ordinary missile, but the super weapon in red alert, the vacuum implosion bomb. Not to mention Huai, even if it was inside, it would be killed without a complete body. Some fast mutant beasts have found the place where the explosion occurred. There is only a huge hole there, like an abyss. The vacuum implosion bomb did not have much radiation, but it was much more powerful and directly destroyed everything in that area. Not only Feng Chao, but all the other 8th level mutant beasts were stunned after hearing the news. They are still waiting for Lord Huai to come out and lead them to destroy humans and become the overlord of the earth. As a result, Lord Huai died as soon as he came out. What is this? The mutant king was also shocked by the news. That was Huai, a late 8th order mutant beast. How could he have died just like that? Although they were very happy that the human Southern Emperor was dead, Huai's death brought them a hint of fear. With weapons that can even kill Huai, wouldn't it be easy to kill them? Thinking of this, the mutant kings issued an order, asking all mutants to come back and not participate in this battle. The mutant beasts who were fighting on the battlefield discovered that their mutant comrades who were originally by their side suddenly slipped away. Chapter 327, 4 Super Weapons. Why did the mutant run away? Many mutant beasts looked at each other, completely unaware of what was going on. Of course, they didn't know that the mutants were scared. Even Huang died at the hands of human weapons, and they were worried that they would also be targeted by humans. However, not all mutants are retreating. Only about half of them have actually left, and the other half are still helping the mutant beasts attack humans. The mutants are not united as one. They are all divided among the various emperors. Some mutant kings were afraid that humans would use this weapon, so they took back their own mutants, including the Mirror Emperor played by Spy Number 1. However, the mutant kings led by Huang still had no intention of withdrawing the mutants. They knew very well that humans had huge advantages in technology. Their only disadvantage was that they were too small in numbers. As long as the mutants and mutant beasts crushed them with numbers, humans would undoubtedly lose. But when Huang found out that the other mutant kings had actually withdrawn their mutants at this time, he became furious. Mirror Emperor, what are you doing? Huang yelled at Mirror Emperor angrily from thousands of miles away. Spy Number 1 pretending to be the Mirror King was very calm. What am I doing? Can't you see it? Let your men continue to push forward. There must not be many weapons to kill Huang. As long as we can wipe out the humans in a short time, there is no need to worry. No one knew the fear in Huang's heart. That weapon could even kill Huang, who was in the late 8th stage. Even if Huang was seriously injured, he might not be able to kill him. The middle 8th stage and the late 8th stage is too big. The death of the human Southern Emperor was the best thing for Huang. It was a heavy stone weighing on the heads of all the 8th level powerhouses. Even though he had never seen the Southern Emperor, he knew that the Southern Emperor's strength was not something he could compare to. What Huang didn't expect was that Jing Huang only responded to his words with one word: get lost. Huangqi, the place where he was instantly exploded, killing and injuring many mutants around him. However, those mutants did not dare to say a word and could only kneel on the ground, waiting for Huangqi to dissipate. In the face of the Emperor's majesty, other mutants are nothing. If Huang knew that Jing Huang was actually a spy, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood. After failing to contact Mirror Emperor, he continued to contact other emperors. Those mutant emperors were not as tough as Spy Number 1, but the general meaning was that they did not want to be targeted by the human emperor and would not participate in this battle. Huangqi cursed these mutant emperors, but it was of no use. Huang knew that he now had to rely on the remaining mutants and unite with the mutant beasts to launch a forceful attack on humans. As long as they could break through one line of human defense, then humans would almost lose the possibility of winning. I have to say that Huang does have some vision, but it's a pity that he is surrounded by a bunch of stupid teammates. Commander, Huang just contacted other mutant emperors and seemed to want all mutants to invade and crush the human front line. Spy Number 1 immediately reported the situation to Chen. Chen's face looked a little solemn. Now there was a huge gap between the strength of humans and the total number of mutants and beasts. If they really fought hard, even if humans could win in the end, it was estimated that not many people would be able to survive. This kind of tragic victory is not what Chen wants to see. By the way, I now have level 8 authority and can build super weapons. Chen suddenly thought of this. There are 6 super weapons in total, 3 of which have powerful killing power. One has the effect of turning enemy troops into friendly forces, and the remaining 2 are not very offensive. System: build 6 super weapons and erase the construction time. The super weapon has been built successfully. Currently, the commander can only build 6 super weapons in the main base. After using them once, they will enter a 1-day cooldown period, said the system. Chen was not surprised. Even in the game, super weapons had a cooling time, so it was impossible for him to use them casually here. Then he didn't need to rely on humans at all. He just had to think about releasing super weapons every day. 1 day of cooling time is okay. Let's show them some color first. Chen was looking forward to it. What would the scene look like when 4 super weapons were used together? This time Chen used 4 super weapons, including a weather controller, a nuclear missile silo, a gene mutator, and a mind controller. The death of the Southern Emperor and the destruction of Huang could not stop the war between humans and mutant beasts. Some soldiers who were killing enemies on the battlefield did not know about this yet. There was only one thing on their minds: to kill as many mutant beasts as possible. At this moment, a voice sounded in the air. All warriors, retreat with all your strength. This voice, is it the Emperor's voice? But why did the Emperor ask them to retreat? Could it be that they really had no other options? Many soldiers were unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. The emperor's words were military orders, and no one dared to disobey. However, some people noticed that the emperor said retreat, not withdrawal. Could there be some other meaning? Since we are retreating, there will be people who will be left behind. This time, it was not human soldiers who were covering the retreat, but weapons made by humans. With these iron bodies, they didn't need to use their own bodies to cover the retreat. The dominant weapons among them are still the red alert weapons. The most prominent one is the neural assault vehicle, which is a powerful weapon that can release mental toxins. The key is that it can be controlled remotely and does not require people to operate it. These neural assault vehicles alone can create an area that no mutant beasts dare to approach. Behind the neural assault vehicle are rows of black killers and terror robots. These robots, which look a bit like enlarged spiders, are powerful weapons on the battlefield. Their power has been verified countless times on the battlefield. As long as they get close to it, even a 6th-level mutant beast will lose a layer of skin. There are also remote control tanks, grizzly tanks, etc. in the back, of course. All of them are unmanned. When it comes to unmanned driving, no one's technology can surpass the Red Alert base. Dong Huang stood in the air, watching the human warriors retreat in an orderly manner, and felt very relieved. But he was very surprised. Not long ago, Chen informed all the emperors to let the human warriors retreat with all their strength, preferably to the 4 major battle fronts. Dong Huang was very puzzled, but Chen did not give any explanation. Soon after, Dong Huang finally understood what Chen meant. This was to save the lives of all human warriors. In the east, dark clouds gathered and thunder roared. To the west, an ordinary-looking missile fell from the sky. In the south, something like electric current enveloped all the mutant beasts. In the north, an invisible spiritual force is brewing and ready to erupt at any time. Chapter 328. Humans have few weapons? The Red Alert live broadcast room. People who were watching the bloody battle between human warriors and mutant beasts suddenly discovered that the picture in the live broadcast room had changed. Originally, it just showed the scene of them fighting, but now it has become 4 different places. Looking up at the sky, the originally clear sky suddenly turned into countless dark clouds, and bursts of thunder appeared, as if it was going to rain. In one picture, a missile appeared. When they saw the missile, they felt it was a bit strange. What was so good about a missile? In the third picture, there seems to be only mutant beasts and mutant humans, but these mutant beasts and mutant humans seem to be dancing wildly? Human. What the hell is this? It was the first time they saw countless mutant beasts and mutants dancing, and the movements of shaking their heads and legs were so fucking standard. The fourth picture. Everything is normal. They couldn't see anything. Compared with the other pictures, this place was too normal. Of course, they don't know that the invisible power of the mind is not something they can see. Bang! Chen, who was in the command room, suddenly snapped his fingers, and 4 pictures exploded in an instant. The first to erupt was naturally the eastern front. The dark clouds in the sky blocked all the sunlight, and it was dark below. At this moment, a flash of lightning appeared and illuminated the sky. The lightning directly struck a mutant beast below, turning it into charcoal on the spot. The appearance of this lightning seemed to be a fuse. In an instant, countless lightning bolts fell from the sky, turning the area into a thunder prison. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. When had they ever seen such a scene? Countless lightning bolts streaked across the sky, destroying the mutant beasts and humans below. No matter how strong the opponent was, it was just a matter of a flash of lightning. Dong Huang was stunned. He was not far from the thundercloud storm and felt deeply the energy contained in the lightning. It was definitely not something he could withstand. In other words, even if he, a mid-8th level emperor, went there, he would still be doomed. Is this the surprise that Emperor Su said he would give us? Dong Huang murmured. This is not a surprise at all. It's a complete shock. Even though he had witnessed the power of nuclear bombs and vacuum implosion bombs, he was still shocked by the scene before him. After all, this was not the power of weapons, but the power of nature. In other words, Chen has mastered the method of controlling the weather. The eastern front became a sea of thunder and lightning, while the western front was much simpler. One nuclear bomb would bring nuclear peace to the world. Even if Chen placed the nuclear bomb as far away as possible, the radiation produced by the explosion still made the soldiers on the western front feel a tingling sensation all over their bodies. If they were not all extraordinary people with a certain resistance to the power of radiation, Chen would not dare to use nuclear bombs at will, as the aftereffects of this thing are too serious. On the southern front, the mutant beasts and humans here underwent drastic changes in size after a period of crazy dancing, accompanied by a flash of huge electric current. All mutant beasts and humans underwent huge genetic mutations and became wild beast men with different appearances. They saw these wild orcs. They suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Aren't these the security guards in the Red Alert security company? They witnessed with their own eyes how security guards are trained. The gene mutator is different from other superweapons. It can turn the enemy into one's own people. It has the advantage of being able to gain strength while losing strength. It can be regarded as the most powerful superweapon here. After these enemies became wild orcs, they howled and rushed towards the mutant beasts and mutants who had not yet come to their senses. The battle began again, but compared with the wild orcs who had undergone genetic mutation and greatly increased their strength, these enemies were far inferior. The final northern front is a bit weird. An invisible psychic shock wave suddenly erupted, forming a huge energy fluctuation that was enough to destroy a first-level base city. It swept across the surroundings in an instant, and then the mutant beasts and mutants that were attacking the Red Alert weapons all fell to the ground silently, as if they had lost power. The people who were watching this live broadcast were confused. What just happened? Chen considered the power of the mind controller, which might be difficult for ordinary people to understand, so he specially sent a barrage to explain it. After reading the explanation, people only have one feeling. It is inexplicably powerful. There is no way. Psychic technology is something that is completely incomprehensible to them. After using the 4 superweapons, Chen killed at least 20 million mutant beasts and mutants. This is secondary. The main thing is to deter the mutant beasts and mutants. Chen wanted to let them know that he had a lot of weapons in his hands, and it would be easy to deal with them, so that they would have an illusion. To be honest, if the superweapon in Chen's hand could be used unlimitedly, he could use the mind controller and gene mutator to completely destroy the mutant beasts and humans on the Earth. Unfortunately, it is not possible for the time being. Sure enough, the 8th-level mutant beasts and the mutant human king were all frightened. They didn't expect that humans had so many weapons. Huang, is this what you said, that humans have very few weapons? A mutant emperor, many of his men had died, and angrily questioned Huang. Huang felt very aggrieved. How did he know that humans had so many weapons? Shouldn't there be very few weapons that could kill an 8th-level warrior? How should I know? Many of my men died too. Huang roared. Don't even think about standing on the same side with you from now on. I should just learn from Mirror Emperor. The mutant emperor was very angry and directly cut off his connection with Huang. Anger, and the house he had just moved into exploded again. The mutants retreated, and the mutant beasts also retreated. Suddenly, humans and them seemed to fall into a strange silence. All the people were cheering. These 4 weapons directly suppressed the enemy's arrogance, which made them so happy that some rich people were so happy that they even offered their hotels free for one day. Others didn't know that the human emperor had held another emperor meeting, but this time, the old man was missing. The teacher is gone. Old Jew is gone too. Now we are the only ones left, and humanity must not lose. Huang said, gritting his teeth. Seeing his teacher using up his last bit of strength for humanity, his eyes were filled with tears. Seeing that his teacher died in battle and did not kill Huai, he was furious. However, after seeing Huai being killed by Chen's weapon, he finally felt relieved that his teacher's death was not in vain. Emperor Su, I wonder if the technology of the 4 weapons mentioned above can be traded? I know this request is excessive, but Just when Dong Huang was thinking about what to say, he heard Chen's voice.
Can.
Chapter 329, are you ready? Dong Huang thought he had heard it wrong. Was this what Chen said? Chen would never be able to use technology of this level, but he didn't expect Chen to agree without saying a word. At this moment, Dong Huang felt that he was simply judging others by his own standards. This is a powerful weapon technology that can kill millions of mutant beasts with one strike. The fact that Emperor Su was willing to trade it was unbelievable even to him. Emperor Su, if you have any requests, just make them. Even if it's asking you to be the emperor, that's fine. Emperor Kong said hurriedly. When the other emperors heard this, they rolled their eyes. Aren't they the equivalent of the previous emperors? The only thing they lacked is the title of emperor. Chen smiled and said, I don't have any idea about being an emperor, but these technologies are not given to you for free. Of course I know this. The human emperor will never make unfair deals. Tell me your requirements, said the Western emperor. To be honest, humans no longer have anything that Chen needs, but since it was agreed to be a deal, Chen couldn't give out the technology for free. He knew that even if the technology was brought out, with the current level of human beings, it would probably take many years of research before any results would be achieved, and this was under the premise of having complete technology. The red alert technology. Even for a great scientist like Yunru, it is quite difficult to study the technology of Chilua civilization, let alone the current situation of mankind. What I want is the highest authority on Earth, the kind that has the final say. The other emperors heard Su Qin's request. Their expressions were somewhat strange. Seriously speaking, Su Qin's current strength and status have completely reached this standard. His power is the highest among human beings, and no one will refute what he says. But why did Su Qin say it specifically and treat it as a condition of the transaction? While the other emperors were thinking, Emperor Kong seemed to realize something. You want to be an emperor who is not an emperor? Su Qin looked at Kong Huang with appreciation. Sure enough, there was someone who could understand what he meant. Su Chun is Emperor Su. To other emperors, his words are almost like orders, but humans do not know this. Su Qin's condition is to make the human emperor voluntarily acknowledge that Emperor Su is the supreme leader of mankind and the person with the most power. He is the commander of the Red Alert base, so what if he becomes the commander of humans? Ever since Su Qin learned that there was such a vast world outside the Earth, he didn't think he would stay here forever. Sooner or later, he would step out of the Earth and head into the universe. The stars and the sea, that is the romance of men. Knowing Su Qin's conditions, none of the other emperors disagreed. Only they knew how terrifying Su Qin's power was now. Not to mention the Red Alert bases, the number of emperors under Su Qin was only a few less than theirs. In terms of overall strength, they were still a little weaker. They didn't know that the strength of Su Qin's super soldiers was very different from before. The reason was that Su Qin's authority had reached level 8. No matter from which aspect, Su Qin is qualified enough to become the supreme leader of mankind. Not long after, the emperors of mankind jointly issued a declaration that Emperor Su would become the first supreme leader of mankind, with an unlimited term of office. As soon as this announcement came out, it aroused countless discussions. Most people think that it is good for them that Emperor Su can become the supreme leader of mankind. Without Emperor Su, how could they have the life they have today? However, some people think that even if Emperor Su becomes the supreme leader, isn't that term of office a bit too long? How can there be an unlimited term of office? In fact, the human emperor did not take his term of office seriously. Even if it was infinite, Su Qin's lifespan would be at most over 100 years old, which means that his term of office would end after more than 100 years. How could it be really infinite? No matter what, Su Qin has truly become the supreme leader of mankind. Now people may not know other people, but the one person they definitely know is Su Qin. Su Qin becoming the supreme leader of mankind does not make much difference to mutant beasts and mutant humans. As long as Su Qin is around, they will not be able to sleep or eat. Su Qin, he was the one who killed my men. Wu Huang looked at a photo of Su Qin with hatred. Feng Chao even swallowed Su Qin's photo in one gulp to vent his hatred. He had never hated a human being so much before. It was this human being who killed Lord Hui. Su Qin, this human must not be allowed to stay. But the mutant beasts and mutant humans were helpless. The human wave tactics to attack humans failed. Even if they gathered all the 8th level powerhouses, they probably would not be able to deal with the human emperor. They all know that the number of human emperors has exceeded that of any of their sides, so how can they fight? Feng Chao thought about it and contacted Aquaman. Let your people deal with the humans. I will unite with the mutants and concentrate all our strength to attack. Even if humans take out that kind of weapon, we cannot retreat. Feng Chao, do you think I'm stupid? Humans can deal with mutant beasts like you on land. So do they dare to go into the sea to deal with me? I won't get involved in this matter. You can play by yourself. Aquaman decisively cut off the connection. He knew that even before the end of the world, humans didn't know much about the ocean. So even if all the mutant land beasts on the ground died, he would not worry about his own safety. Feng Chao angrily cursed Aquaman. Doesn't he know the principle of the lips and teeth being cold? But Aquaman took the initiative to cut off contact, and he could not contact Aquaman, so he had to give up. Having lost the great help of the marine mutant beast, Feng Chao suddenly felt that he seemed to have no trump cards left. Just as it was thinking this, a voice came. Feng Chao, cooperate with me. That night, the human warriors slept well for the first time. Even at noon the next day, no mutant beasts or humans appeared outside. It seemed that the 4 super weapons yesterday had frightened them all. The soldiers were very excited. This was the first time that mutant beasts and mutants gave up attacking humans. This was definitely the first time. Some people actually turned on live broadcasts to tell their viewers about this. After the 4 super weapons were used, Su Qin closed the 4 live broadcast rooms, and others did not know the current situation on the 4 major fronts. Seeing this scene, the human emperor did not stop it. They were not the kind of inhuman people. At the same time, Su Chen took the initiative to propose a meeting of emperors for the first time. After all the emperors appeared on the video, a smile appeared on the corner of Su Chen's mouth. Are you ready? The emperors were all stunned. What are you preparing for? Be prepared to receive this earth. Chapter 332 Choices. Human beings never thought that they would have such a day. Dear viewers, I'm Li Liang, the reporter for the live news broadcast. Let me make it clear that I'm not a mutant spy. I have a blood test to prove it. In the live broadcast room, a screen marked as News Live Room was playing a reporter's live broadcast. At this time, the reporter was on a helicopter, and what he said was heard by many people, and many people smiled knowingly. After all, the last time a female reporter on a live news broadcast interviewed Emperor Su and had her identity exposed by Emperor Su is still fresh in people's minds. Everyone should be able to see that below me is where the 8th Order Mutant Beast Elephant King is. Before today, I would never have thought that a reporter like me could come here. I would like to thank Emperor Su and the Red Alert base for their strong support. Most people who saw this scene found it very novel, but some elderly people who lived through the apocalypse suddenly felt a sense of nostalgia. These words were so damn familiar. After expressing his gratitude for a while, reporter Li Liang finally remembered his job. He pointed his hand downwards, and immediately everyone saw this scene through the screen in the live broadcast room. An elephant, 100 meters long, stood on the ground, and in front of the elephant stood a man. With the body of the Elephant King, a human being seems too small, but no one thinks this person is small because he is the human king. These 4 words alone mean everything. The mutant beasts and mutant humans did not dare to attack humans, so Su Chen decided that humans should take the initiative to attack. But this time the method of attack is different. The Emperor will take action personally to kill the 8th level mutant beast or mutant king, and it will be broadcast live. Humans were stunned. Killing an 8th level warrior could be broadcast live? This was unimaginable before. Li Liang is such a lucky guy. He was invited to live broadcast and watched the human emperor kill the 8th level mutant beast. It can be said that except for a few individuals, basically everyone was watching this live broadcast. Li Liang suddenly became a celebrity. Dong Huang, how did you find this place? The Elephant King was very uneasy. He didn't expect that Dong Huang dared to come out alone, and the key was to find where he was. As for the position of the emperor, humans should not know it. Dong Huang had a blank expression on his face, as if he didn't want to talk to Xiang Huang. He himself didn't know how he could have agreed to such a crazy thing as killing an 8th level mutant beast. An order from Emperor Su? No. Dong Huang is willing to obey Su Chen's orders. He also has his own ideas. This time is an opportunity for mankind. If humans can become masters of the earth again, the future will be completely different. Most importantly, Emperor Su said this. A human emperor killing an 8th level mutant beast. Don't you think this scene is very exciting? Dong Huang agreed, but he felt that it would not be so easy to find an 8th level mutant beast. In just 1 hour, he was slapped in the face. He was sent to the front of the Elephant King by a fighter jet, and he clearly saw the confusion on the Elephant King's face. The Elephant King was panicking because the East Emperor was a mid-8th level warrior, while it was only in the early 8th level. There was a huge gap in strength between the two, and it felt that it could not hold on. Feng Chao, Dong Huang is here for me. Come and save me quickly. Xiang Huang decisively asked Feng Chao for help. But after a while, it didn't find any response from Feng Chao, which made it very puzzled. Explain to it considerately, Elephant King, there is no need to contact other 8th level mutant beasts. Don't you know that we humans have cracked your contact method and developed something to block your contact? Elephant King was horrified. He really had no idea. Dong Huang was too lazy to waste time talking to Xiang Huang. According to Su Chen's request, he only had to do one thing to kill the 8th level mutant beast this time, and that was to be fast and have a cool posture. Wait, this seems to be 2 points? Punched Xiang Huang in an ordinary way. This seemingly ordinary punch brought great pressure to Xiang Huang. Only the Elephant King knew that if he were hit by this punch, he would be crippled if not killed. Roar! The Elephant King roared, and suddenly a translucent stand appeared beside it. It turned out to be a defensive force field, the same as the lizard dragons. Unlike the lizard dragon, the Elephant King is much better at using the defensive stance. The fact that he specializes in using the defensive stance shows one thing: how afraid of death the Elephant King is. That originally covered the entire body of the Elephant Emperor suddenly shrank, forming a 2-meter-long and wide mirror-like object, blocking Dong Huang's fist. Are you concentrating all the defensive force fields in one place? Elephant Emperor, I underestimated you. Dong Huang was a little surprised. The Elephant King was very proud. as this was the result of his research, and this was the first time he had shown it to other people. But before its smug expression disappeared, Dong Huang's body shook and endless flames filled his whole body. At this moment, Dong Huang became a fireman. Dong Huang also used his own domain, the fire domain. When Su Chun saw this scene, he thought of the controller of Wangchang City who he had killed. If he was still alive, he would probably be similar to Dong Huang. The flames first enveloped Dong Huang's entire body and then gathered on his fist. At this moment, his fist seemed to have become a sun, emitting endless light and heat, which was extremely dazzling. Elephant King wanted to cry. Why don't we just use one move at a time? Why do we have to use the ultimate move right at the start? Dong Huang did not give him a chance to speak. His punch hit the defensive position hard. The screen was still for a moment and then exploded. "Oh shit, this is a bunker," someone commented. However, I have no culture in my mind, and I can only say wow to everyone. The people upstairs are all scum. Let our brother Liang tell you later how educated people would describe this scene. As a result, after this barrage appeared, Li Liang's voice appeared, "Fuck, it's a bunker." Audience, is this what educated people say? It feels no different from us? Indeed, it's awesome. Dong Huang's fist knocked the Elephant King half to death. If it weren't for the mutant beast's strong physique, it would have been dead. Dong Huang stood on the Elephant King and looked at it coldly. The image of this moment was deeply imprinted in everyone's mind and could not be erased. This was the first time they saw a human emperor fighting against an 8th-level mutant beast. The emperor was indeed powerful. I give you two choices. One is death, the other is... I choose another one, the Elephant King shouted impatiently. Very good, the other one is also dead. Oh? Chapter 331 The Dog King is my dog. The Elephant King was the first 8th-level mutant beast to be killed by a human king during a live broadcast. The huge corpse lying on the ground was very shocking. Dong Huang is the first, but definitely not the last. Just after Dong Huang's live broadcast ended, the second person to appear was Huang. Humans watched one after another how the human emperor beat up the 8th-level mutant beast, as if they were watching a movie. A few months ago, they never thought that the 8th-level mutant beast would be in this state today. These are all Su Chen's plans. The 8th-level mutant beast from the map, and then let the human emperor go there, broadcast a live broadcast, and kill the 8th-level mutant beast, and everything will be okay. The 8th-level mutant beasts one by one will only make the other 8th-level mutant beasts more frightened. In the past few days, there has been an unprecedented calm on the 4 major battlefronts. You have to know that before this, there was almost no stopping of fighting on the 4 major fronts. There were constant fighting every day. The only difference was the size of the battles. Feng Chao, what should we do? If this goes on, we will be found and killed one by the human emperor. An 8th-level mutant beast was very scared and found Feng Chao, the strongest among the current mutant beasts. But what surprised it was that Feng Chao actually said, "Wait for the right time." What timing? Do we still have a chance? The 8th-level mutant beast was a little surprised. The extinction of mankind is a foregone conclusion. After saying this, no matter how this 8th-level mutant beast contacted Feng Chao did not respond. This 8th-level mutant beast is a bit strange. The previous trend was not like this. No one knew that the trend at this moment was in a very dark place, surrounded by the smell of decay. If an ordinary person entered here, he would probably be poisoned to death in a second. The real body of Feng Chao is an ostrich. Unfortunately, the ostrich cannot fly. It was not until it reached the 8th level that it gained the ability to fly. Therefore, what it respects most are those mutant beasts that are born with the ability to fly, especially Lord Hui, whom it admires the most. But it never expected that while it was waiting for Lord Hui to rule the world again, Lord Hui died. Hui, who was just one step away from breaking through to the peak of the 8th level. Just when Feng Chao didn't know what to do, a cold voice reached its ears and changed its future. If there were other 8th level mutant beasts here, they would definitely not be able to imagine Feng Chao's current appearance. Not only were the feathers on its body falling off, but its skin was also blue and purple, and some parts were rotten, emitting an unpleasant odor. It looks a bit miserable, but its strength has reached the late 8th level. Scorpion, humans don't give us much time. Feng Chao looked in one direction, where a huge scorpion was lying on the ground. Scorpion opened his eyes. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Don't worry, humans are still hunting other 8th level mutant beasts and mutant emperors. I have used means to restrain our own existence. I believe that we will not be discovered in a short time. As long as we break through to the peak of the 8th level in this poisonous swamp, then any means of human beings will be useless to us. If Chen were here, he would be able to tell at a glance that this scorpion is actually a Zerg, and a late 8th Order Zerg at that. In fact, this scorpion was the one that escaped from Huang City. Somehow, it had gained wisdom no less than that of humans, and its strength had also improved tremendously. Normally, among the Zerg, only the Zerg mother nest has intelligence, and the other Zerg are just a group of brainless guys. But this Zerg actually has intelligence. Seriously speaking, this scorpion can be regarded as a super soldier among the Zerg, and its strength is much stronger than that of Zerg of the same level. The probability of this happening is pitifully low. Chen himself could not have imagined that the only Zerg he missed would actually grow into a super Zerg soldier. This super army also joined forces with Feng Chao and prepared to deal with Chen secretly. They all knew that the only one who was truly capable of destroying the mutant beasts was Chen, and the other human kings were far behind. Chen didn't know that he was being targeted by a Zerg and an 8th level mutant beast. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Under the protection of the base, who could hurt him? In just 7 short days, 5 8th level mutant beasts died. Those who took action were all human emperors in the middle stage of the 8th level. Those in the early stage of the 8th level did not take action. If they had taken action, the other party would most likely have escaped. This was not the scene that Chen wanted humans to see. What he needed was for the human emperor to kill the 8th level mutant beast with a crushing attitude, so that humans would know that even an 8th level mutant beast can be so weak at times. Who will be the next mutant beast to target? Asked Emperor Kong at the Emperor's meeting. This time, they decided which 8th level mutant beast to target next. I think we should look for the Dog King. This 8th level mutant seems to be making rapid progress. It became an 8th level mutant by eating the Crocodile King. Now it seems to be not far from the middle 8th level. It poses a considerable threat. Dong Huang suggested. The other emperors all agreed, so Emperor Kong finally looked at Chen. Only with Chen's approval could they take action. Chen himself didn't expect that they would choose Daha, but this was normal. After all, they didn't know that Daha was one of their own. The Canine Emperor can be ruled out. However, Chen's words surprised them all. What was going on? Why should the Dog Emperor be excluded? Was there any relationship between the Dog Emperor and Emperor Su? Chen knew that if he didn't explain it at this time, they would definitely be confused. Besides, at this point, it wouldn't matter if he told them. The Canine King is the dog I raised. This one sentence was like a thunderbolt, which stunned all the emperors. What did they hear? The Dog King is Emperor Su's dog? What a shit. They wondered if there was something wrong with their ears. That was an 8th level mutant beast Dog King. How could it suddenly become Emperor Su's dog? Have you ever seen anyone whose dog is level 8? The human emperor suddenly realized that in terms of prestige, he was far behind Emperor Su. They did not suspect that Chen was lying. After thinking carefully, they found that after the Dog King became an 8th level mutant beast, it seemed that it had never attacked the human front line. Instead, it had been causing trouble for other mutant beasts. Emperor Su, just tell me, are there any other 8th level mutant beasts? Otherwise, it would be bad if they were accidentally injured. Emperor Kong smiled bitterly. Chen thought about it and found that there seemed to be a few more. Don't forget, there are still 2 guys in the ocean. Chapter 332. I feel so sad. Shiitake mushroom. Dolphins and giant squids. These 2 types of soldiers have almost been forgotten by Chen. They have always stayed in the ocean. I wonder how they have developed recently. Chen just asked a question, but the result shocked him. Were not many level 8 marine mutant beasts before, only a few. After most of them died, only 1 mid-level level 8 Sea King and 2 early level 8 marine mutant beasts were left. Unexpectedly, dolphins and giant squids have established their own power in the ocean, becoming powerful 8th order mutant beasts, competing with Aquaman for territory. In fact, the biggest reason why the Sea King did not agree to the alliance with the 8th level mutant beasts on land was that he could not even protect his own territory. So what was the point of fighting? The giant squid is now stronger than Aquaman, but is still a little bit behind the dolphin. However, the sonic weapons it carries with it pose a great threat to Aquaman. Now, almost all the mutant marine beasts obey the giant squid. In other words, without realizing it, the giant squid has actually conquered this huge force of mutant marine beasts. This is definitely a pleasant surprise. Next, as long as the mutant beasts and mutant humans are destroyed, humans can become the masters of the earth again. Well, I still have 2 8th level mutant beast pets. They are all marine creatures. Now, marine mutant beasts are basically no threat, Chen said. At this moment, there was a pause in the royal conference. No one spoke. They all looked at Su Chen with shock. Wait, Emperor Su. Are you saying that your pet has tamed the marine mutant beast? This is impossible. There are several 8th-level mutant beasts among the marine mutant beasts, especially the Sea King, whose strength is not inferior to mine. Emperor Kong said hurriedly. The other human emperors nodded. They all knew a little about the strength of the Sea King. In the middle stage of the 8th level, he was definitely a strong man. They couldn't believe that such an 8th-level mutant beast had its territory taken away by Su Chen's pet. After all, if they believe it, it means that they are not even as good as Su Chen's pet. Just thinking about it makes me feel sad and depressed. Seeing Su Chen nod, the human emperor was speechless. They suddenly realized that some things that were originally difficult were not a problem at all in Su Chen's hands. The 8th-level mutant beasts on land, they were still worried about the marine mutant beasts. After all, the number of marine mutant beasts on Earth was incalculable. If they all rushed ashore, how could humans resist them? Unexpectedly, such a difficult problem was solved by Su Chen's pet. Let's continue discussing which 8th-level mutant beast we should deal with next. Kong Huang decisively changed the subject. After some discussion, they finally decided that the next 8th-level mutant beast to deal with was Feng Chao. Now that the target had been decided, Su Chen began to look for it on the map. To his surprise, Feng Chao had disappeared. It was the same when we were looking for Huai before. We couldn't find its location. I didn't expect that Feng Chao would be the same. System, I'm afraid the spy satellite you gave me is not a fake one, right? Master, with the current level of spy satellites, it is difficult to find some 8th-level mutant beasts that are hidden by special means, unless the spy satellites are upgraded. Su Chen's eyes lit up. Spy satellites have always been very powerful. It can be said that losing a spy satellite is like losing an eye for Su Chen. Once the spy satellites are upgraded, they will definitely be able to find where the trend is. Just when Su Chen was about to upgrade the spy satellite, he thought of a very serious problem. That is, he didn't have even one chance to upgrade his weapons. What should he do? Su Chen opened his own mission, the only one that offered a weapon upgrade opportunity as a reward, but he couldn't complete it for the time being. In other words, he couldn't upgrade the spy satellite in the short term. At this moment, the system took the initiative to remind, Master, you already have the level 8 commander authority, and you can get the opportunity to upgrade your weapons in another way. What method? The Platinum version of the lottery now has increased weapon upgrade opportunities and troop evolution opportunities, as well as a special prize. However, with the Master's bad face, it is estimated that it will not be drawn. There is another way, which is very simple and crude. It is to directly exchange it with energy points. When he heard the first part, Su Chen couldn't help but want to pull the system out and beat it up. It was not until the end that he decided to let the system go. As a wealthy man with over 100 million energy points, would he still care about energy points? Tell me, how many energy points can be exchanged for one chance? Give me 100 times. Su Chen waved his hand, very generously. Master, are you sure? A weapon upgrade opportunity requires 10 million energy points, and a soldier evolution opportunity requires 20 million energy points. Haha, just pretend I didn't say anything. Su Chen discovered that he was not a rich man, but a pauper, and could only exchange for a weapon upgrade opportunity in frustration. Upgrade the spy satellite. Su Chen waved his hand again. But the system said unceremoniously, Master, upgrading the spy satellite requires 2 weapon upgrade opportunities, and you are still short of one. Fill it up for me. Under Su Chen's unfriendly gaze, the system acted very quickly and started upgrading the spy satellite directly. And now the system thoughtfully provided a special service. That is to directly upgrade the existing units, but it will cost some extra energy points. Even 20 million has been spent, so such a small amount of energy is nothing. Su Chen did not even frown. The upgraded spy satellite didn't look much different, but Su Chen discovered that there were 2 huge spots of light on the map. Needless to say, one of them must be the trend he was looking for. Who was the other one? He can actually avoid the surveillance of spy satellites. Su Chen was a little surprised. Su Chen directly enlarged the screen and saw 2 figures. One of them was Feng Chao, but Feng Chao now looked very miserable, almost as if he was dead. And the other one, Zerg. Su Chen was shocked. He didn't expect Feng Chao to be in league with the Zerg. How could this be possible? Hadn't he captured all the Zerg? Su Chen suddenly thought of something. It seemed that a Zerg had disappeared. It was the Zerg from Huang City. It seemed that this was it. I didn't expect that there are still remnants of the Zerg. We can't let them go. Su Chen looked at the Zerg with a sneer. The enemies of mankind on Earth are mutant beasts and mutant humans, but in the universe, mankind's biggest enemy has always been the Zerg. Moreover, This Zerg seemed to be intelligent, which was completely different from the Zerg Su Chun knew, and he was very interested. Let's set Feng Chao as our next target. We can capture this scorpion and study it. Chapter 333 You Traitor. Killing 8th level mutant beasts is still going on. Now what humans have to do every day is to guess which 8th level mutant beast will be the next to be killed by the human emperor. Some people even held gambling games in which every 8th level mutant beast was included. Relatively speaking, the odds for 8th stage mid-level mutant beasts were lower, while the odds for 8th stage early-level mutant beasts were higher. After all, everyone knows that you should pick on the weak, and the early 8th stage is much easier to deal with than the middle 8th stage. Among them, there is the name of the Dog King. Daha has been living a very comfortable life recently. Not only is his strength about to break through the middle 8th level, but his harem has also reached as many as 100. Of course, each of the hunting dogs that follow him has no less than 10 harems. As the eldest brother, he must take care of his younger brothers. If the hounds at the Red Alert base knew that Daha was living such a good life now, they would probably want to switch places with Daha. After Lung Yue returned to the base, Era also returned to the base and became the boss of all hunting dogs. Sanha was very depressed to find that he had lost his position as the boss again. Daha, who was just waiting to die, suddenly received an order from the commander to kill an 8th level mutant beast, even if it exposed his identity. Su Chun is preparing to let Daha make his official debut as the Hound of the Red Alert base. Just think about it. If humans knew that the Canine King was on their side, they would probably be shocked. After all, they had never heard of this method. Daha naturally carried out the commander's mission immediately. The target it chose was an 8th level mutant beast with which it had a good relationship recently. It was called Huang, and its true form was a pangolin. Brother, come over and have a drink? Daha invited Huang. Brother, it's windy outside now, so you'd better be careful. I won't go over there. Let's drink later. Emperor Jia was very cautious. I know you are worried about the human king, but have you ever thought that if we two 8th level mutant beasts are together, would the human king still dare to come over? Emperor Jia thought about it, and it seemed to be true. 2 8th level mutant beasts together is much stronger than being alone. So Emperor Jia immediately agreed and headed to where Daha was as fast as possible. Daha asked all his younger brothers, the hounds, to leave, as an 8th level battle might occur soon, and these hounds that were less than 8th level would be very dangerous here. As for other mutant beasts, what does it have to do with it? About 3 hours later, a figure that looked a little small came to the place where Daha was. The dog mutants who were patrolling outside saw Queen Jia and immediately shouted respectfully, "Greetings, Lord Queen Jia. Emperor Jia often comes here to drink with Emperor Quan, and they all know each other. Well, take me to see my brother." Jia Huang put his hands behind his back, looking like a big boss. After seeing Daha, Jia Huang immediately showed a wretched expression. "Brother, do you have new wine? I haven't had any wine for many days." Wine is something that only humans have. Even among humans, wine is a luxury item. After all, the raw materials for brewing wine are very rare nowadays. Mutant beasts rarely get wine to drink, but at the Dog King's place, wine is available every now and then. This is why the Armor King is willing to take the initiative to make friends with the Dog King. "Brother, come and try it. This is the top quality stuff I just got from humans. It tastes better than the wine you drank last time." Daha transformed into a human form and poured wine for Jia Huang. Their bodies are too large, so they usually transform into human form for convenience. Emperor Jia took a sip, his eyes lit up. "Good wine. You really know how to enjoy yourself. Life has been tough lately. I don't know how the human emperors found our location, and they come to kill us one by one. Several acquaintances have died in the past few days. I don't know when it will be our turn." After saying that, it drank a big gulp, and the Dog King took the initiative to fill it up. "Brother, I know this. I have quite a few beast slaves on the human side," Daha said with a smile. "What, brother? You know their inside information?" Emperor Jia was shocked. "Then do you know how they found us?" "Of course I know, but it's a secret. Walls have ears, so I'd better tell my brother in a low voice." While speaking, Daha moved closer to Jia Huang. Jia Huang had no doubts, and just when Daha stood next to Jia Huang, it suddenly jumped up. Snap! Suddenly, half of Jia Huang's body was bitten off by Daha. If Jia Huang had not subconsciously given way at that moment, it would now be headless. "Dog King, what are you doing? We are companions," King Jia shouted. He didn't expect that the Dog King would sneak attack him. "Why?" Daha swallowed half of Jia Huang's body in 2 or 3 mouthfuls, with a strange light flashing in his eyes. "Jia Huang, I have never been a companion of your mutant beasts." Emperor Jia was stunned. Are you mutant beasts? It realized something and pointed at Daha with its other hand, saying in a voice full of resentment, "You defected to humans? You traitor." Hee hee. Daha smiled, then went up and swallowed the Emperor of Armor whole. Then its body shook and a powerful aura burst out, killing all the mutant beasts in the surrounding area. Daha broke through and became the middle 8th level. Daha, who possesses the devouring evolution template, can become stronger as long as he keeps eating. Commander, the mission is accomplished and my identity has not been exposed. After hearing Daha's report, Su Chen raised his lips. Daha has made great progress and actually knows how to use his brain. Keep attacking until your identity is exposed. Yes, Commander. If Daha has taken action, then the giant squids and dolphins can do the same. The ocean must be controlled in his hands. Su Chen casually told the giant squid and dolphin the locations of several 8th-level mutant beasts, such as the ocean, and asked them to go and kill them. Su Chen didn't need to worry about the rest. There is basically no problem on the mutant beast side, so there is only one force left, the mutants. Su Chen already had ideas on how to deal with mutants. What have the other mutant kings been doing recently? Su Chen directly found spy number 1. No one has ever suspected that spy number 1 is pretending to be the Mirror King. There's nothing you can do about it. Being a spy is just so awesome. Commander, the other mutant emperors seem to be afraid of being found by the human emperor. Now they are a loose group, but I think that Huang might cause trouble. Spy number 1 expressed his judgment. Unlike mutant beasts, the mutant human kings have only acquired intelligence for a very short time. They can be arrogant and domineering when the situation is favorable, but become cowards when the situation is unfavorable. Chapter 334, can you believe it? No emperor? Su Chen thought of a person. That was the controller of Wangchang City who was killed by him. If he remembered correctly, Wu Huang seemed to look very similar to this guy. If it was not certain that the controller of Wangchang City was dead, Su Chen would have suspected that the man had turned into a mutant. The two of them do look very similar. At first glance, they seem like the same person. The only difference is that Wu Huang's skin is very white, even whiter than albinos. This appearance is common among mutants. Su Chen did not find it strange. It was just because the two looked similar. Su Chen had observed Wu Huang for a period of time. Among all the mutant kings, Wu Huang is the most ambitious one. He has always wanted to be the only king among the mutants, but unfortunately he lacks overwhelming power. If he was in the late 8th stage like Hua Yi, then the other mutant emperors might agree to be led by him. But unfortunately the reality is cruel. Wu Huang's strength is at most the same as Feng Chao, which is far inferior to it. Without the backup left by the Zerg mother nest, the mutant's improvement speed has dropped to the lowest, and basically there will not be much change in a short period of time. Su Chen had not directly observed Wu Huang before, so there was a possibility that he might be discovered. But after the spy satellite was upgraded by Su Chen, the system told him that it was completely impossible for an 8th-level satellite to detect the surveillance of spy satellites. This was amazing. Su Chen found Wu Huang's location and started a live broadcast directly, but unfortunately Su Chen was the only audience member. This seems to be a rich man's villa, but no one has cleaned it for a long time, so it looks a bit messy. Wu Huang was sitting on a chair with his eyes closed, with several mutants kneeling around him. Has my order been delivered? Wu Huang asked in a cold voice. Lord Wu Huang, your order has been transmitted to the farthest place, and everyone is rushing here. A mutant replied. Lord Wu Huang, I wonder if you have something important to say by calling all the tribesmen here? Another mutant asked, seemingly unwilling to be left behind. In Wu Huang's eyes, and the head of the second mutant, who spoke suddenly flew out and his body fell to the ground. The other mutants trembled and pressed their heads against the ground. I don't like people talking too much, you should know that. Yes, Lord Wu Huang. Afterwards, these mutants left, leaving Wu Huang alone here. Su Chen noticed that Wu Huang was indeed unable to detect his observations, and the usefulness of spy satellites was once again highlighted. Wu Huang summoned all mutants to where he is. Why? Su Chen looked at the map and found that there were a large number of light spots moving around Wu Huang, and their target was exactly in the direction of Wu Huang. At this juncture, Wu Huang's actions were definitely not useless. That is to say, these mutants were very important to him. But no matter how Su Chen thought about it, he couldn't imagine what Wu Huang needed so many mutants for. You know, the total number of mutants under Wu Huang's control is as high as 100 million. With so many mutants gathered in one place, the scene must be too spectacular. It took a week just to gather so many mutants. During this time, the human emperor killed almost all the 8th-level mutant beasts, and the excitement it brought to mankind was indescribable. At present, there are only one Fengchao and one Huang left among the 8th level mutant beasts, and all other 8th level mutant beasts have been killed. During these 7 days, the identity of the Dog King was finally exposed, and humans also knew that the Dog King was actually a dog raised by Su Chen, and they were all shocked. When the other mutant beasts found out, they were also stunned, especially Fengchao. After learning that the Dog King was Su Chen's dog, it was so angry that it vomited blood. Damn Su Chen, damn Dog King. Fengchao yelled, I can't bear it anymore. I want to kill them. Don't get excited. As humans say, a lack of patience can ruin a great plan. Our goal is to eventually kill humans and rule the earth. If we get discovered by Su Chen, and he asks the human emperor to take action, we'll be in danger. Scorpion said. With the scorpion's consolation, Fengchao finally calmed down, but his hatred for Su Chen deepened. Humans don't know what's happening in the ocean, so the identities of the giant squid and dolphins have not been exposed. Of course, Su Chen doesn't care about that. Having lost the leadership of the 8th level mutant beast, the remaining mutant beasts no longer dared to launch an attack on the human defense line, as that would be simply seeking death. Without the restraint of the 8th level mutant beasts, the human emperor can attack them at will, and they will definitely be the ones who suffer in the end. In addition to mutant beasts, humans also have a great enemy, mutants. The human emperor is preparing to propose to deal with the mutant emperor next. There are currently 9 mutant kings on Earth. If we kill them all, there will be no need to worry about the remaining mutants. Due to the lack of top combat power, as long as we proceed step by step, we will have hope of wiping out most of the mutant beasts and mutants on Earth within 10 years. The time when humans will regain control of the Earth is not far away. When saying this, Emperor Kong was very excited. Ever since the end of the world, Emperor Kong almost thought that there was no hope for mankind. Unexpectedly, the situation has changed drastically and humans have gained the upper hand. Huang knew that it was Su Chen who brought all this. Without Su Chen's help, humans would not be able to wipe out the 2 major forces, and even the base city might be destroyed. Which mutant emperor should we deal with? This time I suggest that we let other people take action. After all, we have always been not very good at taking action, and we must always give young people some opportunities. The Western Emperor said with a smile. Hearing this, the new emperors including Bai Huang Huang suddenly became excited, because they had never had a chance to take action. There was no way. At the beginning, the battle must not be lost, and the win had to be won beautifully. Their strength was still far behind. But now, humans have seen the strength of the human king, so even if they fail to win, it is not a problem. I suggest dealing with the Mirror Emperor. This emperor is very low-key, but some low-key emperors are often the most dangerous. Dong Huang said. Just when they were discussing enthusiastically, Su Chen's voice rang out. Let me make it clear first. Mirror Emperor and Charm Emperor are both my people. They cannot be moved. All the emperors were stunned. This scene seemed a little familiar. Was this déjà vu? Wait, Emperor Su. You also have people on the mutant side? Emperor Kong widened his eyes. Mutants are a force that is ignored by humans. Once they rise, it becomes very difficult for humans to place spies among them. They could never have dreamed that Su Chen not only planted his own spies, but also 2 emperors. Can you believe it? Chapter 335. All in one go. The Mirror Emperor is naturally the spy number 1, while the Charm Emperor is the spy number 3 who has always remained unknown. After spy number 1 successfully took office, spy number 3 went to another place after a while and became the Charm King. The human emperors did not expect Su Chen to be so powerful. Among the 8th level mutant beasts, there is a Dog Emperor, and among the mutant human emperors, there are actually 2 emperors. They thought of one thing. With these 3 emperors, the number of emperors under Su Chen's command is more than all of them combined. Su Chen deserves the position of the supreme leader of mankind. Emperor Kong smiled bitterly. Why do I feel that Emperor Su can kill the enemy alone? We seem to be of no use. The other emperors were stunned. Then they all smiled bitterly. They thought about it and felt that what Kong Huang said made sense. Su Chen's contribution to mankind had surpassed everyone present. Humanity does not belong to me alone. Without you, even I can't deal with mutant beasts and mutants. Su Chen said seriously. What he said was the truth. If there had not been the human emperor in the beginning who gave Su Chen the opportunity to develop, how could Su Chen have his current strength? Su Chen has never been an arrogant person. He knows that the better the development of mankind, the more benefits it will bring to him. Everyone knows that only people of similar ages can play together. Do you expect an adult to play with a child of a few years old every day? The current situation between humans and Su Chen is somewhat similar to this. The Red Alert base is developing rapidly, but humans have not stopped their pace of development. This is what Su Chen hopes to see. If all human beings rely on Su Chen, then Su Chen will also consider whether human beings are worth saving. Knowing that Mirror Emperor and Charm Emperor were Su Chen's men, the other emperors began to study how to deal with other mutant emperors. At this moment, Tanya, who was standing next to Su Chen, communicated directly to Su Chen's mind through telepathy. Commander, something is wrong. Wu Huang is slaughtering his men. Huh. Su Chen was slightly stunned. Is Wu Huang crazy or what? As the mutant emperor, he actually slaughtered his own men? Su Chen opened the map and saw that Wu Huang on the screen was indeed slaughtering his own men crazily. The first ones he killed were the intelligent mutants. These mutants knew how to escape, while those mutants without intelligence just stood there stupidly. Lord Wu Huang, why are you trying to kill me? I am loyal to you and have never had any second thoughts. Wu Huang, you tyrant, you shall not die. Ah. Master Wu Huang, please spare my life. Don't kill me. Don't. Be it begging for mercy or cursing at Wu Huang, it had no effect on him. The strongest among them was only at the peak of level 7, which was far from enough for Wu Huang. In less than half an hour, he killed all the intelligent mutants under his command. Then he gave an order to the unintelligent mutants to attack the mutant beasts and bring back their bodies. Roar. The mutants ran towards the mutant beasts. For the mutants who had no feeling, they would not feel tired even if they ran for a month. Is Wu Huang really crazy? Su Chen was a little confused. He thought that Wu Huang summoned all his men to fight to the death, but he actually killed his own intelligent mutant subordinates first, and then let those unintelligent mutants attack the mutant beasts. Su Chen couldn't figure out the reason, but he decided to keep watching to see what Wu Huang had up his sleeve. The number of intelligent mutants is only a few 100,000 at most, but the number of ordinary mutants is over 100 million. Even if there are not many strong ones among them, the number alone makes it almost impossible for the mutant beasts to resist. The battle broke out suddenly, and not only humans were not prepared for it, even the mutant beasts were not prepared for it. If there were an 8th level mutant beast here, it would definitely come forward to stop it. Unfortunately, Feng Chao hid and dared not come out, and the same went for Aquaman. They could only watch the mutants kill a large number of mutant beasts and transport their bodies back. This fight lasted for several days. During these days, the human emperor began to hunt the mutant emperors, giving the new emperors a chance to show themselves. And Wu Huang also got what he wanted. At this time, where Wu Huang was, there were countless mutant corpses on one side and countless mutant beast corpses on the other side. He stood in the middle, and the ground was covered with all kinds of blood. Wu Huang was standing there, muttering something. The strange thing was that Su Chen had never heard what he said, but he could understand the meaning of those words. Maybe he prayed to a god to grant him great power, or something like that. A mutant human emperor is actually praying to God. Are you kidding me? Su Chen's expression was a little strange. Su Chen took a look and felt that he had seen what Wu Huang had done somewhere before. After thinking for a while, he suddenly realized, wasn't this the way the mutants initially improved their strength? Using the corpses of humans and mutant beasts to strengthen themselves was the method that the mutants initially used. But at some point, this method gradually disappeared because the mutant strength had increased. Even Su Chen had forgotten this method, but he didn't expect Wu Huang to use it. Suddenly, Su Chen thought of a problem. Generally speaking, to increase strength in this way, only 2 sacrifices are needed, but how many sacrifices did Wu Huang use? This guy might be going to heaven. Can using mutants to replace humans be effective? Su Chen was a little confused. Regardless of whether it works or not, Su Chen cannot let Wu Huang succeed, so he decides to use a super weapon. Su Chen finally experienced the feeling of using super weapons at will. It was so cool. There are 4 offensive super weapons. First of all, the weather controller is too slow in creating thunderclouds, and the nuclear bomb is also not flying fast. He doesn't know whether the gene mutator will have any effect on Wu Huang. After thinking about it, he decided to use the mind controller. A super weapon was thrown down directly, and after a few seconds, the invisible mental power exploded. At this moment, Wu Huang, who was praying, widened his eyes. He felt a fatal crisis, but before he could react, he felt something shattered and then he lost consciousness. Cannot resist a single shot of the super weapon. Wu Huang is dead, but his sacrifice has not yet ended. The blood on the ground was gathering and concentrating on Wu Huang's body. Les, who was leisurely watching TV in the main base at this moment, felt the hairs on his body stand up. This feeling is... Chapter 336 Nightmare Clan. Les suddenly stood up from the ground. his expression changing constantly because he sensed an aura that even he found tricky. Su-yi, tell your commander that the Earth is in trouble. Rice's expression was serious. Su-yi did not agree directly, but thought about it before starting to contact. Commander, Les wants to see you. Su-chun was a little surprised that Rice actually took the initiative to meet him at this time. This was the first time. Send him over. Not long after, Rice and Su-yi came to Su-chun. When he saw Su-chun, Rice hurriedly said, "We are in big trouble. That guy is here." That guy? Who is he? Su-chun looked at Les strangely. It was the first time he saw Les so uneasy. As the god of death of the gods, would he also be afraid sometimes? Les's face was filled with anxiety. He walked back and forth, waving his hands nervously. It's the Nightmare Clan. It must be him. Apart from the Nightmare Clan, I can't think of anyone else who has this kind of aura, full of death and wailing. Nightmare Tribe? This was the first time Su-chun heard of this race. The information in the ancient monuments did not contain any information about the Nightmare Clan. What race are the Nightmare Clan? Rice took a deep breath and said, like my God Clan, the Nightmare Clan is also a rare race, even rarer than the God Clan. Each member of the Nightmare Clan is very strong. Without the power of soul control, I can't compare to them at all. Su-chun's expression became solemn. Even the always arrogant Rice said this, which showed that the Nightmare Clan was really strong. But how could the Nightmare Clan appear on Earth and even be detected by Les? What are the characteristics of the Nightmare Clan? The Nightmare Clan is very strange. They all look formless, but they are a race. If we really have to give them a characteristic, would they be considered gods? Rice noticed Su-chun's strange look, and he felt a little helpless. I know it must be strange to say this. Even my clan doesn't dare to call them gods, but the Nightmare Clan dares to call them that. It's just that in the eyes of some civilizations, they are like gods. They have no physical form, so it's almost impossible to find them if you actively look for them. But as long as you pray, the Nightmare Clan can descend upon the person who prays and unleash combat power that exceeds the limit of the person who prays. Wherever the Nightmare Clan appears, there won't be a single living being. They only bring death. Su-chun rolled his eyes and said, aren't you almost the same as the god of death? Wait, supplicant? Su-chun looked at the interface in front of him, only to see that Huang, who was supposed to be dead, actually stood up again. The look in his eyes changed. The original Huang was at most an ambitious person, and his ambitions were revealed in his eyes. But now, all Huang had in his eyes was a desire for blood. He became a bloodthirsty madman. No, he was possessed by the Nightmare Clan. That sacrifice is actually a way of praying to the Nightmare Clan. But how could the mutants understand this sacrificial method? Who told them? Or was it the bloodline wisdom pearl that was passed into their brains from the beginning? Su-chun couldn't figure it out, but with Les, a god who knew many secrets, here, Su-chun asked Zhu Ling to bring the pearl over. Take a look, do you recognize this? After the bloodline wisdom pearl was brought over, Su-chun asked Rice. Les took a glance and felt nothing at first, but the next second, his eyes widened. Fuck, how could the bloodline wisdom pearl be here? Rice yelled. This thing is considered a powerful treasure even among the gods. He has only seen it once and has never owned it. He didn't expect to see one here with Su-chun. It was incredible. You really know this. What is the relationship between the bloodline wisdom pearl and the Nightmare Clan? Seriously speaking, the bloodline wisdom pearl has nothing to do with the Nightmare Clan, but the creator of the bloodline wisdom pearl is said to have a good relationship with the Nightmare Clan. Of course, I have only heard about it, but I don't know if it is true or not. Looked at the bead in Su-chun's hand eagerly. To ordinary people, this thing was just a stimulator that could be used to allow intelligent life to appear on a primitive planet, but to him, it was a good thing that could enhance his strength. Su-chun naturally saw the desire in Rice's eyes, but he pretended not to see it. Rice was not a human being. Su-chun would not allow his strength to increase before he had complete control over him. Seeing Su-chun put away the beads, a trace of disappointment appeared on Rice's face. What are the weaknesses of the Nightmare Clan? Su-chun didn't think that the Nightmare Clan was invincible. As long as it was a race, it would definitely have weaknesses. I don't know about this. After all, I have never encountered the Nightmare Clan. But according to my understanding, if the Nightmare Clan has not descended on the supplicant, they are almost invincible. But once they descend, the supplicant is their weakness. Rice's analysis was very pertinent. Just like what Su-chun thought, it was difficult to find weaknesses in intangible things. But what about tangible things? Su-chun raised his lips and said, then let's show this alien friend from the Nightmare Clan how hospitable the Earthlings are. Boom. At this time, Huang had already become a member of the Nightmare Clan. He raised his head and looked up at the sky. The originally blue sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, which contained a power that could change one's mood. Weapons that control the weather of a planet? A dilapidated planet actually has weapons of this level. The Nightmare Clan sneered, seeming to look down on the thundercloud storm. But the next second, his face changed drastically. The strength of this body could not cope with weapons of this level. This supplicant is such a waste that he consumes my strength as soon as he descends. The Nightmare Clan sneered. Black gas emerged from his body and wrapped around him. Then the black gas turned into a black armor on his body, and a spear appeared in his hand. The long spear was like a dragon, piercing the sky. This member of the Nightmare Clan actually rushed into the sky. Was he going to withstand the power of the thundercloud storm? Countless lightning bolts fell from the sky and gathered in one place. The dazzling lightning illuminated the sky. At this moment, the mutant beasts and mutants thousands of miles away discovered the abnormality here. Faced with so much thunder and lightning, the Nightmare Clan only used one move to directly block the thunder. His strength exceeds the 8th level? Chen's face looked a little ugly. According to the system, the thundercloud storm can basically destroy all enemies below the late 8th level. Even those in the late 8th level will be seriously injured if they are not careful. If they are at the peak of the 8th level, they will only be slightly injured. This member of the Nightmare Clan blocked the thundercloud storm with just one move, which meant he was definitely at the 9th level without a doubt. Chapter 337, Peak of Level 8. The thunder and lightning roared for at least 10 minutes, but still did not cause any harm to the Nightmare Clan. The thunderclouds dispersed, and the figures of the Nightmare Clan suddenly disappeared, running in one direction, and the direction they were heading was exactly the direction of humans. Clan member even more powerful than Huang appeared. This was something Chen could never have imagined. At this time, the system also issued a task. Triggering the side quest, the Nightmare Clan descends, the master must completely kill the Nightmare Clan. Otherwise, the entire Earth will be destroyed by them. After completion, you will be rewarded with 50 million energy points and a special buff that increases the research efficiency of the combat laboratory tenfold. The effect lasts for 1 year. There is no penalty for mission failure and no time limit. Chen curled his lips. He had already known the system's routine. There would be no punishment and time limit. It sounded good. If he was finished, there would be no need for any punishment at all. The reward of 50 million is very ordinary, and Chen is eyeing the second reward. The research efficiency of the combat laboratory has increased tenfold. In this case, doesn't it mean that the time required to fully master the technology of the Protoss and the Chilua civilization has also been shortened tenfold? Chen's eyes lit up. This was a good thing. You know, the combat laboratory itself has various bonuses to scientific research projects. Once you get the help of this special buff, you may be able to research more powerful weapons in a very short time. Of course, all this is based on one premise: to kill the Nightmare Clan. Isn't it just a 9th level? I killed one before, so it won't be a problem if another one comes. Chen was confident. He used the mind controller to kill the enemy last time, so he could just do the same this time. But the system's words interrupted Chen's thoughts. Friendly reminder, the Nightmare Clan is stronger than Lance, and the mind controller cannot kill them. Chen almost vomited blood. The mind controller was unable to kill the Nightmare Clan, which was his most powerful trump card. Among the several super weapons, only the mind controller is affected by the 4.0 version of mind technology, and its power far exceeds that of other super weapons. Now even the mind controller is useless, so what's the point of using it? The super weapon in Red Alert 2 is useless, so what about the one in Red Alert 3? Chen frowned. The system didn't say anything, which meant it agreed. Chen's expression finally looked a little better. But there is still a problem. In order to kill Hui, he has used up the only opportunity to use the Red Alert 3 super weapon in his hand. Now he has no means to kill the Nightmare Clan. Chen took a deep breath. The current situation could only be described as a bit bad, but it had not yet reached the point of despair, because he still had a trump card. All super soldiers, come back? At Chen's command, all the super soldiers, no matter where they were or what they were doing, immediately rushed back to the main base as quickly as possible and stood in front of Chen. See you, Commander. This time, Tanya and Zhu Ling both changed into their combat uniforms and stood in the row of super soldiers. This time the situation is the same as last time. A race from the universe called the Nightmare Clan has descended on our planet in the form of possession. His target is exactly here. I hope you can stop him this time. Chen said in a low voice. Nightmare Clan, target is here. This conclusion was reached after systematic calculations. Chen didn't know what means the other party used to know that he was here, but it didn't matter. He had to find the other party and kill him anyway. Hearing Chen's words, all the super soldiers' eyes narrowed. They thought of the times when they tried to stop Lance in the past. They were beaten to a pulp by Lance and almost let Lance get close to the commander. This was the shame of their lives. This time, even if they died, they would not let the enemy get close to the commander. Commander, I am willing to sign a military order. Either he dies or I die. I will never let him get close to you. No one expected that the person who said this was Yuri, who was known as the calmest. Yuri is arrogant and only loyal to Commander Chen. Last time, he served as the commander's last line of defense, but failed to stop the enemy. Yuri has always kept it in mind. Now that he has a second chance, he naturally has to find a way to make up for it. Chen had a blank expression on his face, but he was very satisfied in his heart. His soldiers must never have cowardly thoughts. No matter how powerful the enemy was, they would bite off a piece of flesh from them. With your current strength, even if you try your best, you probably won't be able to stop the enemy, so I decided. Chen raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Increase your strength to the maximum. As soon as he finished speaking, all the super soldiers found that their strength was increasing rapidly. From the middle 8th level, to the late 8th level, all the way to the peak of the 8th level. All super soldiers have reached the peak of level 8. They are all super soldiers, and their real combat power is definitely not less than that of the early 9th Order. With their current condition, if they meet Lance, they will definitely be able to fight. Chen was smiling on the surface, but deep down he felt his heart was bleeding. In order to improve their strength, Chen consumed more than half of his energy. Now his energy reserves are at their lowest ever, less than 30 million. Fortunately, his base is now complete and does not require much energy consumption. Looking at these super soldiers in front of him, Chen felt very satisfied. It would have been even more perfect if the Nightmare Clan had not appeared. Go. Stop the enemy outside the human front line. Chen waved his hand. Once the Nightmare Clan reaches the human front line, the front line will be broken. The power of the 9th level is unimaginable to the 8th level. It can be said that a 9th level can completely defeat a group of 8th levels. Of course, this is just a rough statement. If there is an 8th level that is against the will of heaven, he can also kill a 9th level. There are 9 super soldiers, including a clone of Boris. They are driving the fastest Tianren mecha and flying towards the location of the Nightmare Clan. No one else knows that a powerful being capable of destroying the Earth has descended on Earth, and what Chen does is to kill this invader and protect them. This battle will determine whether the Earth can exist. Les was not driven away by Chen, but stayed on purpose. He knew what Chen meant. One was to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, and the other was to see if he could see the weaknesses of the Nightmare Clan. Rice is indeed at his weakest now, but his vision has not lowered. Maybe he can see something and change the situation of the battle. In the picture, the flying Nightmare Clan suddenly stopped, as if he sensed something. 9 peak 8th level auras, it seems they are targeting me. This planet is quite interesting. The Nightmare Clan revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Chapter 338. You are not yet the human king. Nightmare Clan has always looked down upon other races as gods. Facing the siege of Chen's super soldiers, he stood there calmly, waiting for them to come over. Chen naturally noticed this and was very unhappy. If he was a commander and couldn't go to dangerous places easily, he really wanted to punch him hard. The Nightmare Clan is still the same, so arrogant. I just don't know how much strength he can exert in that body. Les chuckled. To be honest, the collision between Chen and the Nightmare Clan is the best thing for him. Neither side has anything to do with him anyway, and it would be even better if both sides suffer losses. As a member of the God Clan and a strong man who controls the power of souls, Rice certainly knows that Chen did not kill him now because he is valuable. Once his value is gone, Chen will definitely turn against him. Rice is sure of this. During this time, he must find a way to leave here. Of course, it would be even better if he could take Chen with him. Les was not interested in Chen, but was interested in the Red Alert base owned by Chen. He could see that some things in the Red Alert base had absolutely nothing to do with this planet, which meant that he might have obtained technology from other civilizations. The most important thing is that this technology seems to be more powerful than that of the Protoss, and this is what Rice is most interested in. Don't ever think that if the power of individuals is strong, the power of science and technology will be irrelevant. This is wrong. There are many places in the universe that individuals cannot solve, but by using the power of technology, the problems can be solved. Rice has a deep understanding of this. The Protoss is a race with powerful individuals, but they are still committed to developing technology. Without a strong level of technology, it is of no use for individuals to be powerful. Less is the best among the gods, but he always thinks that a strong individual can do whatever he wants. As a result, in the human star field, he was taught a lesson by that human using the power of technology. Only a trace of his soul escaped to the earth, and now he has become Su Chen's prisoner. Looking back now, Rice feels very regretful. If he had paid more attention to the power of technology, how could he have ended up in this situation? With the current strength of the earth, no, it should be with Su Chen's current strength. If he can really kill the Nightmare Clan with the 9th level planetary strength, then the Earth can be regarded as the leader among planetary civilizations. Once he can lead the Earth into the universe, then this planet can be considered to have initially become a small galaxy-level civilization. Rice thought, just like the way the strong are divided, civilizations are also divided according to planets and galaxies. For a planet to be called a planetary civilization, there must be a prerequisite, that is, it must have weapons that can destroy the planet. Obviously, the super weapons in Su Chen's hands have the ability to destroy planets. Planetary civilization is the ability to kill 9th order strongmen. Les didn't know that Su Chen had already killed a 9th level strongman, otherwise he wouldn't think so. Just as Les was thinking about something, Su Chen's super soldiers were getting closer and closer to the Nightmare Clan. 9 Tianren mechas flew directly away from the sky, and this was discovered by the Emperor on the front line. In particular, this Emperor was stunned when he found that every aura on the Tianren mecha was stronger than his own. Dong Huang, did my perception fail just now? I found that the aura of those 9 celestial mechas is actually stronger than mine. Yu Huang looked at Dong Huang blankly with a hint of shock on his face. You're not wrong. To be precise, the auras of those people are stronger than mine.
What?
Yu Huang was stunned. There were not many people stronger than him, and 9 of them appeared at once. Then Dong Huang's words made him even more shocked. You know, Dong Huang was in the middle 8th level, not far from the late 8th level. Even more powerful than him. Does that mean those 9 Tianren mechas are all 9 late 8th level warriors? But where do humans get so many late 8th stage beings? There is not even one. Yu Huang immediately informed other emperors of such an important matter, causing an exclamation of surprise. Don't get excited, they are all my people, and you should have seen some of them. Su Chen directly revealed the answer. For a moment, all the emperors fell silent, and they felt a little dizzy. Emperor Su just said that those 9 strong men who were suspected to be in the late 8th stage were all his subordinates? How many 8th level subordinates does Emperor Su have? Emperor Su, I wonder who they are and how strong they are, asked Emperor Kong. You should be familiar with Balchong, Boris, and the others. There are a few others you haven't seen. As for their strength, they have made a slight breakthrough and have just reached the peak of the 8th level. Cough, cough, cough. All the emperors were choked by their own saliva. They didn't know what expression to make. It was because they had been shocked too many times recently and their faces were numb. Did I hear it wrong? Peak of the 8th level? Emperor Su, you really didn't lie to me? Emperor Kong stood up suddenly. It was the first time for him to lose his composure like this. Not only him, other emperors had the same reaction. After all, this is not the middle stage of the 8th level, but the peak stage of the 8th level. 9 8th level peaks suddenly appeared. Are you trying to become a god? Su Chen could understand their shock. Over the years, the human race had only had one strong man at the peak of the 8th level, Huang, and the mutant beasts had no one at all. Suddenly, so many strong men at the peak of the 8th level appeared. Who would dare to believe it? If Su Chen hadn't said this himself, he would probably have been criticized to death by others. Seeing Su Chen nod, the human emperor did not say anything. With 9 peak 8th level masters, humans can completely crush the mutant beasts and humans and regain control of the earth. Of course, no one would be foolish enough to ask Su Chen how his men could suddenly reach the peak of the 8th level. This is someone else's secret. Those who have these ideas are all human emperors. But don't forget that in this emperor meeting, there are 5 people who have become 8th level transcendents but do not have the title of emperor. On the one hand, they hated the deceased Emperor Gu to death because of this bastard, they were unable to become emperors directly and became 8th level transcendents. It seemed that there was no difference, but the actual power difference was too great. Suddenly knowing that there is a shortcut to becoming a peak 8th level powerhouse, some people can't help it. Emperor Su, I wonder if this method of quickly becoming an 8th level peak transcendent can be made public? An 8th level transcendent said. This sentence seemed to be a signal. Immediately, the other 4 8th level transcendents all persuaded Su Chen to tell them the method, as they were all human emperors, so as to avoid losing face. Su Chen raised his lips and said, You seem to have made a mistake. You are not yet the human emperor. Chapter 339. Where does the confidence come from? Su Chen's words were quite slapping, and the faces of the 5 8th level transcendents changed immediately. At this time, no human emperor spoke, as they were all dissatisfied with these 5 8th level transcendents. It can be seen from what was said just now that the 5 of them have contacted each other secretly and want to ask Su Chen for methods to quickly become a peak 8th level powerhouse. This is not the behavior of a human emperor. Huang thought to himself. It was fortunate that the announcement was issued at the beginning that only those extraordinary people who had reached the 8th level could become human emperors after screening. Otherwise, the reputation of the human emperor would sooner or later be ruined by these people. The emergence of an Emperor Gu has already brought disgrace to the reputation of the human emperor, and now these few people have appeared. It is simply embarrassing. Su Chen did not say anything, and the Sky Emperor had not exploded yet. Otherwise, he would definitely let these 8th level transcendents know the majesty of the human emperor. Emperor Su, we respect you as the supreme leader of mankind. Since you are the supreme leader of mankind, it is your responsibility to consider mankind. As long as our strength is improved to the peak of the 8th level, our contribution to mankind will be greater, said the 8th level transcendent who spoke at the beginning with a righteous expression, as if he had become the embodiment of justice. A hint of amusement flashed in Su Chen's eyes. The performance of this 8th level transcendent reminded him of a type of person he had seen on the forum before, someone who liked to use moral blackmail. Emperor Kong gave Su Chen a look. As long as Su Chen gave an order, even if a civil war broke out among humans, he would capture these 5 extraordinary people and punish them one by one. Su Chen gave Huang a look in return, telling him not to act rashly. How could such an interesting thing end all of a sudden? In that case, you think the 5 of you are very valuable? That's right. We have become 8th order extraordinary beings in our 30s. Needless to say, our aptitude is definitely the best among humans. As long as the seniors agree, we will immediately become human emperors. If Lord Emperor Su is willing to tell us how to quickly become the peak of the 8th order, we can act as pioneers and kill the remaining mutant beasts and mutants. If he hadn't seen clearly what these people did, Huang would have almost believed their lies. If it weren't for the fact that he was acting in coordination with the other party, Su Chen really wanted to award this person a little golden man. Your acting skills are so awesome that I almost thought you were really doing this for the good of humanity. Everyone can see that the goal of these 5 extraordinary people is to reach the peak of the 8th level, and they don't care about anything else. As long as they reach the peak of the 8th level, they will possess the most powerful combat power on Earth, and they can do whatever they want. By then, everyone from Emperor Su to Emperor Kong will be trampled under their feet. They didn't know that Su Chen possessed psychic powers and was able to vaguely perceive a person's thoughts, even at such a long distance. When his subordinates reached the peak of the 8th level, Su Chen's strength was improved to the same level as his subordinates because of his level 1 commander authority. In other words, Su Chen is now also at the peak of the 8th level. Only when you truly reach this level will you understand how powerful the peak of the 8th level is. Even if he was sitting here, Su Chen could use his mental power to sense the locations of all human emperors within the human territory. Among them, the 5 8th level transcendents were within his perception range, so he could know what these 5 people were thinking. The peak of the 8th level is so powerful. How powerful will the 9th level be? Su Chen thought. Su Chen shook his head slightly, shaking off the thoughts in his mind, but his actions caused misunderstanding by the 5 8th level transcendents. Emperor Su, do you think we don't deserve your method? The 5 8th level transcendents were angry, but what they could never have imagined was that what Su Chen said was even more heartbreaking. Indeed, you don't deserve it. Su Chen's expression was very serious. Bump. An 8th level transcendent, a loud noise was heard, and the video in front of him was suddenly interrupted. According to analysis, he must have blew up the monitor in front of him. But not long after, the video was lit up again, and his expression was a little ugly. There was a little accident just now, Emperor Su. Are you really unwilling to tell me the method to quickly reach the peak of the 8th level? Oh, if I don't tell you, do you want to force me to tell you? Su Chen was a little curious. The 8th level transcendent sneered, you will regret it. As soon as he finished speaking, the video of the 5 8th level transcendents was instantly cut off, and then a message reached their ears. The 5 8th rank transcendents announced that they would fight to the death with the human emperor headed by Emperor Su. They threw all the dirty water on Su Chen, thinking that it was Su Chen's fault that he deliberately suppressed their strength and harmed the future strongest human being. This behavior made him no longer qualified to be the supreme leader of mankind, so they decided to become independent. The 5 8th level Transcendents themselves are in charge of a 2nd level base city. Once they separate from humans, it is conceivable that a civil war will break out among humans. They are too impulsive. Huang sighed. He seemed to be able to see the fate of these 5 people. They separated themselves from humanity and started a civil war among humans. No matter from which perspective, they would only have one ending: die. Human beings may have some tolerance in some other aspects, but in this aspect, there is absolutely zero tolerance. Once it involves a human civil war, no matter who starts it, even the human emperor must be sentenced to death. No one thought that the 5 8th level Transcendents would have a chance. They all looked at Chen. As long as this one was there, the 5 people wouldn't be able to jump for long. But there was one thing that made Chen a little curious. What confidence did these 5 people have to set up their own business? They should have heard what Chen said just now. He has 9 subordinates at the peak of level 8. With their strength at the early level 8, they are simply courting death. It is very abnormal that they dare to do this under such circumstances. Chen frowned, and then a light bulb went off in his head and he thought of a possibility. It's the Nightmare Clan. Clan must have found these 5 people and told them some information, which is why they are so fearless. Only with strong backing can a person become so arrogant. Just as Chen was thinking this, his super soldiers finally arrived at where the Nightmare Clan was. 9 figures descended from the sky, and the Tianren Mecha took out some equipment and started the live broadcast. At the same time, everyone found that the live broadcast software on their mobile phones actually opened automatically, and a live broadcast room appeared. The live broadcast rooms of others were directly closed, and everyone entered this only live broadcast room at once. What's going on? Who are these 9 people? And that one? Shit, he's a mutant. Wait, I think I've seen that woman before. Isn't she the Spirit Queen? Chapter 340. None of your business. Previously, Zhu Ling had been seen by many people when she was guarding the Eastern Front in place of Dong Huang. In addition, because of her female identity, she was talked about by countless people and was even called the Ling Huang. This is the first person among Chen's super soldiers to have the title of emperor. However, the human emperor did not officially acknowledge it. What they cared about was Chen's opinion. If Chen agreed, they would immediately give Zhu Ling the title of Spirit Emperor. If Chen did not agree, they would not do such a thing as forcing others to become emperors. Chen once asked Zhu Ling if she was willing to be the Spirit King, but was rejected by Zhu Ling. According to her, if she became the Spirit King, wouldn't she be on the same level as the commander? This is extremely disrespectful to the super soldiers. Not only Zhu Ling thinks so, all the super soldiers think so. Of spiritual emperor has not been officially recognized, but in private, many people call him that. Since that battle, Zhu Ling has never appeared in public again. Her appearance this time instantly ignited their emotions. After all, she is the first female emperor of mankind. But then they realized that they might have been blind. They saw 4 female emperors. This was fucking unscientific. As for why they knew that these women were emperors, there were words on the live broadcast room. Chen specially marked the names and strengths of his 9 super soldiers in the live broadcast room, so people saw all of them were 8th level peak emperors. For a moment, it seemed as if the world had quieted down. They all stared at their phones with wide eyes, and some even knelt on the ground to watch. My mother asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast. Can I say that my eyes were blinded by the light? 9 peak 8th level people, is this true? Isn't Lord Nanhuang the only one at the peak 8th level among us? How come 9 more suddenly appeared? Unconsciously, we humans have become so powerful. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. The humans were blown into the sky by the depth charges dropped by Chen. They had never thought that humans had such powerful combat power. Could it be that the news they had always known was false? Many people feel that they have been deceived. If humans had such powerful strength, they would have been able to kill the mutant beasts and become the masters of the earth long ago. This would require groups of people to fight one after another. With some people secretly pushing it forward, the matter suddenly became a big deal. Emperor Su, many people now want to know why we have 9 8th level peak powerhouses, but why we have not allowed them to take action. If this matter is not handled properly, the consequences will be serious. Emperor Kong was helpless. It is true that he is the emperor of mankind, but he is not a tyrant. Facing the questioning of mankind, he does not know how to answer. They want an explanation, right? Then I will give them one. A cold light flashed in Chen's eyes. He knew that people were blindly obedient and liked to follow the crowd, but at this moment, they were not concerned about the upcoming battle, but were blaming the human emperor. This was simply stupid to the extreme. At this moment, a second live broadcast room appeared in the live broadcast room they were watching, instantly covering the previous one. There was only one person in the screen, and that was Chen. Many people must want to know why we didn't let 9 8th level peak warriors participate in the battle from the beginning, why they didn't take action until now, and there are countless reasons. For these questions, I have only one answer. It's none of your business. The human emperors who were watching the live broadcast all spit out their saliva at the same time. They thought of many possibilities, but they had never thought that Chen would come up and start to scold people, and he scolded everyone. They smiled bitterly. Chen was the supreme leader of mankind, yet he did such a thing in public. They could imagine that this would be the headline news tomorrow. Humanity was in an uproar. They were all horrified. The supreme leader of mankind, Emperor Su, was actually cursing in the live broadcast room? Fuck, if I can beat you. Believe it or not, I'll go over and PK with you right now. Don't think that just because you are the emperor, I am afraid of you. I am telling you, I am going to play right now. Mahjong is short of one player. Who will come? The guy upstairs turned too fast and sprained my waist. Just admit it. I'm afraid the emperor won't be ashamed. After a barrage of comments, the first person who said the harsh words was dumbfounded. He realized that he was the only one who said the harsh words from beginning to end, and was immediately discovered by Chen. Well, the one who said those harsh words, I will send a special plane to pick you up right away. Let's have a live PK? The man instantly became timid and dared not speak. Chen confronted everyone, but no one dared to speak. Don't think you can say whatever you want on the internet. You must know that everyone on the internet is real name registered, and you can find the truth easily. I feel relieved when I see you guys are so cowardly. To prevent those who really want the best for humanity from overthinking, I'll explain a little. Those 9 peak 8th rank masters didn't have such strong strength from the beginning. They only broke through recently, otherwise the mutant beasts wouldn't have survived until today. The second thing is, you should have noticed, right? The mutant standing in front of the 9 people. Have you ever thought about what kind of enemy would require 9 8th level peak powerhouses to fight against? Chen's words gave rise to an astonishing idea in their minds. Could it be other than level 9, if it was higher than level 8? In other words, the mutant was actually a 9th level strongman. A strongman who had never appeared on Earth? Yes, just as you thought, this mutant is a 9th level warrior, and he is not a warrior who has just entered the 9th level. After Chen confirmed the mutant's identity, no one asked why the 9 8th level peak powerhouses did not show up before. They only had one thought in their mind. Could these 9 people be a match for a 9th level mutant? Of course, Chen would not tell them that this mutant was no longer a mutant, but a nightmare creature from the universe. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss. The human emperor just learned about this, and they were all stunned. That mutant seems to be Huang. Isn't he only in the middle stage of level 8? When did he break through to level 9? Huang frowned and looked at another live broadcast room. The 9 people there and Huang did not fight right away. Instead, both sides did not move. Huang had never seen the strength of a 9th level strongman, but from the comparison between the 7th and 8th levels, he could vaguely guess that a 9th level strongman was almost invincible in front of an 8th level strongman. Can they win? Chapter 341: The Nightmare Tribe, Who Likes to Show Off. Nightmare Clan looked at the 9 people in front of him with a little interest. In his eyes, the strength of these 9 people was nothing. What surprised him was that these people were at least twice evolved, and some of them even reached the 3rd evolution, which was incredible. You have to know that even in the universe, there are only a handful of people who can complete 3 evolutions before the 9th level, and there are also very few people who can evolve twice. Even a single evolution can be considered the best on a planet. As a result, 9 of them suddenly appeared here, which made him pay attention. You have great potential. If you obey me, I can lead you to see farther. The Nightmare Clan extended an invitation to the 9 people. If he knew that the 9 super soldiers would never betray Chen, he would never have said such stupid things. Facing the invitation from the Nightmare Clan, the super soldiers all showed disdain. The most outgoing Yunru even said, "You are so ugly that you are not even half as good as my commander. Go back and get some makeup done before coming back." Nightmare Clan's eyes turned cold, and he possessed Huang. Naturally, he received all of Huang's memories and knowledge, including everything when Huang was still a human. He could understand Yunru's words. Chen raised the corner of his mouth. Only Yunru would dare to say such words. Other super soldiers would never be able to say such words. Nightmare Clan swung their spears, and a black energy wave visible to the naked eye suddenly struck them. Facing the attack from the Nightmare Clan, the 9 people did not dare to be negligent at all. They used their own abilities to resist this move. Earthbreaker, Yunru shouted, and a huge, sparkling drill with special effects appeared in her hand. Compared with her petite body, the diamond was too big. Yunru's weapon for the first time opened their mouths in an O shape. They didn't expect that such a weak-looking girl like Yunru could use such a huge weapon. The contrast was too great. Yunru was seen holding a giant diamond and throwing it at the black energy wave. Bump! Yunru's body shook violently, and the earth splitter's drill and the black energy wave collided violently, with even an explosion in between. Chen frowned. Yunru's strength was still too far behind the opponents. Her body was pushed back by the black energy wave. Who is Yunru's good friend, naturally couldn't stand by and watch her friend being defeated. She waved her hand and a translucent film appeared on Yunru's body, resisting a lot of pressure. This is a mental shield that only Libra can use, which materializes powerful mental power, which even Yuri cannot do. Even so, it's not enough. It was not until the 3 super soldiers took action that they were able to block the opponent's casual attack. A solemn look appeared in their eyes. This enemy is very strong. As expected of you who have reached the 8th level, the lowest level of secondary evolution, and were able to block my attack. You are pretty good. The Nightmare Clan looked at them with more and more admiration, but his words were a humiliation to the super soldiers. Go to hell. As a melee super soldier, Bald Chong couldn't help but rush forward and engage in close combat with the Nightmare Clan. The other super soldiers did not speak, but tacitly used their own abilities and began to besiege the Nightmare Clan. Humans are watching intently. This battle may change the future of mankind, so they have to take it seriously. Even if there are some people with bad intentions, they dare not cause trouble at this time. If the 9 powerful men are killed, their fate will not be much better. This was the first time Chen saw Li Xiaolong fight. His fighting style was a little strange, as if it was Kung Fu? System. Is there such a setting in Li Xiaolong's version? Chen was a little confused. Each folk version is completely different. Everything is possible. Please don't be surprised. Chen thought about it and realized that this was indeed the case. After all, when it came to setting a person as a pervert was just a matter of a few words. He stopped dwelling on this matter, but soon he discovered that the close combat siege by Bald Chong and Li Xiaolong seemed to have not encountered the Nightmare Clan once. His speed was simply ghostly, and those who were hit were all phantoms. If Chen didn't know that their full strength was not just this, he would probably have been a little worried. The fists and kicks of Bald Chong and Li Xiaolong had no effect on the Nightmare Clan, not to mention Yunru's Earth Rifter, as her speed was not as fast as these two. Tanya did not engage in close combat this time. Instead, she took out her evolved double guns and fired bullets continuously. However, when these bullets got close to the Nightmare Clan, they all disappeared. They didn't just melt away, but disappeared completely. It was very strange. The 2 Boris took out their big guns and fired when they found the right opportunity. However, the result was the same as Tanya's. They did not summon the MiG fighters at this time because the timing was not right. Libra and Yuri were preparing powerful psychic attacks, so there was no movement for the time being, while Zhu Ling took out his sniper rifle and kept aiming at the heads of the Nightmare Clan. Before anyone knew it, no one noticed Zhu Ling's disappearance, as if her non-existence was a matter of course. Nightmare Clan frowned slightly, as if he had forgotten something, but when he thought about it carefully, he realized that he had not forgotten anything. This was the first time he had this feeling. Bump. With a slight sound, a bullet invisible to the naked eye flew out from Zhu Ling's gun and appeared 20 centimeters in front of the Nightmare Clan's head in the blink of an eye. This time they saw clearly what blocked the bullet. It's a ball of black air. Black gas emerged from the Nightmare Clan's bodies and blocked Zhu Ling's fatal attack. Tanya and Boris's bullets did not make the black gas appear. Only Zhu Ling did it. Nightmare Clan looked at Zhu Ling with a hint of surprise in his eyes. You are very good. You are qualified to be my personal guard. This guy was so good at pretending that Chen almost couldn't help but applaud him. Do all the Nightmare tribe like to show off so much? Chen asked Les. Les's mouth twitched. How the hell should I know? How can you be worshipped as a god by many races if you don't pretend to be cool? Rice expressed his thoughts. When Chen heard this, he felt it made sense, and then looked at Les with disdain. Even the Nightmare Clan can be gods. You call yourselves the God Clan. Why don't you see other races treating you as gods? Rice was stimulated by Chen's words. He jumped up and shouted, We are not competing with the world. Every god is pursuing a breakthrough in individual strength. We are not interested in becoming gods at all. Su Chun curled his lips and didn't believe what Rice said. He continued to watch the battle. Clan in their current state, they decide to go all out. Chapter 342. The magical use of the Iron Curtain device. Bald Chong let out a low roar. His skin turned golden, and powerful energy fluctuations emanated from his whole body. If there were a 7th-level transcendent here, this wave alone would be enough to kill them instantly. Li Xiaolong's body shook slightly, his clothes fluttered without wind, and an inexplicable aura emerged from him. All the super soldiers unleashed their full strength. At this moment, even if they were not as strong as the 9th-level strongmen, they were not far behind. If this enemy was Lance, he would definitely be defeated, but unfortunately this enemy was a member of the Nightmare Clan, who was far beyond the early 9th level and had reached the late 9th level. According to Rice, this is because Wu Huang himself is too weak. Otherwise, the Nightmare Clan can completely increase Wu Huang's strength to the level of a small galaxy. By that time, the Earth will be doomed. A strong man at the small galaxy level, even if he is at the first level of a small galaxy, can crush the combat power of a planet. Such a strong man can walk freely in the universe and is very powerful. What level were you before? Su Chen asked curiously. Leston immediately became embarrassed and unwilling to speak. Finally, under the pressure of Su Chen, he told it out. You are actually a constellation-level strongman? You don't look like it? Su Chen was a little surprised. The planet level is the small galaxy level, then the large galaxy level, and then the constellation level. It can be said that constellation-level powerhouses are rare even in the universe. I used to be just a Protoss at the level of a large galaxy. By chance, I gained soul power and became a constellation-level being, Rice said. I didn't expect that I could capture a constellation-level strongman. It turns out that I am still very awesome. Su Chen felt good about himself. The expression on Les's face froze, which was why he didn't want to say it. A powerful constellation-level person has actually fallen to such a state. It is simply too cruel to tell others about it. Les curled his lips. If he hadn't had so little strength left, how could he have been caught by a human? This was a stain on his life. Even as the two were talking, the battle between the super soldiers and the Nightmare Clan, which were fighting at full strength, entered a white-hot stage. Their figures could no longer be seen in the picture, only bursts of collision sounds could be heard. The battle between the 8th level and 9th level strongmen was really not something they could understand. The super soldiers not only showed their own strength, but also used their own domain. At this moment, that area was covered by several domains and became a restricted area. However, in the eyes of an 8th level strong man, some scenes can still be seen. Nightmare Clan's expressions were no longer as calm as before. The super soldiers that had burst out at full strength were already able to pose a threat to him. Originally, you were qualified to become my personal guards, but now, the spear in the Nightmare Clan's hand emitted a dark light, and a trace of black air wrapped around the spear. You have no chance. Swish. As if it had penetrated through space, a frightening sound came from the spear. Everyone saw that the spear in the Nightmare Clan's hand seemed to have penetrated space, and a black dot appeared. They are worthy of being the Nightmare Clan. They can actually penetrate the space with their 9th level bodies. Even if it's just a little bit, I have to admire them. Les exclaimed. You know, in the universe, those who can truly do this are generally at least 9th level strongmen in a small galaxy, and the Nightmare Clan has achieved this with the strength of 9th level planets. Rice believes that he can't do it. The super soldiers' faces changed. If the spear can penetrate space, then it must be able to penetrate their bodies. If their bodies are really penetrated by the spear, they will be dead. The Nightmare Clan focused their gazes on the person next to them. That was Bald Chong. Bald Chong is the type of cockroach that can't be killed. Every time he is hit by the Nightmare Clan, he continues to fight as if nothing happened. No matter how many wounds appear on his body, it has no effect on him. Nightmare Clan decided to kill Baldy Wong first. The spears danced and cut through the sky. The speed of the Nightmare Clan was too fast, increasing by more than half at once. They instantly dodged the attacks of all super soldiers and appeared behind Bald Chong. The spear was aimed at Bald Chong's heart and went straight through. Bald Chong could feel a fatal danger coming from behind him, but it was too late for him to dodge. Bite. The spear stopped on the surface of Bald Chong's skin, and a translucent film appeared on Bald Chong's body, blocking the attack. This is not Libra's mental shield, but the Iron Curtain device that Su Chen just used. Su Chen knew that if Bald Chong was really pierced by a shot from the Nightmare Clan, he would definitely be dead. There was no resurrection function in the red alert system. Once dead, this super soldier would disappear. So he decisively used the Iron Curtain device to save Bald Chong's life. However, Chen noticed that the so-called invincible Iron Curtain device seemed unable to completely withstand the attack of the Nightmare Clan, and a crack appeared on the Iron Curtain behind Balchong. If it exceeds the upper limit of the Iron Curtain's defense, it can be damaged, right? Chen murmured. But he didn't notice the horror of less next to him. That's the attack power of a Ninth-Order strongman in a small galaxy, but it was blocked by an Iron Curtain device. What the hell is this? Nightmare Clan naturally noticed this, and a trace of anxiety flashed in his eyes. You know, he can't keep up with this method for too long. If he doesn't kill these people before the effect wears off, he will be in trouble later. Clan hard. Li Xiaolong followed closely behind and kicked the Nightmare Clan member in the waist. The Nightmare Clan suffered 2 powerful attacks and a trace of blood appeared at the corner of its mouth. The super soldier's attacks were continuous. This time even Tanya and Boris got into close combat. For a moment, the Nightmare Clan was exhausted from parrying. Nightmare Clan roared, completely losing the relaxed attitude they had at the beginning. They wanted to kill all those who had brought shame upon him. Dark Realm. Suddenly, humans discovered that they could not see anything in their live broadcast rooms. There, a huge black sphere appeared, enveloping 9 super soldiers. What's going on? Chen asked. Fortunately, the connection between him and the super soldier was not broken. Juling said, "Commander, our vision has lost its function. It is all dark around us. Even our senses seem to be disturbed. We can't attack at will." Chen frowned. The Nightmare Clan actually had this ability. Your Iron Curtain devices have 20 seconds left to function. Attack with all your might and find the Nightmare Tribe. Chapter 343, Dark Realm. After receiving Chen's order, all super soldiers began an all-round bombing attack. Since it is a bombing, how can we do without fighter jets? The 2 Boris directly performed their best tricks and summoned MiG fighters. As their strength increased, the combat effectiveness of the MiG fighters also rose sharply, and their bombing power was even higher than Boris's attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of MiG fighters flew over from the sky and started dropping bombs without entering the range of the darkness. Boom, boom, boom. Almost half of the dark area was bombed by MiG fighters' bombs, but they heard no other sounds. Balchong's actions were relatively simple and rough. He punched directly at the open space beside him, with the wind from his fist spreading wildly. He also used sound to remind others that this was where he, Balchong, was. Li Xiaolong was very calm. He did not move at all, as if he had merged into the surrounding environment. He was sensing everything around him in his own unique way. Tanya fired endless bullets from both guns, forming an impenetrable net within 100 meters around her. She was confident that no matter who it was, as long as they were within her attack range, she would be able to detect them. Yunru simply inserted the Earth Rifter into the Earth, activating a special mode of the Earth Rifter, the destructive mode. In this mode, she can destroy all surrounding building units, but here, after 3 evolutions, the function of her Earthbreaker is no longer limited to this. Buzz. The Earth Splitter was shaking slightly, and Yunru had a smile on her face. Her first attempt was successful. Even though the naked eye cannot see, Yunru can easily feel everything within 200 meters around her and can destroy the surroundings at any time. This is the new ability of the Earth Rifter. In other words, this ability directly gave Yunru an additional special field, although the scope of this field is a bit small. After sensing, Yunru frowned. She did not sense the presence of anyone within 200 meters, which meant that after the dark area appeared, their positions were moved. Deal with them separately? What a cunning enemy. Yunru was very cautious and did not relax at all. On the other hand, Yuri and Libra should be relatively relaxed people. The Dark Realm can block vision, but it cannot completely block mental power. It is by relying on their unique mental power that they found each other. There is no one else within the range of the mental power. Yuri frowned slightly. If it weren't for the special feeling that the mental power had on the people around him, he would have doubted whether his daughter Libra was by his side. Father, since mental power is useful, why don't we just use a mental shock directly? With the current effect of the Iron Curtain device, we can withstand it, Libra suggested. The current Libra is the normal Libra. Yuri did not agree rashly. Using psychic shock requires some preparation time and will consume a lot of psychic power. If the Nightmare Clan attacks at this time, it will be dangerous. Only at this time did Yuri realize that his spiritual power here was not as good as that of his daughter. Yuri's psychic power focuses on control, but Libra's psychic power is purely destructive, and its penetrating power here is much stronger than Yuri's. It was Libra who discovered Yuri's psychic powers in the beginning, which enabled the two to find each other. But when they got closer, They found that this place not only affected their vision, but also their perception, the perception of space. They feel that they're moving forward, but their spiritual power tells them that they're moving backward. They immediately told Chen the news, and Chen suddenly understood that this dark area was not as simple as it seemed. Nightmare Clan did not take action. He planned to wait until the film on these people disappeared before taking action. As long as he did not consume his energy, he was confident that he could survive this period of time. If he doesn't kill one person, does he, the Nightmare Clan, have no face? However, the Nightmare Clan forgot that there seemed to be one person who was not here. Zhu Ling was very calm. As a long-range attack super soldier, she positioned herself very accurately. She could either stay still or kill with one strike. Fortunately, she possesses an ability that allows her to eliminate her own presence, so that even the Nightmare Clan cannot detect her. This is her biggest trump card. Zhu Ling stood still. She didn't believe that such a powerful domain could last forever. The moment the domain disappeared, it would be time for her to take action. Silently, the effects of the Iron Curtain device on all the super soldiers finally disappeared. At this moment, the Nightmare Clan moved. The target he was looking for was still Bald Chong. The spear was like a shadow in the darkness. It came silently behind Bald Chong and stabbed straight at him. Not good. Bald Chong had a strong instinct and subconsciously turned his body. The spear pierced through his chest but did not pierce his heart. Nightmare Clan frowned, very dissatisfied. He actually failed in this situation. Swish. Nightmare Clan drew out their spears, ready to put an end to Bald Chong's life once and for all, but he seemed to have forgotten that there was more than one Bald Chong here. The invisible mental force suddenly bombarded the Nightmare Clan's consciousness, and his body paused for a moment. Bald Chong fled decisively. Clan alone, and could only succeed by joining forces with other super soldiers. Psychic power. It's not the psychic power that I just entered. The Nightmare Clan did not go after Bald Chong. With the psychic power, it would be very difficult for him to kill Bald Chong. He couldn't understand how such a planet could have psychic powers and so many humans who were at least the second level of evolution. Is there something special about this planet? The Nightmare Clan thought about it for a moment. He only slightly cared about the peculiarity of the planet. After all, their race is the gods of many races. Afterwards, the Nightmare Clan launched several sneak attacks but failed to kill anyone, which made him feel a little frustrated. Suddenly, the darkness around him disappeared. He could not support the existence of the Dark Realm, which consumed too much of his energy. At the same time, Zhu Ling, who had been forgotten by the Nightmare Clan, had a gleam of light in her eyes. The soul-destroying sword instantly appeared in her hand, and a bullet filled with powerful energy flew out. Danger. The Nightmare Clan's mind, and he subconsciously put the spear in front of him. Endless black air surged out of his body, and finally blocked the bullet before it almost entered his head. This is the first time that the Nightmare Clan has felt the crisis of death since their arrival. Chapter 344 Commander's Trust. A trace of regret appeared on Zhu Ling's face. The attack just now was the strongest attack she could have made, but it didn't kill the Nightmare Clan. The Nightmare Clan was indeed very strong. If the opponent was an ordinary late 9th level warrior, Zhu Ling's bullet would have penetrated his head. Unfortunately, this person was from the Nightmare Clan, and his methods were not comparable to those of an ordinary late 9th level warrior. At this time, people found that the picture in the live broadcast room appeared again, but the picture in front of them made them a little worried. Nearly half of the people had some injuries on their bodies. The most seriously injured of them all was Bald Chong, whose body was pierced by a spear, leaving a bloody hole. If he wasn't a super soldier with a strong physique, Bald Chong would probably have lost his combat effectiveness. The human emperors were all shocked when they saw this scene. These people were as strong as the Southern Emperor, but they were unable to deal with an enemy like this. If they were to go up, wouldn't they be wiped out directly? Emperor Su, is that man really Huang? How could he be so strong? Emperor Kong couldn't help but ask. He believed that he had some understanding of Huang. If Huang had already possessed such powerful strength, how could he have waited until now to take action? This was not normal. The other emperors nodded. It was hard to believe that a mutant emperor could reach this level of strength in just a few months. Su Chen did not hide anything from the human emperor. After all, this was something they must know in the future. This person is not Huang. He is from the Nightmare Clan, a special race from the universe. Su Chen briefly explained what race the Nightmare Clan was. When they learned that the Nightmare Clan was worshipped as gods among some cosmic races, their faces suddenly became ugly. We are actually going against a god? They couldn't imagine it. There are also legends about gods on Earth, but in their view, the so-called gods are just some powerful beings. For example, they are gods in the eyes of ancient humans today. Nightmare Clan is in a similar situation, but their level is much higher than that of the human emperor. Even the cosmic races worship them as gods. What a terrible thing this is. Doesn't he have any weaknesses? Asked the Western emperor. Maybe, but we don't know. Su Chen shook his head decisively. The other human emperors thought about it and realized that it was indeed true. No race was perfect, but it was useless if they didn't know their weaknesses. The battle in front of us is not over yet. After the dark area disappears, the super soldiers continue to fight with the Nightmare Clan. Nightmare Clan seem to have lost their previous ability to strengthen their spears, and their fighting power was much weaker than before. For a moment, the two sides seem to be in a stalemate. The human emperor is racking his brains to think of a solution. This is an enemy from outside the Earth, and they absolutely cannot let the other side win. At this moment, Su Chen stood up and looked at all the human emperors. It seems that it is my turn to appear. No. The human emperors shouted in unison. Su Chen is the supreme leader of mankind. How could he be allowed to take action? Even if he took action, it would be the turn of them, the human emperors. Emperor Su, I know you are an emperor, but with your strength at the early 8th level, it would be better for me to go. Maybe I can hurt him a little, Emperor Kong said with a serious face. It is neither reasonable nor moral for Su Chen to go and join the war. Once something happens to Su Chen, they cannot imagine how Su Chen's subordinates will react. You know, it is all thanks to Su Chen that mankind has been able to survive until now. Yes, listen to my advice. Let's go over there, and you don't go anywhere. The Western Emperor advised. Even Dong Huang, who had been silent, spoke up. Emperor Su, we are the emperors of mankind. We are already guilty of not being on the front line this time. We cannot give you such a good opportunity to show up now. The other emperors looked at Dong Huang in surprise. Is this guy also going to joke one day? Su Chen understood what they meant, but they didn't know his own strength and the changes he brought to the super army. I seem to have forgotten to mention one thing. A few days ago, I accidentally broke through to the peak of the 8th level. Not long after, Su Chen was teleported to the branch base closest to the battlefield and flew over in the Tian'er Mecha. With a smile on his lips, he was still recalling the stunned expressions of all the human emperors just now. It was not until Su Chen left that Dong Huang murmured, "No wonder he dared to go there. I didn't expect that his strength has far surpassed ours. Alas, we are all old." The Western Emperor shook his head and sighed. I'm old, so am I. If humans ever regain control of the Earth, I'll find a time to retire and enjoy my old age, Emperor Kong said with a smile. On the battlefield, even if the Nightmare Clan no longer has the ability to strengthen their spears, their combat effectiveness still exceeds that of a single super soldier. He knew that the person who posed the greatest threat to him was Zhu Ling. He tried several times to kill her, but was stopped by the other super soldiers. In particular, the clone of Boris helped the others to resist several attacks. He was covered in wounds, and his combat effectiveness plummeted. If he wasn't a clone, he would have died long ago. Suddenly, the faces of all the super soldiers changed because they heard the commander's voice. This voice did not come from their heads, but from the sky. You wasted too much time dealing with a piece of cosmic trash. I am not satisfied. Su Chen jumped off the Tian'er Mecha and landed on the ground. Immediately, all the super soldiers surrounded Su Chen to prevent the Nightmare Clan from attacking the commander. If something happened to the commander here, they would be too embarrassed to face anyone. Nightmare Clan stopped their attack. The fact that they had so many people protecting them showed that the person in the middle was very important. Are they your men? I'll give you one chance. Lead your people to submit to me, and I'll let you see how insignificant the existence of this planet is. The Nightmare Clan continued to solicit surrender. He thought Su Chen didn't know the situation outside the Earth, but he didn't know that some of the things Su Chen knew were things he didn't know. Su Chen ignored him and looked at these super soldiers, saying in a low voice, I'll stand here. You go and take off his head. I just want to see the result. The super soldiers' bodies shook slightly. The commander's personal presence on the battlefield showed his immense trust in them. The commander believed that no one could hurt him while they were here. If they were all here and let the enemy hurt the commander, they would not be worthy of being a super soldier. Suddenly, Su Chen heard a series of voices from the system. Congratulations to all the super soldiers under the master. The loyalty value has exceeded the upper limit. You can be rewarded with any ability. Please choose yours. Chapter 345, I will come back. At this critical moment, Su Chen naturally would not waste the opportunity to improve his subordinates' combat effectiveness. To be honest, he had a lot of ideas a long time ago, but the timing was not right then, but it is possible now. Give them all the ability to use super weapons. Chen directly gave the choice to the system. He believed that the system would definitely equip them with the best abilities. Chen currently possesses 6 super weapons, and the effect of each one is shocking. The weather controller has the power to control the weather, which can also be understood as the power to control lightning. A nuclear missile silo is capable of launching nuclear bombs, which means it has the power to control nuclear fission and radiation. The mind controller can create powerful mind shock waves. Simply put, it is an amplified version of the mind power skill. Gene mutator can control the power of gene mutation. Chrono teleporter control the power of teleportation. The final Iron Curtain device is an almost invincible defensive force. Just think about it, the horror of these powers, now suddenly given to 9 super soldiers, they all immediately noticed the changes in themselves. This power is... Zhu Ling closed her eyes. She had been endowed with mental power once, and now she had another one. This power was nuclear fission. The power of each of Zhu Ling's bullets increased again. Tanya is a super soldier who is quite standard. She has no obvious weaknesses or strengths, so what she needs is balance. The ability assigned to her by the system is teleportation. Her figure suddenly appeared behind the Nightmare Clan and shot him in the back. When the Nightmare Clan turned around and shot again, her figure appeared somewhere else, floating around. Yuri and Libra both possess psychic powers, which are what they are best at, so naturally they need to play to their strengths. Giving them the ability of mental shock waves makes their mental strength even stronger and more powerful than before. The 2 boars possess the power to control genetic mutations. Their positioning is a bit awkward. Their long-range abilities are average, and their melee combat is not as good as Balchong and Li Xiaolong. However, by controlling the power of genetic mutations, they instantly turn into super soldier orcs, and their melee combat capabilities are doubled. Needless to say, Baldi Chong naturally relies on the invincible ability of the Iron Curtain device. As a pure melee fighter, he needs this ability the most. Li Xiaolong was actually different from Balchong. There were strands of lightning on his body. He actually got the power to control lightning from the weather controller. The last one is Yunru. She doesn't seem to have changed on the surface, but the Earthbreaker in her hand has turned green. Take my drill. Yunru rushed forward and hit the Nightmare Clan's head. The green drill landed on the Nightmare Clan's head and dyed his head green. At this moment, the barrage went awry. Brother, stay strong. You will be crowned king. Who wants the forgiveness package? Buy one, get one free. Many people burst out laughing when they saw these words. They looked carefully at the Nightmare Clan's heads that were dyed green and laughed out loud. Even the Nightmare Clan couldn't have imagined that his head would actually be hit by the other party. It would have been fine if he was just hit, but Yunru also gained the power of radiation. The green radiation power was on his head and would not dissipate, and his head turned green. Fortunately, the Nightmare Clan cannot see the live broadcast of humans, otherwise he would definitely vomit blood. The biggest reason why Yunru was able to hit the target was that in Su Chen's commander field, the combat effectiveness of all red alert units present was doubled. This is not a small number. With the new capabilities and the increase in their own combat effectiveness, the ending seems to be in sight. The Nightmare Clan were hit, and the wounds on their bodies gradually increased. People seemed to be able to see the hope of victory. Bang! Balchong punched the Nightmare Clan's body, but it seemed like he hit a fake one. The Nightmare Clan's body suddenly exploded and then disappeared. No, it didn't disappear, but broke through their encirclement and attacked Su Chen. Not good, Commander. The super soldier's face changed drastically. He absolutely could not let the commander get hurt. In an instant, all the super soldiers exceeded their limits and protected Su Chen in the blink of an eye. All attacks fell on the Nightmare Clan, completely blowing him up. Just when all the super soldiers breathed a sigh of relief, Su Chen's voice rang out, "He is not dead yet." As for why Su Chen knew this, it was very simple. The system did not have any task completion reminder. You know, if the Nightmare Clan died, his mission would be completed, but this time there was no hint, which means that the other party was not dead. Sure enough, the figure of the Nightmare Clan appeared before them. They were not dead, but their bodies looked a little terrible. His entire right arm was gone, and there was a huge gash on his stomach, with blood and internal organs spilling out. His overall appearance was horrible. You guys are great. You didn't let me down this time. Next time, I will destroy all life on this planet with my own hands. I will come back, ah. Nightmare Clan member could finish his pretentious words. He felt a sharp pain in his consciousness, and then his body fell to the ground. Su Chen didn't give him time to talk nonsense. He directly joined forces with Libra Yuri and used his mental power to deal with the Nightmare Clan. This time, the system finally spoke. Congratulations to the master for completing the task. The reward has been issued. The remaining finishing work is left to this system. Su Chen was stunned. Finishing work? Later he realized that this was what the so-called finishing work was all about. A black gas emerged from the body of the dead Nightmare Clan and transformed into a face. The face was very ferocious. It looked at Su Chen and said, "You tiny human, you have provoked an existence that you cannot afford to offend. I will be back. All life on this planet, and even in the entire galaxy, will die." After saying that, the black gas prepared to rush out of the earth and leave here. However, a ray of light flashed, and the black gas disappeared. At the same time, the system said, "The finishing work is completed. This Nightmare Clan has completely disappeared." What? I just killed someone from the Nightmare Clan? The Nightmare Clan is a special race. They survive purely on soul power and have no physical body. What descended upon Huang before was only his soul power. However, the Nightmare Clan has a limitation. Their soul power cannot be divided and can only descend upon one life. Moreover, after a life dies, there will be a period of time when they will appear, and this is the most convenient time to kill them. The system explained. Only then did Su Chen realize that the Nightmare Clan was actually such a race. Wait, so you mean you robbed the Nightmare Clan of their lives? Aren't there any compensations? Oh? Chapter 346, Kill One, and Another Comes. Nightmare Clan was seen by everyone through the live broadcast room. They cheered one by one. Even the 9th level enemies were dead. There was no force on Earth that could rival humans anymore. In other words, the pressure that had been weighing on them for more than 30 years finally disappeared today. Not only were people excited, even the human emperors felt an irrepressible joy for the first time. Humans have 9 8th level peak warriors, so mutant beasts and mutant humans are nothing to worry about. It won't be long before they become the masters of the Earth again. Emperor Su, I, oldly, seldom admire others, but you are definitely the second person I admire. Emperor, she said seriously. I wonder who the first one is? Bai Huang asked curiously. Of course it's teacher. A trace of sadness flashed in Shi Huang's eyes. Every veteran emperor had received favors from the southern emperor, and they were the ones who were most saddened by his death. However, Su Chen's killing of Hua Yi could be considered as revenge for the southern emperor. Even if the southern emperor knew about it, he would surely be relieved. Among the mutant beasts now, except for Feng Chao, who has never been found and escaped Sea King, there is no longer a level 8 mutant beast. The mutant beasts exist in name only. As for the remaining large number of mutant beasts that are less than level 8, humans plan to use several years to gradually recover them. Just relying on the powerful strength of 9 peak 8th level people, they don't have to be afraid of the mutant beasts even if they are given another 10 years. The peak of the 8th level is not so easy to reach, otherwise, among all the human emperors, there would only be one southern emperor in all these years. The human emperors all praised Su Chen highly. They all knew that Su Chen would definitely be a pioneer in creating a new era for mankind. In humanity's darkest hour, the human emperor carried the burden for humanity, and Su Chen was the one who tore through the darkness and allowed humanity to see the light. Without any threats, it is only a matter of time before humans become the masters of the Earth. I guess the Nightmare Clan never thought that just one visit could cost them their lives. At this time, somewhere far away, countless light years away, it was dark everywhere. There was not a single star. One could vaguely see groups of faint light floating around at a very fast speed. Suddenly, these balls of light shook together, and there was a slight pause. Yuan, dead. Although there was no sound, this information was transmitted to all the light balls, causing their brightness to increase slightly. The Nightmare Clan has never lost a single member since its birth. This is the first time there has been a loss of members. We must thoroughly investigate the cause. It's very far away. It should be at the edge of the universe. Let the tribesmen in that area go over and investigate. Who is the nearest tribe member? Huang. Just when Su Chen was rejoicing over killing the Nightmare Clan, a message from the system appeared in time. The side quest has been triggered. Because the master killed members of the Nightmare Clan, the Nightmare Clan experienced its first decrease in numbers. The Nightmare Clan specially sent another member to investigate the cause. The next Nightmare Clan will come to Earth in a year. The quest requires the master to meet the Nightmare Clan and kill them in a year. If the quest is completed, you will be rewarded with 1 billion energy points, a chance to upgrade weapons, a chance to evolve arms, a chance to upgrade buildings, a chance to upgrade commander authority, and a chance to randomly draw a civilian version. If the quest fails, there will be no penalty. Fuck. System, what the hell is this? How did the Nightmare Clan know that I killed their people? Su Chen's mouth twitched. Just after killing one, another one appears. Does this mean that he will start to fight with the Nightmare Clan in the future? The Nightmare Clan is very sensitive to their members. They can clearly know whether a member is alive or dead, and can roughly sense the area where the member died. This is a racial talent. 1 year is the time calculated by the system. Please rest assured, Master, we will definitely not reach Earth within 1 year. Su Chen sighed helplessly. Since the system had said so, it was obvious that he had to fight back. He had thought that he could relax after killing the Nightmare Clan, but he didn't expect that there would be related tasks afterwards. At this time, he noticed that the rewards in the mission were very rich, and some of them were things he had seen for the first time. He knew about energy points and opportunities for troop evolution, but what on earth was an opportunity for weapon upgrades? When a weapon is upgraded to a certain level, there will be something like a bottleneck. Only by taking advantage of the opportunity of weapon upgrade can it be further improved, or by using the combat laboratory to research it, said the system. Su Chen was stunned. Is there such a saying? If I improve my mental technology to the highest level, without this advancement opportunity, will it not become soul technology? Su Chen asked. You could say that. Only then did Su Chen realize the importance of the combat laboratory. Fortunately, one base could build one of these buildings. He could easily build a large number of scientists to study various technologies for him day and night. The opportunity to upgrade buildings can refer to the opportunity to upgrade weapons. The two are not much different, but Su Chen remembered that he could use energy points to upgrade buildings, but this thing didn't have much use. The system explained. The building upgrade opportunity will allow the building to be upgraded in all aspects. If the difference between the building and the weapon is too great, then the closest weapon cannot be built. But please rest assured, the building upgrade opportunity will work on all building units at the same time, and there is no need to upgrade them one by one. Su Chen was relieved immediately. The opportunity to upgrade a weapon was already a headache for him. He had to struggle every time before choosing a weapon to upgrade. If the same thing happened with buildings, he felt that he would have difficulty making choices. Needless to say, the commander has the opportunity to upgrade his authority. It will definitely strengthen the authority he already possesses. Some of these authorities are quite powerful. If they are really upgraded, he himself cannot imagine what the result will be. Especially the first authority, his strength is the same as that of his most powerful subordinate. Once it is improved, does it mean that his strength will exceed that of his most powerful subordinate? The system tells him, you guessed it right. Not only the first authority, but other authorities have various powerful effects. However, as his strength increases, some authorities are hardly used. For example, the third and fourth level authorities. The former can enhance the strength of a unit by 1 level every day, and cannot exceed the 4th level. After being strengthened by him, the current maximum limit is the 6th level. This is not of much use to Su Chen. Level 4 authority allows one to randomly summon a red alert unit every day. This was a good authority in the beginning, but now, except for the super weapons in Red Alert 3, he can build all other units by himself, and the effect of this authority has become useless. Chapter 347. Sir, times have changed. For specific upgrades, please wait until the master gets a chance to upgrade his commander authority. The system did not leak any information. Su Chen curled his lips. There must be something fishy going on here since he was so tight-lipped. In fact, the various rewards mentioned above were only pretty good. What he valued most was the last reward, which was the chance to randomly draw a folk version. You know, the several super soldiers under his command are derived from civilian versions. Their strength is not weaker than the official version, but even stronger. Zhu Ling, with a sniper rifle, kills all spirits. With one shot, no super soldier dares to say that they can stop it. Bald Chong, known as the indestructible cockroach, has powerful melee combat abilities that are simply terrifying. Yunru, the chief scientist under Su Chen, has mastered many technologies. She also brought some technologies belonging to her own camp, enriching Su Chen's strength. Libra has 2 personalities, and her understanding of psychic power is no less than that of her father Yuri. If we talk about destructive power alone, she is even better. Li Xiaolong, who came from the camp that Su Chen was most familiar with, came here with some techniques that he was familiar with. He was actually a kung fu master, which surprised Su Chen. These super soldiers from the civilian version were of great help to Su Chen. It can be said that they account for half of the credit. If he could really get a complete folk version, then Su Chen's strength might be improved by leaps and bounds. Who knows which folk version might contain some ridiculously designed weapon that could destroy the world with one shot. Some folk versions of this game never talk about balance, just do whatever makes it fun. Chen is always thinking about when he can set it up to make it fun. Unfortunately, Chen must kill the second member of the Nightmare Clan a year later before he can complete this task. The first member of the Nightmare Clan has reached the 9th level in strength, so the next one, conservatively estimated, is at least a small galaxy-level powerhouse, or even a large galaxy-level powerhouse. In other words, I must develop to the level of being able to deal with large galaxy-level powerhouses within a year. Chen was a little worried. This challenge was a bit difficult. No matter how many planets are at the 9th level, they will never be a match for a small galaxy at the 9th level. If he wants to develop to that level within a year, he needs a huge amount of resources. While others were thinking about how to live a better life in the future, Chen was already thinking about how to develop quickly and then deal with the Nightmare Clan that came to Earth a year later. At this time, Feng Chao and Scorpion, who were practicing, had not received the news yet. After all, the matter developed too quickly, and it would take some time for other mutant beasts to receive the news from the beast slaves. About 3 days later, Feng Chao and Scorpion opened their eyes at the same time, and the aura they exuded reached the peak of the 8th level. It has only been a short period of time, and 2 mutant beasts and Zerg that were only at the mid-8th level have actually become the peak of the 8th level. This speed is simply astonishingly fast. Scorpion, your Zerg is indeed a peculiar race. You can actually improve your strength in a short period of time by quickly absorbing pure energy. Feng Chao looked at Scorpion with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Scorpion smiled proudly. No, we are the Zerg, and you are also a member of the Zerg. When we control this planet and contact the Mother Nest in the future, our future will be limitless. As a super soldier among the Zerg, the Scorpion has a special talent, which is the ability to assimilate other species and become Zerg. Moreover, the transformed Zerg have their own consciousness. Although they cannot reach the level of super soldiers, they are much stronger than ordinary Zerg. In other words, Scorpions can produce pseudo-super soldiers for the Zerg. The only drawback is that this ability needs to be used after a period of time. Otherwise, it will not only transform one trend, but all the 8th level mutant beasts will be transformed. They feel that with their current strength, they can definitely walk sideways on the Earth. The last human being at the peak of the 8th level is already dead, and the strongest is only at the middle 8th level. How can we compare with them? Feng Chao and Scorpion came out of their seclusion in high spirits. They looked proud and believed that this planet should belong to them. At this moment, Feng Chao discovered a black shadow running quickly from a distance. He frowned and recognized that the black shadow was his confidant who had been passing on messages to him. Why are you so flustered? You're not elegant at all. Do you need me to teach you how to become an elegant mutant beast? Feng Chao glared and burst out with the aura of a peak 8th level. Feng Chao's confidant was immediately frightened to death, his eyes full of shock. This kind of strength is definitely not just the middle 8th level. Has the master made a breakthrough? Congratulations, sir. Congratulations, sir. You have finally broken through to the late 8th level. It is truly a blessing for us mutant beasts. Before the confidant could finish his flattery, Feng Chao flapped his wings, and an unpleasant odor wafted away. Of becoming a Zerg is that its body is always in a semi-rotten state, and the strong smell almost suffocated its confidants to death. Don't talk nonsense. Tell me what's going on outside now. Even though it wasn't the first time he saw an adult, he still felt a strange feeling in his heart. Yes, sir. The confidant resisted the urge to vomit and said hastily, just 3 days ago, Huang attacked humans alone, which led to the emergence of 9 8th-level peak emperors that humans had been hiding. Wait, what did you say? Feng Chao's voice suddenly rose, and he couldn't believe it. I'm talking about the 9 8th-rank peak emperors of mankind? Impossible. How can there be so many peak 8th-level humans? Didn't they say there was only one human, and he's dead? Reached the peak of the 8th level, he endured severe pain and became a Zerg. As a result, he finally gained enough strength, but when he came out, he found that humans actually had 9 peak 8th level emperors. Are you kidding me? My lord, we all thought that humans only had 1 peak 8th level. If Huang had not become 9th level and attacked humans, I'm afraid we would still be kept in the dark. My lord, times have changed, said the confidant uncomfortably. Feng Chao looked dazed. Huang actually reached the 9th level? How could Huang, whose strength was similar to his, improve faster than himself? The key point is that humans actually killed Huang, who was at the 9th level of strength. What a peak 8th level is to it. Not only the trend, but Scorpio was also stunned. They have only been practicing for a short period of time, but why does it feel like decades have passed outside? Are humans so powerful? After a while, the Scorpion said, It seems that we can only change the way to deal with humans. What method? A gleam of light flashed in Feng Chao's eyes. In order to destroy mankind, it is willing to pay any price. Chapter 348. This era belongs to Su Chen. A week has passed since the Nightmare Clan was killed. During these few days, under the leadership of the Emperor, humans expanded their territory to 1,000 miles beyond the 4 major fronts. This was the first time that humans reached these places. The mutant beasts that were killed were all turned into meat and entered thousands of households, causing the price of meat in the market to plummet, and even the poorest people could afford it. This suddenly reminded some elderly people that during the period before the end of the world, the price of pork rose and many ordinary people could not even afford to eat pork. The gap was too huge. Humans have a special liking for meat such as pigs, sheep, and cattle, which leads to the price of some mutant animals such as mutated pigs, cattle, and sheep being slightly higher than the meat of other mutant animals. Some people even keep them in captivity in the hope of re-raising the pigs, cattle, and sheep that existed before the end of the world. Not only is the war going smoothly, but humans are also preparing to rebuild cities instead of base cities. Without the threat of mutant beasts and mutants, they plan to destroy all the ruins of the previous city and build a brand new city, which was named Su City. This is the first city built by mankind since the end of the world. It represents a very important significance, and its location is also very thoughtful. It is said that it was an international metropolis before the end of the world, with a population of no less than 10 million, and now it has become Su City. The outside threats disappeared, and humans were ready to rebuild the education system. The pressure from the outside world was too great before, and what humans needed was strong combat capability. What children needed to learn was how to improve their strength and deal with mutant beasts. But now it is different. The teaching content remains the same, but there are some new courses, such as Chinese, mathematics, etc., which makes those children who have just been exposed to this knowledge feel confused. If you want to return to your previous state, these are all things that must be experienced, and these things are managed by the human emperor. Su Chen is still the supreme leader, but most of the time he will not be in charge. The person who temporarily acts as the manager is Huang, whose prestige is the highest among human emperors. Watching the human world change day by day, Huang always had a smile on his face. He had never thought that humans would become the masters of the earth so soon. This time was much faster than he expected. He was pessimistic at first and felt that humans might not be able to survive for much longer. The one who changed all this was one person, Su Chen. This era belongs to Su Chen. This incident will be recorded in textbooks in the future. This is the honor that Su Chen deserves. But no one knew that Su Chen was struggling with one thing at this time. Lung Yue's body can't hold on any longer. Looking at Lung Yue lying on the bed in front of him, Su Chen didn't know what to say. Admittedly, he rescued Lung Yue in the beginning because of the system task, but he had always seen Lung Yue's efforts. Some soldiers, especially Era, had been reporting some of Lung Yue's situations, letting him know that Lung Yue had never thought of bothering him in many life and death crises, but had handled them all by herself. He knew that Lung Yue didn't want to owe him more. How long can it last? Su Chen asked. It should be less than 7 days. Lung Yue's whole body twitched in pain as she said this. The pain was like a knife constantly cutting her nerves, and it was so painful that she wished she was dying. At first it was just a feeling of hunger, but as the hunger grew, it turned into this kind of severe pain. Su Chen only found out about this later. In order to slow down the time it takes for her to absorb the 8th level energy crystals, Lung Yue had been enduring the intense hunger until it turned into the severe pain she has now. The process is difficult to describe. 7 days, only 7 days. Su Chen must find a way to solve Lung Yue's physical problem within this short time. Lung Yue's current situation is that there is a problem with her soul, but I don't have any power that can affect the soul. Before, Les just used his mental power to take a look and he almost peed himself. What should I do? This was the first time that Su Chen encountered such a troublesome situation, and there was absolutely no clue to the solution. System, is there any way? Su Chen could only ask the system. I knew there wasn't any. Huh? Su Chen was stunned. What did he hear? Did the system have a solution? That's not what you told me last time. Su Chen yelled. Last time the master asked me, my authority was not up to level 8. Now the master has enough authority, so I have found a way. Don't argue with the system. Su Chen took a deep breath, trying not to curse the system, and then asked, what's the solution? Tell me now. In Lung Yue's case, her soul power is too strong, and her body can't bear it. So we just need to increase her strength to accommodate the gradually recovering soul power. The system suggests that the master can consider making Long Yue his own, so that he can use energy to directly increase her strength to the peak of the 8th level, and any abnormalities will disappear. Su Chen's eyes twitched. What you said makes so much sense. I am speechless. The key point is, Long Yue is not a member of the Red Alert system, so how can we make her one of our own? Suddenly, Su Chen thought of something. You mean, let me make her my woman? As expected of you, master. You grasped the key point right away. The system will automatically hide from now on, and nothing will be seen. Please do as you please, master. After saying that, the system was silent. Su Chen really wanted to express his condolences to the system, but the system ignored him and there was nothing he could do. He looked at Long Yue in front of him. To be honest, Long Yue was a great beauty. If it were him in the past, he would probably never have any contact with such a beauty in his life. But in this world, he became the supreme leader of mankind, and Long Yue was far inferior to him. Su Chen thought about what happened between him and Long Yue in the past, and he found that there didn't seem to be much communication between the two of them. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Yue, there is a way to make you recover now, but… Su Chen didn't dare to say the rest of the words. He felt that this sounded like taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Come on, anyway, I already owe you so much, and I probably won't be able to pay it back in this lifetime. Long Yue had an expression as if she saw through the world. The hunger and severe pain that appeared all the time these days almost tortured her to collapse. Whether it was death or rebirth, she was willing to try. In fact, she had another idea in her heart that Su Chen didn't know. Even if I die, I will lose my first blood before I die. Chapter 349, She is My Woman. The next day, Tanya and Zhu Ling, who were maids, arrived at the door of the command room early, ready to wait for Su Chen to appear. According to previous time, their commander should have come out by now, but no one has been seen so far. They looked at each other and did not doubt that something had happened to the commander. It was impossible for something to happen in the main base. They just wondered if the commander slept in because he had just solved a big problem. But by the time we got there, it was already noon. Snap! The door of the command room opened, and the two women were just about to call out, "Commander," when they saw their commander and a disheveled woman walking out. Their faces changed instantly. You know, although they were built or summoned by Su Chen, some common sense in their minds still existed. When a man and a woman appeared like this, even a fool would know that something unspeakable happened last night. Seeing his two maids, Su Chen's face turned red. He was a little excited last night and actually tore Long Yue's clothes. Otherwise, how could there be such an embarrassing scene now? Ahem, Tanya, go prepare a set of women's clothes, Su Chen said with a light cough. Tanya glanced at Long Yue and left without saying anything, but Zhu Ling couldn't help asking, "Commander, you and Long Yue?" "That's right. It's just as you imagined. From now on, she is my woman, your commander's wife." It was the first time that Su Chen announced something so proudly. Zhu Ling didn't know why, but she felt a little envious and jealous inside. But this was what the commander said himself, and no one else could change it. Hearing Su Chen's words, Long Yue beside him showed a sweet smile on her face. After Long Yue became Su Chen's woman, Su Chen directly used the energy points to increase Long Yue's strength to the peak of the 8th level. Now the abnormal condition of Long Yue has completely disappeared. But the system told him that this was still temporary. As long as Long Yue's soul power continued to recover, her strength must continue to increase. Once her soul power could not be suppressed, her body would explode. Long Yue didn't know how she had suddenly become a peak 8th level expert, but she didn't ask too many questions. As a smart woman, she knew when to ask and when not to ask. She believed that sooner or later, Su Chen would tell her. Su Chen was very glad that Long Yue did not ask about this matter, otherwise he would have to make up a lie. But Su Chen did not want to use lies to explain his woman. Soon, the news spread to all the Red Alert bases, and the soldiers all knew that their commander finally had a wife. As a result, this situation occurred in all the base cities. Everyone's mobile phone charges would be free for 1 month. Red Alert snacks, free to eat within a month, only eat in, no takeout allowed. The red battle flag offers a limited time offer for any weapon in the store for free, limited to small weapons. All large weapons are 50% off. Red Alert Security Company, all orcs can be escorted for free for 1 week. The activity will last for 1 month. These things were naturally done by the super soldiers under Su Chen. They were all using this method to celebrate the appearance of the commander's wife. With the current strength of mankind, it will probably take several years to completely control the earth. Many people are suggesting that we establish a country and let you be the first king. If Zhang Tao and Luo Heng were here, They would never have imagined that this beautiful woman with a brilliant smile was actually their big sister Lung Yue. Since that night, Lung Yue's attitude towards Su Chun has completely changed. She used to be cold and icy, but now she becomes a soft girl in front of Su Chun. The contrast is cute, very good. Su Chun silently gave a thumbs up. The icy beauty turned into a passionate beauty. Su Chun said it was awesome. Su Chun basically did not participate in humans' battles against mutant beasts and humans. He completely left the matter to the human emperor and his super soldiers. Now it is basically the super soldiers who are responsible for connecting with the human emperor, and their existence is gradually becoming known to humans. It was the first time for many people to know that the powerful Emperor Su in their minds actually had so many powerful emperors as his subordinates. Suddenly, the status of Emperor Su was infinitely elevated by them, and he almost became a savior. At this time, Su Chen and Lung Yue were on vacation at a beautiful lake. That's right, on vacation. After hearing Lung Yue's voice, Su Chen lazily turned over, took a drink with one hand, drank it happily, and then said, "Being a king is meaningless. What is the difference between my current status and that of a king?" Lung Yue thought about it and realized that this was indeed the case, but a complete system had not been established before, and the divisions between different levels were somewhat vague. For example, the human emperor has the power of life and death over the base cities under his management, and the controllers have the same power over the base cities. However, a large number of gathering places seem to be ignored, and the rights they enjoy are almost zero. At that time, humans didn't know when they became food for mutant beasts, and they turned a blind eye to it. But now it is different. Once humans truly control the Earth, they will surely move from here to all parts of the world. So what should be done with the scattered humans? It is definitely not possible to calculate using the previous method of base cities. Base cities can be retained, but the birth of a country is also inevitable. If human beings did not have a unified country, perhaps at some point various countries would emerge around the world, and everything would return to its previous state. Su Chen thought about it and realized that this was indeed the case. The biggest reason why humans have such a high cohesion is that there is a powerful foreign enemy that forces them to gather together. But once humans have no enemies, they will start a civil war just as they did in history. Su Chen doesn't want to see an Earth covered in war and fire after entering the universe and coming back. What he needs is a peaceful and stable Earth. After thinking about it, Su Chen contacted the human emperor and prepared to start the emperor's meeting. By the way, after seeing the Nightmare Clan being killed, the 5/8 level extraordinary beings were so scared that they ran to the Red Alert base as quickly as possible and begged Su Chen to let them go. With Su Chen's personality, of course, he would just kill them. These people could betray humans once for the sake of profit, and they would do it twice or even countless times. This is unforgivable. In the past, the human emperor might have felt regretful. These were 5/8 level fighters, and it would be a pity to see them die. But now, they just think, well done. Chapter 350 Red Alert Empire. To be honest, this imperial meeting was beyond the expectations of many human emperors. In recent period of time, Su Chen was almost nowhere to be seen, and no one knew where he went. The only people who had contact with him were the super soldiers under Su Chen, namely Li Xiaolong and others. It was still the familiar scene. The number of human emperors had not increased. The time was still too short. I believe that if humans are given some more time, the number of human emperors will increase greatly. Emperor Su, is there something important that needs to be addressed in this emperor's meeting? Emperor Kong asked first. During this period of time, Kong Huang was extremely busy, and Su Chen was completely a hands-off boss. He had to make the final decision on many things, which was really a headache. Especially the establishment of Su City, which is a huge project. Even after half a month, it has only been built in a rough form, and it is still far from being usable. As soon as he finished speaking, Kong Huang was surprised to find that there was another person next to Su Chen, a woman. "Captain Long, why are you there?" Dong Huang exclaimed in surprise. He recognized the person sitting next to Su Chen. It was Lung Yue, who had fought on his eastern front for a period of time. But Dong Huang was a little hesitant to recognize her. In his impression, Lung Yue always had a cold face, but the one in front of him had a sweet smile, and her body was leaning on Su Chen. There was no need to explain the relationship between the two. The other emperors did not recognize Lung Yue. After all, Lung Yue was not a big shot at the beginning. Since you have all seen it, I will tell you straight away. She is my woman, Madame Su. However, this time the emperor's conference is not about this, but Su Chen's expression became serious. I plan to build an empire. All the emperor's faces changed. Establish an empire? Since the end of the world, humans have lost the concept of a country. Some children born after the end of the world have no idea what a country is, but they know. Emperor Su, you have to think carefully. This is not a joke. Emperor Shi was the first to advise. Yes, establishing an empire is not something that can be said casually, and even before the end of the world, there was no empire. Dong Huang said. No human emperor thought that establishing an empire was a good choice, as it might cause a strong backlash. Su Chen knew that when he announced this decision, there would definitely be people who would object. After all, things like empires had long been eliminated. But he had his own ideas, and the establishment of an empire was imperative. You can think that it's just unifying the current human beings to form a country. Everything is no different from before. If you have to say there is a difference, then there is only one. I have absolute power. Su Chen said solemnly. As the emperor of an empire, it would be ridiculous if he did not have absolute power. Su Chen would never allow his power to fall into waste. As a commander, his orders are absolute, so as an emperor, his power is naturally absolute as well. After hearing Su Chen's words, the other human emperors seemed to be thinking about something. If nothing changed, just changing the name would not be a big deal. Su Chen is already the supreme leader of mankind and has the greatest power. Now his power is just going to become even greater. Emperor Su, what do you want to name the empire? Asked Emperor Kong. Su Chen raised the corner of his mouth. Red Alert Empire. The next day, all human emperors jointly announced the birth of the Red Alert Empire. The emperor was Emperor Su, and the human emperors became ministers of the empire. This news went viral all of a sudden. What the hell is an empire? I was born after the apocalypse, and I have never known what an empire is. As an old man who has lived from the end of the world to the present, I can solemnly tell you that the empire is not a good thing. In the past history, the empire was mostly synonymous with villains, and the imperial system is also an eliminated system. That's all I can say. Is the empire so bad? Why does the emperor want to build an empire? There was a huge debate on the forum. Many people who knew about the empire did not think that establishing an empire was a good thing, and it might even lead to the decline of humanity. But some people who don't know about the empire think that the human emperor will definitely see further than them, and the establishment of the empire is a good thing. Some people with ulterior motives secretly instigated some people to march and demonstrate in the streets to express their opposition to the establishment of the empire. For a time, the momentum of humans attacking mutant beasts was affected to some extent. The human emperor knew that if they announced this matter, there would definitely be some opposition, but he did not expect the impact to be so great. Currently, there are people marching and demonstrating in more than 70 base cities. They strongly demand that the emperor retract this announcement. The adjutant told the Emperor Kong the news. Kong Huang was helpless. This was Su Chen's request, and no one could refuse. Besides, they all explained that even if they established an empire, everything would remain the same as before, but they did not expect so many voices of opposition. Have you found out who is behind this? We can only find part of it now. There are many people involved this time. The adjutant had no choice. He did not expect the emperor to do this suddenly. The time was too short, and there was no time to investigate. Bump. The Emperor of Kong was so angry that he slapped the table in front of him and broke it. The adjutant behind him saw it and thought that he had to buy a new table again. These people didn't dare to come out when humanity encountered a great enemy. Now that things are over, they jumped out one by one. Who gave them the courage? Kong Huang was indeed furious. He saw many people he knew among the participants, and these people were all family members in the base city. Solve this matter for me, and I will contact the other emperors. Yes, Lord Kong Huang. Su Chen didn't care about these things at all. If he had to do some small things himself, wouldn't it make others seem incompetent? Su Chen cares about, which is how to improve his own strength as quickly as possible. After humans occupied larger areas around them, Su Chen began his old routine, building base vehicles and going to various places to set up bases to form a new branch base. Current sub-base does not need strong combat power, but it must have one unit, that is the mining unit. Su Chen planned to cast a wide net and use the countless mineral resources on the earth to enrich his own small pocket, and then he only needed to wait for the research results of Yunru and others. Now, not only Yunru and Tianping are conducting research all day long. Except for a few super soldiers that need to contact the outside world, the rest have all entered the combat laboratory, studying various technologies day and night. It just so happened that Su Chen killed the Nightmare Clan and obtained a powerful buff that can improve the research efficiency of the combat laboratory. This time cannot be wasted. Chapter 351. Southern Emperor's Land of Opportunities. Although the war has not ended, everyone knows that it is only a matter of time before humans become the masters of the earth. The Southern Emperor had made enormous contributions to mankind. With the consent of all human emperors, a grand funeral ceremony was prepared for the Southern Emperor, during which all of his contributions to mankind over the years were stated. Many people then realized how much the Southern Emperor had done for them, and that the Southern Emperor was the only pillar supporting humanity at that time. Since the fall of the Southern Emperor, the emperors have built an imperial cemetery. They all hope that they can be buried here in the future. At that time, this was a hope. After all, they could not guarantee whether their remains would be left. The Southern Emperor disappeared, and the emperor could only use the Southern Emperor's relics as a replacement. He built a cenotaph and placed it in the emperor's cemetery. As for Emperor Gu, his body had long been taken away for research and was not worthy of being buried in the emperor's cemetery. At the same time, with the powerful intervention of the human emperor, the number of people demonstrating decreased, and some families were exposed for many violations of human laws. All their properties were confiscated and family members were sent to the front line of the battle. Emperors never waste anything, even if it is an ordinary person. They will make him give out his last bit of light and heat on the battlefield. Without the command of the 8th level mutant beasts, the mutant beasts were no match for humans with only the 7th level mutant beasts. As for the mutants, they had already shrunk into various places and dared not show up. Now everyone knows that human beings are too powerful. With 9 8th level peak emperors, are you afraid? No one knew that Feng Chao and Scorpion traveled thousands of miles to the northern part of the earth, a world surrounded by ice and snow, where no living life could be seen for a long time. Scorpion, is there really the place you mentioned? Feng Chao couldn't believe it. The low temperature around it had no effect on it, but it didn't like this kind of place. Scorpion's voice was somewhat sinister. When have I ever lied to you? Don't forget, we are now of the same race, and we have only one enemy, and that is Su Chen. As long as we kill him, we can get revenge. Don't you want that? How could Feng Chao not want to? Even though its strength had reached the peak of the 8th level, its respect for Hui had not diminished in the slightest. It had wanted countless times to rush into the human territory and kill Su Chen, but it knew that there would only be one outcome for it if it did so, and that was death. I understand. Let's keep looking. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I will not give up. Feng Chao and Scorpion continued their journey to find a place. But they didn't know that all their actions were captured by spy satellites and told to Su Chen by Zhu Ling. Commander, spy satellites show that Feng Chao and Scorpion have entered the northern part of the earth and seem to be looking for something. Zhu Ling told Su Chen the news. What is there in the northern part of the earth? Su Chen frowned. He used the upgraded spy satellite to carefully inspect the entire earth, and he definitely didn't find anything that he couldn't see through, unless it is a place like an ancient monument that even spy satellites cannot see through. Where do so many inexplicable places come from on Earth? Su Chen couldn't figure it out. First there was the refuge of the Chilua civilization, then there was the spaceship of the Godless, which was also an ancient monument, and now another strange place has appeared. There were actually 3 strange places on the Earth, which surprised Su Chen. Suddenly, Su Chen thought of something. Before the great battle with Hui, Emperor Nan specially called him over and explained 2 things to him. One of the things was that he revealed the reason why his strength improved so quickly was because of a mysterious place, and he also told me about that mysterious place. Su Chen recalled the coordinates and looked at the map. It immediately showed that the place that Emperor Nan mentioned was in the northern part of the earth. Are they looking for this place? But how do they know that place? This matter is of great importance, and Su Chen will naturally not watch them find it. Even Nan Huang has become a peak 8th level strongman there. If these 2 guys break through to the 9th level, it will be troublesome. We must get there before they find it. That was the place that Emperor Nan specifically told him about. So Su Chen decided to go there in person. But this time his men didn't stop him, but one person did. No, you also said that no one knows what the situation is there. What if there is danger? Lung Yue disagreed. Since Senior Nan Huang only told me, it means there must be some restrictions there. Otherwise, with his personality, he would have told other human emperors long ago. Even if there is danger, do I need to be afraid with my current strength? Su Chen was very confident. But no matter what Su Chen said, Lung Yue was unwilling. Finally, Su Chen said angrily, I am your man, you must listen to me. Sure enough, Lung Yue stopped talking and just looked at him with a pair of eyes full of grievance. Don't worry, I won't take risks easily. Don't forget, I still have many subordinates. Lung Yue then agreed. In fact, she wanted to go with Su Chen, but Su Chen took away all his super soldiers this time, so someone had to be left behind to take over from the human emperor. Lung Yue was undoubtedly the best candidate. She is Su Chen's woman, so she naturally represents Su Chan. Before leaving, Su Chun gave Lung Yue some authority, allowing her to command most of the troops in the Red Alert base, and Su Chen ordered that at some critical moments, Lung Yue's safety must be protected at all costs. Driving the Tianren Mecha, Su Chan and others headed as quickly as possible to the place that Nan Huang told him, where there was an opportunity to promote a person to the peak of the 8th level. Even now, it is a dream come true for countless people. Reach the peak of the 8th level through practice. Without Su Chen's help, the super soldier would not have been able to reach the peak of the 8th level so quickly. After a while, Su Chen found that the weather around him had changed. The originally clear sky was blocked by countless falling snowflakes. Even in summer, this place is still covered with snow. Only a few mutant beasts live here, living in harmony with the world. We're not far from there anymore. We should be there in less than 10 minutes. Oh no, they disappeared. Suddenly, Su Chen discovered that the light spots representing the wind and scorpions on the map disappeared. The only thing he could imagine was that they had found that place. Everyone speed up, kill them immediately when you encounter them. Chapter 352. The ground is full of ore. A few minutes later, the Tianren Mecha driven by Su Chan and others stopped in the sky somewhere. This place looked no different from the surroundings, all white. This is the place that Senior Nan Huang mentioned, but there's nothing here? Su Chen looked around carefully and indeed found nothing. He then ordered his men to begin searching the area. With the strength of their super soldiers, it didn't take them long to search the place inside and out, but still found nothing. The old method, bomb down there. Su Chen decided to use the method of finding the refuge of Chilua civilization. 10 Tianren mechas opened fire at full force, and the scene was simply spectacular. Boom, boom, boom. There were explosions everywhere and several avalanches occurred on the surrounding mountains, but there was no one here, so these were not a big deal. Su Chen saw that there was no change below, and he couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. He couldn't even find the door, so how could he get in? Why didn't Senior Nan Huang tell me how to get in? Just when Su Chen was speechless, Yuri's voice appeared. Commander, my mental power just found that a missile seemed to have disappeared. Where? Su Chen was overjoyed. The disappearance of the missile means that it may have entered that place, which is a very good clue. Under Yuri's guidance, Su Chen saw that the place where the missile disappeared was actually a big rock. This big rock is more than 10 meters high and leans against a small hill. It doesn't look like anything special. Bald Chong was the first to go over and see if there was anything special about the stone. Of course, the commander could not be allowed to do such a test. The bald man pulled up a tree and threw it towards the big rock. In the blink of an eye, the tree disappeared. No, to be precise, it should have entered the big rock. Su Chen didn't need to say anything. Bald Chong was the first to enter. He needed to ensure the safety inside so that the commander would not be in danger. About a minute later, Guang Tu Chang's voice appeared in Su Chen's mind. Commander, I came to a strange place. There are many kinds of ores everywhere. After I came in, I found that the exit was gone. Su Chen did not go in directly, but asked Li Xiaolong to go in and try it out. He needed to know whether the people who went in were together. Fortunately, this entrance was fixed. After Li Xiaolong entered, he saw Bald Chong. After the 9 super soldiers entered, they began a carpet search to ensure the safety of the surroundings. A few minutes later, Zhu Ling's voice rang out, Commander, everything is normal within a 10-kilometer radius. No signs of any living creatures have been found. It's safe here. Only with a certain level of security guaranteed would the super soldiers be willing to let Su Chen in. Su Chen drove the Tianren Mecha and stepped into the big rock. The next second, he felt the scene in front of him changed, and he came to another place. Just as Bald Chong said at the beginning, this is a very spacious place, surrounded by all kinds of minerals piled together, gold, silver, copper, even crystals, etc., everything you can think of. The light in the sky was a little dim, as if it was blocked by dark clouds, which was very strange. There was no end in sight in the distance. Just as Su Chen was about to fly up into the sky in his Skyman mech, Tanya hurriedly said, Commander, there seems to be a certain no-fly zone here. If you are above 50 meters, you will be attacked. As she spoke, Tanya picked up a piece of gold ore and threw it up. There was nothing not far from the ground, but when it just exceeded 50 meters, the gold ore disappeared. No, it didn't disappear, but turned into powder. The first time that Su Chen had seen such a situation. What the hell was this thing that could turn an ore into powder in an instant? Su Chen didn't want to let his men test the limit of this power. Su Chen would never do anything that was thankless. Unable to fly at high altitudes, the Tianren Mecha can only fly at low altitudes, which is at least better than walking on the ground. Looking at the countless minerals around him, Su Chen almost drooled. In his eyes, these minerals were all energy points. System, can we build a base here? Su Chen thought of this possibility. As long as we have a base vehicle, everything will be fine. The system gave an affirmative answer. Su Chen thought about it and realized that it was such a far place. Even if the base vehicle set out from the nearest branch base, it would take several days, so it would not be useful for the time being. However, he still gave the order to have the base vehicle drive here. He wanted to absorb all the ore here and turn it into his energy points. Not knowing the situation here, Su Chen was very cautious and even reduced his flying speed to the minimum, which was not much faster than an ordinary car. Except for the high-altitude danger, I don't see any other danger here. Why didn't Senior Huang tell the other emperors? And what opportunities are there here? I don't see any at all. Su Chen looked left and right. There was really nothing here except the ore. Where is the opportunity you promised? What about the restrictions? He really thought that there were some special restrictions here. Senior Huang didn't dare to tell others and only told himself. As a result, he brought 9 people in and nothing happened. Just as Su Chen was thinking this, he heard Yunru's voice. Commander, there is a problem. What's going on? Look there. Following the direction Yunru pointed, Su Chen saw a mineral river. That's right, a river made up entirely of minerals. Each of these minerals is solid and is flowing slowly in one direction. It looks very strange. Su Chen could swear that he had never seen a solid flow on its own. The mineral river is very long and wide, no different from the big rivers outside. Su Chen decided to go directly to the upper reaches of the mineral river to see where the mineral river came from. After running all the way for an hour, Su Chen still couldn't see the end of the mineral river. He felt something was wrong. Commander, maybe we are looking in the wrong direction. Zhu Ling said. You mean we should look downstream? No, the direction I'm talking about is, wouldn't it be better to search from the ground? It's obviously forbidden to go up to the sky here, so maybe we can find something different on the ground. Su Chen thought about it and felt that what Zhu Ling said made sense. Besides, the speed on the ground would not be much slower than that in the sky. The group landed on the ground and prepared to continue upstream along the river, but just as they landed on the ground, some changes occurred in the middle of the river. Chapter 353, just to beat up. The various minerals that were originally flowing downstream suddenly reacted violently and rolled over. Pieces of or piled up together and turned into huge monsters. In the end, these ores formed 10 huge or giants. There is really movement. Are these giants made of minerals life? Su Chen was a little surprised. In his opinion, these mineral giants were no different from the surrounding minerals, but the look in their eyes when they looked at him and others was full of murderous intent, indicating that they possessed a certain level of intelligence. Possessing intelligence means they are a race, so is this mineral giant also some kind of cosmic race? Unfortunately, no one gave Su Chen an answer. After the mineral giants appeared, they rushed towards where Su Chen and others were, running around recklessly, as if they wanted to knock them to death. Let's test what the other party is first. At Su Chen's order, the super soldiers did not come down from the Tianren Mecha, but prepared to use the Tianren Mecha to test the strength of these mineral giants. The current Tianren Mecha has been upgraded twice. In terms of power, it is definitely not less than the general 7th level Peak 1. Under the control of super soldiers, it is possible to fight even against the early 8th level. There were 3 people who took action: Li Xiaolong, Balchong, and Yunru. Yunru was also one of them. It was the first time that Su Chen knew that Yunru, a scientific research super soldier, was also a battle maniac. Countless laser shells were fired at these mineral giants. After the bombardment, the mineral giants were safe and sound. Su Chen's expression remained unchanged as he analyzed. This kind of defense is at least at the 8th level. Could it be that all these mineral giants are at the 8th level? Finding these weapons useless, the 3 of them took out the melee weapon on the Tianren Mecha, a big sword. This weapon should be the most powerful one on the Tianren Mecha. Even when facing an 8th level strongman, it can be cut off with one sword. Of course, the prerequisite is that one can hit the body of an 8th level strongman. Swish, swish, swish. The Tianren Mecha drew a streak of light in the air. The 3 of them separated, raised the swords in their hands, and slashed at the neck of the mineral giant. Bite. With a loud bang, a gap appeared on the sword on the Tianren Mecha, but the neck of the mineral giant was completely intact. What a hard body. They were originally just ordinary minerals, but after being condensed together, their hardness increased greatly. I'm very curious about what's going on with their bodies. Yunru's eyes lit up. For a scientist, Unknown things are full of infinite attraction. Chen didn't expect that these were just some common minerals. How could they suddenly become so hard? Was there some chemical reaction that he couldn't see? The Tianren mecha became useless, and 3 super soldiers came out of the mecha, ready to fight the 10 mineral giants personally. Earthbreaker! Yunru shouted loudly, and a large drill appeared in her hand, which she nailed into the body of a mineral giant, creating a big hole in the mineral giant on the spot. Li Xiaolong's expression was calm. He lightly slapped the mineral giant on the shoulder. Immediately, the mineral giant's body shook, and his entire arm broke at the shoulder, falling into the mineral river below and becoming one piece. Bald Chang's fighting style was the most brutal. He roared and punched a mineral giant hard on the head, blowing it off with one punch. The super soldiers are very powerful, especially when their strength reaches the peak of level 8. It is not a problem to kill these mineral giants in seconds. Then it took them less than a minute to get rid of the 10 mineral giants. Commander, all the enemies have been eliminated. The 3 came back to report. No, the enemy is not dead yet. The 3 of them turned around suddenly, only to see that the mineral giants that had been beaten to pieces by them had actually stood up again, and the missing parts of their bodies had been filled by some ores that emerged from the mineral river. Soon, 10 intact or giants reappeared. The 3 of them attacked again, but they found that no matter how they killed these mineral giants, even if they beat them to a pulp, they would continue to appear, like an indestructible cockroach. Not only that, Chen also discovered that as the number of kills increased, the strength of these mineral giants was actually increasing. At the beginning, any super soldier could kill them instantly, but now, it was a bit difficult for one person to deal with too. Chen had no choice but to let the super soldiers around him continue to fight. He knew that this was not a solution, and he had to find the opponent's weakness. Since he can't kill them, he can only deal with them, but this is not a long-term solution. He came here, on the one hand, to find Feng Chao and Scorpion and prevent them from causing trouble, and on the other hand, he wanted to know what secrets there are here that could allow Huang to reach the peak of the 8th level. Commander, why are there 10 mineral giants? Does it have something to do with our number? Zhu Ling asked. Chen thought about it, and felt that it was very likely. After all, there are 10 people on their side, and there are also 10 mineral giants. If this doesn't matter, he would never believe it even if you kill him. Could it be that this place's special defense system deliberately created 10 or giants? System, what do you think? Master, the system recommends that you use your eyes to see. The corner of Chen's mouth twitched. It seemed that the system was a little bit arrogant recently. It actually dared to talk to him like this. However, after the system said this, Chen seemed to have thought of something. He thought of one thing, that is, in the shelter of Chilua civilization, he accepted a test there, which was to enter a virtual Red Alert world to play Red Alert. In it, Chen did not have a minecart and or refinery at the beginning, so he could only manually transport ore and accumulate gold coins. So can we use the same approach here? Chen squatted down, picked up a piece of iron ore and asked the system, can you directly absorb the ore and convert it into energy? The system seemed to be stunned by Chen's idea, and it took a while to react. Yes, but without an ore refinery, the energy of conversion will be lost, and only the ore that the master touches can be absorbed and converted. After getting a positive answer from the system, Chen raised the corner of his mouth, and he thought of a solution. Catch a mineral giant alive. Not long after, a mineral giant that was more than 10 meters tall was thrown onto the shore and was suppressed by several super soldiers. This mineral giant had no temper at all. Then Chen walked over and put a hand on the ore giant. System, transform the ore giant. The system said unequivocally, Master, we can only transform unconscious minerals. This kind of self-aware minerals cannot be transformed. What should I do? Just give him a beating. Chapter 354. So this is opportunity. Soon, a completely dismembered mineral giant appeared on the ground. If it was a human, the scene would definitely be bloody, but unfortunately it was just a mineral giant made of minerals, and there was no discord at all in the scene. This time, Chen placed his hand on a huge piece of ore and heard the system's voice. Energy conversion is in progress. Theoretically, 8,000 energy points are obtained, and 4,000 energy points are actually obtained. Do you want to confirm the conversion? Confirm. In a flash, a huge piece of ore in front of Chen disappeared without a trace. After spending some time, Chen converted all of the mineral giant's energy into his own, and suddenly obtained nearly 100,000 points of energy, which was a considerable income. I didn't expect the loss rate to be as high as half. If there were an ore refinery and an ore refiner, I would get twice as many energy points. Chen sighed. There was no other way. It would take several days for the base vehicle to get here. This was the only method he could use in the short term. Of course, there was only one thing he really cared about. He wanted to see if a new or giant would emerge after he absorbed all the ore. If there was, he would make a fortune. Infinitely spawning or giants is equivalent to giving him infinite energy. Where can you find such a good place? Unfortunately, Chen was disappointed. The mineral giant he absorbed did not appear, and only 9 were left on the field. The same process was followed, and all 10 mineral giants were absorbed by Chen, contributing nearly 1 million energy points to him. What Chen didn't expect was that after the 10 mineral giants disappeared, 10 glowing balls of light appeared from the mineral river and floated into the hands of the 10 of them. Commander, my intuition tells me that this thing will be very helpful in improving our strength, Zhu Ling said. As a sniper, her intuition has always been very accurate. The other super soldiers all nodded. The light ball contained extremely pure energy that could be directly absorbed to increase their strength without any side effects. This good thing simply did not exist outside. System, what are the risks of this thing? There is no risk. You will become stronger if you eat it. The system's answer is simple. With the system's indication, Chen asked his men to start eating. He also took a sip himself. Nongfu Spring was a bit sweet. The light ball turned into a ball of water at the entrance and went directly into the stomach with a faint sweetness. The next moment, Chen felt that his strength had actually improved significantly. Although he had not yet reached the 9th level, his strength had at least increased by 10% compared to before. This is no joke. With 10% of their peak 8th level strength, they can easily kill an early 8th level person. So this is Senior Nanhuang's opportunity. If he can eat a few more light balls, reaching the peak of the 8th level will not be a problem at all, Chen thought. But he still had some questions. This mineral giant was so difficult to deal with, it was like an indestructible cockroach. How did Senior Nanhuang kill them back then? This is unscientific. There is another very important thing. How did Senior Nanhuang leave here? In fact, Chen didn't know that Nanhuang came in alone and encountered the same mineral giant. But after being killed by Nanhuang with great difficulty, there was no sign of resurrection. In other words, they were experiencing hellish difficulty. If he knew this, Chen would understand why Senior Nanhuang did not tell others. Once a group of people came in and encountered the infinitely resurrected mineral giant, there would be only one outcome. Everyone would be doomed. Unfortunately, Chen knew nothing. Senior Nanhuang only told him the location, and he knew nothing about the news here. Without the obstruction of the mineral giant, they continued to move forward. I don't know if Chen tasted the sweetness, but he actually ordered his super soldiers to constantly provoke the river on the road, hoping that some or giants would appear in it. The energy converted by these or giants is much greater than that of the ordinary or around them. Chen tried it and found that the ores that could be picked up everywhere around could not convert much energy at all. Only the ore giant was the most valuable. Commander, look ahead. At this moment, Zhu Ling, who had the best vision, pointed forward and shouted. Chen looked and saw that the mineral landforms in front had disappeared and turned into a world of crystals. There are big trees made of crystals, as well as flowers and plants made of crystals. Crystals are everywhere, which is very strange. Chen walked over, picked up a piece of crystal on the ground, and looked at it carefully. He felt that there was some energy inside the crystal, and this energy seemed to be able to be absorbed directly. After confirmation by the system, these crystals are completely harmless and can be directly absorbed, similar to energy crystals. The difference is that one is born naturally, and the other is condensed within a living organism. After a quick inspection, they discovered that the energy contained in these crystals varied depending on their color and size. Just like energy crystals, there were levels 1 to 8. The best crystal they found here was only level 5, and there was not a single one higher than level 5. Commander, we found something, Li Xiaolong shouted. Chen walked over and saw a pool of blood next to a crystal that looked like a big tree. This is not human red blood, but a green blood with a hint of gray. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be the blood of the wind or scorpion. They have reached the peak of the 8th level. What can hurt them? Chen was a little puzzled. It thought that even if the two encountered the mineral giant, escaping should not be a problem if they could not kill it. So why would they leave a pool of blood? Following the trail of blood, they chased all the way up. The blood stains in front of them gradually increased until somewhere, they saw Feng Chao's incomplete body. Feng Chao's death was very miserable. Half of his head was gone, and almost half of his body was missing. All that was left were some unimportant parts. Even the most important energy bead was gone. After some inspection, the super soldiers came to some conclusions. Feng Chao was eaten by a ferocious beast. The beast was very powerful, at least at level 9, and it killed Feng Chao in a head-on battle. However, the beast seemed to have no interest in Feng Chao's body. After taking a few bites, it found the energy bead, ate it, and left. That's right, just a few bites, and after a few bites, this is all that was left of Feng Chao's body. So a conclusion emerges again. The size of this beast is far greater than Feng Chao. You know, after reaching the peak of the 8th level, Feng Chao's body was nearly 1,000 meters long. Could it be that the beast that ate Feng Chao's corpse in just a few bites must be over 10,000 meters long? Chapter 355 Crystal Beast. This possibility surprised Su Chen. There really was a giant beast that was 10,000 meters long here. It killed Feng Chao, so where did the scorpion go? The super soldiers carefully checked the surrounding area and found no trace of any 10,000 meter long beasts, nor any signs of scorpions. There are only two possibilities. One is that the 10,000 meter tall beast and the scorpion both covered up their traces, or they both left from the air. Commander, there are other dangers here. We must be more careful, Li Xiaolong said with a serious expression. Su Chen nodded. The danger here was not as calm and silent as it seemed on the surface. A peak 8th level Feng Chao died just like that, and another peak 8th level scorpion disappeared without a trace. He was even more certain that the Southern Emperor must know something, but might be subject to some restrictions and unable to tell him the situation here. In this way, they wandered around this place for 3 days and did not discover any other situations, as if there were only 10 of them in the world. Fortunately, before coming in, they prepared a large amount of food and stored it in a small space device. Otherwise, even an 8th level strongman would feel hungry after not eating for a few days. Grilled octopus is indeed the most delicious. Yunru held a dozen skewers in both hands, her mouth full of oil. The others each took their favorite skewers and started eating. In this weird place, they were actually grilling skewers. If Feng Chao saw this, he would probably be so angry that he would come back to life even if he died. After 3 days of searching, we found nothing but these crystals. Zhu Ling picked up a piece of crystal on the ground, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. They have two goals. One is to find the scorpion and kill it, the other is to find a way to leave here. During the 3 days, they traveled at least hundreds of thousands of miles, but found nothing except crystals. At this moment, no one noticed that while they were eating the skewers, there was a slight movement on a crystal mountain wall not far away. The crystal wall was obviously very smooth, but a thin film on the surface gradually moved upwards, revealing an eye. A mountain wall turned out to be a giant eye. The moment their eyes looked at them, the intuition from the super soldiers told them that they were being targeted. In an instant, everyone took a defensive stance and protected Su Chen in the middle. Commander, there are enemies. Su Chen looked around and found nothing, but he trusted the intuition of his men. The surroundings were very quiet, as if nothing happened. Suddenly, Zhu Ling fired a gunshot and hit something. There. Su Chen looked over and was stunned. He saw a huge eye appearing on the crystal wall somewhere on a huge crystal mountain. No, it's not an eye, but a giant beast lying there sleeping. This giant beast is 10,000 meters long and more than 30 meters high. Its body is like crystal, making it a veritable crystal beast. Su Chen realized that this giant beast might be the murderer who killed Feng Chao, but he didn't expect it to be right next to them. Faced with a giant beast hiding not far from them, in which they had not noticed, the super soldiers were very cautious and did not launch an attack rashly. But what they didn't expect was that the other party actually spoke. I didn't expect another group of little guys to come. I wonder if you can do me a favor? Su Chen shouted. What kind of help do you need? Tell me. Su Chen did not agree directly. Who knew what the other party wanted them to do? If there was no need to fight this giant beast of unknown strength, Su Chen would not be so stubborn as to rush into it. The giant beast moved its body, but there was no movement on the ground. Su Chen was puzzled. If a giant beast of this size moved, shouldn't there be a lot of noise? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he really wouldn't have believed that the beast's movements didn't cause the ground to shake. This favor is simple. Help me find the only special crystal here. Once you find it, come and give it to me. This may sound like an easy favor, but it is not. 3 days made Su Chen realize that this space was very large, and they had not reached the edge. How could they find a unique crystal in this place full of crystals? And what kind of crystal can be called unique and special? What if you find the wrong one? Can I refuse to help? Su Chen asked. Of course. The beast seemed very reasonable. Just as Su Chen was about to speak, the system's alarm sounded. Master, you'd better not refuse. Otherwise, according to the calculation of this system, your mortality rate is as high as 99.9999999%. Su Chen was shocked and immediately shut his mouth. He absolutely believed what the system said, but why would he die if he refused? What the hell was this? Suddenly, Su Chen thought of the dead Feng Chao, and an idea popped up in his mind. Killed by Crystal Beast because he refused Crystal Beast's offer of help? The scorpion is not dead. Could it be that it agreed to help find the crystal? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was possible. Su Chen immediately changed his tone. Okay, I agree. The other super soldiers were all stunned. Why did the commander agree? Didn't the other party say that he could refuse? But the commander agreed. As the super soldiers under the commander, they certainly couldn't refuse. Seeing that all 10 people agreed, Crystal Beast seemed very happy. Very good. You are much better than the ugly guy I met before. You didn't refuse my request. I hate it most when others refuse me. After hearing this, Su Chen and others immediately understood that Feng Chao's death was unjust. Indeed, you can refuse, but after refusing, you will run the risk of being attacked by the Crystal Beast. Even the peak 8th level Feng Chao is no match for the Crystal Beasts. Even if they are all super soldiers, they may not be able to defeat them. Their admiration for the commander rose to a new level. As expected of the commander, he had seen through the other party's intentions long ago. Seeing that they agreed, the Crystal Beast was about to lie down and continue sleeping, but it seemed to have thought of something and said to Su Chen, "Can you give me some of your food?" Su Chen's expression was a little strange. Not to mention that given the size of the Crystal Beast, this amount of skewers would not be enough to fill its teeth. Just think about it. A Crystal Beast with its whole body made of crystal, can it eat meat? Suddenly Su Chen thought of Feng Chao again. It seemed that this guy's body was eaten by the Crystal Beast, and he felt relieved immediately. Trend, MMP. If it were so easy to give things to others, that would not be Su Chen's style. You asked us to help you just now, so now you can do me a favor so that I can give you food. It's a fair trade. Chapter 356, Stupid and Cute. Su Chen came up with this idea on a whim. He was testing the Crystal Beast. As a result, the Crystal Beast actually showed a thoughtful expression, and then said, "Your request is very reasonable. You did not reject my request, so you can also make your own request. I wonder what your request is." Su Chen appeared to be as calm as an old dog, but he almost laughed out loud inside. At first he thought the Crystal Beast was a shrewd guy, but now it seems that it is just a stupid and cute big guy. My request is very simple. If you want to eat, you can exchange it for something. This is what Su Chen thought. No one knows how long this Crystal Beast has lived here. He doesn't believe that it has nothing. Meat should not exist here, which means that Su Chen can make huge profits. Boom. With a loud bang, something fell from the sky and landed not far in front of Su Chen. It turned out to be a crystal emitting a faint light. This crystal is a very special one I found over the years. It contains huge energy. With your ability to absorb it, you should be able to break through to the 9th level within a year. The Crystal Beast said, "Can this thing be exchanged for the food in your hand?" Su Chen walked over and put his hand on it. The value given by the system was that this piece of crystal could be exchanged for 30 million energies. If he exchanged it directly, he could only get 15 million energy, which would be a huge loss. So Su Chen put the crystal away and waited until he returned to the base to use the ore refinery to convert the crystal into energy so that it would not be wasted. I don't have much food here. With your body, you will probably finish it in no time. Su Chen said, "It's okay. I can be smaller." As it spoke, the Crystal Beast's body quickly shrank from the size of a mountain to the size of an ordinary hound. And suddenly the crystal mountain that was blocking their way disappeared. Su Chen blinked his eyes. He didn't expect that the Crystal Beast could change its own size. This was something that even an 8th level mutant beast could not do. An 8th level mutant beast transforms into a human form. Its size will shrink as well, but its main body will shrink, which is impossible. The Crystal Beast was originally so huge that it was hard to tell what it looked like. After it shrank, they found that it looked like a gecko. The gecko, oh no, it was the Crystal Beast that crawled to the side of the fire they had lit, stretched out its tongue, and swallowed the skewers on the fire in one gulp. It's delicious, really delicious. I've never eaten such delicious meat. The Crystal Beast ate with relish. Su Chen walked over, picked up a piece of barbecue and started eating. These are all mine. The Crystal Beast looked at Su Chen unhappily. Our transaction is limited to the meat in front of us. If you want to eat more, we can trade again. The amount of meat placed here is less than 100 kilograms at most. This amount of meat was exchanged for a crystal worth 30 million energy points. It can be said that Su Chen made a fortune. Crystal Beast obviously didn't think much about it. Yes, if they ate all of this, they would be gone. Just count it as one portion based on the quantity here. I'll take all the portions you have. The Crystal Beast said generously. Su Chen raised the corner of his mouth slightly. The fish was hooked. There's no rush for this. We're all here and can't run away. I want to know if there's a time limit for what you want us to do. Crystal Beast ate the barbecue and said, there is no time limit. You can look for it wherever you want. Just give it to me as long as you find it. Su Chen looked at the Crystal Beast, skillfully putting raw meat on skewers and roasting it over the fire, then sprinkling cumin and other seasonings on it when it was cooked, looking like a barbecue master. A strange look appeared in his eyes. Did this guy really never leave here? I wonder if there was anyone else coming in before us and those two mutant beasts? Su Chen asked casually. He wanted to know if the Crystal Beast had ever seen the Southern Emperor. Let me think about it. It seems that there was a person about 10 years ago. He completed the task I gave him and then left. Su Chen's eyes lit up. This person was definitely the Southern Emperor. But this is still not right. The Southern Emperor obviously knows some secrets here. So how did he know them? Su Chen's eyes unconsciously fell on the Crystal Beast, and a thought popped into his mind. Could it be that everything that Emperor Nan knew came from the Crystal Beast? This possibility is very high. So Su Chen sat here and chatted with the Crystal Beast, and then he learned some things about this place. This place is called the Land of Origin. As for why it is called this name, even the Crystal Beast doesn't know. As long as it had its own consciousness, it had been staying here for who knows how many years. Unfortunately, it was only recently that it met the first person, the Southern Emperor. Learned some information about this place from the Crystal Beast, and the Crystal Beast also learned some information about the situation outside from the Southern Emperor. It knew that the world outside was called Earth, where there were humans and mutant beasts. The first person to come here was a human. The Crystal Beast felt that his strength was too weak, so after he completed the task, it specially gave him some rewards, raising the Southern Emperor's strength to the peak of the 8th level. Crystal Beast told Su Chen that this place was a bit special and could be roughly divided into 3 areas. The first area is the mineral area that Su Chen and others have experienced. There are minerals everywhere. As long as a creature steps into it, a mineral giant will appear in the mineral river. After defeating the mineral giant, you can continue to move forward and come to the second area. Of course, the premise is that the number of people is small. Once the number of people exceeds 9, the mineral giant that appears will be the type that can be resurrected infinitely, and no one can get through. To be honest, when the Crystal Beast noticed that there were actually 10 of them, he was very surprised. He wondered how they broke through the first area and came to the second area. The second area is naturally the crystal area. People who come in must find the Crystal Beast and complete the Crystal Beast's task before they can make a choice to enter the next area or choose to leave. I don't know what the Crystal Beast in the third area is. This information was enough for Su Chen. The Crystal Beast once again took out some very valuable crystals and traded 1,000 kilograms of meat with Su Chen. Then Su Chen took his men and left. Commander, I don't think we can trust everything it says. As an unknown species that has lived here for countless years, it can't be that simple. Tanya reminded. Su Chen thought so too. No matter how harmless the Crystal Beast appeared, he knew that it was not simple from the moment it answered Su Chen's question for the first time. Chapter 357, the base vehicle has arrived. Is its strength at the peak of level 9? Su Chen asked the system. That's true on the surface, but in reality, its combat power is comparable to that of a small galaxy level 3. The system's words surprised Su Chen. The combat power of the 3rd level of the small galaxy is simply invincible on Earth. I can't afford to offend you. I can't afford to offend you. 10 people began to look for the so-called unique and special crystal in the crystal area, but in their eyes, there was no difference between these crystals, unless Su Chen touched them with his hand and let the system distinguish the energy value of the crystal. Su Chen believed that crystals with high energy value must be unique and special. So the question is, this crystal area is probably about the same size as the original human territory outside. To find a unique and special crystal in such a large area is like looking for a needle in a haystack. The probability is too low. Their food is limited, and finding such a crystal in such a short time is a nightmare. I wonder if Senior Huang also received this task at the beginning. How did he find the only crystal? Su Chen couldn't figure it out. After searching for a while, Su Chen felt that this was not a good idea. If 10 people searched together, the probability of finding it was too low. The only way was to search separately. What if Su Chen was attacked after they left? In the end, they decided to let Zhu Ling and Yunru protect Su Chen closely, while the others went to search for the crystal separately. As for why the two of them were asked to protect Su Chen, the reason was very simple. They were the only two super soldiers that had evolved 3 times, and they were also the 2 strongest among all the super soldiers. Juling is good at long-range combat, Yunru is good at close combat, and Su Chen can use mental power. They are a perfect team. The remaining 7 people searched for the crystal separately. Even the clone of Boris acted alone. Although his intelligence was not high, finding something was not a problem for him. The environment here is exactly like winter, except that it's snow outside and crystals here. After searching for a few more hours, Yunru began to complain a little, but Zhu Ling remained calm, his eyes constantly scanning the surrounding crystals, hoping to find a special crystal, even if it looked different. I really don't know how this place was formed. It doesn't make any sense at all. Su Chen stared at a crystal tree very seriously. He didn't understand how the crystal could grow into the shape of a tree and other things, exactly the same as outside. The difference was that here it was all made of crystal. Zhu Ling still didn't speak, but her eyes saw a flash of light, and she instantly appeared in that place and found a crystal emitting a faint glow. The light of this crystal only appears once every few minutes. If they hadn't happened to pass by here and been discovered by Zhu Ling, it would probably be impossible for them to encounter it again. Commander, do you think this is the only special crystal? Zhu Ling said, holding the crystal that looked like a stick. Su Chen took it. This crystal was worth 1 million energy points, but unfortunately it was less than 10 million. It was definitely not the only special crystal. Put it away first and keep looking. Afterwards they found a few slightly different crystals, but the most valuable one was only 9 million energies, which was far less than the original. In the meantime, Su Chen contacted other super soldiers, and they also found 1 or 2 crystals, but without Su Chen's system identification, they did not know the value of these crystals. However, Su Chen had already located himself at the Crystal Beast's place, so they didn't have to worry about losing their way, as there was no power that prohibited technology here. In this way, after searching for a few days, Su Chen found a few more crystals. Just when he was about to contact other super soldiers to return to where the Crystal Beasts were, his body shook. The base vehicle has arrived. A few days ago, he ordered a group of soldiers to escort the base vehicle to the entrance here, and now they have finally arrived. Su Chen had long been eyeing the minerals here. It would be a great pleasure if he could come in and absorb them. Of course, Su Chen will not forget that when a person comes in, a mineral giant will appear here, but don't forget that the Red Alert base can operate on its own without people. Su Chen first established a branch base outside to protect the entrance, and then built a base vehicle and drove into the mining area. The base vehicles were deployed, and power plants, radars, or refineries, etc. were built. Soon the prototype of a base took shape. However, the only difference of this base was that there was not a single soldier. In order to prevent the system here from reacting to the slave miners, Su Chen simply did not build a slave mine, but instead built an ore refinery and a trans-space mining car with the fastest return speed, and devoted all his efforts to mining. Looking at his energy rising rapidly, Su Chen's mouth was crooked with smile. There is too much ore here, and it is estimated that it will take hundreds of years to mine it all. Su Chen built 1,000 trans-space mining carts and 200 ore refineries right from the start to mine the ore with the greatest efficiency, and the energy points increased rapidly. Like what the Crystal Beast said, only when a living being enters here will the mineral giant appear. This has nothing to do with machines. I guess no one would have thought that such a magical thing as a base vehicle would appear. The base vehicles were harvesting or everywhere, and soon various buildings appeared around them, and then a large number of flying weapons appeared and all flew over according to Su Chen's location. The posture was like a dark cloud moving quickly. Su Chen's idea was very simple. Since he had few staff, he would just add some more. Since the mission this time is mainly for searching and no combat is required, unmanned reconnaissance aircraft are most suitable. Today's reconnaissance aircraft are completely different from before. The earliest reconnaissance aircraft could even catch up with helicopters, but today's reconnaissance aircraft are faster than fighter jets. Thousands of reconnaissance planes flew for several hours and finally arrived at the crystal area and began to look for special crystals. No matter what is special, as long as it looks unique, we will collect all of it until it can no longer fit, and then send it all to the Crystal Beast. At this time, somewhere in the crystal area, Scorpion quietly sensed the surrounding situation, and when he heard nothing, he came out from the ground. It's strange to say, there are crystals everywhere, but the ground is still ordinary soil. Where exactly is the entrance to the third area? Why can't I find it? Is the only way to do this? Complete the task that big guy told me to do? Scorpion was unwilling to accept this. It came here not just to improve its own strength, but to find something. As long as it can find that thing, it will have hope of contacting other Zerg nests and attacking the planet. Chapter 358 confirmed by eye contact. The Scorpion had a good idea, but after actually coming here, it was hit hard. First, I encountered 2 mineral giants, and it took a lot of effort to kill them. Then I came to the crystal area and encountered the crystal beast. Just as Su Chen guessed, when the crystal beast asked them for help, Feng Chao was the first to refuse, and then nothing happened. Feng Chao was killed in one move and bitten on his body. He died miserably. Scorpion's scalp numbed, and he immediately agreed and left the crystal beast. But in such a big place, where can I find a different crystal? The Scorpion was very conflicted. During the time it had been away from the crystal beast, it was not looking for the crystal, but for the entrance to the third area. It was able to know this place thanks to the Zerg mother nest killed by Su Chen. A long time ago, the Zerg mother nest left a backup plan. It left a memory on the 100 Zerg stored in the base city. The memory has a coordinate, and the location is here. The mother nest told them that as long as they entered there and found the third area, they would be able to contact other Zerg mother nests through something inside. When the Zerg army arrived, a mere planet would be nothing. Scorpions are the super soldiers among the Zerg. There is no doubt about their loyalty to the Zerg. Among all races, only the Zerg has always been the most united race. Even the powerful super soldiers will be very obedient when facing the mother nest. There are traitors in other races, but it is impossible among the Zerg. Suddenly, the Scorpion stopped and heard some noises. It sounded a bit like the airplanes used by humans. How is this possible? There can't be a plane here. Before the Scorpion finished his thought, he saw a plane flying past his head at a high speed. Well, after confirming it with my eyes, it is indeed a human plane. Scorpion discovered the reconnaissance plane, and the reconnaissance plane naturally also discovered Scorpion and immediately passed the news to Su Chen. Hey, did you spot a Scorpion? This is good news. Su Chen will not allow a Zerg to cause trouble here. Su Chen opened the map and saw a place where most of it was dark, but there was a part that was bright, which was very convenient. It would be better if spy satellites could be used. Now we have to use this primitive method to develop the map. Su Chen was a little helpless. Even so, it was more than enough for him. Su Chen immediately found the Scorpion's location and then looked at his own location. The difference was about 800 kilometers. Bald Chong, the Scorpion is closest to you. Go and deal with it. Su Chen gave the order. Not only Bald Chong, Su Chen also ordered 2 other super soldiers to follow up and kill Scorpion. When Guang Tuqiang received the order, a hint of fighting spirit flashed in his eyes, and he flew to where the Scorpion was without saying a word. When the Scorpion saw the reconnaissance plane flying over, it thought about it and decided to shoot it down. It didn't know much about human weapons. It only knew conventional helicopters and fighter jets. It didn't know this was a reconnaissance plane, otherwise it would never have stayed where it was. Just as the Scorpion continued to look for an entrance, a figure appeared in the air. I found you, the bald man shouted. Scorpion was shocked. How did the other party find him? Could it be the plane just now? The Scorpion had no intention of fighting. Even though it felt it would not lose with its own strength, the opponent outnumbered it. After Bald Chong and his companions fought with the Nightmare Clan, not only the human side, but also the mutant beasts knew about the 9 8th-level peak powerhouses among humans, and this person was one of them. Bald Chong would naturally not let Scorpion escape, as this was an order given by the commander. Die! As soon as Bald Chong came up and started fighting, his skin turned golden yellow, and a light film covered his whole body. This was the ability from the Iron Curtain device. His defense was unmatched. Bald Chong's speed is not very fast among the 8th level ones, but the Scorpion is not fast either. When it finds that it cannot dodge, it can only fight back. A cold light flashed in the Scorpion's eyes, and the huge poisonous tail on its back stabbed towards Bald Chong at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. This is the poisonous stinger of an 8th level peak Zerg. If you are stabbed by it, even if you are also an 8th level peak powerhouse, you will not be able to escape. Facing the Scorpion's attack, Bald Chong remained calm. He had no intention of dodging and actually wanted to fight the Scorpion head-on. Bang! Ding! The first sound was when Bald Chong's fist hit the Scorpion's head hard, causing the Scorpion to scream in pain, and a huge crack was left on its head. The second sound was the sound of the stinger making contact with Bald Chong's body. There was horror in the Scorpion's eyes. Its stinger did not penetrate the human's body. Could his body be made of cosmic metal? If Bald Chong knew what Scorpion was thinking, he would definitely laugh 3 times. His defense is strong in itself, and with the ability of the Iron Curtain device, it is not as simple as 1+1. Among people of the same level, there are only a handful of people who can break his defense. Bald Chong completely gave up defense and focused on attacking, but don't think that his fists are powerless. One punch can make the Scorpion scream. The Scorpion was completely lacking in the strength of a Zerg super soldier and was completely defeated by Baldy Chong. Chen watched this scene remotely and shook his head slightly. He thought this Zerg was powerful in some way, but he didn't expect it to be so weak. At this moment, the Scorpion's body emitted a dark black light. The light had a strong corrosive power, forcing the bald man to distance himself. He could feel that even with his strong defense, he could not hold out for long under this corrosive force. Bald Chong did not make any move, but watched Scorpion's changes calmly. Although the Scorpion was originally large in size, it still looked like a scorpion. However, as it was enveloped in the black light, the Scorpion's size was actually shrinking gradually. Gradually, a scorpion as white as jade appeared in front of Bald Chong's eyes. The size of this scorpion is only 3 meters long at most, which is a world of difference from the previous size, but the strength of the white jade scorpion seems to have increased. This is the trump card of the Zerg super soldier. Transformation. The Zerg are bugs themselves, and as bugs grow, they will undergo various metamorphosis, but that is normal metamorphosis, while the scorpion is now undergoing an abnormal metamorphosis. This kind of transformation is usually only used when the situation is most dangerous. It can improve strength in a short period of time, but the person will become weak afterwards. Originally only had the strength of the peak 8th level, now has the strength of no less than the early 9th level. Well, it looks much better now, but I wonder how it will taste when it's grilled? Chen murmured. Chapter 359 Scorpions, Last Trump Card. The black-skinned scorpion turned into a white jade scorpion, and its combat effectiveness increased sharply. It also had a strong corrosive force around it. Every time Bald Chong collided with the white jade scorpion, he could feel that his surface defense had weakened by a layer. If this goes on, Bald Chong may not be a match for the white jade scorpion. There was no worry on Chen's face. Scorpion had a trump card. So did Bald Chong have no trump card? Of course not. You know, Bald Chong is now at the level of secondary evolution, and each evolution will either add an additional ability or enhance the ability in a certain aspect. Bald Chong is now only using one ability that comes from evolution, which is to turn his entire skin into golden yellow. Bald Chong knew that he had to use his second ability now. The ultimate strength. Bald Chong roared, and all the muscles in his body seemed to jump out. Ripples appeared around him. These were energy shocks caused by strength reaching a certain level. This is much stronger than any energy fluctuation. Those who can trigger energy shocks are usually only a few peak 9th order strongmen, or even those at the small galaxy level. It is amazing that Bald Chong can achieve this with his strength at the peak of the 8th level. Bald Chong threw a punch, and no matter what corrosive force or the harder shell of the white jade scorpion, they could not stop his punch. Snap! The body of the white jade scorpion was shattered, and half of it was blown up by Bald Chong. The scorpion's eyes were filled with shock. It had already used the signature skills of the Zerg super troops, but it was still no match for the opponent. How could this human be so powerful? Bald Chong didn't give Scorpion time to be shocked. One punch was not enough, so he punched again. As a melee super soldier, Bald Chong's fighting style can be summed up in one word: reckless. If I see and kill you, I lose. Just when Chen thought that Scorpion was going to die at the hands of Bald Chong, he didn't expect a reversal. The Scorpion's body suddenly grew larger and wrapped up Bald Chong. After Bald Chong smashed the huge body, the Scorpion disappeared. Fortunately, its location could still be seen on the map. Chen immediately notified Bald Chong and continued to chase it. The Scorpion looked extremely miserable at this moment. Its body was in tatters, and one of its pincers was missing. It flew away in one direction in panic. No wonder the message from the mother nest said that humans are the Zerg's biggest enemy. A human can actually defeat an elite Zerg like me. Ordinary Zerg have no power to fight back against them. The Scorpion knew that if it was caught next time, it would really not be able to escape, but before being killed, it had to complete the last task assigned by its mother nest. Go to the third area and contact other Zerg hives. The only clue now is the Crystal Beast. The direction the Scorpion is running is exactly where the Crystal Beast is. It actually remembers the terrain here very clearly. At this dying moment, the Scorpion was suddenly stunned. An extra piece of information appeared in its mind, and it was this information that made it look surprised. This was left behind by the mother nest. It unexpectedly appeared at this time. I didn't expect that the mother nest would be with. The Scorpion was shocked and had an even deeper awe of the mother nest. It had never thought that the mother nest was such an unfathomable existence, and it even considered this. Its eyes became determined, and it flew faster towards where the Crystal Beast was. Finally, before being caught up by Bald Chong, Scorpion arrived above the Crystal Beast. At this time, the Crystal Beast was actually eating barbecue slowly, and it actually took it several days. Crystal Beast, do you still remember the agreement we made with the Zerg mother nest? Scorpion shouted. That was eating barbecue stopped and looked at the Scorpion. Where is it? The mother is outside. I am a Zerg bred by the mother. It told me that if you still remember the original agreement, please do me a favor. Scorpion was a little scared when he shouted this, because he saw with his own eyes that this guy easily killed Feng Chao. The Scorpion lied. The Zerg mother nest had been killed by Su Chan. It was worried that the Crystal Beast would turn against it, so it said that the mother nest was not dead. What favor? The tone of the Crystal Beast seemed to indicate that it agreed. Scorpion's eyes lit up with joy, and he said hastily, "Kill all the humans here."
Can.
As soon as he finished speaking, the Crystal Beast disappeared here. At this moment, the system alarm sounded again. Alarm! Alarm! There is an intruder. The target is the super soldier Bald Chong.
What?
Su Chan was shocked. Where did the invader come from? He looked at the map carefully and saw a huge spot of light rapidly approaching Bald Chong. The owner of this spot of light was the Crystal Beast. Su Chan was puzzled as to why the Crystal Beast would attack its own subordinates. This shouldn't be the case. If it wanted to do it, it could have done it at the beginning. Why wait until now? No matter what Su Chan thought, the Crystal Beast had already appeared in front of Bald Chong. As a warrior, Bald Chong had a very sharp sense and knew that the Crystal Beast had come with ill intentions. At this time, the Crystal Beast was about the same size as the White Jade Scorpion, but its strength had not diminished at all. It clawed at Bald Chong, who spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards for more than 10 kilometers. With just one move, Bald Chong was severely injured. If it weren't for Bald Chong's strong defense, he would have been killed in an instant. Bald Chong is in danger. The faces of the two approaching super soldiers changed. They learned from their commander that the Crystal Beasts were actually going to deal with them, but this did not make them feel afraid at all. As a super soldier, they would not be afraid of such an emotion. Even if faced with an unmatched powerful enemy, they would take out their weapons and fight back. Why are you attacking us? Li Xiaolong helped Bald Chong up and looked at the Crystal Beast with cold eyes. For some unknown reason, the Crystal Beast did not continue to attack, but gave them a chance to speak. I have an agreement with the Zerg, so I'm sorry. The Crystal Beast grinned, seemingly without any apology. Su Chen frowned when he saw this scene. The Crystal Beasts and the Zerg have an agreement. What's going on? Is only one Zerg here, and that is the Scorpion. This should be the first time for the Scorpion to come here, so how come it has an agreement with the Crystal Beast? Then there is only one possibility, that before the Scorpion, another Zerg came in, and this Zerg and the Scorpion knew each other. Appeared in Su Chen's mind, that was the Zerg mother nest. Only it can meet all the conditions. The most important point is that it is unknown how long the Zerg hive has existed on this planet, so it is not surprising that they could find this place. Chapter 360 gives you two choices. The Crystal Beast is very powerful, reaching the level of the third level of a small galaxy. Even if all the super soldiers under Su Chen take action, they are no match for it. At this time, the situation is very critical. Su Chen's face was gloomy. When the Nightmare Clan appeared before, he could still fight back, but facing the Crystal Beast, he had no way to deal with it. Super soldiers, but their strength cannot match that of their opponents. Even if the super weapon was used, it would not be able to kill the powerful Crystal Beast. The super weapon is his biggest trump card at the moment. Unless he can get a chance to use the super weapon in Red Alert 3, there might still be hope. But the probability of winning is too low. Su Chen did not give up. He directly used the European Emperor's possession and then participated in the platinum version of the lottery. He wanted to bet his luck on this one. Lottery. The lottery result came out, and he actually got a chance to evolve his army. You know, if you want to redeem this opportunity directly, it will require 20 million energy. But this is not what Su Chen needs. What he needs is the opportunity to use the super weapons in Red Alert 3. The only chance to draw a lottery was gone just like that. For the first time, Su Chen felt that being possessed by the Emperor of Luck was of no use at all. Even if one of the super soldiers present was allowed to evolve once more, the result would still be the same. They would be unable to deal with the Crystal Beast. At this moment, the system's voice sounded, "There is still a chance. The master can exchange for the opportunity to evolve a type of soldier. Once a type of soldier evolves 4 times, a qualitative change will occur." The system's words would naturally not be wrong. Even if the opportunity to evolve a type of soldier was very expensive, Su Chen was willing to spend the huge sum of money. Just by 5 opportunities for the evolution of the soldiers, and let 3 of them evolve. According to the calculation that the opportunity for a type of soldier to evolve requires 20 million energy points, Chen originally needed to spend 120 million energy points. The one he won in the lottery saved him some energy points and only required 100 million energy points, which just drained the energy points Chen had just replenished. In an instant, the 6 opportunities for soldier evolution were used on Chong and his 2 companions, and their morale suddenly soared. Oh, it actually started evolving at this time? There was a hint of surprise in the crystal beast's eyes. Then it took action, and watching others evolve is the behavior of a fool. Bump. The crystal beast reached down with its claws again, but this time it was blocked. Li Xiaolong and Tian Ping stood in front of Chong and blocked the attack. They were just panting but not seriously injured. For other people, evolution takes time, but for super soldiers, evolution is just a matter of moments. Now the 3 of them have become super soldiers that have evolved 4 times. Their combat power can definitely reach the level of the first order of a small galaxy. A small galaxy level 1 is no match for the crystal beast, but if there are 3, they can fight. After the evolution, Chong's recovery ability became even more abnormal. When Libra Li Xiaolong was fighting with Crystal Beast, his injuries were almost healed in less than a few minutes. I'm going to return that claw I gave you just now. Chong grinned. Other super soldiers were unable to intervene in a battle of this intensity. They could only watch from afar, hoping that the 3 could defeat the Crystal Beasts. The Crystal Beast was very depressed. It thought this battle would be easy, but it didn't expect something unexpected to happen. Especially after Chong's strength increased, the Crystal Beast's claws could only leave marks on his body but could not cause serious injuries. Li Xiaolong's whole body was covered with lightning, just like the god of thunder. The power of lightning enveloped the Crystal Beast. As for whether the crystal could conduct electricity or not, it didn't matter. Libra added a mental shield to the 2 of them, and then secretly prepared to use his ultimate move, the powerful ability from the mind controller, the mental shock wave. Boom. Invisible spiritual power erupted within the crystal beast's body. As long as it was an intelligent life, it would have consciousness, and spiritual power targeted consciousness. The crystal beast's body began to tremble violently, which showed that Libra's move had caused it to suffer a great loss. You have to know that Libra's mental destructive power is very strong. Bastard! The crystal beast was furious. After such a long time, this is the first time it has suffered such a big loss. How can it bear it? Roar! Along with the roar of the crystal beast, the surrounding crystals shook violently. Countless crystals flew over from all directions and covered the body of the crystal beast. Soon the crystal beast turned into a huge monster again. I didn't expect that it could borrow the power of crystal. This can also be considered a kind of domain. Chen thought. The strength of the crystal beast was indeed not exaggerated. With the help of the crystal, it fought the 3 people very well and had the upper hand, as if Libra's attack just now had no effect at all. In fact, there was an effect, but there was a big difference in strength between Libra and the other party, so it did not cause a devastating result. Libra's expression changed, and his second personality emerged. Commander, I didn't expect that you would finally give me the chance to play. I'm so happy. Is this big guy prepared for me? Can I kill it? Can I? Libra looked at the crystal beast with a weird expression, as if he was about to be killed. Under normal circumstances, if Libra's second personality appeared, Chen might have a headache, but at this time, he felt it was the right time.
Can.
Getting Chen's affirmative answer, Libra laughed wildly, and his powerful mental power rose to a higher level, and he launched a mental shock wave at the crystal beast again. Chen knew that the power of the mind would increase or weaken depending on a person's mental state, but it was unimaginable for a person like Libra to increase his strength by at least twice just by changing his personality. This time, the crystal beast suffered a great loss. Puff. The crystal beast opened its mouth and spit out a mouthful of crystal. That's right, as a crystal beast, there can be no blood in its body, only crystal. When you get hurt, you spray crystals, buddy, that's fine. Originally, the effect of mental power was not so great, but the crystal beast was not a living being of flesh and blood, but of minerals. Once its consciousness was injured, the consequences would be even more serious. The crystal beast looked at Libra fiercely. It was this human woman who hurt it, and it was unforgivable. Buzz. Some strange noises came from the crystal beast, and the temperature around it was rising, as if it was holding back a big move. Master, the crystal beast is about to self-destruct. Stop it quickly, the system reminded. Chen gave the order instantly, and the 3 super soldiers took decisive action, smashing most of the crystal beast's body leaving only a very small part. Now the crystal beast lost the power to self-destruct and was captured. Not long after, Su Chen and his men arrived here. He looked at the crystal beast with cold eyes and said, "I'll give you two choices. One is to tell me everything you know, and I'll give you a chance to live. The other is death." Chapter 361, the starting point. Any intelligent life would not want to die in vain, as it has not lived enough. The words of the crystal beast meant that it had given in. Regarding everything about the starting place, you really don't know the situation in the third area? Su Chen didn't believe it. The crystal beast seemed to be a little hesitant. Su Chen winked at Bal Chong, who immediately went over and crushed part of the crystal beast's body. The crystal beast was frightened and screamed, "I really don't know. I have never been to the third area since I was born, and I only went to the first area briefly." Su Chen frowned. He discovered through his mental power that the crystal beast did not lie. This was a problem. Then how do you send the people who have completed your mission to the third area? Su Chen's eyes gleamed coldly. "I was just lying to you. There is only one choice. Go out." "It is impossible to go to the third area," said the crystal beast. "What if someone really chooses to go into the third area?" "You will be eaten by me," the crystal beast whispered. Snap. The crystal beast's body was broken again. This time it was Su Chen who did it. He didn't expect that the crystal beast was so shameless that it would even lie about such a thing. Unable to enter the third area, Su Chen had no idea where this so-called starting place was. Just when Su Chen was thinking about whether to cut the crystal beast into pieces, Yunru's voice suddenly rang out, "Commander, I remember that the layout here seems to be recorded in the Chilua civilization." Su Chen was overjoyed and looked at Yunru. "Is this place related to Chilua civilization? Tell me everything you know." Yunru thought for a while and said, "According to the records of Chilua civilization, there is some information about the initial land. This seems to be a springboard for Chilua civilization to go to other places in the universe. It is also the beginning of Chilua civilization's true glory. That's why it is called the initial land. Is there any record of how to enter the third area?" "No." Su Chen sighed slightly. He couldn't find a way to enter the third area. Was he only able to let the crystal beast send them out? But if he remembered correctly, after the Southern Emperor left, he seemed to have never entered here again, and it seemed that only one person was allowed to enter here at a time. Since he couldn't find the entrance, Su Chen didn't care much. His red alert base was still developing rapidly. If he couldn't even build a spaceship, what was the use of being able to travel to other planets in the universe? "Crystal Beast, if we leave here, how can we come back?" Su Chen asked. The crystal beast was a little confused, and it took a while for it to react. The crystal beast Su Chen was talking about itself. It was very unhappy. "I am not a crystal beast. I am the most noble colorless crystal clan in the crystal clan, which means I have the noble bloodline in the crystal clan." When he said this, Crystal Beast had a proud expression on his face, and then he was taught a lesson by Bald Chong with a punch. "If I say you are a crystal beast, then you are a crystal beast," Su Chen said lightly. Just as the crystal beast was about to retort, it saw Bald Chong raising his fist, so it immediately lowered its head and admitted defeat. "Answer my question. As long as you bring one of the things here, you can continue to enter next time, but you still need to go through a test." "How can I avoid having to take those tests?" Su Chen didn't want to bring a group of people in and then encounter those immortal mineral giants again. It would be too troublesome. "Unless you can find the control center of the first area, you can modify the data in it at will. But I haven't found it for such a long time, let alone you." Even though he became a prisoner, the crystal beast did not forget to despise Su Chen. "In that case, the control center of the second area will be you," Su Chen said in an affirmative tone. Crystal beast panicked all of a sudden. "No, how could I be the control center? You think too much." Su Chen was too lazy to give the crystal beast a chance to speak. His mental power exploded instantly and directly invaded the crystal beast's consciousness. He planned to use his mental power to completely control the crystal beast. Originally, with Su Chen's current strength, he would definitely not be able to control a third-level crystal beast in a small galaxy. But don't forget that the crystal beast is now seriously injured and has no way to resist, so it was directly invaded by Su Chen unimpeded. Soon, the look in the crystal beast's eyes changed, and it lowered its head towards Su Chen. Crystal beast greets the master. "Well, you are the control center of the second area, right?" "Yes, master. I can control everything in the second area." "Do you know where the control center of Area 1 is?" "Yes, the control center of the first area is just below the river." The crystal beast was actually lying just now. If Su Chen hadn't controlled it, it probably wouldn't have known the location of the first area control center. Afterwards, with the help of the crystal beast, they came to the junction of the first area and the second area. There was a thin film blocking the two sides. There was no obstruction from the first area to the second area, but not the other way around. How did you get through before? As long as I use power above the peak of level 9, I can go to the first area. However, the first area seems to have some restrictions on me, and I can only stay here for a while, said the crystal beast. The power of the peak 9th level is not enough for Chen, but his 3 super soldiers who have completed 4 evolutions can do it. Bald Chong stepped forward and punched the invisible film, which immediately disappeared. Then they came to the edge of the mineral river. The mineral river did not respond to the people who came here from the second area. Conduct an indiscriminate attack on the ore river and locate the control center. As Chen's orders were issued, not only his super soldiers, but also a large number of tanks and planes came from afar. The ore river was under tremendous pressure that it should not have to bear at its age. The entire ore river was boiling, and countless ores were blown away and fell around. In less than an hour, the ore river was almost unrecognizable, with much less space in the middle, almost exposing the soil underneath. Finally, Chen saw the so-called control center of the first area, which turned out to be a computer, a desktop computer at that. This must have been left behind by the Chilua civilization. Did they also use this kind of computer? Chen's mind was blown. After his men brought the computer up, Chen opened it and saw that the operating interface was very simple, with just some simple settings. He saw that the most primitive setting was that as long as life was detected entering and approaching the ore river, corresponding ore giants would be created according to the number, and the strength of the ore giants would be the same as the other party. Chapter 362, Is This My Illusion? If the opponent is always in the air, it will not be triggered, but it will not enter the second area either. Powerful no-fly weapons in the sky. Once any object is more than 50 meters away from the ground, this weapon will be triggered. The weapon can kill any existence below the 9th level in the small galaxy. Chen looked at the settings one by one, and suddenly found that they were really lucky and did not encounter some special places. Modify everything. Chen created an illusion with both hands and directly modified many of the settings above. The first one he modified was the one about the appearance of the mineral giant. Now he has set his eyes on this place, and it will be a place to store energy in the future. How could he still need a mineral giant? The no-fly weapon does not need to be used for the time being and can be given to Yunru for research. This is a powerful weapon that can kill small galaxies below the 9th level. If it can be studied thoroughly, he will have a powerful weapon that surpasses the super weapon in his red alert system. There is also a weapon that can make them move around in a range. Take them all out. From now on, this place will become Chen's back garden. After all the settings were modified, Chen asked the crystal beast to open a way out, and they left the starting point. Based on the amount of mineral crystals in the first and second areas, I estimate that I can obtain trillions of energy points. So many energy points cannot be wasted. After what happened before, Chen deeply understood the importance of strength. If he had strong strength, he would be able to capture the crystal beast from the beginning, instead of letting his subordinates improve their strength after the crystal beast took action. For some unknown reason, the crystal beast could not leave there. Chen did not force it to come out, but he did not relax his defense of the original place. According to the records of Chilua civilization, this original place may be connected to other planets in the universe. In other words, there may be an ultra-long-distance transmission device. Since people can be transmitted from here, perhaps people from other planets can also be transmitted here. Chen specially left 2 super soldiers here to guard. As for the mutant beasts and mutants, they were no longer a concern. Wait, I seem to have forgotten something? Chen muttered, and then he suddenly realized, there is still a Zerg that has not been killed. Leave it to the crystal beast. There is the crystal beast's home ground. Even if a crystal beast is seriously injured, Scorpion cannot deal with it. At this time in the second area, the body of the crystal beast was absorbing the surrounding crystals and slowly recovering. This was a special ability of the Crystal Clan. As long as they were in a place with crystals, they were completely immortal. Even though the crystal beast became Chen's pet, it did not forget its previous memories. It was because of Scorpion's words that it became Chen's pet. Although it would not feel any anger about becoming Chen's pet now, Scorpion's actions were to frame it. Roar. The crystal beast roared and disappeared in a flash. The Scorpion was waiting where the crystal beast was originally lying. It felt that if the crystal beast took action, those humans would be dead. But after a while, the crystal beast was still nowhere to be seen, and it felt a little strange. Just as it was about to set out to search, the crystal beast came back. "Sir, are all those humans dead?" Scorpion asked excitedly. But what greeted it was the huge mouth of the crystal beast. Snap! The scorpion, which was already injured, lost another part of its body. It shouted loudly, "I am a Zerg, not a human. Sir, the mother nest has an agreement with you. I'm going to eat you. If it weren't for your so-called Zerg hive, how could I offend the master?" Owner? Scorpion was shocked. Did the crystal beast actually have a master? Could it be one of those humans? Thinking of this, Scorpion ran away without saying a word. But here was the crystal beast's home ground, and its speed was far inferior. No! The scorpion's screams echoed throughout the second area, but unfortunately no one could hear them. Su-chan quickly forgot about the matter of the scorpion. It was just a Zerg and was not worth his caution. Lung Yue was very happy when she saw Su-chan coming back. She cooked a table full of delicious food herself. Well, if these black-looking things are delicacies, Yue, you don't have to cook in the future. This kind of thing can be left to the maid. Su-chan's mouth twitched. Tanya and Juling nodded. If the commander ate this kind of food, he would probably get a stomach upset. As super soldiers and maids, they could not tolerate the commander eating this kind of food. Lung Yue looked a little gloomy, but soon she cheered up and said seriously, "I will definitely become a great chef, and then I will make you say in person that the dishes I cook are delicious. This is the Yue I know. I'm looking forward to it." After saying that, Su-chan picked up the chopsticks and started eating. Wait, these things can't be eaten. Lung Yue was shocked. Su-chan calmly picked up a piece of black meat, which he didn't know what it was, put it in his mouth, and ate it bit by bit. "This is your first time cooking, after all, so I have to support you. However, the taste needs some improvement." Lung Yue was very touched. She watched Su-chan finish the dishes and went into the kitchen to prepare for dinner. After Lung Yue left, Su-chan's expression collapsed. "Tanya Juling, hurry up and support me. I can't move." Su-chan really couldn't believe how Lung Yue made these dishes with all kinds of weird debuffs. The first time he took a bite, he felt that his right hand had lost feeling. If he hadn't used his mental power to control his right hand, he would have been exposed at that time. After eating these dishes, his whole body was unable to move. Fortunately, this state only lasted for an hour before Su-chan was able to escape. Why do I feel that the dishes made by Yue can even make a 9th level expert fall for them? Is it my illusion? While Su-chan was enjoying his little life, humans did not stop their attack on mutant beasts and humans. Now the number of extraordinary people among humans has increased significantly, and the human emperor has stipulated that as long as you are 16 years old or above and have not yet become an extraordinary person, you can apply for extraordinary potion and become an extraordinary person directly. These extraordinary potions were naturally provided by the Red Alert base. This was nothing to Su-chan. 1,000 doses of extraordinary potions only had 10 points of energy. Now Su-chan had so much energy that he had no place to use it. Even the elderly can use the extraordinary potion, but unfortunately they are too old and it is difficult for them to make further breakthroughs. In any case, after becoming a superhuman, your body will be much better. For this reason alone, no old person would refuse. Chapter 363: The Benefits of Spying. The base city still exists, but the gathering places are gradually decreasing. It is not that they are destroyed, but that humans are preparing to build new cities in various places. They can choose to migrate to new cities. You know, humans built very quickly before the end of the world, not to mention that everyone is a little Superman now, so building a building in a day is not a problem. Under the influence of the human emperor, the Red Alert Empire gradually let everyone know that they were no longer people of Base City, but people of the Red Alert Empire. The first emperor was naturally Su-chan. The title of the human emperor has not changed, but Su-chan's title has changed. In order to highlight his identity, he is called Emperor Su. 3 months passed quickly and Su City was finally completed. On this day, Su-chan held a grand coronation ceremony. This also represents the official establishment of the Red Alert Empire. As the capital of the empire, Su City will definitely become the largest city in the world in the future. This is beyond doubt. In 3 months, the human territory has expanded several times, and wild mutant animals are rarely seen in the surrounding area. Now most mutant animals are either kept in captivity by humans or in zoos. That's right, the zoo. This pre-apocalyptic place has now reappeared. For safety reasons, most of the mutant beasts inside are first-level mutant beasts, with a few being second and third-level mutant beasts. There is no way. Some mutant beasts are born with a very high starting point, and Su-chan has no way to lower their level. Some people living in the interior now have no other way to see the mutant beasts except this method. unless they are willing to join the army and become human warriors to expand the territory. Everyone knows that humanity is now in a very good situation. I believe that within 2 years, we will be able to regain the territory we lost. In the meantime, some other things happened. For example, someone found some living humans in the place where mutant beasts lived, but these humans could not speak at all. They were able to survive only because the mutant beasts wanted to keep them in captivity. This situation was broadcast live on the news to everyone, sparking the anger of mankind. How dare the mutant beast do this? The consequence is that humans become more brutal in killing mutant beasts. In the past, humans would run away when they saw mutant beasts, but now, mutant beasts get scared and run away when they see humans. The defeat of the mutant beasts was a foregone conclusion, but the human emperors did not relax at all. They advanced step by step, and even if they lost some results, they would not allow large numbers of human soldiers to suffer casualties. At this moment, human life is more valuable than the life of mutant beasts. The situation of the mutant animals is miserable, and the mutant humans are not much better. It would be fine if they had no intelligence, but there are still many intelligent mutants. They knew that humans were now powerful and that mutants were no match for them. So they actually wanted to ask for peace, hoping that humans could give them a place to survive. The human king naturally refused. This action seemed to anger the mutants. The remaining mutant kings discussed and prepared to raid a human base city, but they never dreamed that there were 2 spies among the mutant kings. Commander, the mutant emperor is preparing to launch a surprise attack on the 3rd-level base city, Luchu City, and use the people of the base city as hostages to force the human emperor to surrender. Spy number 1 immediately passed the news back. Su Chun touched his chin. The decision not to let the spy come back was indeed the right one. These mutant emperors have not learned their lesson yet. Time and place. At 2 a.m., 3 days later, attack from the east of Lu Hina City. There are currently 8 mutant kings left. Excluding spy number 1 and spy number 3, there are still 6 left. 6 8th-level warriors attacked a 3rd-level base city. If we hadn't received the news in advance, it would have been impossible to defend against it. The strongest controllers in the current 3rd-level base cities are only in the late 7th stage, and there are many in the middle 7th stage. Unfortunately, the ruler of Luchu City is a mid-7th order transcendent. In the eyes of the mutant emperor, transcendents of this level are just a matter of one move. Su Chen really had no interest in dealing with some mutant human emperors whose strongest was only in the middle 8th stage. He was now waiting for the research results of the combat experiments every day. Except for the 2 super soldiers guarding the starting point, the remaining few people all entered the combat laboratory to conduct various research. However, Su Chen still told Kong Huang the news, and Kong Huang's face changed drastically. Emperor Su, is the news reliable? Asked Emperor Kong. It was sent back by 2 of my subordinates among the mutants. It is 100% reliable. Kong Huang suddenly remembered that Su Chen had said that he also had 2 subordinates among the mutants, who were pretending to be mutant emperors. They could never figure out how humans could blend in with mutants and become the king of mutants, but they didn't ask. What are Sudi's orders? I'll leave this to you. I'm too lazy to do it. The corner of Kong Huang's mouth twitched. He had only recently discovered that Su Chen was indeed a lazy person. After the external threats were gone, he would take people out to play every day, and Kong Huang had long been accustomed to it. Su Chen didn't care, but Kong Huang definitely did. The mutant emperors came out in full force, which was a big deal. Emperor Kong immediately contacted other human emperors and 3 people who had just become 8th-level transcendents. With the current strength of humans, they can completely defeat the mutants, even those at the 8th level of combat power. Without anyone knowing, a group of 8th-rank human warriors quietly came to Luchu City and entered the hall where the controller was. Lu Hina City was stunned. In just a blink of an eye, he found 9 figures in front of him. Greetings, Your Excellency the Emperors. The next second, the ruler of Luchu City shouted respectfully. He recognized the identities of these people. 3 days later, the mutant emperor will concentrate his attack on you, said Kong Huang. Ruler of Luchu City's face changed, and then he realized that these emperors must have come here for this matter, and he immediately felt relieved. It's all up to you, my lord emperors, to command. 3 days passed quickly. With the strength of the mutant emperor, they crossed the human front line without anyone noticing. Of course, in order to make it look good, they deliberately leaked a little news that the Eastern Emperor on the Eastern Front was in seclusion. So these mutant kings thought they had not been discovered, and quietly entered the human interior from the Eastern Front and headed for Luchu City. Spy number 1 and spy number 3 were among them. Spy number 3 said to spy number 1, "Don't we need to intervene in the battle later?" This is the commander's order. We just need to watch. Chapter 364 New Humans Will Never Be Slaves. Luchu City did not know that several mutant emperors were about to attack them, nor did they know that most of the human emperors were here, waiting for the arrival of those mutant emperors. No one would have thought that there would be human spies among the mutant kings. They had never considered this possibility from the beginning. The sky gradually darkened, and most people in the base city fell asleep. Only a few people were left, enjoying the nightlife. A man who had just come out of a hotel, his face reeking of alcohol, walked unsteadily. He leaned against the wall and looked at the sky, laughing. Why are there so many moons tonight? 1, 2, 3, 4. There are actually 10. Just as this man was about to take out his cell phone to take a picture of this scene, a deep voice came from the moon in his eyes. Listen up, humans in Base City. From now on, you are all hostages of our new human emperor. You can pass the message to the human emperor. I want to see if the human emperor will beg for mercy from us for your lives. Ha ha ha. This sound directly woke up all the people who were still sleeping. They subconsciously thought that this was someone's prank. Otherwise, how could it be possible for the mutant king to appear outside in the middle of the night? They never thought that the mutant king could cross the human front line and come here. As if thinking that humans might not believe this, a mutant king took decisive action and directly broke down a city wall. The huge sound made everyone in the base city tremble. This is just a warning. Quickly inform your human emperor that the base city is already the territory of our new human emperors. You are all our slaves. The mutant emperor who shouted this was very proud. He felt that humans would never know that they would conspire to seize a third-level base city. After all, everyone knows that in terms of importance, the first-level base city is definitely the most important, but they know that humans will never watch them destroy a base city, which will be a huge blow to humans. Soon, the ruler of Luchu City came outside with a gloomy face. He couldn't fly, so he could only stand on the ground and look up at the sky. His voice spread far away. Several emperors have come from afar, just to plot against my small Luchu City? A mutant emperor lowered his head with a hint of disdain in his eyes. A mere 7th level. You are not qualified to talk to us. Go to hell. The mutant emperor is extremely ruthless. He kills whenever he strikes and doesn't care about the life or death of a 7th level warrior at all. Ruler of Lahaina City did not seem to have expected that the other party would attack directly without even saying a word. The controller of Lahaina City let out a sigh. The attack of the mutant king landed on him, but he was unharmed. The mutant king was a little surprised. His attack didn't kill a small 7th level human. This shouldn't be the case. The next second, 9 figures appeared in front of them, causing the mutant king's face to change drastically. Human Emperor. One of the mutant emperors shouted in shock. He had never thought that the human emperor would ambush here. Only the 9 of them knew about this operation. Why did the news leak? Could it be that a traitor appeared among their mutant kings? Not only humans hate traitors, mutants do too. However, they have never thought that there would be traitors among the emperors. Anyone who can become the mutant king would want to develop the status of mutants into the only race on Earth, and all humans and mutants must die. In this situation, how could a mutant king be willing to become a traitor? For a moment, the mutant king looked at the people around him with a hint of vigilance. Originally, before the human emperor appeared, they completely controlled Luchu City. So even if the human emperor came, they could use the humans inside as hostages to force the human emperor to submit. Unfortunately, the human king appeared just as they arrived here. They had no chance to make any move, and the situation is now very embarrassing. Without hostages, the number of human emperors is the same as theirs, and they have no advantage at all. How can they fight? The most crucial problem is that humans have several peak 8th level warriors. Once they appear, no one can escape. What should we do now? A mutant king delivered the message, and he felt cold sweat on his back. Of course it's served cold, said a voice. The other mutant emperors were stunned and looked at a man. This man was none other than the Mirror Emperor, and it was he who said those words just now. Mirror Emperor, what do you mean? The mutant emperor who spoke earlier had an ugly look on his face. What I said should be very clear. What other solutions do you think are available in this situation? Spy number 1 probably pretended to have a gloomy expression as he looked at the mutant emperor. The mutant emperor gritted his teeth. If he knew he was no match for the Mirror Emperor, he would have taught the Mirror Emperor a lesson. Don't hurt the relationship. We are all new humans, and we are one. Now let's think about how to leave here. A mutant king tried to smooth things over. They all knew that the current situation was very serious, and they had to make a choice as soon as possible. Let's just run away. I don't believe that humans can really find any trace of us. As long as we hide, humans will never be able to find us. Escape? Do you think the human emperor will let us escape? Escape is not an option. Fighting is not an option either. So what should I do? While the mutant emperors were discussing, Huang spoke up. Have you guys agreed on whether to choose a dignified death or to be reduced to ashes? Hearing Huang's sarcastic words, the mutant emperor became angry. Huang, don't think we are afraid of you humans. I believe you don't want to fight to the death. There are no less than 1 billion of us mutants, which is much more than you humans. After hearing this, Huang laughed out loud, his laughter full of joy. Xia Huang, what you said seems a bit ridiculous. The net will be broken if the fish die? Don't worry, even if you fish die, our net will not be broken. Do you know about the peak of the 8th level? The evil emperor was suddenly choked. He could never get around the hurdle of the peak of the 8th level. How come so many powerful people suddenly appeared in the human race? At this moment, Mirror Emperor suddenly spoke. I have a suggestion. Please speak, Mirror Emperor. The mutant emperor looked over. The Mirror Emperor had a strange smile on his face. How about we submit to humans and become their vassal race? Impossible. New humans will never be slaves. Mirror Emperor, you are a traitor to the new humans. Chapter 365, I will take the lead in surrendering. Except for the Charm Emperor, the other mutant emperors glared at the Mirror Emperor. They did not expect that the Mirror Emperor would actually say such words. Wouldn't this make it impossible for them, the mutants, to raise their heads from now on? Spy number 1 was very calm. He dared to say this, so he must have his own explanation. As a spy, if you don't do something cool, wouldn't you have been forgotten long ago? Chen was watching this scene through a spy satellite. When he saw spy number 1 speaking, he knew that spy number 1 must have some new ideas. As a commander, he only needed to watch his subordinates show off. Huang and others all knew that Mirror Huang and Mei Huang were both Chen's subordinates. When they heard Mirror Huang's words, they were very considerate and said nothing. Spy number 1 pointed at the human king and said to the mutant king, you should be very clear about the current strength of humans. I just want to ask, compared with the current strength of humans and our strength, what is our chance of winning? One sentence left the mutant emperor speechless. Of course they knew that after humans had 9 peak 8th level powerhouses, the mutants no longer had any chance of winning, not even a little bit. Only after reaching the 8th level will one understand how much help a top-level strongman can bring to a side. In addition, humans seem to have a way to find 8th level strongmen, which makes the mutant emperor even more afraid. Otherwise they would not have given in and hoped that humans could give them a place to live. As long as they survive, there is hope. Once humans really launch an all-out war and completely eliminate mutants, there will really be no hope for mutants. Isn't the reason they carried out this action to negotiate with humans and leave behind the last place for survival? The words of the Mirror Emperor hit the nail on the head. After a while, the evil emperor said, Mirror Emperor, I know that with our strength, we are no match for humans, but becoming a vassal of humans, I can't do it. Me too, said the other mutant kings. Spy number 1 raised his lips. He had already guessed the mutants' thoughts, and this was what he needed. Then have you ever thought about what the other mutants think? Are they willing to die because of your stupid actions, or do they want to live? The Mirror Emperor's voice was so deafening that these mutant emperors were instantly stunned. Don't ever think that mutants have no emotions. As long as they are intelligent creatures, most of them, except for a very small number, have emotions. After becoming emperors, they have also come into contact with mutants of the opposite sex and tasted the sweetness of love. Now, they are asked to send their favorite mutants of the opposite sex to death, and several mutant emperors are absolutely unwilling to do so. We can hide them. No matter how powerful humans are, they can't turn the entire Earth upside down. The evil emperor retorted. Spy number 1 snorted, foolish. Do you think that with the current technology of mankind, there is no place that can't be taken? Heaven and earth are nothing to them. Even if you hide in the depths of the sea, they can still find you. Where can you hide? Or do you want to watch helplessly as our race is exterminated without a single one left? The mutant king lowered his head after hearing what spy number 1 said. Faced with the life and death of their own race, these emperors are also helpless. They never imagined that the existence of mutants would be so full of ups and downs. Originally, intelligent mutants had only been around for a short time, just over half a year. They all thought that mutants still had a long time to develop and that the Earth would belong to them in the future. However, a large number of powerful humans suddenly emerged among humans, directly breaking the balance of the 3 powers and leading to the current situation. Out of the last bit of self-respect, They do not want to become vassals of humans. But have they ever thought about whether humans would be willing to accept them as a vassal race? It is very common in the universe for one race to become a vassal of other races. For example, humans in the universe have many vassal races. However, this is the first time such a thing has happened on Earth. I just don't believe that humans can really turn a blind eye with the fighting power of our 9 emperors. If we want to cause trouble, even human emperors can't do anything, right? A mutant emperor was still unwilling and wanted to cause trouble. Faced with this restless element, spy number 1 acted decisively. Spy number 1 now also has the strength of the peak level 8, but the other mutant kings don't know it. He grabbed the mutant king's neck with one hand. Mirror Emperor, what do you want to do? The other mutant emperors were shocked, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. The human emperors were like a group of spectators, watching the performances of these mutant emperors. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, they really wanted to take out some melon seeds and drink some cola. Sit back and watch. Spy number 1 sneered, "It's not about what I want to do now, but what you want to do. I am the Mirror Emperor, and I should be the most powerful emperor among us. Do you think I am willing to let my race disappear like this? You should have some memories as humans, and know how many human races have disappeared in human history. If we don't put down our proud heads, our fate will be the same as that of the races in history. After dozens or hundreds of years, we will just be a pile of historical data." The mutant emperors certainly knew it, but their inner bottom line prevented them from bowing their heads. Spy number 1 seemed to have seen something and let out a deep sigh. He let go of the hand that was holding the mutant emperor and said in a tone full of humiliation and helplessness, "I know that you are all emperors and are unwilling to bow your heads, but for the sake of the entire race, I will take the lead in surrendering." After saying this, spy number 1 came before the human emperor and bowed deeply. "I, the Mirror Emperor, will lead my people to surrender to humanity." Seeing the appearance of Mirror Emperor, the expressions of the other mutant emperors were very complicated. Just when they were struggling, another figure passed by. "I, the Charm Emperor, will lead my people to surrender to humans." Seeing their 2 emperors surrender, the other mutant emperors knew that the game was over, and they stepped forward one by one to surrender. The ruler of Luchu City below was stunned, as he was the only witness here who was not an emperor. The human emperors were all stunned. They saw the spies' brilliant operation. It was so easy to avoid the war between humans and mutants, and in turn the mutants became a vassal race of humans? If there hadn't been someone present, they would really want to slap each other to see if this was true. Chen discovered that his spies were truly an endless treasure. Chapter 366 Beast King. The process of mutants becoming a vassal race of humans is naturally not smooth. Every intelligent mutant has his own ideas, and there are always some who are unwilling to become vassals of humans. Of course, their end is miserable. The mutant king took action personally to eliminate all these dissenting voices. The remaining intelligent mutants immediately understood that this matter had become an established fact and could not be changed. As for the non-intelligent mutants, their consent was not needed at all. It's not just the mutants, it's the same on the human side. I don't know how many people's relatives and friends have died at the hands of mutants. How could they be willing to let mutants suddenly become a vassal race of humans? But when the human emperor came forward and said something very realistic, no one spoke. It's very simple. The total number of human warriors now is less than 10 million, while the number of mutants is at least 1 billion. This is a very realistic comparison. If humans really want to fight mutants, there will definitely be casualties. Even if all the mutants are killed, how many humans will be left? Of course, the human emperor did not say anything about the super weapon. After all, this super weapon is only possessed by Chen, and it can only be used once a day and cannot be used continuously. People don't know some of the details. They are willing to believe the words of the human emperor. After all, it was the human emperor who brought them to where they are now. Instead of wasting a lot of manpower and resources, and even the lives of soldiers, to exterminate the mutant race, it would be better to directly make the mutants a vassal race of humans, so that many dangerous things can be done by the mutants. However, there are still a few people who would rather die than allow mutants to become vassals of humans, and the human emperor has also issued a rule for this. If someone is really full of hatred towards mutants, then they can set up a life and death arena and let him fight the mutants, regardless of life or death. People still feel very satisfied with the life and death arena mentioned by the human emperor, but some people always feel that the human emperor seems to owe them something, and they are still not satisfied. They even shouted on the forum, "Without us, you are not the emperor of mankind at all. Mutants deserve to die. If you don't kill mutants, you will be sorry to all of us." Even the human emperor is speechless when dealing with this kind of person. He is simply like a piece of meat on a chopping block. The matter was quickly reported to Su Chen. When he saw the news, he said to Emperor Kong, "This is not the same as before. This is the Red Alert Empire." Kong Huang thought for a long time before he suddenly realized that he was still using his previous thinking mode to deal with what was happening now. If it were in the past, he really couldn't do anything to these people. After all, they were all human beings. But now, it's different. Now it's an imperial system. The imperial system in the previous model is that if the superior wants to kill someone, he doesn't need any reason at all. Of course, as human kings, they will not kill innocent people indiscriminately. But if someone wants to make trouble and intends to harm the Red Alert Empire, then they will not be merciful. To become the emperor of mankind, one must not only be powerful, but also have some brains. The next day, some people noticed that those who were clamoring seemed to have disappeared. Now, no one objected to mutants becoming a vassal race of humans, and things went very smoothly. Not only that, the mutants also help humans attack mutant beasts. No one knew that just after spy number 1 made the mutants a vassal race of humans, Su Chen had an idea. Since mutants can submit, then can mutant beasts do the same? Don't forget that among the mutants, there are 2 spies, spy number 1 and spy number 3. Among the mutant beasts, Su Chen also has a number 1 spy, Dog King Daha. Daha, you are now announcing something in the name of the only king among mutant beasts. You are going to lead the mutant beasts to submit to humans. Daha naturally would not object to Su Chen's order. By the way, Aquaman was caught and eaten by a giant squid some time ago. Daha has now become the only 8th level mutant among the mutant beasts. In recent times, humans have been very active, and the mutant beasts are trembling and scrambling to escape. There is no organization at all, and even the 7th level mutant beasts are helpless. Suddenly, a deep voice resounded throughout the world. I, the Dog Emperor, in the name of the only emperor of mutant beasts, issue the last order. All mutant beasts must submit to humans and become vassal races of humans. Those who disagree will be killed without mercy. Seeing that the last of their kings had admitted defeat, the other mutant beasts immediately realized that their situation was hopeless. The humans were confused. The mutants had just surrendered, and now the mutant beasts also surrendered. So the 2 major enemies of humans were gone? Of course, having said that, there are still many mutant beasts that oppose surrendering to humans. They would rather die in battle than surrender. These mutant beasts do not require humans to take action. Some mutant beasts that are trying every means to survive will immediately go over and kill these mutant beasts as a token of surrender to humans. According to this situation, the time that humans control the earth will be shortened again. The Dog King, as the only king of mutant beasts, was changed to the Beast King at the suggestion of a 7th level mutant beast. Daha's status and position increased a lot in an instant, but until now, except for the human emperor, no one knew that Daha was actually a hunting dog raised by Su Chen. As the situation on Earth gradually improved, no one knew that Su Chen's expression was very serious at this time. You said that the crystal beast sent a message that there is movement in the 3rd area? Su Chen asked Bal Chong. Bal Chong was sent by him to the base outside the starting place to protect it from being entered by others. Occasionally, he would go in and patrol around. After these few days, the size of the base has been clearly understood. The size of the first area is almost the same as the previous human territory, while the second area is twice as large. The energy provided by these 2 places alone every day is a huge number, far exceeding the energy provided by the outside mines. Now Su Chen's energy increases by at least millions every day, far more than before. Yes, Commander. Didn't it say that it didn't know the location of the 3rd area? Su Chen was a little unconvinced. According to what the crystal beast told me, it didn't know about the 3rd area originally, but just yesterday, a strange place appeared in the 2nd area, and the sound it heard came from there. As he spoke, Bald Chong directly sent a picture over. When Su Chen took a look, he saw a thin film that looked like silver white appeared out of thin air on the ground. This was the 3rd area that the crystal beast mentioned. Chapter 367, the 3rd area gate. You can't tell anything from a photo alone, and in this place, Su Chen couldn't open the map of the starting place. So he came to the starting place again and headed for the so-called gate to the 3rd area. The crystal beast had been waiting here for a long time. Su Chen saw the silvery white film at a glance, and there were some sounds coming from behind the film. It sounded like someone was talking. Master, the gate to the 3rd area has grown in size since it appeared. I suspect it will open when it grows to a certain size. The crystal beast said respectfully. Chen took a look and found that the film in front of him was indeed much larger than in the photo. How do you know for sure that this is the gate to the third area? The crystal beast said confidently. Because I am the control center of the second area, I have a special feeling about the third area. After it appeared, I was sure that this was the gate to the third area, but I don't have the authority to control this gate. Chen still believed what the crystal beast said. He was a little puzzled. Why did the third area, which had been silent all this time, react at this time? Boom boom. At this time, another sound was heard, and it felt like someone was knocking on the door. At the same time, a woman's voice was heard, "Here, the gate. I found the last." The sound is intermittent and unclear, but it can definitely be heard. Do you think there will be anyone in the third area? Chen looked at the crystal beast. After all, the crystal beast was the only intelligent being here. The crystal beast shook its head hastily. Impossible! Since I acquired wisdom, at least hundreds of thousands of years have passed, and I have never seen anyone enter here. Chen was stunned. Hundreds of thousands of years? Oh shit. Of the crystal clan so long? How long do you live? I don't know either, but I feel that it should be at least tens of millions of years. After all, I am still in the larval stage of the crystal clan. The corner of Chen's mouth twitched. What the hell is the larval stage? It turns out that this seemingly huge crystal beast is still a child? Compared with crystal beasts, the average human lifespan is less than 100 years. There is no comparison. The words of the crystal beast can prove that indeed no one has ever been here, but think about it another way. What if someone lived in the third area before the crystal beast became conscious? This possibility is not impossible. Didn't the Chilua civilization build a shelter for their descendants to live in? Unfortunately, they were unlucky and all died in the end. It is possible that the people who built the original land lived in the third area. Chen picked up a piece of crystal and threw it towards the film, and the crystal bounced back. I can't get in. Chen came to this conclusion. Master, according to my feeling, this gate should not be fully opened. Once it is fully opened, we may be able to enter the third area. Chen nodded to show his understanding, so he gave an order and all the super soldiers came here again, and a large number of planes and tanks rushed here. No matter what the situation is in the third area, he must be cautious. If there are people on the opposite side, he must take control of the situation. The Earth belongs to them, not to the people living in the third area. In this way, 3 days passed, the gate became bigger and bigger, and the area it covered was at least the size of a football field, which looked quite amazing. Around the gate, there are various red alert units, and even many types of red alert soldiers have come here, ready for battle. In the past few days, Chen could hear more and more sounds coming from the other side, and they were also becoming clearer and clearer. But after hearing the voice, Chen thought he had misheard, because what he heard from the other party was exactly the same as what he said. What is going on? Could it be that the ancients also spoke Mandarin? In another day, the gate will be open. Once we leave this transfer station, we should be able to enter this planet. Then we will destroy the star mark and transmission device of this planet. The enemy will never be able to find us again. We are free. This was the last sentence Chen heard. It was said by a man, but the content of the words surprised Chen a little. A transit point? A planet? Aren't they from this planet? Chen initially guessed that there were ancient people living in the third area, but now it seems that he was wrong. The people inside actually came from other planets. Don't we usually have to use spaceships to drop from the sky for interstellar travel? Why is it here? Chen couldn't understand. After all, he has seen a lot of science fiction movies, and none of them were played out like this. Chen can wait for a day. At this time on the second day, some changes appeared on the silver-white gate. The silver-white film gradually faded until it became transparent, and Chen saw the situation on the opposite side. There were at least tens of thousands of people standing opposite, and each of them looked not much different from humans on Earth. If you had to say something different, it was only the hair color. They were all colorful, comparable to the funeral love family. Since the Master has recovered the two major forces of mutant beasts and mutant humans, and was unable to complete the task of destroying a major force, the mission is declared a failure, and there is no punishment. Start formulating new tasks, conquering alien planets. The first ring of the mission is to build the first base-centered city on the alien planet and protect 1 million people for 7 days. The loss rate cannot exceed 10%. If the mission is completed, the commander's authority will be increased by 1 level. If the mission fails, the commander's authority will be reduced by 1 level. The system's voice suddenly came out, indirectly proving that the people in front of them were indeed not from Earth, but humans from other planets. Chen was at ease. But the humans on the opposite side seemed to have not expected that as soon as they opened the door, there would be a group of people waiting there. Liz, is this the planet you mentioned? A planet without a single person? Why do I see a group of well-armed warriors and a large number of war weapons? Haired woman in a loud voice. Red-haired woman's eyes were full of disbelief. Impossible. According to the records on our planet, there should be no people on this planet. How could this be possible? Obviously, the red-haired woman hadn't expected this either. The facts are in front of us. What should we do now? Our warships don't have much energy left. This is the only place we can survive, said another person. How about negotiating with them? A planet with humans shouldn't be so barbaric, right? Do you think there are people on this primitive planet who know about the universe? Are you sure they won't dissect us and make us into specimens? Chapter 368 Refugees from Alien Planet. Hearing this, Chen couldn't help but laugh. It seems that humans from all over the world are the same. When they encounter creatures they have never seen before, their first thought is to slice them up for research. Welcome all alien friends to visit Earth. I am the only emperor on this planet. Where are you from? Chen did not start shouting for war and killing right away. After all, these people did not show any hostility. From what he had heard before, these people seemed to be fleeing. They just wanted to find a primitive planet to live on. In other words, these people are a group of refugees. The people on the other side heard Chen's words. Their faces were full of shock. They probably didn't expect that the language spoken by the people here was the same as theirs, with only slight differences in pronunciation and details, but they could generally understand it. Emperor? Someone from a primitive planet actually dares to call himself the emperor. He is so brave. Someone said in a low voice. You know, in their place, only the person who controls a large galaxy is qualified to be called an emperor, and a planet can only be regarded as the governor at most. Don't talk too much, let me do the talking. Liz glared at the talkative person, took a few steps, and said in a neither humble nor arrogant tone, Your Majesty, we are from Yunru's star. An unimaginable disaster occurred on our planet. We were forced to escape on a warship. We were hit by a meteorite on the way, and finally landed on this planet. We have no ill intentions. Chen raised the corner of his mouth. If he had not heard their previous conversation clearly, he might have really believed what this woman said. I have to say that this red-haired woman has a very good-looking face, a real beauty. Unfortunately, as the ancients said, the more beautiful a woman is, the better she is at lying. Their destination was clearly here, but they actually said that they landed here by accident. I have to applaud her for this. Bang. As he spoke, Chen actually clapped his hands. Red-haired woman was a little stunned. What did the other emperor mean by clapping his hands? Was it a custom of this planet? Since you came here on a warship, why did you land here instead of on a planet? Chen asked the question that was bothering him. What he got was a look that seemed to be looking at Xiaobai. Your Majesty, don't you know that every planet with life has a natural defense circle on its surface, and it can only be entered through a transfer station? Otherwise, you will be rejected by the planet? Oh? Chen said that he really didn't know about this. After all, he had never left the Earth. Seeing Chen's appearance, Liz became more certain that this was a primitive planet. However, what made her feel strange was why a primitive planet would have a transit station. This could only be done by a fairly advanced civilization among humans. Of course I know this. I was just testing you just now. You have come from afar. As the host here, I will treat you as VIPs. Please put down all the weapons in your hands. I will take you away from the transit station. Chen said lightly. When they heard about laying down their weapons, these people were somewhat reluctant. In the universe, the only things they could trust were their own weapons. Chen guessed that Yunru's people did not seem to focus on their own cultivation, but on the research and development of weapons. Their weapons were of styles he had never seen before, and their strength was not very strong. The most powerful one is the red-haired woman, who is only at the middle stage of level 7. The one next to her is only at the peak of level 6. This level of strength is nothing to the humans on Earth. Chen values most is their warships. From a distance, Chen saw a huge black warship parked on the ground. The warship was so huge. The overall length is about 5 kilometers, so it is no problem for tens of thousands of people to live there. After thinking for a while, Liz took the lead in laying down their weapons. She saw clearly that no matter in terms of numbers or overall strength, they could not compare with the natives of this planet. Once a conflict really occurred, they would be the ones who would suffer in the end. In this case, it would be better to treat them as a VIP, at least it would save face. If they were really treated as prisoners, they would probably cry to death. Seeing their captain lay down his weapons, The others also laid down their weapons one by one. After the red alert soldiers put away all their weapons, Chen led them out of this starting point. As for the warship, if all the people stay, will the warship run away? As soon as they came out, the cold weather outside made some people with lower strength unable to adapt, and they were shivering with cold. Liz came to Chen alone and said, "Your Majesty, do you have any warm clothes here?" Chen waved his hand, and immediately a group of red alert soldiers took out various cotton-padded clothes and handed them to them. "Thank you, Your Majesty. It's nothing. I'm very curious about your planet. Can you tell me about it?" Chen asked casually. Liz hesitated for a moment. She was a little worried that the Emperor had some special ideas. As far as she knew, if an Emperor knew there were other places outside the planet, he might have thoughts of conquering them, which would not be a good thing. But then I thought, my planet is now in dire straits. What else is there worth others caring about? My planet, Yunru, is a beautiful planet where everyone lives happily. But 30 years ago, a sudden incident changed my planet. As Liz spoke, a hint of surprise appeared in Chen's eyes. What surprised him was not anything else, but that the planet where Liz was located had also experienced the end of the world. The only difference from Earth is that the end of the world on Yunru is a little different. They first experienced a large number of natural disasters, including tornadoes, tsunamis, earthquakes, etc. Various urban buildings were destroyed, and there were heavy casualties. Then a group of strange creatures crawled out from the ground and turned Yunru into hell. They call these creatures ghosts. Individually, they are very powerful, and it often takes several or even dozens of people to deal with one ghost. What they could not tolerate the most was that the Ghost Clan loved to eat humans. Over the years, countless people had become food for the Ghost Clan. The Yunru people hated the Ghost Clan to the extreme. The level of civilization on Yunru is much higher than that on Earth. At least they can build spaceships and use them to escape. Ghost incident on their planet. However, what they never expected was that similar situations also occurred on other planets, and no planet was spared. Chapter 369, The End of the Universe. Are you sure that the apocalypse has also occurred on other planets? Chen couldn't believe it. This situation not only occurs on Earth, but also on other planets, except that the way the end of the world is born is different. The end of the world on Earth is caused by mutant beasts and mutant humans, while the end of the world on Yunru is caused by various natural disasters and ghosts. The same is true for several planets that are in contact with my Yunru. According to what they said, all the planets they are in contact with are in crisis. I also heard that there is no news from a planet, and it is suspected that... She didn't say anything else, but Chen understood. We can't contact a single planet. Either all the people on it are dead, or the planet has disappeared. The power that can destroy a planet is not something the Earth can handle today. Then Chen asked some more questions about Yunru, and Lizzie answered them all. According to the feedback from her spiritual power, Lizzie was not lying. Similarly, Liz also learned about the general situation of this planet from Chen. I didn't expect that there would be enemies on this planet, mutant beasts and mutant humans, Li thought. Out of sympathy, Liz thought that the people on this planet must not have a good life. However, when Chen sent them to Sioux City in a huge transport plane, Liz was stunned. This is a city in the end times? In terms of technology, other aspects are almost the same as their Yunru. It is definitely a big city. The surroundings are very clean and tidy. Many people are shopping on the streets with smiles on their faces. Liz was very confused. Isn't this world the end of the world? Why are these people laughing? Chen brought them to a place specially for receiving guests. As the area was vast and sparsely populated, the buildings had become very large and a hotel could accommodate tens of thousands of people. Everyone else was brought over to be entertained, and only a few people, including Liz, were qualified to dine with Chen. Are they people from other planets? Lung Yue, wearing a purple dress, looked noble and elegant, and came to Chen's side. Even if there was no wedding, everyone else thought Lung Yue was the empress of the empire, and her status was now second only to Chen. We're amazed by her appearance. Well, haven't you always said that you have never seen aliens? This time I will fulfill your wish. Chen said with a smile. After eating and drinking, both the host and the guests were in great joy. Liz and the others were very satisfied, as it was the first time they had eaten such delicious food. Your Majesty, I have an unwelcome request. I hope Your Majesty can agree to it. Liz said respectfully. Do you want to live here? Chen could naturally guess why they came. Your Majesty is wise. The corner of Chen's eyes twitched slightly. If Liz knew that the word wisdom had been ruined on Earth, she probably wouldn't use this word. It was simply an insult. Just now at the dinner table, Liz knew the current situation on Earth. It was different from what she had imagined. Humans were now the most powerful force on Earth. The other two forces, mutant beasts and mutant humans, had become vassal races of humans. This made Liz a little unbelievable. It was this point that strengthened her idea of living here. All other planets with life had experienced the end of the world, but only this Earth seemed to have emerged from the end of the world. This was definitely the best place to be. You can live here, but... When she heard the word, but, Liz felt her heart rise, and she looked at Chen nervously. But there is one thing you must agree to. Living here means you have become a citizen of the Red Alert Empire. From now on, all your actions must comply with the laws of the Red Alert Empire. If anyone violates the law, they will be sentenced according to the law. Liz breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that this was just a request. It was nothing to them. Even if Chen didn't say it, she would make her subordinates abide by the rules. After all, they are outsiders, and it is good enough that they can survive here. Just as Liz was about to speak, a Red Alert soldier walked in and said, "Your Majesty, a Yunru starman just offended a female waitress and attempted to rape her. He has several accomplices around him and has been controlled. Please make a decision, Your Majesty." Liz's face changed drastically. She was trying to be humble here and get a good place for her people, but those people were actually holding her back. Chen's face darkened. "Bring them to me." Soon, 8 people were brought over with heavy ties and forced to kneel on the ground. Huang, what on earth did you do? When Liz saw this man, her face turned red with anger. She really didn't expect that the person who did this was her most capable subordinate. Huang looked unruly. Even though Liz said that, he didn't feel embarrassed at all. "Captain, I didn't do anything. I just touched the waitress's hand and they arrested me. Tell the Emperor to let us go." "Yes, Captain. We can testify that we really did nothing." Liz was a little hesitant. After all, they were all her own people. If she couldn't even protect her own people, others would definitely have some thoughts. "Your Majesty, I can give you something as compensation. Please take a look." It seemed that Liz wanted to make a big deal out of a small matter. At this moment, a sneer came. "Do you remember what I said just now?" Chen looked at Liz, the coldness in his eyes almost freezing her. Liz thought about it carefully and her face changed suddenly. She remembered what Chen had just said. If they wanted to live here, they must abide by the laws here. It was obvious that her men had violated the laws here. "You violated the law as soon as you got here. Isn't this a slap in the face?" Liz was speechless. She really wanted to beat Huang to death. Why was he causing trouble at this critical moment? Did he want them to lose their last place to live? Chen didn't look at Liz, but at the man named Huang. "Do you think you were right?" "Your Majesty, you can't frame a good person. I just saw that the girl's clothes were dirty and wanted to help her wipe it off, but I was caught by your people." Huang looked very aggrieved. If Liz didn't know Huang's character, she would have almost believed it. Chen didn't say anything, but waved his hand. A translucent interface appeared in the air. The picture displayed on it was the hall where Huang and others had just had dinner. This kind of projection technology is nothing to Ritz. The key is the content on it, which is the scene where Huang is molesting the waitress. Chapter 370. Make up for the crime with merit. It clearly shows that when Huang was eating, he suddenly reached out and grabbed the waitress who was serving the food. As there were no Red Alert soldiers around, he was not discovered until a while later. Everything Huang did to the waitress was captured on camera. Fortunately, the Red Alert soldiers appeared in time and prevented him from succeeding. None of the Yun people who were eating at the time spoke out to stop it, as if they didn't see anything, including the women. After seeing this scene, Chen lost his favor towards the people of Yunqing. He was originally willing to cooperate with these people and find a way to take back Yunqing. After all, he still had related tasks here. But when he saw this, Chen's idea was thrown away directly. Liz's face was grim. She came to Huang and kicked him away, causing him to spit out blood. "Your Majesty, my men did something wrong. As the captain, I take full responsibility," Liz said respectfully. If Chen had not used his spiritual power to sense that Liz's heart was not as calm as she appeared to be, Chen might have believed what she said. Huang seemed to realize that they were now living under someone else's roof, and he stopped talking immediately. "How can you bear it?" Chen looked at her with interest. Liz knew that she had to be ruthless at this time. She gritted her teeth and said, "I can lock him up in the confinement room for a month and only provide him with the most basic food every day to ensure that he will not starve to death." After a while, Chen said, "That's it?" Liz was a little surprised. "Isn't this enough? You know, on a warship, this kind of punishment is already very severe. It's just an offense against a woman. which is not a big deal at all. Even if it's true, at most you just need to give her more food. There is no punishment at all. If it weren't for the fact that they were living under someone else's roof, Liz would never have done this. Being able to become the captain of a battleship, Liz is obviously not as simple as she seems. When it is time to be ruthless, she is more ruthless than anyone else. Only in this way can she intimidate others. Chen waved his hand, and all the Red Alert soldiers raised their guns and pointed them at them. Your Majesty, what does this mean? Liz's face darkened. I should have said that if you want to live here, you must abide by the laws here. According to our human laws, there is only one punishment for attempted rape, and that is chemical castration. Chen said this result coldly and ruthlessly. Of course, this law was just established by Chen. In the past, the human population was small, so even if something like this happened, the worst that could happen was imprisonment for a few years. However, Chen hated this kind of behavior so much that he simply made a law himself. Hu Chang's face changed drastically. As a man who wants to become a disabled person, this is something no man can tolerate. Captain, save me. I don't want to be an androgynous person. Hu Chang shouted. Liz didn't say anything. She could see that the emperor in front of her was not joking. She now had only two choices. One was to give in and let the other party perform chemical castration on her men. In this way, her prestige as a captain would plummet. Another option is to resist. But when she saw several powerful people around her staring at her, Liz really didn't have the courage. Your Majesty, I wonder if I can use some technology to offset his crimes? This was Liz's last resort. She felt that the technology on this planet might not be as good as that on her own planet, and as long as she used some of the technology, it would not be a problem to save a few people. If she had met a human emperor, perhaps they would have agreed for the sake of the overall situation. Unfortunately, the person she met was Chen. Do you know what happens to those who resist me in my empire? At this moment, Chen seemed to have turned into a big devil, emitting an evil aura all over his body, while Liz and others were like shivering little lambs, looking very pitiful. Even if it was just a rumor, Liz had heard that the emperors of the empire were all capricious and liked to kill people for fun. If you think about it, you will know that if you resist such a person, there will definitely be no good ending. Chen did this not just to scare them. His real purpose was only one, and that was Yin Yunqing. The system task is still there, and he needs to complete it, but only these people know the way to Yin Yunqing. Although he could directly control these people and let them help him go to Yin Yun Star, Chen never underestimated anyone. Once the people of Yin Yun Star had any way to resist mind control, even if it was just one person, Chen and others would be in danger. Chen would rather let them lead him there voluntarily than use this method. Now is the best fuse. Even if there was no Hu Chong incident, Chen would create other situations. Anyway, they are in the wrong. Just when Liz didn't know what to do, Chen suddenly retracted his momentum. After all, you have just arrived on Earth and are not very clear about the laws here. I can forgive them for now, but the death penalty can be avoided, but the punishment of living cannot be escaped. They must make amends for their crimes. How can we redeem ourselves from our crimes? Liz asked hastily. Chen raised the corner of his mouth, and immediately Tanya and Zhu Ling beside him knew that these people were being fooled by the commander. The solution is very simple. Since you came from Yin Yun Star, you should know how to return to Yin Yun Star. This planet is already under my control, and there is no challenge. I am very interested in Yin Yun Star. You just need to take me there, and that will be considered meritorious service. Liz's body trembled slightly, and she looked at Chen in disbelief. This emperor actually had such a big ambition that he wanted to conquer their Yin Yunqing? Your Majesty, please forgive my rudeness. With the technology and strength of your planet, it is almost impossible to conquer Yin Yun Star. Besides, can you build a warship to go to the universe? Just from what she had seen along the way from the starting point to here, Liz was able to roughly realize the technological level of this planet. It was at most a planetary civilization, not even at the small galaxy level. How could it want to conquer Yin Yun Star? If it weren't for the wrong occasion, Liz would have laughed out loud 3 times. Of course, Chen would not say that he really could not build a battleship. Even if he could not build it, wasn't there a ready-made one in front of him? You don't have to worry about other things. You just need to answer my questions. Do you agree or refuse? Chen was very calm. Liz's face was conflicted. No matter what, Yin Yunqing was her home planet. If she brought these people back to her home planet, wouldn't she be a spy? But she quickly thought that Yin Yunqing was now a hell, and these people would only be asking for trouble if they went there. Chapter 371. It's nothing to me. We have the star mark of this planet, and we have been wandering in the universe for several years to get here. What is a star? Chen frowned. A star mark is the coordinate of a planet in the universe. Only with a star mark can we accurately locate the location of a planet. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to find a planet with life in the vast universe. How far is Yunru's star from the Earth? According to the battleship's computer, it should be 3.5 light-years away. When Chen heard this, he was immediately confused. Can your warship reach the speed of light? Chen couldn't imagine what the scene would be like if a warship reached the speed of light. No, our warship can only reach sublight speed, but as long as it reaches sublight speed, we can travel through space and save some time. It would take more than 10 years to get here at sublight speed, but in fact, it only took us more than a year to get here. Liz paused and said, on the way here, we found several artificial wormholes, which shortened a lot of time. Artificial wormhole? The first thing Chen thought of was the Chilua civilization. After all, the Chilua civilization was the only civilization on Earth that had truly stepped out of the Earth and into the universe. Only the Chilua civilization can create an artificial wormhole. In fact, this technology was left behind by the Chilua civilization, but Yunru has never conducted any research on it. It is still a long way from crossing the universe and the stars, so Yunru put this technology aside for the time being. Chen nodded calmly and said, in a month, I will requisition your warship and head to Yunru's star. You will bring some people with you to show the way. Seeing Chen's unyielding look, Liz had no choice but to agree. Afterwards, Liz and others were taken to a hotel and were guarded by countless red alert soldiers. After these people left, Lung Yue said, why do you want to go to Yanyangxing? It's very dangerous there. Chen had no way to use the system to issue the task. It was obvious that this was another serial task. If it was not completed, the commander's authority would be reduced, which would be bad. Since they have discovered this place, it means that the Earth is no longer safe. If other people from Yanyangxing discover the existence of the Earth, do you think they will come here? Chen asked back. Lung Yue didn't say anything. According to her understanding, once Yanyangxing's people knew the existence of the Earth, they would definitely come over. This is like a drowning person. Even if he grabs a straw, he will never let go. This is a truth. The Earth may be the last straw they can grasp. Another point is that they can communicate between various planets. It is obvious that they have technology that surpasses ours. Maybe this battleship has the technology to transmit information. Maybe Yanyangxing already knows where the Earth is. We must strike first. I see. The human emperors who were doing their own things at this time suddenly received a notice from Chen that he was going to start the emperor meeting. They were a little surprised. Now that there is nothing on Earth that can threaten human existence, why is it necessary to hold a royal conference? When the imperial conference was originally formulated, it was said that a meeting would only be held when something major related to humanity occurred. Could it be that something has happened again? The human emperor did not dare to delay and immediately put down everything and went back to start the emperor meeting. Within half an hour, all human kings opened the video and saw Chen. Emperor Su, I wonder what's the matter that requires you to call us here in such a hurry? It was still Emperor Kong who spoke. Chen's words made them suddenly confused. Have you seen aliens? Human emperor. What the hell is this? It's a high-level question right from the start. How are they supposed to answer it? Should they go along with what Emperor Su said, or should they stick to their own opinions? Huang felt that since Chen said this, there must be some deep meaning. He thought for a moment and said, the Nightmare Clan from last time should be considered aliens, right? Huang said this. He was a little hesitant. After all, the Nightmare Clan has no physical body and attached to Wu Huang's body, so they don't look like aliens at all. Apart from the Nightmare Clan, they have never seen any other aliens. They had never seen Lance, the Atlantean, the god who possessed Emperor Ming. The only people they have seen are the Nightmare Clan. This was told by Chen, otherwise they wouldn't know. I'm not talking about alien races, I'm talking about alien humans. Alien humans? How is this possible? The human emperor was shocked. They knew that there were cosmic races out there, but they couldn't believe in the existence of alien humans. After all, before the end of the world, they always believed that the Earth was the only place with humans. Otherwise, why had they never found any traces of alien human existence in all these years? Chen didn't say anything and just showed them some photos. When they saw a huge warship and people standing beside it who looked slightly different from them, they stopped talking. No matter where they are, whether they are aliens or not, they must be controlled. The first thing that Emperor Kong thought of was the safety of human beings on Earth. As someone who lived through the apocalypse, he has seen quite a few science fiction movies. in which the plots are mostly about aliens coming to Earth and either causing trouble or wreaking havoc, but there are hardly any good ones. Don't worry, I have temporarily controlled them. I called you here for a meeting mainly to tell you one thing. Chen smiled slightly. I plan to attack their planet. Cough, cough, cough. A series of coughing sounds appeared in the video, and they were all choked by Chen's words. Emperor Su, are you planning to attack an alien planet? Asked the Western Emperor in disbelief. That's right. Their planet is called Yunru Star, which is 3.5 light years away from Earth. I plan to spend a month studying their warships and building new ones. If you're interested, you can come with me. The human emperors all rolled their eyes. Apart from Emperor Su, there would be no one else who could have such an idea. Is it possible to research and build it in 1 month? Huang was the first to express his disbelief. After all, the technology of battleships completely surpasses the existing technology on Earth. It would be difficult to study it thoroughly even if they were given a year, let alone build it, which would take even longer. What they don't know is that with the red alert system that Chen possesses, as long as he knows all the technologies, he can build a battleship for you in minutes. It's impossible for others, but it's nothing to me. Chen pretended to be indifferent. Chapter 372 Wife, come and see the aliens. When the human emperors learned that this kind of doomsday was not only happening on Earth, but also on other planets, they were stunned. The situation on Yunru is even more serious than ours. Humans can't even mount the most basic defense and can only flee everywhere? Huang was a little shocked. Even during the darkest days on Earth, they didn't experience that kind of situation. With this comparison, they suddenly felt how good their lives were. They were very fortunate that what appeared on Earth were not ghosts, but mutant beasts and mutant humans. Otherwise, humans might not have survived until now. I didn't expect that even a planet with technology beyond that of the Earth would be beaten into this state by the ghosts. If their planet encounters the ghosts, it will be totally doomed. According to the intelligence I got, this is correct. In order to prepare for a rainy day and prevent other people from Yunru from knowing the Earth's star mark, we must take action first. The human emperors realized the seriousness of the matter, and their expressions became serious. If this matter went wrong, the destruction of the Earth might not be far away. Compared with Yunru's situation, mutant beasts and mutant humans are simply too cute. Emperor Su, what should we do? Emperor Kong asked seriously. First of all, we must tell all of humanity about the aliens. This is not just a matter for us, it concerns everyone. The human emperor was a little surprised. Normally, regarding things like this, shouldn't the first thing to do be to keep it secret? Of course, they didn't know that Chen let humans know about this just to pave the way. After all, a year later, the more powerful Nightmare Clan would come to Earth, and this was just an appetizer. If you can't even handle a small scene, what will you do when you encounter a big scene in the future? Chen went to Yunru for another most important purpose, which was to train troops. On Earth, it is very difficult to continue to improve your strength. Without pressure, there is no motivation. The super soldiers who have reached the peak of the 8th level can only improve their strength by continuing to encounter strong enemies. The 9th level, or even the small galaxy level on Yunru Star. This is an optimal battle place for the Red Alert troops. The Red Alert troops are born for war. Only with great strength can one deal with the Nightmare Clan that will arrive in a year. The second thing is, I need you to recruit soldiers. The minimum strength must be at the peak of the 4th level. Those who do not meet the standard will not be allowed to pass. Recruiting soldiers? Huang asked doubtfully. For the battle against Yunru. The corner of Huang's mouth twitched. He was not mentally prepared yet. After all, he had just pacified the Earth, and next he had to participate in the interstellar war. The span was too big, and he could hardly adapt. It's not just Emperor Kong. Other emperors are like this as well. The third thing is, as human emperors, your strength is still not strong enough. So next, I am going to give you a special training. As he spoke, a strange smile appeared at the corner of Chen's mouth, which made the other human emperors feel cold. An hour later, the human emperor issued another announcement, and this time the content of the announcement was even more explosive than before. What the hell? What the hell did I see? All human emperors jointly announced that a group of humans from other planets have come to Earth and are preparing to pay a friendly visit to Earth. Did I oversleep? Is this the year 9012? Wife, come and see the aliens. It was not just an announcement, there was also a live broadcast afterwards. The Yunru people, led by Liz, and Chen put on a perfect friendly visit performance. These were all performed for all of humanity. No matter what, the surface work had to be done well. All human emperors were present, and knowing the truth, they had to perform very hard. After all, not everyone can be an actor. People looked at the aliens in the live broadcast with curiosity. Apart from the different hair color, there was no difference at all. They all had a pair of eyes, a nose, and a mouth. At this time, someone explained on the forum that the aliens were actually humans from other planets and were naturally not much different from them. The aliens they imagined were not actually humans, but another race. For a time, aliens became the hottest topic. After the live broadcast ended, the human emperor began to recruit soldiers in various places. Their purpose was very clear. They were going to help these Yingyun people take back their homes. Doesn't it feel very classy? No one knew that this incident was just because of Su Chen's mission. In order to build a warship that can sail in the universe, Su Chen brought Yunru and others directly to the warship owned by Liz. This was the first time Su Chen stepped into the third area. Unlike the first two areas, the third area looks no different from the outside. There are mountains, water, trees, and flowers. The only thing missing is the humans living here. This made Su Chen a little confused. Is it true that no one lives in this third area? He secretly ordered the reconnaissance plane to explore the map of the third area while following Liz onto the battleship. Only when you really stand in front of the warship can you feel how small you are. The warship is so huge that even the super fortress in Su Chen's hands cannot compare to it. However, Su Chen's red alert system has unlimited possibilities. Not to mention battleships, even star destroyers, he believes, will appear sooner or later. The gate of the battleship was not the stairs as Su Chen had imagined, but like in science fiction movies. They stood on the ground and suddenly a beam of light enveloped them. Then their bodies slowly rose until they entered the interior of the battleship. Yunru's eyes lit up. Anti-gravity technology? It looks like it's been used quite maturely, but I don't know the limit and how big an object it can affect. As a scientific research super soldier, Yunru has dabbled in anti-gravity technology. Unfortunately, she had too many things to do and had to put this technology aside for the time being. Suddenly, she discovered that this technology had been successfully used, and she couldn't help but keep thinking about it. Su Chen took a look and saw that this was a hall-like place, at least 1,000 square meters in size. There were some Yun people standing around. They put on a welcoming gesture, and it seemed that they all knew their own situation. Go to the command room, Su Chen said. Liz's expression remained unchanged, as if she had thought of this a long time ago. The command room is the central brain of the battleship. Once there is a problem with the command room, the entire battleship will be almost ruined. Led by Liz, the group walked towards the command room. When they passed a corridor, a figure suddenly rushed over and knelt in front of Su Chen. Save me! Save me! Take her away! There was a hint of panic in Liz's tone. The two people around her were about to take away this person who suddenly appeared, but Su Chen spoke. Wait a minute, let her talk. Chapter 373 Human Experiments. Su Chen spoke, and Liz didn't dare to refuse. However, the two people beside her didn't seem to understand the current situation. They actually shouted at Su Chen, "This is our Yin Yunxing's battleship, not your Earth, you." Before they could finish their words, Tanya, who was standing behind Su Chen, shot them in the left leg. They fell to the ground with a scream. This is just a warning. If you dare to disrespect His Majesty again, it won't be your left leg next time, Tanya said grimly. Liz was shocked. She didn't even see the trajectory of the bullet. If it were her, she would definitely not be able to dodge it. Isn't the technology on this planet very advanced? Why are there such bullets? Liz was very puzzled. Su Chen didn't care about these things from beginning to end. He looked at the woman kneeling on the ground. The woman was wearing thin clothes and was very dirty. There was a strong fear in her eyes, as if she had experienced something horrible. What's your name? My name is Lisa. The woman's voice trembled a little. You just said you would save you. What do you mean? Su Chen noticed that when he said this, Liz's body not far away trembled slightly. Even a fool would know that there must be some unspeakable secret. In an instant, a bunch of plots popped up in Su Chen's mind. I know you are the emperor of this planet. I am here to pray for your mercy and save us. The woman seemed to have not had adequate nutrition for a long time. She tried several times before she propped herself up. She looked at Liz with hatred in her eyes. It's her. It's all this woman. She arrested all the people who opposed her on the battleship and conducted human experiments. I was one of the experimental subjects. Su Chen was a little surprised. He knew that Liz was definitely not a simple woman, but he really didn't expect that she would even conduct human experiments. When traveling in the universe, isn't it a race against time to find the Earth? Why waste time conducting human experiments? What experiment? The experiment of integrating humans and ghosts? Ah, just as Lisa finished speaking, she suddenly let out a shrill scream, a scream that was shocking. Subconsciously, Tanya and Zhu Ling stood in front of Su Chun, pointing 3 guns at Lisa. As long as the other party showed any abnormality, the bullets in their hands would go through Lisa's head. Su Chun was very calm. Not to mention that he was protected by 2 super soldiers. He himself had the strength of a peak 8th level soldier. What curious him was that some changes seemed to be happening to Lisa. Could this be an experiment to integrate humans and ghosts? Liz, who was not far away, saw this scene with a changing face. She knew that Lisa's appearance meant that her human experiments had been exposed. She had originally hoped to use this to negotiate with the Emperor of Earth, at least to allow them to get some territory and live on. The most important point is that this human experiment has never been successful. Every experimental subject died after going crazy, and she thinks Lisa is the same. I saw that Lisa's eyes had a strange change. Human eyes are white surrounded by black, but at this time, Lisa's eyes became black surrounded by white, which looked very strange at first glance. Not only that, some strange lines appeared on Lisa's face, a pair of long pointed horns appeared from her forehead, and 2 fangs were exposed in her mouth, making her look like a demon. "I want to eat, I want to eat," Lisa shouted strangely. Her eyes flashed with blood, and she pounced on Liz. It seems that even if she turned into a ghost, she would still attack Liz. She really hated her to the core. Liz suddenly pulled out a weapon that looked like a pistol and shot Lisa. Sizzle. A mass of something that looked like an electric current complex flew out and hit Lisa. In an instant, Lisa's whole body felt severely paralyzed, and at the same time, a huge electric current flowed everywhere. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been unable to move long ago, but the Ghost Clan's body was very strong and they blocked it. Just as Liz was about to continue shooting, Lisa pounced on him. "Get out of here!" Liz shouted angrily, finally showing her strength as a 6th level peak transcendent. She clenched her right fist and punched Lisa in the face, knocking her out on the spot. It has to be said that even after becoming a ghost, Lisa, an ordinary person, is not much stronger. According to Su Chen's calculations, she now has the strength of a 3rd level transcendent at most. But being able to turn an ordinary person into a 3rd level transcendent, no wonder Liz wants to obtain the power of the Ghost Clan, which is indeed not comparable to humans. Soon, Lisa was suppressed by Liz and fell to the ground. Then her ghost appearance gradually disappeared and she returned to her original appearance, but she looked very embarrassed. Not dead? Seeing Lisa return to normal, Liz was overjoyed. Since she was not dead, it meant that the experiment was successful, which was good news. But she forgot that there was another person around. "I'm very interested in her. Do you mind lending her to me for a while?" Su Chun said with a smile. Liz wanted to refuse, but facing the 2 strong men in front of Su Chun, she didn't dare to say no, and could only force a smile, of course. In her heart, she was thinking, since we already have the relevant information, it doesn't matter if she's not there. But Su Chen's next words almost made her vomit blood. "By the way, hand over all the experimental data and personnel. This kind of research is illegal on Earth." If she hadn't been unable to defeat Su Chen's men, she would definitely have yelled, "Why is everything against the law? Does your law govern everything?" Soon, all the researchers and research materials were taken away by Su Chen's soldiers, and everything Liz did was a contribution to Su Chun. Being able to conduct this kind of experiment obviously meant they had corpses of ghosts. It was also the first time that Su Chun saw a real ghost. Of the ghosts was similar to what he imagined, and they were not much different from humans in general. The only difference was the pointed corners on their foreheads and the lines on their faces. The minimum strength of every adult ghost was at level 4, while among humans, level 4 transcendents were already middle level. Doesn't need to deal with the subsequent matters, as he has plenty of people under him. I walked all the way to the command room, which was a very empty place. When it was not started, it looked somewhat ordinary. After looking at it for a while, Su Chun said casually, "I like this battleship. Please name a price." Liz had long known that the Emperor coveted her warships, and not robbing them openly was already the best outcome. Chapter 374 System Upgrade. What can you get in exchange for a battleship? Su Chun is here to tell you. A permanent residency? That's right, Su Chun got a warship by relying on a vague title. Originally, Su Chun had not planned to let these people live here permanently. He was even planning to have them live here in installments. Unexpectedly, a warship would save him from all these troubles. No matter how unhappy Liz was, there was nothing she could do. As the saying goes, when you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. They were in a weak position and could only agree to Su Chen's request. Actually, this isn't much different from robbery. Liz quickly made the handover and handed over all control of the warship to Su Chen. Su Chen did not completely trust Liz, so he asked Yunru to check it out, and then he was sure that the warship was under his complete control. Congratulations to the master for taking the first step on the journey into the universe and owning a battleship of his own. The system has begun to upgrade. There will be new functions after the upgrade. This upgrade will take 7 days. After that, the system was silent, no matter how Su Chen shouted. This is the first time the system has been upgraded, and Su Chen is also looking forward to what functions will be available after the upgrade. Su Chen needs to do next is to let Yunru and others study the battleship, and then master all the technologies of the battleship within a month. In this way, he can build the battleship in the base. Wait, a battleship is so big, it's bigger than a base. What kind of building can be built with it? Su Chen suddenly thought of this question. You know, tanks are built in tank factories, and soldiers are built in barracks, and their size does not exceed the buildings themselves. But a battleship is several kilometers long, and some smaller branch bases are not even as big as a battleship. How can they be built? Just as Su Chen was about to ask, he suddenly remembered that the system had gone offline. Forget it, let's talk about it in 7 days. Now that humans have no enemies, the speed of development has increased many times. Cities are now being built in various places. Most of the people living in these cities are people from the previous gathering places, and there are also a small number of people from the base cities. As the land area expanded suddenly, there was only one biggest problem, and that was population. Now, the whole country has begun to encourage childbirth. As long as you dare to give birth, the empire will dare to support you. If you give birth to 1 child, you will be rewarded with a house. If you give birth to 2 children, you will receive bonuses every year. If you give birth to 3 or more children, wow, you will be rich. Now everyone is full of energy. After finishing work every day, the first thing they do is go home and have children. Su Chen could imagine that within a few years, the Earth's population would return to the level before the apocalypse. After all, the human reproduction rate was too terrifying. Once it was not controlled, it would be horrible. During these 7 days, Yunru and others studied the warship's related technologies day and night. The warship contains many technologies, and Yunru and others are conquering them one by one. According to their progress, it is really possible to master the warship's technology within a month. After all, the combat laboratory also has a buff that improves efficiency, so it would be strange if it didn't have this speed. Mutants and mutant beasts have become vassal races of humans. When they encounter humans in the wild, they must ensure the safety of humans. Once something happens to humans, they will be in trouble. Of course, humans cannot kill mutant animals and mutants for no reason, unless there are special circumstances. Mutants don't have much use for humans. The only thing they have that's useful is the energy crystals in their bodies. But with the help of Su Chen, humans have invented the technology to create artificial energy crystals. Combined with the energy conversion devices sold by the Red Battle Flag, humans no longer have a strong demand for energy crystals. However, some more dangerous jobs are still done by mutants, mainly mutants without intelligence. The intelligent mutants began to contact humans. At first, both sides were very cold, but gradually, with the help of Spy Number 1 and Spy Number 3, the mutants and humans began to formally contact and have some cooperation. Naturally, humans are the dominant species, and mutants can only be second. As for the mutant beasts, after Daha became the king of beasts, all the mutant beasts followed him as their leader. No mutant beast dared to disobey Daha's order. Humans cannot hunt mutant beasts at will, but some captive mutant beasts are not included. These mutant beasts will be domesticated and become livestock before the end of the world, allowing humans to eat various meats again. However, in order to prevent the number of mutant beasts from increasing, 2 months each year are hunting months for humans. During these 2 months, they can go out hunting mutant beasts. However, there are rules. Humans above level 7 cannot take action. Humans can only kill mutant beasts below level 6. Mutant beasts above level 6 are not allowed to attack humans, etc. Violators will be severely punished. As for the mutant beasts in the ocean, they can be hunted at will without any restrictions. The number of mutant beasts in the ocean is no less than that on land, and there is never a time when they can all be killed, which immediately attracted many extraordinary people to take the risk. After all, as long as you hunt down a special marine mutant beast, you can sell it for a high price. For a time, the ocean became a treasure trove for mankind. Of course, not everyone can go to sea. Some verification is required, such as whether there are any children left behind, etc. The population is small now, so naturally it cannot be wasted. Su Chen and Long Yue spent 7 days shamelessly, until the 8th day, when the system's voice rang out. Master, Red Alert System 2.0 is at your service. You finally finished the update. Tell me quickly, what new features are there? The system is his most powerful and only plugin, so Chen certainly cannot ignore it. After 7 days of updates, 4 functions were added to the system. First, we added the Red Alert 4 and Red Alert 5 versions to ensure that the owner's future upgrade path will be smooth. Second, new civilian versions have been added, and these civilian versions can be drawn through lotteries. There is a very low probability of drawing some special weapons or super soldiers. Third, a new function of 10 consecutive draws has been added. There is an extremely low probability of drawing weapons or arms that are beyond the current version. Please note that the 10 consecutive draws are triggered randomly and the owner cannot use any method to actively trigger it. Fourth, a new Red Alert mod has been added. If the owner is not satisfied with the current strength of the arms and weapons, then the owner can completely set up and build arms and weapons by himself. It all depends on the owner's mood. Special reminder, the new Red Alert units built in this way have a certain probability of failure depending on the realism set by the owner. Seeing the system prompt, Chen felt like he was having a hard time breathing. This surprise came too suddenly. Chapter 375 Creation failed. Please accept my condolences. Each of the 4 functions stunned Chen. First, the system actually told him that there are also versions of Red Alert 4 and 5. Are you kidding me? System, I remember very clearly that before I came to this world, the only thing in my world was Red Alert 3. Red Alert 4 became available in my lifetime. There is also Red Alert 5? Come on, I think we need to get closer. Chen's mouth twitched. System, are you drifting away? Or am I unable to lift the knife anymore? If the system had a physical body, Chen would definitely let it know why the flowers are red. Master, please stay calm. This system has said before that this is only the world where the Master is. However, in countless parallel worlds, there are also worlds where the Red Alert game continues to develop. Not to mention Red Alert 4 and 5. As long as the Master needs it, this system can even take out red alerts from dozens of generations. Chen suddenly covered his chest. Oh no, this is love. The feeling of myocardial infarction. He used to feel very sorry about why Red Alert only ended after 3. He didn't expect that when he came here, he could actually see the units after Red Alert 3, and he could even build them with his own hands. He felt a little excited just thinking about it. What super weapons and super soldiers will there be in Red Alert 4? Chen asked impatiently. This needs to be discovered by the Master himself. By the way, the Master needs to upgrade to level 9 authority to build the super weapons of Red Alert 3 and unlock the unit construction of Red Alert 4. Level 9 authority is only 1 level higher than level 8 authority, which is not too far away for Chen. He seemed to see the Red Alert 4 unit waving at him. The second feature is a brand new civilian version of the unit. Although it can only be obtained through a lottery, it is also a good choice. Through so many examples, it is fully demonstrated that the folk version is powerful. Chen has never underestimated the folk version. Half of the strength of his subordinates is supported by these folk version units. Chen could draw a brand new civilian version of a super soldier or weapon. He would wake up laughing in his dreams. The third function is a brand new function that has never appeared before. System, why can't I use this 10 draw function actively? I have a lot of energy points. Chen's meaning was very clear. He could spend energy points to activate 10 consecutive draws. Master, this system can't do anything about this. Maybe you went to a certain place or did something, which activated the 10 draw function. Once the 10 draw function is activated, there will be a good thing at the bottom. Chen's eyes lit up. What he needed most now is good things. Anything good? Can you tell me? For example, you may get super weapons or super soldiers from Red Alert 4 that you don't have now. You may even get some special items that are very powerful. Chen felt itchy and wanted to trigger a 10 draw combo immediately, but unfortunately nothing happened. The last function surprised Chen the most. He had never thought that the system would have this function. What is the Red Alert mod? I believe all Red Alert players are familiar with it. It is a brand new version created based on the Red Alert game. The civilian version is a type of Red Alert mod. With the Red Alert mod, Chen can completely build a brand new civilian version by himself. Unfortunately, the last sentence made Chen a little confused. What is this reality? For example, if the Master wants to build a type of soldier that can destroy the world at will, then the reality of this type of soldier will be reduced to 0, which means that the probability of the Master's success is infinitely close to 0, and it is almost impossible to build it. But if the Master wants to build a type of soldier that is the same as a special forces soldier in every aspect, then the probability of success is almost 100%, and the reality is very high. Chen understood it all at once. The so-called degree of reality was something he had set up. It had to be close to reality and not to lead in wild speculation. What is needed to enable the red alert mod function? Chen suddenly became very interested in this function. Different energies will be consumed depending on the weapon or troop strength set by the owner. Regardless of whether the construction is successful or not, the energy will not be returned. The system reminded. Okay, turn on the red alert mod function. The next second, Chen saw a translucent interface appear in front of him. There was nothing on it, just a blank. How does this work? The owner only needs to verbally input various data and settings, or the owner can roughly express an idea, and the system will automatically synthesize the rest. It's so advanced. I like this kind of foolproof operation. Chen nodded. He thought about it and decided to try to build a type of soldier first. He remembered that there were only 2 types of flying soldiers in the sky, so he might as well add one more. Set up a flying troop with wings on the back. The flying speed can reach the speed of sound, and the weapons in the hands can emit electromagnetic force. Chen set his various settings. Gradually, a character model he imagined appeared on the translucent interface in front of him. This is a soldier with a determined look. He is wearing a double-wing launcher, holding 2 electromagnetic pistols in his hands, and wearing a pair of glasses on his eyes. These are not ordinary eyes. They are multifunctional glasses that can help soldiers aim and shoot. He is also wearing a thin layer of armor that can create a shield. He added everything that Chen could think of. When it was almost time, Chen finally stopped. He looked at the character model and nodded with satisfaction. Okay, that's it. How realistic is it, and how much energy does it consume? Calculating. Calculation completed. The flying troop model built by the master has a realism of 12% and consumes 1.5 million energy. Chen was shocked. It took so much energy just to build a military model? What the hell is 12% reality? All I used on him were my existing technologies. Chen was a little dissatisfied. Master, if you hadn't mastered these technologies, the reality would be even lower. It's okay to use the same technology on one type of soldier. It's also okay to use 2 types of soldiers. But when a large number of technologies are used on one type of soldier, do you think it's easy? Chen thought about it and realized that this was indeed the case. No matter where you are, it is not an easy task to apply a large number of technologies to an object. If it were really that simple, all human beings would have gone to space long ago. Did the master expend energy to create? The system asked. It's your first time, so let's give it a try. Creation failed. Please accept my condolences, master. The corners of Chen's mouth twitched, and he spat out a word, get lost. Chapter 376, a new transdimensional teleporter. Afterwards, Chen tried to build some models, but unfortunately they all failed. Chen looks down on ordinary arms. Some powerful arms are too unrealistic and have a pitifully low success rate. Even if he used the possession of the European Emperor did not favor him and he still failed. According to the system, even if Chen was possessed by the Emperor of Luck, there was no way for him to have a burst of luck and succeed all of a sudden. Fuck, I failed again. Can't you give me a chance to succeed? Chen was so angry that he wanted to smash the table. During this period, he was immersed in creating various models every day, while Lung Yue went out to deal with various matters. Chen, the Emperor, was just a hands-off boss, but someone had to manage the Red Alert base. Those super soldiers couldn't find their commander, so they could only look for the commander's wife. Chen walked out of the command room and breathed some fresh air outside. He hadn't been out for several days, and he almost forgot that the 1-month deadline was approaching. Go and see how Yunru and the others are doing with their research. As he thought of this, Chen strode towards the combat laboratory. To be honest, he has built many combat laboratories, but this is his first time here. The combat laboratory is a very large building. Among all the buildings in Red Alert, it is one of the larger ones. A high-rise building that looked very modern appeared in front of Chen. This was the combat laboratory. Greetings, Commander. The 2 Red Alert soldiers standing guard in front of the door immediately saluted. Which floor is Yunru on? Chen suddenly realized that he still didn't know the exact location of Yunru's laboratory. Lord Yunru is on the 22nd floor of the combat lab. Then Chen took the elevator alone and came to the 22nd floor of the combat laboratory. Here, each floor is a separate laboratory for use by various super soldiers and scientists. As soon as he walked out of the elevator, Chen heard a loud noise, as if something exploded. Cough, cough, cough. Put out the fire quickly and don't affect other experiments. Yunru's voice came over. Chen walked over and saw that Yunru was no longer as clean as before. Her face was completely black and her clothes were tattered. She looked like she had walked out of a garbage dump. "Commander, why are you here?" Yunru found that there was one more person in the laboratory. After finding out it was Su-chun, she immediately screamed and ran away. "Strange, this girl is actually shy?" Su-chun touched his chin. Just now, relying on his powerful strength, he saw Yunru's face turn red in an instant. Saluted Su-chun as if nothing had happened and continued their various research. Yunru also changed her clothes and stood in front of Su-chun. "Commander, did you deliberately want to see me make a fool of myself, and that's why you didn't contact me in advance?" Yunru stared at Su-chun with unfriendly eyes. As long as Su-chun dared to say a word, her earth splitter would almost be unable to hold back. Su-chun said seriously, "Don't talk nonsense. Am I that kind of person?" "That's right." Yunru looked serious. Su-chun's mouth twitched slightly, and then he asked, "How is the research on warships going recently?" "The research is progressing very quickly, and we have basically reached the final stage of work. This is all thanks to the buff from the combat laboratory. Otherwise, it might have taken us more than a year to achieve this." Yunru was telling the truth. In the combat laboratory with buffs, every time they encountered some difficult problems, all kinds of inspiration seemed to pop up in their minds all of a sudden, and they could solve them easily. It was because of this that they were able to master all the technologies of a battleship in just 1 month. Now that the battleship issue has been resolved, at least they have the qualifications to go to Yunru Star. If they can't even build a battleship, Su-chun feels that it would be a bit of a loss to send only one battleship. Not only the battleship technology, but other super soldiers have also had their own research within this month. For example, the mental technology is about to break through to version 5.0. This is all thanks to the Protoss technology provided by Rice. After all, the Protoss mental technology has reached its peak and is not far from Soul technology. At the same time, there are also related technologies of the Chilua civilization. The Chilua civilization is best at space technology. In this respect, even the gods are ashamed of themselves. You know, the Chilua civilization was wiped out, but they were able to leave behind a shelter. This shows how powerful the Chilua civilization's space technology was. Not only shelters, but also artificial wormhole technology, all of which are related to space technology. Regarding space technology, Yunru could not guarantee that she had fully mastered it. She could only say that there had been some progress, and it could be applied to various weapons. The most obvious thing is the weapons in the hands of the transdimensional soldiers. In fact, this is also a weapon that uses space technology, but compared with the space technology of the Chilua civilization, it is a bit worse. After being strengthened by Yunru, the weapons of the transdimensional soldiers got rid of some negative effects. For example, once hit by a beam, they are no longer unable to move, but the range of movement cannot be too large. Similarly, the Supertime and Space Teleporter was also strengthened by Yunru. Previously, the Supertime and Space Teleporter could only teleport objects within its range to various places on the Earth. After Yunru's modification, the Supertime and Space Teleporter can now teleport objects within its range to anywhere in the solar system. This alone made Su-chin's eyes light up. Humans had never stopped their research on the solar system before the end of the world. If they knew that they could travel to other planets in the solar system, countless people would probably want to get involved. Thinking of this, Su-chun decided to test the effect of the new space-time teleporter before going to Yunru Star. Which planet should be chosen as the first target? Su-chun pondered. Inadvertently, his eyes looked up into the sky, and he immediately thought of a target, which was the moon. Since ancient times, there has been only one satellite accompanying the Earth. It can be said that the moon occupies a large proportion in the minds of Earthlings. Su-chun really wanted to try what it felt like to broadcast live on the moon. When Su-chun told the human emperor about this, they were all stunned. The different development of the world has led to differences in some details. In this world, no one has ever been able to land on the moon, let alone study the solar system. When he heard that they could actually land on the moon, even an emperor couldn't help but get excited. The human emperor can fly, but cannot enter the space with his body. The only one who can do this is a strong man at the small galaxy level, who can stand in the universe with his physical body. Chapter 377 Moon Landing Plan. After Yunru's transformation, the transmission capacity of the Supertime and Space Teleporter has been improved to a higher level, soaring from the original 10,000 units to 100,000 units. In other words, if people are teleported individually, 100,000 people can be teleported to the moon. This is good news for Su-chun. Su-chun knew that there were many minerals on the moon that did not exist on Earth. If a base was built there, it would be like having another energy source. Even if the Red Alert base does not use it, Human scientists can research new weapons and equipment based on the special minerals on the moon. 100,000 units is a lot, so Su Chen decided to give 10,000 to the human emperors, letting them select the people they like and send them to the moon. Of course, the minimum standard to go to the moon is a 5th level transcendent. Humans have conducted experiments long ago and found that only those who have reached the 5th level of transcendence can survive for a period of time in an environment without oxygen. A 5th level transcendent can consume his own energy, so he does not need to breathe temporarily, but he cannot persist for a long time. As for an 8th level strongman, he can survive for a month in a vacuum environment simply by relying on energy. If there is an energy supply, the survival time will be even longer. Although every human emperor wanted to go to the moon, there were still many things to do on Earth, and it was impossible to go there for everyone. So they discussed it and finally decided that 4 human emperors, Kong Huang, Dong Huang, Bai Huang, and Yu Huang, would go to the moon, and the others would guard the Earth. The emperor of mankind has been chosen, but it is not easy to choose from the remaining nearly 10,000 people. After all, who doesn't want to visit the moon? In desperation, the human emperor came up with a solution, which was random selection. As long as one is a supernatural being with a strength of level 5, he or she can sign up online, and finally 9,996 people will be drawn to participate in this major operation. Because this action was so grand, it was called the Moon Landing Project and attracted the attention of all mankind. No, not just humans, but also mutants and mutant beasts are paying attention to this matter. Fortunately, we surrendered to humans in the first place. We never expected that humans would be able to land on the moon. The evil emperor sighed. At the beginning, it was the mutant emperor who was most determined to oppose surrendering to humans. If spy number 1 disguised as mirror emperor had not been the first to surrender, it would probably still be resisting stubbornly. Now that he sees that humans have begun planning to land on the moon, the evil emperor knows that their original surrender was the right decision. If we can even land on the moon, what else can't humans do? Not only the moon landing, but also the alien incident a few days ago shocked it. After all, it has always been staying on Earth and has no concept of alien planets. Not only the evil emperor, but other intelligent mutants were very grateful after knowing this. Humans are really terrible. The mutant beasts didn't feel much of a difference. After all, there were not many mutant beasts that possessed intelligence no less than that of humans, and most of them still acted on instinct. According to Su Chen's original idea, the first moon landing should be grand and solemn. Unfortunately, he did not use a rocket to land on the moon, but directly used a hypersonic teleporter to land on the moon. The camera just turned, and there was no need for live broadcast. This is a wrong decision. It seems that when I have time in the future, I should ask Yunru to make the rocket so that there will be a sense of ceremony. Su Chen thought silently. At this time, in an open space, 90,000 red alert units were standing neatly on the ground, and not far away was a team of 10,000 people led by the human emperor. Since Su Chen had previously agreed that he would be responsible for building a base on the moon, the human emperor only brought humans with him and did not bring any large tools. This was the first time those people saw the Red Alert Force at such a close distance, and they were very curious. The Red Alert Base has made a great contribution to mankind's victory over mutants and mutant beasts. What they care more about is the iron-like bodies of the Red Alert soldiers, which seem to carry an indelible will. Lord Emperor Su, all personnel, please assemble. Emperor Kong stepped forward, his voice echoing in the area. Yes. Su Chen nodded, looked at everyone, and said, I hope you won't be too shocked by what happens next. Now, everyone should wrap their whole body with energy. As soon as the words fell, everyone, including the Red Alert soldiers, extended the energy in their bodies to cover their entire bodies. Bang! With Su Chen snapping his fingers, in the blink of an eye, everyone present disappeared. In the eyes of these people, they only felt a flash before their eyes, and then they appeared in another place. A sense of weightlessness came over them, and some people found that they floated up with just a little effort. This is the moon, said Kong Huang in shock. Everyone looked around. There was no blue sky and white clouds above their heads. The surroundings were filled with gray sand and craters. In the distance, there was only darkness with no end in sight. These were secondary. They looked up at the sky and saw a scenery they had never seen in their lives. Is this the Earth? I didn't expect our planet to be so beautiful, someone murmured. That's right, standing at their position, they can clearly see a beautiful blue planet. Yunru, activate the gravity device first. Su Chen's words interrupted their fantasy of appreciating the scenery of the Earth. Yunru just took out a huge device, placed it on the ground, and fiddled with it for a few times. People then discovered that the feeling of walking on the ground was exactly the same as on Earth. Emperor Su, what is this thing? How can it suddenly make the moon's gravity the same as the Earth's? Emperor Kong was very keenly aware that this thing was unusual. This is the gravity device we just developed. Originally, the gravity of the moon is weaker than that of the Earth, and it is very difficult for humans to walk freely on it. But with this, within a radius of 100 kilometers, it will feel the same as on Earth. Chen said. By the way, they can communicate in a vacuum, transmitting sound directly through energy agitation. Those who can do this are at least 5th-level transcendents. Of course, when 5th-level transcendents speak, their speech is usually intermittent, but not as coherent as Chen and the others. The gravity device is used to increase gravity, while the anti-gravity device is used to reduce gravity. For the current needs of the moon, the gravity device is sufficient. Afterwards, Chen took his Red Alert team away, and the human emperor took them around here freely. Chen left here, of course, because he didn't want them to see how the base was built. Anyone would be scared if they saw buildings suddenly popping up one after another. Base vehicle deploy. After a long time, Chen shouted this voice again. Chapter 378 Live broadcast on the moon. One day is enough for these people to get over their excitement. After all, compared to the Earth, there is really nothing interesting to see or do on the moon. It's just the same old scenery everywhere, and it's really enough to make you sick after looking at it for a whole day. But for some scientists, this place is simply paradise. Chen left them some scientific research equipment and built them a laboratory of neither size nor size, which was large enough for them to conduct research. After these scientists got the samples from the moon, they began frantic research. Planets like this should account for the vast majority of the universe, right? Sky Emperor said calmly, standing in the air. Yes, our Earth is blessed with such beautiful scenery. We should really cherish it. Dong Huang sighed. Dong Huang had never thought about this problem before. Their vision was limited to one planet. When they really set foot in the universe, they discovered the preciousness of the Earth. If the scenery on Earth is the same as on the moon, then it is still a question whether the Earth is habitable. How do you feel about this place? Suddenly a voice came from beside them. Compared to Earth, this place is so different. I didn't expect the moon would look like this when viewed from Earth. Huang said with a smile. The person who showed up was naturally Chen. Seeing the 4 emperors chatting here, he couldn't help but join in. Are you interested in doing something? Chen raised the corner of his mouth. Emperor Su ordered. This is very simple. I will ask each of you 4 emperors to start a live broadcast. As emperors, you can stay in this environment longer, but others cannot do that. The 4 emperors looked at each other in bewilderment. They had never dared to be a host before, but this was Emperor Su's order, so they had no choice but to accept it. As for the relevant technology, this is not a problem at all. With the current level of the Red Alert base, it is entirely possible to synchronize the transmission of the scene on the moon. So after a while, people who were watching their favorite anchors on Earth suddenly found that 4 live broadcast rooms with special effects appeared on the homepage, and the names of these 4 anchors were shocking. Fuck, the 4 emperors actually opened a live broadcast room. Is today April Fool's Day? No matter what, I will definitely watch this live broadcast just for the emperor's reputation. I am a die-hard fan of Lord Kong Huang. I have never forgotten the way Lord Kong Huang angrily criticized the 8th-level mutant beast. I want to watch his live broadcast. I just like Lord Dong Huang's serious look. His live broadcast is a must-see. I want to see Master Yu Huang. Master by Huang is my type. According to their favorite emperor, they chose to enter that emperor's live broadcast room, but in general, Kong Huang Dong Huang, as the veteran emperor, had more people than the other 2 emperors. But when they clicked in, they were all confused, because they saw that the place where the emperor was very desolate, with a dark sky in the background. They had never heard of such a place on Earth. Ahem, fellow citizens of the Empire, I am the Emperor of Sky. Does anyone know where I am now? The Emperor of Sky has faced countless big scenes, so how could a live broadcast possibly stump him? A group of people posted comments and guessed various places, but no one guessed it right. Without knowing the situation, who would have thought that they had already arrived on the moon? Everyone would think that the moon landing program would take several years, and then the spacecraft would be launched to the moon under the watchful eyes of everyone. Unfortunately, they guessed the beginning but not the ending. With the new hypersonic teleporter, reaching the moon is just a matter of a moment, and there is no need for any aircraft at all. After these people guessed for a while, Kong Huang shook his head and said, "You all guessed wrong. Now I will announce the correct answer." While speaking, he controlled the camera of his phone to point in the direction of the Earth and announced the result. Where I am now is the moon. Oh shit. At this moment, the people who were watching the live broadcast couldn't help but shout in unison. Through the live broadcast room, they saw a blue planet, which was their home planet Earth. With this evidence, they suddenly realized that the Emperor had indeed gone to the moon, but it had not been long since the moon landing plan appeared. So how did they appear on the moon so quickly? This is so fucking unscientific. Of course, the four emperors did not say how they landed on the moon, as this is a secret of the Red Alert Empire, but they interacted with the audience about some of the things they saw and heard on the moon. At Su Chen's request, the four emperors moved forward in four directions respectively. Since it was a live broadcast in the wild, they certainly could not stay in one place. To be honest, Su Chen himself is very interested in the moon. In the ancient history of the Earth, the moon occupies a place and hides many secrets. Who doesn't want to see with their own eyes what is hidden on the moon? The four emperors flew all the way, and when they encountered some places that looked different, they would stop, chat with the audience, and then continue flying. The emperor, people were very excited at first, but after seeing the same scenery for several hours, they were really tired of it. Just when the emperor himself was drowsy, a sharp-eyed spectator suddenly discovered something. Lord Huang, there seemed to be a flash of light behind you just now. Seeing this barrage, Emperor Kong looked over for the first time, but he did not see any light. He thought that his people would not deceive him at this time. After all, everyone knows that the internet now uses real name system, and it is easy for the emperor to find people. Cheating the emperor is a great sin. Kong Huang flew directly in that direction and waited for a long time before finally catching the ray of light that the audience member mentioned. Is this a piece of metal? Kong Huang's expression was somewhat interesting. He had not thought that he could find a piece of metal fragment on the moon. He had never seen this kind of material before, which meant that it was most likely not something from Earth. Suddenly, he thought of some unsolved mysteries that were often circulated by humans before the end of the world. Among them, it seemed that there were aliens living on the moon. Could these be true? At this time, the live broadcast room gave a close-up shot of the metal fragment in Kong Huang's hand. When a group of viewers saw the metal fragment, they were also confused. They don't think that the emperor would deliberately place a fragment to act with them, which means that this fragment may have always existed on the moon. This conclusion shocked them directly. It turned out that there were aliens on the moon. Chapter 379, Searching for the Moon. Found by Kong Huang made humans realize the possibility of the existence of aliens on the moon. This news soon reached Su Chen's ears, and he was a little surprised. It seems that the moon is somewhat mysterious. Send out a large number of reconnaissance planes to explore the map. I want to light up the map of the moon within one day. Following Su Chen's order, reconnaissance planes flew out from the branch base, like flowers scattering from heaven, spreading in all directions. Su Chen realized one thing: there might be no aliens in his world, but here, maybe there are aliens living on the moon. The live broadcast is still going on, but this time the theme has changed. It has become a group of people searching for evidence of the existence of aliens on the moon. As they searched carefully, they found a lot of metal fragments. These fragments did not seem to be from the same thing. Some of the metals were known to them, but most of them were metals they had never seen before. Since most of the people coming here are 5th-level transcendents, they cannot exist in a vacuum environment all the time. Su Chen asked his men to build a building with an aerobic environment for them, so that they can rest. These people were given some buffer time, and worked harder to search for traces of aliens on the moon, and they actually found them. The Emperor of Sky reported that a place suspected to be inhabited by aliens was discovered about 800 kilometers to the north. Zhu Ling said to Su Chen. Su Chen opened the map, and it showed black, which meant that his reconnaissance plane had not appeared there yet. Forget it, let's just go there. It's not far anyway. For the Emperor, a distance of 800 kilometers is indeed not very far, and with the Tianra Mecha, the speed is even faster. After a while, Su Chen appeared with some people where Kong Huang was. At this time, Kong Huang's live broadcast was not turned off. When people saw Su Chen appear, they screamed excitedly. As the Emperor of the Red Alert Empire, he is also the savior who saves mankind from the darkness of the end of the world. If anyone doesn't know Su Chen, I'm sorry, we can't communicate. Su Chen looked down. This was the bottom of a crater. Below were many houses carved out of caves. There were some utensils inside. It was just strange that some of them were pottery, while others were metal products. He even saw some bronze artifacts. It was just a hodgepodge. What did you find? Su Chen looked at Kong Huang. I did a quick search and found this. Kong Huang took out something. It looked like a fire stick, but if you looked closely, you could see that it was also made of metal. What Kong Huang had touched. In an instant, A laser appeared from the top of the fire stick and remained more than 1 meter long without changing. Is this a laser sword? Su Chen was stunned. That's right. This ugly-looking fire stick is actually the hilt of a laser sword. Even the Red Alert base doesn't have this kind of technology. Just think about it. The Red Alert soldiers no longer have a dagger in their hands, but instead have a laser sword in their hands. How cool is that? Su Chen took the laser sword and played with it for a while. He felt it was very good, especially because it was very cool. I want this thing. You can choose any technology from the Red Alert base in exchange, Su Chen said seriously. Although he became the Red Alert Empire, Su Chen had always separated the Empire from his own base. If the Empire needed the base's technology, he would usually exchange it for various things, and this time was no exception. Human emperors can understand that their own private power and the power of the Empire are two different things. Even their own private power is separate from the power of the Empire. The only thing they can do is to work hard to strengthen the power of the Empire. Speaking of the technology of the Red Alert base, a hint of enthusiasm flashed in Kong Huang's eyes. Not to mention anything else, just the technology that could send them to the moon was enough to make him envious. But he knew that even if they exchanged this technology, it would take them a long time to master it. In this case, it would be better to choose a technology that could be mastered in a shorter time. I choose gravity technology. Emperor Kong made his choice. Gravity technology is a magical technology that can increase gravity in an area. If they have this technology, they can let the soldiers train their physical fitness in it, so that even if they go to other planets with higher gravity than the Earth, they will not have too much physical burden. Kong Huang has already thought about the future. He knows that if Su Chen can bring them to the moon, then it is only a matter of time before they can go to other planets. He did not forget that Su Chen said he would lead them to attack Yunru, a planet 3.5 light-years away from the Earth. In the past, they would never have been able to make the trip even if they died of old age. But with Su Chen, everything is possible. Su Chen smiled slightly. He knew that Emperor Kong would choose this technology. The improvement of gravity technology to the overall strength of human beings is obvious. As long as Emperor Kong is not confused, he will definitely choose this. Su Chen thought so when he demonstrated gravity technology on the moon. Soon, all the information about gravity technology was handed over to Kong Huang, and the laser sword was handed over to Yunru, asking her to study it quickly. But Su Chen didn't expect that it was too fast. In just one day, Yunru had completely mastered the technique of laser sword. The technique of using the laser sword is not difficult, but there are some aspects that I haven't thought of before. With the real object and the buff of the combat laboratory, is a day very long? Yunru tilted her head and looked at Su Chen. The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched, indicating that he didn't want to talk. With the laser sword, Su Chen directly produced a large number of laser swords, preparing one for each Red Alert soldier. Oh, some special soldiers didn't need it. Does that mean that the orc should give up the body he is so proud of and just go up and fight with a laser sword? When I think of this scene, it's so beautiful. Apart from the laser swords, they didn't find a single alien. Just like the aliens living on the moon, all of them were dead. Impossible. According to our research, it seems that there were people living in these places a few years ago. It is impossible for them to disappear all of a sudden. Could they be on the other side of the moon? Said Kong Huang. Su Chen remembered that the situation on the moon was special. Only one side faced the Earth, and the other side was always shrouded in darkness. Perhaps there were aliens living there. Then let's form some adventure teams and go on the exploration. Su Chen raised the corner of his mouth. He knew that humans were afraid of the unknown, but some people were also passionate about the unknown. Once the decision to explore was made, it was recognized by many people. They rushed to sign up, all wanting to go to the back of the moon to see if they could find aliens. Chapter 380 Shadow Side of the Moon. Since the decision has been made, Su Chen let them go ahead and do it. But of course don't forget to live broadcast. This is a bit laughable. It seems like this has become a show. But no one refused. This was a good opportunity to show up in front of everyone. Who would be willing to give up? Since the 5th level extraordinary person stayed outside for too short a time, Su Chen took out a small thing that Yunru had researched before. This thing had no other effects but only a very simple function, which was to create a protective shield with its own oxygen that could last for a whole day. The most important thing was that the body of this thing was only the size of a candy bean. Each person carried a small box containing 12 small items and was sent fully armed to the junction of the bright and shadow sides of the moon. Looking from here, this side is full of light, while the other side is pitch black and nothing can be seen. Dear audience friends, we are about to enter the other side of the moon. It is said that there has been no light there, and it is always shrouded in darkness. Our action this time is to search for aliens on the shadow side. A 5th-level transcendent said to the live broadcast room. Each of their groups has 10 people, and the leaders are all 7th-level transcendents, so that even if they encounter danger, they have the power to resist. Since there was no gravity device outside, it would be very inconvenient for them to walk. So Chen asked Yunru to develop a small gravity device and put it on everyone so that they would not have to jump when walking. When they stepped onto the other side of the moon, their entire vision suddenly became pitch black and they could not see anything. Then, they turned on the searchlights on their bodies. This thing was naturally also produced by Red Alert. It immediately illuminated the surrounding area, but places a little further away were still extremely dark. Generally speaking, it is difficult to ensure communication and location when entering such a place, but for Chen, it is nothing. Don't forget that Chen's reconnaissance plane has been exploring the map above their heads. What is dark in the eyes of others is no different from daytime in Chen's eyes. Chen also tried to use spy satellites to open all the maps of the moon at once, but unfortunately failed. The Earth's gravity is so strong that it directly sucked the spy satellite into the Earth's orbit and made it impossible to stay on the moon. Chen could only use reconnaissance planes to slowly expand the map, as long as the safety of these people could be guaranteed. Before, they were very excited when they first entered the shadow side of the moon, but as the surrounding scenery hardly changed, they felt like they were going around in circles. Captain, we've walked a long way, but why does it feel like nothing has changed around us? A team member couldn't help but complain. The captain looked around and frowned, saying, I feel the same way. Could it be that the terrain on the shadow side of the moon is similar? It's not just their team. Several other teams have this feeling, as if they are trapped in a maze. At this time, a scientist who was watching the live broadcast explained, this is because the surrounding light is dark, which creates an illusion in your eyes. It is not that the environment is the same. If you look carefully, you will definitely be able to see the difference, or you can make a mark. After seeing what the scientist said, several teams decided to make a mark on the ground. Since it is a mark, it should be more conspicuous. For a more complicated design, you can simply carve a rough shape of a stone tablet out of a piece of stone and engrave the words, I was here on it. A simpler way is to just use a gun to shoot at a rock, leaving some bullet holes. It's simple and crude. Then they continued to move forward, and after walking for a few hours, one team suddenly stopped because they found that the marks they had made before appeared in front of them. Fuck. Captain, we're really going round in circles. A team member screamed in horror. A huge stone tablet appeared in front of them. This stone tablet was made by them a few hours ago, and their names were left on it. Had made one after another, and a feeling of fear slowly emerged in their hearts. Only Chen noticed something wrong. According to the direction shown by the reconnaissance plane, they did not go in circles, but why did they encounter the marks they left behind? Not only Chen was watching this scene, but also several of his super soldiers. Yunru was the first to say, Commander, this is definitely not a ghost wall. There must be something wrong with the space inside. There is a space intersection. Please keep it simple. That is, they originally walked from point A to point B, but because the two spaces intersected, point A intersected and appeared at the position of point B. So when they arrived at point B, they saw things at point A, but in fact they were still at point B. This is the intersection of space. Chen's head was full of black lines. It would be better if you didn't explain it. Now that you explained it, I don't understand it even more. What's the solution? It's simple. Just ignore it and keep moving forward. What they said here was simple, but for the members of the expedition team, the psychological pressure was too great. After all, it was already very dark around, and such a terrifying scene suddenly appeared. Even a supernatural being would not be able to withstand it. Captain, we are not encountering a ghost, are we? A female team member said in a trembling voice. Impossible. There are no ghosts in the world. Ah. Just as the captain was looking at him with some disdain, his eyes seemed to see something, which flashed by and scared him so much that he screamed. In this environment, it is very scary to hear such a shrill scream. The other team members, who had not felt anything at first, were frightened by the captain's screams. Captain, what's your name? Don't you know that scaring others can kill them? A team member said unhappily. No, I was just over there, and I thought I saw someone, and then he disappeared all of a sudden. As soon as these words were spoken, a chill suddenly appeared in everyone's forehead, and cold sweat broke out. The captain is a 7th-level transcendent. There is definitely nothing wrong with his eyes. What he says he sees is true. It was not just this team that saw this strange situation. Other expedition teams also encountered the same situation. Even some viewers in the live broadcast room swore that they saw a figure suddenly disappear. There's something strange here. Everyone gather together. Stand back to back, take out your weapons, and start counting the number of people. 1, 2, 3. They counted to 10. Just when the captain thought he should stop, a faint voice suddenly rang out. 11. Hiss. Everyone was stunned. There were clearly only 10 of them. So where did the 11th person come from? Chapter 381. Free Spiritual Power. Who? Who was the 11th person? The captain's eyes scanned his team members, but no matter how he looked, he only saw 10 people. He believed that his team members would definitely not make trouble at this time. Who made the sound just now? Who is it? Get out here! The captain roared, and the power of a 7th-level strong man suddenly burst out, blowing away all the dust in the surrounding area. The team members huddled together tightly and would fire their weapons as soon as they detected any abnormality around them. Are you looking for me? Suddenly, a sinister voice came from the captain's ear, and he subconsciously punched him without holding back. But the punch missed. Nothing happened. Ah! At this time, a team member screamed. The captain looked over suddenly and saw the team member's face full of horror. What's wrong? That over there. The team member pointed in a direction. The captain looked over and immediately saw an unbelievable scene. He saw them before. That's right, in the captain's eyes, he clearly saw himself on the other team, including him and his teammates. They seemed not to notice his existence, and their actions seemed to be establishing marks. What is this situation? Is it our past? Or is this place holding images of what happened before us? The captain couldn't believe it, and just when he was about to send out a distress signal through the live broadcast room, he found that the live broadcast was interrupted. That's right, at this moment, the images in all the live broadcast rooms were cut off. Chen naturally saw this situation. The images of other people were interrupted, but his was not. According to the map, there are no enemies around anyone, but the signal is cut off, which means there is a problem there. Let the Red Alert troops take action and rescue them. This matter was a sudden idea of Chen, so he was naturally responsible for rescuing all these people. At the moment, it seems that these people should not be in any danger. They are just trapped there. In Chen's eyes, these people seem to be harmless, but in the eyes of these people, they had experienced a series of absurd things. Not to mention encountering ghosts and seeing their past selves. There were also magical scenes later on where they found themselves suddenly in a cemetery, which scared them so much that they almost peed their pants. If they hadn't believed that the Emperor outside would definitely send someone to rescue them, they would probably have collapsed. The news that the live broadcast was interrupted quickly spread throughout the human race. They knew that those people must have encountered some danger, and they were all very worried. The human emperor immediately stated on the forum that they had sent people to rescue them and would definitely not let anything happen to those people. The Red Alert soldiers, fully armed and carrying a large number of war weapons, rushed in, rushing all the way without taking any detours, and found those teams. But when they arrived here, they found that these people were like crazy, holding their heads and screaming, and some of them looked a little collapsed. Is this a psychic attack? The Red Alert troops did not dare to delay, as the commander's orders were to bring these people back safely, so 2 people walked out of the army, the Yuri clone and the Libra clone. They are all powerful people who use the power of the mind. Even if they are clones, their strength should not be underestimated. Yuri clone and Libra clone attacked together. Their mental power spread all around, covering all the team members, and suddenly their expressions gradually relaxed until they became calm. Commander, we feel that this place is filled with an ownerless spiritual force. There must be someone left here. This situation occurred because they triggered it. After hearing the report from his subordinates, Chen pondered for a moment. Why is there an ownerless spiritual power on the back of the moon? Could it be left by aliens living on the moon? Can it be cleared? Yes, but it will take a lot of time. There are a lot of free spiritual powers here. Leave it alone for now. Get them out safely. After a while, all the team members who ventured into the back of the moon were rescued. Without the interference of psychic power, they woke up quickly. Hey, why are we out here? Aren't we going on an adventure? One of the team members looked confused. You're still exploring? You almost died in there. If His Majesty hadn't sent people to rescue you, you would have been dead. A person next to him said unhappily. Everyone woke up and seemed to have lost their memory of what was inside. They only remembered that they were exploring inside, but had no impression of what happened inside. They have no impression of it, but people who watched it through the live broadcast still remember it. At the beginning, everything was normal for them, but when they reached a certain place, they suddenly stopped, and then one by one they showed terrified expressions and screamed severely. No one knew what was going on, and then the live broadcast room was interrupted. You really don't remember what happened afterwards? Dong Huang came in front of these people and asked with a serious face. Lord Dong Huang, we really don't remember it, said the team members. I think I still have some impression. I remember I seemed to see a ghost, said a captain uncertainly. Ghost? The appearance of this word made everyone present feel a chill down their spine. Don't talk nonsense. There can't be such things as ghosts in the world. Dong Huang scolded. Even though he became an emperor, he had never seen a ghost. This was absolutely nonsense. There might be ghosts, but they are definitely not here. A voice sounded. Everyone looked over, and it turned out to be Su Chen. Saluted Su Chen respectfully, their eyes full of admiration. Lord Emperor Su, why are you here? Dong Huang was a little surprised. Of course I'm here to give you some scientific knowledge, Su Chen said seriously. Dong Huang's mouth twitched. Popular science? When they realized that the culprit that made them become like that was just a force they had never come into contact with, they were all stunned. Mind power? Is it so terrifying? Dong Huang was very surprised. He knew that some extraordinary people possessed special extraordinary abilities. For example, Lung Yue possessed illusion, and the effect it caused seemed to be similar to mental power, but these were two different powers. Your Majesty, if we can also control the power of the mind, then wouldn't it be much easier for us to conquer alien planets? Someone said excitedly. Well, your idea is good, but there are only a few people who can control the power of the mind. The probability of this happening is 1 in a million. Just as Su Chen was speaking, he suddenly felt that someone in the crowd suddenly had a trace of spiritual power. Was this awakening? Chapter 382 found it. Seriously speaking, every ordinary person can awaken their psychic powers, but the probability is very low. But Su Chen discovered one thing, that on Earth, no human being could control mental power, which was very strange. It was not until now that Su Chen suddenly realized that it seemed that a catalyst was missing. This catalyst is the ownerless spiritual power on the moon. Following Su Chen's gaze, they saw an ordinary-looking woman with a panicked look on her face, waving something with her hands, and then a person in front of her with hair on fire. Fire. The man was confused. What the hell was going on? Why was his hair on fire? Of course he didn't know that this was the earliest application of psychic power, and it was also Yuri's specialty as a new recruit. He used the instantaneous burst of psychic power to directly generate flames. Fortunately, there was water around, and the fire was put out with a bucket of water. Just a moment ago, I seemed to feel a strange power. Is this the power of the mind? Kong Huang looked at Su Chen. Yes, she has awakened her spiritual power, but it is only a preliminary application. Spiritual power is different from ordinary power. Its strength depends entirely on oneself. Su Chen briefly talked about mental power, but Su Chen did not mention some bad uses of mental power, such as controlling others. Was just the Red Alert troops, Su Chen could guarantee that they would not abuse their psychic powers, but once a large number of people possess psychic powers, it might cause chaos in human order. In the end, Su Chen decided to take this woman who had awakened her psychic power away, and let the Yuri clone and the Libra clone observe this place to see if there was any new person who controlled psychic power. Su Chen did not stop the news of psychic power from spreading. Sooner or later, humans will know what psychic power is, so it is not a bad thing to get in touch with it now. Only by coming to the moon can one awaken spiritual power. The number is still quite rare, so Su Chen doesn't care about it anymore. In that case, the back of the moon is also a trial place that can stimulate spiritual power? Su Chen smiled and gave an order, prohibiting everyone on the moon from entering the back of the moon, but he himself ordered his men to go and explore. When it comes to psychic power, the soldiers in Yuri's camp are all masters, and this time Su Chen sent out units from Yuri's camp. They arrived at Point B where the 10 teams had reached without any obstruction, and also saw the marks left by the 10 teams. The only difference was that they did not see any ghosts. They can see the marks because of the interweaving of space, but they cannot see ghosts because of the protection of spiritual power. The free spiritual power around them cannot erode them. Continuing to move forward, we still did not find any traces of moon people. The same was true on the map taken by the reconnaissance plane, as if there were no aliens on the moon. Su Chen touched his chin and said, since there are metal fragments, it means there must be intelligent creatures here. How come we can't find them? Suddenly, Su Chen thought of a possibility. He looked at his feet and wondered if these aliens lived underground. If you think about it, it is really possible. After all, it is almost impossible to survive on the surface of the moon. There is no food or water. Even aliens cannot survive. Thinking of this, Su Chen decided to find the lowest place on the moon, and then have someone dig a hole. Yunru began to drill into the ground. The ground shook violently, and nothing was found at first. There was almost only rock underneath. But after drilling several hundred meters, something was finally discovered. "Commander, we found some ferns and a few insects," a soldier reported. Su Chen's eyes lit up. Sure enough, there was a different world under the moon. Enlarge the cave entrance and send 1,000 soldiers down to explore. Soon, the cave was expanded to a size of 500 meters, and Su Chen immediately saw the situation below through the map. Just as the soldiers said, this was a huge passage with traces of human activity. It was surrounded by various ferns and some plants that had never been seen before. Most of them emitted a faint light, illuminating the dim below. Living in this environment for a long time, most plants will develop a fluorescent chi. However, the number of fluorescent plants on Earth is very small, and most of them cannot emit fluorescence for a long time. But the ones here seem to be able to do this. I am very curious. Yunru, who was standing next to Su Chen, saw this, and the fanatical expression unique to scientists appeared on her face again. Su Chen didn't care about the fluorescent plants. What he wanted to know most was whether the aliens here were still alive. According to his observation, the traces on the passage indicated that no one had been here for a long time. Otherwise, the plants here would not have grown so lush and abundant. 1,000 red alert soldiers, divided into groups of 5, entered the passage and searched everywhere. Their goal was to find the aliens. They could not take the initiative until the other party took the initiative to attack. This was Su Chen's order. Of course, if the other party is seeking death, Su Chen will not show mercy. Originally, the underground map could not be developed, but after the soldiers entered, the underground map appeared. Unlike before, the upgraded system also improved the map. In the past, even if soldiers explored a map, once they exceeded the range of the base's instruments, the map would become dark again after a period of time. It is not like that now. As long as the map is opened up by the soldiers, it will always be displayed. Su Chen feels that the system really understands him more and more. There were a total of 200 teams of red alert soldiers. Whenever they encountered a fork in the road, they would disperse the team. In less than 10 minutes, each team entered a different passage. I have to say that the underground world is really interconnected, with caves everywhere, and some places are quite dangerous. After all, it is underground, and there are faults in some places. If you are not careful, you will step into the abyss. To the elite red alert soldiers, this makes no difference. By the way, these red alert soldiers are at least level 5. After the mutant beasts surrendered to humans, the promotion tasks that the red alert soldiers who were originally at the peak of level 4 have been upgraded. Theoretically, now red alert soldiers can be upgraded to the 9th level at one time. After reaching the peak of the 9th level, there will be a new promotion task, but Su Chen doesn't know it yet. After all, the strongest soldier under his command is only at the peak of the 8th level. About an hour later, a soldier's voice suddenly came, "Commander, we found it." Chapter 383 Moon People. Su Chen zoomed in on the place where the soldier was and immediately saw that in a large cave, there were about 20 people standing in front of the 5 red alert soldiers. To say that it was a human was just Su Chen's guess. The other party was generally similar to humans, with a head, 2 hands, and 2 feet. But there was a problem with the face. The mouth is very big. This is Su Chen's first impression. The mouth is twice as big as the Big Mouth King on Earth. The second is the ears, which are also very big. Any protruding ears will have to stand aside. The nose does appear to be quite small, which is fine for a female, but it is the same for both males and females, which seems a bit strange. The hair is black, but it seems that it has not been cut for a long time. Everyone's hair is very long. The shortest is at the buttocks, and the long ones even drag at the feet. The most important thing is that their eyes are always closed, with only a slit left where the eye sockets are. Is this the moon person? It's a little different from what I thought. In Su Chen's opinion, as the closest neighbor of the Earth, there should have been a lot of humans living there a long time ago. In this case, there should not be much difference between the two sides. Now it seems that the difference is quite big. "Who are you?" An old man with white hair stood up and shouted at the red alert soldiers. Although it sounds a bit strange, what he said is indeed very similar to their language, which proves one thing, that they are indeed human beings. Or to put it another way, their ancestors were once humans on Earth. However, after several generations of civilization on Earth were cut off, the humans on the moon seemed to be forgotten. Gradually, the humans living on the moon reproduced here on their own. Unfortunately, the environment on the moon is not as good as that on Earth, so they can only survive by hiding underground. Countless years have passed, and the bodies of the moon people have also changed along with the environment here. They have larger palms and soles, sturdy bodies, big mouths that can quickly eat large amounts of food, and huge ears that allow them to hear sounds from far away and avoid danger in the first place. Of course, these are what Yunru said. Chen doesn't know these things. A red alert soldier stood up and said, "Don't be afraid. We are from Earth." "Earth people?" The old man muttered a few times, and then, as if he had thought of something, he turned to a sturdy man behind him and said, "Bring me the one I treasure." "But chief, they—" The sturdy man seemed a little worried. "Go quickly." Not long after, Chen saw a sturdy man coming over with a tattered, yellowed book. Looking at his cautious posture, it could be seen that the book was very important. The old man picked up the book with a pilgrim expression on his face. He stretched out his trembling right hand and slowly turned the pages of the book. I don't know what the book is made of, but it has been preserved until now. It seems that he has found what he is looking for. The old man handed the book to the red alert soldier. "Is this Earth? Are you really from Earth?" When Chen took a look, he was a little surprised. There was actually an old picture of the Earth on the book, but it was different from the one Chen had seen. This Earth was more green, and it looked like a green planet overall. Could this be what the Earth looked like in the past? Chen couldn't help but think. But suddenly, Chen thought of a question. From beginning to end, the old man's eyes were closed. Don't they use their eyes to see things? After receiving Chen's instructions, the red alert soldier replied, "Yes, we are from Earth. We came to the moon this time and found traces of your lunar people's survival, so we came here." Suddenly, the old man started crying. He knelt on the ground and shouted heartbreakingly, "Ancestors, the Earth finally remembered us. We have not been abandoned." Other moon people came forward to comfort him, and it took a while for the old man's emotions to stabilize. The red alert soldiers also took the opportunity to ask some questions. According to them, they didn't know how long their ancestors stayed on the moon. Anyway, they had been living underground since they were born and had never been to the ground. They knew that there was a lack of something on the ground that allowed them to breathe. They found out from books that the thing was called oxygen, and they could not breathe without it. The ground is a desperate place for them. However, such a cruel environment also makes their strength generally not low. For example, this frail-looking old man is actually a 6th-level transcendent. When he was young, he relied on his strong strength and went outside for a short period of time. Unfortunately, he appeared on the back of the moon, where the Earth could not be seen. In his eyes, the world on the ground was pitch black, and he could only vaguely see stars in the sky. What impressed him most was a strange force above that made him extremely uncomfortable. He could not hold on any longer and returned to the underground, where he has been ever since. They didn't know when their ancestors came to the moon. He had looked through many ancient books and guessed that it was about hundreds of thousands of years ago. It was said that the moon was very beautiful at that time, just like the Earth. Later, for some unknown reason, the environment on the moon became worse and worse, and they had no choice but to go underground. Logically speaking, humans have a pretty good reproductive capacity, so there should be more and more people on the moon over the years. But the fact is quite the opposite. Their number is decreasing every day. The biggest problem is that there is too little food underground. If it supplies a large number of people, sooner or later someone will starve to death. For this reason, some powerful people have established a rule that people who have made no contribution to the community, that is, the elderly and the disabled, must fight each other within a specified time, and only the last person alive can continue to live. These are very cruel rules, and they are all forced out here. Not only that, they also control the birth rate of newborns, and one must get permission if they want to have a child. How many people are there among you? Chen was very curious and asked the soldier to ask this question. I don't know the exact number, but there should be no less than 100,000 people. Chen had a strange expression on his face. Are 100,000 people a lot? He has more than 100,000 men under his command. If it were on Earth, it would be very easy to feed 100,000 people. But on the moon, 100,000 people can't be supported. What the hell is this? Suddenly, Chen thought of a question. How far is the farthest tribe from here? It should take a day and a night. Chen suddenly realized and thought of a possibility. They must have thought that this underground world only existed in the surrounding area. They had not thought about how many underground spaces there were under the moon, let alone 100,000 people. Even 10 times more would be easy. Chapter 384 Return to one's roots. Not to mention the people on the moon, even in ancient times on Earth, the ancients initially thought that the world they lived in was round and flat, which caused a lot of jokes. A person's vision determines the level of his cognition. The moon people simply cannot see the scenery in the distance, so they think that only this area can allow them to survive. Perhaps some adventurous moon people have explored it, but the results may not be satisfactory, and it has continued to this day. If Su Chen had not appeared, the moon people might either be eliminated by the long river of time, or a heroic figure would appear and lead the moon people off the planet. Of course, the second possibility is very small. When Su Chen told the old man through the red alert soldier that there were 200 million humans living on Earth, and that the number even reached nearly 10 billion at its peak, the old man was stunned. With his mathematical ability, he couldn't figure out what 200 million and 10 billion looked like. In his eyes, 100,000 people were already a lot. Generally speaking, in the eyes of the moon people, a tribe with a population of more than 5,000 is considered a large tribe, while a small tribe like his has only more than 20 people. After talking for a while, the soldier finally said, "Are you willing to return to Earth and recognize your ancestors? Can we really go back?" Even though they have never actually seen the Earth, in the minds of these moon people, their roots are still on Earth. They have thought countless times how nice it would be if they could return to Earth. Now that the opportunity was before them, they didn't know what to do for a moment. After a while, their emotions calmed down, and the old man said, "Of course we are willing to go back, but I can't represent the leaders of other tribes. This is not a problem, we will handle it. Do you want to go up with us now, or wait until everyone goes up together?" asked the soldier. "Go up? You mean, can we go up?" The old man knew that there was no oxygen on the ground, and they would be dead soon if they went up. "Of course, if you want." The old man nodded hurriedly. He had long been tired of this place, but apart from here, he had nowhere else to go. Now that he had the chance, how could he let it go? As for whether the other party is deceiving him, never underestimate a person who can become a patriarch. Their vision is unmatched by others. Oh, no, because the moon people have not seen the sunlight for a long time, their eyes have almost completely degenerated. Although the position of their eyes is still retained, unfortunately they are born blind. He relies on his own feelings. It has to be said that the people on the moon have lost their sight, but their hearing and perception abilities are much stronger than those of humans. This kind of perception ability is a bit like mental power, but it is slightly different from mental power. The old man could feel that these people were not stronger than himself, but the things they held in their hands posed a great threat to him. The most important thing was that he could feel that these people had no ill will towards them, which was the main reason why he felt relieved. The old man was somewhat reluctant to leave the place where he had lived all his life, but this reluctance disappeared when he knew he could return to Earth. Their ancestors were originally from Earth, but they lived on the moon for too long and became the so-called moon people. Under the escort of 5 red alert soldiers, more than 20 moon people gradually approached the passage they came down from. When drilling the hole, Su Chen considered that there might be an environment with its own oxygen below, so he had people build a building above the cave to directly cover it. This will be one of the bases for future research on the moon and a passage for the moon people to reach the Earth. After a while, more than 20 moon people came to the surface of the moon. The surroundings were no longer dark, but bright. Not only that, Su Chen also had people place down a lot of shielding devices around, which were naturally intended to block the free mental power. He couldn't always ask Yuri Clone and Libra Clone to clear them out all the time. "Is this the ground? It feels no different from down there?" a man said after feeling it for a while. "This is a place we built specially. It has its own oxygen, and the gravity has also been adjusted to be the same as the environment on Earth," said the soldier. Speaking of gravity, Su Chen discovered something strange. Under the moon, the gravity is almost the same as that on Earth, but on the ground, the gravity is smaller than that on Earth. What the hell is going on? Could it be related to those free mental powers? Why don't I know that mental powers can affect gravity? Su Chen was a little puzzled. No matter what the cause was, Su Chen didn't care. Since he had found the Moon Man, the first thing he would do was, of course, take pictures and post them on WeChat Moments. Since communications were updated to the 4G era, various apps have emerged. All of them are produced by the Red Alert Group, imitating some famous apps before the end of the world, including WeChat Moments. Take a photo, add some text, and click send, all in one go. At this moment, everyone who had Su Chen's WeChat account heard a ringtone. This was the sound they were particularly concerned about. There was only one person who deserved their attention, and that was Emperor Su Chen. Huang took out his cell phone, opened it, and almost spit out what he saw. There are 9 pictures on it, each of which gives a close-up shot of the Moon Man, clearly showing his face, which is completely different from that of ordinary people. Not only that, Su Chen also added a paragraph. "I accidentally found a few people on Earth. If anyone is in need of a partner of the opposite sex, I can provide a free interracial blind date opportunity." Everyone who saw Su Chen's news had their mouth twitching. "Su-di, our aesthetic sense is not that curious, okay? Let's not talk about the appearance issue. How can people of different races fall in love? After a while of complaining, they suddenly realized that Su Chen had found the Moon Man. Sooty, where are you? Oh, I'm on the back of the moon. Do you want to see the moon people? Su Chen saw through their thoughts at once. After all, the moon people are completely different from the Yin people. They are humans with different degrees of evolution in a different environment. If they were not generally considered human, they would definitely be treated as monsters in ancient times. Emperor Su still understands us. Several emperors laughed. I'll have someone come pick you up later. The spiritual power here is unbearable for most people. You guys are no problem. After a while, human kings came to this place and built a base here in a short time. All this was naturally thanks to the base vehicle. That's right, Su Chen built a branch base here. With a core, we can be so willful and have bases anywhere. Chapter 385, The First Tribe. The human emperor swore that this was the first time they had seen aliens who looked completely different from themselves, with the Yin people being an exception. When they saw that the moon people looked completely different from the earth people, the corners of their mouths twitched. If they came to Earth, they would definitely be considered to have undergone genetic mutation. It's so ugly, so strong. In the perception of these moon people, the 4 human emperors were all 8th level beings, and the aura emanating from their bodies shocked them. They had seen this kind of aura in the first tribe before, and that was the patriarch of the first tribe. They didn't know that Su Chen, who was standing not far from them, was even more powerful than the human emperor. After some communication between the human emperor and the moon people, they discovered a problem. That is, the language of the moon people was almost the same as theirs. It would have been fine if this happened to Yin Yunqing before, but I didn't expect that the same thing happened to the people on the moon. Could it be that the human language was once unified? Since this matter could not be verified, they could only give up. However, they soon found out one thing. There were still 100,000 lunar people living underground on the moon. Emperor Su, do you want to find all the people on the moon? Asked Emperor Kong. In any case, the people on the moon and the people on Earth once had the same ancestors, but they were separated by 2 planets, and it took so many years for them to become like this. If Su Chen hadn't brought them here, they might never have known that there were humans on the moon. Find them and bring them back to Earth. The moon is a good place for mining, but not a good place to survive. Su Chen said lightly. In just a few days, Su Chen found many mineral deposits on the moon. Not to mention some common ones. The main ones are some mineral deposits that don't even exist on Earth. This is Su Chen's goal. After all, Yunru and her colleagues' experiments also require the use of some minerals for refining and production. Part of these lunar ores will be exchanged for energy, and part will be transmitted back to various branch bases on Earth for use in combat laboratories. Not to mention Su Chen's base, even humans need these things. With Su Chen's current status, what he said was like water spilled on the ground and could not be taken back. So, under the leadership of the human emperor and the super soldiers, they passed through this cave and entered the underground world of the moon people. This was their first time to come to the underground world. Unlike the ground, there were many plants they had never seen before. It was very magical. I never thought that there would be such a magical place underground on the moon, a world with a complete ecosystem. Huang looked at the scene around him. Even with his knowledge, it was the first time he had seen such a place. Huang is a naughty boy with an active mind. He suddenly said, "There are people living underground on the moon. Is it the same on Earth?" In an instant, the surroundings fell silent, and they felt that this was very possible. There is a huge gap between the moon and the Earth. If even the moon can do it, why can't the Earth? So they told Su Chen about this idea. Su Chen touched his chin and said, "Don't look for it. There are no humans living underground on Earth." How did Emperor Su know? Emperor Kong was very puzzled. Su Chen couldn't say that his upgraded spy satellite could even penetrate underground. There was indeed no trace of human survival underground, only some animals at most. It's a secret. At this moment, Su Chen heard the voice of a red alert soldier. "Commander, we have discovered a tribe of moon people and are under attack. The tribe leader is very strong, and we are no match for him. Request for support?" Su Chen's eyes narrowed. "Allow strategic retreat. I will send people to support you." He opened the map and saw that Huang was located closest to the red alert soldiers who were under attack. So he directly delivered the message with his peak 8th level strength. "Huang, my soldiers are under attack at your 3 o'clock position. Go support them." Huang's eyes lit up. He really wanted to know if there were any strong people among the moon people. This was a good opportunity. With Huang's speed, it didn't take long for him to reach this place and appear on the battlefield. At this time, 5 red alert soldiers occupied a cave and defended it with difficulty. Everyone was injured. When they saw the appearance of Sky Emperor, they knew that this was their reinforcement. He can fly? This is a level that only the patriarch of the first tribe can reach. A moon man's face was full of horror. Even they knew that the strong ones who could fly were not someone they could deal with. The Emperor of Sky snorted coldly, and his aura burst out, pinning the moon people to the ground, unable to move. Tell me, where is the first tribe? As the saying goes, to catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. Only by finding the patriarch of the first tribe can he take all the people on the moon away. You must know that he has signed a military order in front of Chen. If he fails to complete the task, he will have to live broadcast for a year. For an emperor who doesn't like live streaming, this is a severe punishment for him. In order to not live stream for a year, he must take all the people on the moon away. The first tribe is in that direction. There were still some moon people who were afraid of death, so Huang directly shocked and injured these people before leaving. The rest of the matters could be left to the Red Alert soldiers. The Emperor of Sky flew all the way and spent several hours before finally finding the location of the first tribe. When he saw the place where the first tribe was located, Huang found that this place was actually quite good. It was an underground lake, and the first tribe was built around the underground lake. Who are you, and what are you doing in my first tribe? A moon man shouted at the Sky Emperor who was walking over. If he had sensed that Sky Emperor was flying over, he probably wouldn't have had the courage to say these words. Let me introduce myself. I am Huang, one of the human emperors on Earth. I came here for the future of the people on Earth and the moon. Huang said seriously. Moon man. What did they hear, Earthlings? Said a moon man uncertainly. Isn't this our hometown? Another moon man looked confused. We can't handle this matter, so let's report it to the clan leader immediately. The two moon men discussed it for a while, and one of them hurried in to report. Huang smiled and stood there, not rushing and rashly. Coming here this time is not to fight, but to get the moon people to agree to migrate to the Earth, which is a big deal. Chapter 386. We on Earth have always won people over with virtue. The chief of the first tribe was a strong-looking moon man. The strangest thing was that his eyes were open and he was not blind. Chief, there is a man outside who claims to be from Earth and wants to see you. The tribe leader, who was taking a break, suddenly widened his eyes, and his figure instantly appeared at the gate of the tribe and saw Huang. As Huang expected, the patriarch of the first tribe was also an 8th level strongman, and his strength was about to reach the middle stage of the 8th level. The clan leader carefully looked at Huang and nodded slightly. Sure enough, you are different from us. Are you a human from our home planet Earth? Emperor Kong noticed that the patriarch's eyes were bright. He was also stunned. Aren't they said that the people on the moon are blind? I am Huang, from Earth. What is your name? You can call me Yun. As the chief of the first tribe, he certainly has a name, but there are only a few people who are qualified to call him by his name. Yun, I wonder if you have ever thought about leading the people on the moon back to our mother planet Earth? Now the Earth is back in our hands. When you return to Earth, you will enjoy the same rights as us. Huang said seriously. I refuse. Huang was stunned. This was his first attempt at lobbying, and he failed at the first try, which was a huge loss of face. Why? I am the most powerful person here. Will you give me the same rights when I go to Earth? There was a hint of sneer on Yun's face. It seemed that even though their appearance had changed a little, their intelligence had not decreased. Many people would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Huang shook his head. There is only one person with the most power on Earth. Huang means is that the person with the most power is Chen, and you are not good enough. Yun misunderstood this sentence. He thought that the Emperor Kong in front of him was the most powerful person on Earth. Then if he defeated this person, wouldn't he become the most powerful person on both the Earth and the moon? I will defeat you. As soon as he finished speaking, Yun launched an attack on Huang. As the strongest among the moon people, to survive in such an environment, their most powerful weapon is their own body, which is similar to bald Chong. Bump. Yun punched Huang, who flew backwards and stabilized in midair. Yun's next attack followed, leaving Huang no chance to react. Their battles were confined to the surroundings, and the energy fluctuations did not spread far, which showed that they had a high level of control over their own energy. But the energy was controlled, but the sound could not be blocked. Huge impact sounds continued and were soon discovered by the people of the first tribe. What's that noise? Someone is fighting. Who is so brave as to come to my first tribe to cause trouble? That's the clan leader. When did someone who can fight the clan leader appear? The people of the first tribe were stunned. In all these years, only their chief had reached that realm. According to ancient records, This realm was the 8th level, which qualified them to fly. Flying in a human body is no different from being a god to them. In fact, in the minds of the Moon people, this patriarch is indeed deified. Between Yunru and Kong, Huang attracted almost everyone in the first tribe to come and watch. However, with their strength, most of them could not see the battle process clearly. Only a few 7th-level powerhouses could barely see a little. What a powerful man. He can fight on equal terms with the clan leader. Who is he? Why have I never seen him before? Who knows? While they were talking, Kong Huang and Yun separated, and it was seen that Kong Huang's clothes were not damaged at all, while Yun was in a worse state. Not only were some of the animal skin clothes torn, but one of his eyes was also swollen. As long as the strength of a human transcendent improves, his physique will also improve, and he will become an 8th-level emperor. The physique of the Sky Emperor has become strong to a certain extent. Even when facing the Moon people born on the Moon, he is not at all inferior. You are very strong, but this is just the beginning. Yun's eyes were full of excitement. Ever since he became an 8th-rank warrior, he has never had such an exhilarating battle. But Kong Huang did not want to engage in a protracted battle with Yun. He came here with a purpose. That's all. I came here this time just to hope that the Moon people can return to their mother planet Earth. I'm not here to provoke you. We Earthlings have always won over others with virtue. All Earthlings can testify to this. The Emperor of Sky said seriously. If he knew that the phrase, conquering people with virtue, had another interpretation, he probably would not have said that. In fact, after Kong Huang came here, Su Chun had been paying attention to this place. Hearing Kong Huang's words, Su Chun couldn't help laughing out loud. That's true. We really like to win people over with virtue. But this virtue has some requirements. Su Chun smiled. Yun would not listen to Kong Huang and continued to fight. In desperation, Kong Huang simply waved his hand and knocked Yun away, seriously injuring him on the spot. Your strength? Yun widened his eyes and looked at Kong Huang in disbelief. I didn't want to do this, but my strength doesn't allow it. Sky Emperor burst out was actually at the late 8th level. After this period of time, Kong Huang's strength was finally improved, and he became the only one among human emperors to reach the late 8th level. Kong Huang in the late 8th stage to kill a Yun in the early 8th stage in seconds, especially when the other party is unaware. I lose. I agree to your request. Defeat decisively. Returning to Earth would not be an unacceptable thing. Once we have dealt with the chief of the first tribe, we won't have to worry about the other tribes at all. The chief of the first tribe issued an order to spread the news of returning to Earth to all tribes, and informed them that people from Earth would come to their homes soon, so they should not start conflicts with the people from Earth. What could have been a very troublesome matter was solved by Kong Huang. At Yun's invitation, Kong Huang walked into the first tribe and tasted the unique food and wine of the underground of the Moon. I have always had a question, and I hope that Chief Yun can help me resolve it. Excuse me, Emperor Kong. Other Moon people are born blind. Why are your eyes fine? If Kong Huang had asked this question at the beginning, Yun would definitely not have answered. But now? In fact, this matter is related to a secret of us Moon people. Only the clan leaders of all generations know this secret. Originally, this secret would not be told to a second person, but you are from Earth, so you are not among them. Because our ancestors were sinners on Earth. Chapter 387 Descendants of Sinners. The Moon used to be a beautiful place like the Earth, with a variety of plants and animals. But at some unknown time, the Moon became a prison. Some people who committed serious crimes on Earth were imprisoned there, and that era was when the Chilua civilization had just set foot on Earth. The criminals who could be sent to the Moon were sentenced to at least life imprisonment, and there were even many death row prisoners. There are no laws here, only cruel abuse. The jailers here do not treat the criminals as human beings at all. They insult and beat them at will every day. As long as they are not pleased, the criminals will be in trouble. No one outside cares about the living conditions of the criminals here. Even though some criminals die inexplicably every year, no one will investigate. As soon as they entered the lunar prison, they were treated as dead. However, it was in this environment that a great man emerged. At least in the eyes of the descendants of these Moon people, he was a very great man. This person's name has not been passed down, but the patriarch has read various words left by other people, and the summary is that this person is very ordinary. It seemed that he was framed and sent to this lunar prison at the beginning. His subsequent performance was mediocre. But one day, this person suddenly exploded, forcefully suppressed the lunar prison warden, and released all the criminals. The Chilua civilization certainly would not watch the lunar prison being controlled by a criminal, so a war broke out. No one knows what happened, But the final result was that Chilua Waming negotiated with this man and made him the new warden. After this man became the warden, the moon prison gradually got better. No more jailers bullied the criminals at will. On the contrary, the criminals seemed to be well behaved, and the two sides were very harmonious. A long time passed like this, and the jailers and prisoners were replaced one after another, but the warden still existed. At this point, Kong Huang interrupted him and said, "Isn't the lifespan of humans at most 1 or 200 years? How could they live that long?" What Kong Huang didn't expect was that Yun looked at him as if he was a fool. "Are you really from Earth? Don't Earthlings know that when one's strength breaks through to the level of a small galaxy, one's lifespan will have a qualitative leap?"
What?
Kong Huang was shocked. He really didn't know this. Finding that Kong Huang didn't seem to be pretending, Yun was somewhat helpless. "It seems that your Earth has lost more data than us. Let me tell you, as long as any life breaks through to the level of a small galaxy, its lifespan will be increased to at least 10,000 years. If it obtains some special things, its lifespan can be further increased. As far as I know, a ninth-order peak expert from a small galaxy in the Chilua civilization used some special substances to increase his lifespan to more than 1,000,000 years. What is the Chilua civilization you are talking about? Is it the civilization that once existed on Earth?" Kong Huang was unaware of the existence of the Chilua civilization. Yun gave a brief explanation. In fact, he didn't know much. He just knew that his ancestors entered the lunar prison during the era of Chilua civilization. Only then did Kong Huang know that Earth had actually given birth to such a powerful civilization in the past. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful a civilization is, it cannot withstand the power of time. If the moon people had not told him these things, he would probably never have known about it. Of course, Yun couldn't possibly know why the Chilua civilization disappeared. This secret was not something that the prisoners on the moon could know. In general, although the moon has become a prison, the quality of life is much higher than before. But at some point, the big man disappeared, and chaos broke out in the prison. Later, the plants on the surface of the moon gradually died and disappeared, and the people on the moon were forced to live underground. This life lasted for countless years. At first, the eyes of the moon people could still see, but from one day on, the newborns were born blind and unable to see anything around them. Only by becoming an 8th-level strongman can this curse be broken. That's right, being born blind is considered a curse by the people on the moon. No one knows the specific reason, not even the ancestors. There must be some reason that causes blindness. If it's an evolutionary problem, I think it's unlikely. After all, your eyes are still there. You just can't see anything, said Kong Huang. As an emperor, he knows a lot of knowledge. Yun suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Then can my people recover? I can't guarantee this, but with the ability of scientists on Earth, they will help you solve this problem sooner or later. Next, it was decided that the moon people would begin their migration. Even Su Qian did not expect at first that he would have to bring 100,000 moon people back to Earth. However, with Yin Yunqing's experience, I believe it won't be a big deal to bring the moon people back. The lunar people's operation lasted for about 5 days. After all, this area was not very large. At most, there was only one second-level base city covering the surrounding area. Are these all the moon people? Kong Huang looked at the moon people in front of him and asked Su Qian. At this time, all the moon people were standing in the base built by Su Qian. If Yin hadn't been standing in front of them, these moon people would have probably knelt down in fear. No, it's still a little short. Su Qian smiled. After the soldiers he sent out searched, they finally found some scattered moon people living in another underground area, but their lives were even more miserable. Su Qian guessed that these people should be the ones who were separated from the main force when they entered the underground. Afterwards, Su Qian sent soldiers and remote-control tanks to search everywhere. He was almost certain that there were no moon people here, so he used the transdimensional teleporter to send them to Earth. When these moon people knew that they were about to return to their homeland Earth, they all cried with excitement. Even Yun, an 8th-rank warrior, became emotional. In a flash, all the moon people and some humans were teleported to the Earth. The place he chose was Su City, which was the capital of the Red Alert Empire. Several other human emperors who received the news from Su City had been waiting in Su City for a long time. This was an empty place, and in the blink of an eye, a group of moon people appeared. I never expected that first humans from outer galaxies appeared, and now people from the moon appeared. It seems that our Earth will soon step out into the universe, the Western Emperor said with a smile. But how should we treat these moon people? The same as the citizens of the Empire? Can humans really accept them? The Western Emperor was a little worried. Chapter 388 Fragments. As for how the moon people live on Earth, it has nothing to do with Chen. Anyway, the human emperor is in charge of it, so he is just a hands-off emperor. In order to quickly develop the moon, Chen established many bases here, almost covering the entire surface of the moon. Some people will stay here to conduct scientific research, and the rest can return to Earth. The human emperor took some people back, but Chen stayed here. He was very curious about those free spiritual powers. What was the reason why there were so many spiritual powers in one place? To this end, he took Yuri and Libra and walked inside. Commander, the psychic power in this area is very weak and can hardly affect ordinary people. But starting from the previous section, psychic power can affect extraordinary people, Yuri said. Chen felt it and found that it was indeed the case. Since the spiritual power in this area is very scattered, it is impossible to know where the spiritual power comes from. Search separately. I always feel that there is something wrong with these spiritual powers. Chen frowned. Just as he was thinking this, the system that he hadn't seen for a long time suddenly spoke. Trigger the side quest. Find the source of the free mind power. If the quest succeeds, you will get a chance to temporarily upgrade the chrono teleport. If it fails, your mind technology will be downgraded by 1 level. This kind of task reward and penalty appears for the first time. Not to mention the punishment, this task reward is quite interesting. What do you mean by a temporary chance to upgrade the chrono teleporter? Does this mean that we don't have to upgrade our weapons once? This opportunity is very rare, but it is a temporary upgrade. It can upgrade the super time and space teleporter to a very high level. The transmission distance is greatly increased, and the transmission unit is also increased sharply. According to the Master's current situation, the transmission distance should be able to reach any place within 5 light years of the Earth as the center, and the transmission unit should be able to be expanded to 10 million. Chen was overjoyed. This reward was tailor-made for him. You know, it would take more than a year for those Yun people to come to Earth in their warships if they were lucky. But Chen now has a problem. In a year, the second Nightmare Clan will come. He must improve his strength as soon as possible to deal with this Nightmare Clan. As long as there is this opportunity, teleporting to Yunxing is just a matter of a moment, which undoubtedly saves a lot of time. It's just a bit difficult to complete this task. With Yuri and Libra's strength, it is very difficult to find the source of this mental power. Chen was thankful that this task had no time limit. Just as he was thinking this, the system's voice appeared again. Oh, I forgot one thing. This task has a time limit of 7 days. Chen. System, get the hell out here. I will never be able to kill you. With 7 days to find the source, the difficulty increases dramatically. No matter how he cursed the system pretended to be offline and did not give Chen any chance to scold it. Yuri and Libra don't need to move around. The convenience of mental power is fully reflected here. The invisible mental power spreads out in all directions and begins to search for the source inch by inch. But after searching for a while, they found nothing, which was very strange. Psychic power must have a source, and it must be a powerful life form that possesses psychic power. Libra is very sure. Why? Chen asked curiously. Only living things can possess psychic powers. For example, the crystal beast that the commander saw earlier, no matter how powerful it is, cannot possess psychic powers. As they walked, the 3 of them came to the deepest part of the back of the moon. The darkness here was even more shocking than outside. Even if they put their hands in front of their eyes, they could not see anything. If Chen hadn't relied on the map that came with the system, he doubted whether he could get out. The 3 of them are protected by spiritual power, and the free spiritual power around them has no effect on them. This is the confidence that gives them come here. Commander, do you want to call the soldiers and conduct a carpet search? Yuri made a suggestion seriously. Not for now, let's look for it first. At this moment, Chen seemed to see a faint light flash by, which was interesting. On the back of the moon, apart from the twinkling stars in the sky, he couldn't see any light at all. Where did the light just now come from? Seeing the commander suddenly running over, the 2 followed closely behind. Soon, Chen found something on the ground. It seemed to be a fragment of something. There was only a hand on it, a hand that looked like a woman's hand. It was very strange. Holding it in his hand, Chen couldn't see how this thing could glow. How did the light come out just now? Commander, this kind of material has never been seen before. It should not appear on the Earth or the moon. Yuri said after looking at it for a while. There is also a woman's hand on it, so it is very likely that the original whole thing should be a portrait of a woman. Chen thought so too. Just as Chen took this piece of debris made of unknown material, the surrounding spiritual power suddenly rioted. Endless spiritual power poured in here, causing a storm. Fortunately, the three of them are protected by powerful mental powers, which cannot cause any harm to them. At the same time, they also noticed that all of this mental power actually poured into the fragments in Su Chen's hands. Su Chen's mind. Could this thing be the source of the free mental power? How could it be such a coincidence? Congratulations to the master for completing the side quest. The reward has been issued. The system prompt told him that this was true. Su Chen was speechless. It was the first time he completed a task so easily. He couldn't believe it. About half an hour later, the spiritual power on the back of the moon disappeared and all entered this piece of debris. It was very strange. No matter how Su Chen examined it, he could only find that the fragment was very ordinary, without any abnormality at all. If it weren't for the scene just now, he really couldn't believe it. Su Chen tried to use his mental power to get closer to the fragment, but was blocked. A piece of debris can actually turn the back of the moon into an area covered by spiritual power. This thing is not simple. Su Chen put it away and prepared to take it back for Yunru to study. Without the coverage of psychic power, the back of the moon has almost lost its most dangerous defense. Next, we can continue our adventure. It seems that this program is very popular. Chapter 389, Sleeping Beauty. All their guesses were wrong. No one would have thought that so much mental power was related to a fragment with the pattern of a woman's right hand. Su Chen took the fragments back and gave them to Yunru, asking her to study them. A day later, Yunru found Su Chen with a shocked expression. Commander, after a night of research, I found that this material is theoretically almost impossible to break. I really don't know what broke it into pieces. It's incredible. Su Chen was a little surprised. How could something that was theoretically indestructible turn into pieces? Judging from the size of the fragments, there may be dozens of pieces left. What kind of power can achieve this? Su Chen tried to crush the fragment, but even if he used all his strength, the fragment did not change at all. The same was true when he used his mental power, which could not have any effect on the fragment. This fragment is simply bizarre. Afterwards, Su Chen called Les over. During this period, Les lived a very comfortable life except that he could not leave the base. Do you recognize this thing? Su Chen showed the fragment to Les. Rice took a look, squinted his eyes, thought carefully for a while, and then said seriously, I don't know him. You are a god. Think carefully about whether you recognize him or not. Su Chen had a blank expression on his face. Hearing the obvious threat in Su Chen's words, Rice had no choice but to look at it again and asked, what's so special about this thing with a woman's hand engraved on it? If you can't see any materials, then you can only ask through other means. Su Chen did not hide it and said, this thing can store spiritual power, and it is very hard. Les frowned, and then his expression gradually showed horror, as if he had thought of something. Impossible. How could something like this be made like this? This is unscientific. Rice seemed to have been hit by something, and his expression was shocked. Do you know what this thing is made of? After a long while, Rice's emotions gradually stabilized, but there was still a trace of incomprehension in his eyes. If I'm not mistaken, this material is called ancient silver. It is said to be the strongest material in the universe. My Protoss was lucky enough to get a piece of it. We tried every possible way to change the shape of this material, but it was recognized by the Protoss as one of the materials with absolute hardness. The strongest person of the God Clan, a constellation-level strongman, did not leave a trace on the ancient silver. Who on earth could make ancient silver into a painting? This is something Rice couldn't figure out. If even the constellation-level masters couldn't do it, could it be that only masters who surpassed the constellation level could do it? After hearing what Rice said, Su Chen realized how exaggerated the material of this thing was. Even a constellation-level powerhouse could not leave any trace on it. So who on earth turned this painting into pieces? Not only that, the fragments can also absorb psychic power, which is very strange. They only know that only living things can possess spiritual power, but this is just a fragment. Rice seemed to have thought of this as well. He said with certainty, the Protoss once used the power of the mind to test it. Ancient silver does not have the ability to absorb the power of the mind. This may not be ancient silver, but some other unknown material. Su Chen didn't care about this. No materials were needed in the Red Alert base. As long as there was energy and technology, anything could be manufactured. Later, while eating, Su Chen took out the fragment and looked at it again. Lung Yue beside him asked curiously, you have looked at this fragment several times. Is there anything strange about it? Su Chen came back. He told her what happened on the moon. She also knew that the fragment was picked up by Su Chen from the moon, but she didn't know the magical place of the fragment. Well, There are a lot of things that I can't figure out. Come and take a look. Su Chun handed the fragments to Long Yue. However, Su Chun could never have imagined that the moment Long Yue's hand touched the fragments, an indescribable powerful mental force enveloped Long Yue completely. Not good. At this moment, Yuri and Libra at the base realized that this strange mental power came from where the commander was, and they rushed out instantly. At the same time, a huge alarm sounded at the base. This was Red Alert. When they appeared next to the commander, they only saw the commander standing there, and on the commander's body, leaning against a person with his eyes closed. Bump! The huge table shattered into pieces in an instant. This was the anger that suddenly erupted from Su Chun. Commander, what happened? Juling finally asked. I shouldn't have given the fragment to her. Su Chen's voice contained a hint of regret. Not long ago, after the fragments came into contact with Long Yue, a powerful mental force covered Long Yue, and then Long Yue fell into a coma. No matter what method Su Chen used, he couldn't wake her up. At this moment, Long Yue became a sleeping beauty. Su Chun would never have thought that this fragment would actually react to Long Yue, even though many of them were fine after getting it. Afterwards, Su Chun had someone do a full-body examination on Long Yue, and the results showed that there was nothing abnormal with her body functions, as if she had become a vegetable. According to what the commander said, I have a guess. Yunru frowned and said, perhaps the huge spiritual power entered Madam's body all at once, making her unable to bear it, which is why she is in this state now. Just now, Xiaoqing used spiritual power to check and was unable to enter her heart at all. This guess is very likely. Also, the disappearance of the fragments may have been caused by their fusion with the Madam. Perhaps the fragments have a great relationship with the Madam. Su Chen knew that Long Yue's identity was not simple, but no one knew what it was specifically, so there was a high possibility that she was related to the fragments. He even suspected that when the fragment was originally complete, the woman on it might be Long Yue. No matter what, Long Yue's coma became inevitable, and with the current technology of the Red Alert base, she could not be woken up. System, is there any way to wake her up? Su Chen's voice was very calm. It's not possible with the Master's current authority and strength, but if the Master continues to improve, there will definitely be a solution. I see. From that day on, Su Chen put all his energy into improving the strength of the Red Alert base. That momentum even frightened his own super soldiers. He was really trying too hard. Commander, Kong Huang wants to contact you. Zhu Ling, who was standing behind Su Chen, suddenly spoke. Chapter 390 Lunar Academy. The Moon people have been on Earth for several days, and humans are gradually accepting these Moon people who look like deformed people. Through popular science from the human emperor, they know that these Moon people, like the people on Earth, have the same ancestors, but they have been living on the Moon for a long time, which is why they have become like this. The Sky Emperor specifically asked human scientists to help study how to restore the vision of the Moon people. Unfortunately, after several days of research, there was no result. The Moon people's visual nerves existed, but they were as if dead and could not be activated at all. Kong Huang had no choice but to find Su Chen. You said that the leader of the Moon people can see things with his eyes? Su Chen asked. Well, it seems that the Moon people can only restore their vision when they reach the 8th level, but the number of people who can reach the 8th level is too small. Kong Huang was a little worried. Even on Earth, there are only a handful of level 8 warriors, let alone the Moon people who number only 100,000. It is impossible to make all the people on the Moon become 8th level strongmen and open their vision. I'll have someone look into it. Is there anything else? Su Chen knew that Emperor Kong would not find him just for this one thing. Sure enough, Kong Huang continued, there is one more thing that requires Su Di to step in, and that is the establishment of the Lunar Academy. Lunar Academy? Is it prepared for those Moon people? Su Chen showed a hint of interest. The life of the Moon people on Earth is completely different from before. If they are not educated and guided, sooner or later, they will have a series of problems with the people on Earth. Bringing the Moon people to Earth is not to make them fight with the people on Earth. Therefore, the establishment of the Lunar Academy is inevitable. Although it is called the Lunar Academy, not all the people inside are from the Moon. According to Kong Huang's idea, all the Moon people should be sent to the Academy for initial education first. After a month, humans will be allowed in. Both sides will study together and improve each other. Only in this way can the Moon people be integrated into the Earthlings. Not only that, the Emperor of Space also provides the Moon people with the opportunity to have plastic surgery for free. After all, the appearance of the Moon people is quite different from that of the Earth people. All of this is based on the principle of voluntariness, and the Emperor will not force them to have plastic surgery. However, Establishing the Lunar Academy is a big deal and Emperor Kong cannot make the decision on his own, so he must ask Su Chen for instructions. I agree to establish the Lunar Academy. Who will be the dean? In an academy, the most important person is naturally the dean. If an unknown person is made the dean, he will probably be criticized to death. Kong Huang smiled and said, "The dean has been chosen. I will be the first dean, and Yun will be the vice dean. Those who are capable should do more work. Not only the Lunar Academy, but also human schools should be established. After all, the future belongs to those children. On Earth today, there is no threat to humans, and the Emperor has begun to consider re-education. Schools are being built in various places, and those naughty kids no longer have the time to act naughty outside. Anyone who can serve as a school principal must be at least a 7th level transcendent. Now, in addition to being able to serve as the controller of the base city, a 7th level extraordinary person is also a good choice to be the school principal." When the establishment of the Lunar Academy was announced, there was a great response from mankind. Most people think that the people on the moon and the people on the Earth have the same ancestors, so there is nothing wrong with living together, and the establishment of an academy is a good way to do this. However, there are still some people who think that the moon people are so ugly. How could their ancestors be from Earth? They try their best to discredit the moon people on the internet. Anyway, they just don't want the moon people to live with them. Regarding this matter, Emperor Kong no longer needed to ask Su Chen for instructions. He was now experienced and directly gave orders for people to take action against those people. The Red Alert Empire does not need some discordant voices. Su Chen didn't care much about these little things. He now had only one thought: to improve his strength and wake Lung Yue up. As the time to travel to Yinyun Star is getting closer, Su Chen no longer needs to use the transit station on Earth, which is the starting point. As long as everything is ready, you can go to Yanyungsing at any time. At this moment, Yunru's happy voice reached Su Chen's mind. "Commander, we have mastered all the warship technology and can now build it." Su Chen was overjoyed. This was what he had been looking forward to. With a warship, it would be much easier to travel to Yinyun Star. He immediately opened the system interface, found the battleship pattern, and clicked it. "Master, we lack the construction units required to build battleships, so we cannot build battleships." The system's voice appeared. Su Chen's mouth twitched, and I knew there was a problem. "Where is the construction unit for building warships here? Can you give me one?" Su Chen said unhappily. "After finally mastering battleship technology and being able to build a battleship, you still need a construction unit?" If the system had a real body, it would have been taught a lesson by Su Chen long ago. This system cannot be transformed, but it can be used to issue tasks so that the owner can obtain this building unit. "What are you talking about? Hurry up." To trigger the system's designated mission, the master needs to enter a random red alert plane and complete a random mission. If the mission is completed, the reward is a battleship factory. If the mission fails, there is no penalty. Su Chen was a little confused. This kind of mission appeared for the first time, and he was actually asked to enter the red alert plane to complete the mission. "System, is there really a red alert plane? Could it be that the super soldiers I summoned were all summoned from those red alert planes?" Su Chen asked curiously. "Master, you don't have enough authority, so I can't tell you. However, this system can tell you that these red alert planes are real. Do you want to enter the red alert plane now to complete the mission?"
Yes.
The next second, Su Chen's figure disappeared without anyone noticing. Su Chen only felt a flash before his eyes, and then he appeared in a big city. Looking at the various people around him, Su Chen was a little confused. Is this the red alert dimension? After checking, the master is currently in the plane of the official version of Red Alert 5. This plane has complete warship technology and a warship factory that manufactures warships. The master's mission has been issued. The master needs to find a girl named Alice within 7 days and protect her from being killed. Then what? That's all there is to it. This is all there is to it. Bang! Su Chen couldn't help but slap himself on the forehead. He wanted to pull the system out and beat it up. With just a name and no location or appearance, how can I find the little girl named Alice? System, get out of here, you bastard. Chapter 391 Red Alert Plane. No matter how Su Chen yelled and cursed, the system remained silent this time. Su Chen had no choice but to walk around the place to see if he could find the girl named Alice. But after walking for a while, he suddenly realized that he was hungry. What should I do if I have no money? As the commander of a Red Alert base, do I need to cheat and deceive to get money to eat? Su Chen's mouth twitched. But smelling the various aromas coming from the surrounding restaurants, Su Chen couldn't help it. Wait, my body. Su Chen suddenly became alert. He found that his strength was suppressed, Otherwise, he would not have felt hungry so quickly. He tried it roughly and found that his own strength was suppressed to the peak of level 7, which was a whole level less. Why do you want to suppress my strength? How can I protect others? Su Chen said unhappily. Because there is no existence above level 8 in this place. The system's answer was straightforward. Su Chen suddenly realized that the peak 7th level was actually the most powerful existence here. In this case, it didn't matter. Bump. At this moment, Su Chen felt someone bump into him. Just when he was about to say something, his powerful perception ability discovered that this short little guy was actually reaching out to steal something from him. Unfortunately, as a commander, he has nothing and is destined to be disappointed. I'm sorry. The little guy bowed his head and apologized to Su Chen, as if he was apologizing for bumping into Su Chen just now. If Su Chen didn't know what he had done, he might have really been deceived. Just as the little guy was about to leave, Su Chen's voice reached his ears. You didn't steal anything, so you're going to leave like this? I have some good stuff here. As he spoke, Su Chen pretended to take out a pigeon egg-sized energy crystal from his pocket. This kind of thing should not exist in this world. Judging from the surface alone, the energy crystal looks like a gem. Even in this world, a gem is a valuable thing. Sure enough, after seeing the gem, the little girl raised her head and a trace of regret flashed across her eyes. Why didn't she touch it just now? Sir, I don't understand what you mean. The little guy looked very confused. Su Chen looked at the little girl carefully and found out that she was actually a girl. Stealing is not a good idea. Tell me, did you want to steal it? Or were you forced to do it? No one forced me. Actually, I didn't have money to eat. The little girl bit her lower lip and said in a low voice. Su Chen could feel through his mental power that the little girl was not lying. Actually, I feel the same way. This is the only thing that is valuable. Do you know where I can exchange it for money? As a deal, I can treat you to a meal. Su Chen said with a smile. The meal seemed very tempting to the little girl, and she agreed after just a slight hesitation. Sir, this is the most reputable jewelry store in the city. I'll wait for you outside. Su Chen took a look and found that it was similar to the jewelry store he had imagined, and looked very high-end. Let's go in together, Su Chen said, and walked in directly taking the little girl's hand. Welcome, sir. We don't allow homeless people here. A waitress came over with a hint of contempt in her eyes. Call your store manager over. I want to discuss a big business with him, Su Chen said as he raised the energy crystal in his hand. Working in this kind of store, the waitress had developed a keen eye. She knew at a glance that this thing was definitely worth a lot of money. She immediately changed her attitude, took them to a separate room, and made them a cup of coffee. Not long after, a pot-bellied man walked in. I'm Rhodes, the manager of this store. What's this gentleman's name? My last name is Su. Sir, you are an Oriental, which is rare here. I wonder what Mr. Su wants to sell. This. Su Chen placed the energy crystal on the table. The store manager picked it up and observed it carefully. After looking at it for a long time, there was an undisguised shock in his eyes. This kind of stuff and purity is simply unimaginable. I wonder what price you want, sir. I don't know much about this, but I believe there will always be a jewelry store here that knows. The fat on Rhodes' face twitched. He understood what Su Chen meant. His price was not good, so Su Chen would go to other jewelry stores. I can offer 70 million. This is my highest price. Even other jewelry stores can't offer more than mine. Okay, deal. Not long after, Su Chen came out of the store and he became a rich man. Although this is the red alert dimension, the transaction currencies are interoperable and can be used anywhere. About 10 minutes after walking out of the jewelry store, the little girl suddenly said, Sir, someone is following you. In fact, Su Chen had discovered it long ago. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be the energy crystals he sold that caused the trouble. The store manager was not clean. I don't like trouble. Not long after, when Su Chen and the little girl walked out of an alley, there were only a few unlucky guys lying on the ground. The little girl didn't expect that this seemingly ordinary man in front of her was so powerful. Where is there any good food here? Sir, I know a restaurant that has delicious food that will definitely satisfy you, but the price is a bit expensive. No matter how expensive it is, can a meal really cost me 70 million? Su Chen and the little girl were stopped in front of a hotel that looked magnificent. Sir, you can go in, but she can't. The male waiter looked arrogant. Oh, is it still reasonable not to let you in after eating these days? Su Chen smiled and kicked the waiter away. He had thought about it a long time ago. It would definitely not be an easy task to search for Alice in secret. Since the mission said that Alice must be protected, it meant that Alice was definitely not an ordinary person. In this case, he can only create trouble. Maybe he can find clues about Alice. This is just his first step. Soon, a group of security guards appeared, and the leading security captain looked at Chen fiercely. This is not a place where anyone can act wildly. Don't you see who is protecting this place? In this era, several major forces fought against each other, resulting in the emergence of many underground forces in various places, but they are completely invisible in the game. I really don't know. Who can tell me? You're dead, kid. This is the territory of Colonel Lake of the Allied forces. With just one order from Colonel Lake, you won't see tomorrow's sunrise. The security captain laughed wildly. Chapter 392, Artificial Intelligence Alice. Allied Colonel? Chen thought about it, and felt that this should be the first time he came into contact with people from the Allied camp since he came here. Responded lightly. As if feeling that Chen looked down upon him, the security captain rushed forward with a baton in hand. Bump. The security captain was kicked away by Chen. His posture was exactly the same as that of the waiter just now. It was obvious that it was done by one person. I told you, I just came here to have a meal. But will the security guards believe it? Soon, there was a row of people lying on the ground, all in the same posture, all neatly arranged as a family. And Chen just walked in with Alice. Welcome, welcome, said a waitress in a trembling voice. Order what you like to eat. Chen handed the menu to the little girl. I don't know why Chen brought this little girl here to have dinner. Is it because she was the first person he met here? Until they finished eating, Chen didn't notice anyone causing trouble for them. This made Chen a little strange. These people just suffered the loss and did nothing? After finishing his meal, Chen thought of a question. By the way, I still don't know your name. My name is... Just as the little girl was about to say her name, a loud noise was heard. Boom. The hotel's door exploded. Then a blond man in military uniform walked in. His face was full of arrogance, and he looked down upon everyone. Who was the person who hit me just now? Pointed at Chen at the same time. After all, Chen's behavior just now was too arrogant, and everyone here saw it. Walked to Chen wantonly, with a row of elite soldiers standing behind him. Chen took a look and found that these soldiers were pretty good, although not as good as the initial soldiers he built. You are a colonel in the Allied forces, so you should have considerable authority, right? Chen looked at him. Of course, but what does it have to do with you? Lake said in a proud tone. That's good. I want to ask you something. Chen was ready to know the news about Alice from Lake. But how could Lake tell Chen? Bump. Lake slapped the table and broke it on the spot. This was the red alert dimension, not Chen's original world. To become a colonel-level officer here, one had to be an extraordinary person. In comparison, the colonel's strength may be at the level of a second-level transcendent. Don't ever think that the second-level transcendents are weak. In front of ordinary people, the second-level transcendents are already superhuman. It's just that there are too many strong people in Chen's world, making the second-level transcendents appear very weak. Boy, if you make trouble here, you are slapping me, Lake, in the face. I have already prepared a place for you to live for the rest of your life. A grim smile appeared on Lake's face. Chen knew with his, but that the place this guy was talking about was definitely not a good place. I don't know what's so good about this place. That's a prison. As soon as he finished speaking, Lake quickly reached out and tried to grab Chen's neck. But he didn't know who the person in front of him was. Bang! What shocked Lake was that his own neck was grabbed and his hand was broken. Ah! Lake screamed in agony. At this moment, the soldiers behind him took out their guns and pointed them at Chen. Put down the colonel. At this moment, the atmosphere became extremely solemn. All the others slipped away, leaving only them. But no one noticed that the little girl sitting next to Chen did not show any fear on her face. Do you want this colonel to die first, or do you want him to live first? Chen looked at the soldiers. No one spoke. Everyone didn't want the colonel to be alive. As the colonel's personal guards, if the colonel died, they would probably be doomed too. What do you want? Lake is not stupid and knows that the other party must have some purpose. I just said that I just wanted to ask a question, but you guys were so disrespectful. Chen said helplessly. What's the problem? Lake learned his lesson this time. The question is simple. Have you ever heard of a little girl named Alice? Chen felt it. Just when he said the three words Alice, the colonel in front of him showed a moment of shock on his face, as if he did not expect that Chen would know this name. I have no idea. Really? Colonel, I don't like liars. Chen increased the strength of his hands. Lake's face turned red, which was caused by the blood on his face being concentrated because his neck was being strangled. I said, bump. But the next moment, One of his soldiers opened fire, aiming at his head. However, the headshot scene that everyone imagined did not happen. The bullet stopped 20 centimeters away from the colonel's head. This scene shocked everyone. The Soviet Iron Curtain device? Impossible. That's the super weapon that the Soviet army is proud of. The soldier was shocked. After all, he had only heard of the Soviet Union's Iron Curtain device that could block bullets. Even in the world of Red Alert 5, the Iron Curtain device was still an excellent super weapon. No, how can the Iron Curtain device be used by one person? The soldier quickly realized something was wrong. The colonel who escaped death suddenly looked at the soldier. The hatred in his eyes could not be described in words. Mori, you actually betrayed me. Colonel, you were the one who was about to tell me about the ban. I was just stopping you. Even if the commander knew what I did, he would not punish me. Mori said calmly. The colonel looked at Su Chun and gritted his teeth. I don't care where you know the name Alice from. I will tell you everything I know. Alice was not originally a little girl. She is artificial intelligence. From the colonel's mouth, Su Chun finally knew what was going on with Alice. Originally, the establishment of Alice was a plan of the Empire of the Rising Sun. They planned to enhance the power of their weapons in various aspects by creating an artificial intelligence with self-awareness, and this artificial intelligence was named Alice. However, this plan was discovered by the Soviet Army and the Allied forces, and both sides launched an attack on the Empire of the Rising Sun at the same time, trying to snatch Alice. As a result, the battle ended and the Empire of the Rising Sun finally resisted their attack. However, when they continued to carry out the Alice plan, they suddenly discovered that Alice was missing. It is unimaginable that an artificial intelligence could disappear. At first they thought Alice was just hiding in the virtual network, but after several years of searching, they found a possibility. Alice actually turned into a human, and a little girl at that. Chapter 393. Hello, my name is Alice. It is said that the person who discovered this was an officer of the Empire of the Rising Sun. One time, he was eating ramen outside and saw a cute little girl. He took her to eat together. It turned out that the little girl was a big eater and ate a whole table of ramen. The officer was very curious, so he asked someone to investigate the little girl's family. The results showed that there was no information about the little girl. The officer didn't believe it now. You know, in the Rising Sun Empire, everyone has an identity. How could there be a person without an identity? During this investigation, things came to light. The girl seemed to appear suddenly. There was no record of her before. She was first discovered a few days after Alice's plan was attacked. Someone suddenly thought, could this girl be Alice? This idea was immediately recognized by the top leaders of the Rising Sun Empire. After a careful investigation, they determined that the possibility of the girl being Alice was much higher. After all, people in the Rising Sun Empire all have abnormal brains. But when they were looking for Alice, the news accidentally leaked, and the Soviet and Allied forces knew about it and also started looking for Alice. Unfortunately, after such a long time, no one had discovered Alice's existence. It was like a flash in the pan. That was all Colonel Lake knew. Well, in that case, you don't know where Alice is? Su Chen looked at him. Yes. Colonel Lake nodded. Well, your mission is accomplished. After saying that, there was a snap and Colonel Lake's neck was broken. Su Chen is not stupid. If he lets Colonel Lake go, he will probably get into a lot of trouble later. Of course, killing an allied colonel will cause the same amount of trouble. A choice between the two, Su Chen chooses to kill. Although you didn't shoot me just now, you almost made me lose a source of intelligence, so? This person also died. The other soldiers no longer dared to point their guns at Su Chen, even if Su Chen did not show more strength. Just like that, Su Chen took the little girl out of here and came to an empty alley. You haven't finished what you were saying. What's your name? Su Chen looked at the little girl with calm eyes. At this time, no matter how slow Su Chen was, he noticed that the little girl's behavior was completely different from that of a girl of her age. It was strange that she had no reaction after seeing herself kill someone. The little girl smiled slightly, and a lovely smile bloomed on her somewhat messy face. Hello, my name is Alice. Su Chen's eyes twitched. It was indeed her. Su Chen had some doubts just now, but he didn't think that a mission target was just found by himself. But the reality is so funny. This little girl is really Alice. The mission target has been found, so all that remains is to protect her for 7 days. Why did you tell me your real name? To be honest, if you said a fake name, I wouldn't know it. Su Chen asked. Uncle, wasn't it you who took the initiative to look for me? Alice looked at him strangely. Su Chen was stunned. It was indeed he who took the initiative to find Alice. But why did Alice reveal her identity? Aren't you afraid that I will sell you out? Su Chen said using the words he used to tease children. I'm not afraid. Uncle is not that kind of person. Besides, Alice's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning, like a little fox stealing food. Uncle should not be from this world, right? What the hell? Su Chun was completely stunned. What the hell was this? Why did Alice know this? System, come out and give me an explanation. Master, you should know the background of Red Alert 3, right? That world is actually a parallel world. In Red Alert 5, this is also a parallel world, but it is more closely related to Red Alert 3. In this world, people's research on the world has reached a bottleneck. Some people hope to find other planets with life to define that their Earth is not the only one with life in the universe. Unfortunately, there has been no progress in this regard, even though they have battleships. On the other hand, some people believe that the world is diverse and that there are other worlds besides theirs. They devote their lives to finding evidence of the existence of other worlds. This system speculates that this little girl must have searched all the information on the internet and found nothing about your existence, so she lied to you. Fortunately, as a commander, Su Chun had long since developed a calm expression, so even when Alice said this, there was no change on his face. Your guess is interesting, but unfortunately it is wrong. Su Chun said with a smile. Isn't that right? But I searched all over the world for information and didn't find any information about my uncle. And the first place my uncle appeared was on the street just now, so I deliberately approached my uncle. Su Chun was speechless. He didn't expect that Alice would come to him on her own initiative. Little girl, do you know a saying? Su Chun lowered his head and showed a sinister smile. You know too much. So, uncle, you admit it? I didn't admit it, and I'm not an uncle, just brother. No, Alice wants to call me uncle. Su Chun finds Alice and protects her for 7 days. He will be able to go back and get the battleship factory. Unfortunately, how could he complete the task easily? The next day, Su Chun saw his wanted poster on the street. After all, killing an allied colonel was a big deal. This is the nth wave. It's just a colonel. Is it necessary to do this? Su Chun was speechless. At this time, he was hiding in a dilapidated house with Alice. As long as they could survive, completing the mission should not be a problem. But he thought too simply. In order to find him, the Allies used various technologies, one of which was scanning simulation imaging technology. This technology used a wave to directly cover a city and perform virtual imaging, and then by comparing the search one person at a time, they would eventually find their target. In other words, no matter where Su Chun hides, he can be found. They are here. When Su Chun found that his place seemed to have been discovered, he rushed out decisively. The boss said, "Shoot no matter if dead or alive." A large number of Allied soldiers took out their guns and fired towards Su Chun. In order to kill Su Chun, the Allied forces were so cruel that they completely ignored the lives of civilians here. That's really the character of the Allies. Each one of them is more arrogant than anyone else. If I could summon my men, I would drown you all with my spit. Su Chun thought. It seemed that Su Chun's thoughts were conveyed to the system, and the system's voice appeared, Master, do you need help from the Red Alert base? Chapter 394 Mission Update. How do you help? Su Chun was a little curious. Could he really summon his subordinates? I don't know if Tanya and Boris exist in this dimension. It would be interesting if they met. The Master can choose to increase the difficulty of the mission, thereby selectively summoning Red Alert units, and of course the rewards will also increase. The corner of Su Chun's mouth twitched. Isn't this just asking for death? To be honest, Su Chun felt that it was indeed difficult for him to protect Alice alone. He was only at the peak of level 7, but the super weapon could kill an 8th level strongman. If the other party was so desperate that he wanted to kill him with a super weapon, Su Chun probably wouldn't be able to stop him. He only has one advantage now, that is, Alice's identity has not been exposed yet, and the other party just came to find him. Summoning the Red Alert unit can help you, but it is not necessary now. Can I choose to summon at the end of the mission?
Can.
Su Chun decisively did not summon, as it was not the right time to do so. At this moment, he felt something unusual, as many Allied soldiers were surrounding the place. I was discovered? Su Chun was very surprised. He thought he was hiding perfectly, so how could he be discovered so easily? Then he thought that it must be some technology of this plane that discovered him. After all, this is the world of Red Alert 5. If the technological level is too weak, Su Chun will only despise it. Alice also noticed it. Don't forget that she is an artificial intelligence and can still have a certain control over the surrounding surveillance. Su Chun was very curious about Alice's current state. She was obviously an artificial intelligence, but she actually created a body for herself and transferred her data into this body, forming a new soul-like existence. In fact, Alice herself couldn't explain her current state. She wanted to leave the virtual world just because she yearned for freedom, but she didn't expect to succeed. After becoming a human, she can still access the internet, which is very strange. Uncle, the Allied soldiers have discovered us. Alice looked at Chen with some concern. She has no fighting ability of her own and can only rely on this mysterious uncle for everything. Alice, it's your turn to make a choice. Do you think we should march out in a swagger, defeat these soldiers on the spot and leave? Or should we hide a little and slip away quietly? Alice blinked. Is there a third option?
What?
Let them go back on their own. As soon as he finished speaking, alarms sounded throughout the city, indicating that enemies were approaching the city. For a moment, the Allied soldiers were stunned. Should they catch the wanted criminal or go back to defend? Get back and defend. After hearing the words from above, these Allied soldiers quickly withdrew. Chen was speechless. He originally wanted to show off in front of Alice, but ended up being shown off instead. Show her. Is that you? Were you the one who sounded the alarm just now? Chen asked. Yes and no. There really is an army coming from outside. They are from the Empire of the Rising Sun. Chen felt a little regretful that he couldn't open the map here, otherwise he would be able to see the strength of this plane, the Rising Sun Empire and the Allied forces. Wait, I don't know, but Alice should know. Chen was overjoyed and hurriedly asked Alice these questions. As expected, Alice knew. She said, in terms of technological strength, the Allies currently have the strongest technology, but the Empire of the Rising Sun is catching up with the Allies, and the two are almost the same. The Soviets are actually the last, but relatively speaking, the Soviets have a very powerful subcamp, that is the ZG camp. No one expected that this subcamp, which had never been very prominent before, would suddenly explode, and its technological level would rise sharply. It is said that the person who contributed the most to it is a girl. Chen's expression was a little strange. He thought of someone. What's the girl's name? I remember her name should be Yunru. Chen was speechless. It was indeed the name. He didn't expect that a super soldier from a civilian version would become an official version. Of course, it is also possible that in other worlds, Yunru herself is the official version of a super soldier. From Alice, Chen learned about the general situation of the three major camps. Generally speaking, they are all committed to developing warship technology, which leads to the fact that the progress of various weapons on the surface of the planet is not as great as imagined. The three major camps have preliminarily completed the research on battleship technology and are currently building the first battleship. This is a huge project, and it will probably take some time to build the battleship with the existing strength of the world. After knowing that the strength on the ground was not as strong as he had imagined, Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He was very glad that the Yuri camp did not exist in this world, otherwise the psychic power of the Yuri camp would be quite troublesome. Let's go. Chen took Alice and avoided the patrols of many divine soldiers and came to the edge of the city. However, here, all the Allied soldiers were already on guard. If he wanted to leave, he had to break through. Chen did not forget that his mission here was to protect Alice for 7 days. By then he would have completed the mission, returned to his own world, and obtained the battleship factory construction unit. Breaking in by force is the lowest level method. Chen thought about it and decided to summon a helper. System, I want to summon the Red Alert unit. Master, please select a unit. This system will change the mission content and rewards based on the unit you summon. The mission target is still Alice. Selected unit, Spy Number 1. At this moment, Spy Number 1, who was playing the role of Mirror Emperor, suddenly disappeared and appeared in front of Chen. Although Spy Number 1 was full of doubts about how he got here, he did not ask any questions. Instead, he saluted directly and said, "Greetings, Commander. Well, I'll tell you the details later. First, tell me how to get through the blockade ahead." Chen pointed at the situation ahead, and then he thought of something. Change your appearance. There are no mutants here. Fortunately, Chen was smart and sent Alice away in advance. Otherwise, Spy Number 1 would have looked like something that was simply not human. Spy Number 1's body shook slightly, and he returned to his original appearance as a middle-aged man. This was the original appearance of a spy. After the spy left, the system's voice sounded, "Mission updated. Protect Alice for 15 days and ensure that Alice will not be seriously injured. Upon completion of the mission, you will be rewarded with a battleship factory and scanning simulation imaging technology." Chapter 395, The Spy Specialty. Chen knew the first thing, but what was the second one? To put it simply, it is a technology that can conduct comprehensive scans and target special areas that spy satellites cannot access. It is a good helper to light up the map. Chen understood the system's simple and easy-to-understand explanation immediately. In other words, with this, if he encounters a new planet again, he can use this technology without having to borrow spy satellites. This is good, Chen said with a smile. Boom boom. There was a knock on the door. It had to be Alice. Sure enough, Alice walked in, with an expression on her face as if she had caught Chen's pigtail. Uncle, how are you going to explain this? Oh? Chen was a little confused. What did he need to explain? I saw that person just walking out of my uncle's room, and no one else appeared here. My uncle must have come from another world and brought helpers with him. Alice looked at Chen with an expression of certainty. The corner of Chen's mouth twitched. He didn't expect Alice to have such a big imagination that all these could be connected together. She guessed right, but Chen couldn't say it out loud. Actually, that person is the backup I have left here. Once he gives the signal, we can go out, Chen said calmly. Alice's face was full of disbelief, but she had no evidence to prove that Chen was from another world. It was just her guess. Alice will definitely find evidence that my uncle is from another world. Alice's little face was full of unconvinced. Okay, I'll wait. Chen pinched Alice's face and waited for the spy's reply. After the spy went out, he walked on the street and looked like an ordinary pedestrian. The commander gave him the task of helping the commander and the little girl safely get out of the blockade on the edge, which was a big challenge. He first came to a place where all kinds of people like to go. Yes, another bar. Here, he heard a lot of information and knew that this world was not his original world. He was only slightly shocked and then regained his calm. No matter which world he was in, he only needed to complete the commander's task, and other things had nothing to do with him. Even if the world were to be destroyed, he would die before the commander. The blockade line at the edge was set up by the Allied forces. The only way to safely pass through the blockade line is to replace the identity of a senior officer of the other side. The spy thought. However, it is not that easy to replace senior military officers. At this time, senior military officers should be in the command center, and it is impossible for them to wander around the city, which makes the spy lose a great opportunity. However, these are all minor problems for the spy. He cannot directly replace senior officers, but it is easy to replace some soldiers. The only trouble is that he doesn't know the soldier he replaced, and he might reveal his true identity during the conversation. It doesn't matter if he is exposed, but if he causes the commander to be unable to get out, that would be a serious crime. Look for a senior officer to cause trouble. As for the soldiers, they are everywhere. The spy walked around for a while and locked onto a soldier. It was obvious at first glance that the soldier was a very inconspicuous person. The spy was very patient and waited until the other party went to the toilet. He then took action, killed the soldier, changed into his clothes, and disguised himself as him. After going out, the spy disguised his behavior to be exactly the same as the other party. Unless the person had a very good relationship with him, he would never notice that he had been replaced. Continue patrolling. This time, the higher-ups have said that those bastards from the Rising Sun Empire are causing trouble again. We must ensure the stability of the city. Do you hear me? I heard it. Okay, let's go. The spy had been following the team on patrol, but he could not find an opportunity to get close to the blockade. Just when he was thinking about whether to do something, the captain suddenly said, "It's time to rotate. Let's go back and switch with those guys. It's our turn to rest." The spy breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was a rotation system here. Otherwise, he would have really been ready to cause some trouble. Only chaos can give him a chance. Fortunately, the rotation point happened to be at the blockade line, and the captain took them there. After a routine simple check, the spy easily blended in. After returning to the soldiers' dormitory, the captain suddenly shouted, "Bonner, come here." No one answered, and the captain said in an unhappy voice, "Bonner, don't make me say it again." At this time, the soldier standing next to the spy quietly touched him and whispered, "Bonner, the captain is calling you. Hurry over." The spy's eye twitched. Bonner was actually the name of the soldier he replaced. Was it such a coincidence? Arrive. Helplessly, he could only respond, "Come with me." The spy followed the captain and wondered secretly why the captain called him over. Could it be that he was a relative of Bonner, and the captain wanted to take care of him in the army? But the spy would never have thought that after entering a room, the captain leaned back in his chair and said arrogantly, "It's the same old rule. Take off your pants and don't waste time." Wait, take off your pants? The spy was a little stunned. What was going on? Soon, something came to the spy's mind. Two men were in a room, and one of them asked the other to take off his pants. Isn't this exactly what that is? Fuck you. The spy almost uttered a curse. He had been a spy for so long. When had he ever encountered such a thing? This captain actually likes this? If he hadn't wanted to maintain his dignity as a spy, he really wanted to slap this guy to death. Seeing that the spy did not move, the captain frowned. Do you want me to do it myself? Bang. The next second, the captain's head was gone, and the spy couldn't bear it anymore. I've never encountered such a disgusting thing, said the spy unhappily. Then he quickly cleared all traces here, turned into the captain, and walked out. Even if the spy met the captain's soldiers outside, he would just face them with a cold face. Those soldiers naturally would not offend him, and no one asked about Bonner's situation. This captain is a low-ranking officer after all, and he can go to places where some soldiers cannot go. By eavesdropping on some conversations of the soldiers around him, he learned that the highest-ranking officer on this borderline was a lieutenant colonel named Gregory, while he was only a non-commissioned officer. The difference in rank was so great that there was no chance for them to meet. Looks like it's time to find an opportunity. The spy's eyes flickered with a look of wanting to cause trouble. Chapter 396. The ammunition depot exploded. What is the most important thing for an army? That is, of course, the place where ammunition is stored. This place is called an ammunition depot. This is a modern war. Without ammunition, what will the soldiers do? The spy's eyes were fixed on the ammunition depot. He knew that once someone discovered that Bonner was missing, they would definitely find him. After all, it was this captain who called Bonner over, but Bonner disappeared. Even a fool would know that it was related to him. As a spy replacing the captain, I am honored to carry this big pot on my shoulders. The spy came to the ammunition depot, and sure enough, the security here was the most stringent. Seeing the spy coming, a soldier stepped forward and said, "Sergeant, this is an ammunition depot. No one is allowed to enter without the lieutenant colonel's order. Leave quickly." If it weren't for the fact that the spy was a non-commissioned officer, if he was an ordinary soldier, the guarding soldier probably wouldn't have used the same tone. Really? The spy pretended to be confused, but the soldier did not doubt it. Every day, soldiers would accidentally approach here, and he had long been used to it. But the soldiers didn't know that the spy was a man with psychic powers. Although his psychic powers were not very strong, they were more than enough to deal with these ordinary soldiers. The power of the mind exploded instantly, affecting the emotions of these soldiers. Suddenly, the soldiers in the ammunition depot picked up their guns and shot at their comrades as if they had seen an enemy. The soldier standing in front of the spy was dumbfounded. "Lieutenant Colonel, something happened?" In a huge office, an officer ran in, sweating profusely. "What's the big fuss? Even if the Empire of the Rising Sun shows up, they can't act like this. We are the allies." Lieutenant Colonel Gregory looked at his adjutant with a stern expression. "Lieutenant Colonel, someone just reported that the soldiers in the ammunition depot suddenly went crazy and attacked each other. Some even prepared to detonate the ammunition depot. Before the adjutant could finish his words, a loud noise spread throughout the entire military camp. The ammunition depot exploded. Seeing this scene, the spy standing in the distance smiled slightly. No one would have thought that he was the one who did this, and he did this for only one purpose, to lure out Lieutenant Colonel Gregory. Not long after, the spy saw Lieutenant Colonel Gregory. Although he didn't recognize his appearance, he recognized his epaulets. Lieutenant Colonel Gregory nearly fainted when he saw the ammunition depot that had become a sea of fire. All the ammunition for the entire city was stored here. If it was all gone in an instant, would the soldiers have to fight in close combat with their guns? He could already imagine the scene of his military career ending from then on. A mistake he could not afford. Bastard! Find out who detonated the ammunition depot. The lieutenant colonel was furious and gave the order. In fact, he had just taken over everything here. If Colonel Lake had not been killed, he would not have been able to succeed in taking office and controlling the army here. Now that this incident has happened, he will suffer a terrible end. But before he goes to court-martial, he must find the culprit. Of course, the lieutenant colonel doesn't need to do things like finding people himself. He just needs to give orders. Adjutant, have someone find that man. I want to make him suffer a fate worse than death. Yes, Lieutenant Colonel. The lieutenant colonel returned to his office, and after a while the adjutant came in. The lieutenant colonel was a little surprised. Was there news so soon? But he didn't expect that when the adjutant walked up to him and punched him in the head, his consciousness disappeared instantly. I have finally made it to the level of lieutenant colonel and lived up to the commander's expectations. The adjutant's appearance changed, and he became a lieutenant colonel. This adjutant was actually a spy in disguise. With just one operation, the spy successfully rose from a soldier to a lieutenant colonel, a speed that was unprecedented. Commander, I have become the highest-ranking person here at the blockade line and can allow you to pass through here safely. The spy reported to Su Chen. Well, thank you for your hard work. Su Chen didn't expect that in less than half a day, the spy had successfully taken over. It turned out that spies were the best at doing this kind of thing. Su Chen led Alice towards the blockade. When a soldier was about to go over to question them, a junior officer came over and said, "They are people specially assigned by the lieutenant colonel. Let them pass." The soldier opened the passage without any doubt and let Su Chen and Alice pass through. On the other side, a captain found the spy and asked his own question. "Lieutenant Colonel, that man is obviously the wanted criminal who killed the colonel. Why didn't you catch him and let him go?" "Captain, you should remember your rank. Is this how you talk to the lieutenant colonel?" The spy said calmly. "Lieutenant Colonel, I am sorry for my words, but I really cannot tolerate a wanted criminal walking past me." The captain still insisted. "Since you want to know, then don't regret it." A strange smile appeared on the spy's mouth. The captain swallowed and suddenly realized that sometimes, the more you know, the more miserable your death will be. "No, Lieutenant Colonel, I don't think I need to know." The captain fled in a hurry. He felt that if he didn't leave, he would probably be involved in the struggle between some factions. The spy easily concealed the truth and allowed Su Chen and Alice to leave the city. Without the interference of the Allied soldiers, it would not be easy for Su Chen to protect Alice. "Uncle, why did the Allied soldiers let us pass? Does it have something to do with the person who walked out of your room?" Alice was very curious. She found that she didn't know the person in front of her at all. She tried to track the person, but he disappeared. Even if she checked all the surveillance systems in the city, it was the same. She couldn't find that person at all, as if he had never appeared. "Alice, where do you think it's safest for us to go now?" Su Chen did not answer, but asked Alice instead. Alice knew more about this world than he did. Alice thought for a moment, pointed in a direction and said, "There is a relatively small town over there. We won't be found by the Allies if we hide there for a short time." Su Chen thought about it and decided it was still not safe enough. So he had only one last choice: heading to the mountains. Even though the world is different, there are still the mountains. With Su Chen's strength, the mountains are not dangerous. He did not call the spies back, and maybe leaving them with the Allies could be useful. After Alice's guidance, Su Chen finally brought her to a mountainous area and prepared to stay there for half a month. Unfortunately, this world doesn't seem to want Su Chen to complete the task so easily and always gives him some surprises. Chapter 397. Super Electromagnetic Gun. What is that? Su Chen stood on a mountaintop and looked into the distance. He saw some Allied soldiers walking towards a canyon. The canyon was quite large, and preliminary estimates showed that it was at least 10 kilometers long. The number of Allied soldiers was around 500, and there would definitely be problems if so many soldiers walked into a canyon. He was certainly curious, but Su Chen knew the priorities. This time his mission was to protect Alice, not to cause trouble in the Allied territory. Just when he was about to take Alice away, there was a sudden cracking sound. Su Chen looked over suddenly and saw a stone falling not far from him, making a sound. "What's that sound?" The Allied soldiers instantly formed their formation and took out their guns. Su Chen also saw a sniper inside. "We have been discovered." Su Chen was very sure. He was speechless. It was weird that he had encountered such bad luck. The sniper immediately saw Su Chen and Alice. For him, no matter who the opponent was, he would kill them as soon as possible. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and just when he thought Su Chen was dead, Su Chen was standing there safe and sound, leaving the sniper dumbfounded. "Did I really fire the gun just now?" The sniper did fire and hit Su Chen, but unfortunately this bullet was nothing compared to Su Chen, who was at the peak of level 7. Su Chen looked at the bullets in his hand. In terms of power, they were much more powerful than ordinary sniper bullets, but still not as powerful as the snipers in his base. After all, the snipers in your base will automatically increase the power of their bullets as their strength increases. "Since we've been discovered, there's nothing we can do." Su Chen sighed slightly. At this time, Su Chen was at least 2 kilometers away from the opponent. It was not an easy task to attack the opponent at such a long distance, but for Su Chen, this is not a problem. Su Chen took the sniper bullet and flicked his right thumb, and a roar came out. At this moment, the sniper bullet turned into the god of death that reaped their lives. These Allied soldiers had never seen a person launch an attack like a laser cannon. They were all stunned, watching the thick beam of light rushing towards them. Boom! The ground was shaking violently, and Alice could feel the vibration even though she was 2 kilometers away. She looked at her uncle beside her in disbelief. She had previously imagined Su Chen's strength to be very high, but she did not expect that Su Chen's strength was far beyond her imagination. "Uncle, what was that just now?" You can call it a super railroad gun? Chen looked serious. He was not lying. He just borrowed the electromagnetic ability of his subordinates to give the sniper bullet a super strong power, which exploded instantly and became this super electromagnetic gun. If it was level 5 or 6, it would definitely be just a beam of light of average thickness, but with Chen's strength to do the same thing, it would just be a cannonball. Soon, all 500 allied soldiers on the ground were killed. Chen didn't expect that his behavior was like stirring up a hornet's nest. Countless soldiers rushed out from a high mountain, along with a large number of tanks and armed helicopters. He even saw the existence of mechas. Shit, did I run into the Allied secret base? Chen's mouth twitched. What the hell is this? The wind is blowing. Chen picked up Alice and started a 100-meter sprint. Even though he was at the peak of level 7, he had no way to fight against so many soldiers. The other side had an endless supply of soldiers, but he was alone. After chasing for half an hour, the Allied soldiers still failed to catch up with the man, which shocked them. When will humans be able to match the speed of their armed helicopters? This person must have been sent by the Empire of the Rising Sun. Maybe he has the latest research results. Otherwise, how could one person have such speed? Said a big shot of the Allied forces. Originally, the Allies and the Soviets had the strongest sense of hostility, but with the rise of the Empire of the Rising Sun, the Allies became even more unhappy with the Empire of the Rising Sun. Whenever something happened, they would blame the Empire of the Rising Sun. This time is no exception. The last Alice project carried out by the Empire of the Rising Sun was destroyed by us and the Soviet army. Could it be that they have carried out other plans? Why is there no news at all? Another big boss was a little confused. There is no impenetrable wall in this world. As long as a certain force has a big plan, it will be known to other forces sooner or later. However, the Allied leaders were shocked to see a human being running at such a fast speed that even the armed helicopters were helpless. He shouldn't be from the Rising Sun Empire. If the Rising Sun Empire had this kind of combat power, do you think they would be so quiet? The bosses were all silent. They knew the people of the Rising Sun Empire very well. They were just a bunch of lunatics. If they had this kind of combat power, they would probably do anything. Wait, that person seems familiar? A big shot frowned. They looked carefully and finally found out that this person was the murderer who killed Colonel Lake. A wanted criminal is so arrogant. We must not let him go. The bosses were angry. But there was a big guy who kept his eyes on the little girl and said hesitantly, "Try to take pictures of the little girl." Overall, Chen's speed was still a little slower than the helicopter, and he finally captured the little girl in a picture. Suddenly, the big man's body trembled, and an indescribable surprise appeared on his face. "Alice, it's Alice."
What?
The other bosses were shocked. Of course they knew that this Alice referred to their former target, the artificial intelligence Alice. But they didn't expect to find Alice here. Are you sure? A big shot had never seen Alice's appearance. I'm 100% sure that she is Alice. This is great. We finally found Alice. From now on, our allies will crush the Empire of the Rising Sun in terms of artificial intelligence. A group of big men were very excited. They didn't feel that Chen was a threat at all. No one knew that the person who killed 500 soldiers in one blow was Chen. Uncle, Alice's identity has been discovered. It's up to you to protect Alice from now on. Don't worry, I don't take them seriously as a bunch of trash. Chen looked back with disdain in his eyes. If he is pushed into a corner, he will summon his men to fight the Allied forces head-on, even at the cost of increasing the difficulty of the mission. Chapter 398 triggers 10 consecutive draws. Chen knew that once Alice's identity was discovered, the Allies would definitely use various means to get Alice. He alone can no longer protect Alice's safety. He needs help. System, if I summon another subordinate, how difficult will the mission become? Chen asked. If the master continues to summon subordinates, we will replan based on the strength of the subordinates you summon. According to preliminary estimates, the master will need to stay in this plane for 3 weeks. Chen suddenly thought of something and asked hurriedly, "What is the ratio of the time I spent in this plane to that world?" "Please rest assured, master. No matter how long you stay in this plane, that world will only pass by in a flash." Chen immediately felt relieved, so he began to prepare to summon his men. When it comes to group battles, several of his men can handle it, but in this situation, the most suitable one is indeed. "Come out, Yuri." In the blink of an eye, Yuri appeared beside Chen and was taken running by Chen. "Commander, what's going on?" Even Yuri, who had remained calm throughout, was stunned by the scene. He had no idea that his commander would come to another world and be chased by many people. "I'll tell you the details later. Let's work together to get rid of those guys first." Su Chen pointed to the helicopters behind him. I understand. Yuri frowned just as he was about to take action. He found that his strength was suppressed to the peak of the 7th level, which made him, who was at the peak of the 8th level, feel a little uncomfortable. In fact, with Su Chen's strength, he could easily destroy these helicopters. But once he exerted all his strength, his mental power was exhausted and he lost the chance to escape. He had no choice but to summon Yuri. Sure enough, after Yuri appeared, his mission time was increased to 3 weeks, and nothing else changed. The two of them acted together and instantly controlled dozens of helicopters in the sky. Then they gave these people an order to return to their original places and carry out indiscriminate attacks. Looking at those armed helicopters flying back, the Allied leaders were confused. What was going on? There is no Yuri camp in this world, so naturally no one knows what mental power is. What happened next had nothing to do with Su Chen. He brought Alice and Yuri to a small town and lived there temporarily. After a while, Yuri finally understood the commander's current situation. This is actually another dimension. Commander needs to protect her for 3 weeks, right? Yuri looked at Alice, who was playing alone not far away. I have asked spy number 1 to find a way to continue to infiltrate the upper echelons. With his strength, no one in this world can discover his disguise. However, he still needs to be careful. After all, there may be technology in this world that can break the disguise ability. You know, there are spies in this world, and they also have the ability to disguise themselves, but their strength is very weak and they are completely inferior to Su Chen's spies. Commander, I think the best defense is offense. If the Allies continue searching, they will find this place sooner or later. I have an idea. Yuri whispered something to Su Chen. When Su Chen heard this, his eyes lit up. Good idea, let's do it. Just as Su Chen was about to let Yuri take action, the system's voice suddenly appeared. Congratulations, Master, for triggering the 10-draw combo. Would you like to choose the 10-draw combo now, or later? What? 10 consecutive draws? Su Chen was stunned. It took him a while to remember that his system seemed to have such an ability, which was only available after upgrading. However, this 10-draw consecutive draw could not be triggered actively, and he almost forgot about it. How did the 10-pull sequence happen? Su Chen was puzzled. This system has said that there is absolutely no logic in the triggering of the 10-draw combo. It may be triggered when the owner wakes up, or it may be triggered when walking outside. It is purely based on luck. So, this means that I have escaped from Africa and entered Europe today? Su Chen chuckled. Please don't be so self-indulgent. If you want to become a European, wait until the 10 consecutive draws are over. The system struck mercilessly. Okay, let's start with 10 consecutive draws. The next moment, what appeared in front of Su Chen was no longer a turntable, but countless cards. Su Chen touched his chin. Was this the rhythm for him to choose 10 cards from them? At this time, of course I have to do it first, possessed by the European Emperor. In an instant, Su Chen felt that his luck had greatly improved, so before the 3 seconds were up, he decisively selected 10 of the cards. The first card slowly turned over, and Su Chen saw clearly what was on it. It said on the card that there was a chance that the realism of the Red Alert mod would be increased by 50%, applicable to weapons. I didn't expect there would be such a reward. Does this mean that I can develop a brand new super weapon by myself? Su Chen raised the corner of his mouth. This is half the reality, which means half the success rate. Even if Su Chen designed something with 0 reality, he could still increase it to 50% by using this effect. The effect of this card is amazing. Let me see what the second card is. Su Chen looked expectantly at the flipping of the second card. It shows a luxurious villa. Oh? In Red Alert, system, please come out and explain it to me. Did the master forget that in the Red Alert map, there are buildings such as high-rise buildings, and luxury villas are just one of them? These all belong to Red Alert, and can naturally be turned out by the cards. The system's explanation is very reasonable. The third card, a luxury sports car. The fourth card is an ID card. The fifth card. Until the 9th picture, Su Chen's expression was numb. What the hell were these? Was they really related to Red Alert? The first card was a surprise, but the following ones were nothing but surprises, each one more bizarre than the last. Finally, there was only one card left, and a hint of anticipation appeared on Su Chen's face. According to the system, there will be a guaranteed reward for 10 consecutive draws, and this guaranteed reward will be quite good. Finally, the card was turned over, and suddenly a golden light almost blinded Su Chen's eyes. Damn, golden legend. When Su Chen saw clearly what was written on the card, his expression was very strange. This reward is actually a quota that can bring a unit from the Red Alert 5 plane back to Earth. What's the point of me taking this spot? I don't even know anyone. Wait. Su Chen's gaze turned somewhere and fell on a little girl. Chapter 399 True and False Commander. This quota is of no use to anyone else, but there is one exception, and that is Alice. Alice is an artificial intelligence. Does this count as a quota? As long as it exists in the red alert plane, no matter what it is, it can be counted as a quota. After getting a positive answer from the system, Su Chen immediately felt relieved. Alice is the only artificial intelligence with human consciousness. If she is allowed to assist the red alert base, it will not be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It should be more than 2. But there is a problem here. What if Alice is bewitched by someone and turns against herself when she goes there? Please rest assured, Master. The units that pass this quota will become your subordinates. There is absolutely no possibility of them betraying you. After hearing this, Su Chen finally felt relieved. Suddenly, an idea popped into Su Chen's mind. If he used the quota directly and brought Alice back to Earth, would his mission be completed directly? After all, on Earth, how could people from this dimension hurt her? As a result, the system ruthlessly interrupted his thoughts. Until the task is completed, the Master cannot use this quota. Su Chen curled his lips and came to Alice's side. Let's go. Where are you going? Alice looked at Su Chen strangely. She thought that she and others would stay here for a while. Leave here, of course. The three of them went straight to the headquarters of the Allied base. The layout here was exactly the same as in Red Alert. The only difference was that there were a lot more unfamiliar buildings here. Su Chen was very calm. After all, this was the world of Red Alert 5. This is a military stronghold. Do not approach. Go back. The soldier standing guard in front of the gate pointed his gun at the three people and shouted loudly. It seemed like they would shoot if they dared to say no. How dare you? Is this your attitude towards the commander? Yuri shouted, and his mental power extended silently, controlling these soldiers. The soldier was stunned, quickly put away his gun, and saluted. I didn't know it was you, Commander. Please forgive me. Well, this won't happen again. Open the door. Su Chen said lightly. The gate opened, and anyone who came to ask questions on the way was controlled by Yuri's mental power, making them believe that Su Chen was the commander here. Everything was so natural. There is no spiritual power in this world, so naturally there is no defense against spiritual power, which gives Su Chen a good opportunity. What he asked Yuri to do was to go directly to the Allied headquarters and let everyone at the headquarters treat him as the commander. This plan has certain risks. The number of people under Yuri's control is not unlimited, so he can only control a part of them. Su Chen can do the same. As long as he controls most of the people here, he will become the commander even if he is not the commander. They came all the way to the command room of the headquarters, which was only accessible to the commander. After opening the door, they saw a person sitting inside. Su Chen and the other person's eyes met, and for a moment, the atmosphere became a little awkward. Su Chen forgot one thing. There was already a commander in the Allied headquarters. When he came here as an imposter, he ran into the real commander. Who are you? The Allied commander was very calm and looked at Su Chen with sharp eyes. Since everyone on the road was turned into his own people by Yuri, the commander still didn't know that three people broke in. Su Chen swaggered to the chair in front of the Allied commander and sat down, crossing his hands in front of him. I'm here to replace you. The commander's face darkened, and he was about to say something, but the next moment, he fainted. Su Chen did not kill him, but just prevented him from waking up temporarily. Maybe this person could still be of some use. In this way, Su Chen became the commander of the Allied forces, and a week passed in a flash. Unfortunately, the truth cannot be hidden. The number of people he and Yuri control is limited, and most people don't know that he is a fake commander, and his identity has been discovered. Commander, some people outside have doubted your identity. They suspect that the Allied commander has been kidnapped and are planning a rescue. Yuri said, It seems that the people in this world are not stupid. They discovered the commander's abnormality so quickly. Forget it. I didn't expect to survive by relying on the identity of the commander. Before leaving, I will give them a big gift. Su Chen smiled slightly. Just when the Allied forces were preparing to rescue their own commander, a piece of news reached their ears that the Allied commander was taken away by the Rising Sun Empire and given a location. This news was of course true. Su Chen specially asked spies to spread it, and this commander was also brought there by Yuri. Under Yuri's mental control, the people of the Rising Sun Empire also became accomplices. When the Allied forces heard the news, they were stunned. How come their commander was captured by the people of the Empire of the Rising Sun? The Rising Sun Empire was also confused. They were just coming to harass the Allied forces as usual, So how come they captured the Allied commander out of the blue? The people of the Rising Sun Empire were not stupid. After confirming that the news was true, they immediately prepared to go back. Capturing the Allied commander is a credit enough for the person in charge of this operation to be promoted to a higher position. Of course, the Allies would not let the Rising Sun Empire go back. The commander was the supreme leader of their allies. If even their own leader was captured, they would lose face. While the Allied forces and the Empire of the Rising Sun were fighting, Su Chen and his two companions crossed the ocean and came to ZG. That's right, Su Chen planned to spend the rest of his time in ZG, and at the same time he wanted to see what ZG in this dimension looked like. This time, Su Chen's disguised identity was that of a sea turtle and a very wealthy second-generation rich man. As for the fictitious first-generation rich man, he had died long ago. Since it is a pretend, identity, property, etc. are necessary, and these things are all obtained by Su Chen from the cards. He never imagined that the things in the tin draw card could be transferred to this world and used, and everything was real. Even after Alice carefully checked the information on the internet, she said that all of this belonged to Su Chen and none of it was fake. Simply put, there is a rich second generation named Su Chen in this world. It seems to be no different from my world. Could it be that this world only focuses on developing military force, resulting in almost no change in people's living standards? Su Chen couldn't help but think. Just then, a man walked towards them. Chapter 400. Welcome home, Master. Excuse me, are you young Master Su Chen? The man spoke with a hint of respect. I am Su Chen. Who are you? The man bowed slightly and said, I am the son of Master Su's housekeeper. From now on in ZG, I will be the one to serve you. Please rest assured, I graduated from a world-class housekeeper school and will never embarrass you. Su Chen was a little confused. This identity given by 10 consecutive draws actually came with a butler? Well, take me back. Su Chen said lightly. In fact, he didn't know where his home was at all. The only thing he knew was that he now not only had a luxurious villa, but also a group that ranked among the best in the world. Not long after, Su Chen saw his own expensive sports car. Many people around him looked at him with envy. It seemed that even at this time, his sports car was still very valuable. Master, please get in the car. The sports car was running on the road, and no car dared to approach within 20 meters around the sports car. This was the most luxurious sports car. If they accidentally hit it, they would probably have to sell their house. Su Chen was in the car and saw some of the situations around him. Well, generally speaking, not much has changed, but the cars seem to be doing a lot better, and there are some robots. Overall, this world did not seem too unfamiliar to him. Especially after hearing the familiar language around him, he could not help but smile. Alice looked at Su Chen quietly. She almost thought that there was something wrong with her core program. After Su Chen appeared, she had searched all the information in the world, and there was indeed no information about Su Chen. But today, a rich second generation named Su Chen suddenly appeared in the information, and she still thought it was normal. As an artificial intelligence, she has a self-search function. After searching, she found that there was a discrepancy between her memory and reality, which almost brought her thinking to a standstill. She really couldn't understand what was going on. Young Master, this is the villa that the Master left for you. I have asked someone to clean it up and you can move in any time, said the butler. Bang! The butler clapped his hands, and soon a group of maids came out and lined up on both sides. Welcome home, young Master. Very good. Su Chen praised. A hint of excitement appeared on the young butler's face. For the butler, the Master's praise was the best reward. Thank you, Master. To be honest, this is Su Chen's first time as a rich second generation. What should he do to show that he is a veteran? Waiting online. Urgent. Another week passed, and there was only 1 week left. He could take Alice back and get a building and a technology. Where could he find such a good thing? Spy number 1. What's the latest news from the Allies? Su Chen was free, so he asked the spy remotely. At this time, spy number 1 changed his identity and became a general of the Allied forces. This time he spent some time to understand the general's personality, interpersonal relationships, etc., and he has not revealed his true identity until now. The Allied commander was taken back by the Empire of the Rising Sun. The Allied forces are now preparing to launch a full-scale attack and fight the Empire of the Rising Sun. Su Chen smiled. The Allied forces were so useless that they failed to rescue the commander. But according to the information I received, it seems that Alice's news has also been spread by the Allies. An informant reported that Alice was seen in ZG, and the Allies have already sent out some special forces and spies. Su Chen's face darkened. He had tried his best to conceal Alice's existence, but he didn't expect that she would still be discovered. I have to say that people in this world are still capable. It seems that I was discovered by the Allied forces when I went out to play these few days. I didn't expect them to be so obsessed with Alice. Chen murmured. If it was just an ordinary artificial intelligence, it would be fine, but Alice is the only known artificial intelligence with autonomous consciousness. If they can figure out the conditions for creating Alice, then artificial intelligence can be applied in various fields in the future. For example, battleships. Think about it. Which one is more powerful? A warship controlled purely by humans or a warship controlled by artificial intelligence? If it is an ordinary artificial intelligence, the former may be more powerful. After all, artificial intelligence cannot cope with various situations. However, if it is an artificial intelligence like Alice, then the former is very likely to lose. After all, Alice can learn on her own, which is the artificial intelligence they need. Alice seemed to have received the news as well, and took the initiative to find Chen. Uncle, I've been discovered. Should I leave here? According to Alice's idea, Chen always took her to hide everywhere. So this time should be no exception, but she guessed wrong. Alice, I want to teach you something. Chen raised his lips, and a confident smile spread across his face. In this country, you don't need to worry about the threat from outsiders. Why? Alice couldn't understand. Because this is ZG. Just like Chen said, even if they knew Alice's location, the Allied forces and the Empire of the Rising Sun did not dare to act rashly. Even the Soviet army was the same, even though ZG was their subcamp. When the Rising Sun Empire was rising, ZG was also rising rapidly, and their rise was even faster than that of the Rising Sun Empire. No one knows the current strength of the ZG camp, and no one wants to confront ZG, a camp that possesses two super weapons, the Great Wall and the hydrogen bomb. Needless to say, the hydrogen bomb is something more terrifying than a nuclear bomb. The Great Wall is a super weapon unique to the ZG camp. It is a defensive super weapon that can be used on a city and can withstand the damage of any super weapon. It is even more powerful than the Iron Curtain device. One attack and one defense made the ZG camp one of the overlords in this world. Even if they want to get Alice, other camps can only do it in a low profile. No one dares to rush directly to the ZG camp to ask for her. That would be courting death. It was not allowed openly, but privately, all camps sent their own people, including the Soviet army. In fact, the ZG camp also considered whether to get Alice, but after Yuri's trip, nothing happened. Ding dong. Just then, the doorbell of the villa rang, and a voice came in. Hello. The takeaway you ordered has arrived. Chen almost choked on the water. Which camp is this idiot from? Why does he still use such a lame excuse in this day and age? Can you take a good look at where this place is? This is a luxury villa. Have you ever seen people living in a villa ordering takeout? Chen and others were enjoying the takeaway he brought. So delicious.